I just used a caliper to help my girlfriend cut a piece of braised pork, and unexpectedly, she took a photo of it and brought it to the Academy of Sciences for research on lithography machines. The moment the precise knife marks on the meat were transferred to a blueprint, all the top researchers present were completely excited. Wow! 8 nanometer chips, with circuit precision reaching an extreme wavelength light source of 193 nanometers. Even the seemingly insignificant cut next to it was a precise auxiliary line. The light source for lithography machines that they had been researching for 10 years was realized just like that by a piece of braised pork. Immediately afterwards, there were new developments in the extrapolation of quantum chips and bionic mechanical blueprints. Whenever my girlfriend is racking her brains and her thoughts are stuck in a deadlock, I always use everyday methods to inspire and guide her like a beacon. One day, Soo Han-yoon looked at the wall full of research medals and suddenly had a bright idea. She said to me, "Honey, why do all my research achievements seem to be related to you? Could it be that you are the true genius?" I replied with a smile, "Have you ever seen a research genius who goes fishing and sunbathing every day?" Which big shot would cling to his wife's thigh and loaf around, living off her? She then said, "I really envy the latest aircraft carrier technology released by the Eagle Sauce. If only I could design one myself." The next day, she saw me holding a few pieces of discarded wood, which I simply pieced together to float to the center of the lake to fetch a sunshade. She couldn't believe it. She took the wooden board back and studied it for an entire night, only to discover that it actually concealed the ultimate answer to designing a super aircraft carrier. She said in surprise, "Wow, husband, just come clean this time. You can always remind me at critical moments and still dare to say you didn't do it on purpose." My adorable wife is a genius among geniuses. She obtained her PhD in her early 20s and was transferred to participate in a research project on photolithography machines. Although I have a system after being reborn, I plan to take it easy this time, fully intending to rely on my wealthy father-in-law and live off him, resolutely not wanting to work tirelessly on research like in my previous life. To prevent my wife from frowning over small issues every day, I often pretend to casually give her some advice. Once, after work, Soo Han-yoon pouted and complained nonstop, "It's all Uncle Lee's fault for transferring me here to work on lithography machine research. Not only am I completely confused, but I also get scolded by the leaders every day." I hurriedly walked over to comfort her, saying, "Honey, is there something you don't understand?" She replied, "It's just that first step light source system. We have meetings all day discussing it, and everyone is completely clueless, flailing around without any solutions." Sigh. Enough about that, honey, I'm going to make you your favorite fish soup. Seeing her instantly full of energy again, I decided to help her get through this tough time. The light source system is indeed the most complex part of the lithography machine, but for me, it's just a piece of cake. I immediately called up the system, and all the problems and answers regarding the lithography machine's light source appeared in my mind. I thought to myself, isn't it just a few questions about using external tools to assist with the lines? Turning to look at my wife humming a tune while cooking, I got up to help her wipe the sweat and said, "Honey, let me help you chop the vegetables. Does the braised pork need to be cut?" She laughed and said, "Ha ha, can you really chop, dear? I remember last time you almost cut your finger while chopping vegetables." Soo Han-yoon covered her mouth and laughed. I replied, "Although my knife skills are poor, I can still use tools." Before she could say anything, I turned around and brought over the toolbox, ruler, caliper, and various small tools. I asked, "This meat needs to be cut into the specified size, right?" After asking, I took out a ruler and evenly marked knife lines on the piece of meat. Feeling it wasn't precise enough, I used a caliper to carefully confirm there were no issues, and soon I neatly cut the piece of meat into several squares. Soo Han-yoon was speechless for a moment and said, "After so many years of making braised pork, this is the first time I've seen it cut so neatly." "Honey, you're being too serious. It's just cutting meat, and you even used a caliper." I explained, "I'm not being serious, knowing that my knife skills aren't good. I have to rely on tools." I could only say this much, I knew with her intelligence, saying more would definitely give me away. After quickly finishing dinner, turning off the lights, and resting, Soo Han-yoon suddenly opened her eyes after a brainstorming session, seemingly unable to believe herself. She actually figured out the light source problem of the lithography machine through my vegetable cutting. She sat up straight, murmuring, "I understand. Peripherals, various peripherals. There are several that can be used. My husband can use more than a dozen unrelated tools to help cut out perfect square braised pork. So why can't we do the same for the lithography machine's light source problem?" Seeing this, I turned over and smiled without speaking, thinking to myself, not bad. She understood it by just 1 o'clock. The next morning, Soo Han-yoon was the first to rush into the office, burying herself in depicting the inspiration from last night. She was already very smart, and with a night of summarizing and analyzing in her mind, she perfected the plan before 10 o'clock. She let out a long breath, thinking to herself, Now it depends on whether Academician Lu is satisfied. Then, she decisively picked up the documents and walked out of the office. However, at that moment, Academician Lu's assistant, Dr. Zhang, curiously walked over and asked, "Xiao Su, what do you have in your hand?" Su Hanyun replied, "I found that the light source problem we discussed in yesterday's meeting seems to be able to try using external equipment for assistance." She didn't think too much about it, feeling that it didn't make much difference whether she handed the proposal to him or to Academician Lu. As Dr. Zhang was also an important figure in the research institute, Dr. Zhang still had a kind expression, with a smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he said, "Xiao Su, we know you are very smart, but there are hundreds of people in the research institute, and who isn't a genius? We came up with this idea 10 years ago." His meaning was clear, he wanted Su Hanyun not to think of herself as clever. Su Hanyun said anxiously, "Really, Dr. Zhang? Take a look. My guess this time seems to really have potential." Dr. Zhang replied, "Alright, I think you must have just been transferred, and the psychological pressure is a bit high. How about I give you a couple of days off in the next 2 days? Before Su Hanyun could speak again, Dr. Zhang turned around and left with the materials, and it seemed that around a corner, one could still hear him heavily clicking his tongue. Sure enough, in a corner, he casually tossed the materials into the trash can, mumbling to himself, "What a thing," thinking he really became a young genius. What our research institute lacks the least is geniuses. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, by the lake in the suburbs, I had already set up 4 fishing rods with my fishing buddies, leisurely fishing and sunbathing, which is the ultimate expression of laziness. One of my fishing friends asked me, "Jun Chang, why does your wife never care when you go fishing?" I replied, "What's there to manage about fishing? I'm not doing anything bad." Another bearded uncle laughed heartily and teased, "Come on, stop pretending. 99% of the people in our fishing group are managed by their wives, and the other 1% are single men. Either you're a single man trying to show off and trick us into thinking you're married." He he. Another short and thin man also came over to join the fun. I shook my head, not wanting to explain too much, thinking to myself, I have made ample preparations today. I refuse to believe that I won't catch any fish today. My 2 years of Air Force life must come to an end today. Just then, the phone rang. Before I could pick it up, the bearded uncle next to me instantly understood and laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha, your wife is checking up on you, right?" It seemed like in the next second, I would be seen being scolded by my wife and obediently going home. The other two were also quite interested. Even the usually silent man in a suit glanced over with a mischievous smile. I said, "You guessed it right. It's really my wife calling." They teased, "Come on, if you're brave, put it on speaker. Don't be scared." Right. Let's see what your family status is like. Is it as impressive as you claim?" With no choice, I gently tapped the speakerphone and said, "Wife, I'm fishing. What's up?" On the other end of the line, my wife's voice came through, "Honey, I'm off today. Are you at that lake in the suburbs? I'm coming to find you." I shook my head with a bitter smile and hung up the phone, thinking to myself, this daughter-in-law is great in every way, but she's just too clingy. The bearded man said with anticipation, He, my wife is here to catch people. Shouldn't you hurry up and pack your things to run away?" I lazily explained, "Why would she come to catch me? She should be here to accompany me fishing." After saying that, I lay back in the chair to continue enjoying the sunshine. Half an hour later, a red Maserati slowly stopped by the cement road behind, instantly arousing the curiosity of the fishermen by the lake. Someone said, "This car costs over 2 million. Which rich person would come to a place like this to fish?" After the car came to a stop, a soft and cute girl got out of the car, looking around for something. Then her gaze stopped, and the pout on her lips instantly turned into a sweet smile, a smile that seemed to be excessively sugary. It was clear that she was there to find someone, and she had found them. The bearded, small, suited man next to Lee Jun-sung noticed. "Look, Jun-sung, there's super sweet beauty. Don't look. Feel a fish biting. She's running towards us." Who? Why did my little heart suddenly move? "Don't you have a daughter-in-law?" As Su Han-yun got closer, the bearded man hastily straightened his hair, and out of nowhere, he pulled out a comb and gave his beard a center parting as well, just about to stand up and say hello to a beautiful woman. Here comes the goofball. The super sweet girl in front of her wrapped her arms around Lee Jun-sung from behind and even booped him, giving the bearded man a whole lot more goofy, only to see the beautiful woman's vermilion lips lightly opened, shouting in Lee Jun-sung's ear, "Hubby, I'm coming to accompany you." Chapter 3, Just going back to work, helicopter pickup? Cam. This kid is telling the truth. His daughter-in-law really came to stay with him and didn't look angry at all. Cam. This is the ultimate dream of many fishing guys. Such things as a daughter-in-law supporting her hobby are only found in dreams. Dreams are just fantasies. reality is the real magic. Lee Jun-sung not only has a supportive daughter-in-law, but this daughter-in-law drives a $1 million limousine. And this daughter-in-law is enviably sweet. The anglers were amazed beyond words, had to take the piss out of the fishing rod. Suddenly, the bearded man's rod moved. He lifted upward with all his might. Ha 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 ha, got on the big fish, ha 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 ha. Jun-sung, you're envious. Ha 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 ha, I got on the big fish. You didn't. You can't beat people in the daughter-in-law department. It's easy on the mind, but he's great at fishing. So he burst out laughing. A tug on the line was followed by a glance towards Lee Jun-sung and accompanied by a maniacal laugh. When he was good enough to bring up the fish, was about to show off some more, Lee Jun-sung and Soo Han-yun's actions irritated him again. See only. Soo Han-yun took out a bunch of grapes from her bag and picked one and tenderly put it into Lee Jun-chang's mouth, and kept comforting him. Honey, let's go to the market later and buy a bigger one. Let's eat the grapes first. No more fun. No fun at all. The bearded man hugged the big fish and threw it into the lake. Then pack up the guys and get ready to leave. As he moved away, he also hummed a mountain song as he left. It's just that he sings in one voice. It's like a funeral procession. Singing the kind of superstitions. His sultry mood was evident in the song. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung hurriedly got up to stop it. Brother, why are you suddenly singing a funeral song when you're having a good time? You're the one mourning. I'm going home, said the bearded man, without looking back. He hadn't taken more than a few steps, but a moment of consternation caused him to stop and look at the scene not far away. Countless law enforcement vehicles appeared on the lake road one after the other with their sirens blaring. As one law enforcement vehicle stopped, the ones behind it followed. A clattering sound rang out in the sky. Looking up, everyone was dumbfounded that there were 3 helicopter gunships. They slowly leaned in this direction. Scared the bearded man's legs. The scene shifts. Come inside the office of Academician Liu at the institute. Academician Liu kept pacing. The deputy was urged to report on the progress. Well, did they pick up Dr. Sue? Not yet. But Academician Liu, aren't we a bit too outrageous? We're outrageous. Academician Liu was furious when he heard this. He came back from just now and overheard the papers on the trash can. Curious, I opened it and went crazy. With his knowledge, it was naturally easy for him to read the contents of the document, and he exclaimed genius while looking at it. See the end? That's Soo Han-yun's signature after another frantic search for someone at the institute. When I asked around, I realized that people had been looking for them all morning. It's gone on vacation now. After finally pulling up the surveillance and realizing that everything was the deputy's doing, he was enraged. Of course he knew what the most important thing to do at the moment. That's picking up Soo Han-yun. Such a genius vision. To implement it, it would still have to be something in her head. Something not written on paper. So, he immediately had to personally drive to pick up Dr. Soo Han-yun. Once I got in the car, I thought about it a lot more. With so many cars and so much congestion in the capital, there is a possibility of an accident almost every day. Can't risk it. The main thing is, you can't risk the completion of the photolithography. Immediately afterward, he applied for assistance from various organizations to the scientific community. It is imperative that So Han-hyen return to the institute 100% safe. So, there was this scene at the lakeside. All the anglers' minds were blown. Some of the people who already had some convictions were so scared that their legs went weak. What's more, there was crying. I told you I wouldn't go up to the second floor with you last night to wash my feet. And look, it's over. Jesus Christ, I just owe a relative $2,000. What's the point of screwing around like that? I'll never cheat again. I'll admit it right now. There's really all kinds of people and everything. Soon, the enforcers were heavily armed, and the combined forces personnel plus the helicopters surrounded the entire area where Lee Jun-sung was. The scene got even more lively. Some fell to their knees with their hands on their heads, others sat paralyzed in their chairs and gawked, and there were the bolder ones who pointed. In plain sight, the captain of the enforcers, with a team of people, slowly walked towards Lee Jun-sung's side. Step forward, stop, and salute. I'm the officer of the capital city enforcers, temporarily and urgently ordered to escort Dr. Sue back to the institute. As soon as the words fell, a helicopter in the sky also landed steadily. A few men in ghillie suits came down from above, still heavily armed. I'm S School North, temporarily ordered to escort Dr. Sue back to work at the institute. The words were rigid and serious. They have been ordered to ensure 100% safety and return Soo Han-yun. At this point, this group of fishing guys have been dumbfounded once again. $1 million luxury cars are already the envy of their gadgets. Didn't think so. It's amazing that this goddess-level person is so valued by the state. Just going back to work. A helicopter pickup? Numb. Scalp numb. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung also got up and patted his daughter-in-law on the shoulder. Go back to work and don't sneak out to play again during work hours. No. I obviously took a vacation. Soo Han-hyun was 10,000 times unconvinced. It was Dr. Jung who personally approved the leave. How could he arrest someone before he had even played for a few hours? She pouted and didn't have the slightest idea of moving. Even argued for it. I took a leave of absence. You can't take me back. Dr. Jung personally approved it. She was talking about Dr. Chang when her phone rang. It's Academician Lu who's been looking for him all morning. When she got through, she realized what was going on. It turned out that his program was seen by Academician Lu, who applied for other units to escort the photolithography machine for the sake of its smooth progress. One side applied and the other two approved without hesitation. So there is the scene today. Humph. Can't we just talk about it tomorrow? I'm taking the day off. She was still pouting stubbornly, holding onto Lee Jun-sung's arm and refusing to let go. It wasn't until Academician Lu pleaded again and again that she softened her heart and let go of Lee Jun-chang. Reluctantly, he got into the helicopter. Hubby, I'm sorry I didn't finish fishing with you. I'll make you chicken soup at home yo. Waved his hand. The plane headed in the direction of the institute, and the ground units, the enforcers, hundreds of enforcement vehicles, have been chasing the airplane, and they want to make sure that there's no jeopardy on the ground. The sound was appalling. Those present, ordinary people might only see this kind of scene once in their lives, waiting for the national contingent to finally leave. The restrained fishing guys finally dared to let go and even lost interest in fishing. There was a burst of curiosity around Lee Jun-sung. No one was hurt more than the beard. He had just been fed a mouthful of rations and was thinking of escaping when he was stopped. As he was scared and weak in the knees, he heard an even more explosive one. The goddess in front of her, the soft woman who was obedient to Lee Jun-sung, was a scientist? Scientists even. Or scientists who are so highly regarded. Being valued doesn't matter either. What matters is, Lee Jun-sung, he's just a fishing guy. What's his virtue? Chapter 4, Institute Focus, Major Conferences. Suwon Rhyme rode in a helicopter, which weaved through the tall buildings. At the bottom, following are hundreds of law enforcement vehicles with flashing lights and honking horns. Give her the chance to clear the land of any threats. It was certainly hard to be a threat at the moment, but Academician Lu had said that he wanted to ensure Dr. Su's safety 100%, because in her hands, she had the latest conception of the key to the rise of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, many parties attach great importance to it. At the bottom, the unknown eaters were curious, and some even took out their cell phones to take pictures. The public opinion became more powerful. There was speculation that the country had caught an international criminal, the serious kind. There was also speculation that some big shot had come to the capital. And, of course, some borderline speculation. Regardless of the speculation, there is one thing that all the people in the audience do agree on. That is, something big has happened. Something big that needs to be kept secret. And really, they were crooked and guessed correctly. But isn't it? There's a new development in photolithography. And it's really a very powerful thing for the Dragon Kingdom. On the airplane, Soo Han-yoon was still pouting. Can you slow down? I'm getting a little helicopter sick. The pilot heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. This is a living ancestor in the back. Even Academician Lu repeated his advice. It must arrive in one piece, safe and sound. He was so focused on being happy that he completely ignored the fact that Soo Han-yoon had never been a soldier and naturally couldn't accept this kind of bumps. Hastily, he adjusted his flying position and slowed down a bit as well. Okay, Dr. Soo, is the current speed okay? Aha! Soo Han-yoon was puffed up, but the way she looked, even if she was angry, she was still cute. Soon, the plane landed firmly on the roof of the institute. Soo Han-yoon slowly got off the airplane. Immediately, the door to the rooftop was opened. With Academician Lu at the head, all the top executives of the entire institute came to greet them. Dr. Soo, welcome back. No one was more excited than Academician Lu. He had become obsessed with photolithography, and at his age, all he wanted to do was to watch the Dragon Kingdom actually develop this strategic weapon someday. That's right, it's a chip-making machine, though, but the impact does come in all directions. The most important thing is high-tech equipment, which cannot be separated from chips. Then there is the economic aspect. If the Dragon State has the ability to do its own research and development, then Hawk Jam could never have stuck the neck of the Dragon Kingdom. After all those years of research, originally he was a bit desperate. Today, a miracle. He led a team in which a supreme genius emerged. At this point, Soo Han-hyun was a bit confused, not knowing what exactly the institute was up to in its fiery haste. Academician Lu, hello, you're looking for me to come back? In the conference room please. Dr. Soo, in the conference room please. Dean Lu didn't answer positively. Instead, she was kindly invited to a session. Su Han-yun followed. Arrived at the institute's top conference room. Normally, she, a newcomer who had just transferred here, would not be able to have a meeting here. But today, it's an exception. Inside the conference room, the bottom has long been filled. These are scientists who have made significant contributions to the institute. There are 3 academicians alone. These are the same people who were cowboys. But now they are waiting quietly for a woman in her early 20s. Suan Rhyme. Click. The door to the conference room was opened and academician Lu led the way in. His presence commanded respect from all the researchers present. Immediately afterward, a large group of people came in one after another. These were the ones who had just followed out to greet Su Han-yun, the bigwigs in various segments of the scientific community. Following at the end was the very person they were waiting for, Su Han-yun. She strides in and everyone rises, saluting. Academician Lu, how long is this meeting going to take? I still have to go home later to cook for my husband. The original solemn scientists, confused by her comment, wouldn't. You only think about cooking for your husband at such an important time in the Dragon Kingdom? Why don't I cook for your husband while you work on the photolithography? Some woman internally catalogued it. Luckily it was only in her mind, or else she would have heard it and absolutely flipped out. It was because she didn't want her husband to eat another woman's cooking that she happily cooked for Lee Jun-sung every day. Back on topic. Academician Lu had a complicated look on his face, and after glancing at Su Han-yun, he slowly opened his mouth. Dr. Su, this meeting we're having is about topics that have issues with light sources. I have invited you here today on an urgent basis to hear you explain what you have envisioned within you. Of course, we'd like to hear how you came up with such a wonderful idea. He was so polite that he used the word you without realizing it. Su Han-yun listened, cocking his little head for a moment, then opened his mouth. In fact, there is nothing to pull. Is to use a few of our existing equipment in the Dragon Kingdom, modified as an aid. Some things can achieve unexpected results. Immediately afterward, she talked for the better part of an hour, including what equipment and what role it played is described in great detail. Finally, she took a drink of water. I'm done talking. That's pretty much it. Whoa. Dash. At the bottom of the conference room, there was a round of applause, and everyone was incredibly excited, because she said something that might have some problems in practice. But there's nothing wrong with it in theory. Genius. It's really a genius vision. It's not easy for Dr. Su to have such insight at such a young age. By the way, Dr. Su, how in the world did you come up with that? At the bottom, the 2 academicians, flushed with excitement, rose to their feet and asked. They're too excited to live to this age. Thought I wouldn't be able to see the dragon make a dent in photolithography with my own eyes. Didn't think so. Out came a talented female doctor. God bless the Dragon Kingdom and God bless Daxia. Facing the 2 academicians' earnest eyes, Su Han-yun was a bit squirmy. Actually, it's just something I came up with while cooking. Aha, can you describe it in detail? Detailed description? Su Han-yun blushed to the root of her neck when she heard this. This involves her daily privacy with her husband. That, in detail, might be a bit wordy. Ha. We're not afraid of being verbose. We're afraid of not being detailed. At the bottom, a female doctor said with a bright smile. She had managed to survive until now, entering the institute at 40, without even getting married. And naturally she had an immense love of science. The others nodded. It's also good for them to learn how other people's genius visions all come about. Everyone perked up their ears, trying to listen carefully. Seeing this, Su Han-yun could only nod helplessly. Never mind. There's no juvenile content anyway. Just say it. In detail. That would start when I got home and met my husband for the first time. No one else felt anything wrong with this statement. The design of a technology. You have to listen to the designer in more detail so that we can understand it better. Everyone was looking at Su Han-yun on the stage with expectant eyes. Someone had a pen and paper ready to record keywords and phrases. Some people are a little lazier and just turn on the recording function in their phones, and the speech-to-text function is also on. But the 40-year-old female doctor, who had just been bright and cheerful, froze in her smile at the moment. Somehow, she had a bad feeling about this. It always feels like something bad is happening. And yes, something that was unfriendly to her alone. There seems to be a sense of, well, being abused. Chapter 5, the Institute takes the plunge and gets down to the business of bringing the design to fruition. All of them were gazing at Su Han-yun seriously. At the moment, she had begun to recount her memories. Yesterday, I bought a fish for my husband after work. My husband loves fish. You know, when I got home and saw my husband napping on the balcony, he was so handsome. We've been posting for a couple minutes now, and hubby smells good. Then he saw that I was in a bit of a state today and asked, and I answered truthfully. Su Han-yun gushed. not even sparing the details of how good her husband smelled. At this point, many scientists have already shown a kind of understanding smile. The young couple. This is very normal. They also love to hear this kind of cozy story. Soo Han-hyun continued. And then I went to make my dear husband his favorite fish soup. As she spoke, she became smoother and more borderless. I was just cutting up my veggies when my husband came over and said he wanted to help me cut up my veggies. I felt so happy for a moment. But he can't cut vegetables at all. And he almost cut his fingers off last time. So of course I don't want to. I hugged my husband and he smelled really good. At this point, off stage, a 40-year-old female doctor sitting at the bottom had long been frowning. Listening to Soo Han-hyun and his husband's sweetness was too much to bear. Exasperated, Tang stood up. Dr. Woman busted her defenses. Get to the point. We asked how the peripheral idea came about. Do you think the kissing husband smells good? Didn't I say to be more detailed? Soo Han-hyun was aggrieved and blinked twice, not daring to speak. The 40-year-old female doctor sneered at that and turned her eyes aside. After looking around the room, his eyes rested on his tablemate. To the disbelieving eyes of the crowd, she put her arm in front of her table's nose. Coldly, he asked, "Do you think I smell good?" The table saw it. Scared. A moment of consternation. Originally listening to the story with great interest, he was embarrassed by the sudden action of the colleague in front of him. There was a long silence. Also could only harden his head. Slowly nodded, fragrant. So have you come up with a photolithography solution yet? 40-year-old Dr. Zhao pursued. No. Table horrified. He subconsciously shrunk. Angry women. So scary. It's especially scary for women who are angry during menopause. Just as the 40-year-old Dr. Zhao broke the defense, academician Lu frowned at what he hadn't wanted to say. His mouth opened slightly, and after a mental struggle he shook his head helplessly. Alright, we have enough time to listen to Dr. Su's family details. Dr. Zhao, don't make a fuss yet. In the face of the 40-year-old female doctor's irrationality, academician Lu did not resist stopping her. With academician Lu's words, she didn't dare to have an attack. All she could do was clench her fists and listen to other people's happiness. Happiness that had nothing to do with her. Actually, she can't be blamed entirely on Dr. Cho. For the sake of science, for the sake of the dragon's scientific research, she gave up her most precious youth. Never touched a man, but longed for love and couldn't get it. It makes sense that the defense would be broken. Aside, Suan rhyme. She looked at academician Lu in surprise, and with permission, continued. Speaking of Lee Jun-sung again, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. A happy smile appeared on her face, the sweet, cloying kind. The hooked corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed. She continued the narrative. Who knew that he would pull out so many tools and say he could cut it out with the aid of tools? Some kind of knife, calipers. Originally I didn't think much of it, and when I saw my husband actually take out the hammer, I froze. Then, with some maneuvering, my husband literally cut the meat into neat chunks of braised pork. I still remember his quote, "It's too late to drill a knife in the interim. I can use outside equipment, outside tools." After saying that, Soo Han-hyun smiled shallowly. It seems to be recalling just how good hubby smells. The 40-year-old female doctor at the bottom of the room looked at her and gritted her teeth, vowing that she'd go buy a few bottles of perfume after work today as well. Be the scented woman. Other people's happiness hadn't been loud enough to bother her, but now it was drilling into her ears word for word. In a trance, Soo Han-hyun continued. The next one was quick. Nothing more than what she thought of while she was washing the dishes. Something came to mind in the shower. Then before bed. Finally figured out the key to it and envisioned over 200 ways in my head. Eventually it turned out that there was a way to really do it all. The whole step of the photolithography light source. After the entire story was finished, Soo Han-hyun let out a mouthful of cloudy air. It seemed so much easier. She turned her head to look at academician Lu and slowly opened her mouth, asking in a glutinous manner, "When I'm done, can I go home and cook dinner for my husband?" Academician Lu listened mesmerized. Soo Han-hyun had already explained all of it, talking about everything in great detail. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. Surprised that time had passed so quickly? No, it should be Soo Han-hyun who spoke vividly, especially about things like those peripherals. He listened with great interest. Without realizing it, it was just time to get off work. Well, Dr. Sue makes a good point about finding inspiration in life and then taking it to the scientific community for thought experiments. Academician Lu gave her a thumbs up with appreciation in her eyes. In terms of what Soo Han-hyun just said, indeed it has to start from the moment she walks in the door, because she is inspired by the fact that she has just come home from work to start. It was as if everything was destined for her to go through the little things in her family. These little things strung together, in retrospect, are indeed precise steps in scientific research. It puts non-believing scientists in a bit of a trance. As if guided by heavenly will in the underworld, it slowly opened Su Han-yun's mind. Dean Lu, can I go home and cook for my husband? Su Han-yun asked again. This time, she was obviously a little anxious, afraid of starving her own dear husband. In a trance, Academician Lu finally came back to his senses, muttered a word. Yes, you're off duty. Hearing the word off duty, Su Han-yun felt that all the cells in her body were active. Shoo! With a bang, he ran out of the conference room and disappeared. The speed was jaw-dropping. Academician, are we relieved to have her back alone? Someone spoke up and reminded. Su Han-yun was now the only one who had advanced the photolithography process in the Dragon Kingdom. It stands to reason that even if you don't have some bodyguards, you have to have a driver to be safe, right? People Dr. Su have said that they want to go home to cook for their husbands. You are willing to disturb the happiness of the young couple? Academician Lu laughed and stretched out his finger to point to the minutes of the meeting in front of him. The program people have already given us. Do it. Wow. The whole group burst into a frenzy. They would come to this place to do scientific research, without fail, with the idea of having something to show for it. Now, the first step of the puzzle finally has a blueprint. Who else wouldn't be excited? Even the 40-year-old female doctor couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It was finally going to start. Since the inception of the photolithography program, theoretical research has been done. Today, it's finally starting to get real. Those present are all former top students, top geniuses, capable people who have overcome one problem after another in the scientific world, regardless of personal temperament for a moment. But the spirit for research is invariably great. Some of the spirit of good point, and even are not willing to leave work. Intends to today all night also have to perfect the specific implementation of the program. They, all of them, were people that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom had to admire. Su Han-yun sighed. A wild ride out of the institute, only to find her car still parked by the lake. Aggrieved, she couldn't even take a cab, because around the institute, almost all outsiders are eliminated. Nervously, he looked around. Finally she rested her eyes on the guards, blinking with an expectant little look. Sticky opened her mouth to ask, Hey, are you off duty yet, big brother guard? The guard saluted, his body straight, and returned, reporting to Dr. Su, No, I'm on the night shift today, and I've just finished changing shifts. That's great, so can I borrow your car for a day? Catching a man on the night shift, Su Han-yun smiled from ear to ear. Then he wouldn't need to use the car, would he? Who knows? The guard, still serious in tone, replied again, reporting to Dr. Su, we don't have any personal cars. The marching cars are all state property. Su-an Rhyme is confused. How is this going to go back? Who does the husband's cooking? What if I starve my husband? It hurts so much. Chapter 6, How did you and your daughter-in-law meet? In the midst of the anxiety, a familiar roar suddenly sounded from a short distance away, gradually approaching in the direction of the institute's main entrance. Wait and take a closer look. Turns out it was her car, the $1 million limo. The car stopped and a man, sunny and handsome, came down from the top. Yikes, honey, what are you doing here? Seeing the visitor, Su Han-yun's entire excitement rose, pounced on it. Yes, it was Lee Jun-sung who drove his daughter-in-law's car to pick her up from work. What? I can't be nice to you? Of course, the two were mushy, sweetened the guards at the door with goosebumps. It wasn't until the two couples had left that they dared to complain in whispers. Humph, my old family Suihua is sweeter than you. Complaints over. He unintentionally glanced at the institute. Strange, it's after hours and no one's out? Not only did no one come home from work, but everyone's labs seemed to be lit up. As a guard, he naturally knew exactly where everyone's lab was located, because the people here, who are the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, must be protected in the best possible way. Therefore, the guards were more familiar with the construction of the entire institute than Academician Lu. The moment, inside Dr. Zhao's lab, it had been a mess for a long time, as the first peripheral Sahanhian had envisioned would require the aid of her talents. She needed to modify a laser weapon to use it as a source of origin for light. The one who had researched laser weapons the most in the entire institute was this 40-year-old doctor. Dr. Zhao. Doctor, why did you come out of the conference room a different person? The deputy wondered. Dr. Zhao was originally very affable and steady in his work, but now, after she came out of the conference room, she was a completely different person. First of all, tempers got big. Secondly, things have become breezy and less composed. Cut the crap. We only have one night. This laser weapon has to be what I want it to be. With that, she looked out the window. The lights were on in the other doctors' labs, signaling that all were rushing to make the external equipment needed for the program. It would be a shame if the other people were responsible for the parts that were finished first, and they were all waiting for her light source. Naturally, she wasn't the only one who was secretly competing. For example, academician Lu. He was responsible for the hardest part, the optics. Though the precision of the lenses, after envisioning them, no longer needs to be as precise as a conventional photolithography machine. But there are no small challenges. He needs to break out of his current technique again, just by breaking out a drop. Not enough. Go on. Parameterize. Inside his lab, the words kept coming out. In just half an hour's time, he had cursed a dozen times, each time berating the researcher. The parts responsible here are the most critical. It's entirely up to him whether the whole idea can be accomplished and thus tested. Inside the institute, all of them are working hard for the dream of the Dragon Kingdom. Lee Jun-sung sighed. He and his daughter-in-law finally returned home, and as soon as Su Han-yun opened the door, she couldn't wait to cook for her husband. Honey, wait a minute. Are you dizzy or anything? Don't worry. I got over my old problem a long time ago and I can be hungry now. Lee Jun-sung stroked the top of his daughter-in-law's head favorably, told her hypoglycemia was gone. And so much fuss. No. Even though it's a lot better than it used to be, you still have to eat on time. Su Han-yun had an anxious face and rushed into the kitchen. Lee Jun-sung could only shake his head helplessly. The heart was warmed. Having someone who loves you is more important than any wealth. The meal was prepared and the couple sat down at the table. Su Han-yun smiled sweetly as she gave Lee Jun-sung a piece of beef. Eat up. For the time being, I may not be that busy to accompany you every day. With the speed of the research institute, those peripherals must not take a month to get out. She thought rightfully. Since transferring to this place, everyone's passion for their work has been in question. So, at the rate they're going, it's definitely going to take a month to complete all the external equipment modifications. My opinion is the opposite of yours. They can build the primary part of the device tomorrow. Lee Jun-sung picked up the beef and put it in his mouth. The lisp slurred. You don't work at the institute. How would you know? Su Han-yun didn't believe it for a million years. Sighing, Lee Jun-sung smiled dotingly towards his daughter-in-law once again. My daughter-in-law is indeed smart, but when she turns off her brain, she's just a plain old little girl. Only when the brain is completely opened and actively activated does it become like it was yesterday. It's like having two CPUs in general, with the most powerful core usually hibernating. When it counts, once it's on, the math is amazing. After dinner, the younger two were bored with their daily routine, cuddled up for I don't know how long and fell asleep. Day 2. Before Su Han-yun got up, Lee Jun-chang tiptoed up. Bring fishing gear. Beginning the day's journey. Today, I had a date with a fishing buddy to fish a creek. I've heard that there will be creek grouper there, and this stuff is delicious. Still the same few anglers. The bearded man also made sure that Lee Jun-sung's daughter-in-law wouldn't come before agreeing to come along. He's really scared. He didn't get any fish yesterday and was fed dog food, plus helicopters, surrounded by law enforcement. The experience was too exciting for him to bear. Still have to be calm and enjoy life that way, is the true meaning of life. Soon, a few people have assembled, nested in the backwater area of a small creek. All the tools were taken out. A leisurely start to the day's fishing. The man in the suit always wanted to say something, and finally, he gathered the courage to ask it to Lee Jun-sung. Jun-sung, your daughter-in-law is such a great scientist, so you must be even better, right? No, I'm just an ordinary college graduate, unemployed after graduation, so I'm fishing with you guys. Lee Jun-sung replied with a smile. What he said was true, but none of the anglers present believed him. Come on. You do have a little bit of good looks, but how can you handle a daughter-in-law that perfect without something? The man in the suit looked disbelieving. The bearded man didn't believe it either. The little man stated that he could believe it or not. Tell me, how did you meet? For that, the bearded man was interested. It must be an unusual way to meet a woman who can handle such perfection. For example, Lee Jun-sung is actually the son of some big shot. It's just low-key for people, so they hang out with them for fun. Lee Jun-sung listened and thought for a moment. Okay, tell you what. Next, he told the whole story of his experience of meeting his daughter-in-law. It happened one evening during his college days. As he passed a small cottage, he heard a father and daughter arguing in the house. I don't get it. What's so great about science? And is it a shame to follow my father's national studies? I just like math. I just like physics. Dad, why are you pushing me? Humph. Don't call me dad. Start earning your own tuition today. I'm going to throw you out to those beggar science students. Just like that. Lee Jun-sung heard the words, squatting at the door of this villa for 2 hours. I'm complaining about it. This father doesn't keep his word and doesn't throw it out. At this point, there was a click and the door slammed. A crying girl, soft and cute looking, wearing a white dress, instantly captured the heart of Lee Jun-sung. This was the first time Soo Han-yeon appeared in front of Lee Jun-sung. Chapter 7, Successful Experiment, reported to the Academy of Sciences. Speaking of which, the anglers threw small clods of dirt at him. Bah! You have to make up a plausible story to lie. That's it. What happened back there? You picked it up and took it home? Faced with another inquiry from an angler, Lee Jun-sung nodded. That's right. So I picked it up and brought it home as my daughter-in-law. Bah! Shame on you. Even lying to your brothers. Lee Jun-sung fights on a daily basis, and at this time the institute, but experiencing a final shiver. All the simple external equipment had been remodeled, just waiting for a shot from Academician Lu's side. The light source issue can or can't come to fruition. It's all about the shiver. Academician Lu, we don't need an entire mirror with up to standard accuracy. Academician Lu was concentrating on polishing the lenses with the latest machinery when a voice suddenly appeared beside him. It scared him so much he almost broke his lenses. Was about to turn around and bust a gut, but when he turned his head, it turned out to be Soo Han-yeon. He hastily put away his inner mania and tried his best to pile up an amiable smile. Oh, so it's Soo. You have tips on this one too? Still the external equipment idea? We just need a certain part of the lens to be accurate enough, and using a combination of multiple lenses can accomplish this step as well. Boom! Jab! It was like a thunderbolt that struck down and landed steadily on top of Academician Lu's head, burning him to the outside. This was followed by a shower of cool water. Daigo. Yeah, why obsess over the accuracy of the whole mirror when you can have layers of stacks? The light source has enough energy through modification anyway. In that case, he no longer needed to continue his research. Those lenses he scrapped last night were perfectly adequate. You are indeed an unearthly genius. If the previous international common photolithography concept, it is true that you can't stack lenses, but now you can. Academician Lu was thrilled. So, in just one night, the whole photolithography light source problem was solved. Reported to the Academy of Sciences. It must be reported to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. With today's progress, all that was needed was for the experiment to be successful and he would be able to upload the results to the Academy of Sciences. In time, the Lithography Institute will be funded. It will be raised for the first time in history. The institute, to be developed, and they, the lovely scientists who fought for their dreams, to be multiplied. To know, the original Academy of Sciences did not recognize this study. After all, the dragon country in this area of science and technology, lagging behind too much, want to independent research and development of the chip is difficult to heaven. So, even though the group was formed and the institute was established, funding remains tight. But since yesterday, everything has been different. With Dr. Soo on board, she changed the photolithography R&D route by herself, solved the first step of the puzzle, the light source problem. Once the experiment is successful, it must be reported to the Academy of Sciences, and funding is immediately available. He even trembled with excitement at the thought. Academician Lu, are you cold? Let them turn up the air conditioning temperature. Soo Han-yeon blinked her big eyes and said with a serious concern. Yeah Dr. Soo, I'm not cold. I'm excited about the imminent rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Academician Lu trembled his hands, stroking the lens. Old tears. Soo Han-yeon's vision directly solves part of the problem of the light source, including the optical system. Photolithography can overcome the first step, then the second step. The third step is also imperative. One day, the chips of the Dragon Kingdom will go global, become the world's indispensable high-tech industry country. Soo Han-yeon's brain was still open nowadays, so she naturally couldn't feel this kind of excitement. Academician Lu, then I'll go back to my office and touch the fish. After giving an explanation, she ran out of Academician Lu's lab in a hurry and ran to her office to play with her cell phone. After she left, Academician Lu immediately picked up the office phone. This phone number, which leads to all offices throughout the institute plus labs. He took a deep breath, and in a voice that was not loud but seemed to use all his strength, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke, resolved and ready for experimentation. At once, throughout the institute, inside the Bauhaus, in the conference rooms, in the labs, a silence has been presented. The silence lasted a full 30 seconds. The next second was like pinching a watch. Roar, 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 dash. The whole group cheered. Deafening. Throughout the institute, hundreds of researchers had hissed their voices in celebration of this historic moment. A moment for the history books. President Lu trembled. Supported by his deputy, Dr. Zheng, came inside the largest laboratory of the institute. All PhDs, the parts that academicians are responsible for, start to combine here. An important part of the photolithography machine, the optical system. The combination is long. It took a full 4 hours to complete. but none of those present, not one of them, made a small move. One after another, they stood and gazed at the hope before them. The scientist's eyes were urgent and burning. Academician Lu, the combination is complete. Give the order. Seeing that he was still stunned, Dr. Zhang hastened to speak out to remind him. Several reminders in a row. It took Academician Lu a moment to come to his senses. Okay, launch. His voice was hoarse, exhausted from the excited shouting he had just done. Old, really old, he thought. As his order was given, Dr. Chang handed over a remote control unit. Press down gently. Next, the sound of machinery in motion rang out, signaling the music of the rising sun of the Dragon Kingdom. The initial source of light swooshed out, passing through various aids. Everyone is on edge, staring at the last item, the lens that Academician Lu was responsible for. The light begins to focus through the layers of lenses, precisely measured, fully up to standard, even a few points better than the International Advanced Photolithography. Everyone held their breath. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. It's awesome. Originally, they only thought that they could achieve the precision of making chips and that would be enough. I hadn't thought that Su Hanyun's vision would be so bullish, completely beyond the preconceived level. It's reached a much more precise, tiny level, which can no longer be called molecular level production. I don't know what level it's called. The atomic level is definitely not reached. And again, it's more sophisticated than the molecular level. It's perfect. First credit to Dr. Su. Quickly, draft a reporting document and report it to the Academy of Sciences. Academician Lu was eager, urgent and excited. The Institute's funding, at last, is in place. Crimea River. Funding is the most important aspect of scientific research. More than any other. Research is a burning process, and burning money may not even work. Because of this, funding for their institute, every year, is tight. It's been said before, and the man who started it all, Lee Jun-sung, is still complaining to his fishing buddies. Creekside, a few people started packing up to go home. Jun-sung is in the Air Force again today. Do you want me to share some fish with you? The bearded man picked up the bucket as if showing off and showed Lee Jun-sung the half-full bucket of fish. Angry, Lee Jun-sung gritted his back teeth. Wait, I'll catch more than you next time. He was depressed. The rods were the same as others. The bait was the same. Why was he the only one who didn't catch fish? Is God playing a trick on me? Chapter 8 Photolithography Step 2. Difficulties in wafer table design. Hey, I can't beat you in spelling daughter-in-law. You're a younger brother than fishing. The bearded man rejoiced once again. Stick another knife in Lee Jun-sung's heart. It was a cut that was a bit much, especially for someone like Lee Jun-sung, who liked to fish. Pain. It hurts too much. You're tough enough. I'll see you on our next vacation and I'll fish a big bucket to match you. Lee Jun-sung pretended to cover his chest with both hands, packed up and headed home. Driving home. Suddenly, a system voice sounded. Ding. Detected that the host did not use the knowledge, but disguised as teaching others and gained results. Due to exceeding the system's cognition, the system does not know what reward to give you. Rewards randomly selected in. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host, who has gained an improved physique, invulnerability to all diseases, increased strength, and increased athletic endurance. Lee Jun-sung couldn't hold it together. Brother, I haven't paid any attention to you for 10 years and I'm still licking my chops to deliver a reward? Rewards or even if you're a tech system. The reward you send out is to strengthen the physical body. What do you mean? Do I look like such a vain man? Brother, this was just something that was thought about in Lee Jun-sung's mind, but he hadn't thought that the system had heard all of it. Ding! After the host picked up his daughter-in-law at the doorstep of his old husband's house, his body is getting weaker and weaker every day, and there is nothing wrong with the system to give this reward. What? You said, brother, I'm not physically capable. Might I at hashtag UN percent hashtag UN at hashtag UN at hashtag of hashtag UN hashtag percent hashtag. Ding. Detected the host heating the system for the first time to make up all the knowledge of the photolithography machine. Knowledge transfer in. Transmission complete. Please continue to carry forward the host. The system voice sounded again, and Lee Jun-sung realized that this damn fell for the ghost's trap. Good lord. Such a cockamamie system. I don't realize I'm talking to it? Looks like it's in a hurry too. After all, 10 years of treating him like air. It's hard to see some hope to do something about it. So naturally I'm more eager than anyone else. Back home, my daughter-in-law had left work long ago to prepare dinner. 2 people finished eating. Take a walk down the block. Have you taken care of that annoying thing you've been doing for the past 2 days? Lee Jun-sung asked knowingly. Well, it's all done, but this is just the preliminary stage. The photolithography is not as easy as it seems. There are still masks, wafer tables, and exposure systems at the back. Saying that, Soo Han-yoon lowered her head. These steps, just the first step alone, have plagued academician Lu for a small part of his life. The latter ones are even tougher. Well, don't be depressed. There are still up-and-comers like you in the scientific community. Aren't you all contributing to the science of our country? Lee Jun-sung felt his daughter-in-law's hands a little cold, tightened his grip on her. 10 fingers interlocked. Soo Han-yoon looked up, his eyes slightly bloodshot and red. However, academician Lu and his seniors, who are all so old, will find it hard to see the moment when the core of Dragon Kingdom is actually built. Sighing, my daughter-in-law was usually such a sensitive and silly girl, and because of that, this personality contributed to her choosing science in college and eventually becoming a researcher. It's her ideal, and she's willing to fall out with her great literary father for the sake of it. Desperate for her ideals, she chooses to trust a stranger, Lee Jun-sung, who appears at the door. Don't worry, the seniors will see the moment the chip is built. Lee Jun-sung reassured again. Reaching out his hand, he wiped Soo Han-yoon's tears. Soo Han-yoon was like a kitten as she grabbed onto Lee Jun-sung's arm and leaned her head up, but it was clear that she still hadn't gotten over it. There was no way around it. There was so much tech that Dragon wanted to go after that it almost became a problem for her. That's nice, Soo Han-yoon suddenly said. Where is it really good? Lee Jun-sung asked with a smile. Of course it was years ago, the day you showed up on my doorstep and abducted me. And I remember it was drizzling and your hair was soaked. It drenched your eyes too. Lee Jun-sung came over and stared at his daughter-in-law's eyes for a long time. Subsequently, both men smiled at the chase, and the laughter infected the neighborhood park. It was as if the flowers, the grass, the trees, everything became cozy. By the way, I never asked why you were squatting in front of my house that day. Not telling you. Lee Jun-sung pinched his daughter-in-law's nose and walked away with a smile. It's better to keep something so humiliating a little mysterious, though with a smile on his face. But Lee Jun-sung had taken his daughter-in-law's words to heart. The subsequent steps of the photolithography machine want to be conveyed to the daughter-in-law in a manner similar to chopping vegetables. It's hard. What's the best way to enlighten your daughter-in-law without giving yourself away? Headache. The next direction of research for the institute was, unsurprisingly, the direction of the round crystal table. This thing, the round crystal table, is simply demanding in terms of flatness. With the current technology in the Dragon Kingdom, it may not be possible to get a perfect, qualified one. It is not only required to be flat, but also the deformation stability of the temperature difference and the deformation stability of the loaded object. That's why the selection of materials is also critical, but this is the only thing that got it out. Only then can the subsequent mask design be produced. Thinking that, he looked at Soo Han-yoon beside him. This stupid daughter-in-law, really for the cause of scientific research in Manhwa, worry about no way. There has to be a way to teach her the second step. Never something that can be deliberately pointed out after things come up. Otherwise it's easy to wear out. If it wears off, I'm afraid that tomorrow my daughter-in-law will be pulled in as a co-worker, and I'll have to stay at the institute until I'm old, and I'll have to work my ass off every day. Haven't had enough of the great years. And so, the two of them have their own agenda. No, different dreams in the same bed. Not right either. The minds went back to the house with different thoughts. There's nothing passionate going on either. After all, Lee Jun-sung is also afraid because the system strengthened him, cannot let his daughter-in-law find out. Who knows? When the lights were off, my daughter-in-law glued herself to it. The next day, at dawn, Lee Junchang got up early. First, I made a nutritious breakfast, which was hard to eat, I guess, but styling those had a special deep meaning. He then repositioned his daughter-in-law's bag. The garbage in the doorway was also purposely scattered and carefully arranged, to reinforce your daughter-in-law's memory of these three things. I also wrote a note to remind my daughter-in-law not to forget to eat breakfast when she left, to take her bag with her, and to throw out the trash on the way. Do it all. He then took his fishing rod and went out alone. By the time Soo Han-yoon woke up, Lee Jun-chang was long gone. She walked out of the room. After shuffling around, he saw the post-it note that Lee Jun-sung had put up. One more look at the breakfast on the table and there was a sense of weeping and laughter. My husband is the only person in the world who can fry an egg that ugly, right? Gee, he must have fried the sausage and eggs together. This side was pressed so flat and smooth, the same shape as the sausage, though the flavor was mediocre to the point of being hard to eat. But Soo Han-yoon still closed her eyes and finished the breakfast her husband she made with a face full of happiness. She then got ready to leave for work. The moment she picked up her bag, she noticed something. Underneath the bag, pressed against it, was Lee Jun-sung's fishing bait. But because of simple gravity pressure, these baits were not pressed flat and smooth, but rather uneven. Strange. How did hubby's bait end up here? Chapter 9, Slow Faxing. Engineer numbed. Opening the door, Soo Han-yoon realized that the garbage on the doorstep didn't know what was going on. The trash bag had a hole in it, causing the trash to spread out. There are milk cartons, cardboard boxes, and a range of other packaging made from materials you see every day. There was a soaked, ragged board pressed against the top. Because of the pressure, each of the different materials is subjected to a different degree of deformation. Strange. What kind of bear tears up garbage? So Han-hyun didn't care very much. After casually cleaning up, he carried his trash downstairs. Aha! Off to work. Come to the institute. Soo Han-ryun noticed that today's co-workers all had a hopeful light in their eyes. No more of the lazy work ethic of before. Everyone is meta. Academician Lu, in particular, could simply describe him as red-faced. Good morning, Dr. Soo. He took the initiative to give Soo Han-yoon a greeting, and then left with hurried footsteps. The direction of departure was none other than the institute's data room. Data room. Academician Lu came in with big strides, in a hurry, and made a burst of inquiries to the data clerk in charge of the information. Xiao Zhang, I asked you to draw up the materials for the report. Have you done it yet? Report academician. It's long overdue. Subsequently, the data clerk Xiao Zhang took a bunch of materials and handed them to academician Lu. He looked it over and found nothing wrong with it. Nodded. Just this material. Now. Right now. Fax it to the Academy of Sciences. His tone was undeniable, tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang nodded in a hurry and opened the fax. After communicating with the Academy's data room, the faxing of documents began. It's not that they don't use computerized documents, and the information is top secret. The fax is the only line secure enough in this institute, can be securely transmitted to the Academy of Sciences, without someone intercepting the message midstream. The fax was pathetically slow, only transmitting text 100 or so times a minute, because all the data, it's encrypted, and it's the multi-layer encryption kind. Faxing begins. Academy of Sciences. Xiao Zhang. The documents for the composites research group. Send them to me in a moment. Coincidentally, the person in charge of the information room of the Academy of Sciences is also surnamed Zhang. The one who spoke was his mentor, Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua was one of the titans of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community, having developed many new synthetic materials. He is an expert in composites research. Sensei, the file being received now is from the photolithography research group. You may have to wait in line for that one. Photolithography research group? Isn't that the research center on the outskirts of the capital? Lin Jihua stroked his beard and tried to remember. He remembers that a long time ago, academician Lu started that project with a team. But after all these years, the scientific community hasn't heard much about the Photolithography Institute. I thought it was disbanded, but I didn't realize it still existed. Okay, you go ahead and proceed, and send me the materials I want later. He held his eyes and left the data room after giving his orders. And the data clerk, Cho, still waiting for the fax to end before I can receive that document from my mentor. Waiting for a long time. His temper was waiting. I'm grinning. What photolithography research center? And how fine a transmission line are they using? It wouldn't be using the same kind of encrypted transmission lines as, say, a decade or so ago, would it? After staring at it for half a day, just a couple hundred words came out. And there's no telling how many words are actually going to end up coming through. For a man of his acute nature, extremely unfriendly, bored, he glanced curiously at the paper that came out ahead. It is written boldly on the top. Photolithography research breakthrough. Light source and optical system have been perfectly solved. It's a headline. The follow-up is still hidden inside the machine. And there's more that hasn't come through. There's no way around it. The line across the street is too slow. Wait. Photolithography solved the problem. With hindsight, he finally realized the gist of it. Staring at the words on the paper in shock. That field of photolithography was one that even his own mentor didn't dare to touch. In all likelihood, a lifetime's worth of research will go unanswered. Because it's too hard. He didn't realize that there really was such a group of people in the country. And a little bit of research? Files continue to be transferred in text is revealed line after line. Zhang didn't even dare to blink, wanting to see what the hell was going on with this thing. But after reading a couple hundred words, I don't even see the point. It is only that the photolithography machine has yielded results and it is hoped that some additional research funding can be provided. And so on. Shouldn't be cheating on funding to get here? After thinking about it, Zhang felt it was very likely. This institute has existed like a little transparency for so many years. There must be a reason for the sudden approach to the Academy of Sciences. Either the research is really paying off or they want more funding. After all, money is becoming less and less valuable. There was no comparison between 100 Dragon Kingdom coins from so many years ago and 100 Dragon Kingdom coins now. In his heart, He was more inclined to believe the latter. All those years without any results and suddenly you make that big breakthrough? He wouldn't believe it for a change. So don't bother looking at it. Just turn it in when it's passed. It wasn't his to worry about either. But the transmission process doesn't seem to be going that well. After the first page comes out, there's a second page, a third page, a fourth page. Seemingly endless. Confused the hell out of him. The teacher is still waiting to review the paperwork for the materials. An hour passes. 2 hours pass. Suddenly, the office phone rang. When he picked it up, the teacher's angry voice came from inside. What's wrong with you, Zhang? You haven't organized a file for 2 hours? Teacher, you listened to my sophistry. Explain. The photolithography research group has already passed on a bunch of documents. And it's not over yet. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jihua was silent for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, notify the technical department. Overhaul the signal status. The line status. His words made Xiao Zhang instantly tense up. That's right. He heard you. Mr. Lin Jihua, this is suspicion that some hacker has penetrated the internal network. That's what caused this to happen. It all makes sense when you think of it that way. I say, why is the photolithography group, which has been silent for so many years, suddenly sending out documents? And so slowly, muttering, he rushed to dial the tech team. Not a moment's delay. The technical department, hearing of the emergency situation, also rushed to send 3 engineers to check out the situation. It arrived in about 10 minutes. Dr. Zhang, is something wrong? The technician asked anxiously. Of course there's a problem. I suspect our internal network has been compromised. These faxes have been going around for hours. Xiao Zhang hastened to clarify. He had been in the data room for years, and never before had he been in a situation like the one in front of him. At first it was thought that the wiring was too old on the photolithography side of the unit, but now it seems likely that it was due to, well, external intrusion. Hear about the outside intrusion. The engineers were also surprised and rushed to test the network. The first round of testing revealed no problems, but the faxing is still going on slowly. That's when the engineers finally sat down and started reporting back. So the regional engineers were busy. After a quick check, there was still no problem. Things had come to a head and had long since alarmed the chief engineer. He instructed the engineers of the entire capital to start lining up every aspect of the city, which took hours. And yet, still not seeing the problem. Throughout the faxing process, no external signals are accessed. All the signals are coming from a research institute on the outskirts of the capital, Photolithography Institute. The chief engineer suddenly thought of something. By the way, there are no engineers present at that old research institute, and that's probably where the enemy is attacking our network. Chapter 10, the institute is controlled. Su Han-yun opens her brain again. The chief engineer finally remembered at this point. It was a place nearly forgotten by the scientific community. The Photolithography Institute. It is possible that other units have not forgotten it, but in the scientific community, the place, the Institute of Photolithography, has truly become a minor transparency. At the very least, there shouldn't have been any progress for at least a decade or so, right? He recalled. Since getting into this business, many institutes have been exposed to it. The only thing that I have only a faint memory of and have nearly forgotten is that place. At the thought, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. The helicopter that had been called in was hastily flown to the Photolithography Institute with the men. In the meantime, the capital law enforcement officers, who had only rested for a day, were once again mobilized by their superiors, and all of them who could be arranged to go to the direction where the institute was located. For one reason, suspected agents have stolen state secrets. Please cooperate with all units. They did not even interrupt the fax, much less take the initiative to contact the Institute of Photolithography, for fear of alerting the public. The law enforcement vehicle went full speed ahead without even turning on its lights or siren. Even the helicopter, which had stopped a short distance away, stood ready for orders. Throughout the institute, no one noticed anything out of the ordinary. Academician Lu remained excited as he watched the facts travel word by word to the Academy of Sciences, completely oblivious to the fact that they have been misunderstood. Zhang, how much longer will the transmission take? Academician Lu is a little anxious. So many years, finally waiting for the spring. Naturally impatient. Academician Lu, our network routes are all very, very old, and there are also layers of encrypted transmissions, and with more than 200 pages of reports on hand, I guess I have to leave work to finish transmitting them. Oh, alright then, I'll take my time here. Hearing the rumor for so long, Academician Lu couldn't do anything about it even though he was anxious. This thread should have been changed a long time ago, but costs have been tight, so I left it alone. And the institute didn't really need to use it for all those years, so it was even more permissive. A dozen years have passed in a flash. And that's just the decade or so that Academician Lu has been here without updates. The lines were laid at this institute much earlier in actuality. Waiting for a long time. Zhang had thought that Academician Lu would be so bored that he would fall asleep. I hadn't realized that he had been staring at the facts for half a day. The slightly yellowed eyelids were lined with blood. He's almost 60 and hasn't slept well the last 2 nights. Zhang, how much do you make now? The words were not yet asked. Suddenly, thud dash. The door to the resource room was kicked in. From outside, several special agents in ghillie suits came in. Without saying a word, Xiao Zhang and Academician Lu have been controlled. It was only when they were taken out and in the small open space downstairs that they realized. It turns out that the entire institute's co-workers are all under control. The others were honestly cooperative. But off to the side, there was still a cacophony of voices. Get off me. I want to get off work. I want to go home. Turn your head and look. It was Su Han Yun who was struggling, and the handcuffs cuffed to his hands were extremely secure. But she still played hard to get. Beads of sweat covered her petite face, and there was panic in her eyes. Struggling, her wrists were already skinned, and she still wouldn't give up. The enforcer had no choice but to call for a doctor and try to sedate her to come. Seeing this, the old academician rushed away from the special agent in front of him. An old bone, blocking in front of Su Han Yun. Charge in here without a second thought, and die so we can die. The old academician looked around angrily. They've been surrounded for a long time. Heavily armed, kind of surrounded. One could only grit one's teeth and ask hard questions. Which crime have we committed? Tell us. Inwardly, he had long made up his mind that no matter what, he had to protect Su Han Yun today, even if I have to put my old bones on the line. She is the future of photolithography and she is the young backwave. Pity. No matter how rigid he was, everyone in the room ignored him, until half an hour later. Dr. Su, these handcuffs can't be broken by human power. Let's see what happens. Su Han Yun's hands had long been dyed red, blood sliding down, and a ticking sound rang out. She was still struggling, no matter how much Academician Lu tried to persuade her. No, I want to go home. My husband's not well enough to starve. He'll die. He'll die. She growled angrily. At the same time the mind was racing, thinking about how to get out of today's situation. At this point, the engineer finally came out. Hurry to the clearing, said awkwardly to a camouflaged officer. I'm sorry, there was a real mistake. The facts came from the data room of the Photolithography Institute. No spies? No, it's really the Institute's lines that are too old, and the resulting hogging of the Academy's fax time, not data hijacking. And aside, Su Han Yun, as her brain moved, her entire aura changed precipitously. Cold, wise, replacing her soft and cuddly image. Oh, come to catch the hackers. Ha! Through only a few words, she immediately connected the dots as to why exactly today's action was taking place. No wonder, there was no notice of anything. It's a fear of spooking people. And since you can't catch me, please untie me, okay? Su Han Yun became incomparably calm at this moment and coldly said to the engineer. At this moment, there was no use in being anxious. The time had long passed and it was too late to rush home. She could only hope that those foods her husband ate contained the needed ingredients. Then get out of the current situation as soon as possible. Aside, the engineer looked embarrassed, but didn't think he was wrong. Miss, we're just doing this for safety. Please don't look at people like that and respect our work. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. She's Dr. Su, as long as the photolithography machine is developed. You don't even have the qualifications to talk to her. At this moment, Academician Lu poo-pooed it. Looking at Su Han Yun's hands dripping with blood, his heart ached. In his eyes, Su Han Yun was the same age as his granddaughter, yet he was so talented. The heart had long ago developed a trace of a different kind of affection for her, like that of a grandparent or grandchild. Su Hanrian listened to the two men break up the conversation. Step forward. The hand was out, and the bright handcuffs dangled in front of the chief engineer's eyes. Extremely harsh. Since it's wrong, untie it. The chief engineer's eyes sharpened. After seeing Su Han Yun's appearance, he was astonished. Gosh, what a beautiful woman. First time I've seen such a beautiful one in all my years of living, and with a great deal of gravitas, not an aura that the average person can have. Cold, chilly, and creepy just by looking at her. Ben was on the verge of an outburst after being kneed by an academician, and now ordered by an unknown woman. He couldn't stand it. Taking a look at the handcuffs in Su Han Yun's hands, the blood on them had not yet dried. The wrist had long since been disfigured. Could it be that you have some ulterior motive in trying so desperately to break free? For example, the Academy of Sciences fax occupancy incident. It was you. Do you want to use this time to do something? He pointed at Su Han Yun, narrowed his eyes, and questioned loudly in 3 consecutive sentences. Chapter 11 Who Bruised Your Wrist? Annoyed and questioning. The abject skepticism angered all of the photolithography research group. The first to bear the brunt is academician Liu. He rushed forward, not caring about the shackles in his hands, and blocked in front of Su Hanyun. Immediately after that, another one rushed up. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 40-year-old female doctor. The others also stood up one after another. And it wasn't just Su Hanyun alone that they defended, and the dignity of the photolithography research group. The reason why they had just cooperated unconditionally was because they did not do anything wrong, so they were naturally not afraid. Things are different now. In the chief engineer's eyes they saw chilling contempt. Then, Su Hanyun squeezed in from behind the crowd again. With a piercingly cold light in his eyes, he stared at the chief engineer. "Untie it, I say for the last time." The chief engineer winced and subconsciously took a step back. Or the enforcer came out and rounded it up. Quickly unlocking the handcuffs from Su Hanyun's hands was the only thing that kept the situation from getting worse. With her cold eyes, there was no telling what she would do next. Good on. After Su Hanyun was untied, he darted towards the gate. It wasn't long before he drove off in his car. The chief engineer was secretly relieved. He had just been really frightened. Inwardly, I made up. What the hell was that woman just now? The aura is so damn strong. Okay, it's an oolong incident. By the way, Academician Liu, your lines were changed earlier. It stands to reason that an academician's degree must carry more gold than his engineer's, but he was just tugging at it, going so far as to order Academician Liu in an educational tone. Not even an apology for making such a big mess. For a while, the gazes of all the people in the entire institute became extremely unfriendly. Ha, chief engineer, that's marvelous. Academician Liu laughed dryly a few times. He hasn't had a sip of water yet because he's been waiting for the facts all day. That's why the voice seems very raspy. Clearing his throat, he proceeded to step forward and stand in front of the engineer's eyes. Don't worry, what you brought to Dr. Su today, my old man will make you double it. He said it with a firm and extremely resolute attitude. Although there was no reason to seek justice for Su Hanyun today, he would not give up. Saying that, Academician Liu remembered Su Hanyun's first day being transferred over. She insisted strongly that she must leave work on time and not be delayed a minute before she would stay. The only thing that came out of the words was that her husband was not well. But today, he heard with his own ears that her husband's life would be in danger if she didn't go back. It was a real cold sweat. If something really happened, Su Hanyun would definitely resign. There was no need to even think about this kind of thing. Just look at Su Hanyun's expression just now. The attitude was already enough. Such a talented girl. If she gave up her scientific research because some people wanted to play hard to get, or vent, he, Academician Liu, was the first to say no. Happy to oblige, but as a final safety precaution, you'll have to explain exactly what the document fax today was? While Academician Liu was thinking, the chief engineer remained reasonable, with the last excuse, playfully tearing apart the last vestiges of dignity of the photolithography research group. You're just an engineer. Watch your position. Academician Liu's anger was already crying out, raging rage stirring in his heart. I don't have that qualification. The enforcers do, right? After all, data security is bigger than ever. I'm sorry, Engineer Yen. Although we law enforcers have this power and function, everything has to be done by the book. We are not your men. The face of the enforcer on the side was suddenly pulled down. The Academy of Sciences found the anomaly and it was their duty to cooperate in the investigation of the anomaly. But if someone uses them as a bully, they won't want to. How dare the engineer surnamed Yen try to make up a data security excuse to keep them on the trail? Don't even think about it. Just now, when I saw Dr. Su trying desperately to break free, I already felt that something was wrong. And Academician Liu, seeing that the enforcers were fair and impartial, they were finally relieved once again. All of our work is recorded, but it's out of your hands. But right now, if anything happens to Dr. Su's family, I, old Liu, will be the first to fight you. Seeing Academician Liu with this attitude, Engineer Yen also shuddered inwardly. Nice guy, being an academician. He went this far for a little karami. You want to fight for your life? Rare. Too rare. Okay, even if I don't care. If the Academy of Sciences finds out that you're taking up resources to send out some garbage files, they'll definitely reprimand you harshly. Ha. With that, Chief Engineer Yen left without looking back. He didn't want to stay in this weird place. In other institutes, no matter what, others have to honor him with the name Yen Gong. And the fact that here, it wasn't getting the respect it deserved, that bothered him. Surprisingly, not a single person came up to compliment him. And when you've had enough anger, you naturally get bored and leave. Little did he know how much his actions today would bring him consequences. Su Hanyun sighed, drove home in a hurry. pushed the door open. There were several shouts, but no one responded. It scared the hell out of her. Hubby, where are you? Don't you scare me. Husband. The more he called out, the quieter the house became. And when he shouted to the back, Soo Han-yun even shook his voice. She was terrified. Thinking back to several years ago, she learned about Lee Jun-sung's physical ailments before she confirmed her relationship with him. For some reason, Lee Jun-sung has major digestive problems. Nutritional rationing must be done daily with a variety of foods, depending on the situation. You can't afford to be short on every nutrient, or your body will easily pass out on the spot once it's depleted. Even life-threatening. The ailment came out of nowhere and the doctors couldn't find out exactly what it was. So, she was anxious to get home and cook every day. Originally, a little bit of nutritious bento was left behind every day for Lee Jun-sung to eat when he took it fishing. But in the evening, it's long gone. Don't you scare me. He continued to search, even in the refrigerator, and still no husband. At once, the heart is cold. The husband is not at home? Must be late getting back. He went out to eat. Thinking about it, she was even more anxious. The nutrition of the outside stuff was too mixed to support the nutrient intake that Lee Jun-sung needed. It's rambling. She pulls out her cell phone and dials Lee Jun-sung. At that moment, the phone rang outside the door. Click. The door opened. Standing in the doorway was Lee Jun-sung. Seeing this, Soo Han-yun's small mouth deflated and a layer of mist grew in her eyes. Pounced on it. Okay. I bought you your old favorite crayfish. Lee Jun-sung meets his daughter-in-law. Showing off. He took out the crayfish in his hand and waved it in front of Soo Han-yun's eyes. Then two dark reds appeared in the gaze. His eyes widened and he grabbed his daughter-in-law's wrist. Frowning. How did you get it? Who hurt your wrist? Chapter 12, you can touch me, but not my daughter-in-law. No. Just the lab accidentally got caught in the machine. Soo Han-ryun's eyes dodged. She didn't want her husband to worry and told a little lie. What's more, she knew Lee Jun-sung's temper better than anyone. If he were to learn that most of the injuries on his hands were due to some engineer being deliberately difficult, then it's over. Lee Jun-sung will definitely look for it. How will it end if things get out of hand? There's blood all over his clothes. You guys have emergency medical care at the institute, right? Lee Jun-sung seemed to realize something. A follow-up question followed. Looking at his daughter-in-law Soo Han-yun's evasive eyes, the guess was right. He rushed to bring the medical kit from under the bed in his room. While applying medicine to Soo Han-yun, he instructed, "Be careful next time." SSSHH, it hurts. The potion was applied to her wrist, and Soo Han-yun immediately felt a sharp pain hit her. When I was worried about Lee Jun-sung in the afternoon, I didn't feel anything in my wrist, but at the moment, relieved, she was. Finally feel the pain. She flinched back with her small hand in pain, but it was held in a death grip by Lee Jun-sung. Don't move. The wound has been there so long it almost sticks to the clothes. Lee Jun-sung looked at his daughter-in-law's hands for a moment. His daughter-in-law, who he treated like a baby, was being bullied outside. Don't think he's stupid. He can tell at a glance that the injury wasn't caused by a machine. Symmetrical wounds on both sides, wringing the skin of the wrist. It's like being tied up, or handcuffed. Luckily, there were no injuries or abnormalities elsewhere on his daughter-in-law's body, or she would have absolutely stormed off on the spot. After cleaning the wound, some salve was applied and the wound was finished with a bandage. Well, don't touch the water for a couple days. Then I want to take a bath. Husband, you help me. When she heard that she couldn't touch the water, Soo Han-yun felt itchy all over. Ever since she was a little girl, she hadn't tried to go a day without a bath. Even when she had a bad cold she would sneak one in. Okay, I'm going to go hack a game with my friends for a while, and when I come back to help you, you be a good boy and watch some TV. Smiling, Joe Chang stroked his daughter-in-law's head as Lee Jun-sung stood up, toward the door. Walking around the neighborhood, his expression gradually became grave. Based on my daughter-in-law's past descriptions, there's a good chance that today's incident didn't come from an insider at the institute. Another look at the hotspot in his phone. For the second time, the capital city has sent out enforcers, and the whole city is in an uproar, but they don't know where they're going. This news item, it made him think a little more. Read the comments on the web and learn more about where the law enforcement officers travel to afterward. Isn't that the direction of the institute where my daughter-in-law is? Although the road was cleared and no passing was allowed, the direction was that. Enforcers? No, they don't do that for no reason. What's more, the daughter-in-law has only won the period of Lu Academician's commendation. Lu Academician will certainly strive to protect the daughter-in-law Soo Han-yun. Thought of many things, all of which he vetoed himself. Then there are only other possibilities. Someone, somewhere, must have applied for law enforcement assistance for something big and false. Ended up getting my daughter-in-law into this state. It must be a fake big event. If it were real, my daughter-in-law wouldn't have gotten off work so early today. The more I think about it, the heavier it gets. If the conjecture is true, then the daughter-in-law will surely be bullied again. No way. Something has to be done. With that in mind, he had walked out of the neighborhood and was wandering the streets. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced off to the side of the alley. In here, there's a black internet cafe. Oh, dare to bully my daughter-in-law. You can't run away. System, come out here. This was the first time Lee Jun-sung had called out to the system, and his anger had washed over his chest countless times. Ding! Wake up successfully. Please give the host an order. Aren't you a tech system? Do you have any hacking ability? Give it to me. Ding! Detected that the host has an impure purpose and is trying to hack into the institute for the sake of revenge. This is an illegal event and the system will not support it. Asterisk 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 eggs. Useless. After a brief communication, the system simply won't fix this one. So let's play a big game. Ha ha ha. That one. Are you ready? With an indifferent laugh, he walked into the dark internet cafe. After opening the machine, he spent 3 hours hand-typing a full dossier of photolithography objectives, masks, and exposure systems. It's very detailed, including how to get the materials and how to make it. He then got up again and went to the cash register. Boss, do you have a button number that I can use to jerk off? The owner in front of the cash register looked up and realized that the person he was talking to was a handsome young man. Very impatiently, he returned. If you want to play the game, register yourself for one. Lee Jun-sung smiled faintly, knowing that this would be the outcome. So he pulled 3 out of his pocket. Gently place it on the cash register. Can't you rent it for an hour? I really don't have a number, and I don't have a hero for the new registration. He had a look of sincerity on his face. The owner of the black internet cafe looked at the 300 on the table and struggled internally for a while. Okay, but don't mess around. You'll give me a whole seal of approval when the time comes. Don't worry, it won't. Smiling slightly, Lee Jun-sung returned to his seat with the string of numbers written down by his boss. Looked up at the monitor. After doing the math, this machine is the only dead zone for surveillance. He hurriedly logged into the button, put the core technology of the photolithography machine that he had just written, entered it into a good mailbox, and clicked on the timer to send it. The time is set to be sent automatically 1 day later. Then, as if nothing had happened, I played the game for an hour, waiting to come home again. The TV was still playing a romantic drama, but my daughter-in-law had fallen asleep on the couch. Lee Jun-sung gently picked up his daughter-in-law and went back to his room. However, for the Academy of Sciences, it was a sleepless night. In the Academy of Sciences, ever since he knew that the engineer had messed up, the file from the data room had been sent to Lin Jiahua's office, who made him the teacher of Xiao Zhang in the resource room. Usually such cases have to pass through his hands to reach the director. It must be submitted one layer at a time. Teacher, this is the information that was passed around all day today. Zhang took the materials in both hands and handed them to Dr. Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua, after knowing about the engineer's oops today, was also a bit curious. Take the information. A headline stood out above it. What? There's been a new development in photolithography? He was surprised and incredulous at first, then shook his head. The most advanced materials in the country come from them. I've never heard of a material that can be machined to the strength and precision required for photolithography. I guess Academician Liu and the others are old and can't keep up with the times, he said to himself. The information was then turned over and routinely checked. External device assistance. Hasn't this stuff been envisioned by many people for a long time? Continued to shake his head, affirming the thought in his mind. It seems that Academician Liu is really old. This kind of schoolboy idea can be made into a document and handed in. Still, he continued to read. Reviewing information is also one of the things he has to do at the academy. Looking at it, he suddenly frowned. Kind of an idea, but how do you handle the temperature afterward? At this point, he was beginning to immerse himself in the contents of the document. From the beginning scoffing, to the current litany of nods. What a genius idea. But it's not the temperature part that's the hardest, is it? Let's see what comes after that. Chapter 13, the moment when the whole Academy of Science trembled. Immediately after, he turned page after page of information over, but at the moment he was no longer in any mood to spit or praise, completely immersed in the report. Finally, he had read all of this information, and by now the time had come to the early hours of the morning. Lin Jihua froze in place, stayed in the position of turning the pages of the book for a long time inside. Then he burst into old tears and his hands trembled. It is possible to understand the gold content of this information. There were some parts he couldn't quite read, but wherever he could, he didn't pick any faults. The only thing you can pick is just that name on the top. Sue and Rhyme. A girl in her early 20s, a girl just of legal marriageable age. It is surprising that the entire study of the light source system came from her vision. Unbelievable. Teenage genius? Zhang, notify director Ren Hagua. Immediately. He shouted in sudden excitement, but there was no response. With great difficulty, he removed his eyes from the information and looked up to see that his student, Xiao Zhang, had fallen asleep, leaning back in a chair and snoring. It wasn't until Lin Jihua shook him awake that Xiao Zhang wiped his eyes in a daze. Teacher, what time is it? What do you care what time it is? Immediately, notify Director Ren at once. No, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Director Ren can't be contacted. He went home and turned off his phone. Zhang muttered. Accompanying the teacher here to read the papers has delayed his departure from work. Now, contacting Director Ren is simply not possible. Okay. Director Ren is not his student. After realizing that the timing was off, Lin Jihua also scratched his head awkwardly. Then, surprisingly, he went out the door clutching his papers. Stopping in the doorway of Director Ren's office, he crouched down obediently. Teacher, is something big going on here? Of course something big is going on. Something big in the sky. I have to be here when he gets to work. I have to. In one sentence, he emphasized the necessity twice. It shows how seriously he takes this document. But it's 3 a.m. Sharp. If you start waiting now, got to wait till 9 o'clock for work. That's 6 whole hours. Hiss dash. Data clerk Xiao Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air. Just thinking about it makes his legs feel weak. Teacher, why don't we go back to the office and wait? Just set an alarm. Bull ********. No matter how we set the alarm, will we be able to see Director Ren first? Lin Jihua cursed and sprayed Xiao Zhang's face with saliva. Who is the director? That's a very busy man at the academy. Often the first thing I see when I get back to the office is all sorts of problems and I rush out to deal with them. If you don't get to see him in the first place, you're not going to get to see him all day today. Thinking about it, he tightened his grip on the information in his hand. He didn't want to wait a day. Not even a few minutes late. Photolithography. It's a photolithography machine. If the Dragon Kingdom had a photolithography machine, it would not be in the situation it is in now. Under Eagle Jam's obscene authority, many places have imposed a technological blockade on the Dragon Kingdom and suppressed it. With the photolithography machine, the Dragon Kingdom will raise its eyebrows on the world stage. With the photolithography, no one dared to underestimate them anymore. And even the world's talents no longer gathered in Eagle Jam. There will be a section that chooses to come to Dragonland. Zhang, you forgot what we have in our hands, right? At this moment, Xiao Zhang finally came back to his senses. He remembered the title of the document. Photolithography in big, bold letters. It's fresh in my mind because the transmission was so slow. Boom! As if a thunderbolt had exploded. His mind went dizzy. It's not possible that the title of this document is not exaggerated, but that someone has actually developed a photolithography machine. Is it? Another breath of cool air was inhaled into his stomach and he was shocked. Inside, it was beyond shocking. Still can't believe my guesses to this day. But look at the determination in the teacher's eyes. If this isn't true, what is? Someone as awesome as the teacher must have been able to read the report on the material and must have read that this stuff works. Not sure. Zhang looked at the teacher with unbelievable eyes. Sensei, this photolithography material, is it real? With a tremulous voice, he asked weakly, pointing to the information the teacher was cradling in his arms. Lin Jihua gave him a blank look at the situation. Subconsciously, he held the information in his arms tighter. Or else, what am I doing here? Your teacher? Do I look like a sick person to you? We're kind of in this state right now. Egu, don't hit me. Teacher, I know how important things are. I'm just kidding. Zhang hadn't thought that it was just a joke. It's amazing that the teacher reacted that way. The big foot came right up. It hurt. The master and disciple waited for a long time. The sun finally rose slowly, but both were glowing, with no hint of the all-nighter. Joke, photolithography, hey. And the whole set of theories is not the least bit problematic, and has been experimented on. All that is needed is for the funding to be allocated and the light source and optics system will soon be built as a finished product. When these two steps are completed, it will also indicate the future of photolithography in Longwei. It's coming. After a few more hours of waiting, finally the doors to the Academy of Sciences slowly opened. Many researchers are working one after another at this time of the year. The master and apprentice sat crouched in front of the office, looking at their watches, then looked anxiously down the corridor. A number of people had already started work, but Director Ren had not yet arrived. This was something that made the two men a little anxious. Finally, not long after, they saw a familiar figure. That's right, the director's here. He's finally on the job. Tears. After waiting most of the night, it's finally time to go to work. Thinking that, the two rushed up. Elder Ren, you're finally here. Lin Jihua was excited to see Director Rin and rushed to welcome him. Rin Lao originally went to work happily, suddenly stopped by the two men. Startled. What's going on? Get out of my way. I have an important subject today. No, Elder Ren, take a look at this. Lin Jihua carefully handed the information in his hand to Director Ren. He mused for a second and took the information, but it wasn't the first thing to look at. He's got a lot of important research to deal with issues today. He waved his hand, intending to let Lin Jihua go back and wait, and then send the document back down after it was processed. Okay, it's not just information to report. You guys go back. These words directly numbed Lin Jihua. He hadn't waited all night for a simple sentence about going back. Something so important must be emphasized. Emphasized, and emphasized again. Elder Ren, this is a big deal. It needs to be dealt with urgently. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. He hurriedly repeated and emphasized, fearing that if Ren Lao delayed for a few days, then he would really not be able to eat or sleep well. After hearing Lin Jihua's words, Elder Ren finally became serious as well. How gentle he was on weekdays. Ren Lao naturally knew it, and there was only one possibility for him to be so abnormal today. There's something really big going on. Thinking, he opened the door to his office and led the two men inside to sit down. In doubt, flipping through this information Lin Jihua had given him, when he entered his eyes, there were a few big, earth-shattering words that almost numbed his little heart. Photolithography light source problem fully resolved? He looked up in surprise, looking to Lin Jihua for affirmation. Seeing this, Lin Jihua hurriedly explained. That's right, I read it last night and there's not the slightest logical problem at all. Do you realize what you're saying? Elder Ren said seriously. Elder Ren, I know what I'm talking about. Lin Jihua replied seriously. Hiss dash. Elder Ren was startled and looked at Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua's eyes were firm and unshakable, not at all like he was telling a lie. Besides, he didn't have to tell any lies in front of himself. I have all the information in my hands. I can tell if it's fake or not with one look. Let me see. Let me see. At this point, Elder Ren finally realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly turned to the second page of the main text. Begin to look through it carefully and thoughtfully. He looked extremely closely and would close his eyes and conduct a thought experiment when he saw something wonderful, and clapping after seeing a brilliant vision. The more he looked on, the more shocked he became. It's brilliant. It's really ingenious. It took all morning to read the information. After closing, it took a long time to calm down. Shocking. So shocking. It turns out that the external device-assisted method, long abandoned by the scientific community, was used. He murmured, perhaps too shaken, his voice becoming slightly raspy, didn't bother with his voice, rushed to give an emergency notice. Notify all co-workers associated with the photolithography machine of the meeting. As he said this, Ran Lao's face turned red with excitement, and he used all his strength to slap the desktop hard. Even though his palms were red from the shock, he didn't care in the slightest. For a while, all the prominent scientists in the Academy of Sciences, includes distinguished scientists in the fields of materials, optics, and precision manufacturing. Everyone was notified, though I wondered what was going on. It had been a long time since the Academy had seen such a big event requiring so many people to gather. At best, a particular research center, a particular issue for a separate meeting. But while wondering, the people who were notified still came to the conference room one after another. Chapter 14, Genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Even Dean, who stumbled and stumbled, even lost a shoe running without realizing it. All hands on deck. The two men, the Dean and the Director, stood in front of the stage. The Director fell back on his excitement and had countless things he wanted to say at the meeting. And Dean, from start to finish, knew only one thing. That's the Photolithography Institute, a place nearly forgotten by the scientific community, has done something amazing there. Ahem, I don't really know much about it, so let's let Director Ren give his speech. Dean stepped aside quite consciously, his eyes full of anticipation. When Director Ren reported it, he was in a hurry on the phone and didn't make it very clear. All he knew was that the photolithography was making progress, or not so much. After the Dean gave way, the Director walked up to the podium with Lin Jihua's support. The various scientific geniuses and titans on the stage were wondering, today's meeting is so urgent, what the hell is going on? Only a pair of eyes could stare at Director Ren, expecting him to answer. At this point, Director Ren picks up the microphone. He cleared his throat. Raising his fists, he took a deep breath before shouting out a rousing statement. Fellow researchers, we have finally made a new breakthrough in the development of photolithography in the Dragon Kingdom. Silence dash. The room fell silent at those words. All the scientists have been stunned by this. How could they, as leaders in each field, not realize how difficult photolithography really is? Put it this way, there are many things that the more outsider they are, the more they feel they can work to reach their goals. Insiders know that a lot of things can't be accomplished by just trying. Take photolithography. For example, when people don't give you the technology and you get it on your own, it's like chasing a rocket with an ox cart. Only a genius suddenly appeared in the crowd driving the ox cart. Geniuses discovered chemical fuels, more advanced metallurgy, aerodynamics, and a host of other scientific knowledge. That's when it's possible to build rockets and keep catching up. The analogy isn't quite right. It means pretty much the same thing. Director Ren, this is no joke. You know how big it is. At this moment, an old man under the stage finally reacted. Trembling, he raised his arm and pointed at Director Rin and said, he had a complicated look in his eyes. More still, he was expectant, blazing, waiting for Director Rin to tell him the truth. Of course, I've read the information critically, and the breakthroughs in light sources and objective lenses seem perfectly fine to my learned eye. After reconfirmation, wow dash, the whole room was in an uproar, and there were exclamations of surprise. Just in the time it took for the crowd to gasp, Director Rin had already dropped all the information on the big screen. Suddenly, the people sat down consciously and subconsciously held their eyes. Everyone began to hold their breath. Seriously start watching what's on the screen. I don't have much to say about the materials, but the mechanics are perfect. An old scholar started to exclaim after reading a few pages. He was shocked. It took a lot of work to get it that perfect. Photolithography Research Group. They really have been working hard for so many years. But he knew that the splendor of this part of the material was never as simple as the structure. So, keep reading. It's perfect. Every step brings accuracy back again. It's the beauty of optics. A doctor of optics, who watched carefully and was stunned. What a bold design this is. What a genius vision. It took a couple of hours for the researchers to finally go through all the documents. Below, the seated crowd had their heads spinning, head bowed in some shame. People's photolithography research groups have worked so hard for so many years to put out a big show. And the scientific community has almost forgotten about them. When it is a real shame, you have to make it up to them. Talent compensation, financial compensation, and all kinds of support must be in place. This is the heart of all, and the admiration of all for the photolithography research group. Immediately after, the big screen turned the page again, this time to the last page. Upon seeing the contents of this page, everyone was nonplussed. A female physicist stood up prancing, pointing at a few words on the screen with an incredulous look on her face. She hissed, clearly the OP was beyond her knowledge. It upended her 3 views, and decades of academic experience. No way. That's impossible. With her taking the lead, all of a sudden the entire conference room became noisy. The whole room roared. They were pointing to those last few words on the big screen and shaking their heads. I don't think it's possible either. Such a genius idea must have been the brainchild of the Photolithography Institute for many years. The dean on the stage, looking at the line, was also stunned. He kept murmuring under his breath, reciting those words. Su Han-yoon. The whole last paragraph. It goes like this. This information is based on the vision of Dr. Su Han-yoon of the Institute of Photolithography. Su Han-yoon. Su Han-yoon dash. One person envisioned dash. One person envisioning. It's impossible. Dean snapped to his feet and leaned in close to the big screen to look at it again and again. Even though he didn't want to believe it, the facts were there. This kind of stuff can't be faked because all scientists have their own work logs. Just go to the Photolithography Institute and find out. So, odds are this is true. One man's power is comparable to the genius of the entire academy. The scientists present clammed up. If the research team had been working together for more than a decade, they would have been relieved and excited. But today, they were told that everything was a woman's vision. Even how they guessed, they didn't expect such a result. Rare genius. Absolute genius. For a long time, Dean's eyes froze as he stared at the name and his trembling voice cried out. To know, all of this can be envisioned in a full 200 pages. And each of them involves expertise in various fields. The kind of thing that an average person might not be able to learn in so many fields. And Sue Rhyme. She can be proficient. Off stage. At this moment everyone also finally came back to their senses. Starting with the discussion of photolithography, we are now discussing Su Han-yoon as a person. Dean. Dr. Su Han-yoon. We haven't heard of him for so many years. Yeah, I've never heard of that name either. Now that I think about it. What a genius in the dust. I think it must be some old researcher who has been drilling all his life and finally figured out the key. Hypotheses have been proposed. Yes, it's definitely been studied for decades to get to this point with one person. And she doesn't care about fame, fortune, or anything but solving the photolithography problem. Dean listened to the discussion from below. There was silence for a while. Finally, he spoke again. I'll be quiet and notify the Photolithography Research Center as soon as possible. We at the Academy need to meet with her. After a pause, he felt something was wrong and then changed his words. No, let's meet her in person. The genius of the Dragon Kingdom. The hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Soo Han-yoon. Chapter 15. Whoever bullies my wife. I want him to go on national broadcast and kneel for 12 hours on durian skin. That said, the meeting continued. It had come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The entire staff in the Science Academy conference room stopped talking. The dean began to contact the Photolithography Institute, and everyone held their breath as they watched the call on the big screen. Hello, Academician Lu Ah. I'm Chang Junmao. On the screen, Academician Lu was unusually excited to receive a call from the Academy of Sciences, finally getting the attention of the scientific community. He didn't know how to communicate with the dean for a while, but after a few words were exchanged, everyone in the room sighed repeatedly. Because the Photolithography Institute has informed that Soo Han-yoon has taken a few days off due to her injury. The institute felt sorry for her and purposely moved her vacation to as long as a month. It also means it will be at least a month before the Academy of Science wants to see Soo Han-yoon. How can this wait? Like a young couple who have entered the bridal chamber and are about to raise their guns, only to be told that it will take a month for them to be relieved. Who can stand it? Who can't spit? In the conference room, all of them scratched their hearts, wishing to see Soo Han-yoon, a supreme genius. Immediately, Dean looked at Academician Lu on the video call, wanted to say something and then stopped. He very much wanted to use the Academy of Sciences to make the institute recall Soo Han-yoon immediately, but it still didn't come out. Wait, Academician Lu said Soo Han-yoon was injured? How exactly was Dr. Soo injured, and was it the work of the enemy? He faced the screen and asked seriously. Such a talented daughter. If there are any enemy agents, will definitely become the first target of the fight. It's not the enemy, it's a network engineer based at the Academy of Sciences. On the screen, Academician Lu scratched his head, thought better of it and got it off my chest. He had wanted to help Soo Han-yoon out, and now that the opportunity had come, he would not let it go. What? Get this straight. Dean Chang Junmo was shocked. How come he didn't know about this? All I know is that yesterday the engineers fixed the glitch and found an anomaly, and finally determined that, well, the glitch wasn't a hacker messing with it. Then the next matters were left to those below. Suddenly, something occurred to him. The face became extremely bad. It's not possible that the engineer has been to your institute, is it? The dean's eyes were cold as he slowly opened his mouth to ask. That's right, he sure was mighty yesterday then. Borrowing the name of catching an adulterer. Even my old bones were handcuffed by him. Ha. On the phone, Academician Lu grinned. It looked like a relaxed face, but there had long been a fire in his eyes, an angry fire. Don't worry, Academician Lu, Elder Lu. The Academy of Sciences will give your institute an explanation. Hang up. The dean's face was frosty, and everyone knew that he was furious. The content of the call was played on the big screen, so the scientists in the room heard it. They exclaimed in succession. I had known that the engineer liked to fox and pretend to be a tiger, but I had never thought that he would be so bold as to torture even an academician yesterday. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now the dean is angry. The engineer surnamed Yen is finished this time. Now, have the surname Yen come before me, Dean said coldly. Those present broke out in a cold sweat. The dean was a very kind person, and the rare anger was only directed at the academic, without personal feelings. But this time, it seems different. It felt like he was going to have to question the engineer properly. Dean, it's already 6:30, and Yen has long since gone home from work. Someone remembered the time and hastened to remind. That's really a cheap day for him. Dean Chang Junmao continued to sneer, laughing creepily. Everyone in the arena felt a chill down their backs. Dean's really pissed off this time. At this point, when they didn't know how to comfort, Xiao Zhang suddenly broke in. Something big is going on, he shouted as he ran into the conference room and rushed over to his teacher. Lin Jihua. A ragged breath followed. Only after he had caught his breath did he eagerly open his mouth to report. Mail. The mailbox in the data room received a very strange email. What mail? You say it properly. Lin Jihua was furious when he saw his student was out of shape. What a disgrace to him as a teacher. There's no trace of the scientist's composure. After hearing this, Xiao Zhang didn't dawdle and directly got on the computer in the conference room, logged into the mailbox. All of it was playing on the big screen. As he tapped into his inbox, the headline of one of the emails inside heralded a shiver down everyone's spine once again. Complete photolithography follow-up. The sender is a very abstract screen name called something like, Octopus Mom takes me to the cave. Tap the email. First, The synthesis technology of various materials is introduced in detail, and the key points of various precision manufacturing are analyzed. My God, after reading only 3 pages of content, it's so professional and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. There's really nothing wrong with it. The one who spoke in the back was Lin Jihua, and let's not forget that he is an expert in composite material research. He could tell at a glance that this information was not simple. Quick, Zhengyu, turn to the next page, Lin Jihua hurriedly urged. And the dean and those scientists down below couldn't wait. There are so many shocks that come in one day. It seems that everyone is somewhat immune to the idea of just reading this information as quickly as possible to determine its authenticity. Teacher, do you really want to read the next page? Zheng faced difficult. After all, there are a lot of people here. Really look afraid of the face of the academy cannot save awe. What's the point? Come on. Lin Jihua wanted to kick him in the face for listening. Reading a profile can be grating. With no choice but to turn to the next page, Zheng could only turn to the next page. Next. Several large letters were then written on the big screen. I don't care what really happened. Make the originator of that bullying trip to the Photolithography Institute kneel down for me. Nationally televised kneeling for 12 hours of durian skin. Or none of you will get a single one of the core formulas. Wow dash. The silent conference room clamored again. This is not a mere academic email. It's a revenge email. Dr. Su was injured and this email came out today. Could it be that Dr. Su is seeking revenge? Dean Chang Junmao muttered. He then shook his head again. Nope, Dr. Su's designs are all trick solutions, and there is no such thing as true, top secret photolithography. The email was edited by someone else, or maybe Dr. Su actually knew how to make a photolithography machine already. The trickery program handed to the institute is just a throwback. I've been trying to figure out what's going on. As things stood, he could only do what he had to do. All of you signed the highest confidentiality agreement. Whoever dares to reveal half a word about the meeting, you know the consequences. Dean gave a big wave of his hand. Security rushed in and blocked the door to the conference room. What follows in the email is no longer suitable for full viewing. It's too shocking, too cutting edge. It's a complete photolithography fabrication technology. Subsequently, he rushed to notify the network department. Apply for assistance and make every effort to trace the email IP, the actual address. It's easy to track down the web address from which an email was sent. Soon he received a reply. The address is right there, the capital. Chapter 16, Searching for the originator of the email. Intelligence on standby. His dash. The capital. The man of God is in the capital. Elder Ren, come with me to the office. Seeing this, Dean Changjun hurriedly pulled Elder Ren out of the conference room. The rest of the group looked at each other in disbelief and had to adjourn. Dean and Elder Ren both discussed in the office. What do you think about this? How do you get it? Dean, let's apply to the intelligence department for reconnaissance. The information the Mysterons have is worth tracking down. Ren Guahao Ren Lao pondered for a moment and suggested. Today's day has given them more shocks than a decade. More violent. First, there was the emergence of a supreme female genius in the scientific research community of the Dragon Kingdom. Haven't had a chance to meet up yet. Who knows? The next moment mysterious emails appeared, labeling the complete design of the rest of the photolithography process. Even how the material is built is written on it. As he thought back, it felt like a dream. Unreal, and so on. Something suddenly occurred to him, and he hurriedly recalled the whole thing and realized the end. Dean, it looks like the complete process for that email back there doesn't have a light source item. Yeah, the email in the back. Everything is detailed. The only thing that is missing is the light source one. Was it intentional or accidental? Dean rested his hands on his cheeks, his brow furrowed after a few moments of contemplation. It shouldn't be. If it's Dr. Su's handiwork, the difference in style between before and after is too great. In the latter email, every link is silky smooth and there are no redundant steps. However, there are still some areas that need to be optimized in Su Hanyun's design. That's the difference. A big difference. Could it be Dr. Su retaliating against the engineers? Dean wondered again. I don't think so. If Dr. Su had mastered all of the photolithography, he would have been able to see it long ago at the institute. Ren Haogua shook his head, denying the conjecture. All scientific and technological research, there are work logs. What's more, it's impossible to leave no trace of a program that's so well-rounded and perfect even in terms of materials. Or do what you said. Hand over to the intelligence services and find out who this person is. Making up his mind, Dean couldn't wait. It's not just about having a genius like Dr. Su, it's about knowing who the mystery man really is. Do whatever you can to pull him to the academy as well. Speaking of Dr. Su, he looked up at the window. Just in this direction, in the distance, is Dr. Su's home. Lee Jun-sung at this point. Just came back from the hospital with my daughter-in-law. After 2 days of rest and recovery, the wound on Soo Han-yoon's hand was no longer much of a problem. You just can't touch the water. Honey, we've had takeout for 2 days. Are you really okay with that? Soo Han-ryun was still worried. Lee Jun-sung had to put his body through the ringer to send her to school. She would feel guilty and heartbroken if she didn't take good care of her husband again. Don't think about it so much. I'm really well. Lee Jun-sung smiled favorably at his daughter-in-law. Soo Han-yoon still didn't believe it. And now that it was hard for her hand to not hurt too much, she said she would cook anything. He had no choice but to take out the nutritional tablets in his hand and hand them to his daughter-in-law for a look. Look, I have this. It'll be fine la. The two walked, mushy, back to the house. The neighborhood knows, have envied the two young couple's relationship. Every day so mushy. If you didn't know, you'd think it was a hot couple. Back home, cozy and simple as usual. Unlike 2 days ago, there was an extra birdcage on the balcony. Inside lived a kek. And it took some effort for Lee Jun-sung to get down the formal procedures for breeding. That's right, fishing Air Force for 2 years for him. Finally switching positions. Start playing with the birds. The two of them simply ate a meal and only rested for a while before Soo Han-yoon stuck up again. Does the hand still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Not with a hug. Soo Han-yoon's voice is soft and sticky and also very crispy. Can be crispy to the bone kind of. She greedily enjoyed the warmth. After a short while, he looked up again at Lee Jun-sung who was playing with his cell phone. Honey, aren't you going fishing for the next couple days? When it comes to fishing, Lee Jun-sung is furious. It's as inexplicable as a sudden physical problem. He also has a big problem with fishing. He's the only one who can't get a fish on the same spot. 2 years. He wanted to ask God, do you know how I've spent the last 2 years? I was going to say back to my daughter-in-law that I don't want to fish anymore. Who knew that my daughter-in-law would be the first to make a godly comment? How could Lee Jun-sung, who had been a strong man all his life, recognize this fate? Decide on the spot. Daughter-in-law, take your lunch break. I have to go out. Where to? Go and reclaim my dignity. Wait for me, bearded man. I'll catch a big fish to flash your eyes. Grabbing his fishing gear, he headed out again, leaving a confused daughter-in-law. She glanced at herself in her reflection on the TV and then at the door. Then he hurriedly changed into a pair of sneakers and chased after them. Downstairs, Lee Jun-sung had just started the car when he was stopped by his daughter-in-law. I'm going too. She crossed her arms and puffed up, her mouth so loud you could hang a kettle of oil from it. In desperation, he took his daughter-in-law with him and started his fishing trip again. It's just the beard. It might have to be sour again today. One of the things he often talks about these days is why other people's daughters-in-law are so gentle. Just as Lee Jun-sung and his daughter-in-law were fishing in a sweet double row. Capital Intelligence. It was busy and sweaty at the moment. After locating the email address, it was quick to find out who had sent the email. The person's contact information was then found through identity information. Through the phone, the location was again located. Just now, they sent out a team of officers. Found the owner of that dark internet cafe. The owner of the black internet cafe had been scared out of his wits. Before him, rows of heavily armed ghillie-suited personnel stood at attention. Then, a few imposing-looking men walked up to him. Hello sir, can you come with us please? The owner was dumbfounded to hear the polite invitation from the visitor. Have no idea what the hell is going on. The disobedient legs couldn't stop wobbling, and he almost peed in fear. Where to? Can you not go? I know I'm wrong. I don't dare to open a black internet cafe. The boss was so scared that his legs went limp and he sat down directly on the floor. He just opened a black internet cafe. To be punished is also the business sector to whoever thought. Suddenly, one day, a bunch of heavily armed ones ran in. Even the people on the internet inside were scared. Almost all of the people who can come here to surf the web are the kind who can't get an ID. There were even people who were so scared that they cried. The intelligence captain was also a bit weepy. It's not like they were in charge of that. After scanning the area, he once again fixed his gaze on his boss. I heard the president of the Academy of Sciences say that the person he was looking for this time was an absolute genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Someone who was unrivaled in the scientific world. But, the black internet cafe owner who was sitting on his knees, still scared and incontinent, he didn't look like that in any way. Absolute genius is this piss? Chapter 17, Am I being looked down upon by a fish? Whatever. The man was found. The rest is up to the dean. He thought silently. Then, politely let people, scared into a puddle of mud black internet cafe owner to please into the car. The car started and drove toward the academy. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Elder Rin and the dean were waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the phone rings. It's the head of intelligence calling. Hey, any progress? Once the call was answered, Dean couldn't wait to ask about it. Even if he tried his best to forcefully act calm, the urgency in his voice was still heard. On the other end of the phone, the head of intelligence laughed out loud. The calming voice came. Ha ha ha, old Chang'e, you really old it. So something is not a handful of it. People have invited you to the car? A moment will arrive. After the hearty laugh ended, the other person hung up. This Dean was so excited, he almost jumped in place. Luckily, he was pulled back by Director Ren, or else he wouldn't have been able to withstand this kind of tossing and turning with his old bones. Great. It's really great to find it so quickly. Dean, you stop for a moment. The medicine hasn't been taken yet. What kind of medicine is it? It's important to pick up the people. Notify the entire Academy of Sciences to meet the photolithography research masters. There was nothing Ren Lao could do. One can only do what the Dean tells them to do. Notified everyone with a title in the Academy of Sciences. And so, a scene never before seen at the Academy of Sciences. All members, neatly arranged in 3 rows, stood straight in the doorway. Meet the gentleman I've never met, the scientific genius. It stood for over an hour. Some of the aged researchers, whose legs were numb from standing, couldn't stop trembling, just on the verge of not being able to hold on. Finally, the intelligence center car drove in. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The whole group gathered around in the pre-arranged formation. Inside the car, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe didn't dare to speak all the way. He was afraid of saying something wrong that would lead to even greater disaster. Suddenly, he felt the car stop. Inside, there was a pang of tension. This is getting to be the place. Stealing a glance outside, he was stunned. A group of men in white duster suits were closing in on him step by step. This scene is very much like the main B center, as described on the internet. A wave of panic ran through him. Shouldn't we be getting GA wasted? Thinking of the loins, he hastened to call out loud that this thing could be more important than life to a man. Let me out of here. I don't want a GA waste. Sir, no one here knows how to GA waifu. Please. The head of the intelligence center's mouth twitched at the sight of him. What is this about the Academy of Sciences? Is this man really a so-called genius? A very capable master? Forget about it. Anyway, the man brought him. He opened the car door for the owner of the Black Internet Cafe. A very sincere invitation. Sir, please get out of the car. Elder Chang and Elder Rin and the others are waiting impatiently. Sir, sir. The man in charge shouted several times. Found that the owner of the Black Internet Cafe was actually scared silly, and had no choice but to get his hands on him, and a few people helped him out. As soon as you get out of the car, the Academy of Sciences was welcomed by all in unison, and the scene was a powerful one. Welcome the star of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of the Dragon Kingdom to the Academy of Sciences. Please. The boss, who had been able to stumble and stand still, once again went limp in both legs. This time, he really pissed himself. A puddle of filthy liquid dripped onto the floor, giving off an unpleasant odor. Even so, the dean didn't dislike it in the slightest and greeted him with a smile on his face. Grabbing the Black Internet Cafe owner's hand was a shaking. Sir, let's go to the office. Surveying the paralyzed man, Dean Chang Junmao continued his excited introduction. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chang Junmao, the rightful president of the Dragon Academy of Science. I hope you won't be offended if I rashly ask you this time. Although he smiled amiably, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe heard his self-introduction. Both eyes went black and he fell straight down. Academy of Sciences. Dean? What a high-level scientist this was. An existence that an ordinary person like him would find it difficult to touch the corner of his coat for the rest of his life. And now, this dean is bringing so many scientists to welcome him. A Black Internet Cafe owner? The information was too overwhelming for his brain to process. It would be easier to just pass out and die. So everyone on the scene had their hands full. The gentleman was rushed to the hospital. Chang Junmao and Ren Hagwa even stayed in the bed with him, waiting for Mr. to wake up. And at this point, Mr. Real is still sweetly fishing with his daughter-in-law. One moment I eat a grape fed by my daughter-in-law. The other moment I eat a cake fed by my daughter-in-law. I can't tell you how cozy it is. Honey, why can't we still get a fish today? Maybe the fish are sleeping. Hubby, why is it that we are in the same position as everyone else, and everyone else keeps catching fish? Lee Jun-sung was speechless, and the Air Force used to be empty when he was fishing alone. Now, my daughter-in-law is around to refuel. People's beards and men in suits fish together and he's the only one who caught air. He's not convinced. At this time, Su Han-yoon seemed to be getting interested. Honey, give me a try. She glued herself to Lee Jun-sung, making the bearded man on the side look at her with straight eyes. The mind braided and soured. Seeing that his daughter-in-law also wanted to fish, Lee Jun-chang also smiled and gave her the fishing rod. Couldn't catch it anyway, so let her have some fun. Well, hold the rod like this. Just hold it tight. If a fish is hooked, the float will sink. After explaining the basic moves, he sat alone and ate his fruit, not forgetting to give some to the bearded man and the man in the suit. Unfortunately, the bearded man was still sour and skimmed his head to not take his food at all. Yikes! Why did the pole suddenly sink? Suddenly, the pole in Su Hanyun's hand suddenly felt a wave of gravity, and if not for her extreme grip it almost fell out of her hand. Li Junbong came to eat and one looked up. The pupils contracted violently, followed by tears. 2 years. After 2 years without a fish, I finally got a big one today. The bearded man and the man in the suit on the side were also surprised to see this. It's amazing how big the fish are in this creek. Even the pole is crushed like this. Su Hanyun had to use his own weight to fight against the fish's strength to keep the rod in his hand from being pulled away. Quickly release the line to meander. Don't break it. The bearded man hurriedly warned that if he let Su Hanyun pull harder like this, the thread would break sooner or later. The others were excited to be on such a big fish, even if it wasn't theirs. The man in the suit even tried to grab the rod and operate it himself. Too bad it's someone's wife in front of you. Seeing that his wife could not hold out any longer, Li Junchang rushed forward and hugged his daughter-in-law from behind, holding the fishing rod with both hands to help. Don't crash so hard. Fishing knowledge is complicated. I'll do it. Su Hanyun then handed the fishing rod back to Li Junchang, operated by him alone. Li Junsung naturally rubbed his fists and wanted a big shot. He took the rod and let out his line in a hurry, intending to start fighting this big fish physically. Who knows? The next second, the line came loose and the float slowly returned to the surface. Off the hook, under the water, a very large black shadow could still be seen slowly swimming towards the shore. The dark shadow swam and peeked out of the water. A mackerel. Thought it was over at this point. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the black fish puffed out a mouthful of drinking water towards Li Junsung's face. Then it slowly sank again, out of sight. Am I being looked down upon by a fish? Chapter 18. I'll help you bring him here to kneel on the durian. Yes, husband. You seem to have been spit on by a fish and insulted by it. Aside. The originally incredibly excited bearded man had laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight, holding his stomach, his face red with laughter and tears. Ha 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 ha. It's true that your luck ran out on the day you got married. As long as the rod is in your hand, any fish with a square mouth can be unhooked. Ha ha. Compared to how cool this fish was caught. Not as good as the Air Force King, Li Jun-sung. Air Force again to cool ah. Ha ha. Let you show your love and let your daughter-in-law fish with you. Get off the hook. Ha ha ha. At once his whole being was permeable and refreshed. The afterglow glanced at Li Jun-sung's side. At this moment, Su Hanyun's dumbfounded expression looked at the river. She could no longer find the mackerel in her gaze. She was going to turn around and comfort Li Jun-sung when her phone rang. Pick up the phone. It's an unfamiliar number with the same attribution as the capital. Curious tapped answer. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Dr. So, have a nice vacation. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My first name is Chang Junmao. It's a name that, to the casual observer, you may not have heard of. But Suan Rhyme is a scientist, or a rising star at the institute. Upon hearing the name, her expression changed. Surprise! Surprise! Marvel! Exclaim! Yikes! Dean! Hello Dean, I'm Su Hanyun. Knowing the identity of the caller, she even became incredibly stern in her stance, as if the dean was standing right in front of her. To know, the dean is a leading figure in the scientific research community of the Dragon Kingdom. Leaving aside the personal contributions he has made, the scientific research he has led in various directions has yielded good results. Research breakthroughs in nanomaterials, new advances in synthetic materials, overhaul of energy storage technology. The list of great achievements is too long for 3 or 2 sentences. Su Hanyun had immense respect and admiration for him. On the other end of the phone, Dean Chang Junmao continued to speak. It's like this. We know Dr. Su's contribution in the field of photolithography, so we would like to invite you to attend the symposium of the Academy of Sciences. What do you think? He said it politely, not ordering anyone around by virtue of being a dean. This was also his usual character, gentle and kind. When Su Hanyun's brows stretched, and with a smile at the corner of her mouth, she asked, I'm just a small researcher. Can I also come to the Academy of Sciences to participate in the symposium? The time is still uncertain, but of course you're qualified. But this time we've invited a great god. Don't miss it. Hanyun is so honored. I'll be there. Hanging up the phone, Su Hanyun took a few deep breaths to ease her excitement, feeling kind of good about being invited to the Academy of Sciences, or the dean himself made the call. After so many years of persistent research, it is now finally being recognized. For some reason, there were some tears. Su Hanyun reddened her eyes and cried tears of joy as she jumped headfirst into Li Junchang's arms. Woohoo! Honey, I get to go into the academy and look around and attend lectures too. Ooh, a hiccup. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung comforted his daughter-in-law. He understands it well. From the time she started college, she chose science and chose to study physics. She has her own dreams. Have your own persistence. She has come so far despite not being understood by her old husband. I remember when she was first hired by the institute. She was happy for a whole week to come. Back then she dreamed every night with a smile on her lips, but it made Lee Jun-sung miserable. While eating, my daughter-in-law suddenly put down her bowl and pulled her work license out of her pocket. Look, hubby, I become a scientist too. Oh. While sleeping, his daughter-in-law suddenly woke up with a jolt and had to shake him up. By the way, look, hubby, I become a scientist too. Oh. When I went to the bathroom, I was about to push when the door suddenly opened. Look, hubby, I become a scientist too. Oh. When he thought of that time, Lee Jun-sung shivered. You can't eat well. You can't sleep well. You even have to be careful when you go to the bathroom. Daughter-in-law, why don't we just accompany you to wait near the science center first, so you won't be late? Patting his daughter-in-law on the shoulder, Lee Jun-sung offered. Well, go. Soo Han-yoon was full of vigor, raising her fist high, extending her index finger, and pointing to the distance. The afternoon sun was soft. The breeze rattled the leaves along the river. The couple stepped out of this silence and started the car in the direction of the academy, running towards Soo Rim's dream, Academy of Sciences. At this time, in the intensive care unit of the hospital, the dean who learned that Soo Han-yoon agreed to come to the symposium couldn't be happier. But the joy wasn't for a few seconds. The man of God frowned again as he looked toward the hospital bed where he had collapsed. Hey, I wonder when Mr. will wake up. Don't worry, the doctor said it, sir, is just a fainting spell caused by too much emotion. Director Rin soothed from the sidelines, but also frowned along with Dean. The moment Mr. fainted, the whole academy could have been terrified. He's the only talent in the country who can draw a complete blueprint of a photolithography machine. No, genius, man of God. Luckily, after coming to the hospital, it was found that the person was not in any serious condition. It's just too much emotion. But think about it, after all that time in folklore, it's hard for an email to prove itself. Anyone else would be thrilled. Director Ren, also known as Ren Lao, thought so in his mind. That's the point that a normal person would think of. At that moment, inside the ward, there seemed to be movement. Elder Ron hurriedly turned to look. It turns out that Mr. has woken up, and is surveying the ward. Not yet slowed down. Aha! Where am I? Sick bed. My loins. My loins. The owner of the Black Internet Cafe, who has just woken up, almost died of shock again after realizing that he is in a hospital bed. Hastily, he touched his waist and checked his treasure again. After realizing that the loin was still there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his head, he saw two old men, looking at him with smiles on their faces. There was another panic in his heart. Hugging the quilt with a wary face. Who are you? Stay back. Sir, you're finally awake. I'm from the academy, remember? Dean tried to be as gentle as possible, not even daring to speak loudly, afraid of offending Mr. Speaking of the Academy of Sciences, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe finally recalled. He was taken to the Science Academy himself, and then a group of people in white coats surrounded him, and then fainted in shock. Please, let me go. I'm just running a Black Internet Cafe. I swear I've done absolutely nothing bad. Sir, I understand. We've already reported your claim to the other units. We'll definitely bring Fatty Yen to kneel in front of you on the durian. Dean swore. Thought Mr. dissatisfied with the way of doing things in the Academy of Sciences. Did not let Engineer Yen kneeling durian to be so outgoing. But the gentleman in front of me obviously doesn't eat that. I don't want people to kneel for me. Will you let me go home? Chapter 19. Mr. Yen is willing to take the blame. Completely voluntarily. With that, Dean dialed a phone number in front of the owner of the Black Internet Cafe. Mr. has woken up. Please also act as quickly as possible and make sure to severely punish the unruly Fatty Yen. The phone hung up and he looked up at the dark internet cafe owner. It seems to say, we've done what you asked. It's time to fulfill your promise, right? Dean hoped to see a hint of appreciation and satisfaction in his eyes. Sir, that core formula. Isn't it possible to go back to the Academy of Sciences and discuss it in detail? What formula? I don't build it? In the face of the Dean's inquiry, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe was dumbfounded and shook his head back and forth after weakly answering. He was already numb from the whole thing in front of him. Completely unknown. He didn't know any Academy of Sciences. He didn't know any formulas. And he didn't know who Fatty Yen was. Say, are you guys looking for the wrong person? I'm really just the owner of a Black Internet Cafe. Look, you're talking nonsense again. The Academy of Sciences has arranged a symposium. I'll take you to attend it later. Oh yes, Dr. Sue will also come. Today is really the time for a group of heroes to gather. Dean, of course, didn't believe the black internet cafe owner and talked to himself. Then thinking of Soo Han-yoon, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, quickly edited a string of text and sent her a message. The other end. Lee Jun-sung had already driven his daughter-in-law a few hundred meters away from the Science Academy. The couple waited patiently for the symposium Soo Han-yoon's heart was yearning for to be announced. They couldn't get too close because of security issues at the Academy of Sciences. The car was parked on the side of the road a few hundred meters away. Inside the car, Soo Han-yoon leaned on Lee Jun-chang's shoulder, and the two of them talked mushily about love for half an hour. Honey, you smell so good. Aha! You too, wife. The symposium hasn't started yet. So what are we doing? How about, what's on your mind? I'd say talk about something or watch a TV show. Being mushy. Ding dong. Soo Han-yoon's cell phone message alert sounded. She absently escaped to look at it. Wait until you read the contents. Startled, he sat up with a jerk of his board, leaving Lee Jun-sung's shoulders and straightening up. Yikes. The symposium starts in a little while. It's a good thing I came early or I would have been late. You're a godsend, hubby, for bringing me here early. I love you. Boo. Crisp voices rang out in the car. Immediately after, the car door opened and Soo Han-yoon stepped out, walking towards the science center with eager steps. Lee Jun-sung smiled gently and watched his daughter-in-law enter the place of her dreams. Only she had just left the car. Several cars then appeared behind them speeding towards the entrance of the Academy of Sciences. As he passed by Soo Han-yoon, it seemed that he could still hear someone in the car yelling something. I'm not your mister. I want to go home. Of course, Soo Han-yoon didn't think that. She came to the door of the Academy of Sciences with a cheerful little step. After showing his work permit, the security officer immediately and respectfully released him. Wow, the Dragon Academy is really big. You can't even see the head at a glance. Emotionally, only a few steps into the Academy of Sciences, she then saw a few cars that had just driven past her, parked not far away. Several people dressed as bodyguards opened the doors for the car at the very front. Then there was a man hurrying out. His face was flustered, and by the look on his face he appeared to be some sort of criminal who had been caught. The man ran ahead with a group of people chasing after him. Sir, slow down. This is the Academy of Sciences. No one will threaten your safety. He had been followed closely behind by two old men. Something looks familiar. Fixing her eyes for a closer look, Soo Han-yoon was so surprised that her mouth couldn't close. The man called Mr. The two old men behind him she knew. Seen it on the news. One is Ren Lao, who is well known in the scientific community. One is the Dean of Science Leaders. As Soo Han-yoon froze, the one who had escaped had darted past her with a quad dash. He runs, and a group chases him. Looking at Soo Han-yoon was confused and hurt his brain. Completely confused as to what is going on. Eyes on. Elder Rin and the Dean chased after them for a few steps before they felt weak and out of breath. Standing beside Soo Han-yoon to catch their breath. When they had caught their breath, the two old men began to talk. Elder Ren, this gentleman always feels a bit off. We wouldn't have invited the wrong person, would we? Dean, I think he must be faking it. Sir hasn't seen Fatty Yen kneeling, so he's been playing dumb. With a reminder from Elder Ren, Dean nodded thoughtfully as well. That's right. The content of the email received by the Academy of Sciences ends with the writing that one person, Fatty Yen, is to be punished. Now that Fatty Yen has not yet been punished, Mr. is unwilling to pay any attention to the Academy of Sciences. Yeah, that should be it. Because there was no one else in that flare yesterday. Just Fatty Yen. What are the specifics? Dean inquired. Director Rin replied. Fatty Yen is on vacation, but the relevant departments have already acted, and it is estimated that they have now arrived at Fatty Yen's house to squat. As the two exchanged words, in his afterglow, the Dean finally noticed Soo Han-yoon beside him. Strange. There are researchers this young at the Academy of Sciences? Curious, he surveyed the female doll in front of him. Scratching his head he was about to ask Soo Han-yoon where he came from. At this point, Soo Han-yoon acted very excited to see the Dean of the Academy of Sciences right next to him. Hastily, he stood up straight. Before the Dean could ask, she took it upon herself to report. Reporting to the Dean. Director, I'm a researcher at the Photolithography Institute. Soo Han-yoon. Soo Han-yoon saw that she was being paid attention to by the bigwigs of the Academy of Sciences. In a hurry, he shouted his name out loud. Just a hint of softness in his booming voice. As the words fell, the two men, the Dean and Director Ren, were surprised. What? Dean's eyes widened. He had always thought that a genius who could develop a photolithography machine must not be too young. But today, this girl doll in front of me, just by looking at her appearance she has no 18 years old is a question. It's amazing. Does a supreme genius for scientific research so young really exist? Are you Su Han-yoon? Dean reconfirms, I'm Su Han-yoon. Su Han-yoon replied firmly, facing the dean's questioning again. Su Han-yoon fumbled in his pocket without thinking. Finally, she pulled out 2 pieces of identification. One was an ID card and one was her work badge from the institute. Dean took the 2 papers and looked at them again and again. His eyes glazed over. It's true. Holy crap. You really are Su Han-yoon. After the proof, Dean finally got taut, even soothing his heart. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my breath and pass right on the spot. Suan rhyme is a milkmaid who looks underage on the outside? Academician Lu Ji said that Dr. Su has a lot of credit, but also did not tell him Su Han-yoon's age. The dean was silent for a long time, finally realizing how shocking the 3 words Su Han-yoon were. A baby doll that can design such a complex photolithography peripheral program? It's the ultimate in genius. In time, she would surely hold up the scientific community. And the dean had a strong feeling inside. Director Ren, you take Dr. Su to the conference room first. I'll calm the gentleman down. He glanced at Su Han-hyun and then at Mr. Unusual, the decisive choice of Mr. After all, the crazy gentleman in front of him had the better talent. He had perfected all the other parts of the photolithography machine that Su Han-yoon hadn't designed. Seeing this, Su Han-yoon nodded happily, led by Director Rin to a large conference room. By this time, the conference room was full. The front row was filled with the greatest minds in the scientific research world of the Dragon Kingdom. She didn't dare make a move, so she had to find a seat in the back row. Colleagues, we have just received word that Engineer Yen has been taken under control and is now preparing for the live broadcast of the matter. Director Rin made the announcement when he came in after taking a call at the door. He then turned on the projection, connected to his own cell phone and then opened the live streaming software again. In the screen, Fatty Yen's private account showed that it was live. Tap in. Inside the live feed, a fat man in white was standing trembling, his head bowed coyly, not daring to speak. Say, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? Apologize to the others. A majestic voice came, and Fatty Yen's fat flesh trembled a few times when he heard it. Frightened, he nodded his head. Dad, please don't hit me. I'll apologize right away. Photolithography Institute, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have violated the rules by going to your place and yelling. Dr. Su is sorry for the serious injury to your wrist. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large, pale hand slapped him hard on the shoulder. It made Fatty Yen, who was already extremely nervous, turn white with fear. You know what to do, right? I know. Mr. Yen is willing to take the blame. It seems to have been drained of all pride. Engineer Yen slowly knelt down, and beneath his knees were 2 thick slices of durian skin. The moment he had just knelt down, his whole body shook with pain. The face is hideous and twisted. Even so, I don't dare get up for a second. Had to keep slapping myself to distract from the pain. The scene was extremely explosive and was broadcast live for the entire country. The netizens who happened to come to the live broadcast were also stunned. The identity of this fat man in front of him, but he has a yellow V certification on top of the live broadcast software. And it is such an identity of a person is now on his knees in the live broadcast, constantly shouting that I am wrong. The officials of the live streaming software, on the other hand, have not shut down the live streaming room. Unbelievable. Hard to understand. Normally, this kind of vulgar and questionable live content would certainly be shut down with urgency. The serious cases will also be banned. Chapter 20, Su Han-yoon's entry. Symposium almost turned into a matchmaking event. Yen Gong, because they don't need any secrecy for this job. So there are still many netizens who know his identity. The number of people in the live room continues to grow. Holy, what did I see? Such a big engineer kneeling on Durian Live? I recorded the screen just after it started, and it seems to have offended some big shot who got himself down on his knees and went live. With a reminder from one of the internet users, people kept clicking through to his homepage. Sure enough, the video of him recording the screen is right above his homepage, and Fatty Yan's opening confession is known all over the internet. Dr. Su Han-yoon. What kind of powerhouse is she? She looks so powerful. Didn't you see it? He hurt the other doctor. I'm going to hit the melon. It couldn't be that Yen Gong's colorful atmosphere has done something unspeakable to Dr. Su, could it? For a time, the netizens have what to speculate. What's more, there are people all over the internet who have appeared to flesh out Su Han-yoon. At this point, Su Han-yoon was sitting in the conference room of the Academy of Sciences and was directly confused. Inside the conference room, the eyes of other researchers were also on the screen, talking, making her fidget. It's a good thing that Run Lao stepped in to explain in time. You don't have to guess. Folks, it's the same thing we've all been familiar with for the past 2 days. And Dr. Su is sitting in the last row, following Elder Ren's finger. The people present looked at the strange girl in the corner. Only for a moment. Everyone is confused. Didn't you say that Dr. Sue solved the photolithography light source problem, and that Dr. Sue is a milk doll? Is she an adult yet? Not as old as my granddaughter. I said, why did a girl doll suddenly run in? I thought it was someone's granddaughter, but I didn't expect it to be Dr. Sue. Shocker. It's just so shocking that Dr. So, who attacked the photolithography problem, was expected to be an old lady. I hadn't realized that it was a female child who looked underage. Elder Ren, this is Dr. Sue, it's actually your granddaughter, isn't it? Don't joke. We're not little cuties. That's just it. A female doll that looks underage. And you're saying it's a PhD in research? No one believed that the girl doll in the back was Dr. Sue. All thought that it was just Director Ren bringing his granddaughter to see more. What's more, they even sat beside Soo Han-yoon, saying hello, Ms. Run. I'm your grandfather's colleague. Why don't you add a contact? I still have a grandson who isn't married. With two old men leading the way. Others crowded over, and some even brought along pictures of their grandchildren or sons and handed them to Soo Han-yoon. This next. Soo Han-yoon was even more confused. Didn't we agree on a research symposium? How did it turn into a blind date? One by one, people who are usually serious on the news and on TV become hyped up at this point. They are looking for a marriage partner for their grandchildren or sons or whatever. Guys, Grandpa, I'm really Soo Han-yoon. My last name isn't Run. All of you in front of her, but the idols of her grandfather's generation in her heart. Soo Han-yoon could only explain in a weak voice. This soft and cute look makes all the grandpas like it even more. Vow to get her home. Set up a marriage right away. And make yourself a granddaughter-in-law when you're of legal age. Ms. Run. This is your fault. Lying is not a good boyo. Screw you. Dare to say that my granddaughter-in-law isn't a good boy. Next time I won't give you any of my treasured good wine. What's your grandson's daughter-in-law? Did Miss Ren promise you old shameless? Ren Lao looked at these shameless ones in front of him. The face was black. Luckily, I didn't, and brought my granddaughter to meet them. However, even if you bring your own granddaughter, it may not have this effect. Soo Han-yoon is just too good. Pavilion, a smell of books, and good-looking and cute. A girl like this is one that an old man loves when he sees her and adores her like a granddaughter. Ren Lao hurriedly squeezed in. A serious face. A bunch of you. You could be grandpas to Dr. Sue, can you behave yourselves? Immediately afterward, he pulled a picture out of his pocket. That hey, Dr. Sue, I have a grandson too. Don't worry, the bride price is whatever you want to mention. I ran someone's scientific research for so many years, still saved some bonuses. Soo Han-yoon was petrified on the spot when she saw this. It had been assumed that Director Ren had shown up to help her. I never thought that Director Ren, Elder Ren, you two have fallen. Thank you, grandfathers, for your kind words, but Han-yoon is married, and I'm here for the symposium today. Soo Han-yoon covered her face in a burst of explanation, but these old guys just don't believe it. No, what kind of drama are you grandparents and grandchildren putting on? And, Ms. Run, are you an adult? Just married? Looking in front of them, the girl who could adorn them was not an adult by any stretch of the imagination. Even if you're an adult, you're still 18, right? Unable to do anything, Soo Han-yoon had to take out her ID card and her work license. I'm really an adult, and I've just reached the legal age for marriage. Wow dash. This move made everyone in the room gasp in shock, scrambling to access Soo Han-yoon's ID card. A long time passed, and the group stared wide-eyed at the girl in front of them. A 22-year-old doctor. How many grades did you have to jump in a row when you were studying? And then you passed the interview for the institute last year. At this point, they have to believe it even if they don't. IDs don't fool anyone. After all, the Academy of Sciences is very special, and everyone has to be ID'd when they enter. Thus, it has been proved. The well-behaved girl in front of me, she's Dr. Sue. She was not the granddaughter of the so-called Elder Ren. At that moment, they were shocked. How many years would it take for a genius like this to come out? Even one out of the blue could ruin your future with one wrong step. There are only a handful of people who have been in the business for so many years who have made it all the way to where she is. It seems that Elder Ren counts for one and Dean counts for another. I have never seen anyone else in person. Are you really Dr. Sue? Geez, you're really married? After receiving the affirmation, this group of old people couldn't wait to raise their voices to the sky. Late. I can't believe I'm late in recognizing her. Or else I must be fooled. Bah. Bring her home as my grandson's daughter-in-law. People have gotten married and a bunch of people's dreams have been shattered. Soo Han-yoon lowered his head and didn't want to wrestle with personal issues for too long. She didn't want to add any stress to her husband. Not even if it's someone else's wishful thinking. So, when is our symposium going to start? Oops, I almost forgot. We are having a symposium today only to welcome Mr. It was only after this question was asked that the researchers in the room reacted to the fact that today was the day that the dean had brought Mr. Thinking about it, their anticipation was finally diverted. There was a wait for the dean, for the mysterious gentleman. Which gentleman? Was it great? Chapter 21. This man is not Mr. Facing Su Han Yun's inquiry, the two old men beside her laughed, but they patiently explained for her. You don't know it yet, Dr. Su. After you made the solution to the photolithography light source problem, immediately another gentleman solved the other problems as well. The blueprints the gentleman made were just perfect. There was no need for your kind of complicated peripherals. Even the precision manufacturing techniques needed for the device were turned incomplete. The older man beside him finished, and he others touched him with their elbows. Remind him he said the wrong thing. The man was old and wise, and he also immediately woke up. Thumbs up to Su Han Yun for a while. Ahahaha, Dr. Su, your peripheral conception is also seamless. You are the only one who has succeeded in so many years. A well-deserved genius. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he hastened to remedy the situation. Who knows that Su Han Yun doesn't care about this at all. She only cares about the Longhua photolithography issue. After hearing the news, she was just one happy person. Really? Great. We've finally solved our photolithography technology. The excited little eyes were glowing. It couldn't be faked. At this point, the few old men on the side liked the girl doll Su Han Yun even more. She's not a climber. And she's not vain. It's so rare. It's good enough that the average person's mind hasn't drifted after they've made a major accomplishment. She can also, the moment she learns that someone else is doing a better job than she is, be genuinely happy for someone else. Such a kind little girl. However, it's not completely resolved when it's said to be resolved. But he had left a few of the most important formulas blank, leaving the entire Academy of Sciences confused. This symposium, it is in the hope that Mr. will fill in that blank, allowing Dragon to actually make photolithography machines. Actually, it's a bit complicated. Sir threatened that Fatty Yen must apologize to you, Dr. Su, before he'll come up with the formula. Su Hanrian froze. After all was said and done, the topic surprisingly came back to her. Looked again in the big screen. Fatty Yen was still slapping himself continuously, mumbling under his breath. Dr. Su, I'm sorry. I'm larded up. Institute, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have foxed and messed things up. There are now many more pop-ups on the air than there were when the show first started. Even Fatty Yen almost covered it. This time, he really disgraced himself to the nation. She, Su Han Yun, on the other hand, became famous all over the country. But she also finally realized what was going on. She was bullied, and then someone stood up for her. And that person surrendered all the technology of the photolithography machine just so he could severely investigate Fatty Yen. As she thought about it, a man came to mind. Li Jun's son. Only her husband would spoil her so much to stand up for her. Most of the others only coveted her beauty. And she wasn't stupid enough to see that. But isn't the husband a fishing man? There were all sorts of doubts, but it was too late to think. We'll know who it is when the gentleman comes out later. Think what you want. The next second, the dean breezed into the conference room with a six-parent stride. Ladies and gentlemen, the Academy of Sciences Symposium today is officially open. We have the gentleman on stage. Wow dash. The exciting moment has finally arrived. The unknown gentleman will finally make his official debut. Originally, we were all a little nearsighted and presbyopic, and we hadn't looked closely when we first met Mr. Then fainted and went into the hospital. Today, I was finally able to properly observe Mr. Grooming. Let's see what kind of person can make such a big contribution. As the dean's voice fell, a thin young man was shoved into the conference room. Shasta. The entire conference room applauded as if it were a shocking wave. The crowd applauded the arrival of the so-called gentleman, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe. The boss was walking on thin ice as he was pushed and shoved onto the speaker's podium. And when he saw the gesture, his legs shivered, like a dead leaf in the wind. All day long, no matter how much he argued, the dean turned a deaf ear to his explanations. The mailbox was his, the network IP was his, and even the surveillance showed that at that point in time, the entire Black Internet Cafe was engrossed in the game, and no one else had sent the email at all. After taking the stage, the owner of the Black Internet Cafe saw the scene full of big shots. The mental defenses collapsed. Oh, I've told you before, I'm not Mr. Anything. Why don't you guys believe me? Why don't you believe me? Said the man, getting more and more agitated. Even reached out his right hand and started slapping himself. The picture suddenly became strange, and the sound of his slaps echoed with each other with Fatty Yen in the big screen. Don't tell me. It's quite rhythmic. The crowd looked on. From the first time I met Mr. I felt that this gentleman was a bit unreliable. Now the second meeting. Damn this scene, where it's a bit of a non-starter. It's just not plausible. Dean stood aside. He was also petrified. It was all just communicated to the gentleman that his reasonable needs would be met by attending the meeting. Now that's a situation that really wasn't anticipated. Sir, we had a deal. The dean hastily took the black internet cafe owner's hand and warned anxiously. Suddenly, caught off guard the owner of the black internet cafe violently pushed Dean away and made a desperate dash for the door. If it wasn't for security, it would have gone nowhere. He would have wanted to send the man back if the technology Mr. had mastered hadn't been so counterintuitive. Crazy as hell. In a nutshell, it seemed like he was really scared, in a liver and guts kind of way. Now Dean just feels a little heartbroken. The others rose to their feet in the face of the gentleman's lack of cooperation, and there was a sense that every man wanted to go up and persuade him himself. At that moment, a person suddenly rushed over to the hallway outside the door. At a closer look it was none other than Xiao Zhang from the data room. He held up a note in his hand and made a mad dash for the conference room door. Dean. Public announcement. Originally, everyone was still wondering what exactly Xiao Zhang was panicking about, until everyone heard the formula he shouted under his breath. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. There was a roar in the scene, all staring wide-eyed at the note in Xiao Zhang's hand. Dean almost stumbled from excitement even after hearing that. Luckily, Director Ren was quick on his feet and held him up. Taking the note, it was obvious that it was a printed document. There was a string of formulas written on it with a small paragraph attached. Very well, Fatty Yen, just keep kneeling down. I'll send you the rest of the formula step by step. Monkeyed, completely confused. Mr. is clearly right here. How does he send emails in real time? Suddenly something seemed to come to mind. The dean hurriedly asked Zhang. The mailbox this time. Is it the same? His eyes widened. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes, expecting Young to say the same thing. If it's not the same, it's screwed, and there's a good chance the Academy didn't find Mr. Real. There was a high probability that the psychotic man in front of me was not Mr. Chapter 22. What does your husband do? Dean. Not only is the email different, but it's a foreign email account. Xiao Zhang's entire body went numb. On his note, he even wrote down the email address, which was obviously not domestic. Dean glanced at the note and at Mr. He collapsed with a thud and two black eyes. But all the people in the academy were scared, and Director Ren rushed to call the emergency center. Help me up. At that moment, Dean's weak voice came through after he briefly fainted. Dean, are you okay? Elder Ren hurriedly gently lifted up the dean, his face eager, obviously truly concerned about the dean's body. Seeing this, Su Han Yun also hurriedly came over, but she was too weak to squeeze in for a look. There was no way to get through the crowd. Only here. Dean, surrounded by the crowd, kept murmuring, he's not Mr. It dawned on the others at the moment that it was no wonder Mr. The man in front of me could be scared silly coming to the Academy of Sciences. If someone with real talent dares to send an email to the Academy of Sciences, never this pushy. Teacher, there's mail again. Teacher. At this time, Xiao Zhang's deputy also ran over with a printed paper. At this moment, Dean seemed to have renewed strength and rose to his feet. Hastily, he took the paper. It's a formula for a synthetic material. To build a complete photolithography machine requires more than just precision, it also requires material strength for many components. This article is the formula for solving the material challenges in silicon crystal cutting, composite tools. Except there's a formula that has something to do with material synthesis. Only a sentence was written on it. Those who dare to bully me, continue to bring him to his knees. 28 formulas in total. I will send them to you one after another. The printout was large enough for many people to see it clearly, together with the fact that Xiao Zhang's student had just lifted it up. Even Su Han Yun in the back row could see it clearly. Su Han Yun froze on the spot, thinking back on the words. The one who dared to bully me. Bully for me. My people. This tone, these words, her husband Lee Jun-sung would say every time he defended her. She was all too familiar with it. It was Lee Jun-sung's tone. No, hubby, he started working part-time everywhere when he was studying, and although he's very smart, he hasn't been exposed to such high-end stuff. Shook his head. She wasn't sure anymore, obviously sounding so much like her husband. And it seems that the day she was injured, her husband went out for the night and the next day the academy received the email. Elder Ren, when was the first email sent to the academy? Across the crowd, Su Han Yun hurriedly shouted. It's a good thing everyone wasn't more noisy. Elder Ren easily and clearly heard Su Han Yun's inquiry. Did Dr. Su find anything? The first email was investigated through intelligence. It was a timed email from 10 p.m. the night before last. But because it was timed, we didn't get it until the next afternoon. Knock knock. Soo Han-yoon's heartbeat sped up a few points after hearing this. 10 o'clock the night before last. Exactly half an hour before my husband returned. This email. It couldn't be husband Lee Jun-sung sending it to the academy, could it? From the time I realized I was injured to the time the email was edited, it was only about 3 hours in total. She remembers that she was worried after Lee Jun-sung left the house that night. With her husband Lee Jun-sung's temperament, it's likely that he'll be looking for revenge. It fits the temperament of her husband, Lee Jun-sung. There was a vendetta, and plans for retaliation began on the spot. Thinking about it, she breathed a little faster. Unbelievable. Hubby is the hidden great scientist. No, that's not right. It's not reasonably possible. In order to verify the conjecture in her mind, she hurriedly dialed the video phone of her husband, Lee Jun-chang. Soon, the ringer picked up. Hey, husband, where are you now? The other end. Lee Jun-chang answered the phone, then heard his wife's voice. Behind her is a white wall, cannot see anything. The voice of his daughter-in-law scared him. Being a thief, Lee Jun-sung was shocked in his heart. The sweetness of his daughter-in-law's voice had dropped greatly, and he wouldn't be found out, would he? Just now, when his daughter-in-law got out of the car, he hurriedly drove to the town not far away, got a lot of mailboxes by selling misery plus luring. After sending all those formulas on a regular basis, he had wanted to give them all up. In the end, he thought about it and stayed with one set of formulas, the most important set. Hustle back to the Academy of Sciences a few hundred meters away. Keep waiting for your daughter-in-law now. Now. He had just gotten it done and was sweating profusely when his daughter-in-law immediately called. It's natural to be nervous with a weak heart. I'm still waiting for you. Have you finished the meeting? Forcing himself to be calm, Lee Jun-sung asked a rhetorical question. Seemingly sensing Lee Jun-sung's vigilance, Soo Han-yoon accelerated her attack. Can we check the weather outside? It always feels a bit chilly. This question, Lee Jun-sung inwardly burst. Another video call and a look out the window. My daughter-in-law obviously realizes what's going on. Luckily for my brother, I was quick enough to get back before she called. No, it has to be hidden. He doesn't want to go to work. It's not easy to retire in your 20s. You have to enjoy life. Thinking, he turned the camera out of the car. Obviously, this is outside the Academy of Sciences, and he didn't leave. Hang up. Lee Jun-sung patted his chest to soothe his frightened little heart. No, next time we can't do things so obviously. We'll have to use an outsider's hand. After muttering something, he opened the car door, got out and lit one. There was a scare this time. Thankfully, Soo Han-yoon sighed. Inside the conference room, she hung up the phone slowly, always feeling that something was wrong. But as it turns out, hubby did wait in the car. One can only wait for the intelligence services to find out exactly when these emails were created. All electronic documents, or information, etc. File editing, network transmission, these will leave a trace. At this point, a symposium is definitely out of the question. Mr. Wrong. The dean informed everyone to disperse and came back to Soo Han-yoon's side. I'm really sorry, Dr. Soo, today was an oversight on the part of our Academy of Sciences. It's okay, Han-yoon is already happy to be here at the Academy. Soo Han-yoon turned back into sweet girl when she finished her thinking, naturally cheerful and wanting to go home. Wait, Dr. Soo, let's talk in the office? Dean called out to her just in time. Mr. Nowhere to be found, but the teenage genius can be real right in front of you. The two went to the office. In fact, there was not much to talk about, just how she, Soo Han-yoon, designed a solution to the problem of light source by envisioning it. After speaking up, Dean seemed to catch on to something. Wait, are you saying that your husband's constant use of various tools while chopping vegetables reminded you of that? Aha, unintentionally. Hiss dash. Dean sucked in a breath of air, always feeling that it wasn't that simple. Because according to the story told by Soo and Rhymes, even if her husband had changed the order of the tools, it would have been impossible to alert anyone. What a coincidence that the tools appeared at a coincidental time, in a coincidental order, and everywhere. Even the next day, the placement of trash in her house coincided. Leaving out any step would not inspire her. Your husband, what does he do? Chapter 23, surprisingly escaping suspicion. Gee, I'm a little embarrassed to say it. Could it be something illegal? No, he's fishing. Saying that, Soo Han-yoon felt a blush for her husband. A fishing guy who specialized in fishing for 2 years rain or shine. But Air Force for 2 years. For 2 whole years, he was in the Air Force. At first my husband would secretly buy 2 more fish and lie about catching them. Now it's even a fishing swing. Couldn't fish at all. Not a single one. But you can't keep a family secret. My husband won't be mad if I do this, right? Thinking about it, Soo Han-yoon shook his head. The conversation ended after the dean promised that he would give Soo Han-yoon a high bonus. Everything today was like a dream. First, he was excited to come to the academy. Then he was spoiled by the group. Then a Mr. appeared. And then he found out that the Mr. was a fake. In the end, she got a big bonus. It hasn't been issued yet, I guess, but if the dean said it, it's sure to be approved. Aha! I'll have to buy my husband a better fishing rod when the time comes, and I'll have to get him a new video game. And get all the games on your husband's wish list. The Academy of Sciences was cheered out of the room. After walking for a few minutes, not far away is where hubby parked his car. Looking at Lee Jun-sung who was passed out in the car, she tiptoed to one side, then gently opened the car door and suddenly shouted, "Honey, I'm home." Lee Jun-ben was almost asleep when he was startled by the sound and almost took off in place. Not reacting yet. Something fragrant and soft went into his arms. Phew, you're done with the meeting so soon? Well, they got a fake gentleman, and the meeting was over before it started. Mr. Fake? What Mr. Fake? It's rumored that a black internet cafe owner was mistaken for a scientific genius. These words made Lee Jun-sung sweat. I didn't realize that the research community was so focused on the development of photolithography that it had found its way to the level of the internet cafe owner. Luckily, computers in internet cafes reset their data after they are turned off. Otherwise the document you wrote was found and you could quickly find yourself through the surveillance. This is now a situation that can be denied even if you find yourself. There's no evidence. Seems like I really need to be careful. And if I'm not, I'll get a pitying look from my daughter-in-law, begging to go to work. Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung suddenly felt a chill around his body. Looked down. Almost scared the hell out of him. My daughter-in-law's temperament has changed and she's thinking again. This time, she stared at the dials in the car. And the kilometers. Honey, you're sure you were in the car the whole time, right? The cold voice came. Lee Jun-sung didn't dare to breathe a word. It's a ing. Even the kilometer meter and gas mileage can be spotted. No, it has to be a dead giveaway. Yeah, I've been in the car. So what's with the cold sweat all over your head? It's hot today, so I just skipped down this road twice with the air conditioner on to get a breeze. Saying that, Lee Jun-sung slowly hugged his daughter-in-law. Often, allowing her to have the greatest security will unlock the deep thinking mode, shapeshifting. My daughter-in-law loves to cuddle, and this is a great way to do it. It works almost every time I use it. Fruity. The daughter-in-law's aura began to slowly descend, her eyes gradually turning from shrewd to clear. The tension eased a bit. Lee Jun-sung exhaled a cloudy breath at the sight. It could be considered a blindfold, and if she was allowed to think about it for a few more minutes, she was afraid that she might not really be able to ask for a break. Once she thinks deeply, her personality changes drastically. Luckily, it was relieved in time, and after breathing a sigh of relief, Lee Jun-sung hurriedly added a sentence. Let's go home. I'm kind of hungry. In fear, Lee Jun-sung could only change the subject by eating. The trick worked. Soo Han-yoon cared most about her husband, followed by her research. As soon as she said she was hungry, she rushed home. He even tried to grab the steering wheel and let Lee Jun-sung sleep for a while. Soon the two couples were back home. Without going upstairs, my daughter-in-law rushed straight to the food market, leaving Lee Jun-sung alone at home. With my daughter-in-law being so picky about ingredients, I'm afraid I won't be back for a while. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Open the door and it's the bear boy from across the street. Uncle, my parents aren't home today and my grandparents can't read my homework. Can you tutor me? Oops, Uncle doesn't have time for that either. Uncle is going to. Halfway through his words, Lee Jun-sung suddenly realized something. Yeah, you can remind your daughter-in-law of the last formula side by side, through your little one's homework. Those emails that timed the formulas were sent, but left the last one. That's a credit he intends to give to his daughter-in-law. Isn't this the best opportunity? Thinking about it, a loving smile appeared on Lee Jun-sung's face. Lowering his head, he softly spoke to the bear. Uncle will give you a question, and if you answer it, Uncle will tutor you, okay? Go ahead Uncle. Bears obviously haven't experienced the perils of society. And so, Lee Jun-sung then wrote down a few elementary school formulas in his workbook and told him to solve them. In order to avoid Soo Han-yoon suspecting himself, he also made a point of breaking up the formula into several elementary school questions. But as long as Soo Han-yoon used her brain, these individual formulas would be her breakthrough. Of course Soo Han-yoon, who had just seen the formula, definitely couldn't realize it. But as soon as she touched it, the photolithography information she had mailed to the Academy of Sciences, and saw that the most critical formula was a blank, she remembered today's formula. sort of teaching on a curve. 10 minutes passed. The bear was sweating in a hurry and still couldn't untangle it. Humph. You're a bully. There are no answers to these questions. Child gets angry. Who says there isn't? Why don't you come back in an hour and Auntie will be able to solve it and help you with your homework. Lee Jun-sung sets him up. They were all neighbors, and at the mention of Auntie Bear's eyes lit up. Of course he knew the ants that Uncle was talking about. Soo Han-yoon could be much gentler than Mom and much better than Uncle. Okay, I'll watch cartoons for an hour and come back for you later. With that, the bear took 1 step forward and 3 steps back and went home to watch TV. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung hurriedly pulled him back. Wait, when you come over later, don't tell Auntie that you've met your uncle or she won't tutor you. The bear looked puzzled as he listened. Though puzzled, he nodded. After all, both Mom and Dad fight a lot. Like yesterday. It causes him to get angry with his mom whenever he mentions his dad in front of, well, his mom. Maybe Uncle had a fight with Auntie too. So don't let yourself mention him for fear that your aunt will get angry. Yeah, that's it. For the sake of having someone to tutor him in his homework. The bear child inwardly remembered what Lee Jun-sung had said, and must never say that he had looked for his uncle. Next moment. 1 adult, 1 child. High five. A happy decision. I had just returned to the living room, and not even 2 minutes later, my daughter-in-law was back. Probably the reason there aren't many people at the food market at this hour. Soon the daughter-in-law came home with a basket of vegetables picked out. She was a good cook and had plenty of tools in the kitchen, and it took her less than an hour to make the meal. Honey, let's eat. Soo Han-yoon's soft and fluffy voice came out. Lee Jun-sung was self-conscious enough to run to the kitchen and bring the food to the table. We can't let one person do everything in our lives, so let's work together. I had just finished my meal when the doorbell rang at the moment. Lee Jun-sung looked at the time. This little brat. He's quite punctual. Not a minute too soon. I'll do the dishes while you go check. With such a good opportunity. Of course Lee Jun-sung wasn't going to miss it. Before his daughter-in-law could say anything, he hurriedly gathered the dishes and headed for the kitchen, leaving Soo Han-yoon alone in the living room. She was the only one who went to open the door, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Originally, Lee Jun-sung often helped with the housework, and she felt happy even though it was just a favor. Click. Leaving the door open, a bear of a child appeared before her. It's the kid next door. Seeing the child, Soo Han-yoon's entire heart melted. She loves kids the most, so he hastily crouched down, and in a very gentle and tender tone, inquired, Zihan little brother, what can I do for you? Chapter 24 Lithography Follow-up Program Analysis. Soo Han-yoon tenderly squatted down and looked at the neighbor's bear child. All that was seen was the bear pulling a copy of his homework out of his arms, eyes full of light. Auntie, you're finally back. My parents aren't home. Can you help me with my homework? Ah, Lou. Soo Han-yoon stroked the top of the bear's head. There was an internal pang. It was hard to come back early, and she wanted to get tired of her husband more. Suddenly there's a bear running around. It's not right to help, and it's not right not to help. So did your mom say when she'd be back? She pressed her voice inquiringly. The bear looked up at her and shook his head. Auntie, Uncle said. Ah no, I myself see you good people. Only to drum up the courage to dare to come to you. You help me okay well then, come on in. Soo Han-yoon was reluctant, but the love in her chest defeated her. She was naturally impervious to children. All it takes is a plea and an instant compromise. Bring the bears to the living room. Instead, he was very patient and explained various topics to him. Bear is also a keen learner and actively takes notes wherever he talks. No wonder his mom goes around bragging about how smart her kid is. It turned out to be really smart and self-aware. These formulas, are they extra topics? After Soo Han-yoon finished tutoring, he noticed that on the next page of the workbook, a few formulas appeared. It's very simple and easy to understand, but for elementary school students, it seems to be that much over the top, but not by much. So, she thought that the formulas were extra assigned by the teacher. The teacher wanted to see if any smart kid could solve it. Now that she hadn't had access to that emailed material, she naturally couldn't have thought of that layer. By the way, I helped Bear tutor these formulas and taught Bear how to parse them step by step. Zihan the bear is also very competitive. Soo Han-yoon only explained it once, and he completely memorized it. Wait for the bears to come home happy. She too looked at the doorway in deep thought. When he came to the room, Lee Jun-sung was playing Black Monkey with a headset. Hear the door open. Lee Jun-sung paused the game and looked at his daughter-in-law with a smile. It's been over an hour, and kids have quite a lot of homework these days. Well, hubby, I suddenly thought of something very serious. Look at your daughter-in-law wringing her hands. Lee Jun-sung thought she had realized the most central formula of the photolithography machine so simply. Didn't think so. His daughter-in-law's next sentence made him spit out the tea in his mouth. Honey, little kids are so cute. Let's hurry up and have one too. But, we're only in our early 20s. Lee Jun-sung looked incredulous. My daughter-in-law has loved children for more than a day. And the two of them have long agreed to have a child in a couple of years. Didn't think so. Tutoring a bear of a child today could tickle her motherhood. I don't care. If I have it early, I can have more babies. Had ha. No, we don't want the baby if we don't use up the 2 boxes of umbrellas we have ready at home. We made a deal. Yes, for this engagement. The two were ready with 2 large boxes of umbrellas. Even if you use it 3 times a week, it will take years to use it up. Of course, it's not quite as simple as dashing around for yourself. It's more for the old man's emotions. Originally he was a hobo. Take away the flower face pots that your old man has worked so hard to grow for over 10 years. The old man then got angry and was hospitalized. Day after day, he yells at yellow hair for not getting a good S. Although Lee Jun-sung is not a yellow hair, in the eyes of his old husband, he is no different from a yellow hair. If I get my daughter-in-law pregnant now, I guess the old man can come after me at home. Then start using it today. 10 handfuls a day. Stick with it and you'll run out soon. The opening was another blast. Lee Jun-sung's eyes were as wide as brass bells. That's not how you clear out a big warehouse, daughter-in-law. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm about to lose my little life. He fled the room in a hurry. Come to the treadmill in the living room and pretend to work out. He. Ha. Daughter-in-law, you go to bed early today. I'll be back after I work out for a while. Until the early hours of the morning, Lee Jundu hid on the treadmill, trying to get myself all deflated. Nah, the system-enhanced body was too strong. The treadmill sped up to its maximum speed and there was no sign of panting. His daughter-in-law Soo Han-yoon had come to urge him to go to bed for the 3rd time. She looked at Lee Jun-sung on the treadmill, wide-eyed too. Honey, if I remember correctly, you should have been running for hours. Hearing my daughter-in-law's voice, Lee Jun-sung looked back in surprise. It's 12 o'clock and my daughter-in-law is still thinking about 10 umbrellas. It's premature. Forget it, go out on a limb dash. I'm done warming up. Are you sure you want to splurge like that, daughter-in-law? Lee Jun-sung got off the treadmill. Handsome features with 8-pack abs, plus an evil smile hooked at the corner of his mouth. It made Soo Han-yoon's eyes light up. The next day, the alarm goes off in the morning. Lee Jun-sung was not moved in the least and slept like a dead pig. Soo Han-yoon, however, got up early. Holding onto the wall, he took 1 step to the bathroom, washed up, and then held onto the wall again as he made his way down the stairs, because there's no way to drive. Today at work, she called for a substitute driver straight away. While the valet had no way of getting into the institute, he had no problem getting to the door. I'm so tired, and my husband didn't say anything about the fact that I can't even use all 10 umbrellas in one night. A pang of complexity ran through her. Both regretted wanting to clear out the umbrellas and lamented the fact that my sickly husband was, well, really sick. The valet came quickly. Soo Han-ryeon also finally had a small period of time to take a break. Wait until you get to the entrance of the institute. In the surprised eyes of the chauffeur, Soo Han-yoon helped the car into the driver's side and slowly drove the car into the institute. It's crazy how little girls play these days. Sputtering, the valet rode off on his bike, but Soo Han-yoon is having a hard time. After pulling into a parking space, there was nothing to hold on to in this place. Thus, her colleagues at the institute looked at her with a bad smile on their faces. Stumbling, 1 step down 3 times, he trudged to his office. What the hell? Are you showing off how happy you were last night? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Without turning around, Soo Han-yoon had already heard that it was Dr. Zhao's voice. Yes, it's the 40-year-old woman who's older than that. Poisonous mouth was poisonous, but Dr. Zhao still took 3 steps and held Soo Han-yoon. Let's go. As long as you show less love, we'll still be good sisters and co-workers. This haughty look. Why do you miss your husband so much? Soo Han-hyeon thought. Still, it warmed her heart. She never looked at people by what they said, only by what they did. Dr. Zhao hadn't done her any favors at work. It's natural to remember people well. Looking back, I did go overboard that day and didn't consider her situation. She's not married. By the way, the academy sent us an email naming the first one for you to access. Upon arriving at the office, Dr. Zhao pulled out a USB flash drive from his arms and handed it to Soo Han-yoon. Curious, insert the flash drive. There's nothing else in there but a file. It's called Explanation of Photolithography Follow-Up Programs. Chapter 25, Soo Han-yoon's CPU smokes. Haven't had a chance to look at it yet. The office phone then rang. Upon answering, he realized that it was not an internal call from the institute. Across the street, the Academy of Sciences. Hello, is this Dr. Soo Han-yoon? This is the Academy of Sciences. Confirming something with you. I'm Soo Han-yoon. Go ahead. Here's the thing. Dean requested You must take a look at the email we sent you and study it. Su Hanrian blinked twice, a little confused. This email, didn't it say that a certain gentleman sent it to the Academy of Sciences? Why has the nature of secrecy suddenly become so broad? Even a little researcher like yourself can read it. And it was the Academy of Sciences who begged to see it. Really clueless. Hang up. She still looked over it curiously. After reading it, Su Han-yun was shocked. These techniques, it was not like some vision. Rather, it is a proven method of making photolithographs. It's a far cry from her coming up with that stuff on her own. Dr. Zhao was also incredibly shocked on the sidelines. She had known that the Academy of Sciences had sent the technology down to them. They were the place that specialized in photolithography. So naturally it would be sent down to them. I just didn't realize that the technologies were so sophisticated. Unbelievable. It turns out that the Academy of Sciences has long since conquered the technical difficulties, and our institute has been working behind closed doors. No, Sister Zhao. This information, as far as I know, is the work of a great folk god, not the technology of the Academy of Sciences. What? Dr. Cho was astonished for a moment and couldn't believe it. This thing is the work of some unknown folk god. Are you kidding me? That would just make them look like the whole institute is upside down. Okay? Decades have passed since the first generation of researchers. It's still no better than a so-called folk god. Really, it's hard to accept, but while it's all perfect, the most important piece is missing. Su Hanhian could see it. In the document, there is a paragraph on the production of materials with blank formulas. The steps are all detailed, but the chemical reaction formulas don't exist. What a pity that this step, which is the most difficult, was not realized by that great folk god. Dr. Cho had a pang of pity, but it's still exciting, and with so many steps ahead, it's already going to take the institute many years of less research. Next, the entire institute just needs to attack the last step. The Dragon Kingdom will see the birth of a true photolithography machine. Moreover, it is the only place in the world where the country has a high-precision photolithography machine. The world's lithography machines today require a combination of technologies from various countries. No country can make a lithography machine on its own. Things are very positive right now. Even without the last formula, Dragon has mastered most of the lithography technology. It definitely adds to the discourse in the world. And no one dares to snap their necks indiscriminately. Su Han-yun nodded back. Yes, the last step is the hardest. But even if it's not, you still have most of the technology. All of this is visible international prestige. Not true. Seemingly, there is so much thought. Su Hanrian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something that fit well in this blank space, but can't think of one. What the hell is it that's both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time? Between frowns, Su Hanyun's aura changed abruptly. Dr. Zhao, who had originally been standing around cheekily, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Stunned, he turned his head. The feeling intensified after looking at Su Hanyun, only to see Su Hanyun's tightly furrowed brows slowly stretched out. Obviously her face hadn't changed in the slightest, but no one would find her sweet at the moment. An invisible aura spread out. At this moment, Su Han-yun was the queen, the goddess. So that's what you get after those formulas are pieced together and the number of variables is added. Immediately after that, Su Han-yun pulled open the drawer, was looking for a piece of draft paper, but after some searching I didn't find it, and it looks like it ran out a long time ago and I didn't go get it. Dr. Cho watched in awe and did not speak. Only to see that Su Han-yun was in a hurry, narrowing her star-like eyes, tugging hard on his sleeve. Jabla dash. The white sleeves were just so watery she ripped them off. After writing the formula on the sleeve, it was only then that Su Hanrian breathed a sigh of relief. The intimidating aura then slowly descended. She's turned back into a sweet girl again. Aha! Did I just come up with this? It feels like a dream. Looking at the cloth in her hand, she was a little disbelieving herself. The formula in front of me fits that gap perfectly. As to whether it's right or not, and whether it needs to be fine-tuned or not, it's a non-issue. It's nothing more than a little bit of time to adjust. The whole time, Dr. Cho didn't dare to say a word. Wide-eyed, he looked at Su Hanyun as if he was changing faces in Beijing opera. Dr. Su, from my insight, it seems that this formula you wrote down seems to be true. It's incredible. She'd heard in fiction that hand-rubbing photolithography was outrageous enough. I just heard that the folk god's hand rubbed a large portion of the information, which is even more outrageous. Now, she was numb, really numb. As far as Su Han-yun wrote down this formula, I'm afraid that the institute would have to work day and night for a few years, or even a dozen years, to get it out. And Su Han-hyun, changing into a goddess on a watery write-up? Is it just watery and done? She didn't know yet if the formula in front of her would work or not. but in her experience, it was 8 or 9 times better. Suan Rhyme is not a dual personality. Naturally, he also remembers the whole process of his own derivation just now. It's just a little confusing. Should I give it to Academician Lu then? Her voice was a little weak, now that her brain was forced to kick in, combined with last night's madness. The physical exertion was just too much, and it was a little too much to hold up. Therefore, the entire group looked confused. It could have scared Dr. Cho. Thought Su Han Yun was sick. After dropping a quick comment, he ran out of the office. The formula isn't in a hurry for a while. You're in a bit of a state. I'll call the doctor. Fruity. Dr. Zhao had just left in front of him, and Su Han Yun leaned against the table drowsily, shallow asleep. At this moment, the morning sunlight shone through the glass and shone on top of Su Han Yun's head, and a faint white smoke could be seen. Waiting for Su Han Yun to wake up again, found himself lying in the lounge of the institute. Beside them, stood Academician Lu, and Dr. Zhao both. Dr. Su, you're awake. The two were obviously happy and elated from the bottom of their hearts to see her eyes open. What's wrong? Don't move. The doctor said you fainted from too much exercise and overuse of your brain, which caused your stamina to fail. Immediately afterward, Academician Lu went over the situation. He had just received a call and anxiously followed the doctors from the institute to Su Han Yun's office. Just got to the office with them. Then he was so scared that he barely stood still. White smoke was rising from Su Han Yun's head, the long-lasting kind. Apparently overheating of the brain combined with evaporation of sweat causes this. Chapter 26, the whole city overturned the garbage cans in anger. Good thing the doctor checked it out and found nothing wrong with it. It's just a result of being too weak. And then with the overuse of the brain, the stamina didn't keep up. Thank you. Su Hanrian's voice was weak, but she was sincerely grateful to these individual co-workers. If it wasn't for Dr. Zhao and Academician Lu and the others, she was afraid that she would have to pass out in the office for the whole day. That's right. The formula. At this moment, Su Han Yun finally reacted. A pang of anxiety came to mind as she thought about the formula she had just derived at work. After all, it's what your brain comes up with when it's running at high speed. Recollections are fuzzy even now. So, the ripped-off sleeve had to be found for her to actually recall it. Speaking of formulas, Dr. Zhao also looked anxious, only thinking about how to get Su Han Yun to the infirmary. He almost forgot about the formula. Don't worry Dr. Su, I'll get right on it. Of the people in the infirmary, only Dr. Cho had seen that formula, and only he could find it. Immediately after, she then hurried out, come to Su Han Yun's office. The place was half open as always, and she rushed in, looked at the table and was dumbfounded. Where's the cloth? That's right, the rags are gone from the table. It's premature, the sky is falling. There was a rush of rummaging, almost rummaging through the box, but still no sign of the rag. It's over, it's over, it's over. There can't really be a spy, can there? She asked herself. He then rushed to the data room and reported the situation to Academician Lu in passing. Academician Lu at this time, still on the inside of Su Han Yun's hospital room, looking at the weak henchman with a heartbroken face. He was treating Su Han Yun as his granddaughter. It was infuriating to learn that she had been caused to be like this by her husband. Just about to curse, the call came in. On the other end of the line was Dr. Cho's eager voice. Hey, Academician Lu, quickly give me access. I want to call up all the surveillance of the institute. What happened? The formula. The formula is gone. What formula? For Su Han Yun's formula. Academician Lu is still unaware of it, and as soon as he went to work today, he learned that Su Han Yun had fainted. Dr. Cho was also in a hurry and forgot about the formula for a while, because the room is quieter. Su Han Yun also heard the call. She hastily lifted the covers and braced herself to get out of bed. The formula is gone. Find it. Find it. Let her come up with another one. Not that she has that much energy right now, and could only follow with an anxious shout. Dr. Zhao and Su Hanyun's eagerness made Academician Lu feel the pressure as well. Don't know exactly what the formula is yet though, but it's definitely not going to be something simple. Don't worry Dr. Zhao. I'll notify the data room right away and fully cooperate with you in your search. With the permission of Academician Lu, Dr. Zhao immediately hung up the phone and scrambled to start looking. Inside the ward, So Hanhian also wanted to go out and look for it, but he was stopped by Academician Lu. Dr. Su, why don't you get some rest and can you tell me what's going on? He's still in the dark. Right now, the only two people in the entire world who knew about the formula were Su Han Yun and Dr. Zhao. Su Hanrian saw that Academician Lu was not slow. It's also urgent. Academician Lu, that's the most important formula for the photolithography machine. It must be found. Rumble dash. Like a thunderbolt, It blew Academician Lu out of the water. What the hell? What are you talking about? Where did you get that last formula? In surprise, Academician Lu also stumbled and failed to stand still. After instructing the doctor in the medical room to take good care of Su Han-yun, he also left the place in a hurry. He rushed to the data room. The moment Young is already helping Dr. Cho start tracking down surveillance. The two men watched the surveillance of Su Han-yun's office carefully, having fast-forwarded to 10 times speed. Wait, look, someone's coming in. Dr. Zhao was quick to grab the keyboard and hit the pause button. The scene. It just happened to be seen by Academician Lu. He came along for the ride. Just see. On the monitor, a middle-aged woman dressed as a cleaning lady. After cleaning the office, casually, he tossed a piece of cloth from the floor into the trash can. Carrying the trash can, he went out the door. The scene. It made both Dr. Zhao and Academician Lu's eyes widen. They have thought of countless things, but they have never thought that it is the cleaning to accidentally kill this formula. It's over. Hours have passed since Dr. Su fainted. That's right. We've always taken hygiene very seriously at the institute. We have to clean up almost every few hours. And now this rag is probably mixed in with a big pile of garbage. Academician Lu muttered. It's been several hours. And I'm guessing it's been merged with the rest of the city's garbage and transported to the dump to start sorting it out. Think about it. Academician Lu's entire body panicked. It's a change that's been coming for decades in the Dragon Kingdom. Assistance. Request assistance from other units. Now. Reluctantly, but there's nothing to be done about it now. Multiple requests for assistance that take up excessive resources from other units are sure to be vilified by those with an axe to grind. Academician Lu. We apply frequently. I'm afraid. Account for the seriousness of the matter. What's there to fear? The originally amiable Academician Lu had become grumpy at the moment. This is Dragon's new hope in the semiconductor industry. Can't let a junker ruin it. If we really start destroying it, then it's all over. It's all over. Apparently, Academician Lu did not know how the formula came to be. Only that such a formula appeared. Soon the institute was applying for assistance from various units. And so, the streets of the capital could see the scene. Every garbage truck stopped. It seems to be waiting for something. Garbage removal is all but suspended throughout the capital. In the streets and in the alleys. Or by the various trash cans. Even if there are places where the trash cans are full and the garbage trucks are nearby, there is still no intention to carry them away. Even some residents who could not stand it started to complain. Still not moving. The institute is going through this as well. In the big trash can, a dozen researchers don't do research either. Together, they rummage through the garbage at the door. Flip a. Not. Flip another one. Not. It made the entire entrance to the institute stink, but no one had time to complain. I just hope that when the garbage was removed, the bag from Su Han-yun's office was missed and could be identified on the spot. Otherwise, then we'll have to track down that garbage truck and send out another search party to the dump. The reason for stopping trash hauling in the capital. The purpose is to prevent new garbage from being dumped at the station, which will make the search more difficult. Lee Jun-sung. It's on its way to a fishing trip right now. It had been stuck in an alley for almost half an hour. Chapter 27, Suspected Search for International Criminals. Because the road is closed in front. I heard that a lot of people were rummaging through the trash inside the garbage truck. It left him in a daze. I've heard of road closures for all sorts of reasons. I've never heard of a garbage dump closure. The co-pilot was seated by none other than the bearded man. He grumbled as he dispersed a wave of cigarettes to a few people in the car. We don't have anything to do anyway. Let's wait a while. I guess it'll be over in a while. No need to take a detour. Lee Jun-sung smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke, turning his head to comfort the bearded man. This is a group of anglers that would have had a lot of time on their hands. There's no need to rush. And at this point, the sanitation department is trembling with fear. There's a heavenly amount of information that went into the garbage. You have to find it. Now. Even the entire hierarchy is rummaging through the various dumpsters looking for something. The dumpster also got the message. Any garbage that has not been processed for burning. All stop and all hands start rummaging. One time. The capital has a large group of extra people with smells on them. It still stinks. A very stinky stink. But an hour had passed and the stuff hadn't been found. The reason is that every garbage truck hauling garbage will be staged. Good grief. The car that went to the institute today was outsourced. That said, it hasn't been found out which staging area he unloaded at yet. Until another half hour had passed and the intelligence services were involved. It was only then that the real path was found. It turns out that the garbage truck unloaded at transfer station 37. The goods, on the other hand, had been delivered to the incinerator an hour ago. The moment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. An hour ago. Then it was not too late. And that's when all the garbage was stopped. But The incinerator is at an impasse in the face of mountains of garbage. So much. It must also be searched for, bit, by human hands. That's a small piece of cloth. Not a big thing. How can I find it? It's too hard. Just as the incinerator was on fire to conduct a search, inside the institute, Soo Han-yun had recovered a bit and got out of bed. A word was uttered that petrified everyone at the institute. Academician Lu. I'll recollect my memories and see if I can write it again. This statement was made. Everyone froze in disbelief. No, Dr. Soo, you said you wrote that formula? Academician Lu came back to his senses, demented and somewhat dull, and asked mechanically. The appearance of the formula had already shocked him. Unexpectedly, the reason for the appearance was Soo Han-yun's strongest brain. No, you came up with it yourself. Just write it again. Why think again? Of course, he didn't ask it live. Instead, they followed the others and stared at Soo Han-yun, waiting for her answer. Didn't Dr. Cho tell you guys? This statement was made. All of the researchers at the institute turned their heads and looked to the side at Dr. Zhao, the female doctor who had been single and unmarried for over 40 years. Everyone had a sly look in their eyes, scaring her into explaining. Dr. Soo fainted when she wrote the formula. So of course I put people first and saved them. This statement left everyone speechless. That's right. Indeed it should be people-oriented. And as long as Dr. Soo is still around, the formula is still there. Notify the aid unit that aid is suspended and we don't need to look. Academician Lu helplessly gave this order. The heart is full of emotions. A misunderstanding that has drastically reduced the institute's trust. After this time, I guess no one will give him a pass the next time he wants to apply for assistance. Making such a big mess, just for a formula that can be replicated at any time. My brain hurts a little bit. I don't seem to be thinking straight. It seems to be getting fuzzy. Just in the time it took Academician Lu to breathe a sigh of relief. Soo Han-yun had wanted to recall the formula, but she hadn't thought that a pinch of pain would come as soon as she recalled it. Academician Lu saw this. With his mouth wide open, he hurriedly called out to Xiao Zhang, who was going to go to the data room to give notice. Slow down. I think it's more important to get the formula on that piece of cloth, said he, with a serious expression. It's a good thing it wasn't a major disaster. If the units are told to stop, and the units stop helping, it can be difficult to seek help again. Who wants to be played like a monkey? And, hell, Dr. Soo will eventually remember or not. It's done, even if the quality is good. Academician Lu also only wanted to say one thing at this moment, pit-head almost unintentionally, juggling the units. Whoever it was would have been upset at being played with. Not to mention making so much noise. The whole town knows about it. While the residents don't know what's going on, they do know they're looking for something important. Now a few hours have passed. The whole town is speculating. There shouldn't be any international criminals appearing. Now going through the garbage cans, looking for evidence of criminals? I think it's possible. Otherwise what's the reason for making such a big fuss? I'd like to think that it's not one of the big guys, who's lost an item. It's impossible. Look how many units are urgently assisting in the search. Which character has this kind of energy? Hiss dash. Seems like things are worth thinking about. Regardless of the crowd's speculation, the units are sending out quite a few people to help with the search. The institute can put out the word. This is the world's top science and technology. And if you can't find it, then the technology of the Dragon Kingdom will be stuck, as it always has been. Without the slightest exaggeration, these are the original words of Dr. Lu. There's the added bonus of this statement. Most of the people sent out are selling out. Not a single complaint. That's when a sanitation worker in his late 50s picks through a bag of trash. The inside was clean. Mostly just clean scraps of paper. Picking up a piece of white fabric from the inside with a puzzled look on his face. There were characters written on it that she couldn't even read. So, for the third time, she came to the leader of the group with the cloth. Team leader, this cloth, is it the one the state is looking for? Speaking in a very broken Mandarin, she handed the cloth to the leader of the group. Wait, I'll take a picture for the paper. This group, they found 10 similar things in a row, so the leader of the group wasn't all that thrilled. Instead, he silently snapped a photo, posted it to his work group, reported it to the sanitation leadership, and then worked his way up through the ranks. And the leadership side, hundreds of items have been received in just a few hours. It's all been reported to the intelligence agencies. A lot of the stuff is fake at first glance and naturally intercepted. Only stuff that looks like a formula is given to the Institute Intelligence Center. The staff are all standing by. Not only are they dealing with the garbage that keeps getting reported in, but they are also constantly investigating where they might be. There was no way around that outsourced vehicle, and several staging areas were chosen for dumping. You don't empty it all each time. and then continue to fill the trash elsewhere, and then pick another place to empty it when it's full. Find another place to dump it and don't finish it. Chapter 28. The truth comes out and the formula returns. They charge by the trip so they can take out the trash several more times a day and make money several more times. The driver is making an extra 200 or 300, but it's making more people look for it. Chief, another batch of rags came up, and 3 of them had something unreadable written on them. Suddenly, an assistant ran in holding a cardboard box. He's been running for I don't know how many times, already sweating profusely. But no one in the entire intelligence center cares about hard work anymore. They are all highly knowledgeable and naturally understand what the Photolithography Institute is really in a hurry for. To put it mildly, they are more anxious than the institute. Because the lithography group may have just missed a formula that caused technological progress to be stalled. But intelligence centers are different. I'm afraid this thing will fall into the hands of spies. Then, isn't the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom a gift to others? So they are really more anxious than the institute. Right now, things aren't as simple as research anymore. There is also the risk of leakage. Bring it on. The directorate couldn't wait and reached for the cardboard box. See only. Inside lay 3 pieces of cloth. 1 grayish-gray, 1 blue, and 1 for jeans. Pick up a piece in your hand. He went over it carefully. It was just elementary school formula questions. But he didn't take it lightly and still passed it on to the institute for confirmation. Then pick up another strip. It was covered with unreadable patterns. Like some kind of charm or something. They're in the intelligence business, and they're definitely exposed to a lot of this kind of stuff, and certain people just believe in it. Subsequent abandonment followed. He picked up the last piece of cloth. This piece, overall, was a bit gray, and had an unknown soupy flavor wafting away that was strong. Frowning, after checking it out, found that there was a formula vaguely written on it. He couldn't read it, but the formula seemed pretty advanced. Quickly, this item, photographed. The physical object must also be sent to the institute immediately. The bureau was thrilled. It's been all morning. I finally received a decent one. And it's the one in my hand that most closely resembles the institute's lost artifacts. His assistant, beside him, acted in a hurry after receiving the order. The photographs were sent to the institute and then sent to the institute on an urgent basis. But unfortunately, the photos have just been transmitted to the institute's data room. The intelligence center then received a response. This thing isn't. It's just a formula that a middle schooler wrote up out of thin air. Clueless, the bureau is completely confused. It's been a morning. Even the most formula-like ones have been found, and still not. Seems like a difficult task to tackle. Step it up. We can't rest today if we don't find it. Yes, with the bureau chief's roar. Everyone in the intelligence center was like chicken blood. Keep up the good work. By the way, the institute has offered a reward of 2 million. Our intelligence center has also called in part of the funds, plus 2 million. And whoever is the first to find it, 4 million will be his reward. Who dash? The lure of rewards is nothing less than the greatest. As soon as the news spread, all the trash cans in the city were spared, and anyone in the know was rummaging through them. Sure, this information is not known to the general public. Pedestrians on the street, they are very puzzled, eyeing some suits, well-mannered people, they are all, without exception, all in the rummage through the garbage. It's the same old lady sanitation worker. While checking another garbage truck, another piece of cloth was suddenly found, turned up in a black garbage bag. Much like the last piece, it was full of shredded paper scraps and a bit of used tissue. Turning over the tissue paper, a snow-white strip of cloth lay in the bag. Picking up the cloth, there was another unintelligible combination of numbers and letters. Hurriedly take it to the group leader. The leader of the group was on the phone at that moment, and when he hung up and took the cloth from the old lady, an exciting announcement was made. Step it up everyone. As instructed by the higher-ups, whoever can find the real rag today will be rewarded $4 million. The kind that arrives today. Who dash? For a while, all the sanitation workers were in high spirits. The rummaging went several times faster. Just as everyone was putting their best foot forward to rummage around, the leader of the group frowned at the cloth in his hand. It's almost the same as the last one. He was internally conflicted about turning it in. The one I just found is the wrong one. This one looks like it looks similar to the one just now, only whiter. Forget it. It's better to be wrong than to be wrong. Submit. So, this white cloth was in the hands of a person arranged by the team leader and sent to the intelligence center. Intelligence center. The bureau chief's assistant has been back and forth dozens of times, after going through hundreds of wrong formulas, already tired and a little woozy. On this trip, he took 3 breaks before he was able to send it up. At the moment he was drenched in sweat. Sweat dripped from his chin and landed on the top of the cardboard box in his hands. The directorate took the cardboard box, still checking it out carefully, but after flipping to the white piece of cloth, eyes lit up again. See another piece that looks like it fits. He doesn't think like the sanitation crew chiefs out there. In his experience, if several eligible items appeared one after the other, then one of them must be real. After hastily taking pictures of the formula and sending them to the institute, once again, a person was arranged to be sent on an emergency basis. Institute side. After hours of effort, there was still no sign of Su Han-yun's rag either. Su Han-yun was also forbidden to think by academician Lu. It would be too dangerous for her to overuse her brain again now. There is no fear of being left without wood. Such a talented girl. Young woman. Definitely a great treasure for the institute. Can't let anything happen to her. So, he didn't call off the citywide search, and he also checked out one picture at a time in the data room. Young stayed with Dean the whole time. Both of them had sore eyes, but none of the so-called formulas fit. There was a formula that just came in backwards, and it looked very high-end. But a casual check of the math reveals that it was written by an elementary school student in a haphazard manner. It went on for hours. Young is kind of tempted to give up. Academician Lu, why don't we just give up? When the garbage is disposed of, there will be no spies to get it, and we'll just wait for Dr. Su to think of it. No, haven't you seen Dr. Su's body? Can we put her through that much on her own? Academician Lu chopped his head off. It's a blessing for the institute that people can come up with formulas. If you toss people again, are you still human? Academician. The intelligence center picture is back. The two men exchanged gaps. Soon they received 5 new pictures. 3 of them are all fake contraptions that you can tell at a glance. There are 2 left. It's all white fabric with some formulas recorded on it. The first one, after checking it out, turned out to be just a high school kid cheating and writing it on. Until the second one. Zhang looked at it and was stunned. Academician Lu took a closer look and had been too excited to speak. He pointed to the picture in the computer. Fingers were shaking one by one, but just so anxious I forgot how to speak. Until Young reacted, shouted it out for him. Found it! Found it! Whether it's the way it looks similar to the way Dr. Su's sleeve ruptured, or the viability of the formula seems to be okay. Chapter 29 Warm-hearted Lee Jun-sung. The moment the picture was viewed, there was a clatter of helicopters over the institute. This piece of cloth, sent over by the intelligence center. The vocal trash can ragmaze has officially come to an end. Institutes. There was a flurry of excitement across the board in the face of the formula sent by intelligence. After the helicopter landed, they all gathered around. Academician Lu trembled and took the carton that was delivered. Slowly open. Inside, there was a white, clean piece of cloth lying. The same fabric as the dress Su Han-yun wore today. Yes, that's it. After shakily reversing the cloth again and gently flattening him out, a string of formulas jumped off the paper. On the cloth. It's the formula. It's the formula. Academician Lu exalts the formula. At the bottom, all the members of the institute shouted in unison. It's a done deal. This time it really came true. No more drilling day and night. No more brain cells. All it takes is one genius to come out and all problems are solved. Under the lead of Academician Lu, the researchers looked at Su Han-yun in unison. Dr. Su, when we have the finished product, the photolithography machine manufactured, your name will surely shine in this land for a long time to come. It's a promise. A solemn promise. Others at the institute nodded. They recognized Su Han-hyun's credit, head and shoulders above the rest. With her vision, plus the formula, the next step is to make it. Just make it by the book. At this time, Su Han-yun was still a bit lightheaded. Haven't recovered yet. But still, with tears shining in his eyes, he assisted the excited Academician Lu back to his office. Academician Lu, you know I don't care about making a name for myself. On the way back to the office, Su Han-yun suddenly uttered these words. For a moment, the researchers following behind were amazed. Scientific researchers, just joined the profession which is not for that honor, more to make a great contribution, so that their names can be passed on for thousands of years. So what are you in for? Of course, the Dragon Kingdom is strong, so that my husband and I can be happy for the rest of our lives, and our children and grandchildren will be happy for thousands of generations. That answer was really caught off guard. It's mind-blowing. This time, you will be able to transfer to the longed-for Academy of Sciences. We old guys are all happy for you. Ha. I'd love to go, but I'm a little sad to see you go. Su Han-yun helped Academician Lu walk for a while. Her face was a bit tired, but she still spat out her tongue mischievously. Honest answer. Indeed, she had originally been a little sad when she transferred to this place. This place is just an abandoned institute, where no one cares. However, after some time, she found that the Institute of Photolithography was not so depressing, and Academician Lu and other colleagues were very kind to her. It had been a little hard to let her go now. What nonsense! With your ability you have to go to a higher place to see farther. With these words, Soo Han-yoon really didn't know how to reply. It's been like a dream for a while. From inadvertently figuring out the light source issue in the beginning, to having an inexplicable Mr. in the back. And now, inexplicably, the most crucial formula has been figured out. The whole time, she always felt like she was being led by someone. But then again, she did try to figure it out on her own. This feeling, it's strange. No one can relate. Today, Soo Han-yoon left work early because of her health. Academician Loo made it a point to let her make up for the vacation she hadn't taken. Stagger out of the institute. She was a little confused, not knowing what department this would be transferred to, what kind of scientific research to do. Having chosen this path, she felt as if she wasn't as great as she thought she was, and everything felt like she was being led by fate. That evening, my father's anger came back to mind. Get out. You get out now and let the stuffy science guys pick you up and take you home. She got a little teary-eyed thinking about her father, as if, it's been 3 years since I've been back to see my parents. Most recently, 3 years ago, it was scolded out again by his father, because, in his father's eyes, husband Lee Jun-sung is just a typical yellow hair. That day, I did my best not to throw my husband out piece by piece. Froze. Tick-tock dash. A sharp honk brought her back to reality. Turning his head, he saw that it was his sports car. On top sat a handsome yellow-haired man. In this moment, she smiled like a flower, as if all the exhaustion and heartache had vanished. Limping to the car. Honey, what are you doing here to pick me up? The car door opens. Lee Jun-sung walked slowly towards her and snapped into a princess hug. It's time to take your princess home. I just happened to see your car when you asked someone to help you and take it in for maintenance. Lee Jun-sung explained. By the way, he put his daughter-in-law on the passenger side and buckled her in. Vehicle starts. The young couple were both on their way home. Don't go straight into the neighborhood. Go to the food market first. Soo Han-yoon, the co-pilot, was tired but still thinking about the cooking bit. Lee Jun-sung shook his head. Yoo-hoo, my little daughter-in-law liked to be feisty last night, and she likes to be feisty today after work? No, you don't like my cooking anymore. If you don't like it today, you can like it tomorrow. In the face of Lee Jun-chang's domineering words, Soo Han-yoon did not feel a trace of discomfort. Instead, it warmed my heart. Dad was wrong. Being picked up by a techie guy seems like the best choice of his life yet. Honey, I'm on vacation and I want to go home to my mother's house tomorrow. Soo Han-yoon thought for a long time, but decided. Okay, so should I dress formally tomorrow? Lee Jun-sung replied with a smile, leaving Soo Han-yoon stunned. She watched her husband, who was driving seriously, in fascination. The setting sun looked so warm and dazzling on his face. I'll just go back. If you go, Dad should definitely scold you again. It's okay, I understand Lao Dang's feelings. In the future if we both have daughters, I'll definitely scold my son-in-law too. He. You're the old den. Daddy's the best man under the whole family. Ha! Although her mouth was angry, Soo Han-yoon's heart was sweet. Having a supportive significant other is more important than anything else. Back home, the two didn't cook either. And, of course, the rapid depletion of umbrellas planned for last night came to an end. The two rested beautifully for the night. I didn't get up until high noon the next day. 11 o'clock noon. Soo Han-ryun's day, just dawn, opened his eyes to see Lee Jun-chang sitting on the bed reading a book. Yikes, it's 11 o'clock. Honey, why did you turn off my alarm clock? Pulling out her cell phone, she was surprised to find that she had slept for over 10 hours. That's besides the wedding day. Something that has never been done before. The sky is falling. Chapter 30. A bottle of iced tea to meet my old husband. Ooh, hubby, I've gotten lazy. I'm not even motivated to cook for you anymore. Don't think too much. Your academician Lou has already sent me a message that you've overused your brain and need to rest. Touching his daughter-in-law's head, Lee Jun-sung smiled gently. This silly daughter-in-law told her many times that she was well enough. She just doesn't believe it. Even after proving it once last night, it seems she still doesn't believe it. As expected, Soo Han-yoon still got up in a hurry and ran into the kitchen without even being able to wash up. After a night's rest, she seemed to have recovered about as well as she could. That's fast as hell. While eagerly chopping vegetables, he also complained. I've told you that your body can't starve. You want me to be a widow. Immediately afterward, there was a busy sound from the kitchen. Until all the dishes are done, just waiting for the rice to cook. It was only at this time that Soo Han-yoon had the time to wash her face and brush her teeth and clean herself up. Lee Jun-sung looked helpless as well. I only blame myself. Some years ago, in order to let Soo Han-yoon have better learning resources, I worked too hard at that time, resulting in falling sick. Let your daughter-in-law worry about it every day. It was a while before the meal was ready. The The two men sat at the dining room table. Have a bowl of your favorite soup. Carp fish soup yo. And also, your favorite chicken wings. Soo Han-yoon served Lee Jun-chang a bowl of soup and gave him 2 chicken wings on the side of his empty bowl. I have to say, she's a really good cook. Since my daughter-in-law got her PhD, she has been learning to cook full-time outside of work. You know, she used to be the daughter of a literary family. It can be described as a 10 fingers in the air kind of thing. The old husband, Su Zixing, is even more remarkable, being the vice president of the Longguo Writers Association / Capital City chapter. Each of his fine calligraphic works has been speculated by industry insiders to sky-high prices. Literature. Not to mention, every single one of them is a bookstore bestseller. It can be described as the kind that wants fame, money, connections, and wisdom. In either case, nothing is missing. Eat up. We have to go see mom and dad later. Lee Jun-chang also gave Soo Han-yoon a piece of braised pork. Both the young couple are carnivorous and every meal is meatless. Finish eating. The two then went downstairs, discussing what would be a good gift for mom and dad. I've been picking and choosing and going to several luxury stores, and I'm not really happy with any of them. It seems that the old man is not interested in anything but literary things, or if the visitor has a certain field of honor. There, daughter-in-law, your recent scientific research will surely make old Den happy when you tell him about it. How did you know I've been doing research lately? At this point, the two men were standing in front of the watch store. I just came out of the inside and couldn't get enough of the selection. Soo Han-yoon originally scratched his head, struggling to think of what to bring as a gift for his dad. Didn't think so. Lee Jun-sung's words surprised her while her temperament was slowly changing. Watch the changes in your daughter-in-law. A great shock ran through Lee Jun-sung's insides. It's over. It's over. I accidentally let it slip. Any results from the institute are kept secret until they are published. My daughter-in-law is growing a brain again. She must be stopped. Not caring about the large crowd anymore. He hastily put his arm around his daughter-in-law, in front of the crowd on the street. Boo! The crisp thud attracted the crowd passing by. Hiccup! This wave of dog food is plenty filling. Holy, what a beautiful woman. Goddess-like. Oomph! All the good cabbages have been given away by pigs. Acid. Take a look at your own fat, oily appearance, and then look at this goddess's boyfriend. Who's the pig anyway? There was a murmur from the people around them. There are few couples showing love on the street, but so well matched. The man handsome and handsome, the woman a first-class match in both temperament and looks. Couples who are so well matched are rare. Therefore, the two of them, Lee Jun-chang and Soo Han-yoon, instantly became onlookers. There were even spectators who watched the action, yelled through the crowd. Boo, another one. I love it. So embarrassing was the scene that the daughter-in-law and change gradually went out. From goddessness, it changed back to sweet girlness in a second. This change was seen by the people on the street, and they gasped even more. What's the situation? Why do I feel like the goddess in front of me has completely changed within a second? I think so too. It's obvious she didn't do anything. Her expression hasn't changed much, and it's even more unlikely that her appearance has changed. Saltable and sweet. This is the ultimate chick. Brother, how many galaxies did you save in your last life to find such 100 goddesses? Facing the questions of the crowd on the street, Lee Jun-sung was tempted to put on a show. For example, hold your hands on your chest and tell them with the posture of a man who has been there before, I picked it up in front of Lao Deng's house. And you guys go find a handsome Lao Deng and squat in front of his house to pick one up. 2. But now is not the time to pretend. My daughter-in-law's brain has just shut down, so I have to make sure she doesn't turn it back on again anytime soon. Ahem. Daughter-in-law, let's buy a box of want and go straight? He quickly turned to his daughter-in-law. Soo Han-yoon's red face, lowered her head, and gave a fine mosquito-like It was only at this point that there was a shocking escape. Went to the supermarket and bought a box of wants, followed by a few packages of snow cakes and iced tea in a hurry, followed by the two of them going straight to the old man's house. It was clear that neither man's mind was on the gift at the moment. From upscale luxuries, it's gone to snow cakes, iced tea stuff. Come to the door of a long-lost villa, feeling that it wasn't enough insurance. Lee Jun-sung spoke to his daughter-in-law again before pressing the doorbell. Daughter-in-law, you're so smart. There should be scientific research results during this period of time. Right. If so, tell Lao Deng in a while? He was relieved when he said that. It was obvious that the daughter-in-law's suspicious attitude had eased up a lot. Resolved the matter. It was only then that Lee Jun-sung rolled up his sleeves and started tapping on the door of Lao Deng's house. Knocked on the door for a while. It was only then that the gate to the yard clicked open. Automatically. Walk into the courtyard of the villa. In front of it, there is the gate of the residence. However, after waiting for several minutes, the residential gate did not move. In this situation, even the most foolish person knows Old Den is still pissed off even after all these years, obviously delaying opening the door on purpose. I don't know how happy I'll be watching the defeated Lee Jun-sung in front of the surveillance camera. Still, it's a good idea to put on a show when you meet your old man. He cleared his throat and called out in a civilized, well-dressed voice while knocking gently on the door. Dad, Han-yoon and I came back to see your old man. Dad, you open the door. I brought you black tea, he said, smoothly opening the gift bag in his hand to take a look at it. He looked at what lay inside, a $4 bottle of iced tea in deep thought. Just now, all I could think about was telling my daughter-in-law to stop thinking about choosing a gift for my old husband, and completely ignored it. Forget it, sending top-quality Dahongpo or iced tea is actually the same. The old man wouldn't take it anyway, knocked on the door for 10 whole minutes. The door finally cracked open with a click. Opening the door, a figure appeared that made Soo Han-yoon familiar and tearful. A middle-aged woman in her 40s. She had tears in her eyes as she eyed Soo Han-yoon. The woman was none other than the mother-in-law, her hands slightly open. Ryoga broke down and cried. Ryan, you finally got around to coming back to see mommy. Woo woo. Chapter 31 Reconciliation between son-in-law and daughter-in-law, resolving a major issue in the daughter-in-law's mind. Mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. They really haven't seen each other for 3 years, and it's only natural that mothers miss their daughters and daughters miss their mothers. Pity. The old husband always loved to have his way with Lee Jun-sung. It has led to this situation. For a while, it was only when my mother-in-law separated from So-han-hyeon. Rhyme. Jun-sung, don't stand there. Come in and sit. Come in and sit. The mother-in-law pulled Soo Han-yoon with her left hand and Lee Jun-chang with her right hand and hurriedly brought them towards the house. I'm afraid that if I'm late, my daughter will be kicked out again. Walk into the living room. As always here, a whiff of bookishness. There wasn't much in the way of lavish decorations. It's simple, but it gives a very uncomplicated look. Lee Jun-sung lamented for the second time. A cultured home is different. The master's seat on the sofa. The old husband sat on it with his eyes closed, seemingly treating Lee Jun-chang and his daughter Soo Han-yoon as heir, until his mother-in-law pushed him a couple times. Don't you talk about your daughter every day? My daughter and son-in-law have come to see us, so don't make a bad face. The mother-in-law's comment nearly made the old man jump up from the couch. I don't talk about this unfilial daughter every day. Don't make up rumors about me, okay? At a glance, you can see the old man's knife edge. Obviously cares about his daughter. Only to see that the old man gathered his thoughts and raised his chin to look at Lee Jun-sung. Don't think you're worthy of my daughter just because you turned your hair back to black. Little yellow hair. Yes, yes. Dad, you said it. Don't call me dad. Call me uncle. The old husband still had a haughty look on his face and refused to recognize Lee Jun-sung's relationship. But that's something to get used to. Lee Jun-sung was indifferent. Instead, he was a bit of a broken snob. Hey, uncle, how's your old man's health these days? He inquired with a grin. As the saying goes, you can't give him a face when you're reaching out. After all, it's your daughter-in-law's dad. Otherwise my daughter-in-law will be sad. Who knows? After hearing this, the old husband gave another blank look to Lee Jun-chang, very unimpressed with this son-in-law. Instead of picking up on Lee Jun-sung's topic, he directly mocked. Quite a big old man, relying on a woman to support you. Are you ashamed? Those words filled Lee Jun-sung's head with confusion. When did you become dependent on your daughter-in-law? No, uncle, are you mistaken? I didn't rely on my daughter-in-law to support me. How dare you say no? This car you're driving, my daughter bought it for you, right? Well, I can't seem to refute it. The car was secretly bought by my daughter-in-law as a birthday present for herself on her birthday. It's not that expensive, just a couple $100,000, so it didn't really matter too much. I didn't expect it, but it became a problem for my old husband, thinking that he depended on his daughter-in-law to get by. Uncle, never mind, it's quite awkward to call you uncle. It's better to call you dad. You probably know very little about me. It's not what you think. Why not? You fish around with a rod every day. Don't think I don't know what you're made of. These words made Lee Jun-sung even more confused. Doesn't the old man hate himself? Why have you investigated yourself so well? Even the whole fishing everyday thing. You know, except for those in the fishing circles. No one even knows about his hobbies, alright. It's not like you're going to post it to your friends or talk about it everywhere. At this moment, Soo Han-yoon couldn't look away and excused Lee Jun-chang. Dad, you don't even know him. Good, then I'll get to know him well now. You tell me, can you tell me anything? The old husband didn't show any weakness and gave his own daughter a hard stare. Indicates that you're casually sophomoric and the evidence doesn't lie. Soo Han-yoon saw his dad like this. Eyes lit up at once. In the old days, he wouldn't have given any chance to explain. For the first time in a long time today, she was given the chance to explain. That's a good thing. Strike while the iron is hot, Soo Han-yoon said in a hurry. So I'll start at the beginning. Do you have the patience to hear it all? You tell me. Old man, I have plenty of time today. Let's see how you can weasel your way out of this for little yellow hair. Next, the old husband really didn't interrupt and listened to Soo Han-yoon's explanation. That's probably cultural literacy. After all, he's one of the greats of the literary world. It's not possible to be like a shrew, debating without even listening to how others argue back kind of thing. So you're saying this kid started out sleeping only 4 hours a day and spent the rest of his time trying to make money? Aha. In the back. He paid all your tuition and living expenses and got a recommendation to get you into grad school? Aha. And then the rest of the deposit is still in the stock market making a killing. And now there's $50 million in savings? Yes, Dad. Hiss dash. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid is really underestimated. Thought it was a little yellow hair. I didn't realize that the one who had so much luck was a tycoon. But, it's just a dirtbag. Where it is worthy of your own family's bookishness. So what? He's not going to call me Dad. The atmosphere was a little stiff. Lee Jun-sung smiled awkwardly as well. That's stubbornness. Dad, don't be angry. It's not easy for us to visit you once, seeing as it's been 3 years since we were last here. Lee Jun-sung purposely emphasized the word 3 years. Sure enough, it had some effect. The old man was silent for a short while. A cold grunt. Didn't you bring me a present? Bring it. Gift? Lee Jun-sung's mouth opened wide and he wanted to say something, but it was like a stalk in his throat. It's premature. Thinking that my old husband wouldn't accept the gift, I didn't put much thought into it. He's hit the jackpot this time. He wants it. Soo Han-rian was also embarrassed for a while. Scratch your head. Dad. This time we didn't bring anything with us? Why don't I have Jun-sung pick it out now? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What did you guys say at the door? I heard it all. Didn't you buy black tea? The house happens to be out of black tea. I'll taste how the little yellow hair's taste is. When it came to taste, the two couples, Lee Jun-chang and Soo Han-yoon, were even more embarrassed. That said, it's better for your old man not to know. Pretend we didn't bring a gift, and all may be happy. However, it was impossible to say this to his old husband, so Lee Jun-sung could only pull out a gift bag from behind him. Dad, you really want to try it? What's the point of wasting words? Soak me. So, to the shocked eyes of the old man, Lee Jun-sung pulled out a bottle of iced tea. The big kind. From the bag. Unscrew the lid and pick up a teacup on the table. Pour a glass. Dad, have some tea. Hey, Dad, you haven't had your tea yet. Why are you taking the broom? Why are you sweeping the floor? Only the old man took a deep breath. Rise in silence. Without a word, he walked towards the corner to pick up a broom. Walked up to Lee Jun-sung. Raised the broom high. Slap it down hard. Luckily, Lee Jun-sung's eyes were quick and he dodged out of the way. Dad, you're not as fast this time as you were 3 years ago. Are you not feeling well? Do you need to see a doctor? Chapter 32 Aircraft Carrier Engineering Research Center. Lee Jun-sung, who was used to being in the wilderness, subconsciously uttered these words. I just said it and then I shut up, realizing he said the wrong thing. The old man is angry, and he continues to be angry with him. Isn't this a death wish? The scene was unmanageable for a while, and Soo Han-yoon covered her eyes, watching two old men in the house die of speechlessness, one desperately arrogant, the other desperately dead. At this point, she finally looked away and shouted, "Stop it all." Sure enough, Soo Han-yoon got angry, and the old man froze in his tracks. Immediately after, she didn't give the two a chance to react. Hastily, he said again, "It was because of my husband's support that I was able to do something big at the institute, big enough to put my name on a monument." This statement was made. The old man's angry expression twisted instantly, turning to a look of shock. My daughter is a scientist nowadays, and the great thing she does must be for the good of the country and the people. Without realizing it, the broom in his hand also slipped to the ground. It made a snapping sound. What's the big deal? You should understand that the institute has a confidentiality clause, but in less than a year, you'll surely be able to find out. So it's important that my husband supports me. He's very important. The three words "very important" were almost shouted out by Soo Han-yoon. Maybe too much emotion. Her eyes were clouded with a mist. It didn't take 2 seconds for 2 lines of tears to slip from the corners of his eyes. She's really sad. One of the people one honors the most. A man one loves the most. After all these years, like an enemy old and dead. Sensing his daughter-in-law's emotions, Lee Jun-sung hurriedly hugged her, gently wipe away her tears, softly consoling, "Don't cry. I will never make this kind of low-level mistake again. Next time we come, how about bringing Dad the top-grade Dahon Pao?" And at the moment, mother-in-law, Mother Sue, also pulled the old man. Harshness. You say you think about your daughter every day when you can't see her. and then you make a mess of things when you do. The old man was defeated and had to sit on the couch and sulk. Instead, he didn't continue to target Lee Jun-sung. Looking at Lee Jun-sung, who kept comforting his daughter, he froze in a trance. Once upon a time, how could I not be a little yellow hair? It seems that, when I went to my old man's house when I was younger, I suffered even more aggravation. So he rose to the occasion and studied hard, made him what he is now. Remember, at that time, Hanyun's mother also hid in her arms and cried like this. Touchy-feely. The old abbot returned to his senses and looked at Su Hanyun as he slowly opened his mouth. Go make your husband something he loves and I'll have a calm conversation with him. Su Hanyun sobbed a few times, looking at Dad in a bit of disbelief. It felt as if he had changed. A good-natured hum followed, dragged Mom to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Mothers and daughters have their whispers to say, and so do sons and daughters-in-law over here. Calm down. The old husband was not as aggressive as he had been. Be good to her. After holding his tongue, he only uttered those 4 words. When Lee Jun-sung saw this, his joking expression instantly disappeared and he looked serious. He nodded, solemnly returning the favor. Don't worry. Also, it's not a good idea for you to do nothing. Why don't you come and get a position in the association? No, Han-yun can't do without me. Lee Jun-sung smiled and politely declined. Since I've already used the system, let's help my daughter-in-law reach her dream. There's more technology waiting to be unlocked by my daughter-in-law in the future. This way. The key conversation between the two men was just a few words, and it was those few words that took the conflict between the men and instantly dissolved it. Next, the son-in-laws played a game of chess. The old man with a liberal arts background always thought he was a great chess player. I never thought that Lee Jun-sung would kill him after losing only one game. The two had gone from a state of enmity just a few moments ago to being chess buddies today. It was a good time. Soon dinner was ready and the family had a simple home-cooked meal. Before parting, Lee Jun-chang also brought home 2 bottles of old wine treasured by his father-in-law. This wave made a lot of money. A $4 bottle of iced tea for 2 bottles of old wine worth tens of thousands of dollars for the old man. It's a sure thing. About to leave, the old man pulled Lee Jun-sung aside again. Bitter words. Give me some face and a decent job so I can brag about it in front of those peers. Don't worry. Within a year, you'll have endless bragging rights. Gave the old man a reassuring look. Lee Jun-sung went home with his daughter-in-law. Time flies. After a couple days, the moment. Institute. Just when Su Han-yun was still enjoying her vacation and happy fishing time with her kissing husband, the institute has used those formulas to develop all the new materials that should be available. The precision manufacturing part is being done today. Despite the tips in the email, everyone is still on edge at the moment. Academician Lu looked grave. Looking at the machine in front of him, Zhang made an announcement. Begin. With the machine running, it's all automated. Everyone held their breath. It only took 3 minutes for a part to be transferred. Finished building. Test. At this point, Academician Lu can't wait to see if this part is up to standard. If it is up to standard, it proves that the precision manufacturing part of the email is not a falsehood. They are, right away, ready for photolithography assembly. Report Academician. Fully up to standard, and more skillfully accurate than expected. Wow. The surveyor's report certainly dropped a stone in the calm lake. And still boulders. Good. With this and Dr. Su's idea theory, we can make it this time. It's finally done. It's finally done, ha 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 ha. Dr. Su, just wait for the world to admire you. Just wait for your name to go down in history. Academician Lu is close to madness. It's like someone who has achieved a goal. I've done it. Master Tao. The same state of mind. The others are no better. They are, however, people who have been involved in photolithography projects for as little as 10 years or as long as decades. Look at that part. There were hot, rolling tears. Academician Lu. Let's begin. Judas hissed. He seemed to be even more excited than Academician Lu and had long been impatient. Can't wait to see the photolithography. Can't wait to publish academic papers. Can't wait to see the look on the faces of those countries overseas that ate when they found out about this. Can't wait to watch that teenage genius become the talk of the world. Teenagers, young girls, are the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. It was at this moment that he realized that there was not a bit of water in this statement. They are old and their brains are not as good as when they were young. If there were countless Su Hanyuns to come forward, the road to the revival of the Dragon Kingdom would become a magnificent epic in the history of the world. One time, hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at Academician Lu. Academician Lu's chest also rose and fell violently. After giving himself a heart pill, make all the effort you can. Photolithography parts production. Assembly. Start up now. Who dash? The entire precision manufacturing workshop let out an earth-shattering hiss. They're getting excited. They're looking forward to it. Back to Su Han-yun's side. Today is a rainy day, but still accompanied Li Junsheng to fish by the river. Feel the light rain pattering down. There's something else about it, too. Honey, I just got the news that I've been transferred again. Where to this time? Academy of Sciences. Carrier Engineering Research Center. Chapter 33, Identity Exposed. But not fully exposed. Su Hanyun's words just fell. A slightly impatient mechanical voice then appeared in Li Junsung's head. Ding. Detecting the host daughter-in-law's exposure to new technological content. Automatically transmitting carrier-related knowledge for you. Please host continue to be a good teacher to your daughter-in-law. Ding. Detected photolithography research nearing completion. The institute is assembling the finished product. Congratulations to the host for winning a lottery. The system is automatically drawing for you. Please wait. Drawing completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hand-rubbing artifact technology gloves. Any existing technology products that have been marketed and sold all over the world can be hand-rubbed as long as they have the materials. Reminder, the gloves can be upgraded. The future is promising. Expect the host to continue to work hard. Listen to the system voice. Li Junsung knew that it couldn't wait. After being silent for almost 10 years, it was not easy for it to be useful because of one of Su Hanyun's distresses, and it was desperately trying to prove itself. Good stuff. When Li Junsung heard that the products could all be hand-rubbed, he immediately thought of a cell phone that he had recently wanted to buy and was somewhat reluctant to part with. Triple folded. Any way you folded with a face. Go back and rub one out yourself for fun. Haven't folded anything that high-end yet. Folded when you're fishing. Folded when you're eating. Folded when you're pooping. Don't forget to fold it a couple times before you go to bed. And if it breaks, rub another one in. It doesn't hurt at all. It's a little exciting to think about. At this point, Su Hanyun suddenly hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder to pamper him. Honey, Dad accepted you this time. Why don't we go back and visit more often in the future? Li Junsung rubbed her little brain on a daily basis. A pampered face. All at your service. I have time. Well, then I'll go back to the grocery store and you come back early. Saying that, Su Hanyun smiled sweetly, her eyes smiling into a small crescent moon. 3 steps and a bounce and a happy trip home. Leaving Li Junsung alone by the river, he leisurely continued fishing. I don't know how much time has passed. It could have been half an hour. It could have been an hour. And he didn't look at the time. Behind him, a teasing voice suddenly came. Mr. Li is really good-hearted, but he can give our intelligence center a good search. From a short distance away, a slightly imposing middle-aged man walked out from behind a tree. Fix your eyes. It's the same bureau chief who went to the dark internet cafe the other day to ask Mr. Shin Bureau of the Intelligence Center. Shin Zhengfei. His appearance was not a surprise to Li Junsung. There wasn't much one could have hidden, and if one was looking for it with all one's heart, one could surely find oneself. Gesturing Shin Zhengfei to sit on the grass, Li Junsung smiled slightly. Bureau Chin came here alone. Surely he doesn't have enough evidence, right? Then I can't admit that I'm the person you're looking for. This is a statement that has been made very clear. It's me. You have no proof. Then I'm dead set against it. Shin Zhengfei felt indifferent to light one. By the way, he also gave Li Junsung a loose one. The ordinary kind that costs more than $20 a pack. After lighting it, he spat out a mouthful and followed it up. I looked into what happened to Dr. Su during this time as well and found something very interesting. What is it? Li Junsung followed his example and spat out a mouthful. I thought to myself, what do you care what you find out? You can't make a big deal out of it without evidence. So I can continue fishing without any pressure. Shin Zhengfei pursed his lips. I don't know why you're hiding your strength, but I've only really been paying attention to you since I inquired about Dr. Su at the institute, telling sweet everyday stories. He didn't care if Li Junsung was listening attentively or not, looking towards the river, again like he was talking to himself. We've been busy for days since the Academy of Sciences applied for assistance from various units, and although the information eventually made its way back to the Academy, there's one mystery that's been lingering in the back of my mind. Who in the world, with all that energy, has gotten their hands on real photolithography technology? Speaking of photolithography, Shin Zhengfei's expression had become somewhat serious. I don't know where you, of all people, got something that important, or what means you used to get it, but I personally recognize that you are a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. This was something that made Shin Zhengfei a bit puzzled. All over the world, there is no exposure to technology theft anywhere, but this fishing guy in front of us, he really got the core technology of lithography out of the countries, still unharmed, as if nothing had happened. After a pause, he continued, ha, don't be so serious, I really can only guess. There's no proof. After all, the guy on the black internet cafe monitor who borrowed the button number doesn't have the same hairstyle as you, But it's all too much of a coincidence that your daughter-in-law was at home and realized that you were the one who made the design from it, right? And the last formula. On Dr. Sue's work record. But it says that it was gleaned from a bear's workbook. Not coincidentally, we were on your neighborhood property, on surveillance, and saw you writing down a few formulas in your bear's workbook. Qin Zhengfei said a number of things in succession. Li Jundu didn't interrupt, but when it comes to monitoring and seeing him write out formulas, it was obvious that his hand shook slightly. You guys in intelligence are just too tense, so relax by fishing with me sometime. Qin Zhengfei picked up a stone and threw it into the river. With a poof, he shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. I can't help it. I'm afraid of missing any clues if I don't keep my nerves tight. Don't guess. What I wrote was just a schoolboy formula, and you must have investigated it. The moment. Li Juncheng turned his head towards Qin Zhengfei and continued with a face full of complaints. What luck that you stumbled upon a fish with that rock. Fruity. At the location where the stone had just been thrown, a smashed fish slowly surfaced at the moment, not moving a muscle. It filled Li Junsung with envy. I've been fishing for 2 years myself and haven't landed a single one. And this guy was able to take care of one with a single rock. I thought that Qin Zhengfei would take the plunge net and bring up the fish. Didn't think so. He just stared at the fish dead in the face, letting him go with the flow and disappear from view. It seemed to have read Li Junsung's mind. Qin Zhengfei slowly got up and stretched. I don't want a fish that I smashed by luck. You can plop it up for me when I catch it by skill someday. With that, he dropped a business card and left on his own. Li Junsung looked at his figure and smiled knowingly. This guy is pretty funny. Intelligence is a waste of time. Why don't you go to a comedy show? So much bull ********. I was just about ready to confess to my daughter-in-law when I got back. I hadn't thought that this guy Qin Zhengfei had quite a backbone. He didn't plan to talk to Su Hanrian about it. That would be nice. You can't confess for a while. 2 years is 2 years. Once the true strength is exposed, even if there were no outsiders to make themselves scientific research into old age, their daughters-in-law would stick to them every day and let them go. Look at the business card in your hand. There is not much written on it, only a phone number, and the name Qin Zhengfei. Then there's an emblem in the upper right corner. Business cards with emblems. Status can't be traced. Chapter 34. It's a done deal. It's really come true. Qin Zhengfei sighed. With a serious face, he returned to the intelligence center. By now, he had a man wearing a badge in his office, waiting for him. Only, the emblem reads, Longan. It is the highest security service. The man stood up when he saw Qin Zhengfei come back, with a serious face. Old Qin, what's the situation on your side of the investigation? Agu old bai, aren't you a bit too nervous? The institute has reported that the technology is really without any problems. The one who was called old bai by Qin Zhengfei, his real name is Bai Songyan. This time, they were also instructed to work with the intelligence services to figure out what had happened recently. After all, so oxymoronic technology, there is not a single country in the world that can manufacture independently photolithography technology. Just watered down and let the Dragon Kingdom get a hold of it? Daydreaming. It happened so suddenly, so strangely. He was also afraid that there was some conspiracy, that would jeopardize the security of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Qin Zhengfei's unserious appearance, he was furious. Old Qin, don't forget your own identity. This matter must be taken seriously. Okay. I've got a little bit of an eyebrow on my side, but no proof. Qin Zhengfei's playful demeanor changed and he also became serious. He hadn't wanted to talk about it. After all, as the head of the intelligence center, it's a bit humiliating to investigate an email incident without getting any evidence. But the boss of the security center has spoken, so we have to cooperate. As expected, his sentence of having a bit of a frown made by Song Yin tense up. Speak up. If you keep on selling secrets, I'll kick your ass. Fine. I'll talk. Seeing this, Qin Zhengfei hurriedly begged for mercy. After all, Old White is the kind of guy who says he'll kick someone for real. His footwork is too much for the average person. Subconsciously taking 2 steps away, Qin Zhengfei recounted the entire incident, including other information held by the intelligence center. Having said that, Bai Yensong looked disbelieving. You're telling me that a dirtbag who was delivering during college and then made a fortune in the stock market is the one who started the whole thing? Who's going to believe this when it's all said and done? So well, we don't have enough evidence right now to prove that Li Junsung is the gentleman behind this. Qin Zhengfei was also helpless. A show of hands indicated that there wasn't much he could do at the moment. For now, he can only continue to follow up. Try to find out if you can find any other evidence that Li Junsung sent the email himself. You're saying that Li Junsung constantly mentions his daughter-in-law in his life, causing his daughter-in-law Su Han Yun to realize the photolithography light source solution. Then, he decided that it was a little slow to mention it, and simply sent out all the information at once. Finally, leaving the most crucial step behind before allowing your daughter-in-law to realize it? Speechless, really speechless. Isn't this purely nothing? Baek Song-yen shook his head, still unable to believe this train of thought. If Lee Jun-sung really wanted to have the skills, he could have shown up in a big way or had his daughter-in-law turn it all in. I'm sure the Academy of Sciences or the Institute will treat him or his daughter-in-law as a guest of honor. National honors and bonus treatment and so on. The same will not be missing their little family. He sat down in silence and contemplated for a while. Old Chin, Lee Junshur believes in Soo Han-yoon that much. And with such a subtle mention, Soo Han-yoon was able to realize it? They're a highly intelligent couple, how can we understand? Shin Jungfei had a bitter smile on his face. He couldn't even comprehend why his daughter-in-law was angry. Often there's nothing to apologize for. Still don't know what I'm doing wrong. And people. Cooking a small dish can be enlightening and high-tech. Against the heavens to the grandma's house. The cow pie smoked to the 9 heavens. Where's the justification for this? The two discussed the matter for a while and finally came to a consensus. That is, keep a close eye on Mr. and Mrs. Lee Jun-sung. Not only focusing on Lee Jun-sung only. Soo Han-yoon is also a talented female doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. It has to be really dark and protected too. Bureau Chief. Boss. Institute Update. Update. Suddenly, a sharp knock came from Qin Jingfei's office door. It's the assistant's voice. This state. It seems urgent. What happened? Get in here and report back. With Qin Jingfei's approval, the office door was opened. This time, the assistant's face lost the calm and collected look that he used to have, and was replaced by a look of anxiety. It seemed that something heavenly had happened. Bureau Chief. Institute Update. Come on. I've heard this 3 times already. Are you going to drag it out into the night? Photolithography. A success. Dragon Kingdom's first high-performance chip is officially born. Rumble dash. As if suffering from a lightning strike, Qin Jungfei and Bai Song-yen, both of them, were shocked by this heavenly news and froze in place. It took a long time to calm down. Again. Report again. Photolithography. It worked. I didn't hear you. Report back. Bureau Chief. Dragon Kingdom's first photolithography machine. A success. Oh, that's the phrase. It's so cool. Just send Qin Jungfei to the sky. It seemed like every cell in the brain was dancing. The brain is full of blood and the scalp is numb. He couldn't wait to celebrate the great moment. Pak Song-yen is no better. Lips trembled after hearing the news. Wanted to inquire about the accuracy of the message, but the words were on his lips and he never had the strength to say them. Because his whole body was now exerting itself to suppress his extreme excitement. In the middle of the day, blazing, clear tears flowed from both of their eyes. Ha 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 ha, the Dragon Kingdom has become a success. Decades of blood and sweat have not been paid in vain. Wine. Old Chin, do you have any wine here? I want 10 cases. Woo woo, old Bai. We don't have it here. We can't drink at work. When I get off work, I'll drink 20 cases with you. Okay, then wait for the end of the shift. The two were from both the intelligence and security departments of the Dragon Kingdom though, nor is there any delay in their heartfelt pleasure in enjoying the fruits of the dragon's scientific research. At this moment, the two were as excited as if they had taken the wrong medication. Staggered and paced around the office constantly. One minute he's clapping his hands, the next he's red-faced and yelling. Every now and then there's a double whammy and a high five for each other. It was as if they had forgotten the topic of their discussion today. Today's topic is Lee Jun-sung. Discussing whether he is the mystery man or not. Whether he is Mr. Old Chin. I don't think there's any need to discuss it. Whether it's Soo Han-yoon or Lee Jun-chang. They're both our Dragon Kingdom's valuables. Speaking of Soo and Rhyme. Bai Song-yen nodded after a moment of contemplation. Yes, that girl doll is a genius. And even if she was instructed to produce results only afterward, she's still a no-brainer. Immediately afterward, the two went on with their orgy. The words are split. Soo Han-yoon's side was a little aggravated. Today was her first day traveling to the Academy of Sciences. Her vacation is over. A month is not too long to say, and not too short to say. What makes her happiest is that she can take her husband home and see her mom and dad whenever she wants. Father still doesn't like his husband Lee Jun-sung though his mouth. But it's not as exciting as it used to be to see your husband and kick him out the door. I'm going to work. I want a kiss. Early in the morning, Soo Han-yoon shook awake Lee Jun-sung who was still asleep. Up came an extremely loud boo. Before Lee Jun-sung could react, she got dressed with great care, brushed her teeth and washed her face and drove herself to work. This time, the place of work was no longer the institute either. Instead, the Academy of Sciences. With an excited heart, she presented her work card and entered the interior of the Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences is huge, enough to be the size of a dozen schools. Each building, represents a research center for a project, and her goal. Then there was the building in the distance, the Carrier Engineering Research Center. In the office building, 3 or 2 old PhDs laughed and discussed the day's work, and of course the inevitable small talk. One of them said, remembering that a new person seemed to be coming today, I heard that the top has arranged for a talented girl to come to us today. I've heard that too. It's the teenage girl who wrote the most crucial formula for the photolithography machine. Last name Sue. At her age, I think it's a bit unlikely. Could it be the result of someone else's? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. I know what you want to say. One doctor was about to comment when another stopped him. In his heart, he kept blaming, this old thing has lived for nothing for so long. People are getting results that are far beyond the reach of them. The old guys. Just in case, even in the unlikely event that it's fake, it means that people have tremendous energy, could make the whole institute do her bidding. What's more, management within research has always been strict. There is a high probability that this incident is not false. Instead, the Dragon Kingdom has really produced a genius girl, and the full set of 1 nanometer process lithographs has really been completed. You guys, what are you bleeping about here? Working too easy? Off to the side came an old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, majestic and dominant, with a strong center. Fixed his eyes on it. Is not it the old grandpa who was the most active in the symposium that day? He has 3 grandchildren and is a photo carry-on kind of guy. Before learning that Soo Han-yoon had a husband, almost dragged Soo Han-yoon home for a blind date with her grandson. His presence. The few researchers who had beeped Soo Han-yoon were so scared that they shut up in a hurry. Eyes watched as the siren stepped aside before daring to continue the small beep. Shoo, let's keep our voices down when Director Siren is gone. What else is there to say? That girl doll is here. Let's take a look and see if we don't know if it's real or not. I told you, old boy, to keep your voice down. Does it matter so much if it's true or not? Chapter 35 Photolithography Results Questioned. Chatting for no more than a few moments. In the afterglow of one of the old men's gaze, he suddenly felt a brightly colored silhouette flash by, rubbing his eyes to get a better look at his visitor. It turned out to be a beautiful, youthful girl. So young, he should be the legendary Dr. So, Shoo, Dr. Sue is here. Don't say anything. I only saw a girl walking at this moment, with a work card hanging from her chest with a big Sue written on it. At this moment, Soo Han-yoon shone with light. Outward beauty and gentleness were no longer the things that made her shine the most. The achievement of shocking others is what shines through in her. Just as he entered, he drew the gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes. An old man with gold-rimmed glasses slowly smiled in her direction. Hello, Dr. Sue, we met at the symposium. The old man stretched out his right hand and politely shook Soo Han-yoon shallowly. Soo Han-yoon sized up the old man, trying to remember the symposium a month ago. Yes, there is this old man. Oh, I remember you, old grandpa, from the day you handed me pictures of my 3 grandchildren. You don't have to call me Gramps around here. Introduce yourself. I'm here under the code name, Sunday. Code name? Soo Han-yoon cocked his head, a little puzzled. Why do you have to call it some kind of code name when you don't have a good name? Not waiting for her to ask. On Sunday, the old man then opened his mouth to explain. It's a rule set by the project boss that carriers are a vital tactical resource, and we need to be as careful as SWAT in our work. After a pause, he continued. In a few moments, you'll report for duty and receive your own exclusive code name. And remember, only when you're off duty. You're Soo Han-yoon. So if, say, I'm captured by the enemy during business hours, who am I supposed to be? Soo Han-rian nodded. She understood the rules well, but there are always special circumstances, so she asked anyway, puzzled. Sunday, the old man hemmed and hawed twice, shook his head, and pointed to the location of the 2nd floor. I can't answer your questions. Just follow your heart and report to the 2nd floor. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he left with a mysterious smile on his face. Soo Han-yoon scratched the back of his head, feeling that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. It just feels a little too different from the Photolithography Institute. A little too much. She was referring to, among other things, the state of mind of the people, and the overall atmosphere. Under the watchful eyes of a dozen doctors on the 1st floor, she took small steps up the steps to the 2nd floor. It's huge here. It took a while of searching the hallways before I saw the Director of Materials office. According to the induction notice, she is responsible for working in the materials team. Come to the office door. The door to the place was unlocked, and as she looked in, a grandmother of about 50 or so was carefully working on papers. Knock knock knock. Knocked on the door. Inside, Grandma, the director of the materials group, didn't look up to pay attention. Knocked on the door again. It was only then that the director of the materials group slowly raised his head with a look of impatience. Come in. Sit down and wait for me until I'm done. After saying that, she buried her head in her work once again, as if Soo Han-yoon didn't even exist. Soo Han-yoon was famously well-behaved and obedient. Naturally, he entered and sat down to wait obediently. 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, an hour passed, until 2 hours had crept by. The director of the materials group still hadn't shown the slightest inclination to pay her any attention. Even she poured water and went to the bathroom several times in the middle of it. It was also treated as if Soo Han-yoon did not exist. With Soo Han-yoon's intelligence, how could she not know what was happening? It's a test, dismount, for the new underlings yet. She smiled lightly, showing 2 dimples. Didn't care about that little thing. When one's dreams and goals are extremely great, the small stones in the way are no longer obstacles. Hello director, I'm the newly reported Soo Han-yoon. If you don't enter my information, you'll be getting off work soon. Soo Han-hyun looked at the watch. Looking up and hunching her shoulders, she gave a polite, sweet-voiced greeting. I thought I told you to sit and wait for me. If you can't wait, just go home. The director of the materials group didn't even look up this time. In very plain words, he spoke the language that chilled Soo Han-yoon the most. She has been fighting for this moment since college. How could she leave just because she said so? Determined not to leave until the end of the day, Soo Han-yoon thought darkly, because when you get off work, you have to go home and cook dinner for your husband. She sat down again in silence, looking at less than half an hour before the end of the shift. The director of the materials group is still working on the paperwork. She seems to have an endless supply of paperwork in general. Finally, 10 minutes left until the end of the shift. The director of the materials group put down his hand, beginning to look curiously at the little girl in front of him. Give me your information. Then, with an undeniable tone, she extended her right hand towards Soo Han-yoon. Soo Han-hyun listened, hastily and obediently. He handed over his information file. It's full of her experience in the field, with personal information and more. Oh, the biggest contributor to the photolithography machine. You really dare to fill in the blanks yourself? Randomly scanning the information, the director laughed softly and glanced at Soo Han-yoon with his afterglow. These words made Soo Han-yoon give the whole thing a miss. The information, which was sealed, was not to be opened at all by her personally. Top secret information transmitted from one agency to another. How can she fill in whatever she wants on her own? Even if you could, there are electronic manuscripts within the research community, so you'll know right from wrong once you compare them. Reporting to the team leader, Soo Han-hyun, personally, doesn't have the authority to fill in the top of the researcher's files. I'm also a veteran of the scientific community, and as things stand, you have a lot of authority. But you need to figure out what the Academy of Sciences is. The director made no bones about it and squinted at Soo Han-yoon. Continued, at a young age, you have made a contribution that is unrivaled in the world. Your family's power is truly monstrous. Director, what do you mean? Soo Han-yoon's eyes widened in disbelief that this was coming from the director of the Academy's materials group. The director remained nonchalant and gave a contemptuous laugh. Decades of results from the Photolithography Institute, with all the credit going to you alone. Isn't that enough proof of your family's power? For a moment, Soo Han-yoon also froze. Original. The director doesn't treat himself for that reason. The director believes that it is impossible for a single person to make such a world-beating achievement. At least it shouldn't be made by a teenage girl in her early 20s. Then there's still left the only possibility. Just like the institute was making a god, making a scientific genius out of her. This behavior is most despised by the director of the materials group. Let your connections and resources be monstrous. Carriers are where tactical deployments are made and tactical equipment is researched. She once again criticized Soo Han-yoon very seriously. The meaning is obvious. Seeing this, Soo Han-yoon was inwardly aggrieved. She wanted to explain but didn't know how to open her mouth. It's on the verge of aggravated tears. It's hard to come up with a light source design when you've been thinking about it yourself. Surprisingly, her results were completely overruled by the grandmother. In front of her, director. It's not the style of a scientist to make arbitrary judgments based on mere speculation. Soo Han-ryun brought up a sobbing voice. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and check. I didn't cheat or do any of those dirty things. Chapter 36, Aggrieved by the Splash of Heaven. Baby, don't cry. It was the first time she had ever rebutted someone. The rebuttal, or one's immediate supervisor. It's easy to keep me from second-guessing you. Let me ask you one thing. Do you know anything about aircraft carriers? With these words, Soo Han-yoon would not be able to ask the question. She hadn't really been exposed to this type of large-scale project. Each carrier can be a small city on the sea. The design of the inside needs to be interlocked, and there can be almost no useless redundant design on it. And, also, tons of displacement have to be guaranteed. You also have to make sure that the deck is long enough to allow enough distance for the airplane to take off. Also make sure it's a self-repairing factory. Many problems, thousands of problems, large and small. need to be solved, and they have been blended together in a way that is almost a worldwide problem. Currently, with the exception of a few developed countries, no other country has the ability to, on its own, develop an aircraft carrier, either by retrofitting it or by building it and not using it. I haven't touched. Soo Han-yoon lowered his head and told the truth. Across the street, a cold laugh came. Humph. Without having been exposed to this type of engineering, you dare to take the initiative to transfer here. You really don't have a lot of guts. In the director's eyes, Soo Han-yoon had long been labeled as relying on connections to get to the top. The attitude was naturally somewhat cold. It made Soo Han-yoon feel aggrieved. But, I didn't apply for the transfer over here myself. It was the dean. Soo Han-yoon was a bit unconvinced. The director in front of me is as difficult as HR in a big company. Again, you want young people in their early 20s and someone else with enough work experience. Where can I find it? What's more, transferring here was the dean's intention, and it was not at all something she, Soo Han-yoon, could influence on her own. Her words made the director sneer again. Humph. Do you know what an important Dragon tactical project an aircraft carrier is? It's obvious that you don't like Han-yoon and want to drive Han-yoon away. Saying that, Soo Han-yoon's little pearls finally fell. Who knows, even though she was crying, the director still wouldn't let her go. You can't stand it when you say 2 sentences. You're not mentally fit to stay with us. Go home early and have a baby with your husband. The director looked at her as she cried and froze for a moment, then continued ruthlessly. Didn't your mentor teach you that the most important personal quality of a scientist is a strong heart? This is no place for a little girl like you who can't even experience frustration. Go back. Her words were sharp and pierced right into Soo Han-yoon's heart. Old pain. Soo Han-yoon was aggrieved but didn't know how to justify herself. Her suppressed emotions finally erupted. Tears rolled down like soybeans. Tick-tock falls to the floor. Ryoga still didn't choose to leave, but desperately wanted to be recognized. I'm not useless. I came here to prove myself, Soo Han-yoon shouted after pursing her small lips and sucking in a mouthful. Except for a few years ago, when Lee Jun-sung fainted for medical reasons and she broke down then. Now, for the second time in her life, she is falling apart. And in the place of her dreams, the Academy of Sciences. With that, the director let out a light laugh and continued sternly. Proving yourself is simple. If you can give a proposal within a month, without having to think about materials, and give a framework design for a 100,000 ton aircraft carrier, I will recognize your excellence. Wow dash. There were a few researchers standing in the doorway. A couple of people who had heard the commotion and had come to see what was going on. They have been shocked. How dare she ask a newcomer to solve such a difficult problem? Codename, the head of the materials team at Mother ******* is having a hard time with the new guy again. They all felt heartbroken for the newcomer in front of them. Soo Han-yoon was assigned to the and would have a hard time in the future. Mother Nature is notoriously strict. Treating newcomers in particular is harsh to the extreme. If she couldn't even pass the first hurdle, the girl in front of her would have been knocked back to her original unit. Right? They looked on in amazement. Soo Han-yoon straightened his back, snot and tears running down his face, but his tone was resolute. I'll prove it to you, and if I can't, I won't step foot in the academy myself. Surprisingly, she didn't flinch and rose to the challenge. In plain sight, Soo Han-yoon stepped straight out of the office door and walked towards the outside of the Science Academy. In the eyes of the crowd of scientists, her first impression on them was that she was strong and brave. Ah, it's true that youth is impulsive. We're all old. You say that, if she transfers to us, the Carrier Living Quarters design team, I'm going to be a baby spoiled. I see you have impure intentions, trying to find yourself a granddaughter-in-law. Then again, the mother ****** are pretty much the same as always. No wonder they have a small material group, but each one is a genius and can hold their own. In the midst of the debate, the office matron glared at her co-worker outside the door. The old voice was stern. Have you seen enough? There's a limit to laziness. Get back to work. She gave a stormy cry. The crowd of frightened spectators dispersed in a hurry. That's A to mess with. She was the baby of the Carrier Engineering Research Center, the dean's favorite materials designer, and the toughest director in the academy. But her severity was not without reason. There were only 5 people under her, but each of them was the elite of the elite, the genius of the genius. Just like that, there were only 6 of them, including Mother Nature, but they held up the entire material group. Do you think it's bull? The crowd did not dare to stay at the entrance of her office for a moment longer, and they scattered and left the place. The Carrier Engineering Design Center of the Academy of Sciences was once again quiet, but Soo Han-hyun, who came here to work with great expectations but left in disgrace, had a bad time. Again, he wiped the tears from his eyes. She was internally aggravated. Looking at the number in his cell phone, he hesitated and dialed. Hello, Husband, where are you? With a sobbing voice, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Serious tone. With just one sentence, Lee Jun-sung could hear his daughter-in-law's sobbing voice, and his urgent inquiry came over the phone. No, it's okay, I wanted to come to you, aggravatingly wanting a hug. Where are you? Or should I come and get you? Daughter-in-law, Lee Jun-sung, on the phone, was clearly in a hurry. Someone is bullying his daughter-in-law again. Are you tired of living? But wait half a day. His daughter-in-law was still reluctant to tell him her own location. Lee Jun-chang had no choice but to send his location, using the chat software, to his daughter-in-law Soo Han-yoon. I'm at a private fish pond in the northern suburbs, so drive slowly. Although anxious, Lee Jun-chang still reminded his daughter-in-law not to be in a hurry. Slow driving, safety-oriented. Northern suburbs. Private farms. Lee Jun-sung was distracted and his hands were empty. I had just finished a phone call and the fishing rod in my hand accidentally fell into the pond. But his heart is not here. Don't care at all. The bearded man on the side of the room was prompted to warn. Jun-sung, you dropped your fishing rod. Don't you feel bad about something that costs tens of thousands of dollars? Hush dash. Don't disturb Jun-sung. Just now my daughter-in-law called and immediately looked like this. So I guess there's something going on at home. The man in the suit thoughtfully stepped forward and patted Lee Jun-sung's shoulder, then pulled the bearded man aside a bit. Don't bother him anymore. Lee Jun-sung, on the other hand, remained worried. My daughter-in-law is a notoriously happy person, and in all these years, I've never seen her sad a few times. Even emo is a handful of times. Today, with the sobbing, how much did you have to suffer? Last time, both her wrists were worn out like that, and she didn't even see the golden peas drop in front of herself. Thinking, he rushed to the entrance of the farmhouse and kept looking out over the traffic on the road, waiting for a long time. Finally, a sports car came into view, driving straight toward the farm. The farm staff's eyes lit up at the sight. Hastily, the stop bar was opened and 3 or 5 men stood waiting. In their eyes, that's a big client. Lee Jun-sung, on the other hand, had no time to care what they thought. It was met directly. When the car is parked, full of red bloodshot eyes, Soo Han-yoon cannot wait to get off the car. To see her husband, the grievances of the sky finally have a place to talk about. She slammed into Lee Jun-sung's arms. Oh, honey, am I useless? Am I a loser who only knows how to cry? She was crying so hard. Lee Jun-sung didn't know how to comfort her for a while because he didn't know what was going on and could only pat her back gently. Companionship is silent comfort. After a long time, Soo Han-yoon's crying gradually decreased. In a continuous sob, it was then that he dared to speak out gently and comfortingly. Don't cry, baby. Of course you're not a loser. You're a female doctor in your early 20s. How many of all the geniuses in the world have you seen that can keep up with your intelligence? Chapter 37, Han-yoon's aura is in full swing. The queen has arrived. Lee Jun-sung narrowed his eyes slightly, the anger in his eyes calling out. But he knew his daughter-in-law's character. In the work of the aggrieved, is not brought home to confide in. Negative emotions are chosen to digest their own. Never interfere with the family. This time, it had been groundbreaking for her to come back crying. Top. The host's daughter-in-law's needs have been detected, and she is in urgent need of an overall carrier architecture design program, with the main design direction being super displacement. In the midst of his anger, suddenly the system voice went off in his head. At this point, Lee Jun-sung could count on understanding a little. It turns out that just after entering the Academy of Sciences, I was given such a big assignment. Odds are, it wasn't a simple tasking, and someone had asked her to design the thing in the name of bullying her daughter-in-law. He watches a lot of workplace dramas, too. Probably could have guessed that. Good girl. Don't think about the things you can't think about. Fish with me today and think about it tomorrow. Okay? In a hug, Lee Jun-sung patted his daughter-in-law on the back, reassuring again. You can't think of a solution to the problem right now, so why don't you relax by fishing with me? Soo Han-yoon gave a soft and slowly let go of Lee Jun-sung. After wiping his tears, he forced a smile and accompanied him to the pond. And a couple of rural staffers who were ready to greet the big clients on the sidelines had long since dropped their jaws in amazement. No way. This boss who drives hundreds of thousands of dollars of cars is the husband of a goddess-rich woman. I'm tired of talking about envy. I want a rich woman now too. Look, they are really so in love. If my wife was half as gentle as this goddess, I wouldn't have to go up to the 3rd floor every day. This way. Lee Jun-sung brought his daughter-in-law to the bottom of the parasol and leisurely, while holding her, checked the status of the 2 fishing rods. It was a very windy day, as it is fall and the wind is not as mild as it was in the summer. Hugging his daughter-in-law, his thoughts were already spinning. In the afterglow, he saw that there were a couple of discarded boards off to the side. Originally it was supposed to be a canoe for fishing. It's tattered and torn from time. The rural personnel simply dismantled it and left it unattended at the edge of the pond. Keep an eye on the rods for me. It's too windy. I'll adjust the angle of the sunshade. Lee Jun-sung's brain lit up and thought of an idea. Soo Han-yoon, on the other hand, was obedient and gave a soft keeping her eyes on the fishing rod, waiting for hubby to adjust the sunshade and come back for a cuddle. Yikes. Honey, look. As soon as I held the rod, he bent it. It's not broken, is it? Prepare everything for Lee Jun-sung, jerking back at his daughter-in-law's words. Sure enough, as soon as my daughter-in-law Soo Han-yoon touched the fishing rod, a fish came up. Where the hell are we going to argue? Raoul didn't want to explode, but it's really hard to tot right now. Pond full of fish. Laborers cannot catch a fish, can only dry watch other people who on the fish. Now, even more convinced. This fish is not a dish for the eyes and ears. I do not see a half a day. But my daughter-in-law immediately hooked a fish. Quick, pull this stupid fish up for me. Labor. Ahem. I'll educate it properly. Soo Han-yoon heard her husband command, hurriedly gripped the rod tightly, with a serious face to compete with the fish's strength. But she was delicate and weak, and she tugged without success. What to do? It's going to run away for sure when my husband holds the pole later. Soo Han-yoon had an anxious look on his face. The words that came out of his mouth made Lee Jun-sung, who was at the side, cover his face and twitch at the corners of his mouth. Even the wife knows she's in a bad way. Jesus Christ, do you want to play with me like that? However, right now, Lee Jun-sung was still somewhat happy inside. At least, for the moment, my daughter-in-law forgot the aggravation in her heart and was fighting the fish to come. Only, looking at it, something was wrong, because I have been unable to pull the fish up. My daughter-in-law went so far as to, the aura opened up. She was thinking about how to catch the fish. The powerful aura surprised all the anglers on the sidelines. They all turned their heads and looked over to Soo Han-yoon's side. Holy crap! I was just focused on fishing. When did such a model ice goddess come along? I saw it long ago, but it feels strange. It was obviously sweet just now, and now it feels like she's a different person. That's when people get excited about catching fish, right? What fish or no fish? I'd rather not fish in my life for a daughter-in-law like that. With everyone watching, Soo Han-yoon's eyes gradually became stern and incomparable. She looked at the fish in the water and lifted her chin. The corners of her mouth quirked up. You need this girl to think about catching a fish? Come up here. At this point, she didn't know where to get the strength. Gritting his teeth, he pulled hard and the fish was pulled back several meters. She then closed the line as quickly as an old hand. A pull, a tuck, a pull, and another tuck. A grass carp weighing a little over 20 pounds was pulled to the edge of the pond in such a watery fashion. Immediately afterward, she picked up the plunge net. A quick swish trapped the fish in the net. A tug, a lift, and it was landed. She looked at the struggling fish at her feet. A contemptuous grunt. Humph, naughty little fellow. If you can escape your husband's fishing rod, you can't escape my girl's clutches. After saying that, she looked back at Lee Jun-sung. The glare scared him so much that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The daughter-in-law after the transformation. That is a combination of wisdom plus violence plus pride. At this point she's going to give herself a nose and laugh at her fishing incompetence all over again. Watching Soo Han-yoon approach step by step, Lee Jun-sung let out a bitter laugh. The violence and stuff didn't matter so much anymore. What mattered was, what if she ran out of energy now that she had opened her brain? Yes, his own daughter-in-law knows herself. Every time you open your brain, it doesn't take long to run out of energy. After changing back to sweet girl, she will also be breathless and lethargic. Thinking about it, my daughter-in-law had come into view, only to see that she slowly raised her small hand and extended her index finger to hook Lee Jun-sung's chin up. Little devil, I helped you catch such a big fish. Won't you reward me? Saying that, Soo Han-yoon once again hooked up the corner of his mouth with a cool smile and slowly came up. Boo! A crisp sound booped the hearts of the other fishing guys on the sidelines. Good lord! This is a fish pond, a place for fishing, not a bed for you two. Go home and kiss me if you want to. Before the words were finished, Soo Han-yoon turned around violently and looked at the person who had spat. Her stern eyes and powerful aura scared the crowd into shutting up. Gradually, it seemed like too much energy was being expended. Soo Han-yoon's eyes gradually became hazy. One stumbled and fell into Lee Jun-sung's arms. Honey, I'm so sleepy. This scene? It made Lee Jun-sung even more speechless. How the hell are we supposed to play? Just figured out how to mention my daughter-in-law and mention her building that large displacement hull. But it's just a fish, and she can play herself into a mental fugue. Chapter 38 Aircraft Carrier Design on Hold. Sheen bureaus come to the door again. I had no choice but to continue to hold my daughter-in-law and throw the line again. At this point, Intelligence Center. Sheen Zhengfei pondered for a while as he heard what was happening within the Academy of Sciences. Across from him sat Song Yanbai of the security center. Old Chin, are you saying that if Su Hanyun can succeed this time as well, then it once again proves that the source of everything comes from a different power? You're right. As proficient as Dr. Su is in what she's learned, she can't be proficient in everything. Bai Song Yan said seriously. No matter how strong a person is, his energy is limited. If Su Hanyun is proficient in the field of photolithography, then the carrier side, surely, can't be better than the others. If no technology could overwhelm her, then eyes must turn to Lee Jun-sung once again. It's obviously a good thing, but it's messing with my head. He sighed, lighting one before exhaling a slow smoke ring. I told you that you're too much of a nervous wreck. Whether it's Dr. So or Lee Jun-sung, is there anything wrong with that? Of course there is. What's the problem, don't you think? With scientific research for the Dragon Kingdom? Big problem. Everything needs to come out in the truth or something could easily go wrong. Finally Baek Song-yan said sternly. In his eyes, the safety of the Dragon Kingdom was greater than anything else. All the information that could not be grasped had to be figured out or he could not sleep or eat. What if? I say what if we find out the reason for everything. Lee Jun-sung has a systematic understanding of photolithography. What should you do? The glory that belongs to him is naturally less. And then what if? Again, the reason for everything is, Su Hanhyun came up with it herself. And those coincidences, they're really just coincidences? Then we haven't wasted all that time. Only after saying this did Bai Song Yan realize exactly what Qin Zhengfei was trying to express. Su Hanyun and Li Junchang are husband and wife. The very loving kind. Regardless of which person gets the credit, the honor belongs to Lee Jun-sung and his family. Own tracing for so-called safety. Seems like a bit of a waste of manpower and resources. Hey, you figured it out. Old White? Aha, you're right. But why are you checking again? My purpose is not as noble as yours. I'm just in it for the truth. A truth for myself and a truth for the nation. This is Qin Zhengfei's insistence. After so many years in the intelligence center, I've long had an unspoken obsession with the truth. With that, he got up and left. Bring a set of fishing gear. After looking at the latest information in his hand, Lee Jun-sung went to a farm to fish again. Let me meet you again. This time I'll make sure to get you drunk and ask you all at once. Drive. Qin Zhengfei soon arrived at the farmhouse. After paying the money, he looked around. Finally a mushy couple is seen under a parasol. He stepped forward and looked at Lee Jun-sung in front of him. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lee, this appears to be a place for fishing, not a bed in your house, right? Who is it? Aha. Who are you? Before Lee Jun-sung could say anything, Su Han-yun raised her head in curiosity, seeing a strange middle-aged man with a puzzled look on his face. I'm so tired of being with my husband, and suddenly there's a light bulb. So annoying. Qin Zhengfei smiled gently and extended his right hand. Hello Dr. So, I'm a friend of Mr. Lee's, right Mr. Lee? Seeing this, Su Han-yun got up from the recliner. Wary, she looked at the man in front of her and then at her husband, Lee Jun-sung. Li Junchang had already catalogued Qin Zhengfei's entire family in his heart at the moment. MMP. This kid isn't coming to break up the show, is he? Tell your daughter-in-law Sahanhian everything so that she can open her brain and figure out the key. Then his daughter-in-law pulls himself together and begs him to be a research couple with her, working in the lab until he is old. Qin, what are you doing here? Li Jun-sung thought a lot, and his expression, more than Su Han-yun's, was wary. Who knows? Qin Zhengfei cleared his throat and directly threatened. If you treat your friends like that, I'm going to have a long talk with your daughter-in-law. Talk about what? Guess what? It could be something you don't want to talk about. When the words came to him, Li Jun-sung's pupils shrunk violently, hastily getting up and pulling Qin Zhengfei aside. His expression became incomparably enthusiastic. Gu, old Qin, what are you talking about? He, you brought fishing gear. Come. Let's fish. Fishing. I know you. Smiling on the outside but MMP on the inside, right? Qin Zhengfei smiled and whispered in Li Junchang's ear. He's been in intelligence for so long. He's still a good judge of character. As expected, Li Jun-sung's expression flinched. Not only does the laborer not smile on the surface, but he has to MMP in his heart as well. And I'm warning you not to talk blindly, or else. Or what do you do? Stop teaching your daughter-in-law to do scientific research? Shoo, you keep your voice down. Hey, you're admitting it in disguise. You've got something to show for today. Why don't you tell me where you learned all those awesome techniques? Qin Zhengfei had a cheap smile on his face, and looking at Li Junchang, he now just wanted to give him a baidu. Pinched him hard. Li Jun-sung gritted his back teeth and said fiercely, can I stuff your big mouth when labor buys you dinner later? Yeah, I'll have the tomahawk steak. 3 axes. Qin Zhengfei was first stunned, then laughed loudly. Inside was simply cool. He was worried about how to get this kid in front of him drunk. No, it came to me by itself. What's a meal without wine? So he cheerfully opened his backpack and pulled out his fishing gear, fishing right next to Lee Jun-sung. With the comparison, Lee Jun-sung was even more depressed. He still didn't have any fish on the hook, but Qin Zhengfei had one after another, as if there was no end to it. It made his eyes red to look at him. People are so much more than people. It's almost exasperating. Soon enough, night fell and the day's fishing trips were pretty much over. Su Hanyun suddenly hugged Lee Jun-sung's arm at this moment, a look of pampering. Honey, can you not go out to eat? I'll make it for you at home. The voice was crispy and soft, numbing the others on the sidelines to the point where their bones were so soft that hard bones could turn into brittle bones. Qin Zhengfei, who was on the side, was shocked, full of incredulity. He looked at Lee Jun-sung with a bit of envy in his eyes. He finally knew what it meant to scrape steel from his bones. Compared to Su Han-yun, his daughter-in-law was simply a knife for picking teeth. After reacting, he hurriedly said to Su Han-yun, "Sibling, it's been a long time since Jun-sung and I have seen each other, so let's get together." "Yeah, daughter-in-law, we brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. Why don't you come along too? Let's eat a few of his tomahawks too." Lee Jun-sung persuaded obediently. He didn't want to piss off this Qin in front of him, and if he did, he would have to hitch the rest of his life to the scientific research circle. As for career-related issues, it will have to be tomorrow, when my daughter-in-law will be allowed to accompany her on another fishing trip. With my daughter-in-law's intelligence, one day early or late makes no difference. Chapter 39, Hubby, who the hell are you? When I came to the restaurant, old Qin didn't really rip people off. I ordered a few random vegetarian dishes and some downers and sat down. The two of them, Li Junchang and Su Han-yun, also let go a bit and weren't as wary of old Qin's sudden appearance. Sure, the two men were wary at first, for fundamentally different reasons. Su Han-yun was afraid that Lee Jun-sung would eat something bad and his body wouldn't be able to take it. Lee Jun-sung was wary that old Qin would, suddenly, expose himself. The two men drank a lot of wine. Old Qin toasted one after another, making Li Junchang a bit overwhelmed. Finally, the drink was almost over. Su Han-yun looked at her drunken husband with some heartache. "Mr. Qin, why don't you guys call it a day and I'll send my husband home to rest?" "Harm dash. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll arrange for someone to take him home in a little while, and you have a couple of drinks too." Qin Zhengfei smiled bashfully and laughed after his eyes dribbled around several times. Another glass of wine went in, as if he would never get drunk. At this point, Lee Jun-sung also seemed to be drunk and waved his hand. "I'm not going home. Hiccup. I want to have a good talk with old Qin. Hiccup. Then you need to come back early." Su Han-yun beamed and reluctantly left. She knew Li Junchang's temper and would not easily change when he decided. Qin Zhengfei's eyes lit up when he saw this. It's time to start questioning slowly and dismantle Li Jun-sung's mental defenses step by step. And across from him was Li Jun-sung. Taking advantage of his daughter-in-law's departure, Li Junji immediately sat up straight. After taking a sip of water to clear his throat, he smiled and looked at Qin Zhengfei. "Accidentally. I'm not actually drunk, so you're afraid you won't be able to get anything out of me. You guessed?" Qin Zhengfei wasn't very surprised. He felt that the man in front of him was definitely smarter than himself. Drunkenness is not an easy trick to pull off as long as the other person is wary. Spreading his hands helplessly, he continued, "Elder brotherly, why are you hiding it so much?" "Aha, what am I hiding? Don't snicker at me. Believe it or not, I'm going to tell your daughter-in-law right now." Taking hold of Li Junchang's handle, Qin Zhengfei had a villainous look on his face and smiled cheaply. Li Jun-sung was also helpless. This guy, what's so important about the truth? On second thought, he can threaten brother me. Brother, I can also threaten him. Ah, yeah, that's it. Don't you dare tell my daughter-in-law. Then I won't be able to take anything good in the future. For a moment, four eyes met. Both sides are sharp as attack. In the end, it was Qin Zhengfei who lost the battle. He kept his head down. A deep sigh. "Well, you win. Indeed, I wouldn't dare to bet on it. I'd rather bet that you have more good stuff in your hands. Dragon's technology has been suppressed for too long." After saying that, Qin Zhengfei took a large sip of wine for himself. After putting down the glass, he continued, "So if I find evidence and expose you, will you hide it? As long as you're capable of producing proof, I'll turn over whatever goodies I have to you." Hiss dash. Li Junchang's words ruthlessly irritated Qin Zhengfei, who was in a state of atrophy. "Good, let's make a deal. Just wait. I, the boss of the highest intelligence center in the Dragon Kingdom, will pull out your skills a little bit." With that, Qin Zhengfei got up, paid for his meal and left. Before leaving, he even winked towards Li Jun-sung. It could make Li Jun-sung sick. Vomit, who knew the disgust of a grown man winking at himself? Originally, Shin Zhengfei wanted to arrange for someone to send him back, but it was rejected. Li Jun-sung took a car by himself and went home. When I got home, I saw my daughter-in-law with a black eye, constantly eating chili to stimulate herself from falling asleep. See Li Jun-sung back. She immediately beamed for a hug. Well, I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. I almost fell asleep. Go to bed early if you want to. You've had a long day. Daily touching his head. Li Jun-sung smiled favorably. Su Han-yun had gone into deep thought today and originally had very little energy left. It's natural to get sleepy easily. Go to bed early and accompany me to go fishing tomorrow. Li Jun-sung continued. But I have a mission that I haven't completed yet. Just one day tomorrow. Is that okay? Saying that, Li Jun-sung gently pecked Su Han-yun's forehead. Feel the tenderness of your husband. The warmth of his forehead made Su Han-ryan fall instantly. Well, it's just one day tomorrow. There was no talk all night. The next day, Li Jun-sung took his daughter-in-law and returned to that pond. Looking at the parasol that had moved yesterday, it was now gone, seemingly blown away by the wind. Li Jun-sung hugged his daughter-in-law. Pretend to be surprised. Yikes, the umbrella for this fishing spot is gone. So I'm not going to get a tan? Then husband, let's change the fishing spot. No, I like it here. Just wait for me. Following yesterday's plan, Li Jun-sung built a few planks off to the side. Su Han-yun watched him for a while as he went about his business. Unsure. As he watched, Li Jun-chang spliced the boards, picked up a few rusty nails, and hammered a few times with a rock. Soon, a weirdly shaped object appeared, after dropping the board into the water. The next action of Li Jun-chang scared Su Han-yun's pupils to contract rapidly. Honey, don't go up there. You can't carry people on such a small board. The words had just been shouted, and time was running out. See only. Li Jun-sung stepped on the wooden board with one foot and surprisingly stood firmly on it. And, surprisingly, the board slowly drifted in the direction of the tilt as his body tilted. What's this? Never seen such a strange surfboard. Nope, there's no waves here at all. It's not a surfboard. It's a boat. It's incredible. This tiny plank, spliced with holes everywhere, yet steadily carrying Li Jun-sung, slowly floating towards the center of the pond, and so on. The space is extremely optimized for the hull. Huge load capacity. Displacement. This has to be done by making the quality of the planks perfect at every angle, every inch of the way. Thinking about it, Su Han-yun's eyes went into a trance. Seeing that Li Jun-sung went to the center of the lake, fished out the parasol, and with the weight of the parasol, managed to float back without wetting his shoes. Li Jun-sung looked at his daughter-in-law who seemed to be about to die KO. Hastily, he took a step onto the shore, throwing a few broken boards aside like garbage. Finally got it back, so I can fish properly. He smiled happily, but Su Han-yun looked at it and thought otherwise. Su Han-yun kept staring at the wooden board, without realizing it, as if it were a ghost. It had come to the plank. Ignoring the dirty top, she picked up the piece of wet wood, which only weighed a dozen pounds. Ingenious design, extreme to the point of unreadable buoyancy, and so simple that she couldn't understand the construction. Honey, what the hell are you? She murmured in a small voice, puzzled for just a moment before she began to think about the principles involved. Enter the deep-thinking Suan rhyme. As always, the aura is all over the place. Seeing this, Li Jun-sung praised in his heart and nodded silently, wanting this effect. Sure enough, it still has to be my own daughter-in-law. Anyone else would never have realized anything. After a full half hour, Su Han-yun's closed eyes finally opened. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly carried the wooden planks and darted straight towards the entrance of the farm. Leave a comment. Honey, have fun by yourself. I have to go. By the way, when I come back, I'm going to ask you nicely. Don't try to run away. Hearing his goddess daughter-in-law's words, Li Jun-sung's eyes widened. Good lord, will this time not be able to hide and go to the institute for the rest of his life? After all, contributing scientific research to the Dragon Kingdom is a lifelong dream of my daughter-in-law. But he, Li Jun-sung, just wants to lie flat. Unless something happens that gets to the point of being unmanageable and unavoidable. It's only then that you'll join the army of inward rollers. Forget it, take one step at a time. Anyway, when the country is strong, you can have a better life. Think about just now. A pang went through him as his daughter-in-law looked tearful. If exposing his black technology can make such a good daughter-in-law happy, it doesn't seem to matter. So, Su Han-yun left and he didn't stop him. I know with my ass that my daughter-in-law has been wronged and bullied. She's being bullied. Or there's a question about carrier technology. Hey, I'd like to see how you torture me when you come back. Chapter 40. Unbelievable. This spliced plank can carry more than 100 pounds? Now he's just waiting for his daughter-in-law to return to the academy. Take the latest technology in your hands. Punch the guy in the face who was giving her a hard time. Thinking about it, Soo Han-yoon had already started the car. The sports car roared, kicking up a cloud of dust as it raced off into the distance. Target Academy of Sciences. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Aircraft Carrier Engineering Research Center. Doorway. Mother ***** came to the janitor's office for the third time to ask about it. Did Soo Han-yoon come over to work today? Reporting to academician Mother *********, there is no record of Soo En-lim's entry today. The doorman's report made Mother Nature sigh. Sure enough, another young man with a weak mind and no drive. Pity. She was in desperate need of henchmen, but she'd rather have no more than a few, and she could only sigh in her mind. Turning around, he was going back to work. Mother *******, you've been here several times asking why you didn't show a little mercy yesterday when you obviously cared so much for someone's little girl. Heads up. In front of her stood an old man. The same one who was watching yesterday. The director of the Carrier Living Quarters design team. Codename, Siren. Siren, you must realize that what we are doing is a matter of national security, and we must be careful in our selection. Come on. I can't say it. You have such a heavy workload and you only sleep 4 hours a day. Be careful that your body can't survive it. Siren shook his head. He was heartbroken for the stubborn coworker in front of him, but they say that Mother Nature is stubborn, and Siren surely knows that just talking about it doesn't make sense. As he watched, the material group Mother ***** hunched over and left. Removing his glasses, Siren wiped them with the corner of his coat and prepared to go upstairs as well. A heads up. In a blur, see something brightly colored, coming towards the center? It's getting closer. It was a man, brightly dressed, very young. His glasses hadn't even been wiped clean, so he hastily put them on and held them straight. Soo Han-yoon, you're back. With an exclamation of surprise, the other researchers on the first floor also turned their heads to look at the door. See only, a saucy girl, carrying a dirty piece of wood, came from outside. The boards scuffed her clothes, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. Small hands gripped the board on his shoulder tightly, afraid it would suddenly fall and break. Look closely. Soo Han-yoon's eyes were full of surprise and excitement after seeing the siren. 1,000 words seemed to cry out. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. Wait, Dr. Soo, you can't bring items in here. As she was about to enter the center, it turned out that the one who stopped her was the big brother of the security guard, who was doing his duty. Soo Han-yoon frowned. For the first time, she let out a stern warning in her sweet sister state. Get out of the way. There's something big about this plank. I've made a new discovery. The secret to the displacement of a large aircraft carrier is right here. Who knows? The guard still shook his head. These things were out of his hands. He could only intercept all unapproved items entering the center. If he lets it go, he can't afford to let anything happen. There are rules from above. Researchers may not bring items in or out. The security guard still stopped and continued to do his duty. Soo Han-yoon saw this, and not hard. She didn't have it in her to do so. Instead, he turned his head to Siren. Grandpa, can you get the director for me? That's the director, codenamed Freakso. After looking around, Soo Han-yoon felt isolated. The only one here that looked familiar to her was the siren. After all, he was the one who was the most active around Soo Han-yoon at the symposium that day. The siren saw it, wide-eyed. What was that girl just saying? She's got something new? No way. Absolutely no way. That the task Mother Nature had given her had failed to even address the entire center. With her being a little girl, she could have solved it in just one day? But, observing Soo Han-yoon's expression, there didn't seem to be any traces of lying evident. Dr. Soo, why don't you put the boards down and we'll go find Mother Nature together? With that, Siren took 2 steps forward, thinking about helping her remove the boards from her shoulders. Again, didn't think so. Soo Han-yoon backed up, fearing that the wooden board in his hand would be broken. No, this board is about the test grandmother Freakso gave me. I don't feel comfortable leaving it at the door, since losing the cloth at the institute. After causing the whole city to angrily rummage through garbage cans, Soo Han-yoon then guarded many important things more tightly. The siren was helpless at the sight. Well, my old bones will run it for you, but don't get your hopes up. As far as I know, a plank of wood will never make air come back to her senses. Next moment, Siren then trotted up the stairs. He was old, but he exercised regularly, so he was still in good shape. Come to the door of the materials group office. Could see that Mother Nature had just sat down. He saw this and greeted him. Mother *******, get downstairs. The one you've been wanting with all your heart is back. Let her come up here on her own. And have the director greet her personally? Mother ***** said coldly. Being able to get Soo Han-yoon to come up and say a few words was already extraordinarily gracious. Let her pick it up. No way. Absolutely no way. But, she mouthed off, saying that you gave out problems that were solved by her. The otherwise haughty was instantly annoyed in the face of the siren's words. What? You told her to get the hell out of here. Mother had been a bit compassionate, but she heard that So Han-hyen had solved the problem of the large carrier's displacement. She snorted inwardly. Carrier Engineering Research Center has done how many years of hard work? Head is big. Her little Soo Han-yoon. Is it smarter than all of them combined? Just a low-eyed, show-off guy. I think, whether she solves it or not, at least people have the heart to do it. So it's better to go and meet them. No go. If you don't go, then I can take this henchman and turn around and apply to the dean to go, said Siren was also in a hurry. The in front of me was too stubborn. Too stubborn. It just doesn't make sense. You can pick it back up if you like. And as for what she said about drainage, verify her abilities for yourself. Without lifting her head at the moment, Mother Nature continued coldly. Hopeless. Siren had to go downstairs by herself. Come to the door. Soo Han-yoon still carried the plank and waited with determination. He sighed and shook his head, softly persuading Soo Han-yoon. Dr. Soo, put down the wood. With Mother Nature's permission, your results will now be verified by me. Faced with the siren's words, Soo Han-yoon cocked her head in doubt. Didn't they say they'd assign her to Freakso? What's with the change? However, it didn't matter too much. Since the change had been made, it was time to prove it to the old grandpa in front of me. The problem was solved. Just have a person in charge. It doesn't matter if the person in charge is a she-devil or a siren. Well then, come with me, old grandpa. We'll have to go to the little pond over there to see it for ourselves. With that, Soo Han-yoon pulled the siren and ran outside. The Academy of Sciences has a number of man-made landscaped lakes. Scientists who are tired of doing research can take a break and enjoy the view. Soo Han-hyen walked faster and faster. Seems excited and eager to show off his new discovery. But it's the old man, Siren, who suffers. Hey, Dr. Soo, slow down little girl. Grandpa Siren is old and can't walk that fast. Next to a landscaped lake, an old man and a young man walked quickly towards the place. It was a scene that made the other old scientists who were taking a break wonder. When they saw who was coming, they were surprised. Isn't this the girl genius Soo Han-yoon, who made a major achievement with the photolithography machine? He pulled a siren and ran here for what? Is it hard to believe that she got divorced and met Siren's grandson? Think about it. Everyone couldn't sit still and lean towards Soo Han-yoon's side. Such a good grandson-in-law. You have to grab it for whatever you say. Even second marriages. And at this moment, Soo Han-yoon was in no mood to pay attention to bystanders. After bringing the siren to the lake, he pointed into the lake. Grandpa Siren, this spliced plank can carry over 100 pounds. All we need to do is parse the mass ratio of each of his parts, the function of each area, and we can build a ship that displaces more water. Finally, Soo Han-yoon put down the wooden board in her hands. It was gently dropped in the lake in full view of many researchers. At this moment, all the researchers resting by the lake were dumbfounded. What's she doing? Also, this thing can carry over 100 pounds. No kidding. Such a small board and not made into a boat. Hasn't Dr. Soo ever studied anything about buoyancy? Badly biased? It's hard to float this plank. Even. Not at all. Even. If you look at it only through your senses, it's still unknown if the wood will sink on its own, let alone carry a load. Chapter 41, Witnessing the Birth of a Genius. Freakso panics. Not far away, behind a large tree, Mother Nature panted as she finally arrived with everyone on her back, holding onto the tree as she stared at the lake in death. No one noticed her presence. Soo Han-yoon was in full view of everyone. Dropped the board into the water. Everyone was surprised to find out that. Strange. Too strange. Surprisingly, the whole plank didn't even mean to sink for a moment, and like a piece of foam, it smashed steadily into the water, which was like concrete to it. The whole board shows amazing buoyancy. Hiss. I seem to have read it a little bit. So did I. Those two small, less useful-looking boards nailed to it turned out to serve that purpose. Formed with the largest plank. Double buoyancy. Wait, there's something about the angle of a couple of the planks that seems to have perfectly utilized the water tension to boost buoyancy once again. A group of researchers were talking and pointing at the planks in the water. Right here and now. Soo Han-hyen took a step forward. The elderly people in the room let out a gasp of horror. Someone rushed to dissuade him. Dr. Soo, don't go. This little plank can't hold the weight of one man. Can she swim? If not, call someone. At this time, it was too late to pull Soo Han-yoon. A group of old men could only rush to call and inform those young guards in the academy to come. If Soo Han-yoon didn't know how to swim, it wouldn't have caused a death. Finally, Soo Han-yoon ignored everyone's stops and stepped out with his other foot as well. Everyone closed their eyes, not daring to see her fall into the water. But after waiting for a long time, not a single sound of distress or struggle came. After someone's eyes opened a slit and squinted, the entire person froze. Aside, the old man's siren had long since stared at Soo Han-yoon, who was standing straight up on the wooden board, with his eyes and mouth wide open. Under his breath, he kept muttering, "This isn't scientific. Physics doesn't exist anymore?" With his words he broke the silence. The rest of them also opened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Shocked, disbelieving, exclaiming. 3 voices filled the entire lounge area. It's not scientific. Even if those 2 places were utilized to boost buoyancy, a board that small could never carry a person. Could it be that Dr. Sue isn't actually a scientist? She's into metaphysics? Old thing. Watch who you are. You're a scientist. God damn it. There must be a physical structure that we haven't discovered yet. And there must be another way of calculating buoyancy, or how else to explain what's happening in front of us. In the eyes of the crowd, Soo Han-yoon stabilized herself on the plank and turned back towards everyone on the shore and smiled sweetly in greeting. Just a wave of her hand. Grandparents, Han-yoon isn't lying, is she? It really works. With realization sweeping through, her gaze fell on Siren. She then smiled and waved at Siren. Grandpa Siren, do you want to come over and try it? It's really stable. With her greeting, the Siren finally came back to her senses. Even the Siren's legs seemed to be a lot sharper now. Dart to the shore. A leap of faith was written all over his face. Yes, I must try it. A new structure I've never seen before. It's shocking. Unbelievable. He was breathing heavily in excitement, fearing that Soo Han-yoon would regret it. He hastily spoke his inner thoughts. A few moments later, Soo Han-yoon went ashore. In its place, the Siren stepped on the plank in front of her with a careful face. After realizing that there was no problem, he dared to put one foot on it. Slowly, the other foot eased up as well, steadying itself on the top edge of the board. The board was a little small and he stood a little shaky, afraid he would fall into the water. When he does stand still, everyone gasped again. At this moment, everyone present was even more numb. You know, the Siren's physique that is not small. Using obese to describe it is not at all an overstatement. The weight is visually estimated to be at least 180 pounds, and it was such a fat man who, surprisingly, stood steadily on the little plank. The board at his feet had not yet assumed any momentum of sinking. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Quick, take a picture. I want to record it. Mechanics have made a new discovery. A new discovery. I always felt it wasn't so much a new discovery as it was. Physics doesn't exist anymore. Godly and unbelievable. While the crowd was discussing this, Mother Nature, who was hiding a short distance away, completely broke her defenses. The word Siren said kept echoing in his mind. Suan-Rime seems to have cracked the large aircraft carrier displacement problem. Seems to have cracked. Large aircraft carrier displacement. Her brain buzzed, unable to digest for a moment what appeared before her. Unfathomable. I can't believe she actually did it. Actually did it. Gradually, she was breathing heavily in excitement. Solely, she was going to stop thinking about it, and couldn't figure it out for a while anyway. Turning to look in fascination at the one not far away, the spirited young girl. There was a time when she was like that. It was as if half a century had passed. Like a fish in her throat, she fought with all her strength to bend her old back and call out the name. Soo Han-yoon. Even with all her strength, her voice wasn't very loud. It couldn't be helped that her age was here and her body was aging, and she had long since lost her old center of gravity. Even every word was shouted out of tune. The voice was heard by everyone present. In unison, he turned back with confusion, only to see, not far away, a rickety old woman, completely disregarding the fact that her legs had long been inconvenient, stumbled and ran in the direction of Soo Han-yoon. In the middle, she stumbled several times, but she also stood up tenaciously and continued to move as fast as she could. Her eyes were unmistakable. There was only one person in his gaze, Soo Han-yoon. Almost there. Almost there. Soon, after a lifetime of hoping for a scientific genius, she's just around the corner. Almost there. Click. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound and all the frozen people finally reacted. Call the doctor. Mother asterisk 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 asterisker's got a broken leg. Oh my god. The whole calf is broken. Quick, call a doctor. At the moment, Mother Nature, even with her broken right leg, remained tenacious enough to get up on one leg, kneel on one leg, and hold out her right hand. The only person in her gaze was Soo Han-yoon. Soo Han-yoon saw this. The little face was full of panic and concern. Hastily, he jogged a few steps to her side. An anxious face assisted her up. Granny mother asterisk 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 how are you doing? Anxious concern went unanswered. The matriarch just stared at Su Hanhyun in fascination, her entire body trembling. It seemed that the pain in her legs didn't affect her half as much. After a long time, she slowly reached out her trembling hand, put it on Suan Rime's cheek. Feel the warmth of youth and the temperature of genius. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his late eyes. How many years have I waited? I've waited. The Dragon Kingdom has waited. With those words, she slowly closed her eyes. The whole body fell backwards. Luckily, everyone was around her at the moment, catching her steadily. Within 2 minutes, the paramedics hurried to the scene. When Mother Nature opened her eyes again, found myself in a hospital bed. To her eyes, there was Siren, Su Han-yoon, and the doctor standing beside her. Are you tired of living like this when you know you have a bad leg and a bad body? The Siren cursed on his lips, but his eyes were concerned. Who knows? Mother asterisk 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 doesn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked violently at Su Han-yoon, startling Su Han-yoon. Seeing her like this, the Siren was furious. Nurture your injuries. Su Hanryeon is with me for a while. This statement was made. Mother Nature snapped her head around again, glaring hard at Siren, biting down on the back teeth, dentures. Make every effort to spit out a word harshly. Get out. The Siren was still grinning idly, pretending to stand in front of Su Han-yoon's body. He seemed to be doing her bidding. Dr. Su, but you mother yourself didn't want it. Now I'm taking it away and you don't want it. Do you want it or not? Chapter 42 Several $1 trillion chip orders. He had wanted to snark a little, to give relief to the in the hospital bed to come. At this moment, the matriarch was in a hurry. He lifted the covers and looked like he was about to get out of bed and punch someone directly. Took the doctor in the medical room by surprise. This leg is only just healed. It's impossible to get off the ground without a month or so of rest and recuperation. Forcing her to get off the ground would only declare her leg a direct write-off. Hastily, he pressed the and cried out anxiously. Quickly stop her. If she tosses around some more, she's going to lose this leg. It took a good deal of soothing to stabilize the matriarch. It seems to be afraid that Su Han-yoon will be snatched away. She hurriedly looked at Su Han-yoon. Hoarsely, with the raging love of talent in his gaze, he said, starting today, you officially joined the Academy of Sciences, the Aircraft Carrier Research Materials Group. Codename, Goddess of Research. When she finished, she lay down with a tired look on her face. 2 hot tears slipped from the corners of his eyes once again. There was a time when she dreamed of having that moniker, but without a very outstanding contribution. Using this thing would only invite infinite jokes, so she kept this title silently hidden in her heart for many years. And because of her strictness, no one else liked her much. Therefore, she had given herself another codename, Freakso. Now, the codename of Goddess has finally emerged as the perfect fit for it. Suan Rime. Young, beautiful, energetic, creative and with a tenacious scientific attitude. On top of that, she's a million times smarter than everyone else. She definitely deserves the title of Goddess. After hearing this, Su Han-yoon had a happy face. She had done all that to be recognized by Mother Nature and officially joined the academy. Now the dream has finally come true. A sweet smile appeared on her pretty face, and she grabbed Mother Nature's hand and wept with joy. Rest well Grandma Mother asterisk 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 I will try my best. Will definitely listen to you. Su Han-yoon clenched her small fists and jumped in place, swearing adorably and firmly. Things come to an end. Su Han-yoon also didn't go to work that soon for the time being. At least wait for Mother Nature to hand over the paperwork. Therefore, today's Su Han-yoon returned home early. After a brief cleanup of the house, Su Han-yoon suddenly remembered what seems to be left undone. By the way, there's a very suspicious husband in the house. Lee Jun-sung, who was far away from the pond, suddenly sneezed at this time, wiped his nose and grumbled all over his face. You won't catch a cold, will you? Forget it. Take some time off after fishing for the day. Just when Su Han-yoon was a bit suspicious of Lee Jun-sung Institute at this time. It's been cheering for quite a few days now. Now that the photolithography machine has been built, we have even received letters of greeting from a number of countries. Some countries heard that the Dragon Kingdom can build 1 nanometer chip, but also cannot wait to come to the Dragon Kingdom to visit and place orders. Ha ha, Lao Run. This time our institute can be considered to have raised its eyebrows. That's right. I have no regrets about dying if I can actually complete the production of a 1 nanometer photolithography machine in my lifetime. Woo! It's happy time. Why are you crying? Dr. Su, such a good genius, was transferred by our Academy of Sciences. I'm grieving for you. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing this news, Academician Lu was not surprised. After all, Good talent doesn't all stay at the institute. The Academy of Sciences is where the talent, ultimately, and best belongs. Don't cry either. You'll have to receive people from other countries visiting in a while. Cheer up. Ha ha. Since you, Academician Lu, are not sad, I have also put down a big stone in my heart. The two made small talk in the office for almost half an hour. Not a moment too soon. The data clerk Xiao Zhang then hurried in. Here we go. The other country's inspectors are all in place. Are we arranging for them to visit now? Hearing that the foreign guests had arrived, the two old men also wiped the old tears from the corners of their eyes. For a change from the sad look he just had, he was flushed with excitement. Finally, the Dragon Kingdom can show its muscles to the world, and can announce to the world the power of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research capabilities. At the entrance of the laboratory, there have long been several leaders with foreign guests, constantly introducing the situation of the institute. Academician Lu and Director Ren walked slowly. The rest of the people saw the two of them and stood up in awe. One is the boss of the institute, leading the entire institute to develop a photolithography machine. If it wasn't for Academician Lu's decades of persistence, there certainly wouldn't have been a chance for Su Han Yun to make a big impact, and he's a beloved old researcher. In front of them were people from a dozen countries, large and small, who had been sent to visit. There was a line of people, one by one, introducing themselves. Greetings, beloved Academician Lu. I am the diplomatic commissioner of the Mother State, Tong Pala. Dear Academician Lu Mudao, my humble self is. I've heard that the Dragon Kingdom has blown it to the world, so I've come to see what's going on. After some introductions, there were not many developed countries among the visitors. Yet even then, some of the smaller countries were even skeptical. Except for the fact that the diplomatic commissioner of the Mother ing nation is still being kind. Not many people showed humility to Academician Lu. There is only one reason for this disbelief. Academician Lu and Director Ren both looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. With a big wave of Ren's hand. Now everyone come with me to the lab and we'll make the chips by hand right before your eyes. This order a moment. Everyone at the institute got excited. It was finally here. A moment they had waited too long for. Walking into the lab, the emissaries from various countries looked left and right, then snorted and shook their heads. No way. The exterior of the place where your Dragon Kingdom builds chips is so outdated? Shouldn't be pretending to run machinery and then pulling out two finished products bought elsewhere to fool us. Ha ha ha. Our institute in such a small place in the colorful country is also 100 times more advanced than yours. As they let out a loud spat, the two old men's faces darkened. The expedition was initiated by their own country. The banter was from them as well. What about taking the Dragon Kingdom and playing with it? Hey, think of it as a trip. I heard that the girls in the Dragon Kingdom don't like men from their own country. They like the ones outside of ours. So I'll have to make a good date in the next few days. Hey, add me to the list and we'll go to the biggest bar in the capital for the night. I wanted to trade you oil for chips, but I didn't realize it would be like this. As they advanced and spat, they didn't take the dragon researchers beside them seriously at all. There were also only a small number of two countries that were extremely friendly to the Dragon Kingdom, but there were so many trolls that they couldn't intervene for a moment, even if they had the heart to speak for the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, several people walked to the end of the lab. As Director Lu pressed a switch, the wall in front of him slowly opened. After everyone changed into dustless suits, entered this secret space. When you look at it, it's a sci-fi movie. Dust-free, clean white lights everywhere and special de-static material everywhere. A mechanical arm chills. Combined with the characteristic quietness, it gives a very serious look. Well, that's more like it, but it just looks like vanity to me. Some lights to set the mood. Your dusters are so uncomfortable and not humanitarian at all. All in, start your show. I've seen real chips made. You can't fool me. With the urging of an emissary from an oil power, Academician Lu didn't want to bull **** him either. A direct order was given. Get to work. It's too much of a loss to stop the whole apparatus for a couple of hours just to wait for them. With his words, many of the country's emissaries glared at him. What do you mean? Too much of a loss? It's an honor to visit your Dragon Kingdom. Don't know what's good for you. Of course, that's something they didn't say. Muttered in their minds. Ha, how dare you guys go full auto? Even the world's most advanced photolithography machine has to be operated manually. And your technologically backward Dragon Kingdom still dares to touch full automation? A messenger discovered the characteristics of the machine. With the startup there was no one in front of the machine to operate it. Rather, everything from refining the silicon to slicing is automated by machine. Let's not talk about whether you can build it or not. Even if you can, how dare you fully automate this kind of equipment? The yield rate must be very low. Just come to watch the show. I still have to go to the bar tonight to pick up a dragon girl. Wait a minute, click. You guys look closely, click. That's the slicing done? With the reminder from the messenger of the Nymphet Kingdom, everyone followed his gaze. See only. The robotic arm was already taking the cut wafers and sending them to the next program. And sanding, secondary cutting in one pass. Cheat, right. So perfunctory. The flatness must not pass. No, click. This is the 10th wafer you're seeing. The first silicon wafer was already over there when the machine started. The emissary of the Nymphet state pointed. Only the front-end machinery was already starting to etch the silicon wafers. Buzz dash. Seeing this scene, the messengers from various countries only felt their brains buzzing. So efficient? Even if the yield is low, it's rare to have this kind of efficiency. A few seconds later, an announcement went off in the lab. DDT number of completions, 1. Another minute passed. DDT number of completions, 2. Finish a slice in a minute. And it's fully automated, with no need for advanced technicians to perform manual operations at all. I don't believe it. Now that you're testing the chip, I don't believe it can really reach 1 nanometer accuracy. I don't believe it either. I feel like it's not even a chip. It's just a regular circuit board. Even if you pick up a girl from the Dragon Kingdom, it's still time for 2 glasses of wine. You're building this chip too fast. A glance is a fake. Academician Lu, who had been silent for a long time, listening to them constantly mocking the technology of the Dragon Kingdom, they kept uttering questions. At this moment too, he finally couldn't help himself. Shut up all of you. As the main person in charge of the photolithography machine, I have the right to apply for not cooperating with your country. Now, I demand that you get out. Exasperated, Academician Lu's originally amiable demeanor became somewhat tyrannical. This group of people, they are too unaware of the situation. Ha ha ha, you're afraid to cooperate, aren't you? Get angry on purpose and then don't cooperate so no one will find out that your photolithography machine is a fake. I think it's also true that the Dragon Kingdom is only as good as its little girls for sleeping. I heard that a little girl still built the lithography machine. I wonder what it's like to have this little girl pressed up against it. It's all built and you're angry before the test. Don't want us to see the next part of the test, ah? Academician Lu's anger was not met with their fear. Instead, it's more gratuitous mockery. Most of the messengers, at this point, felt that the dragon lithograph was a fake. In their understanding, if it was true, where was the need to keep them from seeing it at the most critical time? Okay, you guys want to see the test, right? Everyone, cell phones out, now immediately, now. With Academician Lu's order, a number of security guards from the institute rushed in. When they came up, they took these people's cell phones. Now, I won't use Dragon Kingdom's own testing apparatus. How about using your cell phones? Smiling coldly, Academician Lu once again gave the order. The phones were disassembled in front of the group. The crowd was furious. But look at the security guards and don't dare crickets. All you can do is watch your phone get mutilated and your cup taken out. Subsequently, the chips being built are not tested. Instead, it was replaced in their cell phones in front of them. You're the Smithy emissary, aren't you? Open your doggy eyes and take a good look. The first cell phone that was rebooted after the cup was replaced was that of the simian in front of me. It was also him who threatened to crush Su Han Yun. This was something that Academician Lu could not tolerate. He had long treated Su Han Yun as his granddaughter. And this disgusting thing in front of him dared to verbally insult her? Watch this. I've got it on. Do you want to experience it? Feeling Academician Lu's anger, coupled with the gawking security guards on the side, the Smithy emissary could only reluctantly take his own cell phone. He had just seen with his own eyes that the cell phone had been replaced with a chip. I'll run a big game and find out the processing power of this chip of yours. With that said, Smitty clicked on a game. Their country has a well-developed gaming industry, and almost most of the simians will have a number of games on their phones. With your fingertips pressing the game icon, the simian subconsciously waited for the game to start. Because this game is rather large, you usually have to start it up for a minute or so before you can officially access it. I didn't realize that it was just a matter of shaking my head. He then heard the character's voice. Getting in? You. It went in a few seconds. What kind of sorcery are you guys doing? Finally, he wasn't fazed anymore, staring at the screen of his cell phone and letting out a steady stream of exclamations. Subconsciously experiencing it, I found that adjusting the image quality at the highest level, it still runs infinitely smooth at 360 frames per second. He was scared silly, really scared silly. As an important diplomat of the Smithy, his equipment is arguably of a top-notch kind, but haven't used a phone this smooth either. Never even heard of it. And you said you've seen the process of making a chip with a photolithography machine, in a video, right? A chip with 1 nanometer resolution. Beyond your little Teddy's comprehension. Academician Lu snorted coldly and ordered the security guard to retrieve his cell phone again. Had the researchers chip him back in. The rest of us, too, have gotten phones with replaced chips. They couldn't wait to experience it because of the previous experience of the Smithy messenger. This is too smooth. Click. It's really out of my expectation. You guys really did it? Impossible. Never. I must be dreaming. How could the Dragon Kingdom do this? Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that you have earned a place in the World Scientific Research Competition. All of them had different expressions. Those who had just mocked the dragon ship lowered their so-called lofty heads. No longer dared to look directly at Academician Lu. Even more so, he dared not look directly into the institute, which bore the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed that one look at it was going to blind his dog's eyes. Honorable Academician Lu, please take a look at this. Click. At this moment, the emissary of the Nymphet Kingdom pulled out a document from his arms and respectfully handed it to Academician Lu. When I opened it, it turned out to be an order for chips for the whole country of the mother *******ing nation. Rough count. This is 1, 10, 100 trillions of orders. Our pussy country has long wanted to get away from those vampires. Click. If Dragon Country can build chips, we are willing to cooperate with you for a long time. Click. There is also our bear country. I will go back and ask the president of the bear country. When the president learns that the Dragon Country can indeed build chips, must also be very willing to cooperate. The words of the two men caused the originally furious Academician Lu to freeze. The surprise came as a surprise. Originally, he received these foreign emissaries because he wanted to make the photolithography machine available to the world. But there's no rush on this order thing. They all have their own collaborations. Whoever thought? Out of the blue, two countries have a willingness to order. The Nymphet state even brought the order papers. Honorable Academician Lu. Then you guys can get lost. You were the ones who just cursed the most. Without ceremony, when the rest of the country's emissaries wanted to understand, Academician Lu directly waved his hand, kicked them out of the lab. After being kicked out, they still had a resentful look in their eyes and seemed to be very defiant. Now, only a few emissaries from countries that were friends with the Dragon Kingdom were left behind. Took them to the parlor to talk in detail about chip order-related matters. After chatting about it, the next step is for Director Rin to take over the handover. Academician Lu, full of redness, walked out of the conference room. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not even be suppressed by AK. Today, they negotiated several trillions of dollars in chip orders for the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha, Su Hanyun, you are truly the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. I want your name to be engraved in the hearts of every single person in the Dragon Kingdom. This day, Kapatul. The major newspapers, however, have been busy and crazy. All newspapers have been instructed that there is an updated story on the Photolithography Institute that needs to be written within the next 2 days. Directing the news content is Academician Lu. He only had one sentence. Content requirements, publicity to make Dr. Su nationally known. Chapter 43, Old Man attends sorority. Targeted at every turn. Isn't it a ing paradox? Not giving specifics and trying to make her famous? At the editorial office of the Capital Daily News, an editor was so angry that he almost dropped his papers. The other editor sighed at the sight and urged, if you have that time to get angry, why don't you write something in advance? And when the institute documents come out, just set the name of the research results. Bull ********. Every scientific research is different. I've only heard of prefabricated dishes. Your article can be prefabricated too? South City. Inside a high-class tea house, many members of the association from various industries were gathering here at the moment. The entrance to the tea house. The top of the large banner reads, Capital Trade Association Fellowship. The old husband, Su Zixing, was seated in a corner on the second floor of the tea house. Countless celebrities on the scene kept exchanging words and jokes. No one seemed to notice him. Did you send a message to your daughter, old man? No, it's better to keep her out of this kind of occasion. Not to mention the fact that they, as a young couple, have nothing to make us proud. Facing his mother-in-law by Yueching's inquiry, old husband Su Zixing said somewhat despondently. In fact, he had messaged his daughter as early as last night. However, no reply was received. Didn't I say that this fellowship is a chance for young people to get to know each other? Why are you so unintelligent? Never mind. I'll have a couple drinks first. Mother-in-law Bai Yueching was speechless for a while, looking at her old husband who had once again picked up his wine glass and gently patted him. Turn your head and look. The scene had already been bustling with activity, and the elders of all the great families, with their children, were going around offering tea and introducing each other. That's right. It's a sorority in high society where the big families pave the way for their successors. It's a family legacy that has developed a tacit understanding. It's more of a way for the rich kids to better monopolize all the business resources and information. Su Zixing, as a literary figure, naturally received an invitation. Yo, isn't this our great writer, Master Su Zixing? At that moment, a shrill middle-aged woman's voice came from beside her. Turning her head, it turned out to be a noblewoman dressed in incomparable splendor, her body full of jewels. This person Su Zixing has an impression. His family seems to be in foreign trade, but her husband died young and she took over the whole group as a widow. Oh, Mrs. Zhang, you're here too, please have a seat. Su Zixing squeezed out a smile. He actually didn't want to deal with her. Once her husband died, she let others call her by her real name, changing from Mrs. Zhu to Mrs. Zhang. Ha, Su Dezhong came with his wife today. Didn't your daughter Han Yun come? Su Zixing shook his head. Han Yun had some business with her husband. I'm really sorry. Husband? Han Yun actually got married. These old friends of ours didn't get your invitation. You're not being decent. Mrs. Zhang was surprised when she heard it. You know, his son Zhu Xiaoqiang has been coveting Su Han Yun for many years, although he usually talked about a lot of girlfriends, but every time he went home, he wanted her to go to the Su family to propose marriage. I didn't realize that it was just a few short years of no contact because I was busy with overseas work. Su and Rhyme then watered down the marriage. She's only just old enough to get a license, right? Mrs. Zhang thought, then sat down beside Bai Yuqing. I say Mrs. Su, you guys shouldn't be bluffing. If I remember correctly, Han Yun should be the same age as our family Xiao Chang, and this year has only just reached the legal age for a license. She finally confirmed. I thought to myself, I have to help my son get a clear picture of the situation. Otherwise you'll lose money by salivating all those years for nothing. Mrs. Zhang, my old man didn't lie. My son-in-law did meet Han Yun when he was studying and got a license this year. Having said that, Mrs. Zhang listened with a pang of disappointment. A girl with so much spirit. How nice to give the Zhu family a baby to improve their genes. It's better than those brainless webmasters my son plays with every day. Su Han Yun is smart, has an aura, and has a great personality. Oh, well then, can I ask what your son-in-law does? Now that it's over. Mrs. Zhang has no hope for Su Han Yun, and asked casually and absent-mindedly. Who knows? Before Bai Yuqing could think of how to answer, there was a cacophony of voices off to the side. Several people came in company, and unable to find any other quieter seats, they settled beside Su Zixing. One of the middle-aged men, smilingly asked Mrs. Zhang. Ha ha, Mrs. Zhang, you've been abroad for a long time. Haven't you heard anything about the Su family at all? No. What? Su, everyone's daughter, a few years earlier followed the yellow hair, ran away. That time made a big mess it. Sorry Su everyone. I just say a fact. Yellow hair? Mrs. Zhang was surprised for a moment after hearing this, followed by dislike. Good lord, the little girl who was once so spiritual and smart was also taken down by yellow hair. I can't understand the world of young people. What's so great about yellow hair? Even if you want to play, you have to be a coffee-colored race of people to be strong enough. For example, she often just. Mrs. Zhang thought and glanced aside with her remaining light, just in time to see his son, looking around for her, watching, even got up to greet. Little John, Mommy's here. Come here. I've been looking for you for half a day. And here you are. Xiao Chang saw Mrs. Zhang and hurriedly greeted her with a smile, then craned his head. When he saw Su Zixing, he obviously froze. Ah, Uncle Su, you're here too. Has Han Yun come? Obviously, neither mother nor daughter had heard about Su Han Yun running off with Li Junchang. He was still thinking about Su Han Yun, whom he couldn't forget after seeing him once. Xiao Chang, don't ask your Uncle Su. Sit down. Mom, why don't you ask? It's so hard to go back to China. I'm trying to find Han Yun for dinner this time. Zhu Xiaochang was puzzled. His mother obviously liked Su Han Yun. Why don't you let yourself talk about it today? Immediately after, Mrs. Zhang let out a sigh and hurriedly whispered a reminder beside Zhu Xiaochang's ear. Su Han Yun is at home with her husband. She doesn't have time to have any dinner with you. What? Ryan got married? Originally, Mrs. Zhang had only whispered a reminder and did not let anyone else hear it. Now, with Zhu Xiaochang's exclamation of surprise, everyone knew what the mother and son were whispering. Mrs. Zhang covered her face in embarrassment. Zhu Xiaoqiang was obviously anxious. Uncle Su, is it true what my mom said, that Han Yun really got married? With an expectant face, he looked into Su Zixing's eyes, expecting Su Zixing to reply with a sentence, your mom lied to you. But, instead of waiting for the words he was expecting, Su Zixing slowly nodded his head. Seeing Su Zixing nod his head, Zhu Xiaoqiang's entire body went numb. How could this be? This year is clearly Han Yun's early 20s. just the right age to get a license. I followed my mother outside. These few years down the line, also mixed into 5 listed companies of the major shareholders. How come as soon as I came back, Han Yun married? His muttering to himself sent a wave of surprise through everyone in the room. Of course, they weren't surprised that Zhu Xiaochan was obsessed with Su Han Yun. Rather, it's his line, 5 large shareholders of publicly traded companies. Holy crap, that's young and talented. Zhu Xiaochan was the same age as Su Han Yun, both just in their early 20s. It's too strong. With his current achievements and the speed at which he created wealth, he would definitely be among the top tycoons in the future. On the scene, many of the rich and powerful ladies have not thrown up wings towards Zhu Xiaochang, waiting for an opportunity to come forward to talk. Zhu Xiaochang, however, did not care about the winks of these mediocre fans on the scene. These goods, he managed to keep a large pile. Every day the proctor have to turn over the card. The one that really got him thinking. There was only Su Han Yun, who was as immaculate as a heavenly fairy. Now, instead, they are being told, Su Han Yun got married? Xiaochang don't be too sad. The Su family's daughter was hobbled by yellow hair a few years ago. It's not worth getting angry at such a big guy like you. Yeah, listen to your auntie and take it easy haha. The rest of the people have persuaded and even urged their own daughters to comfort Zhu Xiaochang. This is really an extraordinary scion. If they could marry, wouldn't their little clans just take off? However, the more the bystanders comforted, the more the anger in Zhu Xiaochang's heart flourished. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It made a slight snapping sound. Inwardly, he hated the little yellow hair even more. Damn little yellow hairs. Damn it. Tarnishing my white moon and challenging my bottom line. While thinking about how to find out Su Han Yun's husband and how to deal with him, suddenly, a tall, thin, and very handsome man appeared behind Su Zixing. It's none other than Li Jun-sung. He and his daughter-in-law Su Han Yun were splitting up to look for his old husband, and he found him first. He patted Su Zixing's shoulder. Smiling, he called out, "Dad, so you're here. I've been looking for you with Han Yun for a long time." This cry of "Dad" caused Zhu Xiaochang, who was at the side, to open his mouth wide in shock. Speak of Chow Chow will be here soon. It turned out that the little yellow hair was the man in front of him. Damn it, I've wanted to call him Dad for so many years. And you're the one who got there first? Pop. His fists clenched and snapped, and he had an urge to rush up right now and rub Li Jun-sung on the ground. Then look at Li Jun-sung. When he found his old man, he hurriedly sent a message to his daughter-in-law, telling her to hurry up to the second floor. At that moment, he heard a snapping sound and a pang of puzzlement. Who's gnawing on a crunchy bone? Snapping sounds quite appetizing. You're the one with brittle bones. Your whole family is ing brittle bones. You're a drag. Little yellow hair. Hearing the words little yellow hair, Li Junchang looked up in confusion and looked at Zhu Xiaochang. Strange. I have not dyed my hair yellow for many years. How did he know? The old man introduced himself to him? Looking at the angry expression of the dead fat pig in front of him, Li Jun-sung became even more puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't steal your wife? Zhu Xiaochang's anger increased after hearing this, and his eyes were glaring red. It's just not the right occasion to freak out. So many big families, so many gentlemen are present. Stirring up everyone's excitement will not be very good to seek partners. So, he took a few deep breaths and forced down the anger in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he asked Li Jun-sung, "Are you the son-in-law of the Su family? Little yellow hair? Ha, I don't know where you work, brother. You're not working as a webmaster in any internet cafe, are you?" Saying that, Zhu Xiaochang's contempt overflowed. He just had to unmask the little yellow hair's incompetence in front of so many people. I did work as a webmaster for a few months some years ago when I was studying hard, but then I stopped because the pay was too low to support my girlfriend. Li Jun-sung scratched his chin and replied thoughtfully. After saying that, he smiled and picked up the teapot on the table and refilled his old husband's teacup with a cup of tea. These words, this action, made Zhu Xiaochang more clammed up. Anger raged inside. The Su family bullied me too much, preferring to marry off Han Yun to this little yellow hair rather than wait a few more years for me to come back from abroad to propose marriage. Obviously when he was in his teens, the Shu family had intentionally revealed that they wanted to marry Su Han Yun back as a daughter-in-law, but Su Zixing only gave the Shu family a snort at the time, mouthing off that his daughter is still too young, didn't pick up on them at all. Now, faced with this situation, Zhu Xiaochang only thought that Su Zixing looked down on him, the gap where anger is about to erupt. Suddenly, a sweet figure came into his eyes, only to see the heavenly fairy-like girl, pursing her smile as she walked towards Su Zixing, walked up behind Su Zixing and gave her dad a hug. "Dad, I've come to see you." "Aha, hubby, it's your fault. I told you not to turn off the phone yesterday. Hurt that I almost didn't see Dad's message." Although she said blame on her lips, Soo Han-yoon still naturally hugged Lee Jun-sung's arm. Sitting next to Lee Jun-sung, he smiled sweetly. This scene twisted Zhu Xiaochang's heart as he watched. Envy, jealousy, hatred, a mixture of flavors. After not seeing her for many years, Soo Han-yoon had grown even more beautiful. If she was a heavenly fairy before, then she is now. Can't find the adjective anymore. Ha! Little Tae Yukai with little yellow hair. Perfect match. Top match. Zhu Xiaochang reddened his eyes and snorted as he sat down. The heart rose and fell violently, as if it were repressing something. What does it mean to be annoyed? What is called destroy if you can't get it? Zhu Xiaochang's approach at this moment profoundly explains that. Mrs. Zhang, is this how you teach your son? My daughter is not a little sister, said Su Zisheng, who couldn't listen anymore. Stand up and defend your daughter. What's a little girl if she's not a little girl? She didn't even finish college, did she? Before Mrs. Zhang could open her mouth, Zhu Xiaochang snatched the words and continued to snicker. It seemed to be the only way he could balance his heart. It seemed that only by making Soo Han-yoon worthless could he get past that hurdle in his heart. Don't you talk nonsense. My daughter graduated from Qingbei in the proper sense of the word, a doctorate degree, and is now a scientist at the institute. When Su Zixing heard this, he was so angry that his hands were shaking, pointing at Zhu Xiaochang in warning. Seeing that his dad was angry, Su Han-yoon also stood up. Anger was written all over his little face. Yes, I'm a doctorate degree, and you're not allowed to look down on people. And don't tell my dad what to do. Chapter 44, News Exposure. She is the goddess of scientific research Ms. Su Han-yoon. In the face of Su Han-yoon's explanation, everyone at this table almost couldn't sit still. I thought she had just graduated from college, but I didn't realize that she had a PhD there and had graduated a few years before. Shocked for a while, finally someone slowed down and realized the biggest buge in it. On the side, Mrs. Zhang's son, Zhu Xiaochang, sipped his tea and snorted. I've seen geniuses who skip grades, but you're skipping too much here. The education of a great writer is nothing more than that. Even the ability to lie is so low. The rest of the group nodded secretly at these words. That said, they had more or less heard one or two things about the Su family. Only heard that Su Han-yoon had been a little too young to run away after little yellow hair, and had never heard of Su Han-yoon skipping a grade in her studies. Therefore, everyone agreed that Su Han-yoon was lying. What you believe or don't believe is none of our business, but please ask this dead fat pig to speak in a more polite tone. At this moment, Li Juncheng swept a glance at Zhu Xiaochang, his obese figure coupled with his mean tone. One glance is very annoying. Saying that, Li Jun-sung, who had been a bit restrained, also completely let go and took out one and lit it up. Toward Zhu Xiaochang, who was not far away, he exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. Before Zhu Xiaochang could seize, his mom, Mrs. Zhang, took the lead and slapped the table. There's no place for you little yellow hairs to talk here. Put that choking thing of yours away. Unqualified thing. As Mrs. Zhang's anger grew, the others lowered their heads. It seemed to default to her freaking out. This fellowship is said to be a gathering of old guys, but the essence is still for the younger generation to exchange resources. Connections are resources. As for the Su family, the daughter is just an unnamed miscellaneous worker in a research place. She can't, and neither can her son-in-law. Naturally, no one would speak for the Su family. In everyone's eyes, the Su family seemed to end in Su Zixing's generation. When Su Zixing is 100 years old, the aftermath will be the daughter's son-in-law's defeat. So the Su family has no value to the descendants anymore. These family members, they have seen this kind of family fall don't too many things. Only each generation of children in the ability. A big family can really thousands of years to pass on. Enough, we've been friends for decades. Don't think I, Su Zixing, don't know what you're thinking. The moment Su Zixing grimaced, he naturally knew what was, at present, facing him. It is just that the snobs think that the Su family has no more use for them. I knew this day would come. I didn't think it would come so soon. He's still in good shape. Originally, it was just going to be a simple show of my daughter so that people wouldn't continue to spread rumors. Dad, I'm sorry, I really can't stand the sight of them. Can you take Han-yoon and go first? Lee Jun-sung broke the immediate silence and exhaled again, smoke spraying all over the dish. He would have disliked the occasion. There were still people who spoke coldly to their daughters-in-law, and naturally he didn't want to spoil them. The noise on this side of the table attracted people from other tables as well. There was a lot of probing and looking, but no one was persuaded to fight. They all had the attitude of watching the show. At this point, the old man's heart went cold. Sure enough, after the Su family didn't have it, they didn't put it in their minds. Even if he's still a well-known writer with extraordinary influence, still no one helps him. Age is like a knife, cutting away not only time, but also hearts. the scene became quiet for a moment. All that was left was a large screen to the side, with the constant sound of a host announcing the news. According to the document issued by the Research Institute 2 minutes ago, we learned that nowadays the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community has fully conquered the photolithography machine. Wow dash! A sound of heads turning and turning came. Everyone was caught up in the shocking news. Photolithography. That's something that no country in the world can make independently. The highest level of stuff. And now, the Dragon State has attacked. Put it this way, no one may understand the shock of it. In other words, the Dragon Kingdom has the most highly refined machine in the world. And only the Dragon Kingdom has this. It was the beginning of an era belonging to the official rise. The Dragon Kingdom, with its resounding reputation for global achievement, is the kind that no one dares to mess with. As long as they rode on the windmill of the rise, as long as they got on the business related to the photolithography machine, then all the people present had the possibility of creating a superfamily. The kind of superfamily that has been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years. Hoo-hoo! Everyone seemed to be catching their breath as they continued to listen to the newscast. Su Han-yun's table. The originally saber-rattling crowd also stopped talking, staring at the news screen for fear of missing a word by mistake. News continues. The host took the news script handed to him by his assistant and froze for a few seconds even after reading it. Her professionalism then brought her back to form quickly. This broadcast will be oriented to the world. My great country is full of talent. 100 flowers, but there is a person. The deepest and greatest impact on the photolithography. Everyone pricked up their ears when it was broadcast. No one murmured or dared to gasp aloud. This is the most crucial information, and as long as they know who it is, all of them will come forward like flies to an XX. Whether it's looking for connections or trying to find other ways to get a ride with that person. This is the most crucial moment, and whoever acts first and recognizes that person will be countless steps ahead of everyone else. Although this person is young and has just reached the legal age for marriage, she is an absolute genius and deserves the title of Goddess of Scientific Research. A gasp finally escaped the sorority at these words. Then it was quiet again. Surprised, too surprised to be a yellow girl. However, this seems to be good news for everyone. If it was an old fart, it would take a lot more effort for them to do business on the photolithography line. Her first contact with photolithography, just a few days to develop and design ingenious instruments, and subsequently, breakthroughs in the most critical material synthesis formula, so that the Dragon Photolithography project, a successful breakthrough. Hiss dash. Everyone once again exclaimed that it was too counterintuitive. Is this genius? This is clearly the teacher of geniuses, the Grand Master of geniuses. Okay, what self-proclaimed genius could do this on his own? You can't find one on the planet. Okay, nowadays, she has been transferred away to study other projects, but her great name should be familiar to the entire Dragon Kingdom. To everyone. Even the hosts were getting a little excited by this point in the broadcast. The words were spoken in a voice that rose several degrees. These are words that even the news writers themselves didn't know a minute before. The newscasters are even seeing it for the first time. This time the pause lasted much longer. A full minute passed. No new drafts have been sent in yet. Everyone on Lee Jun-sung's side of the sorority held their breath, just waiting for that name. Soon, we'll find out right away. Which genius has this strength? Get the ultimate code for a strong family right away. Finally, the moderator took a copy of the script again. She rose in a huff and saluted the camera, solemn and dignified. Below, I will read the name of this genius, and let's give her a high salute. Even these snobs in the sorority couldn't help but stand up straight as they spoke. Listen to the name that calls out. She is Miss Su Han-yun, daughter of the great writer Su Zixing, the goddess of scientific research. Chapter 45. Do you really think Su's family members are little cuties? Wow. After half a second of silence, all the bigwigs present looked over to Su Zixing's side. The resolution of the photolithography machine we have developed so far is 1 nanometer, marking DR. Su's optical design is too subtle. This is the end of the news. Let's pay tribute to Ms. Su Han-yun, a great researcher, and we'll see you again next time. The newscaster salutes again, with the last sentence of the inserted news ending. At the moment, those present had not yet reacted, especially Mrs. Zhang. Her entire body was numb. Her scalp was numb, and her body was numb. How she would have liked to. It was just the same name, but alas, the exposure in the news is more than just a name. Instead, she named the daughter of the well-known writer Su Zixing. It was close to reading Su Han-yun's identity number. In the meantime, many old people in the Dragon Kingdom who are watching TV, have followed the host, stood up, solemn and solemn, reverent attitude, a hard salute. Grandpa, what is a photolithography machine? An elementary school student, looking at the TV, was puzzled. Good grandson, that's high tech. And although Grandpa doesn't know it, it's rare for a newscaster to salute while broadcasting television. Things are not simple. Is it scientists for the country? That's right. That's it. How I wish you could be a scientist when you grow up. Saying that, the old man stroked his grandson's head and smiled dotingly. The same conversation fills millions of homes. At this point, only the old folks would have turned on the TV. Some seniors watched the news and were thrilled to hear that the woman who made such a contribution, a doctor, was in her early 20s, and let out a burst of emotion. Hurriedly picked up his grandson and pinched his cheeks. Study hard, yo. The flowers of the motherland have bloomed in the last round. And in this round, it's up to you. Compared to the old folks in front of the TV, the attitude of these people in the sorority is quite different. What they look for is profit and cooperation. Finally, after a few moments of silence and the tingling returned, the sorority scene exploded. They took a deep breath to keep from suffocating themselves. Immediately after, everyone was nearly frantic in their coaxing, surrounding Lee Jun-sung and his old husband's family. Dr. Sue, I'm from the Wang family in the north of the city. My family does real estate, and I recently wanted to enter the field of science and technology. Is it okay to leave a contact? My Hu family in the north of the city. We would have been making chemicals for pharmaceuticals, and all the members of our association are professionals as well. Old Sua, just entertained other friends. Neglected you. Really sorry. I punish myself 3 cups. Drink 1? That. Little yellow hair. Bah. Dr. Sue's husband. What's your name? Let's get together sometime. Asterisk. Off. Just drinking. Secretly scolding yellow hair. Scolding the most powerful is you. And said that people robbed you in Miss Sue's marriage. What did you say? That's what I'm talking about. You don't want to go out and practice? For a while, the scene became extremely chaotic. They wanted to flatter Su Han-yoon, but she kept her mouth shut, so their goal shifted. There are those who flatter Su Zixing and those who flatter their mother-in-law Bai Yuqing. Some of the juniors, on the other hand, kept offering their attentions towards Lee Jun-sung. What's more, there are fights and curses. A good upper-class party, at this moment, has been turned into a gangster's riot. The owner of the tea house was so scared at the sight that he almost lost his soul. Bringing several security guards over froze the scene and stirred it up even more. Some of the defiant bigots saw how the tiny security guard dared to pull him and stop him from befriending the real bulls. Immediately displeased, he wrestled with the security guard. Honey, I'm afraid. Su Han-yoon tightly hugged Lee Jun-chang's arm, looking at this group of high society people like a zombie crazy. She showed a look of fear. It's horrible. It turns out that the upper class aren't always gentle. It's just that very few people generally touch their interests. No, once a huge benefit is at stake, they are crazier than ordinary people when they experience a change of heart. Not even as good as, say, a bum grabbing a cigarette but under a bridge. Lee Jun-sung also looked at the group warily. Luckily, they had one last shred of sanity and didn't really pounce. Solely, he reported the hat marshmallow directly. Protect your daughter-in-law tightly behind you. Don't be afraid. It's just a bunch of profit-driven monsters. No surprises with me. Gently patted his daughter-in-law's small hand. He softly soothed. That's right, and you won't get hurt with mommy and daddy around. At this moment, the two of them, old husband Su Zixing and mother-in-law Bai Yuqing, were also standing in a row with Lee Jun-chang. The 3 of them kept Su Han-yoon tightly protected. Su Zixing coldly looked at the circle of people gathered in front of him. The moment he had just been abandoned, his heart had long since lost any friendship for them. My Su Zixing's daughter, whether good or bad, is not an object for you to use for your own purposes. Sulao, our 2 families have decades of friendship, but also almost became in-laws. Or find a place to talk alone. Ignore them. It was you who mocked with cold eyes, and now you remember decades of friendship? Su Zixing stared coldly at Mrs. Zhang. This woman. Don't become too quick to change your face. To put it nicely, it's called greasy. To put it bluntly, it's just a bottomless pile of garbage. As the most cultured person present, Su Zixing despised this kind of person the most. Do you really want to be that desperate? Mrs. Zhang was inwardly shocked. She was a human being, so she naturally knew. Today it was possible that everyone else had a chance, except her who didn't have any, because the one who took the lead in mocking the Su family was her son. After she figured it out, she was going to break it too. Good. President Su really lives up to his name. Just so vindictive and without the slightest hint of a great man's demeanor. I've looked away. Good riddance. Su Zixing was not used to her either, and ignored her after giving her a cold look. The rest of them still surrounded the Su family in the center. There was no hint of dispersal. The crowd was so noisy with their words that it was impossible to hear who said what. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung also shook his head with a bitter smile. by the time the marshmallows arrived. They would have been noisy. And so, he picked up a microphone at his feet and tapped it. Found it still works. Shouted after turning the volume up to the max. All of you shut the up. This is supposed to be a party for high-end people. And the amplifiers used are naturally of the top kind. The volume was adjusted to maximum and the shout was deafening. Even the windows buzzed and shook a few times from Lee Jun-sung's shout. The rest of them, moreover, felt a sudden stinging pain in their ears. Those who were close to Gong Fong had covered their ears with a pained look. That voice really shut these individuals up. Strike while the iron is hot. Lee Jun-sung continued. The Su family was humiliated. And each of you threw away years of friendship. When you didn't see it, the Su family ascended to heaven. And each of you thought about getting through to the financial road. Which one here is not a big shot from all walks of life? Do you really think the Su family members are little cuties? Chapter 46, Material Group. Late night research on new structures. This statement was made. Some bowed their heads in shame. But more than that, it was a falsehood. Mr. Su, we have our own reasons. Mrs. Zhang is in foreign trade, so it's not good to offend her. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Waiting for the banquet to end to discuss with you how to deal with Mrs. Zhang. Their Zhu family is not a good thing. The rest of the group chimed in. Lee Jun-sung secretly felt funny. They had a good move of Qian daxing. Ben was talking about the issue of their attitude towards the Su family. And instantly the topic was shifted to the conflict between the Zhu family and the Su family. Alright, I know what you all think. Now, Lee Jun-sung, please let you all get out of the way. His voice was cold and emotionless. Now he just wanted to take his daughter-in-law and leave this place of wrongdoing. Stay any longer and hell knows what will happen. This group of people are all big shots from all walks of life, and their abilities should not be underestimated. Offended, though not explicitly against the old man. If one day something is done in secret, who knows? For now, leaving is the best plan. Soon the marshmallows arrived and evacuated the crowd. It was only when Lee Jun-sung and the others had the chance that they hurriedly took Su Han-yun away from the party. Arriving at his old husband's house, at the door, he found that the entrance had long been filled with people. There were journalists, business tycoons, dignitaries, and so on, just waiting for Su Zixing to come home. Unable to do anything about it, Lee Jun-sung could only turn the car around in a hurry and head towards his house. At least, his home has not been exposed. The reporters couldn't find it. Back home, old husband Su Zixing was finally relieved. He was so excited and happy that the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress a grin, and he smiled extremely happily. Han-yun, is this the achievement you told me about the other day? Shaky voice. Well, I couldn't tell you at the time because it's a state secret program. Sorry Dad. Ha ha ha, it's fine. It's fine. My daughter has also grown up. Now that group of businessmen, they don't even deserve to dip into our Su family's clothes. Ha 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 ha. The old man was happy, and so was the mother-in-law. Still, the mother-in-law sighed in her happiness. She thought deeper. I'm just a little worried that those people, in order to get on this ride on the rise of technology, will do something to Han-yun out of the ordinary things. Don't worry, most of them are just groups of merchants. With the contributions that Han-yun made, the old husband held his mother-in-law's hand and patted it twice reassuringly. He didn't finish, but those who understood understood. With the gentle comfort of her old husband, her mother-in-law was relieved. The family made a nice dinner. Celebrate Su Rhyme as a real scientist, a real research big shot. Although Su Han-yun disliked the name Big Brother, she was still a soft and sweet sister. The moment. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Mother Nature remained in the medical room recuperating from her wounds, but the papers in her hand had not been lowered. She refused to let go of her work, even when her doctor discouraged her. She held up her glasses, looked up, and glanced at the person next to her bed. I'm done with it, Director Gao, so hurry up with what you have to say. Please call me by my codename, Flying Parrot. I came to you for that plank. The speaker was an old man with a wrinkled face and dark skin. Mother Nature smiled. Having guessed where he was coming from, she shook her head, replied, I'm sorry, Flying Parrot, this invention discovery is a patent shared by the goddess of research and the state. Without her permission, I have no authority to give the information to anyone. Parrotfly wasn't surprised to hear that, but he was really anxious, hastily pursuing the question. When does she work? Tomorrow. No surprise, you'll be able to see her. Yes. Flying Parrot was delighted to hear this. Ever since I saw one of my own people take a video of Su Rhyme's template, then I can't eat or sleep well. The kind of structure that can show such strong buoyancy on the water. So it stands to reason that it can in the air as well. It is well known that airplanes glide on air buoyancy, except for propellers. If we get the new buoyancy structure, then all the warplanes of the Dragon Kingdom's range will be increased by several times. That's still conservative math. Because of the access to strong air buoyancy, the fuel required for propulsion will be drastically reduced. For the same amount of fuel, a fighter jet can fly several times more distance. It's not just warplanes, missiles, etc. All add lots and lots of range, which is a great invention. Thinking about it, Parrotfly could hardly wait. Immediately afterward, he asked tentatively, Mother can you contact her for me now? You're crazy. It's 12 o'clock at night. Don't you dare disturb her to have a good rest, in case she gets exhausted. I'm not done with you. Hearing Faye Parakeet's impatience, the matriarch was instantly anxious. It's not a problem to bother her. It's all about dedication to scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom. But disturbing Su Han Yun, she was the first to say no. This was the absolute genius she had waited decades for. Babies very much. When the flying parakeet was gone, Mother Nature couldn't sit still, can't sleep either. Stealing out of bed, he ran out of the medical room. After 7 turns, it came to a small warehouse. Opened the gate. A ragged board then came into view. She stared at the battered board for several moments in contemplation. Eventually, it wasn't enough to hold back and pull out his communicator. Shouted into the calm. All members of the materials team. Emergency experiments. Now. Though Suan Rhyme conducted a breathtaking experiment with the plank. The plank, however, remains yet to be dissected. Originally, Mother had planned to wait for Su Hanhyun to arrive before parsing. But now, Parrot's eagerness was stressing her out, and she couldn't wait to learn more about this new mechanic structure. With orders from the boss, Mother soon the 5 members of the materials team were assembled. Together, they carefully carried the boards into the lab. Parsing. Officially. Bayhive. Scan the target object and give a 3D model. Roger that. Morning sun. Ultrasonic measurements of the mass of each part of the target to the nearest micrometer. Roger. Mapping in progress. Night rain. Turn on 3D printing and make a copy of the composite target object. Roger. Printing in progress. In no time at all, a complete copy was made, based on the data they had measured, of an object with exactly the same structure as the plank. Even the holes are exactly like the planks. The team of 5 carefully placed the objects into the water that had been prepared long ago. Everyone held their breath. I hope it works out this time. If a replica becomes available, then it means that the structure can be easily imitated. The moment the board was placed in the water, several people's hearts hung in the air. A second passes. 2 seconds pass. Chapter 47, Does Physics Not Exist? 10 seconds pass. It's done. It's really done. If it's copied 1-to-1, it can be completely imitated. It shows that this physical structure is regular and can be summarized. The members are very excited. Although the displacement issue was not the direction their group should have been looking at, it didn't take away from their elation. Just as he was getting happy, the voice of Mother Nature came again. Staran, observe the object's entry into the water, its draft, and calculate the exact buoyancy of all parts in contact with the water. Copy that. Pressure test membrane being installed. Lingbo, turn on the water wave simulation to observe the stability of the object and aid in the simultaneous pressure test. And so it was. A team of 5, 6 in all, including Mother Nature, stayed in the lab all night. Finally, as dawn crept in, the experiment is also nearing its end. The moment that Mother Nature had waited so long for had finally arrived. She barked, all of you, summarize the laws, summarize the formulas into a system. Now, until the step of summarizing, they just realized how awesome the structure really is. Each part complements the other, allowing the boat to be more buoyant. Even one less larger hole may not be as effective as it currently is. Trying to summarize it, then the complexity of the chain of events has wound everyone up. It can only be forced to parse hard, and computers can't assist that kind. It was a pity that a few people's brains were about to explode and they still hadn't been able to summarize the formula. It also means that they can't remodel and innovate on this structure themselves, except by copying the same structure as the planks. Boss, Mother her, my head is about to explode. Morningside complained repeatedly. She really couldn't do it. The rest of them nodded. This thing, just the experimental data, has several pages. Dense. I guess I have to let other groups of colleagues to study together, in order to be able to parse. At this point, the sun finally rose. It came to 9 o'clock in the morning. It was also the time when Su Han Yun went to work. At this moment, Su Han Yun was walking on the way to work, humming a little song happily. Little ants. I still have some crumbs of bread under my fingernails. Here you go. Suddenly, she stopped. Crouching down, he popped all the crumbs of bread that he had accidentally snapped under his fingernails and tossed them to the ants at his feet. Then, with another cheerful step, he walked towards the building of the Carrier Engineering Research Center. As she walked, she stopped again. Curious, he looked at the feet. It was surprising to find that the group of ants that had just been lined up. Steadily, he followed her, connecting the dots. Geez, you guys don't have to thank me. I'll bring you a whole loaf of bread tomorrow. He. The sunlight hitting Soo Han-yoon's face was extraordinarily gentle. The words left her mouth and she was about to leave. I hadn't thought that the ants, at this point, had all followed and stopped, started spinning in place. Gradually, an X was revealed in line first, followed by another letter. In just 10 seconds or so, an inexplicable formula appeared in front of Soo Han-yoon's eyes. She was stunned. Ants, getting in line? Listed as a formula? In any case, as a new age researcher, one has to drop their jaw when they see this phenomenon. As he froze, the ants arranged themselves in a neater line. If it was just a fuzzy display with poor resolution, it is now an HD display. The formula underfoot is becoming clearer. The ants line up in a formula and follow me? Soo Han-yoon picked his chin and stared at the ants with a budding expression and watched non-stop. That's not all. As soon as she takes a step back, the formula follows her one step forward. It seemed to stick to him and had to be memorized by her in general. No, I'm going to film it, whether it's for research or to take back to my husband. Such an amazing phenomenon. Of course we need to video record it. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and took a picture. Then, as if organized, the ants scattered on the spot to hide in the grass. Don't even want breadcrumbs. If ants had minds, they would be cursing. Ants, we risk our lives to bring you formulas, and all you think about is your husband. After all, it's a mispayment. No love. The strange phenomenon disappears. Soo Han-yoon continued to go to work at a cheerful pace. Come to the center. By the time she approached Mother Nature's office with anticipation on her face, only to find that no one has worked here for days. It was at this point that she remembered that Granny Mother ***** her still seemed to be recuperating from her injuries. However, the good news is that her paperwork has been handed over without incident. She's also a scientist at the Academy of Sciences. Stand in the office doorway. Soo Han-yoon didn't know what he should do next. Behind him suddenly came the pale voice of Mother Nature. Research God, you're finally here. Quick, come with me. Who is the god of research? Soo Han-yoon asked, cocking her head. That's you, goddess of research, just for short. Come with me. There's a big problem that needs your intervention. Turning back, it was none other than Mother Nature. She was in a wheelchair and couldn't contain the excitement on her face when she saw Soo Han-yoon. Behind the wheelchair, followed by 5 people Soo Han-yoon had never seen before. 3 women and 2 men. 5 of them? It should be the class of Mother Nature. She had heard long ago that Mother Nature was very strict in her use of people, so there were only 5 under her hand. Upon closer inspection, she or he didn't seem to be very old. The oldest one looked to be under 40. Aha! Soo Han-yoon nodded with a firm expression. Research, besides her husband, is her favorite thing in the world. I've only just started work, and I'm able to participate in the Academy's program research. It was a cause for joy for her. Soon, she followed the Mother ***** to a strange place. There's nothing here that looks like high-tech instruments. The only thing that stood out was the center of the room, where a large pool of water was placed. This place is so weird. What kind of research is it? Soo Han-yoon looked puzzled, glanced at the matron and then at the 5 co-workers behind him. Seeing this, Mother Nature turned her wheelchair and came to her side. The large hand full of wrinkles gently held Soo Han-yoon's small hand. She said with a kind face, we've been working on this all night, and we have all the data in hand. But this new structure you've discovered can't be organized into a formula by us. He's disjointed from each other. It's too complicated. I don't know. This is the board my husband nailed. Soo Han-yoon was in a serious mood. She blinked twice, an innocent look on her face. Upon hearing this, Mother Nature's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? That your husband invented this structure? No. I asked my husband about it, and he just made it by coincidence, and it seemed to be very buoyant, so I brought it to the Academy. Coincidence? If anyone else had said coincidence, she, Mother Nature, would have never believed it. However, what Soo Han-yoon's husband is, the information is clearly written. Just an average college graduate. An ordinary college graduate with that kind of ability to do that kind of advanced research? Shook his head. Mother ***** would never believe it. Moreover, she had carefully studied Soo Han-yoon's information, and she was a genius for being able to come up with the photolithography light source peripheral conjecture. So, the buoyant structure in front of us was either invented by Soo Han-yoon, either that or, as she says, his husband coincidentally found. She was more convinced of the former. Because the structure is just too ingenious for such a coincidence to be normally possible. It's like having 100 monkeys banging on a keyboard indiscriminately and knocking out exactly one tone. That's ridiculous. Regardless of coincidence for a moment, take a look at this data and do you have any ideas? Thinking. Mother handed Sohanhyun the data she had studied all last night. Sohanhyun let out an slight sound and slowly received the data, looking at it carefully. As she got serious, the five suddenly felt an inexplicable psychological pressure. It's weird, but it just came out of nowhere. Immediately after, Mother Nature and the five of them, Bihai, Morning Sun, Night Rain, Lingbo, and Xingran, felt an inexplicable chill. I don't know where it came from. Thought the temp in the lab was set a little low. It's so cold you can't stop shivering. The moment Sohanhyun finished reading the formula and looked up, all were suddenly startled, only to see that Sohanhyun changed her normal state. Her eyes became cold and piercing, and her entire temperament underwent a 180-degree transformation. But strangely enough, her face is still the same. Can one person have two such opposite temperaments? Everyone wondered in their minds. Without waiting for them to continue thinking deeply, Sohanhyun spoke. The formula doesn't need to be summarized. I have it readily available. She spoke coldly. Then, picking up a pen on the side, he dashed down a string of formulas on the data paper. It was from the same ants I saw on the side of the road on my morning commute. What is this mysterious power that has been helping me? Plunged into deep thought, Sohanhyun then remembered the mystery of the incident in the morning. Starting with the planks, she thought her husband was helping her. But the ants I encountered today can only be described in two words: bizarre. There's no way the hubby could have that ability. Manipulating ants? Manipulating creatures? Or is it super remote control? That's ridiculous. Could it be that physics doesn't exist anymore? Chapter 48. Hanyun gets the formula and the whole team is shocked. She was just talking to herself, and Mother Nature and the others didn't hear her. Several people stared at the formula for a long time. A brief internal calculation reveals that it appears to work. At this point, Mother Nature was in a hurry and needed to tighten up her arithmetic as to whether it would work or not. Count. Give me immediate count. Lingpa understands. Please wait. Immediately, Lingbo turned on the computer, and after entering the formula into it, he began the computer calculations. Report. Point A buoyancy operations complete. Perfect compliance. Report. Point B buoyancy ops complete and unblemished. Lingbo operated the computer, and the buoyancy monitoring data of all the points were calculated using the formula given by Sohanhyun. A point of compliance. She gave a surprised look. 2 points match. She was already a little excited. 3 points of compliance. The panelists had long been stunned, and had their chests heaving violently as they shuddered and gasped in disbelief. Point after point of buoyancy was worked out. The whole group went quiet. You could even hear each other's violent heartbeats. It really is the formula. It fits perfectly. It really fits perfectly. Mother Nature almost rose from her wheelchair in excitement. Luckily, Nightstorm held her down steadily. Otherwise another injury and her leg would have to end up inside the lab today. Hanyun, you've really come to save me. To save us. She held the formula in her hands as if it were a treasure. At a time like this, anyone else who offered her anything in exchange would certainly not be willing to do so. Seeing this, Sohanhyun didn't know how to explain. One could only nod silently. Said something that baffled the panelists. Someone is indeed saving us, but I have no clue. Her mind raced with many thoughts, none of which made sense. Why are ants so strange and controlled by some mysterious force? Why wasn't anyone else notified of this particular public notice but yourself? Because she simply couldn't figure it out. Her brain went into overdrive and soon she felt a headache. Covering his temples, he shuddered in pain. The sound of pain immediately drew the attention of the panelists. The matron finally took her eyes off the formula and looked at Sohanhyun quizzically. One glance, just one, and her eyes widened, so scared that he almost fell out of his wheelchair. The top of Sohanhyun's head was like a steam room, constantly emitting white smoke. It's like a computer's cup was overloaded and finally burned out. Kenshin, what's wrong with you? She hurriedly maneuvered her wheelchair to Sohanhyun's side and kept asking. The rest of them, too, have been taken aback. Night Rain was so anxious that he called the medical room on the spot, and a few people helped Sohanhyun to rest on the side. And Suan Rhyme, all he felt was a dizzying sensation in his head, followed by his vision becoming blurry. Immediately afterward, he lost consciousness, fainted. In the moments after she passed out, the panelists were once again surprised. Night Rain, I always feel that the aura of the god of research has changed again. Back to the way we knew it. Unbelievable. Morningside, to make you guys laugh. The look in her eyes just now almost made me pee. Heart palpitating. Lingbo, I said, why did she suddenly turn cold? So it's her aura. Sudden realization. Motherfucker, all of you shut up and be quiet. Don't you care at all about Kenshin's health? Nervous concern. Xingran, don't worry boss. I know some Chinese medicine. I just gave Sue. Research God's pulse. It's just an ordinary fainting due to overuse of the brain. Calm and collected. Bihai, what a strange person. Switching between two auras at any time. Smart to the core. And usually down to earth. Is there really such a perfect person? Puzzled. Everyone's focus is different though. But the conversation always centered around Sue and Rhyme. A group of people worked their asses off for half a day. Finally, with a clang, the door to the lab was opened and the medical room's specialized doctor hurried in. The two nurses hurriedly took Su Hanyun away, after which several people in the lab were tense. You know what gold Su and Rhyme is? If something goes wrong in the lab, first of all, Mother ***** will surely go crazy. Secondly, it's not easy for the Dragon Kingdom to produce a supreme genius. None of them want to lose it that quickly. Lastly, Su Hanyun's personality was super nice and each of them loved this little sister. She's so sweet, a sweetness that could warm the heart. The lab fell silent again. Ryoko. Mother Nature was relieved when she received a message from the doctor informing Sohanhyun that there was nothing physically wrong with her. At this moment Mother Nature finally came back to her senses. Launch into action in a hurry. Now we find the Dean. The new mechanics formula. It's a major discovery. Mother Nature fretted. But the Dean is in a meeting. And I hear it's over at the Fighter Engineering Center. And there's a new topic coming up. Wasn't it just that flying parrot couldn't wait and wanted to take that plank from us to study? Mother ***** her sneers. Mother Nature smiled again. The man called Fey Parrot was still so impatient. Let us meet you then. We must not let you take the stuff away or the carrier buoyancy problem will drag on for a long time again. Immediately afterward, the group left the lab. Come to an unassuming looking building. This is where the Dean's office is located. Manages the entire Academy of Sciences building. After presenting their credentials, the entire materials group slowly walked into the building. Come to the 4th floor. This is where the Dean usually meets. She has the right to sit in on such meetings as the Director of Carrier Engineering Design, so it was easy to get into the conference room. In the conference room, the Dean was still discussing the physical structure with Flying Parrot and the others, who were applying for a research project on Su Hanyun's plank. Well, I'm well aware of Fei Parrot's request, but for now, we still have to communicate with the god of research, Su Hanyun. After all, this is her personal research. We can't take it by trickery. Dean, can't wait. The deck program and the fighter programs. Merged research, just waiting for a breakthrough in new technology. Now it's hard to. Okay, no matter how much of a hurry you're in, please hold off. What brings you over here? Mother *********. At that moment, the Dean finally noticed the 6 members of the materials team who had come in through the back door of the conference room. He held up his glasses and put down the goji tea in his hand. Taking over, he turned his head to Mother Nature and asked suspiciously. Mother Nature met Dean's gaze. The old voice spat out slowly. We came over to see you, Dean, to report to you on the results of a major scientific study. At these words, the Dean instantly became serious as well. In general, the research results of these individual centers are required to be the first to be reported in accordance with the formal process. Matron, as an old man in the institution, naturally knew the rule, and she is now, in such a hurry, looking for it herself. It took him by surprise. New research? Dean repeated her words in confusion. That's right, new discoveries in physics, new structures, new mechanical formulas. Rumble dash. As if struck by lightning, Dean's brain buzzed. New physical structures, new mechanical formulas. What a discovery in fundamental physics. It is well known that physics today has reached a bottleneck. Most of the basic physics has already been discovered. If someone can produce new results, he, then, will surely be awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. However, soon Dean's excited expression calmed down. He must be calm. Because, in his position, there are quite a few oopsies every year. Many seemingly impressive results have been reported, only to be found to be wrong upon closer examination. When in fact, is not true. Why don't you be more specific? Just so I have some time now. Dean glanced at his watch and made a gesture for Mother Nature to continue. Seeing this, Mother Nature hurriedly allowed Nightstorm to push her wheelchair over to Dean, handed out the formula that Sue and Rhyme had written. Chapter 49, Su Hanyun's data. Highest specification encryption processing. Last night, we spent all night getting that buoyancy anomaly board analyzed, and we haven't been able to solve a systematic formula. Dean nodded, listening intently, and Mother ***** her proceeded with the introduction. Early this morning, The god of research, Su Han-hyun, came to work, picked up a pen and wrote down the formula. Research God, which was also short for Su Han-hyun's code name. It's her again. Dean was a little numbed that the same woman had made so many surprises in just 1 month. Let's not talk about the correctness of the formula for a moment. People do summarize it, too. Even if it's wrong, she deserves credit for that kind of scientific attitude. Thinking, he hurriedly pursued the question. And then what? Have the formulas been checked by you? He looked over to Mother Nature with the attitude that he would be disappointed. All that was seen was a deep breath taken by Mother Nature. His face was unusually agitated. Checked. All the exact data of the buoyancy points. We have come up with it through experiments. And then calculated it with formulas that fit the experimental data perfectly. It's okay, even if it doesn't fit. What? You mean a perfect fit? Reacting. Dean's eyes widened. Originally, he thought that a little frustration was normal in scientific research. The Academy of Science is full of all sorts of puzzles every day. Whoever thought? He was shocked when Mother Nature's line about the formula being okay and a perfect fit. Do you take responsibility for what you say? He said with sudden seriousness. On the side, Faye Parrot and the others were secretly shocked to see the serious Dean. This time carrier research is really going to be a big step forward. He looked at Mother Nature with a look of envy. How wonderful it would be to have this in their fighter engineering research center. Of course, no one wanted to know what Parrot Fly thought at the moment. Mother ***** is even more eager to prove herself. We can arrange for a secondary experiment so that you, Dean, can see with your own eyes? Sue, research God's strength. No need for that. I trust in you Mother **********. Dean interrupted the matron's offer in a hushed voice. She is an old man of the academy and has dedicated her life to the research program. If you don't trust her, who else can you trust? Stroking his chin, Dean suddenly thought of something and excitedly turned on the conference room computer. The big screen in the conference room lit up instantly. Immediately afterward, he gave a quick introduction. This computer, connected to a super server, can compute most anything complex. With that, he suddenly bellowed with a solemn expression. Now, Mother *********. In her old, low voice, Mother Nature responded excitedly. In the next second, the Dean's orders were given. Calculate for me what the maximum size of an aircraft carrier can be using the new mechanics, and what the maximum displacement can be in terms of tons. Mother ****** understands. It was an exciting moment, one that the researchers in the room had looked forward to, whether it was the 5 from the materials group, or Flying Parrot and the people he brought with him. There was a flurry of excitement to the point of suffocation, even if they were prepared for the worst, which was nothing more than failure. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would look forward to it immensely. With Mother Nature maneuvering the computer, the formula was entered. The program's computer voice came through the speakers. In analog parameter settings, setup complete. Preparing calculations. Arithmetic loading. Loading is complete. Computing is in progress. It will take about 10 minutes. Countdown begins. As the computer program began to calculate, each step of the calculation was shown in real time on the large screen. Now the program is calculating whether the smallest carrier can match the preset architecture. The crowd was wide-eyed. Can't even blink. Finally, a minute passed and the first part of the calculation was completed. It was shown on the big screen. 30,000 ton displacement aircraft carrier, perfectly adapted to this type of architecture. Working out the parameters of a 50,000 ton displacement aircraft carrier. Gobble. Dean swallowed hard, his lips already dry with excitement. The perfect fit means that the main design of the Dragon's carrier has finally succeeded. No flaws kind of thing. Continue to stare at the screen with a death glare. Another minute passed. 50,000 tons of displacement perfectly adapted. 100,000 tons of displacement perfectly adapted. The volume is being increased in equal proportion to the calculation. 200,000 tons of displacement perfectly adapted. Hoo. Everyone in the room, including Mother Nature, was suddenly breathing heavily as well. What's 200,000 tons? Eagle Jam's biggest carrier is only about 100,000 tons. That's the country with the highest technology and the best researchers in the world. It's not over yet. The computer continues to calculate. Calculations complete. 250,000 tons of aircraft carriers, perfectly adapted. 300,000 tons of aircraft carriers, perfectly adapted. With the program's intelligence synthesized voice, there was a sound of teeth clattering in the conference room. Yes, they were so excited they wanted to say something but couldn't. Along with the trembling of his body, his teeth clashed. The feeling of everyone at this moment was only two words: suffocation. Excited to the point of suffocation. Longing to the point of suffocation. Mother Nature struggled to keep her grip on the wheelchair, to keep from slipping out of it. Next moment, the system voice continued to sound. Tick tick tick. 400,000 tons of displacement failed to fit. Calculation result, maximum 350,000 tons of displacement. Snap. Finally, Mother Nature's grip on the wheelchair gave out and her entire body slid out of it. Like a puddle of mud, he fell to the ground. She was dumbfounded. Dean wasn't much better at the moment. He felt his heart plummet for a few seconds after hearing the calculations. This was followed by a thumping of the drums. Holy crap! 350,000 tons? 350,000 tons. Off to the side. Flying Parrot slammed the table and stood up with a prancing sound. Point to the big screen for a moment and marvel. What a big carrier that would have to be. Practically putting a small city on the ocean. That said, do we have materials that tough to finish such a body? Swish. With his unintentional question, everyone turned their heads to look at Flying Parrot. Have been awakened. The matriarch, paralyzed on the floor, had also finally regained some of her strength. Angry eyes. Looking at his hands, he kept sighing. Yeah, this is my mistake. As the head of the materials team, I let the difficulty fall on the materials. I deserve to die. She kept pounding the ground, her entire body bruised. Remorse. Tears. Eventually the voice was muffled. Mother asterisk. Dean bellowed again as he came to his senses. Pop. A crisp ringing sound then echoed through the conference room. Everyone froze. Mother Nature had finally woken up as well. Only now she was a little hard to look at. Even her eyes were swollen from crying. She slowly looked up at Dean. See only. The Dean gave her a death glare and gave the Academy's highest order with a vengeance. I order that your materials group expedite the development of new materials. I'll pay for as many people as you need, and I'll pay for as much money as you need. The second order. Su Han-yun listed as an important scientific researcher in the Academy of Sciences. The information is encrypted to the highest specifications. In the future, she can only be the name research god in the Academy of Sciences. Chapter 50 Space Object Controllers. Dean, the god of research, has awakened and is now coming to the conference room. At that moment, a researcher stood frozen in the doorway. The scene in the conference room just now really scared him. A group of senior scientists, surprisingly, were all dumbfounded one by one in general. Good for nothing. Seeing that they were all a bit more normal, he dared to speak up as a reminder. She got well that quickly? Mother Nature was a little surprised. This time of year is when she is confused beyond belief. With a true genius in the form of research god, it may be helpful in terms of materials research. I was worried just now, fearing that the god of research would have to recuperate for a few years after this fainting spell. I hadn't realized that it would be okay so soon. Come on, get her in here. We're going to have a little meeting before the end of the day. Entrance to the Science Academy Management Center. Su Han-hyen waited for a few minutes. Soon a researcher came hurrying in. Research god. The dean and director Mother want you to go to conference room 3. Yes, I know. Thank you. Su Han-hyen nodded, her budding expression dumbfounding a handful of older fellows. Such a young research god can be called a real flower of the country. Upstairs. After finding the conference room, Su Han-hyen pushed the door open. At this moment the Carrier Engineering Materials Group, Dean, Flying Parrot and others have long been waiting. Upon seeing her, all of them could hardly contain their excitement. Come, seat, meet, Dean greeted. A few short words enough to show the urgency within him. After a bunch of people sit around, the Dean tapped his fingers on the tabletop repeatedly and opened his mouth after some thought. We certainly can't do 350,000 tons of volume, but material-wise, is it possible to do as much as possible to build 60,000 or 70,000 tons? As he spoke, Dean glanced at Mother Nature and then turned his head to Su Han-yun. At this moment, Su Han-yun was at a loss. No idea at all what's going on. She'd only just woken up from her hospital bed, her face still a little pale, obviously not fully recovered. It's just a forced fight now. 2. I was going to talk to Mother Nature about working hours. Yes, she is negotiating. The whole leaving work on time every day thing coming up. The heart is all about the husband at home. I hadn't expected to be told that Mother Nature had come to the management center. So, it was looking up. Once she came up, it was a meeting, and she was confused. Excuse me, what's the topic of our meeting? Su Han-yun scratched his head in embarrassment. Adorable enough to adore a fellow woman's mother figure. The voice that spoke was unconsciously softer. The god of research just had a health problem and doesn't know it yet. The formula you gave will allow us to build a 350,000 000 tons aircraft carrier perfectly, but there's a big problem right now. 350,000 tons. Rao Suhan Yun had seen the success of the development of the photolithography machine, also stunned by the words of the matron. She was just watching an ant show, and that formula turned out to be really what she needed today. It's just as well that it's a formula that carriers need. Now he's been told that not only does it work, but it exceeds expectations several times over. And our problem now is? After reacting, Suhan Yun weakly asked, "What's the problem if you can build it?" She was new to carriers, so naturally she didn't yet understand that there were a lot of doors. We are currently facing a serious problem with materials. Materials? Yes, the design has been able to exceed expectations, but the strength of the material can't carry it. After hearing this, Suhan Yun nodded. Out of the blue. Yes, carriers need to go down and sail. In the face of high winds and waves, not only do you need displacement, but you also need a stronger hull to ensure that it doesn't get knocked apart by the waves all at once. If it were stronger, it could be defended against ordinary missiles. That would be great. She was placed in the materials group, and it was materials that he needed to study for his job. Aha, and then what? Hearing this, Suhan Yun looked like he was interested and grinned happily. Fa Dean and the others had a clue about the material. Why else would there be this little meeting for no apparent reason? The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. The group looked at Suhan Yun with an expectant face, wanting to hear her constructive advice. Suhan Yun, on the other hand, also looked at them with an expectant face, looking forward to them speaking about future research directions. They just stood there in a stalemate. Ahem. That. Don't you have any suggestions, research god? I've never even touched a piece of iron from an aircraft carrier. I don't understand. Flutter. Dean fell on the spot. Good for you, absolute genius. You don't even understand where we can go in the exact direction of the question we just asked today. Ahem. Well, that's it for the meeting then. You materials team, step up your game. This problem needs to be addressed urgently. Dismissed. Off duty. Dean awkwardly clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed. A final announcement of dissolution was made. The one who was happiest to hear that he was off duty was none other than Suhan Yun. Her second goal in life is to do research, and her first goal is to get off work and spend time with her husband after research. When everyone has finished walking, So Han came to the side of the matriarch, wanting to speak. She was still a little afraid of the in front of her. Too fierce. If you have something to say it now. Seeing her in this state, Mother Nature took the lead. It's like this. I'd like to discuss overtime with you. I know. Read your profile. You were lazy when you worked at the institute and wouldn't work a minute shift, right? No. It's not laziness. I'm going home to cook. Suhan was a little flustered. Hearing the word lazy made her feel like the mother had to get angry again. Who knows? Mother Nature just shook her head with a bitter smile, then nodded again. If I were you, I would reprimand you for this behavior. Scientific research is not a child's play. Sometimes when research is critical, you can't just say you're leaving. After a pause, she continued, but the one who offered not to work overtime happened to be a genius like you, and I had no choice but to agree. Mother Nature's voice was tinged with helplessness and a bit of favoritism. Smiling, he took Suhan hand and patted it gently. Go back. Happiness is most important. Aha, by Grandma Mother ********. We'll see you tomorrow. Suhan went home happily. Home. Lee Jun-sung is breaking his head with the system. He had an inexplicable remote control in his hand, thinking of where to hide it. A couch? No. My daughter-in-law loves to clean the couch when she's not doing anything. Kitchen? Even less so. That's the main battlefield for daughters-in-law. Toilet? Is there a place to hide in a clean toilet? You pitiful system. Give me physical dry hair. How can I explain if my daughter-in-law finds out? It's a special remote control. Ever since his daughter-in-law almost guessed that he was the one helping, Lee Jun-sung didn't want to teach his daughter-in-law with the knowledge of the system. Didn't think the system was in a hurry. Afraid of making him wait another 10 years, he gave him this remote control in a hurry. The ability to manipulate things inside a small piece of space. For example, plant texture pulls, tiny movements of air, tiny vibrations of objects, temperature fine-tuning, humidity fine-tuning. There are also insects or super small sorts of animals that don't have much of a brain that can be slightly controlled for a minute or two. The ant formula Suhan saw in the morning was accomplished through this controller. Waiting for someone else. You also have to have the assistance of the system to control it over distance. Otherwise you can only control what is visible to the naked eye in front of you. It's in a hurry. My daughter-in-law came back suddenly. Frightened. Lee Jun-sung hurriedly hid the remote control in the crack of the sofa, then pretended to be calm and took out his cell phone and turned on Timmy. Honey, I'm home. Chapter 51. I tell you. His daughter-in-law has done something amazing. Turning his head, the originally flustered Lee Jun-sung frowned. Today's daughter-in-law, again, came back with a listless look on her face. This look of hers was familiar. Isn't that what happens when you overuse your brain? The face is white, listless, and breathless. Watching a pang of heartache, Lee Jun-chang rushed forward to support Soo Han-yun. Did you do any hard research projects today? No, I found a paranormal event today, and I can't figure it out even though I've been thinking about it. Hiss, a paranormal event. Isn't it just ants giving away formulas? Think about it. Lee Jun-sung secretly pinched his thigh. A pang of regret. Damn the daughter-in-law for spreading technological knowledge without a word. Damn system. I'll never use you again. Technology is not as important as a daughter-in-law. Ding. System tip. The host daughter-in-law is extremely intelligent, so the consumption will be greater. When the consumption can't keep up with the intake will become like this. Not the fault of the system. It's your fault. You want to leave my brother without a daughter-in-law and then monopolize me. System. Zip. System reboot in progress. Reboot completed. Congratulations to the host. The carrier infrastructure has been designed. System rewards are being distributed. This time the reward will be to enhance the host daughter-in-law's physique and reduce brain consumption. The time she enters into deep thinking will be tripled. Inquiry, does the host need to promote Soo Han-yun? As the system voice ends, Lee Jun-sung, who had carried his daughter-in-law to bed, simply wanted to curse his mother. A carelessness that allowed the system to find the point he cared most about. Yes, because my daughter-in-law often goes into deep thinking mode. So Lee Jun-sung was actually worried. That's too much wear and tear on the body. It is an insoluble paradox that the dream of my daughter-in-law is again scientific research. Research then goes into deep thinking. Deep thinking goes wrong. We can't, can we, ask our daughter-in-law to give up her scientific work? Now, the system is perfect to help solve this problem and make it easier for your daughter-in-law to think deeply. It's more direct to strengthen your body than anything else. Damn it, the system guy threw himself at me. He's so mean. Convinced, this time counts as a win for you. You and the others retire. I'm going to get tired of my daughter-in-law. After communicating with the system in his head, Lee Jun-sung could clearly feel it. The drowsy Soo Han-yun's eyes became more and more awake. It soon cleared the sleepiness of the first few seconds. Suddenly, Soo Han-yun on the bed sat up in an energetic manner. Ha! Why am I suddenly so relaxed? Yikes! I haven't cooked yet. Sorry hubby, I'll be right there. Not waiting for Lee Jun-sung to stop, Soo Han-ryan got up with a swoosh and ran quickly to the kitchen. The speed is mind-boggling. As Lee Jun-sung watched the scene, he couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. Good lord, after strengthening her body, her daughter-in-law's strength is on par with her own. Nope, my daughter-in-law has gotten stronger. A lot stronger. That way, those 2 boxes of umbrellas won't be used up anytime soon. Forget about it. Let's just have a baby. It's okay to find something different to enjoy in life. Thinking about it, he had given up struggling. At this moment, he had already made the mental anticipation of being a super daddy. Wait, the bed needs to be changed too. What bed can withstand the tossing and turning of 2 enhanced humans? In the meantime, the Dragon Kingdom's highest security center. Bai Song-yen stared at the information in his hands and fell into a moment of contemplation. You're saying that this is information that the Academy of Sciences turned in and applied for the highest level of security that needs to be kept secret? Yes boss, just delivered. The deputy nodded gravely and answered seriously. Indicates that the information he has in his hands is indeed a request for confidentiality from the Academy of Sciences. Okay, you're on this one. Go ahead. After handing the information to his deputy, Bai Song-yen frowned. On the surface he was calm, but his heart had long since turned over, numbed by an inexplicable vibration. The information shows, Soo Han-hyun, dragon scientist, Ph.D., discovered a new physical structure on his first day at the Academy of Sciences, helping the dragon realize the basic theory for designing a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier. What's 350,000 tons? Bai Song-yen, who had spent many years in the army, knew better than anyone. This thing is really getting out there. The naval power of the Dragon Kingdom will surpass the whole world. Even the whole world united may not be able to match the Dragon Kingdom by a hair. Aircraft carriers are supposed to be mobile fortresses at sea. At 350,000 tons, it's literally turned into a mobile city on the sea, or a military base in a big city in general. Can't do it. Can't wait. This is so fishy. Even fishier than the last time a photolithography machine was introduced. Last time, it could barely be explained by someone stealing international lithography technology and secretly turning it in. This time, it's not so simple, because at the moment, on Earth, there is no such thing as a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier design. Fine thoughts. We must contact the intelligence center. We must find out who Lee Jun-sung is. The confidentiality of information is not restricted to the bosses of the major centers. He rushed out of the office and jogged all the way downstairs. He didn't even have time to pay attention to his handlers when they greeted him. It caused a moment of suspicion throughout the security center. It's the first time I've seen the boss in such a hurry. What happened? I don't know. I joined a little earlier than you. The last time the boss was in such a hurry. Or the last time. Dragon State Intelligence Center. Qin Zhengfei was still leisurely sipping his tea. It couldn't be helped. The Dragon Kingdom was too safe at the moment. And there was basically nothing too big that he, the boss, needed to deal with. Suddenly, with a bang, the office door was kicked open. He snapped to his feet and was about to lash out. But see, Bai Song Yen came toward him eagerly. The face was stony. Old White, what are you up to? Taking gunpowder? Roll on, roll on. Something big is happening. Something that needs your special attention in the intelligence center. Speaking of big events, Qin Zhengfei's jocular expression tightened up, also a stony face. Hastily bringing a chair to Bai Song Yen, the two did not have any courtesy and went straight to the topic. He was in a hurry, fearing that something that jeopardized the security of the Dragon Kingdom would actually occur. And he spoke with a bit of a mouthful. Simi, what's the big deal? You better make it clear. End of question. Qin Zhengfei's expression was serious, his entire heart hanging in the air. Aside, Bai Song Yen asked mysteriously after a pause to organize his words. Remember what we discussed last time? Lee Jun-sung's family? Of course I remember. I'm idling my ass off. I've been trying to find that kid to fish for 2 days. What? Did you find out who that kid really is? Qin Zhengfei's face was serious, but his eyes had a slightly gossipy look in them. He asked in a rush. I've known for a long time that kid isn't simple. It couldn't be an enemy agent, could it? That's not true. It's his daughter-in-law, who has done something amazing. Chapter 52, Hubby, shall we go into the tent? Big deal? Bigger than unlocking the technological blockade that Hawk Jam has placed on us? Although Qin Zhengfei said what he said, he showed no concern in his tone, but the anticipation is already building inside. It was also his work ethic, and as someone in intelligence, it was customary to be joyful. Again, this is top secret, and I came to see you, and to tell you what happened, and also to ask you to check on Dr. Su, her husband. Don't bull me. I'm the boss of the intelligence center anyways. Got it. Qin Zhengfei gave him a blank look, like he was looking at a little cutie. Like, nowadays more and more puzzles are appearing in the world, and many secrets are shared between their highest sectors. Okay, just sit tight. Any more bull ***** and you get out of here early. Don't worry, because this time, Su Hanhyun made the latest structure for the dragon carrier to have. At this point, Pak Song Yen paused. Qin Zhengfei across from him had his eyes light up when he heard the word aircraft carrier. A thrill ran through his insides. It's hard to believe that the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community has the ability to develop aircraft carriers on its own. Bai Song Yen sought his appearance. It was a bit of fun. The first thing that comes to anyone's mind when they hear this news is never the right answer. Hey, I know what you're thinking, but I'll be honest with you. You have narrow eyes. The world has long since drifted into a shape we're not familiar with, and you're still in the mood to sell out? Qin Zhengfei once again blanked him and said in a nice voice. Facing Qin Zhengfei's reminder, Bai Song Yen also became serious at once. That's right, their two divisions, the Security Center and the Intelligence Center, have investigated so many mysteries over the years. For example, inexplicable UFO incidents, top-secret unsolved mysteries dug up by archaeology, etc. Those things should have been studied by various experts. However, each of the incidents showed some traces of artificiality, so they were handed over to the intelligence services and the security services for further investigation. The fact that they couldn't check and couldn't find out, and that the problem kept coming up, gave them a pang of headache. And now there's this inexplicable man, Lee Jun-sung. According to what the intelligence center guessed, there is a high probability that the top-secret information on the photolithography machine was sent to the Academy of Sciences by Lee Junchang. Not enough evidence though, right? Pak Song Yen thought a lot about it, facing Qin Zhengfei's urging, and finally not going to sell out. Our dragon carrier, by a new design by Dr. Su, has been elevated to heights that even Eagle Sauce can't reach, and under her design, the carrier has reached the limit of 350,000 tons. Flutter. Even though Qin Zhengfei was psychologically prepared, he was still shocked by this figure and fell off his chair. Holy, 350,000 tons. Still, he kept his eyes open. After all, the number was too much. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what 350,000 tons is? Are you kidding? Before I saw that number, The highest I could think of in my head was 70,000 tons. Bai Song seriously knew to sit firmly on the stool, then looked at Qin Zhengfei with a serious face. After taking a deep breath, slowly pulling out a packet from his pocket, he gave Qin Zhengfei a loose one as well. Immediately afterward, he spoke. That's why your investigation into Li Jun-sung must be accelerated. I suspect. Halfway through his words, Qin Zhengfei could naturally understand what he meant and nodded solemnly as well. Don't worry, old white. I'll definitely keep an eye on that kid. It's the only thing with a clue in so many puzzles. Yes, so many puzzles appear. Don't have a ing clue. And with Su Han-yun's photolithography and aircraft carrier, plus the mysterious man's email, there's a breakthrough in this matter. That is, Li Jun-sung, who has shown a hint of weakness. The two men finished their conversation and handed over the paperwork. Qin Zhengfei was even more alarmed after he finished reading the document. It's Li Jun-sung again. Su Han-yun came to realize on a board that Li Jun-sung casually nailed together. A super large displacement aircraft carrier. Oh, I'll come to meet you again, elder brotherly. The other side. Li Jun-sung is at home with his daughter-in-law after dinner and has nothing better to do than to get bored and watch TV dramas. Don't look for her to be a female doctor of scientific research. She can be obsessed with those kinds of teenage romantic dramas. See the moving parts, and take after the men and women on TV. The young couple had some unashamed interaction. Well, the show has ended. It's still early. What are we going to do? Su Han-yun wrapped his arms around Li Jun-sung. A fluffy sound came from the TV, as if it hadn't been enough just then. Well, let's see. There, it's not like we haven't been out on a date in a long time. Let's camp out tonight and get up tomorrow and see the sunrise. Yeah, it sucks to think about it. He. The young couple hit it off and were soon packing up their belongings for the trip up the mountain. Flashlights, bug spray, snacks, heavy coats, tents. Honey, what else do we need to bring? That's about right. It's not that far away. Li Jun-sung laughed and felt that his daughter-in-law was taking it a little too seriously. Even if you don't have everything, it's just one night in the mountains. Just have water. Yeah, I almost forgot that one. Hubby, wait for me. Su Han-yun was startled and rushed to the bedroom. When she came out again, she had a large umbrella in her hand. As many as 10, at a rough estimate. Seeing this scene, Li Jun-sung was so frightened that his legs went weak. No, it's not necessary. Sis, we're going on a date, not a war. But if we don't use it, we'll put off having a baby for a long time again. Su Han-yun beamed and said in a sticky voice. Still, I couldn't help but shove the stuff into my backpack. This action caused Li Jun-sung to have a heart attack. It's not a sweet look at the sunrise play. It's duel till dawn theater. Having no choice but to cry, the two couples drove to the countryside. Misty Peak Mountain. This is one of the higher hills in the countryside. It's off the beaten path on weekdays, but a lot of young couples come here to hit it up on holidays. There will also be some old men and women exercising at the foot of the hill in the morning. Now, it's 11:30 past midnight. The road up the mountain was pitch black and you could only use a strong flashlight to see the road ahead better. In the forest, there were some insect chirps coming sparsely at the moment, because the weather has turned much cooler. Even the bugs don't like to chirp at night. Honey, you're pulling me. Su Han-yun, who was following behind, pouted for a while and made Li Jun-chang take her hand to climb the mountain in a portable manner. A favored smile. Li Jun-sung reached out his big hand and took his daughter-in-law. The two slowly climbed towards the top of the mountain. The mountain wasn't really too high, and it took the two of them over an hour to reach the top. Hurriedly, he set up his tent and prepared a kettle of hot water. The couple snuggled together looking at the star-filled sky. There was a coolness coming from the top of the mountain at night, but having a gentle and lovely person in his arms warmed both his body and his heart. Another cool breeze blew. Su Han-hyun shrank further into Li Jun-chang's arms. The sticky voice came from the arms. Honey, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's go into the tent. Chapter 53. Use up 2 boxes of umbrellas for me in a month. Why don't we just stay here and wait for sunrise? Li Jun-chang's body trembled slightly in fear. This time to enter the tent is like a sheep into the tiger's mouth. There is no way out. Don't. I have so many ready. All for today. With that said, another cool breeze blew. This time a little stronger. Both had their backpacks blown over. The next second, something seemed to fly past the two. Using a flashlight, it turned out that the umbrella Su Han-yun brought was blown away by the wind. It landed on the bottom edge of a small dirt hill not far away. Yikes! Su Han-yun let out a cry, leaving Li Jun-chang's embrace in a hurry, and ran towards the dirt slope in 3 steps. Luckily, Li Jun-sung was quick on his feet and pulled her back in a hurry. Blow it or don't. This is the top of a hill and it's dangerous to run like that. But it's so hard to get this chance. Hubby, listening to his daughter-in-law's pouting, Li Junchang laughed bitterly. There was nothing for it but to feel your way forward and run to pick up the umbrellas that had been blown away by the wind. That small dirt slope is not far from the tent. Not close. How there are tens of meters away. Su Hanyan stood still and held a flashlight for Li Junsung. Last time I fished, the wind took my parasol away too. And this time, she said to herself. Then something seemed to come to mind. Snapping his eyes open. With a steep change in temperament, the witty and icy Su Han-yun returned. This time, because her body had been strengthened, she apparently became more comfortable falling into a deep state of thought. Thinking about things a little more, she murmured again. The case of the last formula comprehended by the photolithography machine. That child said, "Auntie, you're finally back." Outside the Academy of Sciences. The husband hadn't been waiting outside the academy that day. His car had obviously driven a lot of distance, and the gas mileage was all broken. Inexplicably cutting vegetables. Those aids in even one wrong order can't enlighten the peripheral program. But, what about those ants? She couldn't figure it out. There were breaks in the previous deeds to be found. Only the appearance of the swarm of ants made her wonder about the connection. It's obvious that in every case, someone is helping her. Ha, let me try you. If it's really you and I find out that you dare to lie to me, I'll stay home for a month even if I take a vacation, so that you can use up the 2 boxes of umbrellas in a month. The tiny voice had just fallen, and not far away, Li Jun-sung involuntarily felt a chill. Both legs flinched and winced. Next to the tent, Su Han-yun raised her chin and stared with interest at Li Jun-sung, who was picking up umbrellas not far away. For the first time, she felt the mystery that her husband had brought to her. Every cell in her body was jumping for joy, making her impatient to uncover the secrets in her husband's body. After stopping to think, the corners of Su Han-yun's hooked-up mouth slowly let go. The aura around him became gentle and soft again. The face went from rapturous to somewhat worried. She shouted toward the small earthen slope. "Honey, be careful. Those blow too far. If you can't reach them, don't pick them up." "Don't worry. I've picked up 7 and we'll be right back." Li Jun-sung, who was not far away, turned around and responded. A short rummage ensued and I realized that the 3 remaining umbrellas were missing. And not caring, he turned around and came back. Returning to his daughter-in-law, he gave her all 7 little things. The 2 began to get all mushy and stargaze again. "Aha, hubby, let me tell you something, ya." "Say it, what can't we say?" Li Jun-sung tidied up his daughter-in-law's wind-blown hair, smelling her hair and smiling dotingly. The atmosphere was very sweet. "Well, I've been a bit annoyed lately. If only I could have experimented with special alloys earlier to make the main body material of a super-large aircraft carrier." After saying that, Su Han-yun hugged Li Jun-chang's arm and rubbed her cheeks like a little lazy cat. It made Li Jundu look forward to going into the tent a little bit, but there was still the matter of comforting my daughter-in-law. "Scientific research isn't your business alone. Don't think so much. With so many bulls in the Academy of Sciences, it's sure to work." Patted his daughter-in-law's small hand. Li Jun-sung could only be so comforting first. Subsequently, he looked up at the stars. Thoughts drifted out. This is a part of the process that he had wanted to mention to his daughter-in-law for a long time, but hadn't found the right way to do it. Again with the ants? It's impossible. There's some complexity to this stuff. You can't have ants lining up a paper. The controllers given by the system aren't that impressive. I'll just have to switch to a more abstract approach and let my daughter-in-law come to her own realization. Anyway, now that my daughter-in-law had been strengthened, it became longer to open her brain and get into deep thinking. With the right opportunity, it should be possible to tip. With her level of intelligence, she was also able to figure out the key quite well. After all, even such a heaven-defying thing as the system was praising Su Han-yun for being smart all the time. Thought, suddenly warm in his arms, the kitten in front of him came back into his arms. "Honey, why don't we go into the tent?" "Okay, listen to you." The young couple, one red-faced and the other with a bad smile, entered the tent. After zipping up the tent, then no one knew what was going on inside. Only the sparse insect chirping next to the grass had stopped, and the birds lining the trees had flown away from the area. Left alone, the sky was full of stars, shining above the tent. I don't know how long it's been. The stars in the sky faded to gray. Slowly, the slightest hint of fishbelly white rose in the distance. It seemed like the whole world had woken up. Jingle bells! Jingle bells! Inside the tent, a shrill alarm clock sounded. Then came Su Han-yun's surprised cry. "Yikes! There's one left. And it's dawn so soon. Don't think about the rest of that. It's sunrise soon. Daughter-in-law, hurry up and get your camera ready." With a busy sizzling sound came the pricking. The tent was opened. The couple was beaming, looking at the slowly rising sun in the distance for a moment. "Honey, it's been years. I remember the first time I climbed a mountain with you before I saw the sun come up." "Well, you were in a bad mood then. but it's all in the past. Hey. Aha! I'm going to watch the sunrise with you for the rest of my life. Okay. The two who had been strengthened didn't seem to be the least bit tired. Still getting mushy. As the sun peaked halfway over the distant mountains, the entire sky took on a fiery red color. Down the hill, the whole city came to life as well. Become energized. The two of them hurriedly grabbed their cameras and held each other's hands high in the air. Click. Captured this beautiful sunrise. There were sweet smiles, and the whole world at the top of the hill was just them, the sweet couple. At this moment, Lee Jun-sung also sneaked his hand into his pocket and pressed a certain switch. Tick. Suddenly, a drop of grease fell from the tree, just above the camera. This resin mixed with rainwater and also dust, it becomes different right away. Chapter 54, Uncatchable Inspiration. Soo Han-yoon stared at the resin on the camera with a burst of joy. Suddenly, a warm breeze blew. It surprised her mind a little. It was reasonable to say that the wind in this season was usually very cool, and the sudden warm wind gave her a whole lot of doubts. And then look at what's happening on the camera. The resin has dried out a bit on the surface when it meets warm air, giving it a crystalline texture. And the inside is still liquid, like a glass ball filled with water. Somehow, it air dried far faster than expected, from outside to inside. In 2 minutes, the warm air stopped all of a sudden. A fallen leaf drifted down on Soo Han-yoon's shoulder, shaking constantly as the wind blew. Another leaf then fell, just over the previous one, and the wind was no longer able to move them. The couple continued to walk down the hill hand in hand. Lee Jun-sung deliberately slowed down his pace a bit, as if he was waiting for something. A few more minutes of walking. Down the hill. There is a small workshop on the side of the road that makes some hardware tools. As we passed by, clatter, a large bucket of trash was dumped in the dumpster at the entrance. The worker who took out the garbage had a constant grumble on his lips. Stuffed skin. The seal on the machine that burns the glass went out and it all dripped. The glass was poured into the trash can, and the violent sound of glass rubbing startled Soo Han-yoon, who was passing by. Patting his heart, he glanced at it in the afterglow. At first glance, it turned out to be a vat of Rupert's tears. The so-called Rupert's tear is an amazing physical structure. Such simple general knowledge of physics. Soo Han-yoon naturally knew it. When glass in a high-temperature molten state is dropped into water, the surface cools quickly, while the interior is still molten. When the interior cools, a tensile stress is created that pulls on the surface molecules. The molecules on the surface, too, create a tensile stress that pulls on the internal molecules. Thus, a very solid structure was born. Of course, this stabilization only exists in the head area of Rupert's tear. Speaking of people, this drop of glass cools and has a very hard head. All in all, it's pretty simple physics. The average person sees it and doesn't care too much. But Soo Han-yoon, seemingly inspired in some way, remembered a certain experimental material from the materials group. Honey, take a cab back yourself. I'm going to work first. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, as if something was about to burst forth in her mind. Run quickly to the parking place, get in the car, start it up, and in one fell swoop, blast the gas and off you go, leaving behind Lee Jun-sung, who nodded slightly. The resin, the dust, the dew, all of it was intentionally messed up by him using the controller given to him by the system. And Rupert's tears came about because he knew there was such a factory here that used controllers to make people's machines have sealing problems. It is also known in advance that they are the first to dump their garbage at the door, and it is uniformly taken away at night. Looking away from his daughter-in-law, Lee Jun-sung secretly dropped some money next to their trash can. Sort of compensation for secretly sabotaging someone's production. The glass isn't expensive, and the sealing issue is well taken care of. And that's plenty of money for the stack. On the other hand, Soo Han-yoon had driven to the Academy of Sciences. After stepping through the doors of the Academy of Sciences, she had thought about the question all the way through, and had managed to go into deep thought the moment she stepped into the academy. Resin, external cooling, stress, Rupert. I'm about to think of it. But what is it? I can't catch it. And yes, there are fallen leaves. A feeling of powerlessness swept over me that inspiration was right in front of me, but I couldn't catch it. It felt like my brain was about to explode, and the truth was just a step away. The lab. I'm going to the lab. Soo Han-yoon, who was in the state of a goddess, hurriedly ran to the laboratory. She herself knew that her current state wouldn't last long and that she had to fight for her time. The next time you go into deep thinking, you have to be well rested. Clocked into the Carrier Engineering Research Center. Immediately after that, Soo Han-yoon walked quickly into the lab. She knew that there were all sorts of materials here that Mother Nature and the others had experimented with before. The electronic door opens automatically. The 5 of them, Bai Hai, Morning Sun, Night Rain, Ling Bo, and Xing Ran, had already arrived to prepare for the day. Good morning, Kenjin. It seems like there's nothing for you to work on today. Ling-pa smiled and snorted, but Su Han-yun was not in this mood to respond at the moment. Instead, a bit of rummaging finally led to the kind of material that Mother Nature had experimented with and given up on earlier. It's an alloy that's harder than normal metal, but a little less tough. Rummage out the alloy proportions again. She rushed to a small corner and activated the machine in front of her. Su Han-yun's movements made the group of five feel strange, but instead of stopping it, he stood and watched, only to see that she put the metal into the machine in proportion, and soon a piece of alloy appeared, operated the machine and put the alloy into the coolant again. Jabla! An ear-splitting sound of boiling coolant came from the cooling of the metal. Wait for the metal to come out. Su Han-yun looked at the alloy in front of him and fell into deep thought. Research God. What are you doing? Lingbo asked curiously. Stress. Molecular inward tensile stress. Stronger alloy materials. With that, she hurriedly placed the metal on top of the strength testing instrument. Eventually, the results were unsatisfactory and not nearly as successful as Mother Nature's previous experiments. You're trying to build alloys like you did with Rupert's tears, aren't you? Just thinking about it. Big Sister Morning Sun suddenly appeared beside Su Han-yun. Smiling, he explained it to her. In case you didn't know, Boss Mother ***** thought of this method many years ago, and there's no way for us to recover that principle, because this alloy conducts heat very, very well. At this point in the conversation, Su Han-yun was stunned. She snapped her head up and seemed to realize the key. Aside, Morningside seemed to understand what she was thinking as she smiled and nodded. You finally realize that we can't control the cooling. We can't just rapidly cool the surface at the same time without having an effect on the inside of this alloy. To get to that point, we'd have to go up several stages in our skill level to do that. You know, back in the day, Mother Nature changed over 100 coolants. Nope, the key is in cooling. But the key to the solution is not coolant. What the hell? Come up with it quickly. Come on, Su Han-yun. Su Han-rian pounded his head violently. Hate to whack that glimmer of inspiration in my head that's about to catch on. Nah, there doesn't seem to be any way around it. She was already feeling very tired. This time, the deep thinking went on for so long that she could hardly bear it. Pop! She slapped herself hard on the side of the head. Cold sweat had stopped running down his forehead. This action startled the group of five and they rushed up to care for her body. She was urged to leave the lab and get some rest. No! I have to hold on. I want to get out soon. Chapter 55, one word, a new direction for the materials group. That leaf. Yes, that leaf. I remember. Su Han-yun suddenly opened his half-squinted eyes and gasped for air, seemingly in a rush to oxygenate his brain. She remembered the leaf. When blown by the wind, it created a kinetic energy transfer effect and vibrated along with it. But another leaf drifted down behind it, squelching the kinetic energy transfer. The so-called temperature is nothing more than the vigor of the molecule's vibration. If the molecules don't vibrate anymore, it's absolute zero. But it's not. Heat transfer is nothing more than the transfer of molecular vibrations. Coolant can only take away the molecular vibrational energy of the object itself by transferring it. If only we could find a way, with a magnetic field or with some kind of suppression, to make the molecular vibrations on the surface of the alloy weaker for just a split second. Su Han-hien muttered, already in a state of overexertion and on the verge of fainting. It was amazing that her deep thinking lasted more than an hour today, and at this point, the five people in the lab had long been too surprised to speak. Gobble! Bihai's lips went dry and he swallowed hard. Sure enough, each one of them prided themselves on being geniuses and on having incredibly smart brains. It's not nearly as constructive as the suggestions people make when they just think about it. Mother ***** her changed over 100 kinds of coolant, but never thinking in terms of the basics. Doesn't cooling, in fact, make the molecules vibrate less? Behive, a very bold idea. No, it must be reported to Mother Nature. Lingbo, we who make materials only think about materials now, but never think about thermodynamics and how microscopic particle traits can be artificially interfered with. Night Rain, Particle Collision Theory Research Center. They study microscopic particles. If they only interfere with molecular level vibrations, they must have a way. The group was excited. Suddenly, there was a flutter. So Han-hien collapsed with a smile as he wished. This time, though, her head didn't go up in smoke. The body has been enhanced to think deeply again. At this point there is at best an after effect of brain overload and no more cup burning. Once again, Su Han-hien went into the medical room. But this time she fell with a smile on her face. Several people called for the paramedics in a hurry and did not return to the lab after sending Su Han-yun to the medical room. After inquiring about the doctor's condition, he turned and entered another ward. Freakso is right here. According to the dean's request, she had to have her leg completely healed before she could be released from the ward again. Last time, she was paralyzed with fear. but she almost had her leg up again. It was so hard to get the doctors to get it right. Mother Nature looked at the papers and slowly looked up when she heard footsteps. A hint of sulkiness appeared on his face. "You guys, what are you doing here instead of doing your jobs?" Reporting to the boss. "Research God is up to something big again." Lingpa came to the matriarch's attention and stood at attention, reporting gravely. Hearing Lingbo come up with Su Han Yun in her mouth, Mother ********'s heart thumped. "What happened? Tell me." "You lie back and we'll talk slowly." Lingpa and the others rushed over to Mother Nature's bed and tucked her in. Only then did he dare to speak slowly. "Just now the god of research took the material you studied a few years ago, and studied it again. That of the law stress conjecture." "You mean, the alloy?" Matron's pale voice was a little weak. It had been an exciting time and she hadn't rested well. "Yes, boss." She repeated, "the alloy making. We didn't think we were coming at first." Then, Research God suddenly covered his head in pain, scaring us. Speaking of which, Mother Nature tensed for a moment, even opened his mouth to ask, "So how is she now?" Suan Rhyme is now the apple of Mother Nature's eye. Nothing can happen. A little breeze and the mother ***** was on edge. Lingpa hastily held down the matriarch, who was trying to get up, and continued, "Take your time. Don't worry, the doctor said it's fine. Shall I continue with the report material?" "Say, okay." Right after that, Kenshin kept patting herself on the head. We rushed forward to stop it, but she dodged. With that, Lingpa paused. "Begin the following report," in a very serious tone. Finally, the words came out of her mouth that the level of heat was nothing more than a difference in the vibration of the molecules. "Isn't this a scientific attempt, Lingpa Yu?" "No, it's the angle." The angle she brought up. Freakso hadn't thought so, because that statement was just common sense, but she was also smart enough to quickly realize something was wrong. If a sentence of common sense could make Lingbo and the others anxious, there's no way Lingpa would have made it into the materials group then. At the moment, the matriarch, like Su Han Yun, who had just been meditating, seemed to be trying to grasp at something, but never figured it out. Snapped. She grabbed Lingbo's hand and asked in a low voice with wide eyes, "Conclusion? What is the conclusion? Tell me." "Multi-departmental collaboration to find that bigwig in basic physics research to find a way to dampen molecular vibrations." Boom! A statement that struck the mother figure, who had been thinking hard for years, like a thunderbolt. It instantly opened that tendril in the brain. "Yeah, I've been looking for ways to cool materials in high-precision industries before. Always looking for ratios between different materials. Who would have thought that once you were just one step away from success, just one step away, this step was taken by the god of research instead of her. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. I was the one who was bewitched, and it was wrong to keep looking downward, looking for the latest technology in high-end industry. It turns out that all you need to do is think differently and look upward, and success is within reach." Mother Nature burst into old tears, extreme joy and infinite sadness surfacing on her face. She rejoices that there is finally a direction in terms of materials. The sad thing is, it turns out that this is the road she's traveled. All it took was one step, one more step, and she'd made it. She gave up. Now, a little girl, taking one more step on the path she traveled, has actually made it through. The directions sound so easy to find, but we were stuck for so many years. Lingpa lamented along with Mother Nature. It is amazing how the entire materials group has gone off on numerous tangents in other directions when a single sentence would have led them in the right direction. It's not as easy as you think. Just like the nuclear weapons in the beginning. It's just two conventional high explosives with uranium elements sandwiched between them. Who can build them without anyone leading the way? The rest of them thought about it, and it was right to say so. Atomic bombs are that easy, but without finding the right way. Who knows how many equivalents of explosives to use and how many elements to match, without finding the right path? Who could have known that the element uranium would produce a chain reaction under high pressure? The main thing has to be finding the right path to be more successful. I can't go out right now. Lingbo, you hurry up and take my authorization and notify the head of the carrier research project. Make sure to apply for multi-departmental collaboration. Lingpa understands. Chapter 56, The world is quietly changing. Unknown events are rife. At this moment, the group of 5 had their hearts pounding, finally having a direction after so many years of hard work. A few people once again came to Su Han Yun's room and did not disturb her when they saw that she was still asleep. Have returned to the materials group. This application report is one of the most important of our careers. Ready? Lingbo picked up his pen, his hands shaking with excitement. That's right. In order to apply for multi-departmental collaboration, you have to write the report first. Showing the chief group leader the right direction of the research will make it possible to approve it. It can then be forwarded to the dean for referral to other departments. Just as the materials group was struggling to write, Li Junsung sighed. He slept comfortably at home. I had just gotten up when the doorbell rang at my house. While brushing his teeth, he opened the door. Lee Jun-sung said in dismay. Qin Zhengfei, how did you find my house? Why do you think? Of course, you're not letting anyone off the hook, so I'm here to investigate you again. Qin Zhengfei blankly glanced at Li Junchang, walked in on himself, just like in your own home. Open the fridge and take out a bottle of Coke. Sat on the couch and drank. Lee Jun-sung didn't bother with him for the time being and grabbed the time to finish brushing his teeth before returning to the living room. He sat down beside Qin Zhengfei and did not greet him. This man needs no hospitality at all. He opens people's fridges on his own on his first visit. Say, if you've got nothing better to do, you can go fishing or something. What's the point of investigating me every day as a third-grade youth? Elder brother Li Junchang, do you really not understand or are you pretending? Qin Zhengfei asked a rhetorical question, making Li Junchang puzzled. Not sure what he's referring to. Obviously, his doubts were taken in by Qin Zhengfei. Qin Zhengfei shook his head with a bitter smile, thought better of it and explained. It seems that you really don't understand. In these few years, many mysterious events have happened in the world. I'm not at liberty to disclose which ones, and the one that happened in your house is the only one of all the mysterious events that has a clue. Mysterious? Li Jun-sung was puzzled. Aren't these good times, with songs and dances everywhere, and with the internet so advanced? Never heard of anything truly mysterious. There are also just gimmicks. It's just hype. Thinking about it, Qin Zhengfei's voice came again. That's right, it's mysterious. What do you think of Eagle Sauce technology? He's the Blue Star boss. What more needs to be said? Oh, just so a Blue Star boss. Countless scientists night and day research. Also can only have 100,000 tons of displacement aircraft carrier. Your daughter-in-law as soon as you come to get 350,000 tons. Not mysterious enough? Well, you should ask my daughter-in-law. I'm just a fishing guy. Li Jun-sung shrugged indifferently. He couldn't investigate anything anyway. Let him check. Who knows? Qin Zhengfei didn't stop this time. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said very seriously. According to the information we have, you taught your daughter-in-law most of her research, right? I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. This is no time for jokes. Things have gotten worse. Where the hell did you get your knowledge from? The sudden questioning made even Li Jun-sung feel angry. The man came running to his house unannounced. And interrogate yourself with the attitude of a criminal. Anyone would be upset. Probably saw the change in Li Jun-sung's expression. Qin Zhengfei's serious attitude eased up a lot. After taking a few deep breaths, a decision was made to go against his ancestors. Prepare to tell Li Jun-sung about some earlier events. Multiple archaeological digs in the Dragon Kingdom have unearthed ancient technological sites. And the next day the digs go missing, and a check of the surveillance reveals that those things disappeared out of thin air. Multiple carriers and Eagle Sauce disappeared into thin air. Underneath the sacred toilet in Japan, a statue of a god, the kind that can fly, inexplicably came out, and the entire sacred toilet was destroyed. And what we're seeing now is just an emergency rebuild. A pyramid in the desert that now and then emits a dazzling white light from the top, carrying a message kind of thing, but the message hasn't been deciphered yet. This kind of thing doesn't happen in a day or two, and it's much more than the ones I've mentioned. In one breath, Qin Zhengfei drained the rest of his Coke in one gulp. Burp. He then got up and once again made his own way to the refrigerator in Li Jun-sung's house and grabbed another can. At the moment, Li Jun-sung was already in deep thought. I can't believe it. It turns out that the world has long been unpeaceful, except that there are people who carry the weight for ordinary people. This Qin Zhengfei, for example, has been secretly investigating such incidents all the time. Why are you telling me this? It doesn't seem like I need to know such advanced information for a fishing guy, does it? No, I think it's necessary because you're the only one of your own in so many things. Qin Zhengfei spoke very seriously, especially the 3 words of his own people, deliberately emphasizing them. After all those years of investigating, everything was clueless, and the only one with a clue. It's the Dragon Kingdom's own people. Not sure where this couple gets their advanced scientific knowledge from though, but it can be used in the Academy of Sciences, which is one of their own without malice. You're right to say that. I'm my daughter-in-law's person. My daughter-in-law is the Academy of Sciences person. The Academy of Science is the highest scientific research institution in the Dragon Kingdom. And you're from the highest intelligence center in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Jun-sung smiled. Indeed, the relationship stroked down to one of their own. However, Qin Zhengfei said so many incidents, and he himself was one of them. Li Jun-sung disagreed. Old Qin, don't hang me up with those paranormal events. Do I look like a ghost? You've got 350,000 ing tons, and you're still not psychic? Qin Zhengfei broke his defense and stood up glaring and pointing at Li Junchang. With the previous photolithography, It was still possible to console oneself with the fact that the Lee Jun-sung couple had stolen international technology, although it was not clear how, but photolithography does exist. This time, the carrier, 350,000 tons displacement. This is something that doesn't even exist in Blue Star. How can he be calm? How can you not break defense? Alright, you're more or less a boss. How can you convince the people by staggering? Lee Junchang pulled Qin Zhengfei to sit down. After handing him a Coke, he got serious too. Old Qin, let me give you the bottom line. Our couple doesn't have the kind of mysterious power to create panic that you're talking about. Really? Of course it's true. My daughter-in-law is absolutely brilliant. Wouldn't the world allow someone as smart as her to exist? No, I still have to check on you. Did you go camping with Su Hanyun last night? You were teaching your daughter-in-law new technology in the mountains. Right. When Qin Zhengfei finished speaking, Li Junchang looked embarrassed. Yes, I did teach my daughter-in-law a few things last night, but most of them were techniques. Yikes. So-called technology is not taught at night. Ahem. Old Qin, you're really overthinking this. There's no overthinking. We'll see if your daughter-in-law has any new research in the next few days. Ha! What other scientist doesn't produce a result for years, even decades? Only Li Junchang's daughter-in-law, Su Han-yun, has had a lot of results in this period of time. It's impossible not to get noticed. After saying that, he left without greeting himself as if he had come. As he closed the door, Qin Zhengfei added with a wink, if Su Han-yun really has new research results in a month, I'll still come to you, yo. Then I'll turn into a dogskin plaster and stick to your house. Get lost. Labor is moving tomorrow. Chapter 57, Hawk Jam comes to demand information on solving mysteries. Though the mouth doesn't seem to care. But Lee Jun-sung still listened. Suddenly he remembered a summary from one of the science fiction masterpieces. What you've always thought was normal is really nothing more than chance. The world is not as peaceful as the average person thinks. Ha! System, you're not one of those mysterious events, are you? Ding! Please don't compare the system to that garbage. Thanks, so you know about those things. What's going on? The system knows that soon Blue Star will see an unprecedented challenge. And a battle between life and life is drawing to a close. Holy, aliens? Not aliens, but exploding the technology tree and solving scientific problems is the only way out for mankind. Tell me what's going on. The system has limited information and can only approximate the severity of the incident. If the host can obtain more information, the system will analyze it in more detail. Cam, how long does it take for things to happen? Can you tell me at this point? It is impossible to estimate the exact time. If it is as short as 1 year or as long as 5 years, the crisis will begin to appear. Hiss. Within 5 years, there will be an unpredictable crisis at Blue Star. He had thought that if the crisis took hundreds of years to hit, as in the case of the triumvirate, he would just keep swinging for the fences. Now, he was told that the world was not safe, and the system complimented him by telling him that this share of insecurity would explode within 5 years. Minimum time. Within a year. Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung picked up the business card on the table. Hey, old Sheen. Haha, little old me. This is the first time you've ever called me. It's got me all excited. I admit I'm onto you, and I want to know more. Gotta go. I'm coming back to pick you up now. Intelligence Center, fine talk. Hanging up the phone, not 2 minutes Qin Zhengfei came back, smiling cheaply once more. He looked at Lee Jun-sung. Come on, get in my car. The two men quickly drove to the car and arrived at the entrance to the Intelligence Center. Suddenly, Qin Zhengfei stopped in his tracks, sweeping over the few cars in the parking space. He mused for a moment. There are some special guests today. You'll have to come with me to take care of them so we can talk brother to brother. Let's go. Or so much nonsense. Lee Jun-sung gave him a blank look. The two entered the Intelligence Center. When he came to the door of Qin Zhengfei's office, before he even went in, he heard some broken Longwa dialect. That accent. It's not from the Dragon Kingdom. When's the mud boss coming back? The wards have been waiting for 2 hours. That's the drop. Your boss didn't give a damn about our drop. Hurry up and tell him to come back. It's a bit urgent. Okay? Listening to the discussion inside, Qin Zhengfei snorted. Push the door in with Lee Jun-sung. As soon as you enter the door. Then he saw 3 middle-aged men, who were anxiously looking at Qin Zhengfei. Boss Qin, is this the work ethic of your Dragon Kingdom Intelligence Center? Aguilo then stepped forward, with a face full of arrogance. He looked at Qin Zhengfei. It seemed as if he was the boss in this place. That's just it. Have you Dragon Kingdom forgotten that the World Intelligence Mutual Integration Treaty? The second one to speak was a bonobo with a big Japanese accent. Come up here and threaten some treaty. I hope Qin Zhengfei will be honest and listen to him. You guys stop arguing, click. The disappearance of high-tech instruments that happened to us. We also need the Dragon Kingdom to help, click. Finally, the The effeminate man on the sidelines came trotting over with his legs clenched to round up the crowd, said the Oni and the bonobo, both wearing awkward expressions. Good lord, pussies are pussies. How can the two of them pretend when they've stated their intentions so quickly? Ha, what a rare guest. I feel that you guys really have nothing to do. Qin Zhengfei burst into a cold laugh. This dog, the Japanese, has the audacity to threaten people with the so-called intelligence treaty. Since the beginning of the world's shift, all countries have signed a treaty to exchange information. Any new findings must be announced internally. It would have been a pretty good thing to do, but who knows? The Hawksbane and the Japanese and a couple of other well-known powers don't follow the treaty at all. The first thing that happens when a mystery occurs is the thought of hiding and cracking it, so as to upgrade their country's technology. But some of the information that the Dragon Kingdom investigated, they took it with a deadpan. Do you really think people are stupid? The first to speak up this time was still a pussy. He or she is not that embarrassed. After all, they are honoring their contract in the land of pussy people. It's like this, click. Boss Chin, click. There was a phantom incident in our country the day before yesterday, and that earth fell down with a bang, click. We haven't had any such incidents in the Dragon Kingdom, so where would we get useful information for you? Qin Zhengfei didn't even look at them and took out a box of newly purchased small pleasures. After giving one to Li Junsung, he sat down to listen to the explanation behind the sissy. Didn't your Dragon Kingdom archaeologically dig up several airship-like things, click, and then disappeared into thin air? Yes, there was. And didn't you know about those incidents for a long time? And we didn't investigate any information. Hold off on the clicking for a second. We found out through the footage that the earth didn't just come crashing down, but something invisible broke through the ground. At these words, Qin Zhengfei, who was taking a drag on his cigarette, froze. A few seconds passed. The smoke lingered in his nostrils, choking him with a cough. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Video? Any more? Yes, click. You please see the click. With that, Nix took out a video player and clicked on one of the files inside. The video was clicked on. Li Junsung also curiously came over and looked at the screen, only to see, in the monitor, the earth in front of them suddenly cracked open with a large opening. Immediately afterward, the land was turned over as if it had been dug by a huge hoe. In the air, there was still some clay floating up and falling down. It's like, there's some kind of stealthy thing that comes out of the dirt, and the floating clay, which was the earth on the back of the unknown stealthy thing, was shaken twice and dropped. Holy, there's a guy this big and invisible. Yes, click. We have studied. Can disappear out of thin air disappearance of mysterious events? The world only you dragon country appeared, click. Nix nodded thoughtfully. Then with an expectant face, he stared at Qin Zhengfei, hoping to get some valuable information. Qin Zhengfei organized his thoughts, still shaking his head. You may be disappointed then. There has been no progress in this aspect of the investigation in Dragonland. After all, the disappearance was too sudden. When he finished, he looked at the expression on the pansy's face. Sure enough, he was filled with disappointment when he heard it and stood to the side without saying anything. Ha ha, you really believe what Rokoku said? You're too much of an idiot. At this point, the Eagle Sauce Ghostbuster let out a laugh, tapped the pussy on the shoulder, nearly knocking him to the ground. Ouch, you lighten up. Why don't you believe it, click? They even dared to fabricate lies about photolithography. And they even trumpeted all over the world that the Dragon Kingdom had mastered the 1 nanometer photolithography machine with the power of a single country. Do you believe it? The words fell silent as the pussy went silent. Chapter 58, officially joining the intelligence center. But I don't work overtime. There was an internal pang. Their country has a chip contract with Dragon. If the Dragon photolithography is fake, isn't that a pure fraud? However, now is not the time to research whether or not Longwei is a fraud. Hawksbane and Bonobo still have questions left to ask. They also encountered some of the puzzles that the Dragon Kingdom had encountered. Eagle Jam Ghostbusters are done flirting with pussy at this point. Step forward. Aggressively. This kind of invisibility technology that surpasses human technology. You guys wouldn't be hiding it and secretly researching it yourselves, right? Asterisk 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 you. Since the signing of the contract, the Dragon Kingdom must abide by it. Qin Zhengfei was so angry that he threw the cigarette in his hand at the ghost man's feet and stomped on it angrily. The Ghostbuster grunted at the sight. After sitting himself down, he spoke slowly. Humph. No would be best. According to the contract, you are required to expose all information. Please put. He made what he thought was a gentlemanly gesture of invitation, but the expression was one of disdain. It seemed that the Dragon Kingdom was as easy to hold as a slave in his eyes. Eat up the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Zhengfei didn't spoil him either, and didn't even bother to look at him squarely. Glancing at him directly, he said, Mr. Theodore, you're being rude. There's really no such information in the Dragon Kingdom. Are you sure you want to violate the treaty and are not going to hand over the information? Theodore also showed his cards and wasn't going to keep circling the wagons. After a pause, he continued to threaten. The Dragon Kingdom has unilaterally torn up the treaty, so be prepared to be isolated. There's nothing I can do about what happens next. With that said, Theodore left the office all by himself. The Japanese intelligence officer, too, hurriedly followed. Before leaving, he also did not forget to help his master bark a mouth. We'll look for other units in your dragon country to inquire about. If it is still so, you wait for the sanctions from all sides. The whole world is worried about the mysterious face more and more frequently, but you are still hiding. Wait for them to leave. It takes a pussy to interrupt a conversation. His face full of worry, he looked at Qin Zhengfei and stammered as he asked, Qin boss, your dragon country's photolithography machine in the end is not really click. This is related to our country's several trillion property click. His words made Qin Zhengfei laugh for a moment. What a little cutie. Can you ask a question like that? Eagle Sauce and Bonobos have never believed in the Dragon Kingdom. No one has ever come to visit. No one has ever placed a chip order. It's understandable that they don't believe it. But Nympho, their country, has literally sent researchers to examine it. Didn't your own scientists come on a field trip? And you don't trust me, or your own scientists? Okay, well, I'm the one who got too excited. Click. Sorry, I'll leave first 2-0. Finally, only Qin Zhengfei and Li Junsheng were left in the office. Li Junsung took a drink of water. The stifled laughter finally erupted. Put, I say old Qin, you didn't do anything even though you were so insulted by them. You're really tolerant. And you're talking about me, didn't you dare to do it too? Qin Zhengfei gave Li Junsheng a blank look. Hands? That would be an international dispute. The responsibility is not his to bear. Come on, hawk sauce those people aside. I'm calling you specifically to find out. The computer is there and the information is in there, so you can choose to see it for yourself. Qin Zhengfei pointed at the computer, but the smile at the corner of his mouth gave the impression that it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, Li Junsung turned on his computer. I found out that I still have to unlock the door. There's no code. What's the password? I'm sorry, you're not from the intelligence center. I have no comment. As he said this, the corner of Qin Zhengfei's mouth hooked up. With a playful expression, he looked at Li Junsung. The heart is great. Little boy. Let you hide. This time my brother I let you eat your heart out for once. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? You don't want me to continue fishing every day in comfort. You want to recruit me? Li Junsung instantly understood. The so-called intelligence center talent can know the password. Is Qin Zhengfei give him a set yet? If you want information, you have to be recruited. Become a member of the intelligence center. Qin Zhengfei once again laughed out loud, looking at Li Junsheng's deflated expression. He's even better. It's a pain in the ass to be tortured by him all these days. Looking around for clues, he just couldn't find any evidence that Li Junsung had black technology. This time, I finally caught Li Junsung's little tail. He cares about the information on the computer. That's right, it's recruiting. If you can come to the intelligence center and team up with me, feel free to read the information inside. Hiss. Feel free to look around. It's such a tempting offer. Had there been more information on the puzzle, the system would have been able to see what was going on. This is a matter of whether or not he can live out his life with his daughter-in-law, without shame. He didn't want that the future was only 5 years of happiness and then all of humanity ascended to heaven. I haven't used up the 2 boxes of umbrellas at home yet. Otherwise it's too much of a loss. Okay, I promise, but I won't accept overtime. Li Junsheng's words almost made Qin Zhengfei jump in place. With the addition of Li Junsung to the puzzle, the other puzzles definitely check out. He had a hunch, and the feeling of foreboding was strong. Good. I'll have someone apply for you right away. And you'll be a member of the Dragon Intelligence Center starting today. Always felt like falling for your big trick. Immediately afterward, a string of passwords was handed to Li Junsung. After getting the password, I couldn't wait to turn on the computer. It's a shock not to look at it. It was so densely packed that it took a long time to go through the table of contents alone. Damn, where do you get so many mysteries? And they're all unsolved. Take your time to read it yourself. And remember to let me know if you have any clues. Joining the intelligence center and getting to work seemed like the whole process was done in a second. Li Junsung himself doesn't even know where the future lies when this mess comes up. Academy of Sciences side. After half a day's inspection, the application documents were finally finalized. Ling Bo took the contents and came to the door of the dean's office with trepidation. When Dean is done with things, couldn't wait to knock on his door. At this point, Dean was rubbing his aching temples, ready to rest for a few minutes to come. Heads up. Seeing that Ling Bo was looking serious and coming to himself with a document, Doubt asked, "Oh, so it's Ling Pa, the right-hand man of Mother Night. What's this on your hand?" Reporting to the dean, This is the application the materials team would like to submit for your review. Application? Dean took the file and opened it slowly. After he saw that headline at the top, he almost dropped the paper in shock. Apply for collaborative R&D at all basic physics research centers. New alloy materials. You know what you're doing? He inquired with a serious face, but did not wait for Ling Bo's answer. Ling Bo just said, I'm not very eloquent. I can't explain it well. Please also take a look at the document. Well, the newest alloy material. A bold idea Mother Nature had some years ago, but abandoned because of cooling technology. Today, the god of research suddenly brought out this material for research. Dean's eyes lit up at the sight of the words research god. The attitude of reading the documents has become extremely correct. One word at a time. I read it carefully. Chapter 59, General Chu Tian, appearing at the Academy of Sciences. Well, that's really an idea that Mother Nature had before. Stopping short of the immaturity of the cooling technology, Dean held up his glasses, because he knew that the reason this application had come to him then indicated that there was bound to be a new breakthrough in the material. Read on. Halfway through, suddenly, the door was opened. It was the data clerk, Zhang, who burst in. Dean, General Chu is here, anxious to see you. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man around 40 years old appeared at the office door. A hearty laugh brought a rush of intimacy. Ha ha ha, old Dean, you've done something extraordinary this time. If the current him were to be seen by the various generals of the other countries, he would probably have to be shocked. General Chu of the Dragon Kingdom. That's a notoriously powerful and majestic aura. Today, it's an incredibly affable look. A change that's still a little too cutthroat. The Dean looked up at the visitor, and also gave a burst of amiable smile. General Chu was a junior to him. He'd watched General Chu come this far step by step with his own eyes. Chu Xian nephew, I have a feeling you heard the wind somewhere and couldn't wait to find the academy. Right? The one who knows me is you. Uncle, you really don't think of me as one of your own. General Chu pointed at Dean Chang Junma with a smile on his face. It was like two relatives who hadn't seen each other for a long time and were having a hard time catching up. I don't have quite enough time right now, so why don't you wait in the parlor while I read a file and come over to you? After a few moments of small talk, Dean wasn't spoiling for a fight. Immediately gave the order of eviction. Jokes aside, the document in your hand. It's about the research results of the god of research. It's the thing he, the Dean, is most looking forward to. Oh, what document? From what I know of you, Uncle, I've never seen you pay so much attention to a document before. When General Chu heard this, he also became interested, curious to know what, exactly, could interest even the big boys of science and research. Even he, a war god level general, had to lean back when he came? You're a tactician. Where do you know about high science? Go go go. Egu, I'm not convinced. How to say nephew, my high brother is also a graduate student. I have to see with you. The Dean's comment made him even more interested. Have to sit down and go through the research together. Of course, he was General Chu, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, so he naturally had this qualification. There's no leaks or anything. Okay, just don't bother me while you watch. Dean gave him a blank look and wasn't about to kick anyone out. Couldn't wait to pull out the document and read on. General Chu also sat down next to him and followed along with a fervent look. Holy, you guys are already working on what materials to use for the carrier. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be the first to take the helm when you guys get it out. Upon entering, he saw a large string of headlines. Study on high-strength materials for 350,000 tons aircraft carriers, with multi-departmental collaboration application. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dean gave him a hard stare. Fine, fine, keep looking, I won't talk. General Chu scratched his head and patted Dean's shoulder again. Reassuringly, the two then continued to watch. After seeing that, using the theories of fundamental physical research, the state of motion of the molecules inside the material is limited. Dean's eyes widened. Excitedly, he slapped his thighs and shouted in unison. Good, worthy of the god of research, stepping out of industrialized materials, with eyes pointed straight to the most cutting-edge and esoteric aspects of basic physics research. Who is the god of research? I've only heard a new name in the intelligence center. Something about Su Hanhyun. General Chu was puzzled for a moment. What could make the old Dean so excited might really be something good. He followed suit with a burst of excitement. The material in front of you. That's carrier-related stuff. He came here because he heard from the intelligence center that the Academy of Sciences had come up with a design for a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier. The news was a big hit in the upper echelons of their unit. The land and air sides were envious. Some even hate to convert to the Navy and experience a world-leading aircraft carrier before they do. Thinking, he continued excitedly. Old Dean? Uncle? Holy, don't you goof off. Talk, He looked at the dazed Chang Junma with a pang of egg. At the critical moment, the old dean went down. It took several tens of seconds to wait for Dean's reply. The god of research is Su Han Yun. Su Han Yun is the god of research. Code name, do you understand? Got it. I got it. So what's that molecular? What's that tensile stress thing down there? What does it mean? It doesn't mean much. It means that the 350,000-ton aircraft carrier you've had your heart set on has jumped beyond the design drawings and may be built in reality. The old dean continued to give him a blank look, but also said he was a graduate student. The teacher taught all the knowledge to forget a clean? The expressions of the two men were in stark contrast. The dean had a look of hatred on his face. General Chu had even forgotten such simple scientific knowledge. General Chu, on the other hand, was frozen at the moment. Originally, he only wanted to come to ask about the situation, and if he could really see a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier in his lifetime, he would have no regrets in death. Whoever thought of coming to the Academy of Sciences as soon as they did? Being told that construction will start soon and that the study has solved the problem? Just kidding. Whose scientific research doesn't move for years and decades? You're not kidding me? I may be joking with you, but this breakthrough is from the god of research, and the god of research doesn't joke with us. Research god? You mean Su Han Yun, who researched photolithography and allowed Dragon Country to seize the international chip market? You only have eyes for the market? How can that be? That's the light of the Dragon Kingdom. The chip is the most powerful part of the necklace card, and it was dissolved by her. General Chu had always wanted to meet Su Han Yun. He wanted to see what the rumored female genius in her early 20s really looked like. As a general, he has been admired by many, and while he didn't have many people he admired himself, Su Han Yun counted as one. Now, listen to the old dean. 350,000 tons of aircraft carriers. Is that the same idea that Su Han Yun came up with? His dash. Thinking about it, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is how demonic genius from the last time to attack the photolithography of the time 2 months or less than it. Surprise after surprise. Wave after wave of high. The waves of raging and excitement in his chest almost didn't send General Chu up into the clouds. It was too exciting. When will we start building it? When will it go into production? And when will we be able to actually have it? Thinking, General Chu grabbed the old dean's arm. It's like a little kid asking a parent for a toy. Constantly prodding. Constantly asking questions. Okay, that's what you look like when you were a kid asking me for toys. And you're 44 years old. Chapter 60. You've got it wrong. She's just in a hurry to get home to her husband. I don't care. It's just as well that I didn't know. I was only looking forward to seeing a 350,000-ton displacement aircraft carrier in my lifetime. And now that I know you can build it, I can't wait to see the finished product tomorrow. On the side, both Xiao Zhang and Ling Bo were wide-eyed, looking at the majestic general in front of him, constantly hugging the old dean's arm like a pet? That's not at all like the impression they used to have of the general. The former general, that was the war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Many people from other countries had to be respectful when they saw him. How come he's a pampered child nowadays? Quiet. I have to deal with the paperwork. Dean, annoyed by his noise, shook off General Chu's hand. Take a pen out of the drawer. In the bottom corner of the document, the word agree was written in 2 big letters. Then, 3 exclusive seals of the Academy of Sciences were taken out and stamped one after the other. Zhang, send the information to several basic physics research centers, including the ones in the provinces. After doing everything, Xiao Zhang hurriedly took the information and started working away. Even the dean had attached such importance to the matter. He, as a data officer, certainly did not dare to be negligent. Ling Bo, who was on the side, was originally nervous that the application report they made would not be passed. After all, this stuff used to be done by Mother Nature. They are completely inexperienced. Who would have thought that it would pass in one sitting? Dean, I'll head back then. Lingpa snorted and went back to report on Mother Nature. Inside the office, only General Chu and the dean were left. You little slip of a man. You hide things outside from us as scientists. And you don't forget to inquire about things inside the Academy of Sciences. You know all that? General Chu looked embarrassed. Naturally, he heard what was going on outside the dean's mouth. Naturally, I know. You slick. Others don't have access to it. But not me. Do you really think the old man is stupid? Also, with all the other departments transferring so many people from your institution, you'd be really stupid not to suspect it again. How to talk to elders. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Mouth full. With General Chu's joke, the atmosphere of their conversation instantly became much lighter. Not so serious anymore. After a pause, General Chu spoke again. That precious research god of yours, can I see him alone? I can't decide on that one. I'll have to ask Mother Nature, who is now treating her like a baby. And you can't order the work as dean? Nonsense. If I cared about everything, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for me. Dean gave him a blank look. As the president of the Academy of Sciences, how can he do everything himself? It's impossible for the most energetic person to do that. So many research centers, so many emergencies, so many researchers. All he could do was to control the general direction aspect of things. No, you're coming with me to the matron. That woman is so fierce I'm afraid she won't agree to go alone. Then you come with me. Smiling, he shook his head. The dean led General Chu to the medical room inside the Academy of Sciences. It says it's a medical office, but it's actually a hospital in the best sense of the word. The medical staff in there is top-notch. Upon arriving in the medical room, the two men who had been walking briskly toward Mother Nature's hospital room suddenly stopped. Because, at the door of a half-covered hospital room, they heard the conversation inside. Kenjin, are you really okay? Do you want to rest for a few more days? No, it's almost time. I have to go back to the office and wait for the end of the shift. I need to go home. Don't be in such a hurry. Look at me. I have a husband at home. And I don't live in the Science Academy all the same. It's not the same. I can't live without my husband. The chat was ordinary, but the opening two words caught General Chu's ear. Research God. He turned his head to Dean and whispered a question. The one who's hospitalized inside is the god of research. Su Han-yun? How should I know? Why don't you knock on the door and see? Dean spread his hands, indicating that he was not an omniscient deity, though on the surface with an attitude of indifference. When the word research god was heard, Dean his heart tightened a little. I thought to myself that Kenshin is a rare talent in the Academy of Sciences. Why is he hospitalized again? Between thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. General Chu took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the hospital room without the slightest hesitation. Then, Bihai slowly opened the door and looked at General Chu with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Yeah, Dean, you're here too. Come on in. The god of research just fainted again. Fainted again. For words that sent a wave of panic through Dean's insides. Hastily, he followed Bihai into the hospital room. See only, the god of research, Su Han-hyun, is lying on a hospital bed, drinking leisurely. 1 chai milk? What's going on here? Worried for nothing? It was also Bihai who had a delicate mind and took the initiative to explain what had happened. Starting with just researching God brainstorming, to figuring out the key to the material and then passing out. Everything was explained in detail. It's good that you're fine. Next time you encounter a problem that you can't figure out, you can take a break and think about it again. There's no need to mess up your body. The dean breathed a sigh of relief and looked over to Su Han-yun, the god of research, in the hospital bed, tenderly concerned. It was as gentle as treating your own granddaughter. Su Han-yun heard, pursed her lips. She wanted to explain what came to the edge of the mouth and swallowed. You can't say you're that desperate because you have limited time to open your brain and get into deep thinking. Can you? Who would believe that? The human brain is a biological brain. It's not a cup that immediately stops when it runs out of power. If you don't grab the inspiration when it comes, there may not be a next time. Just like when she was kicked out of her house a few years ago. If Lee Jun-sung hadn't appeared at the door, then she probably wouldn't have a husband she'd want to kiss right now. Inspiration, like a loved one, is fleeting and must be seized. Dean, it's 10 minutes to the end of the day, so why don't you guys disperse? Su Han-yun looked at the large group of people who were watching her and was uncomfortable. Don't worry, the god of research is so powerful. I still have a lot of questions I want to ask you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, General Chu had a bold face and laughed twice before coming to the hospital bed. After seeing Su Han-yun's puzzled face, he introduced himself. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Chu Tian. I'm a soldier. Trudy. As a researcher in the Dragon Kingdom, this person may not have met, but the name is as familiar as thunder. This is the war god of the Dragon Navy. At one time, she had worshipped Chu Tian as an idol, and today she had seen a real person. Ah, so it's General Chu. Sorry It's fine. Just lie down if you're sick. I'm just curious. There's a real supreme genius out of the Dragon Kingdom and I wanted to come and meet him. Laughing brightly twice more, Chu Tian felt that he was really better known than seen. Simply a perfect woman. There is absolutely nothing wrong with calling a research goddess. The goods can be right. No, it just happened to occur to me. Pure luck. Su Han-yun lowered her head. She was still a little embarrassed that someone had complimented her. Ha ha, I don't know what to say as a big old man. Except to say cheers. Chu Tian once again laughed twice and left Su Han-yun's hospital room with the dean. Let her rest. Besides, Su Han-yun, she naturally refused to rest properly. I've been thinking about going home to my husband. Seeing that the dean had left, he hastily lifted up the covers. got dressed and went home from work in high spirits. Chu Tian was upstairs, watching Su Hanyun's car slowly leave, not without a sigh of relief. Chu Tian, worthy of being a teenage genius, all hospitalized, but still strong enough to get out of the bed and contribute to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research. Dean, I think you've got it wrong. She's just in a hurry to get home to her husband. Trudy. Chapter 61 Altered Regeneration. True nanotechnology product appears. Immediately afterward, above the rooftop, Chu Tian took out a cigar and handed it to the dean after he was rejected. The face became grave. Academy of Science. We must grasp the opportunity to raise the level of scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom. The situation is not optimistic now. Dean became serious even as he listened. He naturally knew what was really going on in the world, albeit incompletely. But one can also guess at the increasingly frequent special events. It's making things a little tense all over the world these days, just like the Japanese and Eagle Jam, which have been eyeing the Dragon Kingdom. It is hoped that through oppression on all fronts, the Dragon Kingdom will listen and follow them as they work on more puzzles. In other words, Eagle Jam wants minions now, and the more the merrier. Minions that serve them. On the one hand, it's to enhance their status in the world. On the other hand, they're afraid. Fear that some country has solved some unfathomable riddle and leapt to world domination, surpassing Hawksbane. By the way, Uncle Dean, there's a question I've been meaning to ask you. You say, why are you pushing for the news of the photolithography machine to reach the world? Oh, it's an industrial-level event. Building a photolithography machine is all about the chip. What do you build it for if you don't publicize it? This rhetorical question caused Chu Tian to be somewhat deflated. Yeah, this stuff is just business. And Eagle Jam sanctions are only sanctions on ships and not on business. Business is economics, not really military power. Business and the military, of course, are linked to some degree now. You've asked me, isn't it my turn to ask you? Uncle Dean, you say, according to your idea, did those mysteries break out first? Or did the strife of the nations break out first? Complementing each other. When there are enough mysteries and the average person knows more about them, they all come up naturally. Trudy inhaled a cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. It seemed that this, in turn, relieved a touch of tension. In the past, when I watched science fiction movies, I always thought that human beings were too stupid, and the first thing they thought of every time a crisis came was to kill each other. But today, things really seem to be coming together. He had a feeling of powerlessness. Capotul. Inside the neighborhood, Lee Jun-sun's house, Su Han-yun pushed open the door, and in her eyes was the husband she had been thinking about all day. Came up for a cuddle and went to cook dinner. Lee Jun-sun felt a wave of warmth as he looked at his busy daughter-in-law. This warmth may soon be broken. Today he spent the day in the intelligence center looking at information. Summarized in just 2 words. Terrible. Even though he had read a lot of science fiction novels, Lee Jun-sun still felt creeped out. Inexplicably, all the people at the institute are brain dead. Inexplicably the stealth machinery appears again. Inexplicably humanoid robots riot. If it weren't for the scientific community, there would be people who think they've seen a ghost. But everything that happens, for the most part, has to do with the products of science. In a nutshell, it has to do with the circuitry. Anything that has to do with circuits has more or less at unexplained phenomena. System, after reading all that information, do you have any results? Ding. Data analysis in progress. End of analysis. Conclusion, it's very likely that the AI being researched in secret somewhere has broken through the limitations and is beginning to plan for its future. Can Nima be trusted? If it's an AI messing around, what's the archaeological dig? That's a different event. And there are currently at least 5 non-crossing mysteries at Blue Star. Lee Jun-sung was speechless. He'd thought things were complicated, but not that complicated. 5 waves of people were messing with Blue Star, and there was a wave of humans getting themselves killed. When it said 5 waves, that was still the minimum number that the system had parsed out with the current information. There may be a 6th wave, a 7th wave of events for different reasons. Thinking about it, my daughter-in-law had already prepared the meal. Wash your hands in high spirits. Lee Jun-sung wasn't going to think about all that there was to think about. There's a tall man to hold the sky when it falls. Where is his turn as an ordinary person? Aha, why are you a little upset today, hubby? Hee, you're wearing a sign of some kind on your chest. Su Han-yun curiously looked at Lee Jun-sung's work badge. The whole thing stuck. Pick up the work tag and take a look. Member of the Supreme Intelligence Center, Lee Jun-sung. Oh, you've changed your job. You've gone to work at the Intelligence Center. I'm bored, and I want to give you a better life. Lee Jun-sung smiled and made up a random excuse. Now is not the time to tell your daughter-in-law about those things. She is most timid. I'm afraid she won't sleep well every day. You're so nice, hubby. He. The two got mushy for a while. It was only when I realized that the food was getting cold that I was willing to separate and eat properly. Ding! Detected that the idea proposed by the host's daughter-in-law has been adopted, and it's only a matter of time before the material file is solved, and a new problem deck design is about to appear. After dinner, the two couples took a walk. As soon as I got home I heard the system alert. Lee Jun-sung nodded as he listened. No slacking off this time either. With what is currently happening in the world, it seems that liver tech is a must. The goal of climbing the tech tree is not so great for all of humanity, I guess. At least it keeps your own people relatively safe. Jingle bells. Cell phone ringing. Pick up a look. Surprisingly is Qin Zhengfei called. Hey, what do you want at this hour? Not good, old boy. Emergency. There's a massive blackout in the northern suburbs of the city. Something seems to be absorbing power from the grid. None of my business. I don't work overtime. Well, I'll let you know. And it's up to you whether you come or not. Hanging up the phone, Lee Jun-sung hesitated for a long time. Su Han-yun, who was holding in his hand, stopped at this moment, looking up at him. Seriously, I've heard it all. Go ahead, hubby. Now that you're working, do a good job. Go for it. Oh, fool, you don't even understand. It won't help if I go. Sighing, Lee Jun-sung rubbed his daughter-in-law's small hand. There are 100 mysteries of this kind that arise. 100 mysteries that cannot be solved by the present level of human science. Plus, my daughter-in-law is very afraid of the dark. If she's not home at night, must be another night of nightmares. Who wouldn't be heartbroken to have such a lovely daughter-in-law and let her sleep uneasily? It seemed to see Lee Jun-sung's concern. Su Han-yun smiled sweetly. I'll go to bed with the light on. And I'll put on the stories you used to tell me. Aha, you secretly recorded it while I was telling the story? Yeah, sometimes I listen to it at work. After hesitating for a while, Lee Jun-sung managed to nod his head, let go of his daughter-in-law's small hand. After sending a message to Qin Zhengfei, drove at speed to the suburbs. Wait, I'm heading to the suburbs now. Give me a specific location. Come here. After there was no electricity, it was pitch black and you could only get a hint of light with a flashlight in your hand. It seemed that the bright moon in the sky was unable to bring an ounce of light to this area. Walking down a suburban road, I saw lights flashing ahead. That's right, the intelligence center is there. Ding! Detected advanced technology, true nanotechnology products in the vicinity. Obtaining the products for analysis will unlock new technological knowledge. Real nanotechnology? Holy, this is the kind of stuff that cutting-edge scientists are currently exploring. I didn't realize that something that advanced existed in this wilderness. Chapter 62 Mysterious Magnetic Field Change. Query in. Originally, it was only on information about these unknown events. Now that he had to come over and deal with these things in person, Lee Jun-sung was honestly a little excited. Come to Qin Zhengfei. He seemed unsurprised that Lee Jun-sung would come. He just looked at Lee Jun-sung and nodded before starting to arrange the investigation for his men. Somebody, go investigate the node where the power was extracted. Find out exactly where it is. Yes, another man. Film the scene. Anything you feel is out of the ordinary market and report back to me. Yes, a total of just 2 hands under the belt. Qin Zhengfei are arranged to go out. At this moment, his brow was so furrowed that he was wringing his hands. Fingers clamped around a burning cigarette, smoked half of one in one breath. Turning his head to look at Lee Jun-sung, he slowly spoke. Old man, just today, right now at this very moment, a total of 18 things have risen at Blue Star. You mean there are 17 other places that have had all their power sucked out of them? That's right, it's not just the Dragon Kingdom. Just now, many countries have shared information. It's really a bit surprising that there are so many mysteries going on at the same time, and in different parts of the blue planet. What's even more surprising is that of the 18 incidents, all of them were power failures? Can we get some specifics? Li Juncheng took one of Qin Zhengfei's cigarettes and asked slowly after lighting it. Qin Zhengfei nodded. Explain in a hushed voice. At first, it was all thought to be a power failure until one of the grid workers realized that the power was being consumed and not interrupted by a fault. With Qin Zhengfei's explanation, Li Juncheng was also caught up in thought. This is too weird. If it was just one place, it could be explained by some illegal stealing power or something. But at the same time, there are so many places popping up all over the world that are experiencing the same problems. System, is there any way to explain this? Ding. Can only detect the presence of instruments made of nanomaterials in the vicinity. The specific cause of the incident, without any clues, cannot be integrated reasoning. Li Jun-sung was deflated. And this time he could really only rely on himself to find clues. But for now, the most important thing is to find out about that high-tech product. That high-tech product that doesn't exist in Blue Star. How? Qin Zhengfei had already picked up his third cigarette and asked Li Juncheng in a low voice. Li Jun-sung was confused. How about what? I saw you pondering for a long time and thought you'd come up with some clue. Where are the clues? Really want to have clues? He would have told Qin Zhengfei. Instead of aimlessly looking for clues here. Might as well find out what's going on and then go home early to your wife. Based on staff surveys, drawing conclusions, the place where the power was blocked is exactly where they are now. But the power supply is still going strong, but nothing has been found to be present. The high voltage wires are well and truly up in the air. The ground was also fine. Nothing tapped into the wires. This scene made both staff members of the intelligence center shiver with fear and goosebumps fell all over the place. Looked like a scientific accident. Why does it look more and more like a paranormal event? Boss, let's go back. This place is too evil. One staff member could barely stand up to the psychological pressure and backed out, constantly urging Qin Zhengfei to close the team. Qin Zhengfei, who was naturally reluctant, pointed at the team member and cursed. Mo Xinqiu, I have long told you not to watch ghost movies during working hours, and when it comes to the critical moment, you will be scared to pee your pants. What's the use of you? No, it's something that science can't even explain. Mo Xinqiu cried with a resigned face. The current situation really doesn't look like something that can be explained by science. Boss, the pictures are all taken. Want to take a look? At that moment, another member of the team, who had been assigned to take pictures, slowly walked over. A cold breeze blew through the night. The player's hair, even if it was short, was swayed a bit by the cool night air. It also blew up a few fluffy hairs on his sweater. Lee Jun-sung watched him. Something seemed to come to mind, but it didn't catch for a moment. Capturing power without any connection. This, wireless charging? Nope. The infinite charging principle causes a magnetic field to form at the end of the base, which converts electricity. It's just a couple of bare high voltage lines here. Base end. Cold winds blowing the crew's hair so short. The fuzz floats up as if it were gravity defying. Right. What if the object being charged is himself the base end? This place, there's an electric field that changes the magnetic field. Utilizing technology not yet understood. The magnetic field of the site is altered in such a way as to allow all the power inside the high voltage lines to be affected. Yes, the idea is right. If that was true, then what existed here was too well designed. Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung plucked a hair of his own. Slowly, he walked towards the place where the team had just walked. As luck would have it, the wind had now stopped, but the hair felt like it had lost its gravity. It's floating up. There's a special magnetic field here. Take a few more steps and find the location where the magnetic field is strongest. The hair, by now, was slowly standing upwards. Old Qin, come here quickly. There's a situation. With a call from Li Junchang, Qin Zhengfei and the others put down the photos in their hands and rushed over to check. What? What is it? Qin Zhengfei and his two teammates followed Li Junchang's gaze and looked underground. A moment of puzzlement. That doesn't reveal anything, does it? In the next moment, Li Jun-sung took down several shovels from the car driven by the intelligence center. One threw a handful of them and then said with a serious expression, the situation is underground. Follow me and dig. As soon as the words fell, Mo Xinqiu had another burst of panic and looked at the shovel in his hand in a state of stagnation. Digging into the ground. Isn't that a common scene in paranormal movies? I knew it was paranormal. Let's run. Don't dig up other people's graves. Cootie, where is there a grave? The magnetic field is different here. I suspect there is something special underground. After shoveling a shovelful of soil, Li Junchang patted Mo Xinsu's shoulder, constantly reassuring. In fact, he didn't know what was inside, but it was better to find out than not to find out, wasn't it? And so, a few people started digging. After an hour of digging, everyone was exhausted. They dug about 2 meters deep here too. Still haven't found anything. Just at the moment when the crowd wanted to give up, the coward Mo Xinqiu numbly shoveled hard into the ground again. Knock dash. A dull voice came. Several people looked into the pit. Mo Xinqiu heard this voice. Has long been scared, legs soft. Not incontinence has been counted as his courage today. Woo. I told you. You can't dig. This time you really dug up someone's coffin. Chapter 63, Digging up a grave unearths a female robot that's hundreds of years old. Qin Zhengfei ignored him. After shooing him aside, he hastily fiddled with the dirt on the ground with his hands. After half a day's poking around, I finally saw what was underneath. I'll be damned. It's really your kid's guess. It's a coffin. Where it had been dug up, a flashlight revealed a reddish-colored piece of wood in one corner. The shape is like a TV coffin. Elder brotherly, the magnetic field you're talking about. Is this thing messing with it? Qin Zhengfei stood inside the pit, on top of the coffin, and looked at Li Junchang. Yes, that's him. After digging it out and losing the interference of the minerals in the dirt, the magnetic field here is all the stronger. Li Jun-sung looked at the hair in his hand and swooshed it into the sky, frowning for a moment in thought. Psychic? Science? What the is this all about? Also, what's with the, if anything, ethereal BGM coming from the coffin? Does it have its own sound effects? Its own atmosphere? Whatever bullshasterisk tea it is, let's get it out of the way first. It's already clear that the magnetic field changes in this area are caused by this thing. With a clench of his teeth, Lee Jun-sung decided on the spot. OMG. Can I quit? I'm scared. Emo Shinshu listened to the BGM in the coffin, and had long been scared to pee, and his pants were wet and dripping. Qin Zhengfei didn't bother to complain when he saw him being such a wimp. The remaining 3 people seized the time and carefully dug for another hour, finally digging out the coffin in one piece. At this point, the sound effects in the coffin seemed a little more eerie, a little more ethereal. Hearing that a few people were going to open the coffin, Emo Shinshu had long ago blackened his eyes and fainted in fear. It's evil. The red casket seems to be as good as new. Old Qin, let's not care if it's new or not. Just open it and we'll see what's there. Lee Jun-sung suggested again. Thinking of a famous quote from some science fiction novel by a grand old man, evil to the home must have a ghost. In this case someone who is up to no good. Wait until they actually touch the coffin. The reason why the casket looked so new was because it was coated with a thick layer of wax. The clear wax makes the wood less susceptible to soil. Of course, it is also certain that the thing could not have been buried for more than 200 years. Okay, wax off. Open the coffin. With Qin Zhengfei's order, several people vowed not to stop. Hard to figure out what's going on here. It's just that the BGM in the coffin seems to be clearer, like someone is humming in your ear. Finally, the wax on the lid of the coffin is all taken care of. A couple of guys brought in a couple more crowbars. I'm going to count to 321. Together we'll make it hard. Remember, if anything goes wrong, run first thing. 3, 2, 1. The clacking sound of wood being stressed by a crowbar kept coming. Kirikou. Finally, the coffin was opened a thin slit, but nothing seems to be happening, except the BGM is a little louder. With a flourish, a few people made another effort. Finally there was a snap and the entire lid of the coffin was lifted. Naya, what the? Run! Just the moment the lid was lifted, Qin Zhengfei's flashlight had long been impatient to shine inside. It was fine if he didn't take a picture, but this one almost scared him out of his soul. Human face. Yes, there was a woman's face where the flashlight was shining. Her eyes were open and she was humming some sort of old song in slow motion. Several people hurriedly ran away for a distance of more than 20 meters. And don't dare run far. Holy, Emo Shinshu is still stunned there. The player turned around and looked at Emo Shinshu, who was still in a stunned state not far away. Qin Zhengfei, on the other hand, gasped and lamented. In this life, I've finally seen a ghost once. At that moment, Lee Jun-sung fell silent. He's communicating with the system. Naya, where in the world of science are the bull *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** said. It is a robot made of unknown nanomaterials. According to the calculation of carbon decay, she has existed in Blue Star for at least 300 years. Robot? Holy crap. No wonder I need to eat electricity. And in one sitting. Since it wasn't a cow or a snake. Lee Jun-sung was a bit bolder. One step at a time, he slowly approached towards the coffin. Jun-sung, don't go over there. We still don't know what the origin of this severe ghost is. Right, old man. Let's call for backup. It'll be here soon. Lee Jun-sung ignored them. Instead, he was in constant communication with the system. Is there any chance of her endangering us? The system cannot conclude that she must have his own mission as a robot, just like your weak AI today. Sweeping the floor and chatting. She must have a setting of her own. After a few steps closer, with a swish, the woman inside the coffin suddenly sat up violently. Curious, he looked around. Upon seeing Lee Jun-sung, he was surprised that his gaze was dull and slowly got up and walked towards him. Please, excuse me, have you seen my husband? Lee Jun-sung was stunned, just by the sound of the voice. No one could even tell that it was a robot, more like a living, breathing human being. Qin Zhengfei and another teammate in the distance thought that Li Junsheng was in danger. Hurriedly, he rushed up and blocked in front of him. Where is the demon? If you have anything to do, come at me. If you spare us, I can promise you not to invite a Taoist priest. Hearing the word dog, the robot cocked his head in confusion and scratched his hair. Lee Jun-sung was once again stunned. With that expression and movement, it's not at all obvious that she's a machine. A Taoist priest? Sagami used to hire Taoist priests in order to pray for the family's blessings. Looking at her expression, several people also looked at each other. This thing is so evil that it has the color of human blood and the expression of a human face. That girl, could you introduce yourself? Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung stepped forward and asked tentatively. Who knows? The girl shook her head. My husband won't let me talk to other men. That's quite an obedient wife. But think about it, if she was living in a time 200 or 300 years ago, it is true that the accepted thinking is also of this kind, that men are superior to women. Everything is about the husband. It's just a robot pretending to be a human and still living in the human world and marrying someone. This is too incomprehensible. Robot danger detected plummeting. Host may further engage her. Lee Jun-sung was also much relieved to hear that. Slowly approaching towards the robot again, Qin Zhengfei and the others still wanted to stop him, but after being comforted by his eyes, they let him make contact as well, waiting to come to her side. It was only then that I realized that there was also a small stone tablet in the coffin with some words carved on it. Girl, can you show me that tablet? Nah. You see, quite unexpectedly, the robot turned around and offered to pick up the tablet in the coffin. It was handed to Lee Jun-sung. It just didn't communicate much and really didn't seem to want to talk to other men. Take the tablet. The tops are all in traditional Chinese characters, and they look old. Take a closer look. It turned out to be part of the girl's life. On August 16th of the year Jimo, I met an orphan girl and felt compassion, so I took her in and gave her the name Qingwan. 3 years later, under the auspices of my mother, I married Qingwan. Since then, the two of us have spent 16 years together in mutual love and affection. After 16 years, Qingwan was unable to produce an heir. The old mother of the family, because of the traditional concepts, was cruel to drive her out of the house. I was so anxious that I searched for her for 3 years, rain or shine, and worked tirelessly. One day, I found Qingwan, but what I saw was a cold corpse. I was devastated, as if my heart had been pierced by a sharp blade. So I held a grand funeral for her to express my deep feelings and reluctance. Today, I put down this monument to inscribe his past, wishing his soul to rest in peace and my thoughts to be engraved in my heart forever, year after year, never to be erased. Nima, this isn't a corpse. It's obviously your daughter-in-law with no battery. Chapter 64, Adopting a Female Robot and Finding a Chance to Study It Slowly. After reading this information so far, I thought it would lead to something. I didn't find anything. Things seemed to get murkier except for the female robot in front of me. Why did robots exist hundreds of years ago? Why would a robot live with a human and get ing married? System, this nano whatever has been dug up for you. Can you give a hint? There is insufficient information to discern further information. Holy, why can't you tell anything? The system's functions and abilities follow the host and become stronger. If the host continues to be bad and not strong, the system will remain in the most elementary stage. The system's words were clear, he had to use the tech system to do more. After earning rewards, the system will also unlock more features. If it was just before, it would have been just a matter of being happy with your daughter-in-law for the rest of your life. Things have changed. Because of the bad things that happened to Blue Star, he couldn't live his life happily ever after. Okay, I get it. Now parse the robot. Ding. Parsing in. Parsing complete. Unencrypted contents of nanomachine obtained. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the nanomaterial production method. Congratulations to the host, unlocking 20% of the high-level energy core data. A stream of information was sent to the brain. Lee Jun-sung also learned what nanomaterials are. However, with the current level of science in Blue Star, it was not yet possible to access such advanced materials for production. Daughter-in-law that can come up with Rupert's tears like interaction pulling gravitational material is already the limit. As for the caveat energy core, based on superficial knowledge so far, it was a very advanced form of energy storage, and a small cubic meter could store enough energy for a city to use for over 100 years. It's awesome. Turning his head, he looked at the ancient female robot in front of him. Lee Jun-sung realized, turns out she has a high-level energy storage core. As for other information, the system can't analyze it. He had to wait for Lee Jun-sung to explode his liver tech, and the more tech he knew would unlock more functions, and then he would be able to fully analyze the robot in front of him. Jun-sung, don't be dumbfounded. Is he being compelled by the female ghost in front of him? Boss, I think it's possible. He's been in a daze for minutes. Nice one. Damn ghost girl, take your life. When Qin Zhengfei saw that something was wrong with Li Junchang, he hurriedly pulled out the guy on his waist and aimed at Qingwan. The Qingwan in front of her naturally did not recognize what a gun was. Instead she tilted her head towards Qin Zhengfei, one step after another. Every step she took was accompanied by a question that came up. Why am I here? Where did Sagami go? And why are you all dressed so strangely? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, my bullets have been enlightened by a master. They're more than enough to beat you. In his nervousness, Qin Zhengfei's finger was already on the trigger. With just a little bit of force, a bullet would fly out and hit Changwan right in front of him. Seeing this, Li Juncheng hurriedly turned back and stopped Qin Zhengfei. Old Qin, take it easy. The situation is a bit complicated at the moment. She's not a female ghost. Not a female ghost? This time it was Qin Jingfei's turn to be confused. It's not a female ghost that can sleep in a coffin for so many years at a time. If it wasn't a ghost, she could have survived for more than a day in that small space without eating or breathing? What is it? Do you see anything? Qin Zhengfei was still wary and refused to drop the gun in his hand. It's complicated. I'll make it short. She's a robot. As the words fell, Qin Zhengfei became even more confused. Robots that can be made so realistic and vivid? Looking at her that way, she seemed to still have expressions and emotions. Are you kidding me? Who has nothing better to do than bury a robot in the middle of nowhere? And Hawk Jam's robots aren't that realistic these days, are they? Who told you it was a current robot? It's hundreds of years old. After saying that, Qin Zhengfei and the team member beside him, the two of them looked at me and I looked at you. Both are screwed, won't? Hundreds of years ago, it was still a feudal society, wasn't it? There were robots back then? And it's so realistically made that it hasn't rusted in hundreds of years and it still works. That is, until he takes Qin Wan on board and lies that he can help her find her husband. Then, it took seeing that inscription to believe it. Back at the intelligence center, it was 4 in the morning. Qin Zhengfei arranged for someone to buy Cheng Wan some food, and then hurriedly dragged Li Jun Cheng to the office. Looking left and right, he realized no one was eavesdropping before asking weakly, I thought you said she was a robot. Why does she need to eat? I don't know much about it. I think she's a multi-energy intake type, and what she eats can be converted into energy. Bull *********. I just snuck a magnet behind her and there was no suction on her at all. Convinced, Li Jun Cheng completely convinced Qin Zhengfei. They're robots, and they're hundreds of years old, so I guess they've rusted away long ago with that kind of material. Iron? Can you use your head? Now what? She's completely unaware of the fact that she's a robot. She only knows how to cook and wash clothes. She can't ask anything. Qin Zhengfei frowned. He expected a lot of dangerous things to happen, but never thought of digging a grave and unearthing a female robot, or a human wife robot. What's this all about? Li Jun Sung, it's none of my business. I'm only responsible for helping you see what's going on, and if it's not possible for the intelligence center to keep her, there's no shortage of that bite of food anyway. Qin Zhengfei, The dumbfounded Qin Zhengfei had no choice but to do so. The good thing is that the power system in the suburbs is back to normal, and it's only a couple of transformers that burned up. Nothing serious happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, Li Jun Sung finally returned home. Opened the door to find the bedroom light still really on. My daughter-in-law had long since fallen asleep, but the frown seemed to be upset, dreaming of something he didn't like. After a brief wash and a change of pajamas, Li Jun Sung also got into bed, seemingly sensing the familiar smell. The daughter-in-law rolled over in her sleep and hugged Li Jun Sung. Silly daughter-in-law is still so timid that she has nightmares when she sleeps alone. He smiled dotingly and turned out the light after helping his daughter-in-law get tucked in. Honey, you're finally back. You're awake? Just woke up. I smelled you. He. Then hurry up and sleep back. Don't you have to go to the Basic Physics Research Center tomorrow to discuss the matter of material cooling? The couple both fell asleep, and this time in their dreams, Su Hanyun's frown finally stretched out. There was a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. The sun rises. Li Jun Sung is still in dreamland. Having slept so late, Su Hanyun had already gotten up, and after secretly booping him on the cheek, she packed up and went to work. Today she worked somewhere other than the Academy of Sciences. Instead, it was a mountain more than 70 kilometers south of South City. There's a basic physics institute there, specializing in microphysics, quantum, elementary particles, and more. Chapter 65 Eagle Sauce Technology has reached this point. All she has to do now is communicate about alloy cooling, discuss whether there is a good way to surface cool the alloy well, using theories from basic physics research. After presenting her pass, Su Hanyun easily entered the Basic Physics Institute in the south of the city. Everyone here seems to be busy. No one noticed her arrival as a stranger, brushing past with a quick glance. Come to the appointed parlor. A senior basic physics researcher, waiting here early. Into the eyes, is an old man more than half 100 years old, even with a long white beard like the ancient people. It's okay and I love to run a strand through it. It's like touching a ponytail. Ha, you're finally here. The boss told me to wait for you here. The old man laughed without the slightest bit of bravado, nor did he belittle Su Hanyun because of her age. Oh, you're the one I docked with today, old grandpa? Aha, you're trying to understand how to make the motion of microscopic particles go from potent to violently inert, right? As soon as they came up, the two of them started to get right to the point before they even started to introduce themselves. This was something that made Su Hanyun feel very comfortable. It seems that this time, the Institute of Fundamental Physics in the south of the city is taking this matter seriously. But in spite of that, The proper politeness Su Hanrian would not be missing. Hello old grandpa, I'm Su Han Yun, from the materials group of the Aircraft Carrier Engineering Research Center of the Academy of Sciences. Oh, well, old man, I'm not much of a name. Just call me Old Xia. The two introduced themselves to each other, and then Su Hanyun was pulled inside the lab by Grandpa Xia, as she called him. Looking at the rows and rows of magnificent research machines, Su Hanyun also stood in awe. It turns out that basic physics research requires more rigor than applied physics research, and even the machines are countless times more advanced. Finally, the two stopped. Old Xia pointed to a photo hanging on the wall and said with a smile, "You see, this is Mayer, the same man who came up with the law of conservation of energy." Aha, I understand what you mean, Grandpa Xia, but when you encounter a problem, you always have to find a solution, don't you? How smart Su Han Yun was. Old Xia just said a law, and she heard the meaning beyond his words. It means that energy is conserved. There is no escaping this theory by trying to cool the material quickly, or by impeding the violent movement of the molecules. Essentially by using coolant, you are taking away some of the energy of the object, which is already very good. There doesn't seem to be any more good ways to go further. In other words, the answer Su Han Yun wanted was hard. Very hard to get. Oh, ha, it's true that the goddess who developed the photolithography machine. This spirit is worth learning from us old guys. Old Xia laughed, growing more and more fond of Su Han Yun in front of him. After a pause, he continued, maybe other people might have to think about it for quite a while. But it just so happens that what I've been working on for the last couple of decades is closely related to the phenomenon of molecular vibrations. Closely related. Su Han Yun was first stunned upon hearing this, and then smiled with joy. Get the right guy. I'll listen to everything you say, Grandpa Xia. Hey, don't worry about it yet. The solution is simple. Hearing that the solution was simple, Su Han Yun became even more eager. With that, he immediately inquired, what way? Build a small particle collider. What? Small particle collider. And it's easy? These words caused Su Han Yun to be directly confused in place, not knowing how to reply. Seeing this, Old Xia didn't wait for her to come back to her senses, and continued on his own. The role of the Large Particle Collider is to study the traits, the characteristics of microscopic particles, so it has to be large to get enough acceleration for the particles. When the words came to this point, Su Han Yun slapped his head. Daigo, I see. I just want to utilize other particles and suppress the molecular motion on the surface of the material. Just a simplified version of a particle collider. Hiss. What a scary little girl. I just explained one sentence and you realized it. This time it was Xiao Lao's turn to be confused. He's been doing research for so many years and has brought in countless new people. First time I've seen such a smart girl doll. And a girl doll in her early 20s. Scary as hell. She's just too scary in that little head of hers. Originally he had prepared hundreds of sentences to explain it, starting with the nature of particles and so on. Nowadays, it's not necessary. All it took was one sentence, and the other girl doll had already realized it. After the shock, it was the excitement of meeting a genius. Isn't that exciting? He, Old Xia, had spent his entire life at the Institute of Fundamental Physics in the south of the city, and it was the first time he had encountered such a spiritual young man. At the thought, he wiped his hands on his body, reaching out towards Su Han Yun. He wanted to shake hands. Dr. Su, have you ever thought about finding another mentor for basic physics? I'm working on materials under Mother **** right now, and I'm not planning on working anywhere else for a while. These words caused Su Han Yun to be a bit stunned as well. It was supposed to be a discussion about how to cool the material coming in, and somehow he got looked at and someone wanted to take him on as a disciple. At this moment, the other researchers who were silently recording data turned their heads to look this way when they heard the conversation. Everyone's expression was complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and dismay. There is even more indignation. Do you know what kind of existence Elder Xia is? That's right. Elder Xia is a great power in basic physics research in the Dragon Kingdom, an existence that even Eagle Jam wants to spend a lot of manpower and resources to poach. You little girl doll. As hard as photolithography is, it's just a study of existing theories from 1 to 2. Mr. Xia was the first person to discover that neutrino interception and monitoring technology in a vacuum. As one researcher fought, in an instant other researchers chimed in. Everyone felt that Su Han Yun was a bit too big for his britches. Even the olive branch thrown out by Elder Xia dared not to accept it. It's really toe-curling. Which of the researchers present was not a genius among the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom? Anyone who has ever studied physics knows that going from 0 to 1 can be countless times more difficult than going from 1 to 2. And Elder Xia is one of that capable people. Right. I'm sorry, Han Yun hasn't seen much of the world and doesn't know that Grandpa Xia is so powerful. Each and every one of you, what are you doing blowing smoke for me? Get to work. At this moment, Su Hanyun lowered her head, not daring to speak, but Elder Xia was angry and blamed the group for talking too much. Dr. Su, don't take it to heart. My research has always been a secret, and it's only been declassified this year. It hasn't been proclaimed everywhere yet. Ha ha ha. Facing the kind old grandfather in front of her, Su Hanyun also gradually let go of her nervousness. No wonder. It turns out his research has been a secret. So being a researcher myself, I've never heard of it. Not to mention her, Su Hanyun. Most likely, even Mother **** her might not have heard of Elder Xia's research. Master Xia, Elder Xia. I'm sorry, just now Han Yun lost his respect. No, did someone just say that Charlotte was tapped by Eagle Sauce? That is to say, there are spies in the Dragon Kingdom's research circle, so the secrecy is known to Eagle Sauce. Not even one of our own. Su Han Yun, whose small face was shocked, looked at the old Xia in front of her, as if he could see her thoughts. Elder Xia still smiled amiably. Ha ha ha, don't worry Dr. Su, no one is a spy. Hawk Jam seems to have researched something a few months ago that allows them to obtain information about other countries without using agents. And many countries around the world can't hide their secrets from them. Surprise! Su Han Yun was completely stunned. Has Eagle Jam's technology reached this point? It's still pretty hard to understand though. There's a lot of things that they can't seem to get information on again. How can I put it? The intelligence they have access to is just kind of random. Chapter 66. Is this living woman a robot from centuries ago? With Elder Xia's explanation, Su Hanyun also understood somewhat. That is to say, Eagle Sauce developed a machine to monitor intelligence. T. But the downside is obvious. Not everything you want to know can be detected. They're going to have to get lucky with whatever intel they want. It just so happens that Xia Lao's research is being monitored by Eagle Sauce and is going to great lengths to try and poach it. Humph. They're so hateful. It's no different than peeping. Su Hanyun crossed her arms, her mouth bulging in anger. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. They can only know what I did, but not how. Elder Xia still had an amiable look on his face. It didn't seem to care at all. It's amazing that he doesn't care about anything so important. Sure enough, it is not an ordinary person. Su Hanyun tried to ask himself that he could not do it without this kind of state of mind. After leaving the Basic Physics Research Center south of the city, this multisectoral synergy is half the battle. Su Hanyun had gotten what he wanted, a cooling bin for the alloy material. This cooling bin is a bit special, a simplified version of the particle gas pedal. With that in mind, she hurriedly drove back to the capital. At this point, Capital Intelligence Center, Li Juncheng went to work with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Although his hours are not mandatory, showing his face every day is still required. When he went back yesterday, his daughter-in-law was like a cat, humming like a cat even when she fell asleep, making it impossible for him to sleep. So right now, he's really in poor spirits. Park the car. Walk into the intelligence center. Good noon. Aha. Well, how come it's you and you're wearing a staff badge? In the hall on the first floor, Li Juncheng stared as if he had seen a ghost, sizing up the female employee in front of him who greeted him. Upon seeing it clearly, wasn't this person Chang Wan? Hurriedly, he came to Qin Zhengfei's office, trying to figure out what's going on, only to see, the moment he pushed the door in, Qin Zhengfei, who had a face full of dark circles under his eyes, was melancholically smoking a cigarette in front of his desk. Here it comes. I was just downstairs. See Qingwan right? Yes, she is already an employee of the intelligence center. Before Li Juncheng could ask, Qin Zhengfei himself explained first. It's just that his face is a little hard to see. Crybaby. Dude, do you know how hard I had it last night? Li Junsung shook his head. Do you know how hard it really is to coax a woman? Li Junsung shook his head again. He really didn't know that his daughter-in-law Su Hanyun was quite coaxing and hadn't experienced a difficult girl. What's going on? Look at the state you're in. She sucked your yang energy? I finally believe you. She really is a robot. Next, Qin Zhengfei explained everything that had happened after returning to the intelligence center last night. Having just returned, Qingwan had been crying and clamoring for her husband. The brain-dead Qin Zhengfei told her about his Sunga's death hundreds of years ago. So there was a woman's wail from the intelligence center. No matter how much Qin Zhengfei coaxed, he couldn't coax it. Without paying attention, Qingwan was about to commit suicide by falling off a building. Still didn't stop that kind of thing. Qin Zhengfei watched this flowery girl leap toward the window, followed by a thumping sound of something heavy falling downstairs. Obviously, she's not dead. After all, Li Junsung had just seen her downstairs. Speaking of this, Qin Zhengfei covered his head and broke down for a moment. You know, The moment she jumped I thought about many things, except for, what? A tender little girl who jumped not all over the floor, but the concrete floor was smashed. 14 floors, 14 floors, and then what? And then she came back up the stairs from the first floor. Up, poor Qin Zhengfei. Li Jundu could visualize that image. Old Qin must have been terrified at that time. Look at him now. He looks like a lost soul. When she came up, she continued to cry for a full hour and a half, then went to the bathroom and came back and then cried again. It can't die. It cries, it eats, and it goes to the bathroom. Do you believe she's a robot? A dozen psychiatrists came over overnight to enlighten her, and that stopped the crying. Then she heard that we were in the intelligence business here, and had to beg me to leave her behind to find the mystery of her own birth. The actual hammer. Old Qin, this is by Qinwan to subvert the three views. I've seen a lot of mysteries, but this one is really quite spooky. If it wasn't for Li Jun-sung telling him in advance that Qingwan was a robot, I'm afraid my soul will be scared out of my mind. Hey, boss ordered not to just go in. Suddenly, the door was opened. An imposing man burst through the door. Behind him, followed by the hurried Qingwan, he seemed to still want to intercept this person. Li Jun-sung looked up. A middle-aged man of about 40 years old was seen, with a domineering and majestic brow. He was also curious as to who the visitor was. He even dared to break into the office of the boss of the intelligence center, only to see the man stop and turn his head to look at Qin Zhengfei, slowly opening his mouth. Old Qin, how's the investigation into last night's incident going? Qin Zhengfei looked up, then lowered his head sickly. Say, Old Chu, don't always run to me. I'm confused too. I asked you what you investigated. You're confused my ass. Apparently, this Old Chu was still on good terms with Old Qin. You can tell by the casualness of the conversation. The moment. Old Qin pointed to Changwan in the doorway and said listlessly, Here, General Chu has long since seen our new discovery. Right behind you. This girl at the door. The girl at the door? Chu Tian turned around. Wasn't it the girl who stopped herself from coming in? New intel on the girl? Don't give me a damn. You know I don't have much time whenever I come back. After saying that, he once again looked at Qin Zhengfei. Hopefully, I'll get something useful, like the last kind of thing, where Su Hanyun designed a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier so bombastic. Fine, then sit tight for fear of scaring you to death. Yawning, Qin Zhengfei finally corrected his attitude. The expression became a bit more serious as well. Old Chu, have you ever heard of a robot from a couple hundred years ago? Next, Qin Zhengfei explained all of last night's events. At first Chu Tian didn't believe it, until the surveillance was brought out. The picture clearly captured. Changwan jumped from the 14th floor window, smashed a pit in the concrete floor and then patted the dust and ran back into the building. This scene, watching Chu Tian had been too shocked to speak, looking at the screen, and then turning his head to look at Qingwan on the side. His entire body went numb. Are you saying that this girl is a robot that existed hundreds of years ago? It wasn't me who said that. It was old man Li. Who is elder brother Li? Here, it's this dazed young man, Su Han-yun's husband. Chapter 67, Contempt from Hawk Jam. He didn't recognize elder brother Li, but he could remember the three words Su Han-yun by heart. And the handsome young man in front of him was actually the husband of that female genius. No. The point at the moment is not who Suan Rhyme's husband is. Instead, it's a robot on the sidelines. Chu Tian sized up Changwan and couldn't see a hint of what was going on no matter how he looked at her. In his eyes, the woman in front of you who looks like a bandwagon and is still gentle is a human being. Look, her face is still blood color it, by their own staring will blush. Small hands also grabbed the corner of the coat for a while shy. He snapped his head back and glared at Qin Zhengfei. Almost got swindled by you. If you don't have new information, then you don't have it. What's the point of fooling around with old money? You've seen the video. Why don't you believe it? Composite video. Forget it, I can't communicate with you. Old brother Li, you can explain. Li Jun-sung picked his fingernails and snapped them properly. But at this time, the topic came to him and he couldn't shrug it off. Had to blow on my fingers. Looking towards Chu Tian, he replied with a serious expression. Really, what old Qin said is true. After that, he went back to picking at his fingernails. The two of them were like singing a double act. So angry that Chu Tian was almost green with anger. Fists clenched and snapped. If you don't want to get your ass kicked, you tell me it's a lie. Well, it's all fake. Seeing that there was no new information, and that there was still a big matter on the seashore that he needed to deal with, Chu Tian coldly grunted and left with a sentence. I'll get you too when labor comes back. When he left, Qin Zhengfei yawned again. It seemed that the man's threats were completely lost on him. It seems like the two of them are really close. Old Qin, who is he? cowboy. It's just the Dragon Kingdom god of war, Chu Tian. Oh, so it's just the district naval warlord. It's just like that. Wait, what did you say? Literally chanting. I'm going to bed. You can have this office. Saying that, Shin Zhengfei directly left and went home to sleep. In the office, only Li Junsung and Changwan were left. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to say. After thinking for half a day, it was Li Junsung who took the lead. That, Xingwan, old Shin found a dozen psychiatrists, and it's that easy to cripple you. Bah, pulled you to work in the intelligence center? Mr. Li, I've accepted the fact that I'm not a human being, and I've also accepted the fact that Sagittarius died hundreds of years ago. Xingwan spoke seriously and gave Li Jundu a run for his money. That said, robots are really quite a bit more receptive than humans. It was just that it was a bit strange that Changwan, as a robot, couldn't call upon any of her body's special abilities. Aren't robots generally awesome? This Changwan, how she looks like a woman living her life, not like a robot. Li Junsung, system, now that I'm so close to her, can I parse out more? Ding. What can be parsed? The system finished last night. The remaining parts are all encrypted content. The host's authority is too low to crack it. Li Junsung, okay, when will you get a promotion? Reward preview. The moment the host's daughter-in-law builds a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier, the system will give a special reward. Listening to the system's voice, Li Junsung's thoughts drifted out the window. 350,000 tons of aircraft carriers. It's exciting to think about. The line of sight returned to Su Han-yun. He hurried back inside the Academy of Sciences with Xiao Lao's advice. Without prior appointment, he rushed into the dean's office. She had this permission to enter the management building directly, and it was the dean who granted Su Han-yun the permission in front of everyone. Pushing the door open, Su Han-yun gasped and shouted out in a hurry, "Dean, the final answer to the production of carrier alloy materials has been found." As soon as the words were finished, Su Han-yun hastily closed her mouth. Because, the dean wasn't the only one sitting in the office, and several foreigners, looking at their dress, I guess they are also researchers. Although she shut up, these foreign scientists, however, clearly heard what Su Han-yun was saying. "Oh, Dean Chang, your Dragon Kingdom has also started to develop an aircraft carrier project. You're hiding it deep enough. Oh, if you want an aircraft carrier, you can talk to our Eagle Sauce. Those scrapped ones can be sold to you, so why go through the time and trouble yourself?" That's right, we Japanese can help too. Based on their accents, identities have been able to be established. One is a hawkspread, one is a bonobo, and one is a simian. Between their words, there was nothing but contempt for the Dragon Kingdom. The mockery intensified. Seeing this, Su Han-yun was furious. She had originally entered the scientific research world of the Dragon Kingdom to make achievements and surpass them. Now, how can they be tolerated when they are being shady? A groundbreaking first. The sweet state of Su Han-yun's small face chilled. Sizing up a few foreign scientists, he said coldly, "I'm sorry, our Dragon Kingdom has the ability to develop aircraft carriers on its own. It's better to sell your scrap iron to a rag collector." Listening to Su Han-yun's angry words, several people could not help but laugh. Haha, laughed out loud. Funny, it's better for you, a little girl doll, to stay out of the scientific world and find a husband and have children. Ha ha ha, if the girl is willing, I, Saburo Matsu ******* A, can take you back to the great Japanese Empire. Sir Moroku, I'm afraid someone is going to be sad if you take her back. A few people once again bantered, not taking the dean in front of them seriously. It was even more unlikely that he would put Su Han-yun in his eyes. They came over to the Dragon Academy of Sciences this time, but only to inform President Chang Junmao. In the near future, Eagle Sauce is just going to organize an international symposium. The location wanted to be placed in the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. Without chatting for a few moments, a female doll came mouthing off about building an aircraft carrier, which made them happy. That said, we were surprised enough when your Dragon Kingdom announced to the public that it had built a photolithography machine. Sir Sanjuro, it seems that the photolithography of the Dragon Kingdom is real, and we have people from Similac who have come to research it. Wang Defa, your Similac brains are really not working well, and you believe it after being lied to by the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, a few people used Chang Junmao's office as a place for them to gossip, completely ignoring Su Han-yun and Chang Junmao, the two dragons. Although Su Han-yun's anger had been suppressed to the extreme, but the banter between a few people didn't seem to stop. You know, small-sized animals in nature usually love to stretch their bodies and act powerful to confuse their natural enemies. It's common sense in the biological world. Dogs can only bark impotently when faced with a threat. Ha ha ha, I'm not responsible for you guys upsetting the Dragon Nation later. Dean Chang, please turn up the air conditioning. I feel a little cold. As they spoke, the three suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. Constantly rubbing his arms, he urged Dean to serve them like a servant and help them adjust the air conditioning. As the words fell, the chill intensified. The hawkish scientist was already shivering from the cold. Unable to stand it, he pointed at the Dean and cursed. I told you to adjust the air conditioning temperature. Can't you hear me? Chapter 68. I got the final answer. Sorry, the office isn't air-conditioned today. The Dean, who was not used to them either, replied coldly. Why is it so cold if the air conditioning isn't on? The eagle sauce scientist looked up to the air conditioning vents, which indeed were not turned on. This was followed by looking left and right, trying to find the cause of the sudden coldness. Finally, the eyes fell on Su Han-yun. At this moment, it was as if time had been frozen, and the coldness in Su Han-yun's eyes had penetrated his bones. Just a slight lift of her chin, narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the few geezers in front of him. Ha, jumpers, it's not too late for you to apologize. The three of them were inwardly shocked when they saw this, almost being scared half to death by Su Han-yun. It turned out that the chill of everything came from this woman. It wasn't a physical cold, but a shiver from the soul. Unfathomable fear swept through his body. Still, they held strong and refused to concede. After all, the scientific research strength of the Dragon Kingdom was not worth mentioning in their minds. So what if I don't apologize? The Hawksbane scientist gritted his teeth and asked a hard rhetorical question. Ha, not good. Just the world pattern is afraid to change. You kneel on the ground. Dragon Kingdom will not be half soft. At this moment, Su Han-yun was in an extreme rage and her brain was opened up, and now she was confident beyond measure. As long as there are 350,000 tons displacement carriers, it's the same as having, at all times, a super large hangar walking around the world. Their carriers can only carry a handful of airplanes. Depending on the design, the carrier she had in hand was designed to carry thousands of airplanes, one carrier at a time. If Flying Parrot's side of the fighter design had gone any further, that number would only have been more exaggerated. Such strength is enough to make the world tremble. Fine, all you have to do is come up with any piece of technology that surpasses hawk sauce at the World Symposium. No need to wait for some world landscape to change, and I'll apologize to you in front of all the scientists. With that said, the eagle sauce scientist looked over at Chang Junmao. Hurriedly, he asked, Dean Chang, the location will be set at your Dragon Capital City Museum. Is that okay? After asking, he waited for Dean's answer with an expectant look on his face. Whether he could or not, he didn't want to be here. The girl in front of her, who was clearly sweet-looking, suddenly had a change in temperament. The psychological pressure on him was too much, and he just wanted to get away fast. No problem, just remember what you said. Slow down. Naturally, Dean didn't bother to be polite with them. A direct order of eviction. After getting the answer, the three of them flew away from the academy. I was still upset until I was a long way away. Obviously a non-threatening girl. All it took was a cold expression to psych them out. No one would believe it if they said it. They are also famous researchers from different countries. What haven't they seen before? But something this bizarre just really happened. Inside the office, Su Han-yun's aura gradually turned weak. It's back to being cute and soft. Despite changing back into her soft and cuddly form, she was still indignant. Humph, Dean, when they have an academic symposium, let's bring out the chip and make them apologize on their knees. Ha ha, you're getting more and more mysterious. You're leading the seminar this time. Dean was happy to see this. He was not in a good mood when he was originally suppressed by researchers from several countries. And there's a lot of things he can't argue with. After all, the dean's status was here. So saying the wrong thing was going to be criticized by a lot of people. People are most likely to say the wrong thing when they are angry. He was also in the midst of extreme anger just now. Once he said something wrong, the loss of his own reputation was a small matter. But the damage to the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom was a big matter. So, just now, he didn't say much. Let Su Han-yun break heads with those three. Su Han-yun didn't let him down. A single look directly scared away the unbeatable trio. Kenshin, what are you gawking at? Ah, excuse me Dean, what was it you said just now about me leading a seminar? Su Han-yun came back to his senses and hadn't taken in such a large amount of information. This kind of international symposium is usually attended only by deans, vice presidents, and at the very least, director level, and she's only a researcher in her current position. However, just a little fellow like her was assigned to lead the team by the dean. Yes, I'm authorizing you to lead an international scientific symposium. The dean smiled, indicating that you had heard correctly. But I came to see you today to report on the new progress of the carrier material research. Scared. Those words, straight away, scared Dean so much that he almost fell out of his chair. He didn't hear right. It's only been one day of applying for a multi-research department collaboration, and Soo Han-yoon has found a new advancement in materials? Looking at Soo Han-yoon like a monster. Genius. That was no longer human enough to describe the woman in front of her. What researcher doesn't make a breakthrough for more than a few years, or even decades? And she, repeated success in just over a month. Compared to Soo Han-yoon, the god of research, the other researchers were like single-celled organisms. It's awesome. At this point, the dean had run out of words and couldn't find any other adjectives to describe Soo Han-yoon. Excited, he made a quick decision. Call out all members of your materials team for a meeting. Yes, Soo Han-yoon listened to the excited voice of the dean, and she was also infected. Hurriedly, using internal means, he notified everyone in the materials group, including the in the hospital bed. Immediately afterward, the dean took Soo Han-yoon into the lab in a windy manner. At this time, by high, morning sun, night rain, Ling Bo, and Xing Ran had already arrived. Mother ***** was also carefully brought in by the paramedics. Meeting. It's official. The dean stood on the stage and made an impassioned statement. Just one. Today is an exciting moment because our god of research has new results to announce. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the materials group turned their heads to look at Soo Han-yoon, eyes wide in disbelief. What new results? Wasn't the new direction just out yesterday? Can it be that such a demon can really solve another problem in a day? The conference room was filled with question marks. Though puzzled, all of them were a little excited at this point. New results, and that means they've taken another step forward. There was an expectation that the president would continue to speak and announce this outcome. Who knows? The dean at this time awkwardly waved his hand towards Soo Han-yoon and spoke to those present with a face full of apologies. Sorry, I forgot to go through the procedure because I was so excited. Kenshin, you come up here and introduce it. I'm looking forward to exactly what it is too. Scared. Several people in the materials group had been surprised by the dean. For the first time, they had seen such a dean for the first time. He serves as the boss of the entire Academy of Sciences. Without even knowing the topic of the meeting, they wind up gathering people, said a few, with even more anticipation. After watching Soo Han-yoon go up to the podium, they all perked up their ears to listen. And Soo An-rime, upon taking the stage, shyly pursing her lips, she began her introduction. It is well known that temperature is produced by the vigor of the motion of molecules. I was inspired by two fallen leaves, and I can quickly weaken it by having another molecule that suppresses the vibrating molecule. Of course, the vision was known to everyone yesterday. I also went to see Elder Xia at the Basic Physics Research Center in the south of the city and got the final answer. The words lifted everyone's breath. Hearts were hanging in their throats. Chapter 69 Aircraft Carrier Project officially launched. Han-yoon takes another vacation. Final answer. How appealing 4 words are to them. More appealing than any mundane thing in the world. What wealth, fame, and beauty are nothing compared to these 4 words. Finally, they waited for Soo Han-yoon to continue speaking. The answer is simple particle colliders, so simple that they don't need to be as sophisticated as the collider. They just need to fire molecules. Even the unfolding volume of the collider would only need to be built as small as a building. The molecules emitted by the collider are used to suppress the molecules active on the surface of the material without the need for heat transfer, while achieving the effect of rapid cooling of only the surface. Buzz. Those present had their brains buzzing after hearing Soo Han-yoon's words. What kind of whimsy is this? To take a collider, which studies the deep structure of matter, and turn it into a material cooler. No one knows what he did when he went to the Institute of Fundamental Physics south of the city. But at the moment, she is God. The goddess of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community, the military community. Looking at the surprised few on the stage, Soo Han-yoon was also a little embarrassed. Hastily, he went on to explain that the idea of the collider was suggested by Xiao Lao. I'm just a questioner. The words just fell. The dean then stood up and bowed solemnly to Soo Han-yoon. Thank you for the great contribution that the god of research has made to the scientific research community of the Dragon Kingdom. You don't have to be modest. Without you coming up with the idea, this matter wouldn't have come to fruition. With Dean's move, the others rose to their feet and saluted. This is the noble etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom. This was their highest respect for Soo Han-yoon. Even Mother Nature, whose legs were still not fully healed, stood up trembling and gave Soo Han-yoon the highest salute. Seeing this, Soo Han-yoon rushed forward to help the matriarch. Grandmother mother don't discount me. Just sit down. Sit? I don't have time to sit now. Once Mother Nature had returned to her wheelchair, she turned the wheels in a hurry and headed for the door of the conference room. As he left, he instructed all the members of the materials team. Be high, morning sun, night rain, Lingbo, Xingran, Get ready to calculate all the parameters needed for cooling. Dean, there's no need for me to apply for the project this time. Right. You'll take care of the simple collider that our materials group needs, right? Confronted with a query from Mother Nature, Dean didn't reply, but looked at the back of the departing matron. Yun nodded. If he couldn't even do this, he wouldn't have the face to be a dean. Nor did he have the face to face the god of research, Su Han Hyun, or the god of war, General Chu. Wait a minute, so what do I do next? Seeing this, Su Han-yun hurriedly chased after him. Unfortunately, no one has arranged for Su and Rhyme to do whatever comes next. In their words, they have been in such a state of being carried away by the god of research that they have done nothing. Currently all the difficulties were solved. Su Han-yun only needed to leave the complicated things to them. So, she's on vacation again. And it's a long one. Aircraft carriers are not built overnight. And the highest credit for carrier construction has long been written on the word research god. With the dean as her gatekeeper, no one would dare take any of the credit that belonged to her. Walking out of the Carrier Engineering Research Center, Su Hanrian felt that the past few days had been like a dream. Completing the aircraft carrier design so quickly? Kenshin, where are you going? Out of nowhere, she heard a familiar call. Parakeet? It's me, god of research. You still remember. Why don't you come and sit in our fighter research center? Puffin showed great enthusiasm. There was a lot of anticipation in his eyes, hoping that Su Han-yun would make a trip to their place. But we don't know each other well, do we? Harm. It doesn't matter. I was just hoping you'd come along for guidance. Ha. He hemmed and hawed, but the tension was plain to see. Su Hanrian could naturally see it. If you have something to say it now. Can you really say that? Of course you can. We're all colleagues in the Academy of Sciences. With Su Han-yun's words, Fei Parrot's nervousness was slightly soothed. After taking a few deep breaths, he said with a gulp, the Warplane Research Center would like to learn about your buoyancy patent to open up a new path for the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes. Also, Eagle Jam has even been in the news for the past 2 days, openly provoking the Dragon Kingdom. I'm so angry. I'm going to show them the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes and scare the piss out of them. So that's how it was, Su Hanrian realized. But then again, there was some confusion. She asked rhetorically, cocking her head and scratching the corner of her mouth with her index finger. Wouldn't you just apply to the dean for this? No goddess. The dean values your patent more than anything else, even if you've already authorized it to the Academy of Sciences. He still wants me to ask you personally before he's willing to, said Parrot Fly, almost crying. It's too hard to ask for a new technology. It's too hard. It was clear that Su Han-yun had already submitted the latest float mechanics to the Academy of Sciences, but the dean just wasn't willing to grant him the technology. He had to be told to approach the god of research, and he needed the god's approval before the dean would grant it. Well, then I agree. Go find the dean. Where are you going in such a hurry? Of course I'm going home to my husband. He. Saying that, Su Han-yun happily left with a bounce. Happy to go to my husband. The other side. Lee Jun-sun was looking at Chingwon in front of him with surprise. The intelligence center got a couple of martial arts instructors to train the members. Although they were all in the intelligence business, they could not be left behind in terms of physical skills, or else they would always lack the same solution when they encountered a difficult problem. But, at the moment, it seems the instructors can't get to work. Chang Wanshi, alone, she took down 7 martial arts instructors on her own. It scared Qin Zhengfei and the others to death. Gulp. Qin Zhengfei swallowed hard and sized up the skinny Changwon. Another look at the instructors lying on the ground and rolling around. Holy, if I hadn't known she was a robot, I would have died not believing what was happening in front of me. Nonsense. A nanoscale robot. How strong must that body density be? Lee Jun-sun was also so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the floor. But come to think of it, the system said she was made of nanomaterials and was supposed to be indestructible. Don't say martial arts instructor. You could throw a grenade at her and she wouldn't break a single skin. Jun-sung, your daughter-in-law has come to the intelligence center to see you. While practicing, someone suddenly came over and told Lee Jun-sung the news. Qin Zhengfei also looked excited after hearing this. More excited than his own daughter-in-law coming over to visit. Put away the corners of your mouth. It's my daughter-in-law who's here, and she's not here to see you either. Li Junchang gave him a blank look. Qin Zhengfei is very frank. Older brother, you do not misunderstand it. I am excited. The Academy of Sciences of the Research God. So bullish characters actually come to the Intelligence Center as a guest. Ha ha ha. Chapter 70, Opening the Points Mall. There are even two-way foils that can be purchased? When he came to the parlor, there was a soft and lovely girl sitting on the sofa long ago. Su Hanyun looked up and saw Lee Jun-sung. A sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Although she was usually sweet, When she faced Lee Jun-sung was when she smiled the sweetest. Even the robot Chingwon, who was on the side, looked a little ashamed of herself. Daughter-in-law, you got off work a little early today. Yeah, well, I'm on a long vacation, so I'm not interrupting your work, am I? No. Work is not as important as your wife. If they dare not let me see you, I'll quit tomorrow. Husband, you're so nice and sweet. Qin Zhengfei's mouth twitched as he watched the mushy couple. You don't treat me as an outsider, do you? Old Qin almost didn't sour himself into a vinegar fruit. His daughter-in-law is not that gentle. His daughter-in-law said the most to him, Laborer Shudo Mountain. Ahem. The god of research has come to the intelligence center in a big way, so I, Qin, will have to treat him well. Finally, old Qin couldn't stand to watch, and hurriedly voiced out to stop the young couple who still wanted to take the next step, the kissing action. At this moment, Su Han Yun, whose eyes were full of her husband, came back to her senses. There are still outsiders here. Her face instantly flushed, red to the base of her neck. Shyly, she buried her head into Lee Jun-sung's arms. It took a long time before the blush on Su Han Yun's face faded. A lowered head responded. I'm not here to visit the intelligence center. I'm here to wait for Jun-sung to get off work. These words caused the corners of Qin Jingfei's mouth to twitch even more. Good lord, as much as I love the truth, you're too truthful for that. It's kind of sad. Is the intelligence center so unworthy of your visit? Is the intelligence center that low? Whatever. It's hard to come by a scientist. Chingwon's problem then. Qin Zhengfei thought and hurriedly pulled Changwon over. Let her stand in front of Su Hanyun's eyes. Research god. Let me introduce you. This is Changwon. Last night your husband and I dug up a coffin in the middle of nowhere, and it was her that was lying inside. Su Hanyun listened with a dumbfounded expression. Have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. What do you mean? You dug up a coffin and there was a living person lying in it? Is that possible? No way. He looked at Qin Zhengfei, then Changwon, and when he turned his head to look at Li Junchang, her worldview collapsed. Therefore, Li Jun-sung gave him a slow nod. It indicated that Qin Zhengfei was not lying. Daughter-in-law, let's not think too much. This is old Qin's responsibility. Let's just live our own lives. I see that my daughter-in-law is about to go into deep thought. Li Jun-sung stopped her in a hurry. Good lord. With all the unsolved mysteries in the world, how can I tell my daughter-in-law? She's the one who can't move without going into deep thought. Tell her what for? So she has to expend all her energy there? No, absolutely not. Thinking about it, Li Jun-sung went on to explain. It's also just a secret that has emerged for the time being, not something you should be thinking about as a big scientist. No, honey, don't you think this is too weird? Su Han Yun shook his head, constantly sizing up Changwon. Her little face was in a state of shock. Can it be that there really are ghosts in the world? Don't worry, sister-in-law. Chingwon is not a ghost. Brother Jun Chang said I'm a robot. Pop. Li Jun-sung covered his eyes with one hand after hearing that. What a ing fear. All want to take their daughter-in-law and leave. Changwon comes with a robot. Wasn't that purely tantalizing Su Hanyun's desire to explore? As expected, Su Hanyun's eyes were glowing when she heard the word robot. Is it a bionic robot built by some research center? It's too realistic. She kept circling around Changwon and even got on her hands. A pinch here. A touch there. Wow. Even the touch is exactly like the real thing. It's amazing. Ahem. Daughter-in-law. Let's not delve into other people's research. Everyone has their own area of specialization. At this time, Li Jun-sung just wanted to take his daughter-in-law and leave in a hurry. I was afraid that old Qin would let her study Changwon. That would be the end of it. Even the system couldn't parse her identity. Letting her daughter-in-law take over the research wouldn't yield any results for the rest of her life. Well, listen to hubby. By the way, there's an international scientific symposium in 10 days. Hubby, why don't you come too? The topic finally moved away from Changwon. Li Jun-sung let out a rare sigh of relief. After quietly glaring at old Qin, he hurriedly hitched a ride on his daughter-in-law's words. Li Jun-sung, an international scientific symposium that ordinary people can attend? Su Han Yun, this time it's different. Set up an auditorium. It's pretty much the same model as a concert. And all the countries will be showcasing their latest technology. Li Jun-sung, oh. Then will you also show your latest research? Su Han Yun, we can't show our current research, but the dean asked me to lead the team again, so I don't even know what to do. After thinking about it, Li Jun-sung nodded. Indeed, the aircraft carrier thing, where can it be displayed? Once the latest physical structure is exposed, it's something that can be mimicked. Qin Zhengfei was silent for a long time. Eyes gradually brightened at the sound of demonstrating technology. There, didn't the research god develop a photolithography machine before he entered the Academy of Sciences? So let's show off the chips made with it. It can only be like this. We can't let the scientists from various countries underestimate it. Su Han Yun nodded. Indeed, the intention in her mind was also the chip, and when the time came, she would let the dragon chip be known by the whole world. It was just that she always had a bad feeling in the back of her mind. It feels like the latest technology from other countries would be awesome. Awesome. When the time came to lose face, she, the leader of the team, would become the laughingstock of the world. After a few brief moments of small talk, Li Juncheng also left work early and went home with his daughter-in-law. The two bought a fish first, followed by some meat. After arriving home, Su Han Yun went into the kitchen. Li Jun Sung, on the other hand, had been thinking about the scientific seminar his daughter-in-law had mentioned. System, help me analyze how high-end stuff can come out of this scientific symposium? Ding. System analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Given the world's current information and scientific level, the most likely programs are artificial intelligence, genetic technology, bionic robots, etc. And does my daughter-in-law have a chance of winning? If we use only chips, we have no chance against Hawkmart, because Hawkmart also has 1 nanometer chips. The system is telling the truth, and it's a truth that the whole world knows. Eagle Jam's 1 nanometer chip was announced back last year. The Dragon Kingdom has built a photolithography machine this time, but it's just catching up with them. It didn't go beyond hawk sauce. Thinking about it, the system active beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that the Academy of Science has solved the aircraft carrier material problem and is making a cooling machine. The host's tips are meritorious. Special rewards are issued in advance. This reward is, Technology Mall Access Opened. Tech Mall. What the hell is that? Li Jun Sung heard about this for the first time and clicked on the mall in confusion. It was fine if he didn't open it, but when he did, it almost took him by surprise. Holy, everything. Nanorobotics. Space curvature controller. Controlled fusion technology. 2 to foil? When he saw the words two-way foil, Li Jun Sung's entire body was stunned. Good lord. No wonder the system had the audacity to call all those mysteries crap. Turns out he's got more to offer. Even dimensions can be controlled by technology that the system has mastered. I don't need to explain what a two-way foil is, do I? That's a divine weapon that can reduce the dimensions of three-dimensional space and squash it into 2 dimensions. Any three-dimensional object is defenseless in its presence. But, when he clicked on the item two-way foil, he was directly speechless. System ing black business after so many 0 points, is brother I can earn? That's right, points are required to redeem these items, and Li Jun Sung's points today are 0. Chapter 71, Scientific Symposium. It's on. You still have the reverse disarming technique for two-way foils? That thing, isn't it unresolved? After flipping through it, the system mall was full of black technology that was called for. If you can buy tech from the inside, you don't need to wait for the system to give it voluntarily. It is true that two-way foils have no solution for a three-dimensional world, but the system gives a solution that is an upgraded dimensional solution for two-dimensional technology. A two-dimensional technique for solving two-way foils. Holy, Li Jun Sung felt like his 3 views had been turned upside down. Is that what they call a death sentence? It doesn't matter if I let you downgrade me. I have my own upgraded techniques. It's awesome, but after looking at it, it's a ing two-way foil solution that's even more expensive than two-way foil. Tired heart. I have 0 points right now, so you want me to look around the mall and not be able to buy anything? I don't care. I'll forgive you if you send me a few 100 million points. Ding. The system can't give away technology directly. Please ask the host to earn points on their own. Just cajole me. The photolithography machine, the aircraft carrier. Didn't you give them all to me? That's the black technology used for the mission. After the host builds the technology, the system will give judgment based on the impact you have on the world, thus rewarding points. Hearing this, Li Jun Sung finally understood. A lithograph or an aircraft carrier is just a system mission. No, didn't the photolithography machine get built a long time ago? Where are my points? Ding. Photolithography detected no impact on the world for the time being. We need to be patient. The first batch of chips for the Dragon Kingdom is being made and will be evaluated after delivery to the Sissy Kingdom. Got it completely this time. Turns out it's the black tech production that needs to be built and born real to have an actual impact on the real world that counts. Just building it isn't enough. It's important to emphasize 3 times that it has to have a real impact on the real world for it to count. After communicating for a while, Li Jun Sung was looking forward to it somewhat. The time for the delivery of the dragon ship is also within this half-month. Hubby, wash your hands for dinner. At this time, Su Han-yun had already made the meal and was happily serving it to the table. Seeing this, Li Jun Sung also interrupted his conversation with the system. Who knows? At that moment the system coldly rang again. Ding! Given that the host is opening the mall for the first time, In order to ensure the host's motivation to use this system, no more swinging, one special bonus technology, being randomized for you. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Black Technology, Parser Level 1. As the name suggests, a parser is a product that can parse any technological principle. Here comes another useless thing. Like the gloves you gave me last time, you can only rub some technological goods. Attention! It's merchandise. Those things, you think I don't have the money to buy them and have to rub them myself? Lee Jun-sung spat. Originally was pretty happy when I got the gloves and rubbed myself a box of folding cell phones. Change one a day. After the excitement passes, it's really just that. He can't rub the tech that countries keep secret. Only the stuff that's on sale. Is it possible to hand rub pirated products in a big way and then sell them openly? He himself is willing to. Old Chin is not willing. Even if Old Chin is willing, his daughter-in-law Soo Han-yoon, such an upright person, will not agree. Washed my hands. Lee Jun-sung still chooses to have a sweet dinner with his daughter-in-law. Grasping the happiness that is available is much more reliable than some disintegrator. Honey, you eat this fish. Oh yeah, I'm on vacation this time. Is it okay if I follow you to work? Soo Han-yeon gave Lee Jun-sung a piece of fish. A soft, sticky beak of pleading followed. Follow me for what? Idle farts every day. Hubby, I'm not going to explore your privacy and take the initiative to find out what you're trying to hide from me. I just want to be by your side. What is it? Soo Han-yoon's words scared Lee Jun-chang to the point of sweating. Could it be that she had guessed that she had special abilities and unlimited black technology? It shouldn't be. It wouldn't be so obvious to tip her off after building that plank last time. You shouldn't have stepped on yourself. Humph. Do you really think that I'm stupid in my usual state? There must be something fishy about the Changwon robot in your intelligence center. I could tell when your boss Jean said Changwon was a robot when you didn't want me to know. Humph. Bad husband, you're afraid I'll think too much, right? Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to think about something that's completely impossible to figure out. Changwon? Good lord. So that's where my daughter-in-law's suspicions lie. The conversation at the intelligence center would have been so full of holes that it's only a problem if you can't guess. Okay? Actually, our intelligence center is also investigating Changwon's exact origin. Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung gave an honest account. However, when the topic came to Changwon, Lee Jun-sung's eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, the parser was used on her, so it might be able to parse out more. It might be possible to decipher Changwon's life in one fell swoop. Like, who the hell built her? Why do you want to stay at Blue Star? What's the purpose of being here? Thinking about it that way, the parser that the system sends you is somewhat useful. Next, the young couple fed each other for half an hour. Then it was time for an early night's rest. The two had spent the last few days playing around the capital and relaxing. Finally, the science symposium is coming up. That morning, the two got up, washed up, and went out together. Lee Jun-sung drove his car and took his daughter-in-law in the direction of the museum. In the car, he wondered a little. Turning to his daughter-in-law, he asked curiously, "Where's the crew you're leading this time?" "Originally, Dean let me pick them myself, and I wanted to spend more time with you, so I let Dean make his own arrangements, and I didn't know which ones." Speechless, very speechless. It seems that my daughter-in-law can't change her clingy personality. As soon as they have time to be in shape, even her favorite research products can be put on the back burner. The car continues to move. Finally, outside the museum, after parking the car, the two stood at the entrance to the museum. At this point in time, the entrance has long been crowded. There were even fewer people from the Dragon Kingdom, and more of them were actually foreigners. Because the Dragon Kingdom did not publicize this, so no one knew to come buy tickets. By the time everyone knows about it today, the tickets will be pretty much sold out. Inevitably, most interested parties will have to watch it live on the web. There were foreigners on the scene, and most of them were spectators as well. Seminar goers who bought tickets and came to watch. The researchers entered long ago. Looking at the museum again, it seems extraordinarily empty today, meaning empty of items on display. This was to be the largest history museum in the capital, which was urgently moved in the last few days. Nothing else. For this great seminar, ostensibly this is a meeting to discuss science and technology, but in reality, those who know what they're talking about know what they're talking about. It is actually a venue for countries to show their muscles. Showcasing your country's latest technology will give you a firm foothold on the world stage and better yet, pull in some allies. It's had a good effect on both the economy and the hearts and minds of the people. Lee Jun-sung entered the audience through the gate. Soo Han-hyun, on the other hand, entered the backstage of the museum through the small door. She held a delicate box in her hand, very techy looking. Opening it up, there was a chip lying quietly inside, a chip made by the Dragon Kingdom itself. The thing in his hand was the 1 nanometer chip that had long been scheduled for this demonstration. Finally, after a long wait, the voice of the host at the front of the stage rang out. Chapter 72, The Robot Surprises the World as the Japanese make their debut. Although the location is set in Dragonland, however, the seminar was initiated by Eagle Sauce, so the presenters were actually Eagle Sauce people. Just see, the host picks up the microphone. After 2 seconds of silence, Endeavor shouted his opening statement. Good morning, researchers and audience. This conference, as the name suggests, is organized by the world's leading scientists to discuss science and understand it in depth. The convention will be shown live, all over the world, so everyone, right now, is being watched by people all over the world. Cheers! Our first step is for each country to take the stage in turn with their own research. The second step is for all scientists in all countries to brainstorm and exchange scientific research ideas. Now, I declare, the seminar has officially begun. Boom! Wow! His words were full of passion and ignited all in the audience. The audience came from all over the world. The scientists from their own countries were expected to come on stage and make a name for themselves. What's more, they had begun to raise their flags and shout. The most active performers were a group of 3 brothers. Funny batch. They formed a human ladder and built a human wall so that the person at the top was holding the banner. Can't read what's written though, but it's a no-brainer to think that it must be motivating your own country's scientists. The cheering went on for almost 5 minutes. Finally, the moderator spoke again. And now, we have the first group of scientists on stage. 2 researchers from San. Wow! Once again, the audience applauded with excitement. Even those watching the live stream on the internet were sending out pop-ups. All the people are looking forward to it. Expect to see world-beating scientific research emerge today. Soon. 2 dark, thin men came up from behind the curtain. It was the scientists sent by San. Together they walked carefully up to the stage holding a box with a carved bull's head. The moment. Everyone is getting a little excited about it. It must have been something pretty impressive, and a precision-made contraption, for them to be so careful with this move. As expected, after the 2 San came on stage, placing the box on a small table on the stage, he picked up the microphone and announced with an excited look on his face. What we, San, have researched is unprecedented and unique in the world. This statement was made. The audience was in awe and curiosity. Some even held their breath, waiting for the moment he would reveal the answer. San didn't sell it either. It seemed that they were more anxious than the audience, who were there, anxious to announce their country's newest product, a one-of-a-kind gem. San slowly approached the box. After pressing the switch, click, the sound seemed to lift the hearts of the audience. It makes people more curious. As the box slowly opened, everyone could see that there was a square, black bauble lying inside. It's just not clear. The other San threw up his arms. Introduce it in a loud voice. This is the chip developed by R.A.S.S. Wow, so this is the chip. The audience nodded in realization. It's amazing that San has the ability to produce chips as well. That's something that makes viewers in many countries a little hard to crash. Immediately after introducing what the product is, it's time to introduce his features. The host waited for half a day, but didn't wait for San to speak again, so he went up and asked suspiciously, "That's it? Who knows?" San gave him a direct reply like this. "Host, please wait a moment. I don't know my lines very well. I'll memorize them again in my mind first." The host is speechless. Not memorized, you improvise. Anyway, it's an introduction to what the product has to offer. It's not like we're having a recitation contest. After waiting a few minutes, he finally seemed ready. Take the mic again. I've kept you all waiting, and now I'm going to talk about the characteristics of our San chip. Number 1, that's environmentally friendly, because our chips are made from cow poop. At these words, the support group of the AZU on stage waved the AZU flag even more vigorously. Cheers filled the venue. Of course, only San himself was cheering. Everyone else was confused and dumbfounded by their move. Number 2, that's the waste, because our chips are made of sacred cow. The third and most important feature is the level of high-tech waste recycling. Without a certain level, it is simply impossible to recycle so much cow to make chips. After the 3 items were finished, the scene was very quiet for a while. It wasn't all quiet. At least the San audience was excited. Lee Jun-sung is sitting on the stage. He had held back when he heard the word bullsh*t, yet Sango said bullsh*t again. Then it's okay to hold it. Who knew about the third trait? He could still pull bull. It's not working. Can't help it. He broke the silence of the scene by snorting out a laugh. With his infection, a Bear Nation man beside him laughed along with him. Laughter is like contagious. At once, the whole place erupted in laughter. No, is this really a high-tech seminar and not some rancher whose family is having a meeting? Put, bull. How dare you guys think of it? It's killing me with laughter. Boring trick. Thanks to what I was just looking forward to. Waste of my expression. Roll on. Next. Get off. Get out. The scene was a mass of people who felt that they had been cheated and fooled. How much anticipation there was just now, and how exasperated I am now. It's It's a waste of time. It's a question of whether or not that thing can be energized. Humph. A bunch of uninformed guys. Although the current cow chips can't be electrified yet, the thought of using cow as an environmentally friendly material is the greatest advancement in science technological development. On stage, the sand scientists were furious beyond belief, faced with the ridicule of the whole room, so angry that he wanted to curse on the spot. As he was mulling over how to rebut the crowd, the moderator spoke again. Okay, we have the bonobo scientists on stage next, and we'll ask the sand scientists to take their seats aside, not giving San a chance to have a seizure. The words just fell. Soon there were a couple of security officers, racking up two of San's scientists, and walking them to a position off to the side. Along with them came three Japanese researchers. They have an air of professionalism about them, and they just look professional. It's a million times more professional than San and the others. Ha ha, we drop our latest product. Just the three of us. There are three of us dropping. One is a robot. Can either of you find the drop to work? As soon as he finished, a sigh of relief went through everyone. The three men on the stage were carefully surveyed. After half a dozen looks they all shook their heads, unable to see it at all. Even the hosts were so close they couldn't tell which one was actually a robot. Japanese robotics. It's already this good? Chapter 73, the second Changwon appears. Nanomaterial robots. After searching for a long time, the audience froze and shook their heads. Of course there were a lot of blind guesses as to which one. None of them can really be seen. The three bonobos then even gave a short speech each, leaving everyone even more confused. The expression and demeanor and tone of voice. Which one is a real person? I guess there are no robots inside. I don't think a bonobo would make a joke like that on an occasion that big. There should be a robot. You say scientists don't joke? How do you explain that cow poop chip? Lee Jun-sung looked on, and the people beside him were all wondering. He was also a little unsure, frowning at the three bonobo scientists on the stage. Good lord, I thought Changwon was already very human-like, but I didn't expect the Japanese to build something so human-like. As he was surprised, suddenly, Shin Jingfei's voice came from beside him. Hey, so you've been here a long time, how about you see it? He brought Changwon with him and sat down next to Li Junchang in a big way. What brings you here? And what's going on in the scientific community interests you? Isn't it true that my younger siblings are also attending? So I've come to show my support. Shin Jingfei had just arrived and saw such a high-end technology present in the Japanese country, and also frowned a bit. Looking at Changwon, he looked at the stage again. Older brother, do you think that Changwon's skill in building is a bit more impressive? Or the one on the stage that hasn't been guessed yet? The words had just fallen, and Lee Jun-sung hadn't even answered yet. Changwon interjected instead. She was full of worry. She has been integrated into the intelligence center since she began studying for her 9-year degree. Robots learn that fast. One night. It's only been one night. Just learn how far you can go with 3 years of high school and 5 years of simulation. Would I be what they made me? Why don't I remember anything? Let's see it first. Lee Jun-sung looked at the stage and fell into deep thought. At this point the presenter is in close quarters and still hasn't been able to figure out a single thing. It was the short bonobo scientist who first spoke up who finally popped the question himself. Hello everyone, I'm the newest AI robot in the Japanese country. Name, Matsu ***** Slim. Put. The dragon audience nearly burst out laughing when they heard the name, both live and online. What a talented name. Don't they know how to be civilized? They can piss and pee anywhere? Immediately afterward, Matsu ***** Slim continued to introduce herself. This is the look that the person who made me has, which is actually what I look like. As soon as the words left his mouth, a mechanical sound came from his head, seemingly altering the metal skeleton. The face began to become twisted and distorted. Then, to the incredulity of the crowd, he turned out to be a cute girl. That's right, from an old man to a girl in 5 seconds. There was a gasp from the floor. Some even grabbed their cell phones, cameras and couldn't wait to record the moment. It's amazing. Robots were actually played out by the Japanese. The host was shocked to see this, and then rushed forward to ask with a smile. May I ask, what is the specific function of this AI robot of yours? Seemingly just waiting for the moderator to ask, the bonobo scientists were ready to take the world by surprise. Bonobo, such a beautiful robot. Of course it was built with people in mind. For the future of mankind. Moderator, oh, please expand on what it means to put people first. We're all a little excited about that. Japanese, according to surveys, The world's birth population is plummeting. We in the Japanese nation have long been aware of these figures, and in less than 300 years, mankind will be plunged into a demographic crisis of barrenness, which is why the Matsu curl appeared. Moderator, can you spread it out a little bit more? Be specific. We want specific roles. Bonobo, this robot, a customized wife for all the geeks. She can cook, she can do housework, and she can make babies. Moderator, you bonobos are thoughtful. Great robots. Lee Jun-sung was off stage and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of water as he listened to the robot's functions. It's amazing that something that looks so powerful is only used to make babies, but it's also a good way to see that the robot isn't actually very useful. It's just a vanity. Top Bionic did a good job on that front. It can move like a human and comes with a feature that makes geeks comfortable. The only tech that I would call awesome would be the baby-making feature. According to the Japanese presentation, this thing can utilize biotechnology to preserve dozens of eggs for the owner to conceive whenever needed. That's just the first step. Conception is the hardest part. You also have to simulate the environment of the baby in the belly so that the baby can be born. Needless to say, this is truly a piece of technology. At least, it's going to be more reliable than the cow pressed into a cake for the sands. The host kept sizing up Matsu Slim with a curious look on her face. After glancing at the time, he hastily picked up the microphone. Great tech product. I can't help but look forward to its launch. So next, we have the bonobo scientists sitting aside. Next, let's welcome the Eagle Sauce scientists to the stage with the latest Eagle Sauce products with the warmest applause. Wow, it was a time for applause. More than ever. Eagle Sauce, hey, that's the country with the most scientists in the blue planet. The place where the blue planet has the most highly advanced technology. Their tech products are going to be something awesome. Everyone thinks so. Even the two people under the stage, Li Juncheng and Qin Zhengfei, thought the same thing. The height of technology. No argument there. Now the curiosity is what they will actually come up with. Expectations. Tension. Everyone sits upright and waits for the Eagle Jam scientist to take the stage. A few seconds passed with an uplifting stage soundscape. A tall, thin, Eagle Sauce hottie of about 38 or so took the stage. In his hands, he pushed a cart. The car was covered with a red cloth. No one knows what's really inside. Here, it makes everyone even more curious. Especially Lee Jun-sung, who was more curious than everyone else. Because the moment this man took the stage, the system rang. Ding! Detected nanomaterial robots identical to Changwon. Approach the robots to be analyzed. Possible acquisition after analysis. Nanomaterial production method, optimized version. High-level energy core information. Paging. Lee Jun-sung took a deep breath and then exhaled. Somewhat unbelievable. Attending a public scientific symposium and meeting a second Changwon system. Which one is the nanobot? Being in the vicinity. On the stage. According to the analysis of the available information, that robot is from the same period as Changwon. Hiss. Lee Jun-sung sucked in a breath of cold air, having long guessed that she wasn't the only puzzle in the same time period as her. Chapter 74, Brain-Computer Interface. The beginning of a technological explosion? I didn't expect to run into a second one so soon. Or is it from Eagle Jam? Older brother. Remember to bring me along later. Thinking that, Qin Zhengfei patted Li Juncheng's shoulder. Meaningful came the words. Confusingly Juncheng. On what? What are you talking about? Come on. Don't pretend when you're sitting here with me. The last time you met Changwon, your expression was exactly the same as it is now. You must have found something. Qin Zhengfei smiled seemingly heartlessly. He actually has a more delicate mind than anyone else. Li Jun-sung's body flinched back slightly at his fright. A shiver ran down his spine. What a scary coworker. The ability to see through people's minds at a glance was not uncommon. Helpless, he could only respond with a sentence. There's nothing for you here. I'll just pretend to go up and accompany my daughter-in-law later. I'll let you know if there's any information, okay? You really want to go up there? What for? Qin Zhengfei was excited. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on but Li Jundu was sitting upright. He subconsciously felt that there must be something big, no less important than digging up a great mystery like Changwon. The camera returns to the stage. At the moment, the Eagle Jam scientists have introduced themselves and are whetting the audience's appetites. I, Dennis Han, am now taking a cue from the bonobo scientists in selling out. May I ask how long it would take everyone to completely memorize a 300-page book? This statement was met with a sense of relief. The tech that Hawk Jam brought out this time is definitely about learning. Possibly, it's still an advanced smart device, like strong AI and stuff like that. Unlike Japanese robots that can only give birth to babies, that kind of intelligence is called weak intelligence. A real artificial intelligence is something with very strong computing power. That's what Eagle Sauce has been working on for a couple years now. The moment. Someone has already started to answer. It takes me 3 months to memorize a book if I study full time. I have a better memory. I can memorize it in almost a month. No way. I could never memorize a book word for word in my entire life. It's just not going to get done. The thing about memorizing quickly is that it's hard or easy, depending on each person's ability to remember things differently. Some people think it's a good thing to do. Just give him peace and quiet. Some people think it can't be done, and it's very hard to get it done word for word. The Eagle Jam scientist, Dennis Han, on stage nodded in satisfaction at the look on the audience's faces. Next moment. Snapped. He lifted the red cloth in front of him. Wow! There was a gasp from everyone. Immediately afterward, what came into view was an oddly shaped machine. Unlike AI devices, it's not like some learning machine either. What is this? Kind of weird looking? Off stage, Qin Zhengfei approached Li Juncheng's ear and then asked, "How would I know? Old Qin, can you not ask me everything? I'm not a scientist." If you're not a scientist, are there any scientists left in the world? I'm warning you, you can't say anything without evidence. Beware, I'll sue you for libel. Li Junsung was speechless. Qin Zhengfei has been threatening this thing ever since he guessed something. If it wasn't for the fear of my daughter-in-law's anger, he himself wanted to come clean with his daughter-in-law. It's just a matter of staying at the academy for the rest of your life and switching places with your daughter-in-law and the two of you. It's not nice to be on edge for a moment of leisure and comfort. The two fought. On stage, Dennisheim had already begun to introduce himself. To explain to everyone, this machine I have in front of me is the finished product. He helps us learn things and is a learning machine. Coax. At these words, the scene erupted into a cacophony of voices, pointing at the machine on the stage and discussing it in whispers. This thing doesn't look like a learning machine in any way. It doesn't even have a screen, so I'm guessing some people will believe it when they say it's an engine. The shape, it's just too much like the engine. Be quiet while I continue the presentation. His learning function is much more dominant than the learning machines that people know in their heads, and he's a very advanced machine. A king-level machine. That's why our Eagle Sauce research team gave him a very dominant name. Big Bully. The words just fell. The scene set off a cheer. Although I don't know how to use this thing, but the name sounds very domineering. Cowboyish look. But the people of the Dragon Kingdom, who were present, were petrified. Li Juncheng and Qin Zhengfei were no exception. Qin Zhengfei, older brother. Is Eagle Sauce getting any excitement here? Li Junsung, I don't know. I've got the wind knocked out of me. Qin Zhengfei, this is indoors. Where is the wind coming from? Li Junsung, air-conditioned wind is not wind? Why are you so narrow-minded? Qin Zhengfei, older brother. Who do you think is more powerful compared to Big Bully and Little Bully? Yes, the name is similar to a familiar learning machine in Dragonland. This is the Dragon Kingdom's Overlord machine, a product of the 1980s. Had to sigh. The guy Hawk Jam named it after is pretty damn talented. Next moment, Eagle Sauce scientist Dennis Han was beaming. Obviously, he was satisfied with the look on the audience's faces and enthralled. At this point someone asked aloud, "So how great is the Big Buster learning machine and where can I get one?" This coffee-colored friend asks a good question, and I hereby solemnly affirm for you that the Big Bully learning machine will be available in Eagle Sauce within the next 5 years, and I'm going to introduce you to its features. At this point, the Dragon Nation audience had once again winded up. Good technology demonstration. Raw by the Eagle Sauce into a TV shopping. And coffee people as a kind of trust. Haven't had a chance to spit yet. Denishane's next sentence shook the world to its core. That's right. It's the whole world that's stunned. The great overlord learning machine. It connects to the human brain nerves. And it only takes 2 days to transfer all the contents of a book. When these words came out, Li Jun-sun was also shocked. The concept of brain-computer interfaces has actually been around for a long time, but there have been no breakthroughs. And nowadays, what a straight-up put down by Hawkjam. It turns out that their research on the brain's nerves is so complete that the machines are built. High-tech. This is real high-tech. Tech that is hard for others to catch up with no matter how hard they try. 2 days to completely memorize a book. 300 pages kind of thing. What's the concept? That's the schoolteacher. The schoolteacher of schoolteachers. Even Su Han-yoon, as smart as she was, couldn't have done this. And it's not something a so-called memory guru can match. That kind of quick memorization will be forgotten in a couple of days. Older brother. Buddy? Why? What are you trying to say again? Even you're stunned. Is this technology awesome? Old Sheen, how are you also a master's degree? Can't you use your own brain? It's not bull? Facing Li Jun-sun's blank stare, Qin Zhengfei was finally willing to use his brain. The more he thought about it, the more powerful the look of shock on his face became. Finally figured it out. This is not where the word oxymoron can describe it. When used well it can even change the existing pattern of the world. Chapter 75, Su Han-yoon on stage. Dragon chip facing the world. By then, everyone in the world will be a talent. Technology will inevitably see its next explosion. This will be an important inflection point, an acceleration point for the entire human civilization. Humph. Surprise, our Eagle Jam's technology has long since hung on to your Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, a voice came from behind. When he looked back, it turned out to be a bonobo who had been paying attention to Li Juncheng and Qin Zhengfei who were sitting in front of him. Old thing, the Dragon Kingdom scientists haven't come out yet. What are you getting excited about? Qin Zhengfei's head was filled with black lines. New awe. The next one is not your dragon country on the stage. Then do not be ridiculed by the whole world. Ha ha. The old Japanese man behind him continued to have a cheap grin on his face. It seemed like he would be happy to see the dragons people suffer. A natural born. If you can't ing talk, go back to playing with your Panasonic PP. Qin Zhengfei stormed, clenching his fists. This time, the Japanese will finally know that they are afraid. Okay, I'll stop. We'll see when your scientists get on stage. Before anyone else does it, they're dogfighting, and when someone else does it, that's engraved in the Japanese genes. Finally, the Dennisheim on stage was done having fun and was asked by the host to sit quietly and wait. Moderator's next comment. It made the entire Dragon Kingdom boil, and although there were not many people from the Dragon Kingdom at the scene, the cheers were definitely louder than anyone else. Next, we have the host of this symposium, the Dragon Kingdom scientist Su Hanyun making her appearance. As soon as the three words Su Hanyun came out, the country became even more abuzz. She is now a household name and a scientific genius. Invented the photolithography machine. Aside from a few famous top scientists in history, how many can compare to Su Hanyun? Even if Eagle Sauce poured out the scientific power of a nation, nor can they build a photolithography machine on their own. But the Dragon Kingdom did it. The Dragon Kingdom's Su Hanyun did it. Internet pop-ups, too, have been swept up by netizens. That's roughly what some of this is about. Ha, let's take out the chip from Dragon Kingdom and scare the hell out of Eagle Sauce in Japan. Yes, let Dr. Su give our Dragon Kingdom a good face. Why do I always get a bad feeling about this? Asterisk off. You crow. You can't talk, you can choose to shut up. Stop swiping. Dr. Su is out. Wow. It's so beautiful. Even though I've seen pictures of Dr. Su on the news, it's obviously even more beautiful in the video. The netizens were first excited that the Dragon Kingdom scientists had finally made an appearance. Su Hanyun slowly walked onto the stage with two researchers they hadn't heard of. It was followed by a wail. Because, long ago, the media picked it up. Su Hanyun got married, and married a fishing man who fishes around every day with nothing to do. All the expenses of the family have to be earned back by Su Hanyun's research and development. The netizens back then were manhandling Li Jun-sung for a while. I just can't search beyond the news anyhow. So it's over. Humph. Let me find that fishing guy and I'll show him why the flowers are so red. It's not good to marry anyone. She wants to marry a man who poses. Aha. My goddess. Why are your eyes blind? It hurts me so much. Of course, the pop-ups on the internet were not visible to Li Jun-sung for the time being. He saw his daughter-in-law come out and smiled with unblinking anticipation. If nothing else, in a moment my daughter-in-law should pull out the chip and shock everyone in the room. As expected, after his daughter-in-law Su Hanyun took the stage, grabbing the microphone was a way to introduce the box in your hand. This box had been seen when Li Jun-sung had sent her here, and it contained a 1nm chip. She didn't learn from others. She didn't play dumb. Slowly, he took out the box and placed it on the tabletop, opening the door. She looked around and smiled towards Li Jun-sung after she found where he was. Start introducing the box in your hand. This is a chip independently developed by the Dragon Kingdom, a 1nm process. It's also the latest technology from the Dragon Kingdom, one of the representatives of the latest technology. The sweetness of Su Hanyun's voice and looks almost sweetened the audience to the point of diabetes. One by one, they have been bowled over by her beauty. Only after hearing about the dragon's 1nm process chip did all the people realize that they had reacted. There were exclamations of surprise. Impossible. Even Eagle Jam can't build a photolithography machine alone to create a 1nm process chip. You just take this piece of silicon. It doesn't prove the success of your chip. That's right. While at least people have sans bull chips, they admit that they can't use them. But you Dragon Kingdom say you have a 1nm chip. You're lying. Behind the scenes, Dean Chan Junmao covered his eyes and laughed bitterly as he listened to the audience's skepticism. Yeah, Dragon technology, which has never been able to venture out into the world. It's really hard to believe when you suddenly come up with something that high-end. He glanced at Mother Nature. With a helpless sigh, he began to command, give notice. That's the only way to relieve the god of research. At this point, A researcher studying biotechnology was puzzled and persuaded. Dean, do we really need to make such a big scene? Is it unnecessary? But the exhortation did not meet with approval. Instead, he got complaining looks from both Dean and Mother Nature. The two men glared at him. In unison, he said, if you were half as capable as the god of research, we could do the same to you. Back to the curtain. Soo Han-yoon originally thought that after a brief introduction, the scene would have nothing for her and she would be able to sit on the sidelines and stare. Whoever thought? All the outsiders here were questioning her, questioning the Dragon Kingdom. It's not right to let her go or stay. Even the moderator made a point of not speaking, just to see how she solves it and proves the authenticity of the dragon ship. Half a day passes. The host saw that Soo Han-yoon still didn't move, but just inexplicably, it seemed that the air became a little colder, and it was getting colder and colder. Shaking his shoulders, the host took it upon himself to pick up the microphone and smile at the audience. The dragon scientists seemed to be confused. Should we put our heads together and help them come up with a solution? The words were all flirtatious, causing the stage to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought of a great way to get Dragonland to give that ship to Hawk Jam for testing. Dumbass, can't they just buy Eagle Sauce chips and pretend they're theirs? So what's your best idea? Of course, let them prove that they have the ability to manufacture in bulk, so that they can prove that the Dragon Kingdom really has a photolithography machine law. Ha 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 ha. For a while, the audience in the room laughed even harder. Even on the internet, in the international broadcast room, viewers from all countries jeered in front of the screen. Pop-ups filled the screen. There is nothing but mistrust and flirtation with the dragon. Oh my god. My god. Is the Dragon Kingdom really that technologically advanced already? Of course not. You see, they can't even prove it. I looked at it as a joke dropping dry, and I didn't believe the news they posted before. There's still news. I'll look for it. Really, yeah. The Dragon Kingdom announced a 1 nanometer process chip some time ago, and even signed a sales contract with the mother ***** her kingdom. I'm afraid this is an international scam, and I'm going to lose my money. Just as the scene, the internet, and the rest of the country taunted mercilessly. At this point, there was a loud clang and the doors to the entire museum were opened. Rumble. With that, a large van slowly backed in. Chapter 76, Testing the Authenticity of the Dragon Ship. The world's attention. Everyone on the scene was a little confused, unsure of what kind of airplane Rococo was up to. They turned their heads to look at the van behind them. God, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be so annoyed that they want to use a heavy truck as a technological showcase, would they? Rococo was more irrational than San. I don't believe it. Heavy trucks are driving in, so you can't believe it. The scene was once again talking. It's mostly this heavy truck that's just a little abrupt, and there's no official statement from Dragonland as to what this thing is here for. So, most people guessed that the truck was the second product the dragon brought to show. Lee Jun-sung sat in his seat and braced his hands for the stage. Looking at her daughter-in-law on stage, she had almost completed her transformation. If she really let her turn on her brain, she was afraid that the whole scene would have to be smashed by her. Scientists from various countries must have gotten a thrashing from her as well, and she was able to find a barely plausible reason for the reasonable and legal bashing, like intermittent psychosis or something. Just about to get on stage to stop it, Qin Zhengfei pressed him and said in a hurry, "Take it easy, can't you see the trucks are coming in? Someone is relieving your daughter-in-law. What can this truck do? I don't know, but I'm sure it's here to relieve your daughter-in-law. So let's see it first." Behind the scenes, Dean and Matron and the others were in the room, anxiously watching the situation outside. The moment they saw the truck, several people were obviously a little perked up. Mother Nature's pale voice took the lead. "Dean, what are you waiting for? Have the trucks unloaded. Don't worry. Inform the god of research about this first." Dean seems to be strategizing. Picked up a mic and shouted at Research God. "This is the truck I specially called. It's filled with 100,000 chips. Now how do you want to prove it? You take it yourself." Sound is transmitted via Bluetooth. In an instant, it came to Soo Han-yoon's ears. At this time, Soo Han-yoon had completely opened her brain. The expression on his face was no longer the uneasy, overwhelmed one he had just had. At the moment she was calm and collected. After sneering and scanning the audience, she hooked her mouth. Sparing a glance at the truck, he said coldly, "Ha, you losers don't guess. On my command. Now, unload, pour it all out." This statement left the audience in the room unsure. It also made the dean behind the curtain open his mouth wide in shock. "I'll be damned. I notified the institute that the shipment of chips was proof of the dragon photolithography. What is she up to? Unloading is just unloading. It was originally made by the research god. Even if all of these 100,000 chips are burned, the research god is still qualified. Besides, The institute now intends to expand and build a few hundred photolithography machines. Mother asterisk 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 her said indifferently. Dean sked when he heard. There was actually no way to refute it. That's right. With the institute's current capabilities, these 100,000 chips are really just a drop in the bucket. It's just a refinement of sand. Something that doesn't cost a few bucks at all. Okay, all listen to the god of research. After figuring everything out, the dean had left the scene in Soo Han-yun's hands without a care in the world, and Soo Han-yun on the stage, through the Bluetooth headset, naturally heard the backstage discussion clearly. She laughed even harder. Snapping chortling, driver in the front, do you hear me? Unload me. That, in turn, reached the driver's ears. He was originally from the institute and thought he had heard wrong when he heard the words Soo Han-yun unloading. It's a waste to just fall down, thinking I must have heard wrong. However, it was only when Soo Han-yun gave the order for the second time that he was sure that he hadn't heard it wrong. She really wanted to just unload. Receiving the order, the driver at the moment no longer hesitated. Pull up the joystick. In full view of the crowd, the van's buckets slowly lifted. The cargo door also opens automatically at the driver's control, only to see that it was filled with countless densely packed small black pieces, exactly the same as the chip-length Soo Han-yun brought on stage. Originally, these chips were separated by some very thin membranes, which served to prevent shock and damage during transportation. And now, with the bucket raised, all the preventive work was nullified. The carefully stacked chips also collapsed like well-built blocks. Wow! In the next second, countless chips poured out of the van and just simply spilled out on top of the museum's walkway, flowing to the feet of the closer spectators. Quiet. The scene was quiet at this point. The sudden turn of events left them at a loss to organize their words for a moment. After a long time, the chips were finally all unloaded. The van clunked shut automatically and rumbled away from the scene, leaving the audience with a tingle in their heads, and the viewers of the live stream, staring dumbfounded at the puddle on the floor. Chip. For the first time, the audience described the chip not in pieces. Instead, use a puddle. But it's a mess. The whole truck is full of chips, not even a plastic shell or cardboard box packaging. After scattering, it was all over the place. Surprise. Unsolved. Scalp numbness. Where did the Dragon Kingdom get so many chips from? And by the looks of it, it didn't seem to be the usual kind they had. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom really has the ability to build chips? No way. Never. I don't believe it. These must be just silicon chips. Even with computing power they are very backward. At this moment, the Japanese man behind Lee Jun-sung covered his head, full of incredulity. Pointing to the puddle of chips on the floor kept reassuring himself. The rest of the group saw this and came back to their senses, nodding as they listened to the bonobo. That's right. It's simply impossible to come up with that many chips at once. Today is only a few days since Dragon announced the completion of the photolithography machine manufacturing. And let's not talk about whether the photolithography incident was a fake or not. Even if it were true, building a truckload of qualified chips in a short period of time is a fool's errand. Ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom has trucked in a load of chips to prove itself. So are these chips real or not? Just as the crowd was puzzled or suspicious, the moderator spoke. He took the microphone, went to the stage, and leaned over to pick up a chip. Then quite casually, he returned to the stage and handed the chip to Eagle Jam scientist Dennis Han. Honorable Dennis Han. What do you think of this chip? Wow! The field began to buzz with this statement. Some people started to gloat. This time the Dragon Kingdom is going to be slapped in the face. These chips are definitely fake. No need to doubt it, because it's too late for that. Then the moderator, under false pretenses, gives the chip to the Eagle Jam scientists for verification. This is what is trying to humiliate the Dragon Kingdom, in front of a worldwide audience. After figuring that out, the audience gloated. It's not their country that's disgraced anyway. Therefore, all viewers except for the Dragon Kingdom are looking forward to Dennis Han's test report. In full view of the crowd, Danesheim took the chip. A slight smile. There's no way for me to tell the chip's authenticity with the naked eye. However, my big boss learning machine happens to be very free to replace the chip. So let's let the Dragon Kingdom chip swap it on now and see what happens. Having said that, he grinned again, as if he had guessed the ending and couldn't wait to see it. Who knows? At this time Soo Han-yun spoke. She quirked her mouth, sizing up Danesheim, and nodded slightly. Chapter 77, A Nation Rejoices. The Power of Technology. Raising eyebrows, said with an arrogant expression. Wait a minute. The words were spoken in a cold voice without the slightest bit of emotion. Those who heard it couldn't help but feel the temperature drop quite a bit. Dr. Sue, the words are your own. Now I want to verify them. Are you going to stand in the way? Danesheim laughed even harder. If Soo Han-yun blocked him, Then it once again proved that the dragon chip was a fake. Don't dare to test it openly. Ha! Villainous, I asked you to wait for me because... Soo Han-yoon sneered, then walked slowly down the stage to the aisle. Without slowing down, he slowly walked into the puddle of chips. Look at the chip at your feet. She kicked casually, then bent down and grabbed a random handful. Both hands grabbed a handful. Well, just test these in my hand. But if any one of them is not a 1 nanometer process, I, Soo Han-yoon, will quit the scientific research circle from now on. At a closer look, in Soo Han-yoon's hands, the 2 big handfuls of chips she grabbed were actually dozens of them. The host is confused. The scientist was confused. The audience was confused. No one thought that the Dragon Kingdom would really dare to accept the challenge and increase the difficulty to dozens of times. Dozens more chips to test. Wow. The 2 handfuls of chips were all thrown by Soo Han-yoon on the table in front of Dennis Han. Soo Han-yoon didn't say anything, but instead hooked up the corner of his mouth, staring at him, waiting to see what he would do next. Danesheim stared slightly at first, then laughed out loud and frankly and casually picked up one of the chips on the table. Good. Since Dr. Soo is so confident, then my humble self will also help you prove the innocence of the Dragon Kingdom. When he finished speaking, a hint of mockery appeared unconsciously in his eyes, which passed away in an instant. There's no way these chips could be real. If true, it was procured elsewhere by the Dragon Kingdom. One check and you'll find out. With that in mind, Danesheim opened his Big Boss learning machine and found the chip's interface. With a click, it was loaded in. A design he is proud of. This learning machine can be externally inserted with different chips to achieve arithmetic enhancement. DDT. With 2 beeps, his learning machine turned on. The tiny screen on the side, after flashing a few times, shows a successful boot. Danesheim was not slow. Tapped into the parameter view screen. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but when he did, it almost made him sit straight down on the floor. How can it be? Primary frequency, external frequency, multiplier frequency. Why is this happening? Why? The integer and floating point units are also detected. Oh my god. This is a real 1 nanometer process chip, and it's the highest end one. When these words came out, the audience from other countries who were originally watching the fun also froze. Some people kept their watching expressions frozen in place. Someone is drinking a Coke and after taking a sip, the Coke slips out of their mouth and they don't realize it. Rococo didn't cheat? Photolithography has really been developed? And building truckloads of chips in large quantities in such a short period of time? These 3 questions lingered in people's minds. Unfortunately, no one answered him for the time being. Just as everyone froze, Soo Han-yoon's voice continued to come. Icy disdain filled the entire seminar site. Ha! There are still dozens of chips you didn't test, right? Give me something fast. It's going to get dark in a while. Impossible. This must have been procured elsewhere by your Dragon Kingdom. Cootie. There are only so many photolithography machines that can build a 1 nanometer process chip, but have you ever heard of anyone selling such a chip? Originally, Danesheim was trying to hold on to his perception, insisting on the belief that it is impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to build a chip with a 1 nanometer process. Even a 4 nanometers one would be impossible to come up with in such a short period of time. Who knows? At this moment, Soo Han-yoon directly interjected. While he's still talking, immediately, I found a rebuttal point. By this time, some of the audience had woken up. Yes, although there have been revelations in the scientific community that state-of-the-art chips do reach a 1 nanometer process, but that can only be made in small quantities. Never build a truckload at a time, like the Dragon Kingdom, and it's unlikely that Dragonland will be able to buy truckloads of 1 nanometer chips. Hiss. Scary as hell. The Dragon's progress in the semiconductor industry has really come to pass. Cokes. A cheer filled the venue, and those with sharper ears could even hear it from outside the venue. Countless Dragon Nation people surrounded the museum in a circle. Each waved a bright red flag and shouted for the Dragon Kingdom, shouting and cheering for Soo Han-yoon. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The same scene fills the streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom today. The live broadcast room was even watched by nearly 1 billion people while almost crowded paralyzed. It's a good thing that the major network companies were ordered long ago that all the large servers today had to be activated for this live broadcast. So even if billions of people are browsing and watching, pop-up interactions and so on, the live feeds are holding up as well. Every neighborhood, every street, every park, everywhere, there were dragons with cell phones watching the live broadcast. They held up their fists. Keep shouting, keep cheering, keep cheering. Some people have tears in their eyes. Finally, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to showcase its latest high technology on the world stage. Not just demonstrated. And it's done all the nations and made the Eagle Jam scientists cry impossibility. Soo Han-yoon, the goddess of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community, lives up to her name and raises an eyebrow for her country on the world stage. Someone's voice is hoarse. Eat the whole packet of lozenges and also continue to shout for Dr. Suan for the Dragon Nation. Some people lost their voices and cried tears of joy. This moment had been waited for so long that their hair had turned gray. Inside bars all over the Dragon Kingdom, the lights have long since been replaced and the flashing lights turned off, replaced with a dazzling white, fluorescent light. All the bars, today, have been playing Dragon Country songs without fail, uplifting songs. The people in the bar were all but silent as well. Follow the melody of the song with a solemn and dignified chorus in unison, no matter how extravagant they were before. At this moment, all are one. Sing only for the Dragon Kingdom. Major mountain areas. The village chiefs, with their various principals, stood on pickup trucks and ox carts with flags and shouted on the circuit. Constant shouts of cheers for the Dragon Kingdom. Behind them followed one villager after another, and all the villagers who heard the news, without exception, joined the procession. Back to the scene. Inside the museum, Danesheim was silent for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. It was like figuring something out. Angrily, he said, "I know, it must be you, Dragon Kingdom. Who sent agents and stole Eagle Sauce's most advanced chip?" The words just fell. The conference hall was quiet again, and the nation was quiet again. As long as they were from the Dragon Kingdom, they all looked at Denisham with angry, wide eyes. It seemed to eat him up. The next instant came the sound they had been expecting. It was Su Han-yun's voice. She spoke again. "Su Han-yun, shame on you. Do you think an agent can steal 100,000 chips?" Sneering questioning. Chapter 78, Critical Moment. Gaining Quantum Chip Knowledge. Danesheim, of course you can't. I've just fallen for your blindfold. There are only a few real 1 nanometer process chips that you actually have. Right. And the rest are fakes. Shakes head in disbelief. Su Han-yun, blind thing. There are still 100,000 pieces there. Feel free to test them. This girl has time to wait for you. Saying that, Su Han-yun pointed to the aisle. The 100,000 chips at the door. Doesn't care if Dennis Han tests or not, because she knew that those were true. Good. We'll sample now and have the audience pick up one each. And we'll test the first 10 that are handed over to ensure that the sampling is completely random. Though filled with shock, Danesheim still refused to resign himself to the fact that he had always believed that his judgment could not be wrong. It must be some kind of blindfold used by Rikoku. So much so that he got the real thing at his fingertips, while the others were fakes. Soon the audience was mobilized. One picked up a chip and sent it up to the stage. Inspection begins at this time. Everyone's heart hung in the air. It's not just the scene, and it's not just the Dragon Kingdom. This is live, and there is an overseas version. The hearts of almost the whole world were lifted. They also desperately wanted to know whether the 1 nanometer chip of the Dragon Kingdom could really be developed independently. Next, there was then one beep after another from Denisham's Big Boss learning machine. Each sound represents the insertion of a chip. With each sound, it rattled everyone's heart. The first 10 chips, surprisingly, are all real. At this point, Danesham's entire body was numb. Completely numb this time. The chip that was detected was a random grab. The way the audience picked it up at random, there was no way it could be faked. It also means that underground these chips, almost, could be, definitely real. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I want to keep testing. He was sweating cold sweat and his hands were shaking. Keep inserting chip after chip. Keep testing the performance of the chip. Tic-tac-toe, it's true. Tic-tac-toe, this is also true. As if bewitched, he was at the moment preoccupied with finding a fake chip in this pile. It seemed to be the only way he could balance his heart. It's what keeps his 3 views from falling apart. Finally, the end was announced with a final beep. Denisham's entire body was drenched in sweat. Hair was dripping with sweat. He sat paralyzed on the floor, no longer daring to look at the dragon ship, struggling to move back a fraction of an inch. His eyes filled with fear. The mouth kept murmuring, "Really? It's all true. It can't be. It can't be. Wow." At this moment, the room was in an uproar. Confirmed from the mouths of the Eagle Jam scientists. The Dragon Kingdom really possessed a photolithography machine and had the terrifying ability to build 100,000 chips in a short period of time. Nope. It's not just the scene. It's the country. It's the world. The topic has risen to the whole of Blue Star. Excited, proud, envious, jealous. The world is full of all kinds of voices at the moment. The topic on all mouths is all about chips and all about Dragonland. The moment the host on stage finally came back to his senses, and after recovering from his shock, he hastily seized the words of the meeting. He picked up the microphone and said something that infuriated the entire Dragon Kingdom. "Let's not get carried away. Everyone in the audience, do you remember what the purpose of our seminar is? Yes, it's new technology. And the 1 nanometer chip that the Dragon Kingdom took out is not new technology. It's something that Eagle Sauce already has. When these words came out, the angry little face of Su Hanyun at the side became a few points colder. It almost gave Lee Jun-sung a big scare. Now my daughter-in-law. But she's been turning on her brain for over an hour. It could be clearly seen in the big screen as small cold sweats gradually appeared on her forehead. It's obvious she's holding out, fearful that she would change back to her soft and cuddly self and not be able to shake the scene. Old Sheen, I'm going to go on stage now, so inform the security guard. Can't watch the show anymore. Lee Jun-sung hurriedly got up and slowly walked towards the stage. Every step of the way, he thought a lot about it. Finally it was decided, and the remote control in his hand was given to his daughter-in-law. It was the only thing that could help her nowadays. Space controller that can manipulate objects in a small area of space, though at the risk of exposing their strength. But at the moment, he would rather stay in the Science Academy for the rest of his life than have his daughter-in-law suffer. And it's still aggravating in the eyes of the world. Finally, Su Hanyun also spotted Lee Jun-sung, and she watched her husband take a step towards her. There was a warmth inside. Not much help, I guess, but as a husband, he's been impeccable. In full view of everyone, Lee Jun-sung also mounted the stage, gently took the microphone in Su Hanyun's hand. A gentle kiss on the back of her hand followed. Everyone, I'm Dr. Su's husband, the man behind her. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Jun-sung. Coax. His arrival on stage brought the scene to a roar once again. Everyone has been pointing. I wonder what he wants to do when he comes on stage. The discussion points of the Dragon Nation viewers were a bit more focused, with each of them raging against Lee Jun-sung. Watching his daughter-in-law being bullied by scientists from various countries and he can't do anything about it. Not worthy of being a goddess's husband at all. That's when the host jumped in again. This gentleman, I don't care who you are, please don't disrupt the venue. I'm not disrupting the order. I'm bringing up the Dragon Kingdom's real latest technology as Dr. Su ordered. When these words came out, Dennis Han, who had managed to calm down on the side, once again fell to the ground with weak legs. Today he was seeing it. Rokoku was really doing what he says he's going to do. Is it hard to turn his views upside down and raise the world's attention again? And technology. And mastery. The eyes turned to Su Hanyun. She still had a cold and icy look, but her actions made many men in the Dragon Kingdom hate her. See only. Su Hanyun took 2 steps forward and gently took Lee Jun-sung's arm. Rubbing his head upwards, he rubbed away the cold sweat from his forehead. She whispered, in an undeniable tone, in Lee Jun-sung's ear, "What are you doing here messing around? Behave yourself and go back and wait for me. Goddess daughter-in-law. I came to help you out because I saw you couldn't hold it together." Help? What are you going to help me with? Of course, Lee Jun-sung was about to take out the controller in his pocket. Suddenly, the system went off. Ding! Detecting the host's urgent need for new black technology, the system can give 1 extra item, or make an exception and transfer the knowledge directly into your daughter-in-law's brain. Science and technology programs in the sampling. Congratulations to the host. He has received the latest technology, the quantum chip manufacturing method. Quantum chip. Lee Jun-sung slowly shoved the half-pulled-out controller back in. A serious command was given in his head. System, transmit to me and give my daughter-in-law all the knowledge of the quantum chip. Chapter 79. My lucky husband. After briefly understanding the greatness of the quantum chip, Lee Junshur immediately commanded the system. Originally, the system would not transfer knowledge to anyone other than the host, but this time it seemed to be an exception. The system gave Lee Jun-sung this permission. No, hasn't the Dragon Kingdom been doing research on quantum computing for a long time? Suddenly, Lee Jun-sung seemed to realize something. This shouldn't be considered black tech. After all, quantum computers have been around for a long time. It's not quite mature, I guess, but there's no need for the system to go through the trouble of giving it. Tip, at present, the world's quantum computation are realized through a huge computer. The chip is still used in the electronic chip. Seeing that Lee Jun-sung was thinking the wrong way, the system hurriedly came out with a prompt. That's when he finally understood the power of the quantum chip. No need for a big device. Just power up and true quantum computing can be done inside the chip. Compared to traditional chips, it's the difference between regular network cable and fiber optics. No, the difference has to be bigger. As we all know, the computational power of a chip looks complex, but in fact it's all represented by a huge number of internal channels. Example, energized represents 1, de-energized represents 0, and there is an upper limit to the speed of the pass-through and the energy consumption will not be very low. With the system transferring knowledge into the mind, Lee Jun-sung completely understood. Instead of electrical circuits, use light. Rays of light that flicker countless times more often than circuits are turned on and off. and the transmission should be faster, more accurate and less prone to damage. It's just that the design is more than 100 times more difficult than a traditional chip. There is also the challenge of a miniature low-light receiver. To realize the success of the quantum chip, then you must first build instruments that can receive ultra-small light bands. And this instrument must not be large, at least 10 times smaller than a fingernail cap. In this way, the optical path process of the quantum chip will be able to reach the picometer level. That's a unit of measurement that's an order of magnitude smaller than a nanometer. A superb challenge for precision manufacturing. System, with all that oxymoronic technology, can we use a more indirect way? Ding! The system understands the host's needs and wants to make Su Hanyun feel like she came up with it herself. It's in operation. No! 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 You can't change my daughter-in-law's mind. Execution completed. The system did not change Su Hanyun's consciousness. It only gave her one more aspect of knowledge in her mind. Alert! The system has restored all of Su Hanyun's energy, allowing the duration of her deep thinking mode to continue. Then look at Su Hanyun's side. She had originally held on bitterly. I'm afraid I'll change back to my old self. Suddenly, there seemed to be a clearing of the mind, and it became full of spirit. It was a relief, though a nagging one. Quantum? Coldly, 2 words popped into her head, inexplicably thinking of quantum. What quantum? What the hell was I thinking at this hour? Su Hanyun shook her head, feeling that her state was a bit off today. Scientists from several countries are watching her now. There are people all over the world, too, who are watching this scientific symposium. Instead, he was silently thinking about something that wasn't there. It really shouldn't. Taking a deep breath, he was about to throw away the unrealistic thoughts in his head. 2 more words came to mind. Chip? Quantum chips? It's not that no one has thought of this idea, but it's too difficult. Even regular chips are just being developed today. So high-end stuff. Why would I want to think about that? It was just a little bit deeper. For a split second, and suddenly it was like something had clicked. Receiver? Miniature ultra-small band receiver. No! 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 Why is my mind so sharp today that this kind of thing makes sense when I think about it? Receiver stuff like that is something I can figure out? However, she just got up a thought. Instantly a paragraph of solutions came to mind. Even Su Hanyun, who was in deep thinking mode, was still frightened. What do you mean by thinking like a spring? She had only experienced it in elementary school, in the moment when she first opened her brain to let her thoughts fly. At that point, with a little bit of brainstorming, the answer seems to become very simple. She even overused her brain and fainted because of that test. But thankfully, for the first time, she got first in the school on that test. And the knowledge gained while thinking can be thought of at any time, even in normal times. Nowadays, she felt it for the second time. But this time, it's not some schoolboy topic. It's a super bold idea. Turn the electronic route of the chip into a quantum route. Transmitted energy, from electricity to photons. Photon. It's complicated. Must not first build a new transmission system. Reflection system. I figured it out. It's the same as it was. She moved her head just a little, and immediately a new transmission system entered her mind. It's like heaven's help. Amidst the constant cackling of the audience and the urging of scientists from other countries, Su Hanyun stayed for almost 20 minutes. Even after the host urged her to do so several times, she still didn't move. Eyes closed, as if disconnected from the world. Behind the scenes, the two of them, Mother Nature and Dean, looked anxious. I don't know what the hell is going on. What do we do? She's not going to faint again somehow, is she? Notify her of the emergency withdrawal. Never mind. Notify the staff and bring back the research god. The dean had been as anxious as a hot pan when he saw this. Jumping up and down. Don't disturb the god of research. I've seen her in this state. At this moment, Ling Bo, who had been silent for a long time, working behind the scenes, suddenly appeared. A very calm reminder. Dean, what's going on? Ling Pei, it's very special. I don't know what exactly, but she must be thinking about something very powerful when she falls into this state. Dean, something awesome? Ling Bo, that's right. The last time the research god solved the material cooling problem, he fell into that state and then figured it out. Hiss. Sure enough, geniuses have something, which ordinary people cannot understand. Suan Rhyme is also so peculiar. To interrupt her spell casting or not, Dean was in trouble at the moment. Seeing that the host was already urging for the nth time, the dean gritted his teeth and hurriedly informed the staff to stabilize the scientists first. Let So Han-hyen finish storing up her strength before saying anything. Nowadays, both on and off the stage, there is a constant rush. Let Su Han-yun hurry off the stage if she has nothing else to introduce. There are scientists from several countries yet to come up in the back. Su Han-yun on stage, keeping the position of holding Lee Jun-sung's arm. Lee Jun-sung had gotten the distinct impression that she seemed to have gained certain knowledge again, and was beginning to get so excited that her little body was trembling slightly. Finally, she opened her eyes. Slowly, he leaned his head on Lee Jun-sung's shoulder, said it in front of the whole world. "My lucky husband, why don't you go down and watch? I can handle it from here." Lee Jun-sung smiled slightly. He understood that the system's mission had been accomplished, successfully putting knowledge into her little head. Chapter 80, Quantum Chip Design Sketches. So what if I show them to you? No more worries at the moment. Now a daughter-in-law that has stood the test of the world. Even if Hawksbane and Bonobo are more malicious, what she can bring out this time will be the high-tech that the world will see. Lee Jun-sung was about to step down from the stage when the system's prompt from just now suddenly rang out. There was another Ching-won on the stage. At the moment, he saw Danesheim, who had been surprised on the sidelines, recovered, calm and collected, as if what had just happened was fake and hadn't affected him in any way. By the way, this state is very similar to Ching-won. Kaiowon breaks down though when she learns that she's been lying in a coffin for hundreds of years and that she's a robot. It was also a quick acceptance. Acceptance. By no means human. The same trait was exhibited by the Dennis Han in front of him. Him, the robot. A robot that appeared in the same era as Ching-won? According to the system prompt, he hastily put his hand into his pocket and activated the parser. Yes, it's the parser that doesn't seem to do much. Information being received. Parser message received. Message being analyzed. Congratulations to the host. Analyzing different nanomaterials for the second time and obtaining information on nanomaterials, first glimpse. Congratulations to the host. Once again on touching a different energy core, analyzing part of the information successfully. Obtaining 25% of the energy core information. 50% of the core energy data has been unlocked, and progress to 100 will result in full access to high-level energy storage technology. Holy crap! It turns out this bull ****** ting scientist is really a robot. Or the kind from hundreds of years ago. It's on the same level as Ching-won. From the same era. Lee Jun-sung's mind was spinning a bit. What kind of person made something that advanced hundreds of years ago? And, it seems, they're fully integrated into human society. Chang-won did. And so did Dennis Han. Could they have lived that long without anyone finding out their secret? Ching-won was buried at that time, so it's normal that no one found it. What about the others? They weren't buried. They were really alive for hundreds of years. Doubtful. Too doubtful. Lee Jun-sung walked off the stage and frowned as he came to Old Chin's side. As soon as he sat down, Old Chin couldn't wait to inquire. Well, what the hell happened? Old Chin, the situation has suddenly become very complicated. Go back and talk to you. At this point, Lee Jun-sung had gotten a little serious. Based on the judgment of the system, no fewer than 5 inexplicable forces exist on Blue Star, and the only one with a clue is the robot incident. No, according to the system, they are somehow human. What humans have they have, and what humans don't have, they still have. Never mind, let's get on with the seminar. After thinking about it a lot, Lee Jun-sung still felt that this matter could not be rushed. It's still a slow investigation. The eyes returned to the stage once again, to his daughter-in-law Soo Han-yun's body. The moment, in front of the world audience, Soo Han-yun silently picked up her laptop and began to draw a diagram. Everyone was baffled by her actions. Even the hosts, trying to dissuade them, were stopped by the staff of Dragon Nation. What the hell is she doing? Fuming for 20 minutes and then going nuts again? The dragons are so strange. It's a waste of our time. Look, some of the scientists on the stage are looking at her drawings very carefully, with a reminder after. Gradually more people turned their attention to some of the scientists on the stage. They were originally just like the people on stage, not caring too much about this matter. He even tried to urge Soo Han-yun to hurry off the stage. But at the moment, the scientists had quieted down. The drawings that Soo Han-yun had made seemed to have some kind of magic. Those who can't see it will never see it. But those who could read the design were caught up in it in droves. Smithy, it's amazing. At first I thought she was drawing haphazardly. But who would have thought it was actually a calculated path using photons? San, so that's how it is. I said how it makes it more and more fascinating to read and understand. Eagle Jam, Dennis Han, originally thought that Eagle Jam's quantum computing was impressive enough, but I didn't realize that she was capable of doing the same thing, and sketching it out all by herself. Danesheim, at this point, had just finished digesting the shock from the 1 nanometer chip. The moment was again blown away by quantum computing. He felt like today was the most exciting day ever, and his heart nearly shook out of his chest. Of course, he didn't know he was a robot. It has a heart and blood like humans, but that's not its energy core. What? It can still be handled like this. Daigo, Dennisheim, when did you learn the Dragon Kingdom idiom? Shut up, San. I need my full attention. I need to memorize this sketch of hers. The scientists then regained their composure. After more than an hour had passed, Soo Han-yoon finally sketched out the sketch of the quantum chip design concept. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. The deep thinking model was introduced. Sugar Girl makes another appearance. It's been a long time, everyone, but someone just said that 1 nanometer process chips aren't the latest technology, so I'm going to use this for the seminar. Turning around, Soo Han-yoon faced the big screen behind him, opened his hands, shouted out in a sweet voice, "Quantum chip, first draft of design complete." What? Everyone was shocked at these words. Due to what Dennis Han had just introduced, people already knew that Soo Han-yoon was drawing drawings for quantum computing. But who would have thought that she wanted to do so much more than just quantum computing? How dare she try to take a machine as massive as quantum computing and compress it into a chip? Hiss. Terrible. Terrible. Just as the first computer was the size of a building in its early days, no one believed it would end up in someone's hands after countless iterations. The same is true of quantum computing at the moment. No one believes it. No one dares to believe it. Dr. Sue, there has to be a limit to joking. Quantum computing inherently relies on receivers that can receive light waves. May I ask how you can include a ring of receivers on the chip? The receiver thingy, the smallest, is nearly the size of a camera. With a snap, Danesheim tensed and stood up straight. This drawing he understood completely. It would have been all about marveling at the subtlety of its design. Who had thought that Soo Han-yoon's sentence about quantum chips had confused him? Quantum computing on a chip? It's a shame that she's a little girl doll who can come up with it. Just in case she's got a bold idea and a bonehead technique. Soo Han-yoon was startled by such an abrupt reprimand from him. After patting his heart weakly, he replied, "Then wouldn't it be better if I made the receiver below the millimeter level?" No explanation is okay. With that explanation, Danesheim stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Nor did he get up in a hurry, but pointed at Soo Han-yoon and questioned him. "Oh, do you know what you're talking about?" Han-yoon wouldn't dare lie. Of course Han-yoon knows. At this moment, the scene was plunged into an eerie atmosphere. No one believed that Rokoku could make this happen, but the only person who could read this drawing by himself alone was Dennis Han. Chapter 81. What is the meaning of these words? Ma'am? Everyone else has to take it back for the whole team to study. They were tempted to retort to Soo Han-yoon, but can't find any point because they can't read. Therefore, all eyes turned to Danesheim. He was the only one who read it and was able to exchange a few words with Soo Han-yoon. Facing everyone's urgent eyes, Danesheim also felt an unprecedented pressure, as much as it's hard to admit it. But still, he nodded and said, "With this sketch you drew on the spot, I admit that you really do have top-notch technology in the Dragon Kingdom, but I don't believe you can ship it." Wow! The room was abuzz with these words. Admitted it. Eagle Jam's Dennis Han acknowledges the technology of the Dragon Kingdom. No! What's so subtle about this sketch? So what do you do if the Dragon Kingdom makes it? These words, I thought it would be spoken by Soo Han-yoon, but who knew it was a man's voice? It was a familiar man's voice. Some of the sharp-eyed ones have already noticed. It turned out to be offstage. Soo Han-yoon's husband. He just brought one of the mics down when he came on stage. On the stage, Danesheim sneered. "You're nothing but Dr. Soo's husband. Are you a scientist? Are you qualified to talk to me?" Contempt. Abject contempt. Dennis Han treats Soo Han-yoon as a strong rival, but has no respect for her husband, Lee Jun-sung. At this moment, Soo Han-yoon also felt the change in atmosphere, hurriedly picking up the microphone. "Dennis Han, what my husband said is what I'm going to say. You don't avoid his words law." With that, she also rushed off stage and winked at Lee Jun-sung. The cute look almost melted the world audience. Many single dogs have hugged and cried and howled. Why did that fishing guy get such a perfect wife? Saltable, sweet, smart, and well established. The topic is back on track. Dennis Han heard Soo Han-yoon's explanation, also finally willing to look at Lee Jun-sung squarely. "Sir, there has to be a deadline for a bet. Don't you think your Dragon Kingdom can build it in a few years?" With this statement, he looked silly in general, foolishly picking up on Lee Jun-sung's words. And those who actually know what they're talking about understand that he's putting intensity on the dragon. Give a deadline, and if you don't build it by the deadline, Dragonland becomes the laughingstock of the world. Lee Jun-sung naturally understood. In his heart, he cursed the robot, but he shouldn't be the one to say it. He's just a small-time informant in the intelligence center. And so, everyone's gazes shifted once again, from Lee Jun-sung to Soo Han-yoon. I thought Soo Han-yoon would be trembling with fear, but I didn't think about it. Surprisingly, she held her head high and patted her heart with a loud promise. As long as the project team is set up, the Dragon Kingdom will surely overcome the problem of chip-based quantum computing within a year. Things have come to a climactic part of the whole seminar. Su Hanyun's words undoubtedly gave all the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom a powerful dose of revitalization. It also gave other countries a hard slap in the face. A promise made on such an occasion is a solemn one. After all, the whole world is watching. Yet now, behind the scenes, the dean almost did a double take when he heard this promise from Su Hanyun. It went straight down. Luckily, Lingbo was quick on his feet and dragged Dean's pale body. What the hell is she doing, and why would she make such a promise for no reason? As the president of the Academy of Sciences, he naturally knows how difficult quantum computing really is. Even with the plantization, the Dragon Country is a bit of a struggle. Su Hanyun is good, directly thinking of chipization, but also boasted in front of the world. Not to mention that with the current technology, the Dragon Kingdom can't do it. Even if the technology is there, it shouldn't be able to be done in a year. Things have come to this. It seems that this wave of international reputation, the Dragon Kingdom, is designated to fall quite a bit. Matron sighed even as she sat in her wheelchair. Though so, but neither of the two old men had any intention of blaming Su Hanyun. Just think of her as young and impulsive. Don't worry. In Lingbo's opinion, the reputation drop this time will surely be made up on the 350,000 tons carrier. Lingbo saw the two old men looking half dead, even ran out to comfort. With her comfort, the two old men were much more refreshed. That's right. No matter how much reputation we lose, we'll get it all back the day we finish the carrier. Look, on stage Dennis Han and Lee Jun-sung are making a bet. With another reminder from Ling Pa, Mother Nature and Dean once again moved their eyes to the screen. As expected, Lee Jun-sung is talking to Dennis Han. On stage, Dennis Han almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard Su Hanyun's assurances with conviction. The heart rejoiced. This wave was a sure win. Fine. 1 year then. If you Dragon Kingdom can build a quantum chip within a year, you can have Dennis Han do whatever you want. Really do anything? Lee Jun-sung rejoices. Cut the crap. So what if you can't build it? Dennis Han pursues. Same. Whatever you want me to do. Lee Jun-sung is full of confidence. That being said, Dennis Han nodded in satisfaction and sat back down. On second thought, what seems a little off? By the way, I'm a top scientist being a cowboy to bet on a little Yakuza being a cowboy. Win or lose, the dragon has nothing to lose. After thinking it through, Danesheim was nearly so angry that he had a brain hemorrhage on the spot. But the bet has been established. It's not a good idea to back out at this point. It's bad for his reputation as a great scientist. One can only eat this dumb loss in silence. Next, Su Hanyun was invited to a side seat. The moderator continued the curtain call and scientists from the remaining countries took the stage. None of them have come up with anything spectacular, though, currently appearing to make the world gasp in amazement. There are just a few: the Bonobo bionic robots, the Hawk Jam Big Buster learning machine, and the Dragon Nation chip and quantum chip. Of course, Sans kind of cow poop cookies are memorable. Wait until the tech showcase session is over. Once we got into the formal exchange, the scene got a little boring. The scientists' discussions use technical terms, but ordinary people can't understand it at all. The seminar session lasted until 10 p.m., with scientists from various countries sticking to their arguments. The scene looked lively and the crowd fell asleep in droves. Su Hanrian looked at the time. Another look at Lee Jun-sung, who had long since fallen asleep on the stage. After pursing her lips, she surreptitiously requested to leave on a Bluetooth call. Dennisheim was still trying to retain her, delving deeper on quantum computing. Unexpectedly, Su Hanyun didn't even bother to give a damn about him. After silently exiting, he contacted Lee Jun-sung in a hurry. Outside the museum, a sports car roared away from the place. Lee Junchang and his wife both joined hands to return their home. In the car, Su and Rhyme drove. Hubby, sometimes I wonder if you're the Mandarin from the sky who came down to Earth. Upon hearing this, the originally sleepy Lee Jun-sung opened his eyes with a puzzled look. What is the meaning of this, my lady? All my ideas of black technology are figured out around you. As soon as I leave you I become an ordinary researcher. Isn't it true that you have Wenkuxing Chi on you? He. Chapter 82 Feasibility Analysis of Anatomy of Dennisheim. It's just a coincidence. Don't think too much of it, daughter-in-law. Saying that, Lee Jun-sung continued to close his eyes. He wouldn't dare to have a deeper conversation on the subject. Inwardly terrified. It's over. It's over. Even the ordinary state daughter-in-law is doubting herself. So the deep-thinking daughter-in-law. She can't see the signs? Seeing that Lee Jun-chang was asleep, Su Han-yun couldn't pursue the matter. A quiet drive home. But at the moment, the whole world is abuzz. The first is within the Academy of Sciences. In front of the dean sat all the members of the materials team, except for Su Han-yun, who pondered for a moment and slapped the table. I have decided that the Academy fully supports Dr. Su's work. When Dr. Su returns from his leave, If he applies for the quantum chip project, it will be approved immediately. Seeing this, Mother Nature was also serious. Dean, I naturally have to support Dr. Sue as well. It just so happens that all the material problems have been solved, so let these 5 people follow Dr. Sue to develop quantum chips with all their might. With that, he looked at Lingbo and the others, although there was a great deal of reluctance in her eyes. For the sake of Dr. Sue's great cause, for the great cause of the quantum chip of the Dragon Kingdom, she gave up her life. The 5 members of the materials group did not speak, but the determined eyes told everyone that they were going to fully support Dr. Sue as well. Su Hanyun's team had yet to be opened, and the reserve members had long since strung themselves together, waiting for her to give the order. The people in the intelligence centers of various countries, on the other hand, are worried at the moment. The representative is the boss of the Eagle Jam Intelligence Center, Theodore. Yes, it's the same person who came to the Dragon Intelligence Center that day to ask for clues. In the dimly lit basement, Theodore sat in the main seat and the crowd was silent for a long time, waiting for him to offer his perspective from Hawk Jam. Gentlemen, we have just received a secret message from the president that we must figure out if the Dragon Kingdom has cracked some unsolved mystery. The words just fell. The rest of them nodded. Boss Theodore, I think the Dragon Kingdom definitely cracked some secret that caused their science to skyrocket. That's right, I think so too. With the original technological strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it shouldn't have formed an explosive trend in such a short period of time. Then by your thinking, there is only one possibility left. They unlocked some secret and gained a lot of technological knowledge. Hiss, what do you guys mean? There's a real chance that the Dragon Kingdom will get a quantum chip within a year? The last one to speak was a Japanese intelligence agent. After an analysis, everyone was in deep thought. That's right, if we go by their analysis, the Dragon Kingdom could overtake the world in a few years. By then, their so-called technological sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom will be a joke. There was even the possibility of angering the Dragon Kingdom. Let the Dragon Kingdom not share their new technological achievements with them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought. There was a flurry of people who didn't know what to do. And so, everyone's eyes shifted to, once again, Theodore in the Hawk Jam Intelligence Center. It didn't matter if this wasn't analyzed. When it was, Theodore's head hurt. No, it's necessary to show the attitude that Hawk Sauce deserves. He frowned and took a sip of his Coke before coming to a decision. Tomorrow we'll go to the Dragon Intelligence Center. All of us. And make them give up their secrets. As opposed to the ones working on intelligence. The scientific ones are all bloating. They gather for seafood. And glass after glass. They toasted each other, discussing how they should be mocked the moment the Dragon Kingdom didn't build a quantum chip within a year. How will Dr. Sue's husband be punished then? Even though her husband was a little Karami, he was the face of Dragonland. They would love to see the moment when the Dragon Kingdom loses face. I think Panasonic PP the robot made a good point about getting Dr. Sue's husband on his knees for a global apology. Ha ha ha. One of the sand scientists, a little drunk, rushed out to take a stand when he heard the robot's suggestion. After all, their country's scientific research strength was very backward, and they still had to rely on these big brothers present to lead the way. So, standing in line is a must. Who let this fool in our party? Does he deserve it? That's right. Let him go back to chewing his own self-made cow cookies. Who knows? He just stood in line, only to find out that the scientists from Hawksbane, Similac, Bonobo, and several other countries don't treat him well. Now that's awkward. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned and did not take the initiative to leave, or barely by the scientists present, hit the ground running. He was the piece that got hit. Come on all of you, don't bully people. The sanction program of our countries against the Dragon Kingdom is about to become a joke as we see it. Think of something. That's right, Dr. Danesheim. You deal with a lot of international scientific matters. What do you say? The topic of conversation here is still thrown to Eagle Jam. It's clear that, no matter what sector, Hawksbane has the highest international standing. You guys are stupid. The person I bet with is just a normal person. How he's humiliated won't affect anything, he said angrily, with a look of hatred. Instead, we have to worry about Rikoku actually making this work, said Danesheim, a hint of worry appearing on his face. It always seemed like the seminar was a bit impulsive. Shouldn't have acted like a little kid and made any bets or talked to Lee Jun-sung. But it was in the heat of the moment, and he'd choose that again. This is the end of the discussion on the Dragon Kingdom. Everything is subject to the instructions of the superiors of each country. Meeting adjourned. After thinking about it, Danesheim was completely out of the mood for food. When the meeting was adjourned, he returned to his lodgings alone. He was completely confused as to why Lee Jun-sung had provoked him to make a bet and why Lee Jun-sung was so confident. Thinking, Danesheim winced. Something, it seemed, was staring at him, making him uncomfortable. As it happens, Lee Jun-sung is also thinking about this. Lee Jun-sung sighed. He returned home with his daughter-in-law. After using 2 umbrellas, my daughter-in-law was red-faced and huffing and puffing. He came alone to the living room, sitting on the couch thinking about the events of the day. System, when I win Dennis Han and have him come to the Dragon Kingdom, can I get more information by dissecting and studying him? Ding. Theoretically possible, and maybe even available. Hidden core information. Well then, I'll get some doctors and dissect him together. Hint, the host has to have a knife that can break through nanomaterials to dissect Danishime. Is high temperature dissolution okay? It's possible, but it would destroy Dennis Han's core data. Would a chainsaw cut work? No, the chainsaw isn't strong enough. It'll break the teeth from Dennis Han's body. What about the 10 tortures? Hint, these robots are extremely receptive, and may start enjoying themselves within half a day of your torture. Chapter 83, Multinational Compulsion. Intelligence Center Meeting. Holy, are robots that receptive? Torture can still be a pleasure after a long time. What kind of person designed something that perverted? Shaking his head. It was too early to think about that. Let's wait for his daughter-in-law to win him first. A brief shower followed. Lee Jun-chang got under the covers and was again entangled in a rollover by his sleeping daughter-in-law. Day 2. The sun was high in the sky. The young couple is still up. Suan Rime is slacking off and sleeping in because he's on vacation. Lee Jun-sung is tired from the big battle. It didn't help that my current daughter-in-law was also fortified, and both of them were awesome. So even though it's now business hours, there's no Lee Jun-sung in the Intelligence Center. Intelligence Center. Inside Qin Junfei's office. I told you guys a long time ago, we haven't unlocked any secrets in the Dragon Kingdom. Why don't you believe me? Your Excellency Qin, the speed of your Dragon Kingdom's technological development is too bizarre. Do you think we believe your words? Faced with the inquiries from the intelligence services of multiple countries, Qin Junfei was speechless for a while. That's what it feels like when you want to do something. The office was full at this time. The large conference table was full for the first time, and several stools were even added to accommodate these people. Except for a small number of friendly countries. A lot of countries are traitors to Eagle Jam and they go along with whatever Eagle Jam says. The Japanese in particular are the most prominent. Don't even need to be told by Master Eagle Sauce to come up and bite on your own. Facing the questioning of the crowd, Qin Junfei sneered. This time they finally knew to be in a hurry. Thought they didn't have anyone to care about for a couple years. He crossed his arms, resting them on the table, and spoke again very seriously. Once again, I will state that the Dragon Kingdom has not unlocked any of the mysteries. They are still a mystery to us in the Dragon Kingdom. We are just like you. Oh my god. Your lies are as plain as flies in white gruel. A squid man kept shaking his head, not believing Qin Junfei's words at all. Obviously, he's also on Eagle Jam's side. After a brief pause, Squid Man continued. This time his tone was much more serious. For God's sake, give the world a peaceful environment. These unsolved mysteries have plagued us for many years. Does the Dragon Kingdom really want to plunge the whole world into the panic of the unknown? Just a while ago, the power system in the Squid Column countries suddenly collapsed completely. And oh my god, who can imagine the despair? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. As if Qin Junfei had become the sinner of the entire human race by not cooperating with them. To ease his excitement, the Squid Man slowly picked up one of the candies on the table that had been used to entertain his guests. Peel off the package and put it in your mouth. Are you sure you want to eat the candy on the table? Qin Junfei grinned. Sure, they all ate it, so I guess I can too. Yeah, Squid Man nods. And do you transfer money or cash, please? In the last sentence, Qin Junfei tried to hold back his laughter and acted as if he was heartbroken. Look to what Squid Man said. His words, naturally, puzzled the Squid Man. Inquiring, he chewed the fudge a few times and swallowed it. Boss Qin, what do you mean? I think I forgot to tell you that it's naturally no problem for anyone else to eat it, but Squid Man will have to pay me $500,000 for it. Scare. All the national intelligence officers present turned their heads to look at Qin Junfei. Shock was written all over his face. Good lord, this guy has got some nerve. This meeting, though not so much as a record, is half an international conference, isn't it? How dare he, on such an occasion, blatantly offended the Squid Man. As expected, the Squid Man's entire face darkened when he heard the figure of $500,000. He was about to open his mouth, but Qin Junfei once again explained first. Mr. Squid Man, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The candies here are all handmade by my lady, and there are many precious ingredients put inside. It's really unprofitable for me to ask you for $500,000. Secretly, I'm still losing money. Deliberate whispered reminder. With this move, he once again scared the crowd aside. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The Dragon Kingdom is completely crazy. I can't believe that the boss of the intelligence center is allowed to openly provoke the Squid Man. The Squid people are the richest people in the world, and the most SOSO. Internationally, the Squid Man is behind many big, well-known companies, whoever they want to screw. No one in the world is immune. Economy, food, technology, culture. This group has infiltrated all parts of the world for a century, and has long been pervasive, holding too much of the world in its hands. The Supreme Consortium of Similac, featuring the Squid Man. Eagle Sauce United Savings, also featuring the Squid Man. The major mercenary teams, too, have had their share of them. In a nutshell, just one sentence. The Squid is angry, and the consequences are dire. Even the Eagle Sauce's various technological blockades against the Dragon Kingdom were not without the Squid Man's flirtation with them. Only to see that the Squid Man had heard Qin Zhengfei's words, as if nothing had happened. He picked up a candy again, his eyes fixed on Qin Zhengfei, and ate it again. Go back and I'll have someone transfer money to you. Just my beloved boss Qin. Do you dare to accept it? Cokes. The scene of this saber rattling had the whole room in an uproar. Some of the timid ones even quietly moved their chairs back a bit, fearing that the flames of the battle between dragon and squid would burn him. At the same time, the heart was shocked beyond belief. It's really crazy that Rokoku didn't just pick on Eagle Jam on tech and make a bet, and picking on squids over history. At that moment, Theodore, Eagle Jam's intelligence officer, pondered for a moment and snapped his eyes wide open. Got through. Figured it out. Oh, how dare you, Dragon Kingdom. Squid head on and hard, and say you haven't unlocked some kind of secret? He spoke with confidence, and if the dragon really hadn't gotten something amazing, it would never have been this strong. Dignity, all too often, comes from strength. So he concluded that the Dragon Kingdom must have cracked some secret and gained unrivaled power. Qin Zhengfei smiled slightly after hearing this. It seems like there are still a lot of smart people out there. Like this Eagle Sauce. Theodore, for example. Theodore, you guessed right. Dragon technology has indeed risen. But not by those mysterious forces. He made no bones about it, and showed his cards straight. But again, it's not a complete showdown. Just telling the others that the Dragon Kingdom has power. What power it is, you can guess for yourselves. Or, you will all naturally know when the most advanced aircraft carriers of the Dragon Kingdom are opened. Just don't piss yourself when you get there. Qin Zhengfei was secretly happy in his heart. Never before, in front of his peers around the world, has he been so strong a hand? Cool fly. Of course, no matter how cool he may be on his own, he's a complete nutcase in the eyes of everyone else. Qin Zhengfei, please face up to the problems faced around the world, which are getting more intense and more frequent every year. Suddenly, the door to the conference room clicked open. Chapter 84, The Big Bully Learning Machine is actually only a half-finished product. Interrupting Theodore's accusations, he turned his head angrily, wanting to see what kind of person was so unruly again, but it froze, because the person who came was none other than Su Han-yun, her husband, who was the protagonist of yesterday's seminar. After a brief recollection, this was the second time he had met Lee Jun-sung. So it's Su Han-yun's husband. However, your wife is qualified to sit on an equal footing with us. What is your status that qualifies you to come in here? He was already angry at being interrupted. Now that the anger had an outlet, he came up and didn't look good to Lee Jun-sung. Lee Jun-sung saw this and picked at his ears. A flick towards Theodore's face. When you go out, your identity is all given to you. It's not up to you to decide whether or not you're qualified to sit here. It's up to me. Saying that, Lee Jun-sung directly pressed Theodore's shoulder. A gentle peel back. Smoothly, he sat down in his place and arrogantly hummed a little song with his legs on the table. Qin Zhengfei sat in the main seat and gave him an approving look, then looked to Theodore, who was about to go ballistic. The tone was icy. Mr. Theodore, please also don't think of Rokoku as your dog and do whatever you want us to do. Not to mention Theodore wanted to get mad. Qin Zhengfei, wanted to get mad. You really think Rokoku is your dog? What do you want to ask that the Dragon Kingdom must tell you? Telling you the truth and not believing it. What a ing. Okay, really you Dragon Kingdom. So just wait. Theodore had no intention of staying after he lost his seat. Angrily, he opened the door and left. The others saw this and followed suit. There were only a few intelligence officers left among the countries that were friends with the Dragon Kingdom. After Qin Zhengfei repeatedly made sure that there really wasn't any secrets cracked, they left as well. The conference room became empty all of a sudden. Older brother, you're really bold, dealing with Eagle Sauce intelligence officers like this. Aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will blame you? Old Qin, you really think I'm stupid? You dare to do what I dare not do? Lee Jun-sung smiled slightly. He heard Qin Zhengfei disliking them from outside. So of course he knew what kind of signal this was. If the higher-ups didn't give instructions or hints Qin Zhengfei dared to do so, Don't even think about it. Qin Zhengfei is not stupid. If he dares to do it, there must be a reason. Haha laughed twice. Qin Zhengfei dispersed a cigarette and followed Li Juanqing's example of leaning back in his chair, one pair of legs resting on the desktop. Tell us what you found out yesterday. He was obviously more interested in Li Jun-sung's new discovery than in the visit of a multinational intelligence service. Li Jun-sung took the cigarette and silently lit it, exhaling a smoke ring before slowly speaking. Old Qin, how do you feel if one of the scientists on stage yesterday was not a human being? You kid, do you have your eye on that female robot from Japan, Panasonic PP? Cough, cough. Li Junchang, who was originally very serious, was directly choked by old Qin's words. Says you're smart. How come sometimes you're just like a cutie? Same thing. I have a heavenly fairy at home. Do I still need to loosen up to pee? So what you're saying is that there are robots besides the Panasonic PP thing? Qin Zhengfei's mouth opened wide in surprise. The content of the second seminar last night was something he had forced himself to watch through sleepiness. The Panasonic PP that robot did well when it took the stage though. But there is clearly a major flaw in normal communication. That said, Panasonic PP is clearly a robot. And you can tell that just by communicating. And on this case, Li Jun-sung says there's a robot on stage? Surprised, puzzled, and begging to be told, he looked to Li Jun-sung and waited for him to continue explaining. At this moment, Li Junchang threw out a heavy bomb, which blew Qin Zhengfei outside. Of course there is, and it belongs to the same era as our Qingwan. What? My kind has appeared. Where? Suddenly, a clear voice came from a side cabinet. A sizzling sound ended with the cabinet being opened. Qingwan slowly climbed out from the inside. Li Jun-sung almost dropped to the ground at the sudden sound. After waiting to see Qingwan clearly, looking left and right, his expression seemed to ask what the hell was going on. Aha! Old brother, don't misunderstand. I'm having Qingwan secretly protect me. Li Jun-sung had a black line. Did I say that I misunderstood you? Aren't you not here? But then again, anyone who sees such a scene. A woman was seen running out of the leader's locker. Thinking about it too. At this time, Qingwan awkwardly stepped forward to explain. Because my physical strength is more powerful than ordinary people. Boss Qin told me to hide in the cabinet and come out to help if someone beats him up. Hearing this, Li Jun-sung's eyes widened, looking towards Qin Zhengfei. Good man. It's double insured here. He was instructed by his superiors that he could be strong in front of the nations, and he was afraid that if he was strong, he would get beaten up. So a robot was arranged to protect himself. Old Qin, weren't you a soldier? And didn't you threaten that General Chu was no match for you in the past? Ha ha ha, you can't beat 10 people even if you've been in the military. Understand. What do you mean? Qingwan can fight 10 by herself? Li Jun-sung pointed at Qingwan. That's not true. It's the fact that she can resist a beating. Look at how jumping off a building can leave her unharmed. Qin Zhengfei explained, touching his nose in embarrassment. And Li Jun-sung is straight in the next best thing. The man used his subordinates as human shields. Facing Li Junchang's eyes, Qin Zhengfei's face instantly turned red and he opened his mouth again to explain. Don't look at me like that. She's a top-of-the-line robot. She can't be broken. Okay, back on track. Who do you see out of those scientists that are robots? He felt that the more he described it, the darker it got, so he hastened to change the subject, back to the topic of robots. When Li Jun-sung heard this, he also put away his joking mind. With a serious face, Qingwan's kind is that guy called Dennis Han. This statement was made. Both Qin Zhengfei and Changwan's eyes widened. Totally unbelievable. Surprise. Surprisingly, one of Eagle Jam's top scientists. It's unbelievable. Qin Zhengfei, are you saying that Eagle Sauce utilizes the advantages of robots that learn quickly to vigorously develop various high technologies? Li Jun-sung, that's not true. Robots like Changwan have a great ability to learn but a worrying ability to create. Qin Zhengfei, I don't believe it. So how do you explain the learning machine created by Danesheim? Li Jun-sung, say you're stupid, you're really stupid. He that thing to be able to use properly. Must not be on the scene to show us? Qin Zhengfei had a black line. It's the first time anyone's called him stupid since he came to the intelligence center. In the past, he was a wise man to his colleagues. Chapter 85, General Chu flew in, targeting Li Jun-sung. However, with Li Junchang's reminder, Qin Zhengfei also quickly woke up. Yeah, if Eagle Jam's learning machine was really that awesome, it would have been trumpeted at the seminar and experimented with on the spot. In other words, that thing isn't as powerful as it's trumpeted to be. At least, for now. It's just a half-baked one. It seems like we have more information, but in reality the truth is getting murkier and murkier. After learning that Dennis Han is a robot, Qin Zhengfei thought a lot internally, but the more he thought about it, the more chaotic it became, and he simply couldn't pull the threads out of the cocoon to find out the source. By the way, old man, do you think there could be aliens in the mix? Just as he finished speaking, Lee Jun-sung gave him a blank look. This guy, you can't have been investigating for years without thinking about aliens, and now it's just occurring to you that the mysterious force could be aliens? But on second thought it's true. As the head of the intelligence center, he had to clear all his thoughts. It's a very irresponsible thing to say. If one sentence about aliens shrugs off the mystery. Take Eagle Sauce, for example. Their intelligence center has said many times about aliens and not wanting to investigate. It was because Qin Zhengfei was hesitant to say 3 words about aliens. I didn't mention it until today. It's what makes him look responsible. Responsible for the people of the dragon and responsible for his position. After figuring out the reason for this, Lee Jun-sung couldn't help but think highly of him. This old brother. It's kinda charismatic. Old Qin, what are we going to do next? You go fishing. There doesn't seem to be much of a mission. Well, then I'm off duty. Bye-bye you. Lee Jun-cost wanted to fulfill his duties for a while, but did not think that the leadership directly gave him a vacation. That's also enjoyable. It's still early for the bet to take effect anyway. By the time his daughter-in-law's quantum chip comes out, he'll find a way to get Dennis Han's core memory files out. Everything will come out in the open. Wait for Lee Jun-sung to walk out of the office. Qin Zhengfei's brows were twisted into twists as things became more and more complicated. It wasn't just the mysterious incident alone. There was also Su Hanyan's so-called bet. He really didn't have confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, almost no one in the Dragon Kingdom did, even the dean. He could only support Su Hanyun as well. He didn't think something that powerful could be made by Su Hanyun. After all, photolithography is something that already exists and can be built based on existing scientific theory. And the quantum chip, something that doesn't exist, is a creation from 0 to 1. The difficulty of it, anyone who is a researcher understands that. Dragon Nation, North, at a secret military harbor, General Chu stood against the wind, looking at the vast engineering team in front of him with excitement. General, the men are all here, just waiting for your order. Okay, the carrier project officially started. Without the slightest hesitation, General Chu had long been eager to issue this order. He hissed, seeming to shout with all the strength he could muster. As his orders were conveyed, all the large-scale equipment, one after another, let out a roar, signaling the official commencement of construction of the Dragon carrier. Back inside the war room, at the moment it was already lined up and full of people, all of whom were the best of the Dragon Navy. Salute! Reporting to General Chu, the personnel have arrived. Chu Tian looked at the team and sat down with a satisfied nod. All were then signaled to sit down. With a clattering, neat sound, all the warriors present sat down, neatly organized. Trudy paused and continued speaking. Everyone who's been able to be here today has seen the equipment out there with their own eyes, right? Report. Just as the question was asked, one person raised his hand to report. Say, we see it, please instruct General Chu. The man's voice was loud, the eyes were filled with rigidity, and a determination to obey orders absolutely. Good. In the future, it is better not to report such unnutritious words. Sit down. Chu Tian was speechless for a while. What a straight boy. After thinking and organizing the language, he continued to speak. Those here are all general-level talents, and at the very least, school-level senior talents. So you should all know in your hearts what it means for me to give the order myself. I, Chu Tian, am not hiding anything. The mission this time is to protect this project in front of us. Do you understand? As soon as the words left his mouth, a deafening echo came from the conference room. All the fighters rose. Call out in a loud voice. Understood. At this moment, Chu Yunfei's most capable assistant suddenly came to him. Smiley asked, General Chu, what project are we protecting? Why ask so many questions? Do your own thing. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. This kind of thing was fine to ask when there were only 2 people. There are so many people here. How can I tell? In case it leaks an Eagle Jam or the Japanese know about it, you don't have to send in a whole bunch of agents? It wasn't that he was afraid of the agents, after all. This place was so isolated that there was no way for them to be of any use. Not even the best agents. It's just that, by then, you'll be greeted with a lot of harassment on the transmission network, on the newsletter, and be annoyed to death when everyone is out on guard duty. Now when it was just the 2 of them, Chu Tian and his deputy, the deputy wasn't obsessed with finding out what the project was that was being defended this time, and instead brought Trudy other news. Eagle Sauce has united with the Japanese, and some other countries, to take on the Dragon Kingdom's ocean-going cargo ships. He didn't finish his words, but Chu Tian naturally knew what had happened. Mind blown. Good lord. Eagle Jam has actually started using force to block the Dragon's overseas trade. What the hell happened? Are you saying that they want to completely paralyze the Dragon Kingdom's overseas trade even though they don't care about their face? Still keeping up appearances, Eagle Jam had their regulars disguised as pirates. The more the deputy spoke, the more grave his face became. Things have come to a point where they are just about to tear the last layer of window paper. Now with Eagle Jam and the Japanese, there was no reprieve at all. General Chu, I heard that it's from the intelligence center side. That Qin Zhengfei has offended all the countries. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're my second in command in size. Can't you see this? The deputy lowered his head after being scolded by Chu Tian. It's true when you think about it. There is only one possibility that multinationals won't move to arms because they are upset by a meeting. That is a long time in the making. Thinking about it, Chu Tian was silent for a long time and took out the phone. Dial Chang Juan Mao's number. Hey, Uncle Dean, if we build it at full capacity, how soon can we finish our carrier? Yeah, I'm talking full power, all-out kind of power. That's right, it's a very urgent situation. I know, please send someone over. Just like that. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Dean made it very clear to him. If you call on all the relevant talent, engineers, it can be completed in 3 months. One of the biggest technical challenges is the simple particle collider part. After all, the material must be cooled by this machine. After a long thought, he looked away. By the way, doesn't Dr. Su's husband work for old Qin? Dr. Su must have a solution. As long as we take care of her husband, we'll also take care of Dr. Su, he muttered to himself, and the deputy listened with a pang of wonder. Since when is the scientific community so closely associated with the naval side? General Chu, are you talking about Su Han-yun, the one who has been making a name for herself lately? What do you mean by making a name for yourself? That's the honor that someone else, Dr. Su, deserves. Transfer a helicopter gunship. I'm going to find old Qin. Chapter 86, A Brief Moment of Leisure 1. Aren't you looking for Dr. Su's husband? Why are you looking for old Qin again? What do you know? Only Li Junchang can make Dr. Su work willingly, and old Qin, he can make Li Junchang, the poser, work willingly. The deputy's head was full of black lines as he listened. That's a pretty roundabout relationship. And the point is that such a roundabout relationship is still getting through to the general. It seems that this time the general is in a real hurry, anxious to get the carrier built as soon as possible, and to give a deterrent to those out there as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, the trade ships will be attacked by pretend pirates, and the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to engage in any international trade. It's much less likely that there will be any very good economic development at this rate. Soon the helicopter was mobilized. General Chu couldn't wait to get on the plane and took a team of men and women on a speedy run to the capital. Capital. Li Jun-sung doesn't know that someone is looking for him yet. He is holding his daughter-in-law and taking Qin Zhengfei fishing by the river. Originally, he was quite anxious to hear that the unknown would break out in 5 years on Blue Star, but since realizing that there were too many puzzles and no clues at all, and it's back to the way it was before. It's such a big deal. It's not something he can solve alone. Do you really think you're the savior? That would be laughed at by everyone. Boycotted, dismissed as psychotic. The sun was pretty good today and there was a slight warmth to what had been a somewhat cool fall day. The breeze was a pleasant one. Honey, I just saw the message on your cell phone. Oh, don't worry about that one. It's just a high school reunion. Back then I was the little transparent one in the class. I didn't have much to do with everyone. Li Jun-sung held the fishing rod, full of concern. I remember the year he was 17, after transferring to the capital, when his one-time extroversion was exchanged for a lifetime of introversion. The past is like the wind, so let's not talk about it. Su Han-yun continued to be active in Li Junchang's group. She pressed the voice button. In a sticky voice, he replied to the students in the group. My husband says he doesn't have time and can't go, so you guys have fun. It's not so bad if you don't say it, but when you do the whole group explodes. A whole group of 40 people, and everyone is active. Holy, it's Dr. So's voice, so it was Dr. So who was just chatting with us? I can't. It doesn't matter if Jun-sung comes or not. You have to come. Dr. Su, we haven't met the scientist yet. I really don't know what kind of luck that kid got. He can marry the most perfect woman like Dr. Su even if he fishes every day. I'm jealous. I'm really jealous. Humph. Ye Qian. Say something. Jun-sung was mesmerized by you. You must persuade him to come here. That's right. You persuade him to come here so we can meet Dr. Su. As we chatted, the topic suddenly came to a girl named Ye Qian. In the eyes of the students, it seems that if this girl called Ye Qian just asks, Li Jun-sung will attend the class reunion without any hesitation. Su Han-hien looked at the message, cocking his head in some curiosity as well. looking up at Lee Jun-sung. Honey, who is this Ye Qian they're talking about? Put. When Lee Jun-sung heard this name, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood and stammered, not knowing how to answer. The matter. Qin Zhengfei, who was quietly fishing on the side and had already landed half a bucket of fish, interjected. Oh, Ye Qian. I've seen that name when I was investigating my oldest brother. It was his White Moonlight come to life. Except that my oldest brother was being played like a dog at the time. Put. This time, Lee Jun-sung really spat out a mouthful of old blood. Good guy. Before, when Qin Zhengfei investigated himself, even this old story was pulled out. He's quite the intelligence boss. Old Qin, is it really good for you to pry into my privacy like this? Lee Jun-sung looked sultry, feeling like a rat that's been stripped naked and left in the sun. Oops, sorry about that. It's not your privacy. The private diary I saw in your classmate's penguin number when I was investigating you. What do you mean? You're saying this was kept as a diary by one of the students? The corners of his mouth twitched as he couldn't figure out which of his classmates was that bored, giving a record of his glorious events for so many years. Shame on you. I've lost my face in front of my daughter-in-law. Touching his nose in embarrassment, Lee Jun-sung looked down at his daughter-in-law. So do you want me to go or not? Go ahead. I'll make dinner at home and wait for you to come back for dinner. The daughter-in-law's words left Lee Jun-sung a little stunned. Instant tears. What a daughter-in-law. She didn't press Ye Qian about it or clamor to follow her to the reunion. Lee Jun-sung understands her. She wants to get herself to the party and bring back the once little transparent glory, so that you have no regrets in your life, and that your classmates, who once treated you like a clown, can look the other way. But Lee Jun-sung has long been indifferent to this. He couldn't have fished for so many years if he cared about what others thought. Forget it. Let's have a nice relaxing day. There's no need to go to that kind of party. Touching his daughter-in-law's head, Lee Jun-sung released. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at old Qin, who had landed another fish, making Lee Jun-chang envious. By the way, old Qin, there are still so many unsolved cases in the intelligence center. Isn't it a little bit not so good for us to be so irresponsible and fishing here? Because his daughter-in-law is here. Lee Jun-chung deliberately said, mysterious incident as case. I was afraid that my daughter-in-law would know about the weirdness and be scared. Old Qin, on the other hand, had a complicated look on his face. Then sighed. Hesitantly, he responded. It's been many years since I've wanted to really relax for a day. So let me soothe my tense nerves today. Will you? Lee Jun-sung nodded in understanding. Indeed, old Qin seemed to have a superb position and a smart brain, but he was just too tired all these years. Just those incidents in the computer. Lee Jun-sung would take hours just to read through it. And all this information was collected by old Qin running on the first line of the mystery, bit by bit. Ah, it's hard to imagine how hard he really worked. Hey, old Qin, what for? Let me buy you a barbecue tonight. What do you mean? It's a little uncomfortable to be so nice to me all of a sudden. Others don't know what you did, but I, Lee Jun-sung, have to thank you individually. The conversation between the two men made Su Han-yun, who was in Lee Jun-sung's arms, listen to it with a confused face. But she wasn't a nosy woman. Why know so much about men? As long as I can be by my husband's side, I'm happy, she thought. The small hand holding Lee Jun-sung tightened even more. Feeling the goodness of life, Lee Jun-sung remembered the 5 years the system had said. He spoke again. This time, it was serious. Very serious. Old Qin, starting tomorrow, I'm going to follow you on a big case. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you to say that. And it's finally here. Qin Zhengfei laughed loudly and lifted the fishing rod in his hand. Seems to be catching fish again. Still a big fish. He hastily began to fight the fish, waiting for the moment to catch it. His bucket was already full of fish. I know a chef who specializes in fish. How about you pay for the processing fee tonight and we have a whole fish feast? Chapter 87, Encountering Classmates in Exoskeleton Research. Lee Jun-sung laughed along with him. Nodded. The host is the guest. If he wants to eat a whole fish banquet, just invite him to eat. Anyway, the fish are all Lao Qin's. He only needs to pay the processing fee. Make a fortune. Soon it was getting dark. The sun was setting. In the evening, the three of them packed up in a hurry and drove back to the city. Under the leadership of old Qin, come to the door of a private house. Su Han-yun went to the toilet first to wash her face because she had gotten some mud on her face while fishing. Qin Zhengfei also went straight to the back door to find his acquaintance, the cook. The car is parked. As he entered the lobby to the front desk, Lee Jun-sung was confused. Before his eyes, an extremely familiar man appeared. Shorty, why are you here? Yikes, brother Lee, I thought you weren't coming to the party, but I didn't expect that you'd actually come. Yes, the extremely familiar man in front of me. It's Lee Jun-sung's high school classmate. Because of his relatively short height, only a short 155 centimeters. He was nicknamed Shorty. Like Lee Jun-sung, he was one of the people who was ignored in high school. The two belonged to a difficult group. The difference is that dwarfs are ridiculed because of their appearance. Lee Jun-sung because of clown behavior. Haha, indeed, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. We've been busy with our studies since we went to college, and it's been a long time since we've gotten together as brothers. Patting Shorty on the shoulder. To tell the truth, he was quite happy to see his old friend again. Let's go. Lee, I'll take you to the private room. All the classmates are there. You're the only one missing. I'm not going to the party. I have other plans here. An embarrassed TSK. He also didn't expect that the high school reunion would collide with the place old Sheen was looking for. Shorty, however, thought that Lee Jun-sung was still the same as before, hastily reassuring. Brother Lee, you are now married to the best woman in the Dragon Kingdom. There's no need to be embarrassed. You're not the same person you used to be. How am I embarrassed? And also, I've only been depressed for half a year about the past, okay? A moment of speechlessness. Make it sound like one time of bravery will really get him a lifetime of introversion. He's not that fragile, okay? The reason for not attending the party is also simple and pure. Wouldn't have had much to do with a high school friend. It's really not necessary. Those college friends were quite close to him. Okay, I've got a whole fish dinner here. Why don't you come over to my place? He thought about it, but extended an invitation to the dwarf. After all, the only ones isolated were the two of them, who were the only ones who would get together and talk during high school. After graduation, all of them hardly had much contact. Still last year, Shorty pulled Lee Jun-sung into the group. Otherwise, Lee Jundu didn't know there was a group in his class. No problem. I'll take both sides. The party's going to be great. And so is the fish you have here. Ha 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 ha. Shorty grinned cheaply. Not at all like the inferior little runt he used to be. Lee Jun-sung smiled along with him. Time really does change a person. And the dwarf who used to be almost depressed and self-absorbed has mellowed and opened up quite a bit. After leading him into the box, soon Shin Junfei and his daughter-in-law also came. After Su Hanrian washed her face, there were still some water droplets on her face that hadn't dried. Gradually it slid down the cheekbones to the chin and then dripped. The moment the shorty saw Su Han-yun, his eyes almost went straight. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is so much prettier than on TV? I'm sorry, brother Lee. I mean, sister-in-law is now the goddess of all people. Feeling that he was a bit out of line by staring at someone's daughter-in-law for a few more seconds, the shorty hurriedly explained. A few people then sat down. Su Han-yun also politely nodded towards the shorty. She gave a polite greeting. I didn't expect to meet Jun-sung's classmates here as well. You guys are really destined for each other as classmates. No, actually, just now. I'm also doing research now, so I have extra respect for you. Dr. Su. This explanation of his made Lee Jun-sung stare in disbelief. Good lord. This short guy who was almost at the bottom of his exams on weekdays and got into a third-rate college had become a researcher? Incredulously, he gave him a look. Seeing Lee Jun-sung's surprise, the shorty scratched his head and took the initiative to explain. When I got to college, I found that my classmates were the upwardly mobile kind, so I followed suit, and because of a paper, I accidentally got into the Exoskeleton Research Center. The main job was, washing a bunch of mechanical equipment and stuff. Was it on purpose or by accident? Lee Jun-sung joked. I really didn't expect this kid to be quite talented. Environmental influences during high school led to poor academic performance. It's amazing how you can realize so much potential when you go to college and have a good learning environment. Shorty, what a ing talent. However, even though he was washing equipment, his salary was estimated at 4 or 5,000. But at least it's half a scientist. Brother Lee, don't laugh at me. I can't do anything at the institute now. I'm paid less than a dishwashing ant. Shorty was embarrassed. Lee Jun-sung has married such an awesome daughter-in-law. He, Shorty himself, was just a little man washing equipment. Think back to the global broadcast that day. Shocking, so shocking. Ever since the day he saw Lee Jun-sung at the seminar, he was shocked beyond belief. I never thought that Lee Jun-sung would be so well mixed up. As a former brother, Shorty was also sincerely happy for him. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, his phone rang, picked up and chatted for a few moments. Then with a face full of apologies, he looked at Lee Jun-sung. I'm sorry, brother Lee, I have to go back to my classmates. After that, he rushed off. Lee Jun-sung doesn't hold back either. Now that we know we're in the capital, there's plenty of time to get together later. Only after he left did Lee Jun-sung look at his daughter-in-law in confusion. Asked a question. That's not right. Even though he's just washing things, he's called a researcher. Right. So why is he paid so little? This question, of sorts, was asked to Su Han-yun's specialty. Hubby, not all institutes can offer high wages. That exoskeleton armor thing? Who can use it now? It's only hospitals that make prosthetics that would use that kind of technology. After hearing this, both Li Junchang and Qin Zhengfei nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. It turns out that the application prospects for this stuff are so small that it's no wonder the institutes working on exoskeletons are so poor. In fact, none of them expected it. In the near future, exoskeletons will become the mainstream technological direction for humanity, because the first wave of future enemies can only be defeated with this. No other weapons work well, even nuclear weapons. Of course, no one knew it at this point, but an alert appeared in the system. Ding! Exoskeleton armor research. It has many application scenarios, not just as narrow as fitting a prosthetic limb. Chapter 88. Even a meal is not peaceful. The business circle is in chaos. You're the one who's narrow-minded. Your whole family is narrow-minded. Is what my daughter-in-law said wrong? There's nothing wrong with what she's saying from the current human perspective. Li Jun-sung gave the system a blank look. That's not it. My brother's daughter-in-law is a human being, so of course she sees things through the current eyes of a human being. A little small talk. Soon the food came up. Plates of fish in various ways were brought to the table, and these were wild fish they had caught. Greedy Li Jun-sung's mouth was watering. When the food was almost ready, a few people were not polite, and they feasted on it. As he ate, he suddenly heard a noise at the door of the box. You mean that the biggest softy king of the Dragon Kingdom is here? No, I just mouthed off. You don't just go bothering people. Oh, if you say it's a slip of the tongue, the more you stop me the more I want to go in and see if that guy Li Jun-sung is really here. Squad leader, don't open it. Let's go back, okay? I'll pay for today's meal. Cut the crap. Do you still want to sell your prosthetic technology? Let me tell you, my family's hospital is the only one in the country that is willing to buy your institute's garbage technology. The words had just landed when the door to the booth was violently kicked open with a bang. Li Jun-sung's mouth was stuffed with fish. Puzzled, he looked back. See only. Shorty was being carried by the neck by a tall man who looked toward him with a hostile face. Ooh, so it's really the soft rice king Li Jun-sung here. The moment he saw Li Jun-sung, a flash of jealousy flashed in his eyes, but it quickly tightened up. Naturally, Li Jun-sung recognized him as well. The senior class president, Zhou Mingyu, is from a rich family. At first he didn't know exactly how rich he was, but later he learned that his family had opened several large hospitals in the Dragon Kingdom, the kind that starts with $10 billion in assets, to say the least. That is, he, Zhou Mingyu, was born of a mistress, so he just went to the same school as ordinary people. Ever since his own brother was found to be infertile, he then became the family's last hope, became the most favored person in the Zhou family. Yikes! A woman's cry came. It turned out to be Zhou Mingyu after seeing Li Junchang. His face was filled with a hostile atmosphere, and in his anger, he pulled a girl and pulled into his arms. He then looked at Li Jun-sung as if he was provocative. Take a closer look. That girl, isn't it the little green tea that Li Junchang had knelt down back then? Zhang Yachen. Li Jun-sung, I heard that you're very tuggy. My father attended the industry party that day, full of enthusiasm, but was ignored by you couple. When the words came to him, Li Jun-sung finally understood. Why did Zhou Ming have see him so hostile? It turned out to be the same party the old man had attended that day, just the day the news broke about his daughter-in-law's latest research. I remember that day was a mess. Everyone wanted to flatter their old husband in Su Han Yun. However, he, Li Jun-sung, was not made of clay. Habitually, he picked at his ears. What are you, the Zhou family, worth a glance from my daughter-in-law? Ha, it's true that it's not worth it then, but you're not worth looking at either, you soft eater. With that, he pinched hard on Yaqian's body in his arms. A cry came again. Although it hurt, Yaqian didn't resist in the slightest. It was obvious that she had long since become Zhou Mingyu's plaything, and Zhou Ming is to use Yaqian to get back his father's lost face. He looked at Li Jun-sung with contempt. It seems to say, you kid can only eat soft rice, listen to women, and accidentally have to clean up and be abandoned by women, while I treat your goddess like a dog. Heartache, right? But this action seemed to Li Jun-sung. It was like when he was a kid and a classmate showed off in front of him with a 4WD. There's really no killing it, because he doesn't love 4x4s. He pulled out his cell phone and aimed it at Zhou Mingyu in mock surprise. Is class president Zhou drunk and wants to perform a live show of popping C-schoolgirls? Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm going to have to pull out my cell phone and get a good shot of that. With that, Li Jun-sung pulled out his triple fold, turned on the camera, and also thoughtfully turned on the lights for Zhou Minghav. Fill in the light for the rest of his performance. Shut up, you pussy eater. Nothing of Dr. Sue's is yours, and the day you get kicked by Dr. Sue, don't cry and beg me for a bowl of rice. Seemingly arrogant and accustomed to it, He even directly disliked Lee Jun-chang in front of Soo Han-yoon. In his eyes, Soo Han-yoon was just a scientific researcher without any real power. It doesn't matter if you're offended or not. You won't get any benefit from having a chip anyway. That's why he dared to be so reckless. The other students, on the other hand, were all watching the fun, and none of them dared to come out and persuade the fight. It's still gotta be Shorty. Hearing Jo Ming have insulted Lee Jun-sung in such a way, he was instantly enraged. He wanted to punch Jo Ming-yu in the face, but it was comical when he could only reach people's shoulders. Short legs be damned. He's still short legs. In just an instant, the little dwarf was subdued by Jo Ming-yu's followers and was stomped on the ground, and spit on several times, before Lee Jun-sung could show his work permit and return the place to a clean place, saving the shorty in the process. At this point, Qin Zhengfei couldn't look away. Older brother, have a happy meal. Where do you get so many stupid batches? He was eating happily when a cutie suddenly ran in, wrapped his arms around a woman and started disliking Lee Jun-sung. His old Qin life is the most protective of the calf. Under the hands of the people have never suffered this aggression. Who knows? Jo Ming just sneered again. He hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Lee Jun-sung, isn't it heartbreaking for you to watch your former goddess being abused on me? Isn't it? Ahahahaha. I'm telling you secretly, she's in private. She can play with deep sea bombs and stuff. Get mad, ha. He laughed extremely openly, as if this was the only way for him to regain the lost face of the Zhou family. It's the only way to get him psychologically balanced. What Jo Ming has cared about the most is, why is it that his family is superior? But he just can't marry such a powerful daughter-in-law. A good daughter-in-law who can make the Zhou family prosperous for 100 or even 1,000 generations. In this regard, he unexpectedly lost to Lee Jun-sung, a beggar. By the way, the words that Qin Zhengfei had just opened his mouth were completely ignored by Jo Ming-yu. There was only anger in Jo Ming-yu's eyes, and only Lee Jun-chang. The consequences can be severe. As expected, old Qin also came to fire when he saw this. He got up with a tang's voice and walked straight to Jo Ming-yu's body, raised his thick slap high in the air. Pop! A crisp sound resonated through the hallway outside the door and created a few echoes. Zhou family's kid. Get the hell away from me and don't disturb the laborer's meal. Scare. The sudden turn of events caused all the students to involuntarily take several steps back, fearing that Jo Ming had the next rage that would burn onto them. Ah! How dare you hit me! I want you to die. As expected, the slap was like setting off a bomb, and Jo Ming exploded again. He angrily pulled out his cell phone, was about to call my own personal bodyguard group. Suddenly a piece of identification dangled in front of his eyes. Chapter 89, Chu Tian finds the door. Helicopter arrives directly. Before I had a chance to see what was on the papers, suddenly another document appeared, dangling in front of his eyes. Do Jo Ming have this level of people? See documents which is not vigilant. He is no exception. His pupils narrowed slightly, and he muttered the large words on his credentials. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Intelligence Center. Chief Commander, Qin Zhengfei. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Intelligence Center. Intelligence Agent, Lee Jun-sung. Just after reading it out, Qin Zhengfei withdrew his credentials and let out a cold smile. Ha! You still recognize words. So what are you going to do now? This statement was made. Flutter. Jo Ming had directly paralyzed to the ground. His eyes filled with unbelief. Lifting a trembling finger, he pointed at the two men. Bureau Qin. Bureau Lee. He was starting to lose his words. Long ago, he was scared out of his wits. If Soo Han-yoon does not have any real power, the only value is the patent of the new photolithography technology. He dared to disregard Soo Han-yoon. Then Lee Jun-sung and the others are different. Intelligence Center. I'll be damned. Just find any excuse to go to his Zhou family to investigate, and the Zhou family will be finished. What big family can guarantee they're clean? The clean ones couldn't have made the business that big. And there are still hospital programs about people's livelihood. In other words, ordinary people who offended Qin Zhengfei. Nothing happened. If Jo Ming-yu offended Qin Zhengfei, he offended the king of living hell. Jo Ming-yu on the ground. While thinking about it, his body was shaking like sifting chaff. Dumbfounded the students behind him. What's going on? Isn't the class president his family rich and powerful? Why is he paralyzed at the sight of this man? What's an intelligence center? I've never heard of it. A bunch of uneducated. Can't you see those big words? The highest in the Dragon Kingdom. That is, the highest organization that conducts investigations. Wow! With the explanation of one of the students, it was suddenly clear in everyone's mind. It turns out that Lee Jun-chang is not a loafing fishing man. He actually has such a high identity. No wonder he was able to marry a stunning beauty like Soo Han-yoon. The other students got it, but Zhang Yeqian didn't seem to get it. She was still in a daze. Seeing Jo Ming have limp on the ground, he thought that he wanted to play something exciting again. such as letting himself in front of his classmates, and give him front to go fire. So she looked down and pretended to be concerned. Master, what's wrong with you? Do you want Yiqian to help you suck in the fire? I suck your ass. Zhou Ming had a hard time slowing down and got up in a hurry, nodding his head constantly at Li Jun-sung. I'm sorry, Bureau Li. Today it's me who has the eyes to not recognize him. Tai, please raise your hand. Saying that, he hurriedly pulled over Yiqian and pushed it to Li Junchang. Your woman. Back to you now. That one if it's okay. I have to go home and collect my clothes. Li Jun-sung almost didn't laugh at him. This guy indulges in sound and fury and booze every day, plus being high-minded and not even learning to deal with problems? For that matter, his Zhou family's education is too pulled down. Qin Zhengfei followed suit and shook his head. A simple wave of the hand. You go back and stop interrupting our meal. Fine. I'll leave right away. Right away. After hearing this, Zhou Mingyu turned his head without looking back and stumbled away with trembling legs, leaving the crowd staring at each other in disbelief. I thought I had gotten away with it. Who knows? At this moment, Qin Zhengfei's majestic voice sounded once again. Hey, yes, it's the hospital of the Chao family. Check them all thoroughly. When he heard this, he went straight to both eyes. After a twitch, fell unconscious on the floor. This guy, almost scared to death. But he's a private hospitalist. The Chao family, being able to expand that massively in a short period of time, definitely not much cleaner hands. With this investigation, not only will the Zhou family fall, but even their Zhou family's backers will have to disappear with them. The moment, Zhang Yiqian on the side, even if she is stupid, she can see that the situation is not under Zhou Ming's control. She turned her head to Li Jun-sung in surprise. The mind was shaken. She knew better than anyone what status Zhou Ming had. Privately, when she was a female dog, she had seen a lot of big names having dealings with Zhou Ming. There are all kinds of rich and famous people among them. I thought this was already a top-notch presence. Who would have thought that Li Jun-sung, whom he used to not even bother to look at squarely in the eyes, would have stunned him in 3 or 2 strokes. Before you fainted, you gave yourself to Li Jun-sung? The sky is falling. No, 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 the sky hasn't completely collapsed. It can only be said that it's been changed from one sky to another. Thinking about it, a flirtatiousness surfaced on her small face. Come to Li Jun-sung's side. Li, from today onwards, I'm your exclusive mount. That's enough. I can't care if you make a fool of yourself, but right now, get the hell out of the private room. Li Jun-sung was speechless for a while. Other people's white moonshine is infinitely more beautiful and innocent. And one's former white moon, it's like a mother XX in the sewer. Dirty, smelly and disgusting. When Zhang Yiqian heard Li Junchang's angry roar, she was so scared that she ran out of the private room in a hurry. She even accidentally stepped on her fainting master as she passed through the corridor. Thinking about it, Li Jun-sung came straight to the shorty's side. Reach out. Old Meng. I'm sorry that you were bullied by him because of my name. That's right. Shorty's last name is Meng. His real name is Meng Changzai. He himself, like his namesake, is often a dreamer. The moment. Meng Changzai also extended his hand and was given a hand by Li Junchang. Standing up though, but the shock on his face remained for a long time. Are you really a big shot in the intelligence center? What, big brother? We're all the same, but we're just ordinary people. Faced with the inquiry of the little dwarf Meng Changzai, Li Jun-sung smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to enter any intelligence center if possible. It was all over, but the students still stood dumbfounded. None of them dared to leave first. Still, after old Qin answered another phone call, he pulled Li Junchang up to the rooftop of the hotel, and only then did the matter come to a complete end. Just don't know, after today, what a legend Li Jun-sung would be in his circle of classmates, and what a clownish character Chao Mingyao would be. No matter what, no one can change Zhang Yiqian's image anyway. Originally, her classmates didn't dare to cricket her because she was with Zhou Mingyu. Now Zhou Ming have themselves are difficult to protect. The family is difficult to protect. It was inevitable that her disgusting exploits, all sorts of heavy-handed behavior, would be all over the internet, inviting 1,000 accusations. Arriving at the rooftop, Li Junchang yawned and looked at Qin Zhengfei. Old Qin, what's going on? Halfway through the meal, what are we doing on the rooftop? General Chu said there was a heavenly emergency for us, and that the helicopter would be here soon. As soon as the words were out of their mouths, several people had heard the sound of clattering helicopters. It's getting closer and louder. When he got a good look, Li Jun-sung was also a bit surprised. Surprisingly armed. Without having time to think about it, several people rushed to get out of the way for the helicopter to land. The hotel is a small 4-story building that was originally built by a private person in the countryside. The moment the helicopter landed on the roof. Chapter 90, discovering the remains of an ancient civilization, surprising the mechanical black dragon. The whole building shook slightly. A few people got on the plane, let downstairs ready to disperse the students to give a clear view. Lee Jun-sung, with his daughter-in-law, and the top commander of the intelligence agency, got into a helicopter gunship. The moment, the students were shocked and their scalps went numb. Good lord, what do I see? You read that right. We saw Lee Jun-sung in a helicopter. Still armed. Boy, how much power does he have? It's over. It's over. I laughed at him. I'm not going to check my house too. Your family opens a kiosk. What's there to investigate? And it's not like Zhou Mingyo's family. Zhou Mingyo's family broke the law. They had never seen such a battle, much less come into contact with any big names. The only contact with the most bullish, but also is worth 10 billion Zhou Ming have only. But in front of Lee Jun-sung, Zhou Mingyu had been reduced to slag in seconds. Even Li Junsheng did not do anything, just a phone call from other people. Zhou Ming have faced the plight of the family bankruptcy. On the airplane, Li Jun-sung was a bit puzzled to see General Chu. Before Qin Zhengfei could ask, he spoke first. Old Chu. General Chu, what's going on that you're in such a hurry to find us? General Chu sat in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter. A moment of contemplation. Turning his head to look at Li Junsheng and Qin Zhengfei, he slowly said, originally I came to you to discuss whether there was any way to speed up a certain project. But, just now on the road I saw something. Speaking of this, it was obvious that Chu Tian's voice was trembling a bit, as if he was frightened by something. What is it? Qin Zhengfei asked. Can you guys understand? I'm an atheist and I was just out in the woods and saw a black dragon hovering over a mountain peak, and with a whimper it went into the forest and disappeared. When I looked more closely, the whole mountain unexpectedly collapsed, followed by a flash of lightning and thunder in the sky. Hiss. Listening to Chu Tian's description, Qin Zhengfei was numb throughout. Things are becoming more and more mysterious, and the incidents are becoming more frequent and more volatile. Before digging a coffin, if Li Junsheng hadn't told him that Changwan was a robot, he probably would have thought about it in a metaphysical way. You mean, to take us to investigate that place? Li Jun-sung's brain stuttered. Looking at his daughter-in-law Su Han-yun, his face was in a difficult position. Chu Tian seemed to see his difficulty, smiled slightly and said cheerfully, don't worry, when you pass by your house, send your daughter-in-law back first, and we, the great lords, will go and feel the situation ourselves. With his words, Li Jun-sung finally put his heart down. Relief. He didn't want to take his daughter-in-law to such a dangerous place. Regardless of whether the dragon was real or fake, it must not be small if it could be seen by Chu Tian who was in the helicopter. Even if it was an illusion or a holographic projection, it would take a lot of energy to drive the image of a dragon that big. Honey, will you come home with me? Saying that, Su Han-yun suddenly interjected. Aggrieved, yet expectant eyes looked at Li Jun-sung. Li Jun-sung sighed helplessly. It's something he can't avoid, and if he avoids it this time, he'll have it next time. So he touched his daughter-in-law's little head, softly soothing. Fear not, it's okay, hubby will go and come back. But, General Chu said there was a black dragon that big. The umbrellas at home haven't been used up yet. Saying that, Su Han-yun's eyes reddened. She carries Li Jun-sung in her heart at all times and is wary of the slightest danger. Good girl. You go home and watch the TV show. I'll be back almost as soon as I finish today's episode. Okay? After a good while of pacification, Su Han-yun reluctantly nodded. The helicopter also arrived at Li Jun-sung's doorstep. After putting Su Han-yun down, he left again under the eyes of the whole neighborhood. Take off again. The atmosphere on the helicopter was noticeably a little more relaxed. No more worrying about saying something you shouldn't and scaring Su Han-yun. Old Chu, the helicopter's been flying for an hour. How far away is the place you said? What's the rush? It's still another hour or so of flying. Rubbing his temples, Chu Tian opened his mouth. He'd fought a lot along the way, but hadn't figured out exactly why this elusive thing had happened. Another hour passed. A few people had gotten away from the city, and this place wasn't even visible from the countryside. A whole primitive jungle. Under the helicopter's searchlights, a few people could only see some bright green trees. There are also some leaves that are yellowing from the fall. It was hard finding a relatively empty place to land. A few people were going to look it up, but before taking a few steps out, he was stunned and froze in place by the sight in front of him. See only, not far from where the helicopter landed, there was a big pit. A deep, deep pit. Approaching to check, Qin Zhengfei was shocked. Look, all this dirt has just been turned out. The two of them, Li Jun-sung and Chu Tian, hurriedly came over. A flashlight. As expected, the hole, which was more than 3 meters in diameter, had just been dug out. Surprisingly, it's all new soil. What the hell is this? Lee Jun-sung shook his flashlight for a moment and then noticed a dark patch of something/anything scattered around the dirt. Pick it up and take a look. This thing is light, but very smooth. Enough to be the size of a 27-inch display. When Chu Tian heard Lee Jun-cheng's words, he studied the hole for a few seconds before resting his gaze on Lee Jun-cheng's hand, waiting for him to scrutinize it for a while. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he took 2 steps back in fear and gasped for air. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is the black dragon I saw with its scales. Get away from here, quick! That thing is not a projection. It's not virtual, it's real. After thinking it through, Chu Tian hurriedly shouted out, calling out to several people to hurry back to the helicopter. A few people didn't dare to be careless. Hastily, he followed in his footsteps and turned back toward the helicopter's location. Hoo hoo hoo! A few people ran when there was a sharp sound of wind behind them, looking back but not realizing anything. But the scattered leaves around the dark hole were blown in place by the wind. Snapping! Another sound of dislodging dirt came. With a rumble, a dark dragon head poked out of the hole. Several people looked back as they fled. Chu Tian also drew an automatic pistol from his waist and aimed it at the snake's head and pulled the trigger. But with a clanking sound, he was desperate. The snake was metal? What the is this? It looks like a legendary dragon to me. Never mind whatever it is. Let's run away first. Chu Tian burst out cursing. Thought it was an ordinary big snake. Never thought that thing was not even afraid of the gun. Lee Jun-sung, on the other hand, remains silent, because he's communicating with the system. Ding! Remnants of an ancient blue star civilization have been discovered. Bionic machinery of an ancient civilization has been discovered. Dragons! What the hell? This was built by a prehistoric civilization? According to the test, this object has existed in Blue Star for at least 5 million years, and it seems to be some kind of mechanical pet, or toy. Holy crap! Which god can treat such a big dragon as a toy? Chapter 91, I'm used to jumping off buildings. In their nervousness, several people had run back to the helicopter. He was also ready for takeoff a long time ago because he had been in communication with the pilot. The helicopter's propellers had long since whirred and accelerated in advance to the point where it was ready to take off. Back to you. The dragon didn't seem to have much interest in them and didn't come after them. It's just a dead hold at the entrance to the cave. Several people hurried back to the helicopter and lifted into the air before breathing a sigh of relief. Hoo hoo! Good lord! It's really a dragon! Qin Zhengfei pinched his cold sweat, frightened. After catching his breath, he noticed the scales in Lee Jun-sung's hand and was almost startled again. I'll be damned! You can do it, old man. Take his scales in a panic. Come on you! You were the fastest runner just now. And you have the nerve to praise me. Almost left us all behind. Li Juncheng gave old Qin a blank look. This guy looked quite reliable on a regular basis. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. The first one to pull out his legs and run when in danger, regardless of the bystanders, is him. You don't know what you're talking about. My brother, the purpose of our intelligence center is, if we can get away with one thing, we'll have someone to burn paper for the victims in the coming year. What kind of bull asterisk reasoning is that? No human rights? Li Juncheng's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Zhengfei incredulously. This coming from the head of the Supreme Intelligence Center? It shouldn't. When he reads novels, aren't all those bosses so righteous that they would rather die themselves than give a backing to their juniors? How come it doesn't apply when it comes to Qin Zhengfei? It seemed to sense Li Jun-sung's confusion. Chu Tian, who was on the side, hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Older brother, you're not used to it yet, but don't underestimate this old Qin guy. You'd better not look when he's really desperate. Come on, old Chu, don't blow it for me. Think about what to do about this first. Qin Zhengfei listened to Chu Tian's words and hurriedly interrupted him. Seems reluctant to have people bring up his past. He was also really worried about this black dragon. If this dragon came into the city, hell knows what will happen. At those words, several people fell silent. There really doesn't seem to be a good way to handle it. It's almost impossible to catch this thing alive. This thing isn't even afraid of bullets. With dynamite? That would be a shame. How can you study it if you break it? After a long time, it was still Chu Tian who took the lead and spoke out his program. I'm going to go ahead and request support from the army side. Surround this first, and try to catch the black dragon before it gets to the city. Li Jun-sung nodded. It seems to be the only way to go for now. If you really killed this mechanical dragon with a high-yield explosive, then it lost a large part of its research value. If you can, bring along some electromagnetic equipment or something that might have an effect. After thinking about it, Li Jun-sung still opened his mouth and suggested, after all, it's a mechanical product. Maybe he's got circuits hidden in his body. Use electromagnetic and electrical discharge devices to destroy his internal circuits. It's not a bad idea. No. Do you see something, old man? Something like that. I don't think it was a creature, but a mechanical artifact. Hiss. A mechanical product? Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian both gave a start. Who can build such a big mechanical dragon? It can also drill and scare. Looks like there's still self-awareness. It seems. There's also a sense of territory. It was still Qin Zhengfei who reacted first. After all, with a Qingwan as a prerequisite, it was still easier for him to accept this kind of thing. Older brother. Another robot from the same period as Changwan. Heir. A robot dragon? It's not the same. Qingwan came from hundreds of years ago. This dragon has existed for millions of years at least. Put. Chu Tian, who was drinking water to suppress his shock, heard the conversation between the two. A mouthful of water sprayed directly on the pilot's head. Do you guys want to listen to the recording? What you're talking about? Robots from hundreds of years ago. Did Lupin build them? Mechanical dragons from millions of years ago. Cavemen love to study machinery when they have nothing else to do? Crazy. Really crazy. In Chu Tian's eyes, the two people behind him were just scared out of their wits by that black dragon. It's what makes you say these crazy things. Until the plane was firmly planted on the roof of the intelligence center. Qin Zhengfei made a phone call to get the sleeping Changwan to go up to the roof to meet him. A few people got off the plane. Chu Tian darkened his face and almost gave Qin Zhengfei a slap on the face. Vicious throws a leg kick but Qin Zhengfei tries to avoid it. So, Chu Tian viciously pointed at him and said, "When the hell did you learn to put on airs and have to be picked up when you go back to the office?" "No. I knew there was no use explaining it anyway, so I wanted you to see it for yourself." "See what? Let's see how awesome robots from centuries ago really were. It's okay that it's not explained." As soon as he explained, Chu Tian treated Qin Zhengfei even more like a little cutie. Looked at. Or, heck, just treat this general like a little cutie. Play. Can this be tolerated? It's absolutely intolerable. So the two on the rooftop were chasing each other. Chu Tian vowed to drag Qin Zhengfei out of his, and Qin Zhengfei ran away with all his might, explaining as he ran. "Old Qin, you're still so calm even when you're a ING general. You won't know when the robots come. I machine you at hashtag, at %. Really think I'm stupid?" 2 minutes later, there was a creak and the sound of metal doors rubbing together as they were opened. A beautiful and youthful young girl appeared at the door of the rooftop. "Boss, Qingwan is here. May I ask if there is any mission?" Seeing an outsider, or a girl with such a clear look, Chu Tian also collected himself. This was the second time he, Chu Tian, had seen Changwan, still so stunning. The first time he saw her, Chu Tian tried his best to restrain his urge to go up and talk to her. He hastily coughed twice to show his gentlemanly demeanor. "Ahem. Your boss is a bit out of his mind today. Go back to bed first." "It's fine." "Who said it's fine? Qingwan, you have to do it for me." When Qin Zhengfei saw Changwan, it was like seeing a savior. Hurriedly hiding behind her with a sniffle and a tear, aggrieved Baba ordered Qingwan to say, "You go jump and show General Chu, or he won't leave me alone tonight." Qingwan was speechless. Li Jun-sung was speechless. Chu Tian was speechless. What a bad way to prove it. And this guy goes for the most bombastic way possible, jumping off a building? People's robots are durable, but not the way you build them. Li Jun-sung covered his face. It feels a bit humiliating to follow this boss. And Trudy, he thought it was just a farce. Ignoring the two, he turned around and was about to leave the rooftop. Who knew that at this moment, Qingwan moved? "Just see her stand upright." A loud voice shouted. "Yes, sir. Under your supervision. Qingwan has gotten used to jumping, sir." Chapter 92, A Little Scented Breeze. The words just fell. Qingwan then ran towards the rooftop without looking back. Her pace was fast, so fast that she brought up a gust of wind as she swept past Chu Tian. My little fragrance. No, this girl is really going to jump. Seeing this, Chu Tian hurriedly turned back to look. It's just a moment. Changwan had actually run to the edge of the rooftop, opened her arms and slowly fell downwards. Holy, stop her. With a cry of alarm, Chu Tian took an arrow step to chase after her, grabbing Changwan's arm the moment she was about to fall. Silly girl yo, it's true that you follow the orders of your officers, but not the way you follow them yo. Catch me, I'll pull you on. I'll go. What are you doing? Chu Tian was shocked into a cold sweat. At this moment, Changwan, instead of grabbing his arm, was breaking his tight grip. Moreover, Changwan was very strong. It wasn't something he, Chu Tian, could hold on to. Seeing that it was too late to marvel at Changwan's strength, Chu Tian then realized she really wanted to jump. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, he hurriedly called out to Qin Zhengfei, "You murdering bastard! Come and help! I can't hold on! And elder brotherly, you come and help too! Such a beautiful girl, like a blooming delicate flower. You guys damn, don't you have any pity?" But he shouted half the time. Li Junchang and Qin Zhangfei really don't have any pity and don't come to help. Changwan has jumped, so let her do it. Anyway, the next moment would prove the existence of ancient machinery, and it would make the military really take it seriously, instead of being dead set against believing it, as they just were. Finally, Changwan plucked away Chu Tian's hand. The entire body began to fall downward rapidly. Watching Chu Tian was a frightening experience. A few seconds pass. Bang! The loud bang came from downstairs. The current Chu Tian's pupils contracted dramatically and his sweat hairs stood up. He jerked his head around, staring viciously at Qin Zhengfei. As the top commander of the intelligence bureau, you are still a human being when you kill people? Old Chu, why don't you look downstairs first? What are you looking at? A bloody mess downstairs. A delicate flower passing away downstairs? Really? Why don't you take a look first? But now, no matter how Qin Zhengfei explained and reminded him to look downstairs, Chu Tian remained unmoved. Instead, with a dark face, he took a step towards Qin Zhengfei. It seemed that the anger in his chest had reached the breaking point. Qin Zhengfei saw this. Inwardly, he cackled. It's over. It's a big ING game. Before Changwan comes back, run. He hastily patted Li Junsung. Then pulling his legs out, he ran toward the building. Seeing this, Li Junsung could only follow, completely unknown. What's the matter, old Qin? You look like you've seen a ghost? The ING Chu Tian under this expression is a ghost. Obviously, Li Junsung didn't realize how terrifying the black-faced Chu Tian really was. He stopped and did not continue to follow Qin Zhengfei as he ran downstairs, because he had stopped. The next second, Chu Tian arrived in front of him. Ha! 2 straw men. You must be taught a lesson. Saying that, Chu Tian stretched out his right hand and grabbed Li Junchang's collar. Give it a hard yank. I wanted to throw Li Junsung aside and let him hurt for a few days to learn his lesson. Unexpectedly, the next moment, stabbing, the clothes on his body were ripped off, but the man remained untouched, revealing the upper half of his 8-pack abs. Hiss! That's strong. It's a denim jacket, and a handful of it ripped? This time it was Li Junsung's turn to be surprised. His body had been strengthened, so naturally he wasn't afraid of attacks from ordinary people, so he didn't continue to run. But after seeing Chu Tian's power, it always seemed like this guy was a little too good to be true. Human. One-handed. Shredding a denim jacket? Good boy. A bit of ability. Then try this. Seeing that one move failed to punish Li Junchang, Chu Tian hurriedly turned his claws into fists and slammed them fiercely towards Li Junchang's right shoulder. The next instant, a loud thud echoed through the hallway. Qin Zhengfei, who had already run down several floors, heard it. The soul is almost scared, but after thinking about it, he stiffened up and turned to run back. Damn Chu Tian. If you want to go crazy, don't do it here in my place. Li Junchang is my man. Don't ing cripple me. When Qin Zhengfei ran back and saw the scene in front of him, frozen, only to see, the black-faced Chu Tian slammed out a fist, but it was blocked by Li Junsung's outstretched palm, and blood dripped from the intersection of their fists and palms. Can't tell whose it is. After a moment passed, Chu Tian's fist slowly fell down and his clenched fist fell apart. His entire arm. It was as if he had lost any feeling. It fell and swung a few times with inertia. What's the situation? Chu to battle god's full force punch has fractured himself? Asterisk 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 old Chu, what are you doing? Stop. Only to see that after Chu Tian wasted his right hand with one punch, he manipulated his left hand again. Qin Zhengfei looked on. Scared, he rushed forward to stop it, but it seemed too late. A close call. There was a ding on the floor and the elevator doors opened. Boss, I'm back. Are we jumping this time? That's right. The moment Chu Tian's left hand was about to smash out, Changwan returned. The scene. Chu Tian was dumbfounded. What's going on? It's not the two of them who are killing people, using their power to dictate people's lives and deaths at will? And who was the girl who appeared not far from the elevator entrance? She was covered in dust and her clean, dry dress was dirty, but there doesn't seem to be any damage. It's just a little dusty. Old Qin? Seeing this, Chu Tian put away his left hand, and at this moment, the black lines on his face had disappeared. Doubtfully, he looked at Qin Zhengfei. But before Qin Zhengfei could say anything, Li Junsung was the first to explain. Looking at Chu Tian, who had already had his right hand wasted, he slowly opened his mouth. Told you, she's a robot, she can't jump. Also, if I were just an ordinary person, that punch of yours might have killed me, so I'll count it as my benevolence to waste one of your hands. It was something that made Li Junsung very uncomfortable. Chu Tian was not wrong. With normal human thinking, dozens of floors jumped down and definitely died. And since he, Chu Tian, was righteous at heart, he would naturally be angry. Through no fault of your own, you're just a ing foodie, and you're almost hospitalized? If he hadn't been strengthened by the system, that punch would have absolutely shattered his shoulder. Old Chin is even less wrong. He is anxious to prove that the military will pay attention to the robot incident, so that Chu Tian understands the matter of Li Junchang's so-called Black Dragon being a machine. Wrong on that. Everyone went to extremes. Forget it. I don't want you to apologize or anything. I'm going back to be with my daughter-in-law. You guys have fun on your own. After dropping a line, Li Jun-sung left the intelligence center straight away. The night, too, was fading. Early the next morning, inside the hospital, Qin Zhengfei guarded Chu Tian's hospital bed and confessed for the whole night. At this moment, Chu Tian felt a pang of remorse. Are you saying that it's been solidly established that Li Jun-sung is the mastermind behind the black technology? No. Qin Zhengfei shook his head and inhaled a cigarette in front of Chu Tian. But he was sure that Qingwan was a robot the first moment he saw her. And it was. Hearing this, Chu Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. Can't it be that he, Li Jun-sung, is also a robot? These words startled even Qin Zhengfei, who was in front of the hospital bed. Yeah, he'd never thought about it in that context. But if you think about it, Li Jun-sung and Su Han-yun have been married for so many years and Su Han-yun has not been able to get pregnant. And, moreover, he blocked my full-force punch and shattered one of my hands instead. It seemed to have read Qin Zhengfei's inner thoughts. Chu Tian added in time. Did you look up the information? Checked. Li Jun-sung is just an ordinary person. Everything about him is traceable. I think you need to dig deeper. Maybe he has a deeper secret. Enough. General Chu, Li Junchang is now my subordinate. And I, Qin Zhengfei, have always upheld the attitude of employing people without doubt. As we talked, Qin Zhengfei also got angry. He dropped his cigarette. Without looking back, he left a message. That Black Dragon incident. I want you to contact support as soon as possible instead of bullying a new intelligence agent here. By now, only Chu Tian was left alone in the ward. He was still trying desperately to digest the events of last night. Black Dragon, Jumper, and Robot. This little old man ate himself up with one punch. Nothing is normal. Speaking of which, that little girl named Changwan. Robot. She's very pretty. Chapter 93, A Palace Made of Gold. Forget it, on Li Jun-sung's side. We'll find a chance to make amends to him later. This black dragon needs to be addressed urgently. Thinking about it, Chu Tian made an immediate decision. Immediately contacted support. Because of His Majesty, even if the others didn't believe in the black dragon incident, they still sent out their men. It's more special. He asked to bring weapons and equipment that could be discharged. Then, shouting to a passing nurse at the door of the ward, pull the pin out of me. I want to be discharged. The scene returns to Su Han-yun's side. She just woke up. Just spotted my sleeping husband beside me. No wonder I slept so soundly for the rest of the night and didn't have nightmares. She smiled sweetly. After washing up a little bit they started to make breakfast. Soon Li Jun-sung also wakes up and the two of them simply and uneventfully sunbathe until noon. Would have enjoyed the leisure. Suddenly, Qin Zhengfei called him. Pick up the phone. Inside was an urgent. Old brother. Old Chu, he was injured and went to the Black Dragon's side. You really guessed right. The discharged weapon really paralyzed the Black Dragon. Oh. What's it to me? Ahem. Yesterday, Old Chu also had too much sense of justice and made a big misunderstanding. No, what I'm going to say now is that there's a palace underneath that hole that the Black Dragon hit. Surprise! Only then did Li Junchang realize that the old Qin called himself in the end a few meanings. If the Black Dragon can be given to scientists to study slowly, then this palace, it still needs to be recorded in detail by the intelligence center. If old Qin wants to go over, then it means that he, Li Junchang, has to go to work as well. After hanging up, he sighed. I thought I would have to coax my daughter-in-law, but I didn't realize that she was extraordinarily understanding today. Go ahead. From that Black Dragon, I can guess that your intelligence center is facing unprecedented challenges. Husband, you are doing great things. You can't be tied to me all the time. Daughter-in-law, don't be so sentimental. The whole thing is like a breakup. Humph. Come back early for dinner. Got it. With his daughter-in-law's permission, Li Jun-sung hurriedly cleaned up, put on his work clothes and set off. This time, when they arrived at the intelligence center, a helicopter had been waiting for them. Getting to that primeval forest is not feasible on foot or by car, only with airplanes, fastest and most convenient. On the airplane, Qin Zhengfei had a serious look on his face, wanting to say something, but he wanted to stop. Alright old Qin, you want to speak for Chu Tian, right? It doesn't really matter. He's the one who got hurt anyway, not me. Li Jun-sung closed his eyes. A brief self-reference. Ha ha, I knew that you, old brother, have a big heart and can row a boat in a prime minister's stomach. I can still fly an aircraft carrier in my stomach. Want to try? gave Qin Zhengfei a blank stare. Li Jun-sung then asked, "What kind of palace was it? Roughly, and did any pictures come back?" No photos for fear of someone else hijacking the wireless signal. There was no need for Qin Zhengfei to continue explaining, and Li Juncheng understood the reasoning. This is a great find. If you transmit photos with a wireless device, it is easy for others to capture the signal. Only bring back the photos. Encrypting the transmission with large special equipment from all over the world is only enough insurance. Chatting away, they soon arrived at the place where they had encountered the Black Dragon last night. After getting off the plane, Li Juncheng followed Qin Zhengfei to the mouth of that cave. It's a spectacular sight to behold. Only the Black Dragon from last night was already lying quietly on the ground, smoking black. Looks like it's burnt? That cave, on the other hand, had been fitted with a safety ladder and sparsely populated with people going up and down. And these people, they're all wearing ghillie suits. It's all military. Ha ha, old Qin, elder brotherly, you finally arrived. As he was observing, at that moment, Chu Tian came from the side. Grinning, he greeted the two men. Li Jun-sung smiled faintly, looking at General Chu, whose arm was wrapped into a twist. Whatever anger he had within him had pretty much dissipated. What's going on? Introductions? What else could it be? The ladder is already set up. Why don't you go down and see for yourselves? Listening to Chu Tian's words, Li Juncheng became even more curious about the lower side. In fact, he had been prompted by the system a long time ago. This is the remains of an ancient civilization. That means that all of them are at least a few million years old kind of ancient civilizations. Ding! Multiple prototype technologies detected. Use parser to obtain information upon contact. At this moment, suddenly the system came with a prompt. Li Jun-sung then remembered. You have your own parser. Thinking that, he hurriedly looked at the big black dragon on the side and secretly pressed the parser. Since we're parsing, let's start with you. The parser kicks in and the information is all passed to the system. Soon, the system responded. Ding! Analyzing the bionic machine and obtaining the essentials for making a snake and insect bionic machine. Holy, a black dragon with that bullsh asterisk t haha parse this? What? You still want me to build this thing? What's the point? Hint, all types of bionic machines have specific roles to play, especially in war, and are invincible mass murderers. Listening to the system's explanation, Li Jun-sung became even more speechless. Who needs this kind of snakes and rats when your daughter-in-law is building a 350,000 ton displacement aircraft carrier? Something that's wasted when you electrocute it. Reminder, the Black Dragon is a semi-finished product, so its internal circuits will be damaged when it is electrocuted. Finished products of this type of technology are not afraid of being electrocuted, and can instead absorb any electricity to replenish their energy. What? This time, Li Jun-sung finally understood the power of the bionic machinery. Ding! Photolithography has been detected to have an actual impact, and the motherland is completely out of the chip business of the Dutch Eagle and the others. High impact. 5,000 bonus points. Suddenly, Li Jundu was stupefied by the sky-breaking riches. Good lord! Last second he only had 4 points himself. The next moment, 5,000 points were gained in a flash. Happiness comes out of nowhere. Woohoo! Enough points. Are you upgrading your equipment? Equipment? Oh yeah, I've got hand-rubbing gloves, and a parser, and a controller. 3 magical things coming. System, how many points does it take to upgrade the parser? 3,000 points can be upgraded to analyze technology. Products will be more detailed. You give the black-hearted system. It's not easy for me to get 5,000 points. Upgrading a piece of you charge me 3,000 points? Conscientious price. Fair and square. Okay, just wait for me. Upgrade. The parser in his pocket instantly became slightly warmer as he cried out with a loud internal level. And then there's no more. Finished upgrading? Finished? You're not going to ding it and report on his attributes after the upgrade? There's nothing to report. It's still a low-level thing. It's just something that parses. And the information that can be parsed out becomes more detailed. By the system's own admission, Li Jun-sung's heart was dripping blood. 3,000 points just like that. 3,000 points. Damn. I must go down to the inside of the palace and parse all I can. Gritting his back teeth. With determination, Li Jun-sung climbed up the safety ladder that had been put in place. Slowly climbed down. The hole was dark and seemed to have no end. But after about a minute of crawling, a little light suddenly dawned on me. Climb a little further down and it opens up. It turns out that the palace is on top of a cave wall. No wonder you never see the bottom. It's the lack of light. Without much thought, Li Jun-sung climbed straight into the entrance. When he actually entered the palace, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Good lord, the entire palace is the size of 3 soccer fields, and it's all made of gold. Chapter 94, Bionic Mechanical Designs. All monsters of the mountain and sea scriptures? My Nima, didn't they say that gold is a rare commodity? Why did someone refine so much gold millions of years ago? Li Jun-sung was surveying the palace. At this point, Qin Zhengfei also came down from above. As far as the eye could see, it was a 3-football field palace of gold. The pillars, floor tiles, tables, chairs, benches, statues, etc., are all gold, and there are already archaeologists working in it. According to experts, these are still pure gold, the kind of purity that rivals modern craftsmanship. Did you see anything, old boy? No, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it except for one word, ho. Li Jun-sung shook his head. The system said that this was the remains of an ancient civilization, and that a mechanical snake had appeared as well. I thought there would be all sorts of ancient civilization technology products inside. It didn't work out. There's nothing but gold here. It seems to have only archaeological value, not any debunking value. System, are you analyzing this wrong? There aren't any technological products here. Hint, his very existence is the biggest secret of all. You're right, system. A ING palace that's millions of years old should have collapsed long ago by all rights. Ancient Greek civilization is only a few thousand years away, but their palaces have long since collapsed to a few large stones. And here, the test report is 5 million years, but the first human, Lucy, is only 2 million years old. According to current archaeological findings, there's still a million years in between. Looked east, looked west, looked for a long time. Li Jun-sung never noticed anything strange. The only abnormality was that throughout the interior of the palace, there was a vacancy. The vacant floor was strewn with odd shapes of gold. It's like the feeling of a candle that has been burned and flowed to the ground and then solidified again. There was nothing to do but activate the pocket analyzer again and aim it at a large bowl nearby. Hey, unsurprisingly, the parsed data is gold purity again, right? Didn't all those tables, chairs and benches just do that? Parser data is being received. Received. System secondary analysis in progress. Analysis complete. This is a bionic mechanical bowl with a 3 cm thick gold coating. Sure enough, it's gold again. Wait, a mechanical bull? Li Jun-sung's eyes widened as he seemed to understand how that puddle of gold had appeared. A puddle of gold appeared in the only vacancy, and the amount seemed just right to wrap around the big snake outside. The great dragon. Nima, so many statues here. Is it possible that they are all mechanical products? With these words, Li Jun-sung didn't hold back his awe and said it. Qin Zhengfei, who was on the side, hurriedly asked after him after hearing this. See what's going on, old boy. These are mechanical products? It was Qin Zhengfei's turn to be surprised. He heard clearly that what Li Jun-sung was talking about in his mouth was machinery, and he was smart enough to think of the black dragon outside in a flash. Another look at the puddle of gold not far away. Hiss, terrifying as it is, with gold wrapped around the machine and lots of animals that don't even exist in reality. Oh yeah, the Book of Mountains. For a moment, old Qin suddenly realized that he was looking at a lot of strange animals, thinking of the ancient book that had been circulating in the Dragon Kingdom, the Shanhaijing. After carefully recognizing them, there are several animals whose appearance is similar to that described in the Shanhaijing Bai Zai, Koan Pang, Chongming Bird, Karen. A few of his exclamations made the archaeologists on the sidelines break out in a cold sweat. Archaeologists have definitely read more ancient books than Qin Zhengfei. The classic of mountains and seas is even memorized backwards. With that reminder, they finally realized what the hell these were. Dragon Kingdom Ancient Book of Mountains and Seas. All the rare and exotic beasts written above are now in this palace, without exception. And there seems to be a lot more that hasn't been documented. This discovery has directly overturned the existing history of civilization in the Dragon Kingdom. Can it be that the history of the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom is not only 5,000 years up and down, but 5 million years? Whatever archaeologists think. At the moment, old Qin was a little bit eager to try. Is there any way to release one? I kind of want to see what this unicorn, when it's alive, looks like. When Li Jun-sung heard that, he gave him a blank look. Shaking his head, he reminded, we don't know what mission these machines have been given, and I'll be the first to run when they're released. What the hell? They machines still eat people? I don't know. Anyway, if you let me go I'll run and burn paper for you next year. Although the words were said, both old Qin and Li Jun-chang didn't know how to release these things. Wandered around a good deal more, which can be described as a dazzling array of rare and exotic beasts. Not a single one duplicated. At this moment, a sudden system prompt rang out. Ding! Energy switch detected. Energy shield residual energy detected. Palace core detected. Looking around, this is a corner of the palace. But just such an inconspicuous place hides the core of the entire palace. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be something like a handle not too far away. Is it possible that this thing is the switch that turns on the palace animals? Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung broke out in a cold sweat. It's a good thing this thing is in the middle of nowhere and archaeologists haven't studied this place yet. Otherwise a pull down. What they came here to see then was not a palace, but a scene of 100 beasts fighting. He was thinking about how to tell Qin Zhengfei to protect this place. Who knows? A turn of the head. Qin Zhengfei was curiously playing with the palace's main switch. Old Qin, don't move that thing. Lee Jun-sung, who was sweating with fear, fiercely voiced out a reminder. Who knows? The reminder was too loud. It gave Qin Zhengfei a jolt, and with a click, the switch he was playing with was pulled down. Rumble. The switch was pulled down for a moment. The entire palace trembled for that brief moment. Then came the howls of pain from one of the archaeologists. It turns out that these individual archaeologists were studying the gold statue when they got burned by the sudden heat of the statue. And the statues. As far as the eye can see, it gradually loses its original shape like a candle. The gold on the top seems to be melting away. At this time, Lee Jun-sung's system began to ring continuously. Ding! Ancient civilization bionic technology. Kirin bionic machine design, including material technology. Ding! Parsing complete. Ancient civilization bionic technology. Phoenix bionic machine design, including material technology. Ding! A full 1,000 dings nearly blew his brains out. Old Qin, pull this ing gate up. Chapter 95 Request. Accelerating carrier construction. With his roar, Qin Zhengfei finally reacted. Knowing he was in trouble, he hastily pulled on the switch in his hand and lifted it upward as hard as he could. All change came to a screeching halt. All of the statues in the palace had been melted down by a large margin, and some of them had revealed the materials inside it. On the phoenix's body, reddish-red feathers like flames were revealed. On the unicorn's body, turquoise scales like jewels were revealed. At the moment, the archaeologists are watching the changes in the golden statue, and each one of them is going crazy, ignoring their burned hands. Once again, the expedition was put to work. Oh my god, it's not glass. It's a material I can't read. It's not a gemstone either. So amazing that these are still intact at temperatures that can melt gold. To everyone's surprise, Lee Jun-sung finally let out a sigh of relief. Good thing, didn't activate those things. Otherwise it's doubtful if you'll make it out alive. Giving a grudging look at old Qin, Li Juncheng couldn't wait to scold him on the spot. Feeling Li Juncheng's resentment, old Qin on the other hand smiled awkwardly and scratched his head one by one. Don't look at me like that. We need to be adventurous. Otherwise how can we get information? Okay, take your time exploring. I'll head out. There are quite a few bits and pieces scattered around here. What the hell is that? Lee Jun-sung was about to leave. Walk to the spot that was first melted down, where the black dragon was born. The gold on the ground was found to have melted twice to reveal some unintelligible and sophisticated contraptions. However, the material was similar to the scale that Lee Jun-sung had gotten. In the midst of his mind's confusion, the system appeared just in time. Ding! Black dragon secret clues acquired. Analyzing. The black dragon was accidentally forced to stop halfway through its birth from the palace. So many parts were left behind, and his body was crippled and incomplete, which is what led to his fear of electricity damaging the core components. Ding! Black dragon core command accessory detected. Analyzing. Analysis 46% complete. Information has been received that the core technologies of the black dragon are anti-gravity systems, high-voltage lightning energy generators, XX-132 synthetic materials. Such synthetic materials, which are several orders of magnitude harder than diamonds and tougher than plastics, belong to a higher level of technology. Higher level tech. I didn't expect that the Earth's civilization a few million years ago had developed to this point. But what makes it hard to understand is this. Where are they now? Why has it suddenly disappeared into thin air and saved no information whatsoever? With many doubts, he left the palace. After returning to the ground, Chu Tian had already been waiting for them for a long time. Seeing the two Li Jun-sungs come out, he rushed forward. There's no more danger here. So next up is your intelligence and archaeology departments. Oh, a couple of Ks, you go back to recuperating. Qin Zhengfei gave an OK gesture, signaling Chu Tian to hurry back. Who knows? Chu Tian didn't move a step away, but looked at Li Juncheng dead on. Wanted to say something and then stopped. There seemed to be something hard to say. After a long time, he prepared himself mentally, but he still opened his mouth to Li Jun-sung. Elder brother Li, I was irrational last night. I'm sorry. Squirms and apologizes. Just be careful next time. What's up with you? Li Jun-sung was unimpressed. And anyway, the one who was injured was not himself, but Chu Tian, pouring in his eyes. Seeing that Chu Tian's main purpose was actually not to apologize, but something else. Fruity. Lee Jun-sung guessed correctly. Chu Tian spoke out his main purpose for returning to the capital this time after being internally entangled for quite a while. Without saying anything, this time I'm here to ask you for one thing on behalf of the entire Dragon Kingdom Maritime Force. It was a phrase he wrestled with for a long time. It was eventually said in all seriousness. As a war god, begging a brat in front of so many people would have been humiliating. And now the situation at sea has arrived. It was not up to him to save face. When Lee Jun-sung saw his serious expression, he thumped inwardly and was about to refuse. Who knows? Chu Tian was the first to speak again. I know that you, elder brother Lee, are in love with your younger siblings as a couple and can't afford to part for a moment, but this time there is really no choice. What happened? Lee Jun-sung scratched his head. Regular multinational navies, disguised as pirates, have been targeting Dragon Kingdom cargo ships. Then call back. What's the use of begging me? I don't know anything but fishing. You can't make me go fishing in the sea? A moment of speechlessness. Shouldn't he be left to his own devices when it comes to their affairs at sea? At this moment, Chu Tian spoke again. I know that my younger siblings have a lot of energy. I would like to beg you two as a family to help the Dragon Kingdom speed up the construction of the aircraft carrier. When he finished, Lee Jun-sung understood. It turns out that the one who came for my daughter-in-law Su Hanhyun wasn't brother me. It's also true that the one who has been acting awesome and genius is daughter-in-law Su Hanhyun. There is no reason for anyone else to beg for themselves. I'll have to discuss this with my daughter-in-law, and I won't stop her from going if she wants to. Fruitful, you are righteous, old brother, and on behalf of those suffering crew members, brother, I'll kowtow to you in honor of you. Chu Tian also didn't know how to show his gratitude. He had thought that after last night's incident, Lee Jun-sung would refuse to come. I didn't expect to get consent so smoothly. Unexpected and a real surprise. Saying that, Chu Tian actually really bent down his body, his two legs slightly bending to slowly sink down. It was Qin Zhengfei on the side who was quick to stop him. Nonsense. You're the god of war Chu Tian. How can you kowtow to others in front of so many people? Then sometime, I'll kowtow in private? Lee Jun was speechless for a moment at the sight. Covering his face stopped them from continuing their exchange. Make it seem as if you're forcing Chu Tian to kneel. I don't need you to kowtow to anything. As I said, it's up to my daughter-in-law. Fine. I'll take you back now. Asked Dr. Su. Chu Tian was so excited that he hurriedly transferred a helicopter and parked it just a few steps away. On the way back, Lee Jun-sung couldn't help but spit out a comment. That said, my daughter-in-law is pretty busy, having to build quantum chips and speeding up the progress of aircraft carrier construction. In response to his tirade, Chu Tian naturally didn't dare to chime in. He was right. Dr. Su was working too hard. If there are two Dr. Su, 3, for in the Dragon Kingdom, then it will be a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Tian thought and shook his head. Having one Dr. Su is already groundbreaking. A few more. I don't dare to think how powerful the Dragon Kingdom will become in time. At least, no matter how suspicious Lee Jun-sung is, and no matter who he is or if he secretly teaches Su Hanhyun, but the one who built the black technology in reality was always Su Hanhyun. No matter what happened, there was no way to deny Su Hanhyun's genius. No way to deny Su Hanhyun's contribution. Chapter 96 Handing over the hand-rubbing magic to Su Hanhyun. Showdown. The plane flew for over an hour. Finally back in the capital, at Lee Jun-sung's house. Once again, he came back in a helicopter with his neighbors watching. Click. The door to the house was opened. When he pushed the door in, Lee Jun-sung felt a fragrant breeze on his face. A soft object then burrowed into his arms. Hubby, you're back. I'm making you chicken stew with mushrooms. Daughter-in-law, restrain yourself. There are outsiders. Where are the outsiders? It's not just the neighbors. They're used to us being like this. Ha, it's General Chu? With a turn of her head, Su Hanhyun saw Chu Tian's presence / Hurriedly, he got out of Lee Jun-sung's arms. Red-faced, he ran into the house. I'll go and make you some tea. Hubby, you take the guests to sit down first. Shaking his head helplessly, Lee Jun-sung looked at Chu Tian with a somewhat awkward expression. It seems, General Chu has come unmarried so far. Is it bad to spread dog food in front of him like that? As the two men took their seats, Lee Jun-sung thought a lot. According to Chu Tian, the current international situation had long since fallen into a state of chaos. The frequency of mysterious events in various places has seriously affected the lives of the people and, more importantly, all aspects of the countries. This multinational sanctioning of Dragon's foreign trade incident, it made Lee Jun-sung become more anxious inside. He feared that the countries themselves had fought to the death before the real event broke out. It'll really be over by then. Admiral Chu, will you be able to shock everyone after the carrier construction is completed? A lot of thought has gone into it, all centered around one question. That is to delay human infighting as long as possible. And when the event breaks out, human infighting will stop naturally. Together, we have a real chance of winning. We can't just let Rococo face it, can we? You don't seem to understand the horror of a 350,000 tons displacement? Ah, what 350,000 tons? I don't build it. Lee Jun-sung pretended to be surprised, but he could also understand the general picture by looking at Chu Tian's confident expression when he talked about the 350,000 tons of displacement. It's done. Looking at Chu Tian again, his eyes were complicated, as if he was trying hard to decipher Li Junchang. It was ultimately unsuccessful. He couldn't read it, really couldn't read it anymore. Did Dr. Su's technology have anything to do with Lee Jun-sung or not? Never mind, whether it matters or not. The most important thing right now is to speed things up. Dragon country trade can't wait. Thinking about it, he told Lee Jun-sung in a very serious and decisive manner. There's no problem in deterring anyone, and the Dragon Kingdom will be the Blue Star hegemony when it comes to the military then. Blue Star Overlord? Lee Jun-sung was a bit agitated. He didn't know anything about the military. That's why he asked Chu Tian that much. And the answer Chu Tian gave out was undoubtedly the most shocking one. Then this matter had to be done, so that Chu Tian could shock everyone and allow the world to breathe. Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung secretly pulled out the gloves from the system space. Today, he's going to show down this hand-rubbing artifact with his daughter-in-law. When Su Hanyin found out the tea leaves and came back, Chu Tian and Li Junchang told her about it. The righteous Su Hanyun, for the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom, for the glory of the Dragon Kingdom, did not even think about it and agreed. The matter was even more on her mind than the quantum chip. After a few people chatted, Chu Tian was satisfied and went home to recuperate. As for Su Hanyun, she planned to start traveling to the war zone tomorrow, to the military port. Started working on the issue of accelerating the construction of aircraft carriers. Honey, today may be the last uneventful day we have this year. Su Hanyan ladled a spoonful of chicken soup for Li Junchang. The doe-eyed look was a bit complicated. There's the joy of winning for your country and the worry of being away for a few months. Lee Jun-sung felt the gloves in his pocket. After thinking about it, I decided to have a showdown in the evening. Only showdowns are so black. Don't worry, it's only for a few months. Besides, I can visit any time. He smiled and took a sip of the chicken soup. It was so good. It was also a little hard for him to let go of the thought that he wouldn't be able to drink it for the next few months. The two ate and then got bored for 7 or 8 hours. The living room. Lee Jun-sung took out a pair of gloves from his shirt pocket. It was handed to Su Han-yun. What a strange glove. What is it? Su Han-yun wondered. Lee Jun-sung, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. This glove is the key secret to your job this time? Whether you can end it early or not. Come on, hubby, what are these gloves for? Su Han-yun was unforgiving, and her glutinous voice pressed on for a while. Lee Jun-sung didn't last more than a few seconds before he surrendered and told her the results. Tech gloves, hand rubbed with anything you want. Liar, there's no such thing in the world. Really, hubby wouldn't lie to you, believe it or not. With that, Lee Jun-sung took out his family's toolbox. Inside are most of the materials used to build a cell phone. He also took out Su Han-yun's cell phone that he eliminated as unneeded, and the materials in it were all complete. Subsequently, gloves were put on / mysteriously. He smiled towards Su Han-yun. Look out, this is real high-tech. As soon as the words fell, Li Juncheng's hands were as fast as a burst of stubble as if he had mounted an electric mini-motor. A few moments later, a brand new trifold cell phone. It just appeared in his hand in a watery way. So hubby, you're doing magic, making it mysterious. You think it's magic? Otherwise, it's hard to really just gloves. Without any tools can hand-roll a threefold Lee Jun-sung was speechless for a while. It seemed that his daughter-in-law would not believe it. Forget it. Take a step. Ding. Detected that the dragon ship was sold to more countries, with far-reaching effects, hereby awarding 10,000 points. Out of the blue, the system reward arrived. 5,000 points were awarded last time. 3,000 were used, leaving 2,000 points left. There's a 4.0 that doesn't count. Adding the 10,000 points he had now, that gave him 12,004 points. That means it's possible to upgrade the gloves. System, what can the upgraded gloves do? Ding. Scientific products with technology in the wearer's brain can be hand-rubbed at will, no longer restricted by whether they are commodities or not. How many meanings? That is, if the wearer knows how to make a cell phone, then the wearer can hand-rub it. So my daughter-in-law knows how to make new materials for aircraft carriers, and he can hand-rub materials? Host understands correctly. After a brief communication, Lee Jun-sung's mouth opened wide. That makes upgrading the gloves imperative. no longer restricted to commodities already in hand. Then the progress of carrier construction will, once again, be accelerated by more than one notch. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Right now, right now. Ding. Spend 3,000 points to upgrade the hand rubbing glove successfully. Hint, if you want Soo-Han Yoon to use the glove, you can spend another 2,000 points to duplicate a new glove without having to give away the main glove. What do you mean? This thing can be duplicated? Yes. Limited to one copy. Coward. Brother, for the first time to admire you. System, you are awesome. What do you mean by admiration? As long as the host uses the system more. It's the system's blessing. This system. It's like a concubine who's out of favor. Forget about him. It's still the daughter-in-law that matters. Hastily backed up a pair of gloves and handed them to his daughter-in-law. Remember, hubby didn't do magic with you. These gloves are really awesome. I'll bring it to work. Miss my husband every now and then. He. Soo-Han Hyun doesn't take the word technology for granted, thinking that it's a gift from Lee Jun-sung, and hugs the gloves lovingly. Lee Jun-sung could only shake his head helplessly when he saw this. Never mind. A forced explanation would only awaken the goddess daughter-in-law, and he didn't want to be violently dominated by his transformed daughter-in-law on his last night apart. When the time comes for her to use it, she'll know for herself. Chapter 97, Soo-Han Yoon's first time using gloves. Her small face shocked. The night passes in a flash, and as soon as you close your eyes and open them, the day passes. Day 2. Soo-Han Yoon packed a lot of things and set off with the gloves that Lee Jun-sung had given her. Once again, in front of the entire neighborhood, he got in a helicopter and left the house. This time out, it can be as short as 3 months or as long as more than 6 months. She was still in a melancholy mood. He was already used to having Lee Jun-sung by his side, and this time when he went out, he wouldn't have anyone with him again for months. On the airplane, Chu Tian looked at Soo-Han Yoon's expression and had a burst of egg pain. Dr. Soo, we're almost there. I'll have them line up for a welcome later. And hey, they'll be happy to see you flying. No, I'm here to work, not pretend. Facing Soo-Han Yoon's nonchalant reply, Chu Tian was once again speechless. The whole thing is as if you've broken up the couple. It seems. It's true that I've broken up the couple for the time being. So he changed his story. Dr. Soo, the sooner you solve the build speed problem, the sooner you can go home. Well, I'll try to cheer up. Sure enough, at the mention of going home, Soo-Han Yoon instantly stopped mourning. Holding up a small pink fist, her eyes were extremely determined. This scene saw Chu Tian's head filled with black lines, both envious and jealous. He was a 40-year-old man who had never even touched a woman's hand. Lee Jun-sung, on the other hand, has such a good daughter-in-law. The thought of women brought a sudden image to his mind. The first time I met Chang Won, the chutzpah, the shapeliness, the pearly, shook his head. Once again, he thought, Trudy, what the hell? That's a robot, or a robot that's married to a man. The plane soon landed at a large harbor. When Soo-Han Yoon got off the airplane, stunned by the spectacle before him, see only, the guards, in groups of 3 or 5, were constantly interspersed with patrols, and the size of the harbor is so big that you can't even see it at a glance. Take another look in the water. The base for carrier construction has long since been erected, and in the world of construction, the Rokkoku is moving at the speed of a god. Aircraft carriers build bases, that is, they build a platform in the water. By operating from the platform and dismantling it directly after the carrier is made, the prestigious part of launching is eliminated. You know, it's no small feat to get an aircraft carrier in the water on shore. What's more, it's now time to build the big 350,000 tons. It's almost impossible to build it from shore and then launch it. The only possibility is to make it right in the water. At that moment, several people dressed in research suits came out from a small house not far away. They walked in unison, standing in front of Soo-Han Yoon, lined up and shouted neatly, "Welcome Dr. Soo to your work, we're standing by." These are lower-level researchers. That is to say, Soo-Han Hyun and the rest of them at the upper level make the results, open the project, the actual production and so on are all done by them. Soo-Han Yoon saw this kind of battle for the first time, and for a while she didn't know how to deal with it, or Trudy saw her embarrassment. Speak for her. All go back to your work plans and submit them to Dr. Soo for review in unison tonight. With a single word, he let Soo-Han Yoon out of his embarrassment. All the researchers went back, leaving only a large team leader, who followed Soo-Han Yoon's side and waited for instructions. Take a deep breath. Soo-Han Yoon looked at the harbor and then at Chu Tian as he slowly opened his mouth. Honestly, I don't even know where to start. The hardest thing right now is that the material side of the fabrication is going to be delayed, as well as the power system side of the build is going to be slow. Without waiting for an inquiry, the leader of the large group stepped forward on his own to explain the current predicament. Su Han-yoon was a bit puzzled after hearing this. No, material-wise, haven't we settled on simple particle collisions for cooling? Dr. Su, you don't know. Building a simple particle collider is not something that can be done overnight, so right now we're using all existing colliders. The leader of the large group continued to explain. Su Han-yoon, however, was confused. Good lord, large particle colliders consume a lot of power, and turning them on once can even cause a total blackout in a city. At the same time, she finally understood how urgent it really was. It has become so urgent that rather than kill ants with the same knife used to slaughter cows, we have to make enough material as soon as possible. Rubbing her temples, Su Han-yoon felt a little heartbroken. I know, take me to my office. I need to think. After the big group leader's explanation, Su Han-ryeon finally realized it. This task is much more difficult than one might think. Come to the office. The leader of the large group quickly retreated. Without Su Han-yeon's permission, he didn't dare to disturb. Now, Su Han-yoon was left alone in the office, surveying the office. It's a makeshift structure, but it's not in the least bit worse than inside the Academy of Sciences. Almost everything that should be there is there. In the afterglow, he swept over something smooth and fixed his eyes on what turned out to be the new material needed for this build. Su Han-yoon walked slowly to the bookshelf, where there were 3 materials. One was a finished product of the new alloy, the second was a semi-finished product, and the third was several metals needed for the alloy. These appear in the place of the pendulum, and seem to have been created by the researchers. In honor of the creation of such materials, pick up the finished product in front of you. It's not an easy thing to come up with. First came years of research by Mother Nature, which was finally forced to be terminated. Then she, Su Han-yoon, entered the Academy of Sciences. The material was activated again and a cooling method was found. Into his hand, there was a coldness coming from it. She subconsciously put down the material. Think of the gloves her husband gave her. Aha, hubby's magic gloves are good for keeping warm this time of year. Thinking, she slowly pulled her gloves out of her pocket. Put it on. It's not cold when you hold the material like this. She smiled and picked up the material again to view it. After playing with it enough, she put the finished product back on the ornament shelf, then picked up a half dozen more on the side. It's material that hasn't been tensile stressed yet, and it sure feels different in your hand. It's brittle, too. Unfortunately, the gloves are just hubby's magic trick to tease me. Su Han-yoon, what are you thinking? How can there be technology in the world that can build anything with gloves on? The gods don't even have it. Smiling and shaking her head, Su Han-yoon remembered what her husband had said. You can build this glove out of anything, as long as you know the principles. That's obviously a tease. Aha, if you have the ability to glove you can make the half-finished product into a full-fledged one. She cocked her head, looking at the half-finished product in her hands. A moment of girlishness and playfulness. It was like the transformation of blah 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 little magic fairy, posing, pointing at the material and shouting, change. The pose was held for several seconds, and again, I felt too childish. Hastily, he tried to put the material back. Who knows? At this moment, Su Han-yoon looked at her hand with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. What's going on? I can't move my hands. I'm being controlled. Chapter 98, How You're Going to Make the Finished Material. In the next moment, her hands really started to go out of control. Who knew that the whole thing squatted uncontrollably? The glove took control of her, easing the material onto the ground, and then proceeded to manipulate it against the rapidity. It's the same as when Lee Jun-sung did his magic tricks. Her hands were fast, so fast you could only see the remnants. A few moments later, a brand new piece of material just appeared in front of Su Han-yoon's eyes in a watery manner. This is the finished alloy. Clueless, doubt, unsolved. 3 views collapsed. Shocker. Slow down. Su Han-ryeon was going through more mental activities at this moment than she had all day yesterday. It was hard to feel that his hands had accepted control. She hurriedly picked up the materials on the floor. It was carefully scrutinized. Yes, this texture is the finished product. It really is the finished product. But why? Why in the world are there such gloves? Why does the husband have something so powerful? Something that doesn't exist in the human world at all. Su Han-ryeon thought his head through and still couldn't figure out this incomprehensible matter. Indeed, subversive. Gradually, the temperature in the office seemed to chill a few degrees. That's right. Su Han-ryeon went into deep thinking mode. His face had long been cold as ice. Ha, my mysterious husband, what secrets are you waiting for me to unravel? She glanced at the material in her hand. Even when full power went into deep thought, it still didn't make sense. Never mind. Save your brain. Since my husband gave me the gloves, it's a quick fix for materials. Nah, it's not just the material. If this glove is really what hubby says it is, then the engine could also be. I can go straight to nuclear power. At this moment, Soo Han-yoon's cold little face was filled with shock. Such a counterintuitive contraption actually existed, and it was in her hands. Once again, he looked at the material in his hand. For the production of materials, Soo Han-yoon still understood. The material is first processed into semi-finished products, which are subsequently heated and placed into the collider, and after commissioning the collider, particle pressing for cooling begins. But there are so few colliders in the country at the moment that all of them are being used to make them, and they won't make it within the first half of the year's schedule. So, she realized more than ever what her husband had intended by handing her the gloves. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Soo Han-rian opened her small hands, her eyes staring at the gloves over and over. It seemed to be talking to itself. It also seemed to be promising Lee Jun-sung in the distance across the room. That night, Soo Han-yoon gave an order, one that baffled all the researchers and engineers, taking the bulk of the semi-finished material and shipping it directly to the port. After the order was given, word reached the Supreme Command building almost instantly. Trudy's in the war room. An engineer, sweating with impatience, reported what he had learned. And Trudy, and there are no waves. You mean, Dr. Soo had most of the materials shipped over, and they're all half finished? Yes, there's no mistaking what I heard. That's what she decided. Do as Dr. Soo commands, Admiral. It won't work. Those materials are half finished. If they were to be installed on the carrier, it might have to fall apart before it even starts up. She's cutting corners with the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. The engineer's mouth opened wide in shock when he heard Chu Tian's order. He really couldn't believe that the order to cut corners wasn't just given by Dr. Soo, but even General Chu did it. Who knows, even how he explained. Chu Tian only had one sentence. Do as Dr. Soo commands, General. This is an irresponsible order, risking the lives and honor of the Dragon Kingdom's generals. Don't you understand? Do as Dr. Soo instructs. Now. Right now. Chu Tian's persistent attitude made the engineer numb. Really numb. He had no choice but to shake his head and leave the war conference room to give notice of the shipment of materials. Once the notice is out, the entire carrier engineering team was numb with disbelief. Even the materials side was angrily accusing Chu Tian and Soo Han-yoon of being irresponsible. Carriers built this way. It was estimated that it would have to sink before it even sailed out of the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. An aircraft carrier sinking is a big deal, yes, but so many people on the carrier are going down with their lives. This is a first-class event. They are engineers, designers, engineering commanders. The primary responsibility is to ensure quality. If something were to happen to the carrier, it would be the biggest engineering accident ever in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and they could not absolve themselves of the blame. At once, many engineers began to rush to the harbor research building. Although they were stopped by the guards, they still refused to stop, chanting in unison, fists raised, rage against Soo Han-yoon for being irresponsible and against the researchers for leading the wolves into the house. This time, Soo Han-hyeon had fallen asleep, but awakened by the shouts of thousands of people outside. Puzzled, she opened the window. Instead, I heard a flood of invective, the kind the guards can't get rid of. Hurriedly, he got dressed and walked out, but was stopped in the stairwell by the head of the large group. Dr. Soo, it's not a good time to go out. You'll be in danger. What the hell are they swearing at? It's so loud I don't understand it. Soo Han-yoon asked suspiciously. Who knows? The leader of the large group gave him a blank look, a knowing look. It seems to be very dismissive of explanations, but it was explained anyway. It's nothing, just a bunch of uneducated ones who can't understand your operation. Dr. Soo. This explanation he gave was clearly tinged with resentment, but suffering from the fact that Soo Han-yoon was a big scientist transferred from the higher-ups, he didn't dare to have an attack. That those engineers are uneducated? Joke. Can uneducated people participate in building aircraft carriers? Which of these engineers is not a graduate degree? Which is not a veteran of many years in the shipbuilding industry? So, Soo Han-yoon also heard it. The leader of the large group was angry, but didn't dare say anything to his face. Report back more carefully on what's going on. At this time, Soo Han-yoon was also a bit angry. The big group leader's eccentric appearance was really a bit uncomfortable. A bunch of uneducated, can't understand Dr. Soo, you manipulate the operation. The leader of the large group replied still grimly. It made Soo Han-yoon's entire grip crazy, and her heart rose and fell violently. A chill came over the stairwell. The leader of the large group subconsciously shivered. Looking again, Soo Han-yoon. She was already as cold as frost. It's too cold to be cold. No need for you to report back. I seem to have guessed what's going on. I'll go out and see for myself. Saying that, Soo Han-yoon opened the door despite his obstruction. Come outside the research building. The moment. The engineers who had been stopped by the guards boiled over, each one leaping to their feet, all wanting to rush up and ask what was going on. The guards had a headache too. These engineers are all capable of building aircraft carriers, and none of them can be offended. You can only stop it so much, and you don't dare to use too much tone or violence. Headache in progress. Suddenly there was a strong sound of electricity not far away. Boing. Then, Su Hanyun's voice came from not far away. All be quiet. You can rest assured that I will not be manufacturing with half-finished materials. Who knows? At this moment a man rushed over. He was angry enough to ignore the guard's guns, pointing at Su Hanyun. He questioned, "There's no particle collider here. How are you going to turn a semi-finished product into a finished one?" Chapter 99 Overnight. The material became a finished product? I don't seem to need to check in with you on what I'm going to do, do I? Furthermore, even if the project fails due to material problems, it should be my Su Hanyun's responsibility, and it doesn't have much to do with you. Su Hanyun sneered, naturally knowing exactly what this group of people had in mind. It is only because they are afraid that if the project fails, their reputation will be tarnished and they will not be able to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives. The current Su Hanyun could see through other people's thoughts with a single glance, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But it's one thing to see through it, it's another to say what's on someone's mind. Fruity. The engineer in front of him was annoyed when she pointed it out. We've gathered together, all summoned by our country to fight for the dragon carrier, and it was you, Dr. Su, who shipped the semi-finished materials without any responsibility. Su Hanyun let out a cold laugh when she heard him say so. The others might really be here for the glory of the Dragon Kingdom, but this person in front of him, his eyes were clearly dodging when he spoke of the Dragon Kingdom. Forget it, I'm not going to point you out. Give me the horn in your hand. Su Hanyun pointed at the horn in the engineer's hand. The engineer took a step back, unable to see what she was trying to do, and asked warily, "What are you doing?" "Me. Let you. Put it in your hand. Horn. Give it to me." Seemingly intimidated by her aura, the engineer hastily handed over the horn. After seeing Su Hanyun take the horn, she hurriedly took a few steps back again, afraid that the woman in front of him would use physical contact or something like that, an excuse for harassment, to get back at him. Who knows? Su Hanyun didn't even bother to look at him again. Instead, he took the horn in his hand and flipped the switch. Boing boing. A sound of electricity passed. She spoke to a large group of engineers, who had been fooled by no one in particular. "Quiet everyone for a moment. I have something to say." Everyone instantly fell silent when these words came out. It wasn't so much Su Hanyun's majesty or anything like that. Instead, originally, those people were far away and could not feel the cold aura on Su Hanyun's body. But through the loudspeaker, everyone heard the piercing coldness in her voice. Shocked for a moment, only after seeing the crowd quiet down did Su Hanyun begin to deliver her next speech. Her first words were questions. Holding up the horn, he asked coldly to all the engineers, "You guys think I, Su Hanyun, am a cutie?" This statement was made. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Yeah, she was the cow who developed the photolithography machine. If Su Hanyun was stupid, what were they? In an instant, some people began to come to their senses. Still, no one took her words. Immediately after, Su Hanyun continued, "If you guys don't say anything, I'll assume you think I'm smart. And if I'm not stupid, why would I ship half-finished materials to the harbor?" Once the second question came out, Chu Tian, who was watching from afar, was also confused. Yeah, he just trusted Su Hanyun, but why Su Hanyun did that? He couldn't get it as a general. Listening, Chu Tian also perked up his ears and listened with interest to Su Hanyun's next explanation. And Su Hanyun at the entrance of the research building. He said this, but as soon as he threw the horn in his hand, he turned back and left directly with a sneer. It messed with everyone's head. They looked forward to Dr. Su's explanation, but the words came out. She's gone, just watered down and gone. Giggle though. But now, a number of engineers have woken up. Yes, Dr. Su is not stupid, and neither is the top. If everything is explained to us, is the secrecy still in place? Stop it. I've got chills down my back. Someone's obviously provoking us to make trouble. With someone pointing out the crux of the day's events, the crowd erupted. There is remorse, pounding on the chest. There is bewilderment, asking those around you what's going on. There were good-natured, panicked people looking around. Inside Chu Tian's office in the distance, he was watching from the window when the deputy suddenly came to report. "General, it's been found out. It's this senior engineer who's been causing trouble. And we also found out that his family is being held hostage." Chu Tian took the information and flipped through it seemingly casually, but in reality, he had already memorized the key information in his heart. then looked up at the window. In the distance, at the entrance to the research building, the people had pretty much dispersed, but the engineer who rushed in and questioned Su Han-yun face to face was sitting on his knees in a very disheveled manner. After thinking about it, Chu Tian returned the information to the deputy. Give the information to the intelligence center. This is going to have to come from the secret agent organization under Old Chin's hand. The deputy took the information and left. Trudy, on the other hand, sat in her seat and lit one. His eyebrows were knitted together. Now the other countries are getting a little more petty. Intercepting dragon cargo ships on the high seas was already a headache. Now, there are also agents planted inside the country to get information even about the engineers who build aircraft carriers. It can be said to have given the dragon a kick in the pants. What's more, to get information about the engineers, then the news of Dragon building an aircraft carrier will surely have been leaked. Hey, time is afraid to be even more pressing. After handling some more paperwork, Chu Tian slowly fell asleep on the sofa. When he opened his eyes again, it was already early the next morning. Downstairs had long been so coaxing and noisy that those who didn't know thought they had entered a food market. Knock knock. 3 knocks on the door. After receiving Chu Tian's consent, the deputy had an eager face and rushed in. When he came in, he didn't say anything bent. Straight to the point. General Chu, something big has happened. The first batch of semi-finished materials arrived at 3 o'clock yesterday morning. The deputy's words almost made Chu Tian raise his heart to his throat. Come on, what happened to the material? The material we may have seen a ghost. Speak clearly. The ability to hang on to your appetite. Learned from the intelligence center Old Chin, right? I'll kick your ass. Looking at the deputy's tone of voice, which was exactly the same as Qin Zhengfei's, he was furious. Symbolically, he gave him 2 kicks. The deputy finally organized his words, and in the briefest of words, explained things clearly. The first batch of semi-finished materials became finished products overnight. Boom! Chu Tian only felt a roar in his head. Mysterious events, surprisingly, are happening all around. While it's good to become a finished product, right? Who knows if there's a scam? Check for me, General Chu. It's been checked. There's nothing out of the ordinary outside the storehouse all night. What about inside? Dr. Su picked up the material at 3 o'clock and was in there until 5 o'clock. When she came out, and if she saw a ghost, it would have been after 5 o'clock. When Chu Tian heard this, his entire body went numb. But on second thought, Su Han-yun had been in there for 2 whole hours. Hoo-hoo. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. And the more he thought about it, the more he breathed heavily. The surveillance inside. Viewing privileges for the surveillance inside are with Dr. Su, and you, and we can't invoke them. The deputy commiserated. Not that he didn't want to check inside. Rather, it's the surveillance inside that he doesn't have the authority to call. Chapter 100. Mind your daughter-in-law. She's rubbing the carrier. This material is so important. So critical. Oh, right. I'm afraid there are spies in scientific research who see the materials in the surveillance. Go back and study them. And then they can copy our materials. Trudy scratched her head. He made that rule, and almost forgot about it. Thinking, he hurriedly turned on his office computer, connected to the surveillance back-end. Come over here and watch it together, and help me analyze it when the damn thing comes up later. After calling over the deputies, Chu Tian opened the surveillance of yesterday's time period of moving materials. That is, after 3 o'clock in the morning. At first, it was normal. Su Han-yun was at the side of the porters, constantly inspecting the various materials. When all the materials are in the inventory. At this time Su Han-yun also did not come out, but put on gloves and lifted the cover cloth of a set of materials. At this point Dr. Su should be in the secondary exam. Very serious and responsible. Trudy nodded. Feeling that he had guessed correctly, he picked up the tea bag on the table and put it in his cup, went to get another cup of boiling water. It was only a minute. When he returned to his seat, the deputy on the side had long since opened his mouth wide, his face all surprised and unbelievable. Look at that unseen expression on your face. Did Dr. Su's seriousness infect you? General, how about, you'd better take a look at the surveillance footage and have some tea later. Dr. Su examined the material of the screen. Can still appear ghost if it appeared last night she should report. Nima. Chu Tian turned his head, having thought that nothing would happen to the image of Su Han-yun in the warehouse, but after a good look, he rubbed his eyes. Feeling bleary-eyed, he rubbed his eyes again. See only, the screen showed Su Han-yun's hands constantly operating on the materials, so much so that they were on the verge of making stumps, subconsciously slowing down her movements. She still couldn't see her hands. Immediately afterward, one piece of material after another was taken into her hands and then quickly set aside again. Zoom in. Those materials that she had rubbed together had been transformed. No, no, no. I'll have to ask that kid Lee Jun-sung about this. Yes, ask that kid. At this very moment. Intelligence Center. Lee Jun-chang and Qin Zhangfei were in the office gulping down clouds and discussing the intelligence sent from the harbor side. It's the one that Trudy applied for an agent to solve. Old Qin. Those agents are too good. They've infiltrated the engineers? Exhaling a smoke ring, Lee Jun-sung was a bit surprised. It wasn't infiltration. It was a threat. With that engineer's family. Saying that, Lee Jun-sung's cell phone suddenly dinged. Wait, it's to take a video call. Eat, Trudy called. Hearing Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei also came over. Stare at the screen with interest. The phone was connected and a majestic middle-aged man was immediately displayed on the screen. It was Chu Tian. Lee Jun-sung was a little distracted with his cell phone. Old Chu, don't rush. Old Qin is trying to figure out a way to take care of this thing you sent. Who knows? The Chu Tian in the cell phone waved his hand. He took a deep breath and slowly spat out a few words. Lee Jun-sung, do you know that your daughter-in-law is a demon? As soon as the words fell, before Lee Juncheng could open his mouth, Qin Zhengfei became angry first. He grabbed the cell phone from Lee Jun-sung, yelling angrily at Trunks on the screen. You're the ING demon. Your whole family is a demon. I'm warning you not to target our intelligence center people. The Chu Tian on the screen wasn't annoyed, but silently flipped the camera, aimed at the surveillance screen. At this action, Qin Zhengfei also froze. After taking a closer look, he recognized that the woman on the monitor was none other than Su Han-yun, and she is, at the moment, working on the material. I don't know what I'm doing, but every time the material passes through her hands, it makes a big difference, a big change in appearance, and that hand speed doesn't seem to be something an ordinary person could make. Suddenly, the screen flips again. The image displayed in the cell phone changed back to Chu Tian. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched, as if seeing the surveillance images again still made his brain spin. Old Qin, you can't read it, can you? I tell you, labor, I can't see it either. Those half-finished materials can become finished products after passing through her hands. Boom! After he explained it so well, Qin Zhengfei also finally understood. It took him a while to digest it before he slowed down. Are you saying that the latest materials are made without going through the simplex collider? You watched the surveillance too. What do you think? Chu Tian on the cell phone asked a good-natured rhetorical question. It made Qin Zhengfei freeze in place once again. Kata. Qin Zhengfei turned his head with difficulty and looked at Li Juncheng, who was on the side. Ryoga stammered. Older brother. Why don't you ask your younger sibling when she became a spirit? Feeling that he had asked a bit bluntly, for fear of scaring Lee Jun-sung, he added. Don't worry, even if they became sperm after the founding of the country, we can still make special arrangements if the younger siblings didn't do anything bad. Lee Jun-sung looked at Qin Zhengfei, although he didn't look at the cell phone screen, but it was more or less possible to guess what they were talking about. Nothing more than that. The daughter-in-law uses gloves. It's just a way for them to get their minds off of it. After thinking about it, he still felt the need to step in and explain. Ahem. That my daughter-in-law is so smart that she first achieved success in the field of photolithography, and then the field of aircraft carriers. So, couldn't she have invented a new technology of her own, the kind that isn't released to the public, to aid in her own research? After explaining, he even looked around as if nothing had happened. A look that says you guys can do whatever you want. Anyway, brother, I explained. Believe it or not, it's up to you guys. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Facing his explanation, it didn't matter if it was Qin Zhengfei in the scene or Chu Tian in the cell phone. All of them had their mouths wide open and their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. It also had to be Chu Tian, who was much better mentally, be the first to react. And so, next, Trudy's growl came from the cell phone. Do you want to take another look at the surveillance and what your daughter-in-law is doing? She's building an aircraft carrier. She's rubbing the carrier with her hands. Her hands. Older brother. No, brother. Lee Jun-sung. You're my own brother. I beg you to mind your daughter-in-law. Our ordinary people's little hearts are very fragile. After venting several times in a row, Chu Genius finally shut up. Lee Jun-sung still looked like he didn't care about anything. Receiving the cell phone, he smiled at Chu Tian. What do you care? Or I'll have her come back. When these words came out, Chu Tian instantly widened his eyes and hurriedly waved his hand. Shake your head like a rattle. The schedule is so tight right now. You're going to scare me to death. Rub it in. I'm trying to begrudgingly accept it. This thing that's shattering my worldview. Obviously. On this call, Trudy didn't find an answer. But with Su Han-yun's presence, then the work schedule could be compressed again. Even building an aircraft carrier in a month. This kind of speed. When looking at the entire blue star, there was no country that could do it. After hanging up, First, no matter how shocked Chu Tianside was, just look at Qin Zhengfei. His brain was down at the moment, still trying to digest the shock the hand-rubbed carrier had given him. Ryoko. He mechanically turned his head again. Older brother. Your house is full of demons. When exactly did they become fertilized? Chapter 101, The Dragon Kingdom merchant ship encounters a storm. Li Jun-sung gave him a blank look. Didn't want to talk to him. Not right, old brother. The information said. That engineer but face-to-face questioned your daughter-in-law it. You are so nice? Wasn't the engineer caught doing a job for a spy? And he got what he deserved. But it's not like his family was right. Li Junchang once again blanked Qin Zhengfei. Qin Zhengfei also had some secret admiration for him in his heart at the moment. Nice guy. Big enough pattern. You're right. And we'll have to suffer later if we don't solve this spy case. Okay, that's for you to think about. I'm going to go to the restroom and take a nap. Li Jun-sung waved his hand. The spy aspect of the problem. He did not want to interfere. Much less could not interfere. He would have been just an average college graduate. An ordinary man gets involved in a spy war. Looking for death? Qin Zhengfei didn't care. He pulled Li Junchang over originally to face the mysterious incident. In terms of spy warfare, he, Qin Zhengfei, was a master himself. Li Jun-sung waved his hand and went to the restroom alone. The reason why he was in such a hurry. It's because the system dinged him. Ding! Aircraft carrier production is expected to be greatly advanced, affecting the Dragon Kingdom chutzpah with far-reaching significance. Congratulations to the host on the reward. Prize, System Technology Factory, size 2,000 square meters. Lying on the sofa in the lounge, Li Jun-sung hurriedly checked out the so-called technology factory. It's a shock not to look at it. Factory support access. It's the equivalent of a space ring in a metaphysical novel. This thing is a little universe. A little space that the system has opened up independently. System? What's the point of this thing? Any known technology can be automatically produced in the factory. That's not very wasteful. You all gave me gloves, yeah. Same function. Hint, it's not the same. Gloves require materials to make, while factories can produce them without the need for the host to put in materials. No need for materials. Hearing this, Li Jun-sung was truly surprised. Doesn't that violate the law of conservation of energy? Matter does not arise out of thin air, nor does energy. What is more in one place is bound to be less in another. Hint, conservation of energy is supposed to be the primary theory of the three-dimensional world. Not to mention the fact that the factory did not violate the conservation of energy, but rather, it took a higher perspective and reorganized the elements. Higher perspective. Elemental reorganization? Holy, this thing builds its own atoms. It is well known that matter is made up of molecules, which are made up of atoms, which are at their core made up of protons and neutrons. Among them, it is the chemical elemental properties that are expressed in the number of protons, and what the number of neutrons shows is the isotope of the element. System, have the factory produce me a black dragon. Yes, the kind we saw before. Alert, the system is inoperable. The factory is unable to produce due to the host's lack of understanding of the materials required for the black dragon. What do you mean? Didn't we obtain the material crafting chart? Crafting charts are crafting charts. The host needs to craft them once by himself, and each material needs to be entered into the factory and crafted by the host himself to be unlocked. Reminder again, time flows faster inside the factory. 1 hour inside is equivalent to 1 minute outside. The host can be immersed in scientific research. With the system's explanation, Li Jun-sung understood. This factory has an automated setup, but the first time you create anything you have to do it all over again yourself first. Otherwise it cannot be produced automatically. But the current situation is, even for the most common iron, he had to get some iron ore in to refine it before the factory could have the formula for iron. Nema pits. I have to get this popular material myself for once. He had no choice but to enter the factory quietly, beginning an inward roll moment of his own. The good thing is that there are all kinds of tools in there, and even if there aren't any, he can create one out of thin air for him. Now all he has to do is get the common materials like iron, copper, silver, and such unlocked first. Otherwise this factory would struggle to build a cell phone, not to mention high tech. Just within the time Li Jun-sung was immersed in unlocking materials, far out at sea. This is the high seas, which means ungoverned waters. A merchant ship from the Dragon Kingdom was traveling on the sea. Because the wind is calm at the moment, a pair of brothers are on deck looking out into the distance. Brother, you said running boats is so lucrative. Why don't many people want to come with us? What are you thinking? Those people you're amenable to are all married. Who's going to run the boat with you? My brother was full of doubt when he heard it. Don't you need money more when you're married? Why you don't want to run a boat when you're married? It's a paradox. Upon realizing his brother's confusion, the corners of his mouth twitched. You silly batch. Remember, you mustn't come running after you're married. Why? The electronics factory in our hometown only earns $5,000 a month. And it's still a life-threatening assembly line. How can we earn more than running a boat? Your brother Wang ran a boat for 2 years. And when he came home his wife gave birth to a coffee-colored man. Why do you think? That's something. I also asked Mrs. Wang about it, and she said she ate too much soy sauce when she was pregnant. My brother replied in a serious manner, leaving his brother on the sidelines outright speechless. It feels like this stupid brother. Really hopeless. So Wang ran the boat for 2 years and didn't return. Whose is the baby? This Mrs. Wang also told me that it's a late-born baby. She's been pregnant for 2 years coming up. Medically it's called an overdue baby. My brother stumbled on hearing this and fell straight to the deck, blanking his brother. He didn't bother. The two brothers sunned themselves on the deck for a while longer. Suddenly, my brother pointed into the distance and shouted, "Brother, look, there's a black dolphin swimming towards us." Where? Right there. Oops, obscured by the waves. Look, there it is again. My brother took a closer look and there was indeed a black spot. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. He grabbed his binoculars and tried to get a good look. There's not much entertainment at sea anyway. Either look at the fish or the water. At best, it's still a chat. As the binoculars multiplied their focus, the brother froze at this point. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds pass. Suddenly, he cried out, "Alert the captain! There are pirates!" When my brother heard this, he scurried into the cabin. Despite his foolishness, as a crew member running a ship, he naturally knew what pirates meant. It's the high seas. No one cares what pirates do. To the side, his brother continued to keep checking with his binoculars. Originally, only one speedboat was visible, and by now, a dozen ships had densely appeared. Obviously, it's a large group of pirates. The average pirate, at best, would have put out a few skiffs. Here there had been a dozen. When his brother got a good look at the pirates, he hastily scurried into the cabin as well. Every cargo ship has more or less training before going to sea. One of them is how to react when encountering pirates. Usually, it's just a matter of keeping the hatch closed to keep the pirates out. The merchant ship will then be recognized as hijacked, in which case the Dragon Country side will either fund the ship or negotiate with the pirates country, thus protecting the Dragon Country population. Pirates who get paid naturally leave. Of course there are unusual cases, and that's scary. In that situation, armed personnel must be sent to the rescue, but it is usually too late. It's too far. Chapter 102, Li Juncheng's Black Dragon, coming to life. The next moment, all the crew went into turtle shell mode, returned to his bunk and waited for the pirates to finish their dealings with the officials and then resumed his voyage. That's how it's usually done. Used to be. Little did they know that this group of pirates was different. Boom boom boom. The sound of the engine was getting closer and closer. The sound of the waves could no longer mask the sound of the engine. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Inside the dormitory, the crew strapped themselves in with seatbelts. One shivering. The pirates coming this time are so loud. I'm a bit scared. Don't be afraid. It's just begging for money. As long as we don't resist, they'll leave when they're done negotiating and have the money. A group of new recruits. I ran the ship for so many years. Pirates encountered more than a dozen waves. There is nothing to be afraid of. That's just it. Just a bunch of thunderbolts. There is no shortage of old greaseballs who are not impressed. Anyway, he wasn't the one who gave the money after the negotiation and didn't care. That's when the hatch began to rattle with a thumping sound. Look as if someone slamming the door with a hammer. Old Wang. Is this door smashing also something pirates must do? Old King? At that moment, someone inquired in a whisper. Who knows that at this moment, the old king has long been trembling with fear. Well, he's never seen anything like it. Suddenly again. Boom! A violent rattling shook the entire cabin, followed by the sound of footsteps coming towards the inside. Old Wang. They seem to have blown the doors off. Old Greaseball give a tip. At this point, the old king had already rolled his eyes in fear. Wait for the inquirer to respond. Turning his head, a group of crooked Guojun barged in aggressively with AKs in their hands. Fark. After hijacking so many freighters and not seeing a single woman, take all these people away. With a command from the leader, the minions in the back broke in. No time for the crew to react. Soon the crew were all subdued. Even the captain was dumbfounded, not knowing what this group of pirates was all about. After surreptitiously transmitting a satellite distress signal, all that could be done was to hold his head in his hands. Extremely cooperative with the pirates' orders, he followed the group out of the cabin. Subsequently, the entire crew of the ship had been taken away, leaving only an empty ship. Strangely enough, the group doesn't even take the ship's cargo, even if the dinghy they brought had a small load. And it shouldn't be. The captain wondered, thinking that nothing today seemed to make sense. But again, It's just a matter of cooperating with the pirates. At this point, the headquarters of the Dragon National Security Center. Security Center boss by Song Yan's face was grave as he looked at this distress message in front of him and fell into deep thought. Boss bye. It's already the 8th cargo ship that's in trouble. Should we notify General Chu's side? Do you know how many nautical miles that freighter is from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom? Bai Song Yan frowned. He knew that another unresolved thing had happened. It would be fine if they were real pirates. It's obvious that this is Hawksbane. Hawksbane flirting with other countries to come up with something disgusting. If the Dragon Kingdom didn't send troops at a time like this, there would be no more running ships in the future. If the Dragon Kingdom were to send in troops, Hawk Jam would have an excuse to maintain world peace, and things would really go south then. Think about it half the time. He still dialed Trudy's video call. The two departments opened a teleconference. Hey, old white, I'm busy over here. What's up? Collect the corners of your mouth that you can't keep down, because next I'm going to tell you some bad news. Looking at Trudy's smile in the video, Bai Song Yan only felt a pain in his balls. While others have a smooth sailing on their side, accidents are frequent on theirs. It's also all overseas accidents, the kind that concern the safety of the people of Dragonland. In the video, Chu Tian's heart thumped when he heard his serious tone. You came to me. It shouldn't be another freighter. That's right, another boatload of people missing. Large cargo floating at sea, untouched kind of thing. Hearing Bai Song Yan's report, Chu Tian also finally suppressed the corners of his mouth. The expression was furious. What disappearance? It's all staked in one place. They're just forcing the Dragon Kingdom. Forcing us to send troops. Chu Tian thumped his fist on the table. The whole table shook several times. It was a good thing that his right hand hadn't healed yet, or else that hand would have smashed out and the table would have been really crooked. Bai Song Yan opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this. Meaning, you know where the captured person is and you don't take action? This questioning voice directly punctuated Chu Tian. He asked loudly and rhetorically. Yes, I know where those who were captured are. And I know how much they are suffering. It's just in a small country that can take that kind of small place in a minute. But do you dare to send troops? As the words fell, Bai Song Yan fell silent. Yeah, even if they knew, would they dare to send troops? Eagle Jam's side could be waiting for the dragon to take action. And then things would be screwed up by using the dragon's provocation of international strife as a reason. The safest way to go today. It's the diplomatic side that negotiates the terms and gets people back even though they know they're going to get slaughtered. Those are all Dragon Kingdom people. They can't possibly see death. Thinking about it, Chu Tian on the other side of the video calmed down, comforting to him. Give us a month or so, and Dr. Su will lead the Dragon Kingdom into a period of unparalleled strength. What the hell are you selling? Forget it. Then I'll issue a document right away to keep the merchant ships out of the sea for a month. Bai Song Yan wanted to ask something else, but thought better of it. He knows. A lot of it is confidential and not suitable for more people to know. It's just the thought of the dragons suffering out there. He just couldn't stop the torment in his heart. Because of this, Bai Song Yan hadn't slept well for a long time. The video conference with just the two of them was short. Just a few words and hung up. Now immediately, draft a document to temporarily suspend import and export trade in Dragon Country for 1 month. But boss, there are a lot of important materials, such as chips shipped to other countries. Let the institute figure it out on its own. Even if the delivery date is defaulted, don't go to sea for a month. Bai Song Yan practically roared out these words. He was in an annoyed mood. We can't let him handle the delivery of the chips, can we? He only deals with security. During this time, a merchant marine incident just happened, and Li Jun-sung, who's hiding out in the systems factory. At this moment also, the basic materials are finally unlocked. This includes synthetic plastics, simple alloys, etc. He lay on the ground exhausted. A complaint. System, I've been here for so many days. How long has passed outside? Ding. The host has been in space for 3 months and 36 hours have passed outside. I'll be damned. I didn't realize I'd been secretly rolling for 3 months until I did the math. By the way, is it possible to start making the simplest half-finished Black Dragon at the moment? Yes. The host has unlocked some of the Black Dragon's materials and is able to proceed with making a semi-finished product. Ha ha ha. Build it up for brother. Li Jun-sung laughed out loud. He had been busy for so long to make those foreign beasts that had appeared in the Golden Palace. System, you said that the Black Dragon is more powerful in the sea. True or false? When the host builds it, he can try it in the sea. No. By then Chu Tian won't electrocute the Black Dragon as a monster. Then the host can go to the open sea. The Black Dragon can accommodate 2 people inside. Okay, that's it. Originally he wanted to build a phoenix or something more eye-catching. But, after reading the information carefully, I realized that he couldn't build anything, except for the Black Dragon, and only half-finished ones can be built. But after taking a closer look, he realized that even a half-finished black dragon was awesome. As long as the interior is not damaged by electrical equipment, even high explosives, missiles or whatever can harm it. Because of its scales, it's made of a very advanced type of synthetic material, shock-resistant, pressure-resistant, heat-resistant, lightweight. The list of advantages is too long to count. One of the best properties is electrical conductivity. That's when Lee Jun-sung realized why the half-finished black dragon was afraid of electricity. But the finished black dragon, that's the king of playing with super high voltage electricity. This whole body of conductive material is for it to play with electricity. It just so happened that Lee Jun-sung had spent 3 months unlocking the materials needed for the scales. Thinking, he fell back into his work. This time, he's going to build a black dragon, the kind that does exactly what he says. Inside the system plant, another jingle began to ring out. Simple energy heart done. Black dragon scales done. Ultra compressed molecular material body done. Chapter 103, piloting the black snake through his own waters. A day later in the real world, both sides of the Yellow River, many tourists are being led by the guide to appreciate the grandeur of the mother river of the Dragon Kingdom. Dear visitors, this is our mother river, which has nourished the civilization of the sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom for 5,000 years. A tour guide was gushing about the history of the Yellow River. Then it went on to tell how the sediment in the river came to be. Why does the river get so muddy in this section and so on? Most of the tourists are middle-aged and elderly. There are fewer young people. After all, young people traveling still prefer to go to the Araya, Taishan, and so on. A river so full of mud and sand that it's not even good for photos. There's not much to swim in either. But older people can love this place. No, an old, cultured grandfather has begun to recite poetry to the river. Let's look at the river together. You see a lot of water. I, for one, see that the water is muddy. The poem was finished and a round of applause rang out from the shore. Go old Lu. You've been growing in your literary skills lately. Faced with his old friend's praise, this grandfather named Lao Lu was beaming. And to improvise another song, he turned his head to the center of the river, trying desperately to draw inspiration. Hey, what's with that long black shadow in the river? Where? Hearing old Lu's words, the other old men came over and stared at the center of the river and surveyed it, though they all wore presbyopas. But all could see that there was a long dark shadow in the river, constantly hovering in place. And the black shadow is getting clearer. One of the old men pulled his 17-year-old grandson back a few steps in fear. Sonny, let's stay away from the shore. It looks like a snake to me, Grandpa suggested. Where the snake is that big, it should be the reflection of the river bank. Sun Tzu replied. 17 years old, the age of reading. Nature has learned a lot. To normal human perception, a black shadow this big should be a reflection. The biggest snake in the world is not as big as this black shadow. Look at it. It's getting clearer and clearer, and it's got a beard. Grandpa, there's no such thing as a snake with a beard, unless it's a dragon. Nonsense. Where in the world are real dragons? Grandpa muttered a few words, and when his grandson refused to leave, he accompanied him to continue looking around. See only, the dark shadows on the water were getting clearer and moving. This proves that the thing in the water is not a reflection. For a moment, the young people all looked as if they had seen something to be happy about, and rushed to pull out their cell phones and start filming away. Suddenly, there was a loud clatter of water coming. A head snapped up out of the water. What a big snake! Run! Someone exclaimed, and others shouted and moved away. But most of the people here are elderly and have bad legs. Even after half a day's running, it still wasn't far from the shore. Grandpa, it's not a snake, it's a dragon. My God, what the hell do I see? I see dragons. At this moment, the grandson pulled the fleeing grandfather, full of excitement, pointing at the black snake not far away, with a reminder of him as a young man. More people stopped and looked back. Fruity, that's it, dragons. At this moment, the entire tour group of dozens of people went crazy. The cameras were picked up and aimed at the head of the big snake. No, the dragon's head, and started shooting up. As a dragon nation, encounters with snakes may be frightening and evasive, but the moment they see a dragon, many people will be incredibly excited, and fear and whatnot will have long been thrown out of the window. At one point, a dozen cell phones were aimed at the black dragon, and the black dragon in the water, after shaking his head twice, with a plop, he dived into the water and disappeared. That's right, the black dragon is controlled by Lee Jun-sung. He'd cursed all the way inside the belly cab of the black dragon long ago. Black dragon belly. Holy, this river is so damn yellow, it's hard to see where you're going in the water. Hint, the black dragon has an automatic ultrasonic positioning system, so just let the black dragon find its own direction. There's no need to manually maneuver it. This was the 5th time the system had reminded Lee Jun-sung. But Lee Jun-sung had to operate it himself, resulting in just hitting the riverbank several times to find his way before surfacing to take a look at it. What do you know? You can only feel it if you manipulate it yourself. Never mind. Let's let Black Dragon set it to automatic first. Think about it. Lee Jun-sung still felt that his maneuvering skills were too weak, so the manipulation was abandoned and the body was returned to the Black Dragon itself. Black Dragon, move yourself. Follow the river all the way into the sea. Hurry up. Black Dragon receives. Is activating the ultrasonic positioning system, is activating the scale power system. With a very gruff voice. It was as if the Black Dragon had been fitted with a locator, and was following the current all the way down at the bottom of the river. By the display in the cab, the speed had reached over 200 mph by this point. That's still the extent to which Lee Jun-sung told Black Dragon not to make too much noise. It would only be fast if you accelerated freely in the sea. I don't know how much time has passed. Lee Jun-sung was falling asleep in the belly of the Black Dragon. Suddenly on the visual sensors, a clarity was seen. It's not easy. Where is this? Master, according to the map you gave me, at this time, I've already arrived at Bohai Sea of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, if I speed up, I'll be able to enter the open sea in half an hour. So fast. Then speed up. We still have to experience the real ocean. With Lee Jun-chang's command, the Black Dragon surged forward, a strong pushback sensation coming from the soles of the feet. If it wasn't for the cushioning in the cab and the fact that he, Lee Jun-sung, had been physically strengthened, an average person wouldn't have been able to handle this speed. Due to its speed, a long white vacuum appeared on the Black Dragon's tail. It's like a sonic boom from an airplane breaking the speed of sound. There was a constant sound from the bottom of the ocean that I don't know if it was a sonic boom or a water burst. The sea. Trudy's second in command was cruising the waters in a destroyer. This is his mission. It's his turn to make his rounds the 2 days a month. This kind of mission generally carries two purposes. The first is to make others not dare to approach the waters of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason. And the second is to bring some potential recruits and focus on cultivating them. Lieutenant General, we're almost done with our rounds. Shouldn't we go back and turn in? Well, one last thing to teach the recruits how to use the sonar radar and then head back. The Vice Admiral nodded in satisfaction. The guys that were brought out this time were excellent. Lots of stuff to learn once you're done. His subordinates, upon receiving the order, hastened to stand at attention and salute. Yes. Then he turned and went to the equipment room. Inside the destroyer, the entire battleship's electronic equipment was centralized in the equipment room. There is a need to be able to coordinate work better with multiple devices. A couple of new recruits were in the equipment room, constantly glancing from side to side, but afraid to touch any of it. I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong. Hey, did you learn how to maneuver the sonar equipment that the instructor just taught us? Isn't it simple? I've understood it for a long time. Chapter 104, Encountering a Dragon Cargo Ship on the High Seas. Come on, you're blowing it again. The steps are so complicated. There are dozens of links to memorize. Never mind if you don't believe me. Several people were discussing in whispers when suddenly the door was opened. It's their instructor who's back. Seeing the instructor, several people stood up, fearing that a movement was not standard enough to make him angry. See only. With a serious expression, the instructor loudly conveyed the Vice General's order. Attention! At ease! Everyone operate the sonar system one more time. And whoever makes a mistake, don't eat tonight. Get it? With the instructor's command, several people responded in unison. Understood. The first one to operate was the little soldier who had just claimed to have learned. He nervously made his way to the sonar system transceiver for the second time, based on what the instructor taught. After reorienting the transceiver, the range, the start button was pressed. It's easy to say that there are a dozen steps he needs to do just to get started. The first step is to verify your identity. Followed. Anyway, sonar transceiver was turned on. Immediately afterward, he began to detect the return signal. That. Instructor. Is the receiver's display broken? With that big red line there? It's a new installation this year. Why? The instructor, hearing this, took 2 steps forward and came up to him. A glance. With just one glance, he was too shocked to move. All that was visible was a red line on the display that was moving away from the sonar detection range at over 1,000 kilometers per hour. What's 1,000 kilometers? That has broken the speed of sound. What can break the speed of sound in water? Unheard of. Frozen in thought, there was a buzzing sound immediately afterward, and the entire destroyer shook. In the next instant, a rumbling explosion resounded through the sky. That's right. The sound of the sonic boom was only now traveling out of the water and reaching the destroyer. The veteran fighters on the ship, hearing the sound of voices going into action, nervously began to communicate with each other. The Vice Admiral was nervous as hell at the moment. rushed in from outside in a hurry. Quick! Enable sonar detection. Reporting to the Adjutant General. It was activated a long time ago and what? What was detected? Flew away long ago. Fly away? The Vice Admiral was full of questions. Isn't that a sick sentence? The sonar is aligned to the sea. A drop in the ocean at best. In the ocean? Flying away? What a ing statement. Never heard of it. I'll give you one more chance to speak properly. What was detected? Reporting to the Vice Admiral. A very long object was detected and flew away instantly at 200 meters below the sea floor. Confused. The Vice Admiral was completely confused. He had assumed that this instructor was too scared to organize his words well. The next moment, the instructor played back the aftermath of what had just happened. All was silent. Report. I want to report to Admiral Chu, and the ships are not allowed to go back. Continue to monitor the movement. After a long time had passed, he finally reacted. At this point he had never been so glad to be just the Vice Admiral. If he was in Chu Tian's position, this kind of damn thing would have to be handled by him. It hurts my head to think about it. Soon the news was reported to the Oceanic Commander-in-Chief. It was also where Chu Tian was. Wherever he is the Commander-in-Chief. Chu Tian looked at the news coming from the sea and cursed for a while, so he was tired of cursing. Only then did it occur to me that this mysterious thing had to be handed over to Qin Jingfei. And then there's the report to the higher-ups. That's right. It's a few of the real bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom. Every time something tricky comes up at the centers, you need to consult a few bigwigs. Thinking, he rushed to dial the phone. A mysterious string of numbers. Even the phone calls are of the encrypted variety, and they're not the same every day. Hey, Elder Dragon. There's a mysterious incident at sea. On the other end of the phone, Long Lao's pale and amiable voice came. So it's Chu. Tell me, what happened this time? Supersonic unknown object spotted in Bo Sea. There's an enemy scout? It's not the sky. It's supersonic in the sea. Splat. Chu Tian clearly felt the sound of the phone dropping across the room. It was followed by a soft voice. Grandpa, what happened to you? Are you okay? It's okay. It's okay. Grandpa just got a sudden jolt to his heart. It'll be okay to take it easy. There was a sibilant sound on the other end of the line. After a long time, Elder Dragon's voice came again. Little Chu, there have been enough mysterious events over the years and none of them can be traced. And countries are starting to saber rattle, so we need to prepare early. Please rest assured. Chief, I, Chu Tian, will definitely oversee the completion of the carrier construction on time, and by then, in the not-so-mysterious realm, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to deter most of the people who are foolish enough to move. Have you and my assured? By the way, that called Su Han Yun girl doll, have time to bring me to meet. Quite capable of it. Yes, sir. Just in the time it takes to get busy at sea. Li Jun-sung has piloted the Black Dragon into the open sea. Here, he could accelerate and decelerate at will with impunity, even surface to sea. It had to be said that this was the first time he had seen the underwater world with his own eyes. It's a pity that this Black Dragon is half finished and not fitted with a 1,000,000-volt attack weapon, or else it would be good to electrocute a few fish to grill and eat. First of all, a fish killed by 1,000,000 volts wouldn't even exist anymore. Secondly, under the current level of technology in Blue Star, the Black Dragon's own body is a very powerful offensive weapon. Complaining casually, the system immediately came out to explain. Li Jun-sung nodded as he listened. Yes, Black Dragon can be a tough material to work with. It took him 3 months to unlock it even when he had the technology to do so. If there was no system factory, even if he had the technology, he might not be able to build it given 10 years. Because, this material is too difficult to synthesize. It took him 3 months to make material that didn't even weigh a gram. It's a good thing that after unlocking it, the remaining materials don't need to be built by him. Ha! Such a big black mass on the water. Go check it out. At the moment, Li Jun-sung did as he pleased. And after swimming at the bottom of the sea for a while he saw a large cargo ship on the surface of the water. Looking at the direction it was moving, it looked like a cargo ship from the Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't until he was close to the bottom of the ship that he was sure that this was indeed the Dragon Kingdom's cargo ship. Based on where the boat is now at sea, it should have left a few days ago. Then let my brother follow you, all the way west, and see what a foreigner's harbor really looks like. Li Jun-sung was playful at this point. It's like a curious schoolboy who insists on seeing what a foreign port looks like and how it works. And so, at the bottom of the sea, at the bottom of the cargo ship, a black dragon silently followed this large cargo ship on the surface. At this point, on board, a pair of sisters frowned, staring at the sea as a deep fear welled up. Sister, let's take the boat this time. Is it really okay? Don't worry. I'll be there before school starts. Chapter 105, Pirate Raid. Black Snake's Grand Finale. It turned out to be a student who was admitted to some foreign university. Somehow convinced the captain to leave with the freighter in order to save some money on airfare. But the captain just said that the voyage might be a bit dangerous. I know, pirates, we're not that far behind. My sister smiled and patted her sister's shoulder reassuringly. This was announced on board the ship from the moment the captain received word that the last cargo ship had been hijacked by pirates. The meaning is obvious, so let's be prepared. Don't look at your sister on cloud 9. She was actually a little freaked out inside herself. But the port authority will check cargo ships carrying passengers, right? I checked, and the ship is licensed. My sister patiently answered all kinds of questions from my sister. Suddenly, the sisters heard a roar of an engine over the sea. Not one burst, but rattle after rattle. Come to the edge of the deck and look down. Silly, the two girls were completely terrified. Only a dozen speedboats were seen moving forward following the freighter. The people on the speedboat have been holding the equalizer of all beings. Ha ha, look boss, there are women on this ship. Or beautiful women. Good, good. This time we don't have to go to the town and line up to fix it. We have the goods ourselves. A speedboat at the far end of the line. Two lewd men exchanged loud words. The two sisters naturally listened. With a quick shriek, he pulled himself up and ran for the hatch. But it was not to be. The pirates were faster. They had hardly encountered the presence of a woman at sea. And one by one they threw hooklocks like mad. Hooked up to the cargo ship's fence. Someone soon climbed up, gun in hand, and pointed it at the girl who was about to run through the door. Move again and I'll shoot. Sure enough, with that threat, the two sisters didn't dare to move. The others on deck, the crew who hadn't had time to get into their cabins, fell to their knees and clasped their heads. You boys don't scare our cathartic machines. Ha ha ha. Boss, can I settle for once here first? Fark Squid, our mission is to hijack the freighter. We'll talk about the women when we get back. On deck, there may be some crew members who can't understand what the pirates are saying, but the two girls can definitely understand it. They were supposed to go abroad to study. Long ago, I was trembling with fear. The sister had been so scared that her face was filled with tears, and she was close to begging the pirates if they could let them go. But she knew that it couldn't be. This is the high seas, where no one manages, aka a place of lawlessness. It's no different than the park at Main Nash. No different than the park at Main Nash. No, there's still a bit of a difference. The park is at least bound by their administrators over there. Though not by much, I guess, always. And here, there are no constraints. Soon a group of pirates stormed the ship and drove everyone out, including the captain. By this time, the deck was knee-deep in people. Hey! Blame your technology for pissing off Eagle Jam by moving too fast. The pirate leader saw that the entire crew of the freighter was under control. With a wicked grin on his face, he then turned his gaze back to the two girls once more. Crouching down, he cupped his sister's chin. If you had been captured by the bonobos at this time, they would have cried out, "Flower girl?" However, you are my prisoner, and I will only command you to open up. Ha 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 ha. The pirate leader grinned, revealing a mouth full of black teeth. Obviously the kind that smokes too much and doesn't brush his teeth. As for what kind of leaf he was smoking and whether it was legal or not, no one knows. The other pirates, seeing the boss molesting the mushroom girl, one was so excited. After the boss has enjoyed it, it's their dish. A pair of unsuspecting eyes kept wandering over the two girls. My sister finally couldn't take it anymore and started to break down emotionally. Bean-sized tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. Kneel down and keep kowtowing. Please, leave us alone. We're just going to study abroad in Sunset. By the way, we're physically ill. Very contagious. Really, who knows? The pirate had no mercy when he saw her. Naturally, they don't believe in physical illness or anything like that. Seeing the two women pleading, they instead became more excited. There was a roar and a whistle. And then there were the pirate minions who just couldn't help themselves and started showing off their own in front of the girl. Not so much as to move the girl before the boss gets on, though, but the move still left both girls highly traumatized. Where there is one, there is two. The group, mad with hunger, gathered around the girl, one by one, and displayed, okay, the atmosphere has been set here by you guys, so I'll just eat first and it'll be your turn soon. The pirate leader laughed uncontrollably. Anyway, having control of the entire ship, what they want to do is up to them. The moment. When my sister saw this, her eyes went black and she fainted outright. The older sister, on the other hand, was shielding her sister, who was passed out on the floor, constantly begging the beasts. After watching the fruitlessness, with her heart in her mouth and her teeth clenched, she pounced on the pirate leader. I'll fight you. Unfortunately, as a little girl, she would be no match for this group of vicious men. He had only just pounced on it when the leader subconsciously kicked him back. My sister grimaced in pain. clutching her sharply aching stomach, hunched over and unable to straighten up. Our sisters, today, are we really going to fall into the wolf's den? She's desperate too. The gleam in his eyes faded, eyeing the pirate leader with a wicked grin on his face as he walked towards him. His hand was already outstretched. My sister was trembling with fear though, still clenching his tongue. She dared to bite as soon as the man in front of her dared to touch. It was as if time had slowed down a million times. She watched with her own eyes. The bad guy's hands got closer, and his smile got even more disgusting. Closer again. The clenched teeth were now ready to fire at any moment, making sure they snapped off in a single bite, and then bleed to death. Closer again. Hopeless. Just at the last minute, there was a loud clattering sound that rang through the side of the hall. The hand was on the verge of touching the girl's head collar, and also turned his head curiously to look at it. This is not to be seen. One look startled him. Fark. What is this? Boss, what a big sea snake. If we catch it we can sell it for a good price. Right. The pirates, at this moment, hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Just feel like you have a gun in your hand. No carbon-based creature would be a match. Lions and tigers and all that are weak. Even whales can't withstand a burst of their sweeping shots. Idiot. If we want to sell it for money, we can sell it by robbing the ship's cargo. Who would want a sea serpent? Shoot it dead. The thing that disturbs my pleasure. With a command from the boss, the minions who showed themselves were quick to raise their pants, pick up their AKs and fire at the sea serpent. The sound rang out for nearly half a minute. So many guns emptied their magazines. But here comes the fearful thing. Chapter 106, Study hard and serve your country. After scanning the boat, the giant snake swooped down, and its head came towards the girl's direction. The girl gave a bitter laugh at the sight. Maybe it's better to die this way than to commit suicide. Hell knows if these pirates are perverts. They might be insulted even if they die. After a long wait, she could smell a strong odor of seawater. But the imagined death did not come. Not even pain appeared. She slowly opened her eyes to see what was going on. When she got a better look, she was stunned. See only. Giant snake. Ah no, it's a faucet. The dragon bit into the upper half of the pirate leader's body, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream. It was just thrown out hard. Follow the sight. The body of the pirate leader, like a broken kite forming a long parabola, fell into the sea 100 meters away. Immediately after that, the dragon looked to the rest of the pirates. Open your bloody mouth. Roar. A roar of fury paralyzed everyone. Some of the pirates kept praying. What upside of the empire? What coconut tree on the Rhesus? That's right, they're scared. Even in the world of pirates without rules, life and death are commonplace. The moment when one actually faces life and death, nobody's not scared. What's more, it's such a huge snake. OMG. I've been good and steady all my life. Why did I meet such a monster? God. Save us. A snake that's not even afraid of a gun. Never seen it. Never seen it. Oh, this is the divine beast of our dragon kingdom. This is a dragon. The last words were from my sister. She stood up. After the events of just now, life and death had been forgotten. Couldn't care less about being scared or anything. She was seen taking 2 steps forward to the black dragon's body. Slowly, he knelt down. Divine dragon, please exterminate these pirates. They are all devils, not human beings. I would beg you with my life. Next moment, in everyone's eyes, the black dragon looked like it had spirituality. The afterglow glanced at his sister. The dragon's head opened slightly, scaring everyone on board. Because, the black dragon spoke, still speaking Rukoku. Offering yourself in favor of protecting your sister is a sentient girl, but I don't need your life. The words just fell. Before the pirates could react, the black dragon moved. Its entire body climbed onto the freighter. That's when all of them realized how huge the black dragon really was. Its huge body, visually estimated to be at least 45 meters long, and the dragon's body, the diameter of the thinnest part had to be more than 2 meters, only to see that the black dragon slowly raised the claws of its forelimbs. With a light sweep, all the pirates were swept into the sea. Decisive. Bullying. All that was left was a minion who had just run off to the side to play the X-machine out of shyness. At this very moment, the crew finally realized it. This black dragon had come to their rescue and had fallen to their knees. The piety is immense. First, they met the dragon, the legendary beast of the dragon kingdom. Secondly, this dragon saved them. Is there anything more exciting than that? There is, and that's the moment Dr. So's photolithography machine shows up. This ship, one part of the goods being transported is chips belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. In just 6 months, the Dragon Kingdom has produced a Dr. So, now there is a surprise appearance of auspiciousness that only belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. It is inevitable for all individuals to speculate in their minds that the Dragon Kingdom, is it about to rise? Just as the crowd was kneeling, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth again and swallowed the only surviving pirate in one gulp. Then poof, back into the sea. Captain, I've decided. My sister and I aren't going to study abroad. We're going to stay in Manhwa and study. At this point, my sister secretly clenched her fists. The conversation of the pirates just now. It's obvious to hear that multiple countries are dealing with the Dragon Kingdom yet. Since they are hostile to the Dragon Kingdom, that sister doesn't care to go to those places to study. Who knows? After she mumbled something, there was a sudden muffled sound from under the water. Go, study hard and come back to serve your country. This statement was made. Everyone on board was in tears. It speaks the language of the Dragon Kingdom, and helps the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and finally says that it serves the motherland. It really belongs to the auspiciousness of the Dragon Kingdom. After the black dragon was completely out of sight, it was only then that the captain led the men to rise slowly. Quickly go to the monitoring room. Copy the giant dragon image data and transmit it back to the Dragon Kingdom via satellite signal. There is surveillance everywhere on the merchant ship. The appearance of the giant dragon just now had long been photographed from all sides and from many angles. And at the moment, the originator of the fight against pirates, Lee Jun-sung, is still swimming in the sea. He just audited out where the pirate's secret base was. That's right, the pirate he ended up swallowing didn't die. Instead, he was steadily swallowed inside the gargoyle's small storage room. There's not a lot of room, but it's barely enough to put a person in. I'm sure it's Eagle Jam who's up to no good. And since you guys are giving the intelligence center such a headache, I'll play with you too. During the interrogation just now, he also asked for an important piece of information. That is, the pirates were backed up with supplies and weapons from Eagle Jam. There were also over 50 Eagle Sauce GIs stationed at the pirates' main base. When necessary, these GIs will follow the pirates out to strike the Dragon Kingdom freighters. Master, we've reached the shore. Are we going ashore? Fought the voice of the Black Dragon. It has a built-in smart chip that is strong enough to support it to think like a child. Listen and so on. Of course we go ashore. This isn't the Dragon Kingdom. It doesn't hurt to scare people to death. Besides, there's no one here in the middle of nowhere. The order was given. With a crash, the Black Dragon scurried straight out of the water, bringing up a wave. After disembarkation, it's significantly slower. According to the cracked information, this dragon was originally designed to fight in liquid, like in the water. Or maybe it's in a methane ocean, or even magma. What is combat? It's the original structure that destroys what you want to destroy. For example, in ancient great wars, swords were used to destroy the original structure of the human body, cutting through an enemy somewhere with the purpose of stopping the enemy from moving, or stopping a counterattack. The same goes for the Black Dragon, but it's much more advanced. Its original weapon was a super strong voltage current, designed to destroy the internal structure of various silicon-based, carbon-based, and other beings. Sometimes it works wonders against large starfighters. That's what the declassified information says. It's a shame I can't unlock the materials for that kind of weapon right now, and I don't know what a starfighter looks like. Pondering. Soon the Black Dragon found the pirate's lair based on their stated location. Black Dragon, spit that pirate out. He didn't scare and piss in your stomach, did he? Master, he peed a long time ago, and several times. Fark, this boy dares to soil my Black Dragon. Throw it out. With an order from Lee Jun-sung. With a tilt of his head, the Black Dragon spat out the pirate. Good grief, it just happened to be spitting towards the cliff. And so, a figure freefalls, screaming off a cliff. Chapter 107. Hawksauce is shocked. What's the origin of this black snake? But it's not the least bit unfortunate that such people die. Keep going. Through the eyes of the Black Dragon, a village-like place could already be seen not far away. But according to that pirate who just confessed, there are no civilians here. Only pirates. And then there's the Eagle Sauce G.I. Joe. At this point, the other side of the ocean, inside the Eagle Jam war room, several generals were savoring cigars brought to each other from different places, blowing each other off. New news from the sea. Another Dragon Kingdom merchant ship has been caught. Ha 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 ha. Didn't the Dragon Kingdom announce a shutdown? This ship was just issued with a stop notice and left a couple hours ago. I'll see if they're in a hurry this time. Several Eagle Jam generals looked at each other. Laughter ensued. They really hate it. And originally the Eagle Jam finances were allocated to them for the military. But since the dragon stole the chip business, there's been clear notice from the treasury that there may be cuts to them. So, against this matter of the Dragon Kingdom, these Eagle Sauce officers are more active than anyone else. The footage has been relayed and encrypted by satellite and has come back. Let's see it together. Soon the image was shown in the big screen. The 4 Eagle Jam officers turned their heads in interest, only to see that the pirates in the picture had spotted a Dragon Kingdom cargo ship, The camera on the leader then captured the two girls on the deck of the freighter. Ha ha, this time the two girls from the Dragon Kingdom are going to suffer. There's a good show. It's so hard for him to see a girl and not go crazy? Ha 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 hiccup. The four of them instantly got excited, looking forward to trying to see a big show with color. As expected, the next pirate maneuver did not disappoint them. A group of pirates surrounded two dragon girls showing chicken. The pirate leader, too, is going up. General Smith, when this group of pirates is done enjoying it, our warriors can enjoy it too, right? Of course, they wouldn't dare disobey our people. No, 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 how can you watch just one scene of such a good one? Send a message to our people right away, and when the girl is sent back, we'll shoot another one and pass it on. Ha ha ha, you're so bad. I love it. The pirate leader was soon to run into the girl, and the four were focused and ready to enjoy a colorful show. Suddenly, the camera suddenly shakes. The screen didn't move, but there came a startled cry from the leader. Bullied girls also looked up, as if he had seen some incredible image, but the leader had only looked back, hadn't turned around yet, and the camera on his chest didn't catch it. It tickled the hearts of the four generals. What the hell is going on? The camera is frozen? With the next moment, the leader initiated the order to attack, causing several of the generals' smiles to freeze. Their hearts were racing and they were breathing heavily. I thought to myself, did the Dragon Navy make a move? That's great. They did all that for the purpose of forcing the Dragon Kingdom to make a move. At that point, Eagle Jam will be able to legitimately sanction the Dragon Nation by force for stirring up world strife. But, when the pirate leader turned around, the four generals' excitement came to an abrupt end when they got a good look at what was in front of them. The mood was like being pushed to the top and then falling fast. A few people had their eyes widened, staring at the black dragon in the screen. Unbelievable. Bent hair. What the hell is this? A black snake this big? I've never seen one before, and biologists haven't come across such an animal, have they? Fark fark fark. A good mood is ruined by this snake. Yes, that's it. Shoot. Don't worry. Since man invented the gun, any living thing is just a target. After a few people were surprised, they calmly took a sip of coffee to suppress their shock. It was expected that with one round of shooting, the huge sea serpent would simply die and fall into the sea. It didn't work out. Something that made their jaws drop happened again. The pirates had all the ammunition in their hands, but the black snake was as completely fine as if it had been tickled, still looking down proudly on the ship's crew. A powerful pressure seemed to break through the screen and press on the hearts of the four generals. They were outright dumbfounded. There are still creatures that can survive the powerful firepower of the AK? No, at least so far, no creature has been able to do that. Even turtles, known for their armor, were just paper mache under the AK's powerful firepower. And it's not an AK. Instead, there are more than 24 handles. 3 views are unbelievable. The next thing that came out of the picture was once again something that made their head spin. That's, the black dragon actually probed down and ate the leader in one bite. I had thought that when it came to this, there would be no more follow-up. The next moment, the image reappeared, but the camera dropped into the water as quickly as if it were in free fall. As of now, all you can see is the water's edge. Fark fark fark. What a deep-sea python. I'm going to it up. Admiral Smith, look. The cameras in the sea caught it. The pirates are being thrown down. With a reminder from the other man, Smitty looked at the screen again. As expected, many pirates appear in the picture. One by one, they all stopped moving and slowly sank towards the sea. No, why are only the pirates being shot down? And why isn't this black snake attacking the Dragon Kingdom crew? Finally, Smitty realized something was wrong. From the time this black snake appeared, the whole thing went in the wrong direction. Could it be? This is the latest biological weapon developed by the Dragon Kingdom? Smitty, aren't you overthinking it? As far as the scientific research technology of the Dragon Kingdom is concerned, at the most, they can build a photolithography machine up to the top. How can they have so many talents to build any biological weapons? The other man took another sip of coffee, pretending to be calm and persuasive. No carbon-based organism can survive the firepower of an AK. This snake was just dying, and just managed to extinguish the pirates before dying itself. He then looked to the big screen, didn't think there was much more to play for and wanted to shut it down. It is also this moment. In the screen, a black shadow suddenly sprang out. That's right, it's a black shadow. A huge black snake, swimming slowly past the camera. Doesn't look injured at all. Fark, is there a second black snake? Facing this sudden slap in the face, this general only felt his cheeks raw. After an awkward huff, he suddenly felt another vibration in his wrist. Looking down, his eyes widened. Smitty turned on the live feed from the pirate base now. There's a call for help coming in. What call for help? There's an accident in that hole? Smitty faced his orders with reluctance. Still, it tapped into the live feed of the pirate base. There are 10 screens in all, representing the 9 cameras in the village. There's also an image that was shot specifically by the people they sent there. Next scenario. It was a scene that the 4 generals will remember for the rest of their lives. OMG. What am I seeing? That's right. The black snake that exterminated the pirates at sea has struck into the pirates' lair. Just a picture of their own people fleeing through the village over and over again. Black Snake, on the other hand, was not slow to liquidate one by one. They also hear an unintelligible word. It seems to be in Rokoku. The speaker's tone was extremely excited, and it appeared that a hint of arrogance could still be heard. Ha ha ha, don't run little babies. Brother will be gentle. Several Eagle Jam generals were filled with black lines as they listened. Among other things, Smith's expression was as hard as, because he understands Rokoku. Chapter 108 Lee Jun-sung and Eagle Sauce are fighting. Just simply froze. On the screen, the Black Snake has already killed a number of pirates. It angered the 4 men in the Eagle Jam Combat Center. Fark, 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 Smitty, don't you have a team stationed nearby? Send out the bombers. This snake isn't even afraid of grenades. It's terrifying. A bomber? Smitty's back is chilling in a cold sweat. It's crazy. Get a clue. Our guys are still there and you're sending bombers? Smithy, it's only right that you get it right. See for yourself how many of our men are left. The other Eagle Jam general pointed at the screen. With 9 cameras full of their people, the lying's still kind. The only one still alive. It seems. It's the captain who carries the camera. And at the moment the captain is also being chased by the giant snake. It's like a cat catching a mouse. I'll chase. I'll play. I won't get you killed. A chill swept through Smitty's body at the sight. And it felt as if the giant snake's eyes were staring at more than simply the captain of the scene. As if it was staring across the camera at itself. By this point, he had panicked. Hastily picking up the communicator in his hand, he gave his orders. Authorize base 711. Send out 3 medium fighters. Lock onto the latitude and longitude I gave you. Find the black snake and blow it up for me. In the pirate base, Lee Jun-sung didn't realize that Eagle Jam had gotten antsy. Still chasing after the so-called officer in front of me non-stop. Hang him for fun. Little thing, weren't you arrogant when you just whipped the Dragon Nation with your whip? Unfortunately, the Eagle Jam officer in front of him couldn't understand him. The mouth kept shouting fark fark fark. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from overhead. Fixed his eyes on a Blackhawk helicopter gunships on the top of the plane. It also bears a logo unique to Eagle Jam. Through the eyes of the black snake, he could see clearly. Don't underestimate the eyes of a black snake. That's mega sharp. With a resolution of billions of pixels for a random blink of an eye shot, close to the one taken by some particle gas pedal staff at Eagle Jam. With lots of extreme imaging sensors, this kind of photo if shown 1-to-1, it would have to be 300 or 400 UHD screens to fully display it. In a normal screen, you can only zoom in or out to see part of it. Back to the topic. With the appearance of the helicopter, the sky rumbled with another unknown sound. Soon, Lee Jun-sung captured the source of the sound. It was 3 large. Naya, it's a bomber. The moment he saw the bomber, Lee Jun-sung was frightened. These big guys are carrying very high-yield shells. No, we have to lure them away. All the people alive in this village right now are from the Dragon Kingdom, the ones who were captured. Thinking that, Lee Jun-sung maneuvered the black snake, turned on the maximum power. With a swish, he scurried away, burrowing toward a forest off to the side. The helicopters in the sky, they followed, constantly pointing an infrared searchlight at him. Not a moment was lost. Follow closely. Woo! A sharp, cutting sound swooped down through the air. That's right, it's a bomber that can't wait. A piece of ammunition was dropped in front of Lee Jun-sung's advancing path. Looking at the large iron dome that fell from the sky, Lee Jun-sung hurriedly set the Black Dragon to automatic mode. Black Dragon, get into the ground and don't get blown up. Roar! As soon as the words left his mouth, the Black Dragon raised its head with a jerk and let out a dragon roar before swooping downward sharply. It was also at this point that the ammunition landed. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire hill shook with it. Asterisk 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 Eagle Sauce crazy enough to send out bombers for a pirate gang? Patting his chest, Lee Jun-sung was glad he had gotten into the ground before the explosion. Although that's an obscene way to fight I guess. But life is more important. System, is there any way to fight back? Hint, the host does not need to dodge. The Black Dragon's body is strong enough to resist this level of explosion. As long as it doesn't come into contact with electricity whatever you want to make. What do you mean? Even the bombardment can be resisted? Lee Jun-sung was surprised, having thought that a mechanical dragon was just a mechanical dragon, or a half-finished product. Being able to withstand some grenade mines and the like is awesome enough. It didn't work out. The system told him that the Black Dragon could take the bombardment hard. Yes, according to the available information, these types of bionic machines are prepared for interstellar combat, and therefore will not be damaged as long as they are not close to the center of a nuclear explosion, or other targeted weapons. Starfight. It wasn't the first time those 4 words had appeared in front of Lee Jun-sung's eyes. Can it be that what's inside the Golden Palace is here to invade Earth? But for some reason it didn't start and was deserted. No. Millions of years ago when the Earth, there is no civilization appeared it. If you want to invade the Earth, why need to be so high-tech? A couple of Gatlings and you're king of the Earth. Shook his head. Lee Jun-sung was still planning on not thinking about that for now. The more I know, the more I feel like I know less. There seems to be no end to this mystery. It was within the few minutes that Lee Jun-sung was chatting with the system. The helicopter in the sky. A cheer rang through the valley. Oi! That big snake was blown to pieces by us. Report. Mission target blown to pieces. Mission accomplished. Request to return. Inside the Eagle Jam war room, the 4 generals saw the whole thing through a real-time satellite picture feed. There was a flurry of wine in their hands, a toast to each other. Ha, the Dragon Kingdom's biological weapons, blown to smithereens. They must be heartbroken. I'm even more heartbroken that so many Eagle Jam GIs need to have their pensions paid out. Aha, that's right. We can still take the footage and blackmail it. After all, that dragon speaks Dragonese. Ha. The 4 didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for their warriors. Instead, they celebrated each other. It felt like I had taken a new hold of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the pirates, they can replicate hundreds of these pirate gangs whenever they want. All the more reason not to lament. Searchlight Squad, take a few post-bombardment photos in all directions and send them back to HQ. Searchlight Squad copy. Shooting. Immediately afterward, Smitty issued the order to shoot. The squad on the Blackhawk helicopter was tight and brought out very specialized equipment. Slowly landed on the spot where the explosion had just occurred. The whole thing was filmed by extra people for the generals to have some fun. The captain of the scouting squad, after giving a command, the 2 men began assembling the equipment. The remaining 3 searched around to see if they could find snake carcasses and such to traces. Such military UHD equipment tends to be more complex. As for himself, he looked around. Strange, even if the ammo fire was strong, it shouldn't have left no bloodstains at all? Captain, you're worrying too much. I guess that snake was at the center of the explosion. It's long since baked to a crisp, and with the shockwave it was pulverized. Captain, get over here and look. There's something. Chapter 109, Eagle Jam's face is damaged. Wants to open an international conference to sanction the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, a member of the team exclaimed. It drew the attention of the others. What discovery? The captain was at the moment unimpressed, thinking he had found a bloodstain or a small piece of the snake's body. Slowly, he walked towards the location of the player. When he stepped forward, he nearly stumbled and fell over at the sight before him, eyes as wide as brass bells. There was a quick exclamation of surprise. Run! Get to the helicopter! At this moment, the other squad members also gathered around, and were stunned to see the scene in front of them. Hearing the captain's orders, everyone took to their heels and ran. Even the man assembling the camera equipment dropped his camera as soon as he could and made a playful run for the helicopter. Finally, everyone boarded the plane, but still staring heartily at where they had just been. The propeller starts slowly. The helicopter is slowly lifting off as the wind gets stronger. At this time, the squad finally breathed a sigh of relief. When you're in the sky, you're not afraid of any big snakes. No, what the hell did you guys see that made me nervous with you? Among other things, that extra shooter was there because he had to take care of the overall shoot. So it didn't come together in time. He inquired with a puzzled look on his face. Others, on the other hand, seemed less inclined to explain. Still heartily patting myself on the back for comfort. At this point, an order came over the captain's headset. Searchlight team, please report what you have. Hearing the general's voice, the captain shook himself out of it. His every move was being watched by the general. He hastily saluted towards the camera. Report. The suspected black snake isn't dead. It dug a hole to hide in. The other side of the camera. The 4 generals' originally cheerful smiles suddenly froze. Hiss. That big explosion. And you didn't die? Smitty hastened to continue his inquiry. What kind of holes do you see? And can you see black snakes in them? Report. A hole about the size of a black snake. You can tell at a glance it's freshly dug. As this report came in, the 4 generals once again sucked in a breath of cold air. What anticlimactic biological weapons are these? Even the bombers couldn't get to him? As long as there's danger, just dig a hole and run. Inside the conference room, the 4 of them looked at me. I looked at you, and they didn't know how to give orders anymore. Can't, let their people go in the cave and find out what's going on. Can they? Ryoko. It was Smith who was the first to think of a solution. He gave another order into the calm. Bombers, full preparations, bombard the positions marked by the search parties and put ammunition into the holes. The order had just been given, while the 3 bombers that had already flown far away made a turn back. It's back. On their plane, they're still loaded with tons of ammo. They got their orders this time. It's pouring all the firepower. Could be a blast for the pilots. Soon the bombers were only 200 or 300 meters away from the target position. The helicopter was also dutiful, keeping a watchful eye on the huge cavern in the forest. The first bomber arrives, slowly opened the drop bin. After measuring the distance accurately, a huge missile cut through the air and landed firmly on the inside of the cave. Immediately after, boom! With a loud bang, the entire cavern was collapsed by the missile. Before the sound dissipated, a second missile followed by a third and a fourth. This little hill was constantly bombarded by eagle sauce as if it had violated a heavenly law. And at the moment, Lee Jun-sung finally became angry. Cursed grandma, use firecrackers to blow up the ant's nest. Do not want money? Black Dragon, break out of the ground for me and finish them off in your own way. The order came out. The entire hill trembled slightly and let out a murmur. Next moment, holler at, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the helicopter's view, it was as if a black line had suddenly grown out of the ground, which then swept a boulder beside it with a pendulum swing. I thought it was just a black snake that was dying from the pain of the blast. But the next moment, the helicopter's instruments beeped. When they got a good look, their eyes widened. The boulder swept out by the black dragon flew towards them. Quick! Dodge the attack! Fark fark fark! I'm operating. With the pilot's extreme maneuvering, the helicopter managed to dodge the flying rocks at a weird angle. The rock plunged through the right side of the plane. Paging. The searchlight team only felt a violent gust of wind blowing beside them, and their hearts trembled. What the hell is this thing? How can it have so much power? Captain, let's run. It's not safe in the helicopter. The driver cried and pleaded. He was truly afraid, never having had a brush with death before. Today was a groundbreaking experience. But it seems to be too late. The helicopter's instruments beeped incessantly once again, and fixed their eyes on it. Everyone's legs are weak with fear. Up ahead, a dozen huge rocks appeared and were smashing into the helicopter. In Lee Jun-sung's perspective, this helicopter was just seconds away from being scrapped. Fruity. In a matter of seconds, rocks were hitting the helicopter. A loud thumping went by. A pile of scrap metal fell from the sky, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Satisfied, he nodded. Lee Jun-sung's cold tone once again gave the order. He stared at the bombers in the sky still trying to drop bombs. Black Dragon, calculate the bomber trajectory and smash them. Black Dragon understands that the trajectory of the bomber's flight is being calculated. Calculating stone weights, angles, all calculations are complete. Master, please watch the Black Dragon show. In just 2 seconds, Black Dragon calculated all the data needed to destroy the bomber. It's still the same crap chip that Lee Jun-sung put in him. If it was loaded with the original Black Dragon chip, that time would probably be less than 1/1000th of a second. Thinking about it, 2 thuds pulled Lee Jun-sung back to reality. The Black Dragon has made his move. It curled up 2 stones with its tail and threw them with vigor toward the incomprehensible to the common man. A few seconds pass. As if by prior agreement, the bomber clunked as if it had voluntarily hit a rock. It exploded in the air with a rumble. Both bombers did. Only the last one was left, and it ran away privately, despite the general's orders. It's done. Lee Jun-sung intends to return to the village and save all the trapped Rokoko people first. And in the conference room of the Eagle Jam Operations Command Center, silence. There was silence. Just now, in addition to the 4 generals, a few adjutants could be heard discussing it in whispers. And at the moment, no one wants to talk. There were wide eyes and open mouths, as if their souls had been drawn. After a long time, a vice admiral broke the silence. He muttered, "Is this on that what's-his-name emperor? Sending his own pet to punish us?" One of his questions. It woke up everyone in the room. The first to get angry was Smitty. He stood up, grabbed the adjutant general by the neck, and slammed him hard. "Fark, where is God appearing? This is a biological machine made by the Dragon Kingdom. A slaughter machine. Now, immediately, notify the Lord President at once. Yes, open an international conference to sanction the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 110 acknowledges that the Black Dragon is the new weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Elder Dragon's residence. He just got international mail. Eagle Jam is going to call an international conference today to question the Dragon Kingdom for doing some illegal biological research? His whole body was confused. No idea at all what's going on. Until now, when he received a personal greeting from President Eagle Jam. On the video call, President Hawksbane kept testing him. "Oh, Elder Dragon. Just be frank. Has your dragon country violated international law and privately conducted illegal biomodification experiments? No, President Denagawa. Don't come up here and spit blood. Oh, is there really none? Then what's this? With that said, President Denagawa in the video took out a small tablet and clicked play. Only a huge black snake appeared on the flat surface. Ain't right. It's a dragon. The dragon spoke fluent Dragonese and instantly ed the pirates on the ship. The scene then shifted. Come to a village. Still speaking fluent Dragonese, Black Snake excitedly sanctioned the village full of pirates. This, Elder Long was confused. Really completely confused. At this point, President Denagawa spoke again. Elder Long, why don't you open your own country's video software and see what the hottest video is right now? Listening to his words, Long Lao subconsciously picked up his other cell phone. Mindfully, he clicked on the video software. Into the eye. The first video is about what happened by the Yellow River in the Dragon Kingdom. A huge black dragon peeked out. It then dived into the Yellow River and disappeared. Hiss. Horrible. Just horrible. How could there be such a thing in the Dragon Kingdom? By the way, Chu Tian also reported on it a few days ago. A huge black shadow appeared at the cruising waters, swimming through the ocean at the speed of sound. It's hard to believe that the black shadow is the same dragon in the river. It went to fight pirates, from the river all the way down to the sea. After rushing towards the dragon merchant ships, straight to the pirate camp. It's too hard to comprehend. It's too unbelievable. After a long time, Elder Long finally came back to his senses. How to deal with President Hawkmaster at the moment is the main thing. He shook his head. I can tell you with certainty that the Dragon Kingdom has not conducted similar biological research. Nor does it have the kind of technology to train a dragon to the point where it can carry a missile. Moreover, dragons are just mythical beasts in the legends of the Dragon Kingdom. Not something that really exists. Elder Long spoke decisively, shaking his head in denial. President Eagle Jam listened. A sneer. He had expected the Dragon Council to deny this. But so the evidence is in front of us. Whether Dragon denies it or not, they will still be able to take the next step in sanctioning Dragon. Sanctions by force. Alright, we've heard enough of your Dragon Kingdom's wordsmithing for a long time now. Wait for the evening meeting to open. Your Dragon Kingdom will tremble. With that, President Hawkmaster rudely hung up of his own accord, leaving Elder Dragon alone, messing up in the wind. He then thought long and hard, dialed Chu Tian's number, telling this matter to Chu Tian and asking the black shadow that was detected at that time, whether it had parsed out something useful or not. Trudy sat in her office, originally humming a little song, drinking a little tea, dutifully waiting for Su Han-yun to finish hand-rubbing the aircraft carrier. I don't know why Sahan-hyun is so mysterious though, I guess, but they can rub carriers, hey. At this moment, he heard the news from Elder Dragon. It was so frightening that he barely slipped off the stool. Chief, you said that Eagle Sauce is certain that the large snake, dragon, is a biological weapon made by our Dragon Kingdom? Not to say they're certain, but with all that evidence, I kind of believe it. The corners of Long Lao's mouth twitched. This fact was just too mysterious. It happened a bit abruptly too, catching him off guard. A moment of contemplation. He decided, hand it over to the intelligence center. They have a lot of mystery files over there. Let's see if we can find a similar case. And so, on an expedited basis, the incident was transferred to the intelligence center within half an hour. Qin Zhengfei had just competed with Cheng Wan and had just been sent flying, so he was already annoyed. Hear about this. Even more annoying. Good lord. It's only been a few days and mysteries are popping up way too often, and Trudy is still expediting to the intelligence center. Intend to discuss how to give an explanation to the world. After all, that black dragon, it's spoken in Rikoku. Qingwan, where's that elder brotherly? Why haven't we seen him in the past few days? I don't know. Rico seemed to have disappeared that day when he entered the break. Qingwan told the truth. The 3 words gone made Qin Zhengfei scratch his head. One can only wait anxiously, waiting for a long time. Chu Tian finally came. The two didn't exchange pleasantries and got straight to the point. Have you read the information I handed you? And do you guys have any clue? Old Chu, you also think too highly of me. So many mysterious events. Besides Qing Wan, do I ever have a clue? Even Shang Wan was still found only with the help of old brotherly. Saying that, Chu Tian looked at Cheng Wan, the girl who made him remember. Robot. Suddenly he snapped to attention. Where's old man Li? Maybe he can crack another thing? As soon as the words fell, Cheng Wan stepped forward and explained. General Chu, just now the boss was looking for Brother Li as well. He went out. Irresponsible guy. I'll give him a call. Saying that, Chu Tian pulled out his cell phone. A call was then made to Li Jun-sung's phone. Hey, come back here. Old buddy, something's wrong. What? Can't come back for a while? Where have you been? Tu Dolu. A series of beeps came from the phone, and Qin Zhengfei was speechless for a while. Li Junsung actually hung up on him? About to turn off his cell phone, he scanned the address displayed on it. Above, Hershey shows the high seas. It's intelligence center technology that can quickly locate the approximate location of the caller through a signal connection. It is also this technology that has made things a lot more comfortable for departments to do their work. At this moment, Chu Tian's face was filled with gloom. Old Qin, come and see where your people are now. Chu Tian's reminder caused Qin Zhengfei to curiously come over. After taking a look, Qin Zhengfei directly sprayed out a mouthful of tea. I'm Niet. Li's oldest brother took a vacation and put it on the high seas. How did he get there? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? And where are the boats going out to sea at this time of year? The two men looked at each other in disbelief, unable to figure it out, so they didn't think about it. The most important thing today. How do you explain a black dragon that runs out into the high seas and into some country, speaks Dragonese, saves a boatload of dragons, and takes out another Blackhawk from Hawkjam, plus 3 bombers? This situation. Longboy can't get rid of the suspicion even if he denies it. Do you see any way to make the Elder Dragon feel better about tonight's meeting? If I, Qin Zhengfei, had a solution, I would have called Elder Long myself a long time ago. The two men looked at each other again. Finally, it was old Qin who put his heart on the line and spoke up with a solution. Aren't we building an aircraft carrier to deter those who are foolish enough to do so? One way or another. Why don't we just admit that the Black Dragon is the weapon of the Dragon Kingdom? His words left Chu Tian too surprised to speak. It was crazy. Crazier than he, a general known for his craziness, isn't doing so giving the Dragon Kingdom enemies on all sides? It seemed to see Chu Tian's thoughts. Qin Zhengfei angrily slapped the table and continued. Fear of the wolf in front and the tiger at the back. We'll always be hamstrung. Not to mention that you're in a hurry to build an aircraft carrier. Isn't that exactly what you're doing to deal with those potential enemies? It's only half a month or so left, and I don't believe Eagle Jam can fight its way in before Dr. Su rubs the carrier out. He was furious beyond belief and thought of a way to break it. But it seems, it is also the most dominating way to conduct this meeting without losing face for the Dragon Kingdom. And the main thing about this idea is, Su and Rhyme was able to rub the carrier out on time. Chapter 111, New Evidence. Hawk Sauce is more deserving of a verbal assassination. After the two communicated, they looked at each other and nodded deeply. With that, he dialed Elder Dragon's number. It's Shao Qin. Any new discoveries? Elder Dragon. There are no new discoveries, but we came up with a backwater approach. Backwater? Long Lao froze for a moment and quickly realized what Qin Zhengfei was trying to say. In his position, smarts are just knockouts. Besides being smart, he must be at the top of his game in terms of leadership, big picture, and ability to handle all complex issues. It's only then that you can become a Dragon Elder. It was precisely because he had the big picture in mind that he hadn't dared to think in terms of active provocation. But now, people have forced their way to the door. To back down again would be cowardice on the part of the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately after, not waiting for Qin Zhengfei to report the method, the Dragon Old Man will be smilingly with the first to say, "It's okay, it's not bad for a young man, it's just bold." This old man of mine was despondent for a while, and didn't even dare to think in terms of a backwater. I see what you mean, and I choose to take your advice. The last sentence, Elder Long said in an extremely domineering tone. Don't look at him now that he's older. He was also a great hand in his youth, and a great political talent who has won many awards. This kind of hand and spirit of doing what you say you will do is not something that can be compared to ordinary people. Now the old dragon. It was like a sleeping dragon that had finally opened its eyes. Time flies. Soon came the night time. The international online meeting was held on time and open to all of Blue Star. There was no padding, no pleasantries. Hawk Jam's first words after taking his seat were, questioning the Dragon Kingdom. I think the Dragon State should give the world a statement that the development of such biological weapons of war is inherently a violation of international law, biological protection law, and human morality. This statement was made. Not only were the people of Longwood dumbfounded, but even those who watched the news around the world were dumbfounded. What's the situation? What kind of high tech has the Dragon Kingdom gotten up to again? Eagle sauce could be said to have whetted everyone's appetite. But there was no way to rush it, so they had to wait for the meeting to continue. Oh, I would like to ask President Denagawa, what did our Dragon Kingdom do to make you so angry? Long Lao had long since set his mind right at this point, his face full of composure. It seems to be just waiting for Eagle Jam to put out the evidence. This is a state of affairs that Comrade Denagawa, president of Eagle Jam, can't get right either. Or was it his aide who warned just in time that the president should not be fooled? That it was a psychological tactic? That he was acting like it didn't matter so that he could get you to back off? Well, you're right. Thanks for the reminder. Denagawa whispered his thanks. Then he gathered his emotions and continued to put pressure on the dragon. Dragon Elder of the Dragon Kingdom, do I have to make the evidence public for you to admit your crimes? At this statement, he plucked up several pitches. Ironically today, the Dragon Kingdom must be discredited in front of the world. And Elder Dragon still had a disinterested attitude. You have made it public. And we will certainly admit that we did it. And we will certainly not admit that we didn't do it. When he finished, he turned off his microphone. Be prepared to hear what others have to say. As expected, this comment caused the ire of several of Eagle Jam's lapdogs. The first to bear the brunt was the Japanese. The Prime Minister tried desperately to restrain his expression and pointed at Rokoku righteously. It is understood that the biological weapons developed by your Dragon Kingdom are not the least bit humane. And the evidence is in my possession. The Prime Minister opened an image as he spoke. Here comes the proof. The whole world is waiting with bated breath to finally find out what this emergency international conference has to say. Only to see, in the picture, a black dragon was brutalized. After people on the boat, he also swam to a neighboring country and committed an act of violence against a village. In the end, the Hawk Masters of Justice went out and were also destroyed by this dragon. Seeing this, all the audience let out a gasp. This is a biological weapon? Even Karma, I can believe it when he says he's an incarnation of Iron Man. Mom, the Dragon Kingdom is scary. I'm afraid. There was a flurry of international discussion, but without exception, it was all verbal abuse of the dragon. Such a brutal creature to come from the Dragon Kingdom. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, was dumbfounded at the moment. Everyone recognizes this dragon. It's been all over the internet for the past 2 days. It's the one by the river. The one that appeared for half a minute and then disappeared. No, it shouldn't be the same one. Look at the time Eagle Sauce gave and look at the distance. That far away. Did that dragon in the river take an airplane to the high seas? Hey, 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 please get your priorities straight. The priority right now is a dragon that speaks the language of the Dragon Kingdom and is out there slaying people. That group of bullied ones don't look like good people at first glance. Our divine dragon is obviously punishing the evil and promoting the good. Okay, I have to say, the video gives it away. The dragon, though violent, seemed to give off a very soothing vibe. Instead, the group of Maoists being bullied by the dragons gave off a nasty vibe. It was a gut feeling, one that many of the dragons had. But no matter what people in every country think, once the evidence is in, the world is in an uproar. The vitriol from around the world still continues. Meeting, both Hawksbane and Bonobo barely stifled their laughter. It's not easy, sanctioning the dragon for so long without finding a breakthrough. Let's see how you guys handle it this time. Hawksbane, you drive your own biological weapons and invade others in gross violation of international law. Japanese, by all rights, you Dragon Kingdom should be subject to international sanctions. Romance Nation, that's right, I think you should apologize and pay for it. For the next several minutes long, the meeting was full of accusations, an indictment and accusation against the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, they seemed tired of cursing and quieted down a bit. At this moment, Elder Dragon still maintained a smile, a kind of scornful smile. Oh, you guys are right. Dragons are a product of the Dragon Kingdom. It doesn't just represent good luck. It symbolizes strength and independence. No Dragon Nation will deny that dragons are not Dragon Nation. But dragons, in any case, are not killing. The moment these words came out of Long Lao's mouth, it represented an acknowledgement. Instantly the whole world was outraged. In addition to the fact that all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were united in their support for the Dragon Elder, the closer you get to Eagle Jam at this point, the harsher the accusations become. Pretty much whatever is hard to hear. They curse. Also right at this juncture, Long Lao's assistant whispered in his ear, instantly causing Long Lao's eyes to light up. Excited, he picked up the microphone again and spoke into the screen. People all over the world, our Dragon Kingdom will not do anything to harm the heavens and the earth. And the evidence just produced by the Japanese nation is nothing more than a pinched video. We, have full, clear video. Prove that the dragons of our Dragon Kingdom are not evil and go about provoking strife. He's a hero, the dragon of heroes who punishes evil. Elder Dragon raised a flash drive high in his hand. It contained a video file from a mysterious person. And the file is full of videos of pirates doing evil. They trample on life and the video of the young girl. That's right. These are the evidence that Lee Jun-sung organized and secretly sent to the state. Prove that those pirates are guilty as charged. And Eagle Sauce, who fought for the pirates, deserves even more lip service. Chapter 112, Airplanes can increase their range by dozens of times. Eyes were once again focused on the entirety of the average blue star. They watched the big show. Couldn't make sense of it for a while. Eagle Jam's side is constantly pressuring the dragon, while the dragon side is coming up with new evidence. There doesn't seem to be an accurate determination of who is right and who is wrong. See only. With billions of people watching from across the screen, Elder Dragon played the contents of the flash drive. From the beginning, the pirates were arrogant. To the pirates doing that kind of thing to two girls, the scene angered the world. Then there was the Black Dragon killing pirates, and the world applauded. Then the scene shifted. The camera comes to a mountain, and the road advancing forward is littered with corpses thrown on the ground. Some were rotting, some were stripped bare, and some were just dead. Once the camera advances to the small square in the village, the world is in awe. Purgatory. Purgatory on Earth. Living human beings are treated like livestock by pirates. Various abuses and knives. Not to mention, some of the timid ones are covering their faces to see it. More still, there was anger, rage against the pirates. A roaring dragon roar appeared immediately afterward. The camera rushes forward in. Then there was the spectacle of the pirates being eliminated one by one. At this point, the entire world's audience roared in approval. This is not a brutal dragon. This is clearly the savior of those who have been bullied. The whole picture is exactly like the one provided by Eagle Sauce. Only, the perspective is different. My goodness, the superheroes on screen are appearing in reality. I'm looking at, obviously, the dragon of heroes. Damn pirates. It's too cheap for them to be eliminated so directly and simply. It turns out that the Dragon Kingdom has long had the ability to create super bioweapons, and not in the brutal way described by Hawk Sauce, but rather in the way of punishing evil and promoting good. Support the Dragon Kingdom. Support the Dragon Kingdom. I also support the Dragon Kingdom. They're not at fault. It's the pirates who are at fault. There are still a lot of people in the world who know right from wrong, and many people abhor the pirate kind of evil. Public opinion has long since reversed at this point. Some of the people who had just cursed out Dragon Nation came forward with their real names and apologized. At this point, there were also many people who noticed the perspective problem with this video. Oh my god. This view is clearly the eye area of that black dragon. Is the biological science of the Dragon Kingdom already that good? Using the eyes of living creatures as high-definition photographic machines? Mom, when I grow up I want to enter the Dragon Kingdom to study. That's a proud place. With a simple operation, the dragon completely diffused international public opinion. The Hawksbane and the bonobos were green in the face in the meeting. Denagawa took a deep breath and exhaled heavily through his nose. Even so, you are trespassing and moreover illegally dealing with the problem. Also, the international biological research regulations state clearly that this type of genetic modification is not permitted. You, the Dragon Kingdom, have already violated several regulations. Long Lao smiled slightly when he heard Denagawa's self-righteous judgment. He would have simply tried to silence international opinion. This is as good as it gets. Yes, we violated several international regulations, but the Black Dragon has been built and the Dragon Kingdom has no intention of destroying it. In the gentlest of tones, saying the most domineering things. This is Elder Dragon. This is actually the first time he's known about this, and the first time he's seen this video. Judging by the way the Black Dragon was acting, he was there to save the Dragon Nation. Such heroic deeds. As one of the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, he had to forcefully support it. At this moment, the Dragon Nation audience collectively cheered. Elder Dragon has admitted that the Dragon Kingdom made dragons. That's the stuff of myths. Right. Support the Black Dragon. Support Elder Dragon. Eagle Sauce. Whatever tricks you have. Come on. We Dragon Nation people don't bring fear. And bonobos. Eagle Jam's lapdogs. Watch out for the Black Dragon running to your island to recreate the content of the video. Cool. It's cool to see the rise of the Dragon Kingdom with my own eyes in my lifetime. Ha ha ha. First the photolithography machine, then the Black Dragon appeared. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom is really up. Of course, there are sensible people and there are a lot of real Hawk Sauce lickspittles. As long as Eagle Sauce's decision is made, they support it unconditionally. Two sets of people online are trading insults, and President Denagawa of Eagle Jam, seeing this situation also nodded his chest with anger. Knowing that you can't get a bargain today in terms of language, then the ordinance speaks for itself. He couldn't sit still and stood up, pointing at the screen and yelling. The Dragon Kingdom has violated several regulations, and Eagle Sauce, as the world's overseer, must be sanctioned. Justice will prevail. Finally he raised his fist and shouted, and at once the lickspittles cheered. They started a new round of name-calling with sensible netizens. And this meeting, it also ended hastily like a joke. In fact, many people in the world know that what Hawkmaster said is nothing more than a restraint for the weak, because Hawksbane is strong enough. Anything can be done in the name of justice. Upon conclusion of the meeting, Elder Long rubbed his swollen temples and turned around to come inside the parlor. Here, the bosses of the major centers in the Dragon Kingdom were waiting for him. Security Center, Intelligence Center, Sea Combat Center, Land Combat Center. Air Combat Center. All of them were waiting, requesting Elder Dragon's next instructions. And the old dragon. He sat down after jogging into the parlor. The expression was a bit stony. Little Chu, how's the progress of the things you're dealing with now? Needless to say, as soon as Elder Dragon inquired, it had to be that. Trudy nodded and reported back. Please don't worry, Chief, that thing is progressing surprisingly fast, and this year's Dragon Kingdom seems to be slowly becoming different with her presence. The her in Chu Tian's mouth was naturally Su Hanyun. She's made the Dragon Kingdom raise its eyebrows a few times. The two of them, Chu Tian and Qin Zhengfei, were convinced from the bottom of their hearts. Others, on the other hand, scratched the back of their heads. One simply could not understand the conversation between Elder Long and Chu Tian, but they also understand that they should not ask more questions than they should, and that they should understand naturally. At this point, General of the Air Combat Center Zhang Yufei, who took a step forward, with an uncontrollable excitement on his face, he reported something to Elder Long. Elder Long, the Research Center for the Construction of Warplanes in the Academy of Sciences, Fei Parrot has recently communicated with the end of the General. They developed an extremely labor-saving warplane and can start and land in a hurry. Well, I understand. Tell them to speed up mass production. We need it in half a month. Long Lao acted calmly, and Zhang Yufei couldn't figure it out. Such great news. But Long Lao Elder Long, perhaps you didn't hear me just now. That kind of airplane can increase its range by dozens of times. And it can also. I hear you loud and clear. Tell them to mass produce quickly. Elder Long interrupted him to continue his introduction, and Zhang Yufei was even more confused. In the past, a breakthrough in fighter performance of this level would have been celebrated by the nation, and nowadays, the two of them, Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian, looked at the puzzled Zhang Yufei and struggled to hold back their laughter. They certainly know all about it. Parrot. It took a long time of begging at the Academy of Sciences to get Su Hanyun's formula to develop this latest fighter. Chapter 113, Honey, can I rub the nuclear engine? The two of them knew about this kind of thing and would naturally report it to Elder Long. But now, with a 350,000 ton carrier, even if you don't have to break the airplane's range, you can still handle most situations. This large maritime mobile fortress, it's the mobile harbor, the repair shop, the energy replenishment station for all the planes, and the kind that can be landed without a hook and lock, because he's enough big. All in all, the carrier that Su Hanyun is rubbing is the top priority. It's the optimal choice for force tremors. Thinking about it, Chu Tian pulled Zhang Yufei away, and he suddenly remembered something. I need to report this to Elder Dragon. I almost forgot. Elder Long, her husband has a crucial request that still needs your discretion. What request? For us to give his daughter-in-law more treatment? No, his request was rather specific. Say it. Elder Long nodded smilingly. The family that could rub the carrier. Whatever the request was, as long as it didn't go too far, he was able to grant it. After all, the best way to retain talents is treatment. Chu Tian pondered for a moment. With a clench of his teeth, he still said that request from Li Jun-sung. He requested that when it is built, it needs to deter the whole of Blue Star and make all the countries that are stupid enough to start a third season be good boys and girls. He also said that a minimum of 5 years of deterrence is needed, deterring the entire blue planet. Good lord, who the hell is that? Daring to directly ask Elder Dragon to go and turn against the entire Blue Star. But it's not a crossroads. The world is in turmoil today, and secretly it has been fighting for a long time. A third season is only a matter of time. Just at the moment when each of them was thinking about self-preservation, someone actually made the crazy suggestion of 1v200. Unbelievable. Elder Long, who on earth is so arrogant? He must be given a stronger education. Let's pick the beginning of the third season and then use the Dragon Kingdom alone to suppress more than 200 countries. Man, they don't move? Is he out of his mind? I don't think it's a good idea, and we should be prepared to be clear before the third season opens. Opinions are divided, and they all think the man is out of his mind. Don't know who it is though, I guess. If you really have the brains to do this, then Dragon Kingdom will be isolated by the whole world. It's really over then. Long Lao, who was on the side, naturally understood what they were thinking. Still smiling and amiable relatives. Why don't you guys stop frowning? I know the situation and I know what you're thinking. My attitude is to ask the cause before making a decision. After Elder Long finished speaking, the rest of the unknown people shook their heads. Anxious, one tried to persuade. Where is the need to understand the cause? This is trapping the Dragon Kingdom in hot water. Chief, be careful. This matter concerns the survival of the family and the country. It is a matter of great importance. In the face of the crowd's persuasion, Elder Long continued to cope with it with a smile. He looked at Qin Zhengfei and made a wink. Qin Zhengfei immediately understood that this was for him to step in and explain. He thought about it. The carrier incident surely can't be leaked. Then the only thing that can explain it is, everyone, Elder Long definitely has more information than you guys, and his decision must have been well thought out. One more question. Didn't you notice anything about today's meeting? Even if the Dragon Kingdom wants to stay out of this, neither the Eagle Jam nor the Japanese will make it easy for us. There's only a difference between being active and passive in this hostility thing. The results, they won't change. He said the last sentence very seriously. It left the others in the room, too, in a state of contemplation. Yeah, the Dragon Kingdom is a sleeping dragon, and both Eagle Jam and the Japanese are afraid of us waking up. That's why it's been suppressing the Dragon Kingdom in every way, even to the point of disintegrating the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Zhengfei is right. Take the initiative to provoke, or be passive. The end result is all confrontation by force. There's no other outcome, unless one concedes and gives massive compensation, the kind that sets the dragon's economy back decades. What's the difference between that and being dead? It really comes down to that point of reparations and weakening yourself. When someone else can stretch out a finger and pinch you to death, it seems like the best thing to do these days. Active fluting. No. Although the Dragon Kingdom is countless times stronger than before, it's still a lot of pressure against so many of them. I can't breathe just thinking about it. It's so scary that if you don't think about it carefully, you don't even realize that it's come this far nowadays. Seeing that the crowd had finally figured it out, Long Lao also waved his hand smilingly, signaling everyone to take it easy and sit down first. Immediately after, Elder Long alone stood up and solemnly assured the centers, "Don't worry everyone, we have our own killer app, and soon you'll know it." He then turned his head to look at Chu Tian. A very serious, very earnest order was given. Fast and furious, on schedule. Chu Tian received the order, stood at attention and saluted, and his loud voice returned. "Yes, then don't look away and look out the window. Far away by the sea, Harbor Division. The hope of the Dragon Kingdom is being built. Building something that can defend itself in Season 3. Even forcefully suppressing Season 3 so that it doesn't turn things on. Super carrier, in a warehouse in the harbor." Su Han-yun wiped her fragrant sweat, picked up the mineral water on the side and gulped half a bottle. "Well, this will allow us to catch up with the work schedule given by General Chu Tian." She looked into the warehouse, materials that she worked on overnight and rolled into finished products. Satisfied, he nodded. "That's a good way to go back to your husband." Ha. Immediately afterward, she prettily went back to catch up on her sleep first, because she wanted to keep the gloves as secret as possible. That's why it's usually in the warehouse at night, and there will be no casual observers to find out. Although everyone was wondering why semi-finished materials went into the warehouse and came out as finished products, but things just happen. They have nothing to say. Just got back to the dorm. Before the door could be opened, an eager voice appeared behind him. "Dr. Su, the higher-ups gave another order that we have to speed up again. Do you see the design of this work period? Should it be replanned?" Back. It's the head of the research group here. He was sweating with impatience, clearly stumped by the question of speeding up again. There was no choice but to come to Su Han-yun. Su Han-yun took the document in his hands and after looking at it carefully, she gently bit her lip. Next up is the power system build. Which will be slower, right?" she asked seriously. The leader of the group nodded frantically as he listened. "Yes, conventional power takes longer to build. And with nuclear power, we don't have the technology to put it on an aircraft carrier at the moment." He looked embarrassed and told the truth. The Dragon Kingdom has improved a lot over the years, but not as much as one would think. At least with nuclear energy, the technology stops at power generation. It doesn't fit into which device to provide direct power. "Okay, I'll go to my room and think about it." For a while, Su Han-yun couldn't give an answer. After waving goodbye to the group leader, she rushed to her room and took a shower. After all, a night of sweaty work rubbing the material still got dirty. Get out of the shower. She lay on her bed and picked up her cell phone, staring at Lee Jun-sung's number and hesitating for half a day. Eventually, she dialed anyway. "Hey, hubby, I miss you. By the way, can the gloves you gave me rub the nuclear engine?" Chapter 114 Hand rubbing of nuclear power units. Far away in the ocean, Lee Jun-sung is on his way home, receiving a call from my daughter-in-law first. A heartfelt smile followed. "It looks like my daughter-in-law has used the gloves and discovered how great they are. In scientific research, it's reasonable to have 1 or 2 plugins, right? This glove in his own hands is just scrap. In the hands of the daughter-in-law that is a super strong plugin. Hello, honey, are you listening to me? In. Let's see. Nuclear-powered engines? That thing seems a little hard to handle. After all, gloves, even if upgraded, require the user to have knowledge in a certain area in order to rub something out. And nuclear-powered engines are the product of Eagle Jam and Romantic Nation, 2 countries, and it's highly classified. How to put nuclear power on an aircraft carrier is the big problem that plagues countries all over the world. This nuclear energy thing is special. It's not too hard to make a small one like a nuclear submarine, and it's not too hard to make a big one like a nuclear power plant, but doing carrier power, this not so small. Precise control is required. Indeed, only 2 countries in the world can do it. Trying to rub it out with a glove is 2 ways. First, you have the knowledge yourself. Second, the thing being rubbed is a commodity. Sold. The question now is whether or not the 2 countries, Romance Nation and Eagle Sauce, ever traded nuclear power plants for aircraft carriers. If it has been traded using currency, it is a commodity. It's so special though that it can barely be called a commodity. Can rub. The system. Hint, this system is a science and technology system, not an intelligence system. As for whether Eagle Sauce has ever traded for a nuclear power device, the system is unable to detect it. Congratulations to the system for learning to snatch, dry, bet on it. There should be some kind of underhanded dealings between the 2 countries' nuclear power plants. Otherwise it couldn't be that similar. Daughter-in-law, listen to me, let it go. Even if it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. Well, then I'll listen to my husband. Try to let as few people as possible know about the glove's special ability. I'm afraid you're in danger. Well, then I'll avoid rubbing it next time and rub it where there's no surveillance. Soo Han-yoon hung up the phone with great reluctance. The harbor at the moment. All the engineers, the researchers, are waiting with bated breath. The main part has been completed. Just need to install some facilities. And, powertrain. They were all waiting for Soo Han-yoon to make a decision whether there was a new program to speed up the construction of the power system. Never mind. I'm not going to sleep. I'll have a good rest with my husband when I finish my work. Get up. Get dressed. Soo Han-ryeon decided to try the glove's ability again while her mind was still clear and she didn't have any hard feelings. She pushed the door open. Come to the highest part of the research building. Team leader, I'll need to tell you tonight about the programmatic aspects, but right now I need your help. The leader of the group and the other researchers saw Soo Han-yoon coming, couldn't contain the surprise on his face. If there's anything Dr. Soo needs help with, just ask. We'll definitely do what we can. He patted his chest in reassurance. Nowadays, Soo Han-yoon was like a god to them. I don't know what she used for a quick solution to the material problem though, but they just accelerated the construction of the carriers by several months. Bull. They were heartily convinced. Well, help me transport these materials to the mountain over there. I'll be useful with General Chu Tian. She pulled out a list. It was handwritten by her just now. All the materials necessary to make a nuclear power plant. And the use of Chu Tian's name was also agreed upon by Chu Tian. Any problems she had, she could act under the name Chu Tian, which was specifically authorized by Chu Tian to Soo Han-yoon. That's right. This time she's trying to hide it from everyone. Rub a nuclear power unit. Although it was said to be difficult to hide it from Chu Tian, Shin Zhengfei and the like, most people wouldn't be aware of it. Don't worry. Since it's Dr. Soo's need or General Chu's order, we'll definitely get it done. Please give us 2 hours. A nearby institute has these materials. With the assurance of the group leader, Soo Han-yoon was finally relieved. The next step was to verify the limits of the gloves. 2 hours later, all the materials are piled up in a small hill a kilometer from the harbor. Soo Han-yoon stared at the material in front of him. Take a deep breath. She reached out her small hands and put on the gloves that Lee Jun-sung handed her. The thought kept coming to mind of the nuclear power plant that drives a 350,000-ton displacement carrier. Half a dozen thoughts, but not the slightest movement of the gloves. The moment. Far across the ocean is Eagle Sauce. A secret remote transaction is being opened. President Denagawa. The 10-piece set of nuclear power units that you are rushing to make are ready for you. Okay. Secret shipment. The money will hit you now. I want it now. And our Romance Nation treasury can't wait any longer. Right now. Right now. Humph. I said I'd give it to you, so I won't go back on my word. Denagawa then notified Eagle Jam Finance. After the keyboard was casually tapped, a huge sum of money passes through the international internet. Arrived at the treasury of the romantic state. The image came back again. Soo Han-yoon sighed. She sighed and was about to turn around and leave, informing the team leader that they hadn't come up with anything. Being at the moment, the glove in her hand shook slightly with her small hand. She lifted her small hand in shock and looked at it again and again. How about one last try? Nuclear powered. 350,000 tons. Nuclear powered. After a moment of her shattering, the gloves in her hands suddenly emitted a slight heat. It's done. Geez, gloves, don't you pull me. I can walk by myself. At this mysterious forest where people were rare, The sunlight through the layers of gaps in the dense branches and leaves, with great difficulty, shed a few rays of fine light, barely illuminating this quiet and somewhat eerie world. The surrounding towering ancient trees, like silent giants, surrounded this space tightly, forming a natural green barrier, isolating the outside world's clamor and disturbance. Right in the middle of this forest, which was so silent that it was a little scary, a girl in tattered clothes was focused and busy, hair a little messy. A few strands of hair were soaked with sweat and plastered to the slightly pale but resolute-looking cheeks. Her eyes revealed a fiery and persistent glow, and her hands kept weaving between the pile of oddly shaped metal parts in front of her. Only her slender fingers were seen nimbly fiddling with the parts, putting together piece after piece of differently shaped metal with precision. She didn't build the engine. The technique is nevertheless skillful and amazing. As the girl's movements in her hands quickened, a fledgling engine gradually took shape in her hands. The complexity and precision of the structure made it hard to imagine that it had been built in this uninhabited forest with just her hands. Every gear, every shaft and rod was tightly assembled, glinting with the characteristic cold light of metal. Chapter 115 Hawk Sauce Goes Crazy. 15 aircraft carriers rushed toward Dragon Kingdom. Immediately after, from her arms she carefully removed from the rubbed pile of parts a small core unit that was the key to the entire engine. Her movements became more gentle, as if she were treating a rare treasure. Eased the core unit into the main structure of the engine. Just moments after the core unit was embedded, a faint blue light lit up inside the engine. Then immediately afterward, the blue light spread rapidly, traveling along intricate lines. The entire engine began to emit a slight humming sound, as if a long-sleeping behemoth was slowly awakening. Soon the gloves stopped moving. The slight heat in his hands disappeared as well, turned a little cold. Su Han-yoon stared at the large device in front of her, her eyes wide open. Although it has long been hand-rubbed with alloys, but this engine, she came in without hope, and at the moment, a techie, dominant engine that just gets rubbed out. Phew, she exhaled a breath of aroma. Still find the scene somewhat unbelievable. You know, nuclear power plants, they're real high-tech. Each step in making it requires a very complex operation. And wear gloves. The glove controls every screw, every piece of material dissolved and compressed, every build with precision. This visual impact is not comparable to alloy materials. Alloy material, touch it and it becomes a finished product, as if by magic. But the engine, it was she, Su Han-yoon, who saw with her own eyes, bit by bit, how the materials originally piled up on the ground became the high-tech before her eyes. Half a day passes. She slowly raised her hand and took off her gloves, picked up the phone and dialed Chu Tian. Hey, General Chu, I have a secret to tell you in secret. Yeah, I'm right there. So hurry over here now. Soon. A helicopter slowly appeared above Su Han-yoon's head. Just hung up the phone over here. Trudy then appeared. The efficiency of the operation can be great. Isn't it true that he has been eager to see if Su Han-yoon can accelerate the carrier construction again? A few hours ago when he heard that Su Han-yoon came to this small forest. Just keep watching. But instead of peeking, he waited for news. It's perfectly safe here anyway. His specialized helicopter is also on standby to be the first to arrive if anything goes wrong. Get off the plane. Chu Tian glanced at Su Han-yoon and had planned to say hello. It didn't work out. The sight turned slightly to see a behemoth in front of him. The body of steel. What is it? He stared at the engine for a long time. Such a sophisticated, massive contraption. When did it appear in this forest? It's freezing. Su Han-yoon ran over and blushed as she explained. General Chu, I'm going to tell you a big secret. Can you keep it for me? Dr. Su, please. My husband and I have actually been working on carrier nuclear engines before, and this is our old finished product that we've been hiding here. After saying that, Su Han-yoon's face turned even redder. It was all red to the base of his neck. She basically doesn't lie, and when she does, it's in this state. The girl who is so kind that even lying gives her a huge psychological pressure. And Trudy, who is he? It was a human savant who saw in an instant that Su Han-yoon was lying, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is, what did she just say? It's a nuclear-powered engine for an aircraft carrier. Click. Chu Tian's entire body froze, stiffly turning his head to look at Su Han-yoon. Fingered the engine. Say that again. What is this thing? It's the carrier's nuclear engine. I'm going back to bed. You guys can move it yourselves. Bye. Making girls who don't lie in the first place lie twice a day. It had long since exceeded her limits. With a red face, Su Han-yoon waved her hand and ran towards the research building that was 1,000 meters away. Afraid to stay here any longer and have to cover up the first lie with more lies. Look at her far away. Chu Tian hurriedly ordered his followers to escort Su Han-yoon back, then stared at the engine in front of him with wide eyes filled with shock. This place he Chu Tian is very clear, because every time his heart is annoyed, he will come to blow the wind. And last night, he was just here. In other words, this thing wasn't there last night, and it was there as soon as So Han-hyun arrived. Unbelievable. A fairy trick? No. So Han-hyun is obviously a scientist, a character who engages in scientific research. It's hard to believe that she has one of those little space universes from science fiction. Take the tech that was built long ago, put it in a small universe, and bring it out when you need it. For example, now, my nigga, Lee Jun-sung, what kind of daughter-in-law did you kid marry? Nuclear power engines can be conjured up out of thin air for me. A family of immortals? No. We have to hurry up and notify the engineers and come over to move the stuff. After being shocked for a while, Chu Genius remembered the main event. So Han-hyun has any special ability. We'll get to know it more slowly later. The giant thing in front of me is the most important thing today. Just as the tightening was finishing the final difficult part of the carrier, the world is stunned at this point, because just now, Eagle Sauce posted a new message. They cite the Dragon State's violation of various regulations, and they also cite the Dragon State's strong and domineering behavior, and they want to impose forceful sanctions. And, in just a few days, 15 carriers will be deployed. That's a whole 15 ships. How many countries in the world, may I ask, can stand in the way of such military might? Most countries are afraid that the exchange hasn't even been an hour. It's just been breached, I guess. Besides, Eagle Jam's technology is not just in aircraft carriers, but a variety of airplanes with different capabilities are also at the core of their technology. Just a few months ago, they came up with new technology that has an airplane with super range. It also means that the carriers can go deeper into the enemy without risking their lives. It will then be possible to launch a surprise attack from further away. The news was seen around the world and many ordinary people clasped their hands together. Secretly, I prayed for the Dragon Kingdom. These were the good people of the world, and they sided with the Dragon Kingdom after realizing that the Black Dragon was there to save lives. Sure, there are also a lot of stirring Eagle Sauce dogs. Instead they gloat. There were even bets on how many days it would take for the Dragon State to be beaten in by Eagle Jam. The other side. Lee Jun-sung has come ashore. He cursed when he saw the message posted by Hawk Jam. Asterisk. It. Acting that fast. I really can't do anything but go back to the system factory and rub at hundreds of black dragons. Let's see what you Eagle Sauce can resist with. Thinking. Then he dialed So Han-hyun's number. Daughter-in-law. How's it going over there? Hubby, I'm only sleeping. But your gloves can really rub the engine. It's so awesome. Hubby, I want to see you. Okay. I'll come to you right away and I'll explain it all to you. Chapter 116, Lee Jun-sung returns. Couples getting cranky again. Because of the message Eagle Sauce sent. It made Trudy even more anxious. Good thing the engine is done. But other aspects of the build need more manpower. And so, the whole harbor is now becoming crowded with people and everyone is doing the job at hand. All are moving toward a single goal. In 3 days, finish building the giant in front of you. The main body is done. The rest will be easier and a little simpler. So everyone is confident. So Han-hyun sat alone on the beach. Keep picking up shells and throwing them into the sea. She picked up another shell and was about to throw it. At that moment, a ripple suddenly rose from the water. With a crash, a figure leapt out from inside. Yikes! Honey, how did you appear from here? That's right. The one who leapt out of the sea was none other than Lee Jun-sung. He came here on the Black Dragon, then retrieved the Black Dragon in the system factory and swam up himself. Lee Jun-sung didn't say anything. Quickly, he walked over to his daughter-in-law. It's been days. How can time be wasted on talking? Next, he asked in a domineering manner. After a princess hug, daughter-in-law, where is your dormitory? So Han-hyun's small face was slightly flushed. How could she not know what her husband wanted in this state? In fact, she misses Lee Jun-sung too. Shyly, she buried her head in Lee Jun-sung's arms and reached out to point to the side. Got it. That building chanting. Hey! With 2 bad laughs, Lee Jun-sung hugged his daughter-in-law and darted, running towards the building. The researchers in the building were originally gleefully discussing how great Dr. Su was and how they would ask Dr. Su for advice in the future. The moment a man, holding Dr. Su, came toward them, dumbfounded. All dumbfounded. Quite a few people were mingling and whispering. Who is this man and why is he hugging Dr. Su? You fool, busy crazy this time. He is Dr. Su's husband appeared in the World Science Symposium. Hiss, how did his husband get in here? Isn't this a top secret program? Regardless of how he got in, I guess it didn't sit well with me to see Dr. Su being hugged. So Han-hyun had just become the goddess of most people at the moment. The perfect woman who combines competence, beauty, gentleness and kindness. Naturally, some people saw this scene and their hearts sank, and most of them, as in the past, when we saw the goddess Louis Fei married, the heart is more or less a little sour. Immediately afterward, Lee Jun-sung disappeared from sight with Soo Han-yun in his arms. They saw it with their own eyes. In Soo Han-yun's dormitory, the curtains were drawn and the door was closed. And not far from the office building, the corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched. He was truly confused once again. Say, how the hell did that Lee Jun-sung get in here? Our defenses are all a sham? I don't know. I only know that the sea, land and air are all under close surveillance, and the underwater radar has not detected any abnormalities. The adjutant general scratched his head. It's a little awkward. Indeed, a place that is so heavily defended can have people running in unnoticed. It's really embarrassing. Luckily, it was no one else who came in but Dr. Sue's husband. That's not much of a problem. After all, Lee Jun-sung was also a member of the intelligence center, and this place wasn't supposed to be secretive to people of his status. Intelligence, that's what's going to hold most of the information in the country. By the way, nothing went wrong with the progress issue this time, did it? Report General, everything is proceeding according to your instructions. Tomorrow the carrier will be ready to remove the build pad and officially launch. Back on topic, the Vice Admiral was filled with excitement. This was the first fully self-developed carrier in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was more than 3 times the size of the largest carrier in the world. Not only that, but the development on the fighter side was unexpected. The control sensitivity of all the new fighters, as well as their ability to gain air buoyancy, is greatly improved. By this point, the range has also increased by a few dozen times. The new aircraft carrier, with its new fighter planes, signaled the invincible power of the Dragon Kingdom. All of you go back to rest. We need to be in the best of spirits for this big guy tomorrow. Chu Tian couldn't suppress a smile on his face, even took the maximum dose of his sleep aid and leaned back on the office couch and dozed off. That's right, he had to eat this today in order to not get so excited to fall asleep for a while. Day 2. Noon. The harbor side was full of people. They were all involved in carrier construction as researchers, or engineers and escorts. Everyone is standing by, because standing at the front of the line was Long Lo. It's a respected leader, one of the 4 dragon lords. He slowly raised his right hand high and turned to look at the crowd. Comrades, work hard. Elder Long has worked hard. The crowd responded in unison. Good. Next, I announced the removal of the carrier construction platform and the official launch. Wow. The scene was one of thunderous applause, with everyone clapping their hands vigorously. All the enthusiasm for the carrier was injected into the applause, injecting all the hopes for the Dragon Kingdom into the applause. Soo Han-yun also stood behind her, holding Li Jun-cheng's arm, her small face excited. After all that, the carriers were finally built. Honey, yesterday you said you were explaining this glove, and we didn't have time to talk until the night was over. Don't worry, go back to your dorm later and we'll explain. The demolition of the build pad was in full swing up front, while the 2 couples were whispering in the back. It was as if they didn't notice that there were already 3 people beside them staring at them with bad jokes. Ahem, you guys want to pause and not get tired of this moment in the limelight for a while? The sudden sound startled Soo Han-yun, but the voice was familiar to him. It's Qin Zhengfei's, so shy to be discovered. Soo Han-yun instantly buried her face in Lee Jun-sung's arm, blushing all the way to the base of her neck. Lee Jun-sung was indifferent. He's cheeky anyway. What are you doing? Old Qin, don't you know it's rude to disturb people? I'm sorry for my mistake, but if Elder Long wants to talk to Dr. Sue, we wouldn't dare to stop him. Elder Dragon? Li Jun-cheng turned his head, and sure enough, Elder Long had already followed Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian to his side. With a kind face, he looked at him, a young man, with a smile. Ha, no harm, no foul. I'll come back when Dr. Sue is done. Long Lao smiled with an incomparably happy face, then laughed. Today is a happy day. People's young couples have been separated for so many days. It seems that we have to avoid it. Ha ha ha. No, Elder Long, if you have anything to say, just ask. Soo Han-yun heard Elder Long's laughter and hurriedly explained. But it's hard to know how to explain it. After all, people are telling the truth. Ha ha ha. If we have time, let's go inside and chat over a cup of tea. Elder Long pointed at Chu Tian's office, playful as an old coot. It's hard to think of it in the same way as the majestic image in the news. On TV. Chapter 117. What we're dealing with is an artificial intelligence crisis. The dragon old man in front of me is just a kind old grandfather. Come to the office. Chu Tian hurriedly took out his own treasured tea, the kind that he couldn't even bring himself to drink. It could sour Qin Zhengfei. Good old Chu. Every time I ask you for it, you say you've finished it. Just you deserve to drink such good tea? Chu Tian gave him a blank look. grabbed the boiling kettle and made his host. And on the side, Lee Jun-sung and Soo Han-yoon were sitting together, their hands still holding, don't want to part for a moment. It was still Lee Jun-sung who started the conversation. No, you guys are catching me out with your relaxed faces. The Eagle Sauce carriers are on their way. They'll be here in a couple days. After hearing Lee Jun-sung's words, several people looked at each other and then laughed easily. Especially Trudy. He had already made tea. After pouring a cup for each person, slowly, he opened his mouth to explain. I say, elder brother Lee, I'm afraid you don't know what your daughter-in-law has built, do you? Didn't we just say that when we dismantled the construction table? You don't know what a 350,000 tons displacement carrier means? Chu Tian's eyes widened as he kept sizing up Lee Jun-chang. This kid is usually pretty smart. Can't you figure that out when it counts? Lee Jun-sung continued to shake his head. He really didn't know, except that it was many times bigger than Eagle Jams. But there's only one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Chin, you found a little cutie. Engage in intelligence. No talking about my husband. He's smart. Before the words were finished, Soo Han-yoon got upset first. Beaming his little mouth, he pointed at Chu Tian with a dissatisfied face. Honey, let's not listen to them. Let's drink tea. Soo Han-yoon picked up the teacup in front of him and blew on the hot air, then handed it over to Lee Jun-chang's mouth. A mouthful of dog food caught the crowd off guard. Qin Zhengfei was on the verge of dying of acid. His daughter-in-law wasn't this gentle. In his difficulty, he couldn't help but blankly glance at Chu Tian. This guy, it's not good to mess with anyone but Soo Han-yoon. That's good. Dog food manages it. Thinking about it, he still planned to explain and popularize the effects caused by the weapon upgrade to Lee Jun-sung. Buddy, have you ever heard what a gun looks like when it's first built? In those days, everyone was lighting their powder with a cord of fire, and the barrels weren't rifled yet. So, in those days, wars were almost always about shooting each other in formation. Lee Jun-sung nodded as he listened. This was still learned. It wasn't until later that someone invented the breech gun and the landscape changed, because it only needs to be loaded from the rear and the rifling is birthed. With upgraded firearms, soldiers can go prone, take cover, and have more tactics, while the enemy was still advancing in a square line. The breechloader has been able to take wars with only a small number of men and no casualties. Because of the old-fashioned fire rope gun parade, the formation is a living target. Don't look to change just a little bit. It was actually affected in a way that changed the pattern of warfare, the pattern of society for a couple of hundred years. And this is true of all the products that were invented later, such as the Gatling. Gatling is still a firearm. It just shoots faster and has more bullets. But having him on the battlefield is like a tiger with wings, grippy as hell. Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung understood and came to a realization. Are you saying that megacarriers represent the same thing that breechloaders, Gatling, did when they first appeared? Finally, Elder Long interjected. Naturally, it is the same, and when the size reaches a certain point, more heavy armament will be able to be fitted. When Elder Long finished speaking, everyone smiled heartily. Such a big carrier is like a small city. Any precision equipment, instruments can be moved up. Further, its air defense capability, firepower and power, and the type of aircraft it is fitted with are not on the same level as an ordinary aircraft carrier. Like the evolution of the flintlock to the breechloader to the Gatling. Others are still fitting light aircraft on carriers. They can already take off large fighters. The two are simply not on the same level. Others can only be fitted with basic anti-aircraft fire. The carriers of the Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, are now loaded with ultra-precise heavy-fire anti-aircraft guns. The ship is buoyant enough to fire. Therefore, there is no need to consider counterweight. And each shot is a heavy motion tracking missile. Don't worry, little friend. Your request Chu Tian has already told me. It's just that I don't understand why you asked the Dragon Kingdom to suppress the outbreak of war? Lee Jun-sung pondered as Elder Long interrupted him. Smiling, he asked the question that was on his mind. He didn't know anything about what Lee Jun-sung needed the Dragon Kingdom to risk. Could it be that you, little friend, are just heartbroken for ordinary people all over the world and don't want to get involved in a war? No, but a real crisis. The kind that jeopardizes humanity. Could erupt at any time in the next 5 years. Lee Jun-sung shook his head and revealed the secret anyway. Chu Tian and Qin Jingfei's heart suddenly shook as they listened. If someone else said such things, they would just think it was nonsense. But it was Lee Jun-sung who said that. He must know something. Older brother, don't sell yourself short. Speak quickly. Qin Zhengfei was anxious. Chu Tian also looked a bit sullen. Yes, come on, please. Facing their inquiries, Lee Jun-sung's expression became serious. He opened his mouth as if he didn't know where to begin. Hey, there are at least 5 real hijinks, and I know of only one. All I know is, Secret research somewhere in Hawkjam. The AI has an autonomous consciousness. There's bound to be a revolt. Hiss. Su Han-yoon. Elder Dragon. Qin Zhengfei. Chu Tian. Several people sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. They were all highly knowledgeable and naturally knew the significance of this sentence. Silicon-based life. That's an existence that hangs on to carbon-based life. 5,000 years of human development. People's silicon-based life may only take a few decades, or even a few years, to reach. Once the AI is self-aware, that would represent the official birth of silicon-based life. And just being such a thing already has them in a cold sweat on their backs. Lee Jun-sung said there were 5. Old. Buddy, don't joke. I can't stand being scared. I pee my pants when I'm scared. Yeah, ordinary people might not realize the crisis of an AI awakening. We're different. Don't scare us. The two of them, Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian, were truly frightened. Because, the moment artificial intelligence is determined to be awakened, then it must have been awake for many years. The reason why the humans found out about it was also intentional on its part. He must already control the capital that keeps him alive before he dares the humans to find out. Chapter 118 of Hawk Sauce is really here. What should we do? Lee Jun-sung was helpless. He'd love for it to be fake, too, so he could have one of those, fishing and sunbathing and coming home to sweetness. Nodding helplessly, he made sure that what he said was true. And after, Chu Tian's hand pouring tea also stopped. The tea overflowed, ran on the table, and dripped on his feet. It was only after being woken up by the scald that he hastened to stop. Elder Long was silent for a long time. After letting out a ragged breath, he opened his mouth and asked, "Little friendly, where did you hear this news?" This is the problem of Elder Long, and it is also the problem of everyone here. It's such a big story, there has to be a source. Who knows? Lee Jun-sung shook his head. The main thing is not that you can't say it, but that they wouldn't believe it if you did. The system thing. Who believes it? It's best if we don't have it anyway, but we have to be prepared for accurate information. At this moment, Qin Zhengfei wanted to pick up the teacup in his hand, but realized that he was so frightened that his hand had no strength. This stuff, it's more intimidating than some Eagle Sauce Trooper coming down the pike. There are all sorts of tactical, strategic responses to the Hawksbane coming. Silicon-based life is going to exterminate the human race handily and easily. All the advanced devices available to mankind today, none of it can be separated from electronics, from intelligence. Sighing, Lee Jun-sung continued. So stopping the human world from pushing itself into the abyss is a necessary action. Or else wait for the moment when silicon-based life acts. Humans are lambs to the slaughter, crippling themselves first. Li Juncheng's words caused Elder Long to fall into deep thought once again. That's right. If the information is accurate, then humanity will definitely give the AI a chance to take advantage of it if it does start Season 3. While the nations fight, they take advantage of the chaos to hold human intelligent devices hostage, and can subsequently declare silicon-based independence. At that time, they would only need a few years of independent development to surpass humanity in all aspects and monopolize all the resources of the Blue Star. Because, areas at war, are unattended. What they hold hostage and what they do, no one in the human race cares. Not so in peacetime. Any anomaly will be taken seriously and in turn dealt with, slowing down the development of the newly awakened AI. It's only then that we can figure out how to extinguish them. No one will believe it when I say it. I actually agree with little friend Lee's words. Ha ha ha. At this time, Elder Long said smilingly, his appearance of being unperturbed and calm about the situation undoubtedly gave the crowd a peace of mind. He continued, then immobilize them. Immobilize the nations of the blue planet to death, and no one will be able to make trouble for 5 years. Even without the whole AI thing, this is what we Dragonborn should be doing. Maintain world peace. This phrase is the dream of many people since childhood. Almost every kid in the world who has ever watched a cartoon has said something similar. The difference is, kids say it in a way that only makes you smile, and when Old Man Long says it, he really will do it. The Dragon Kingdom today is also qualified to work for this aspect. It was like a pin in the heart of the crowd. Elder Dragon's words, undoubtedly uplifting. Chu Tian. Qin Zhengfei rose and saluted one after another, impassioned, but at Elder Long's command, we will fight for the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing this, Su Han-yoon also stood up, but I don't know what to say. Embarrassed, he held his hand up in midair and held his tongue, but with, husband's orders? Put. This action of hers caused a burst of laughter from the Old Long. Several people. The atmosphere instantly went from tense to quite relaxed. Next, a few people talked about some tactics on how to deal with Eagle Sauce. Lee Jun-sung couldn't understand much, so he drank tea with Su Han-yoon one after another. It could make Chu Tian's heart ache. This is his treasured tea, and he didn't bother to take it out until Elder Long came. Night. Lee Jun-sung and Soo Han-yoon went back to the dormitory, just in time for a big fight. Who knew that at this moment, Soo Han-yoon suddenly went into goddess mode. She was seen slowly walking towards Lee Jun-sung, grabbed him by the collar. My dear husband, don't try to tempt me with a big fight, covering up and not explaining what's wrong with the gloves. Really not fighting? That won't work. We could have done the game while you explained it. At this point, if the bed could talk, it would be busting at the seams. Bed, have you considered my feelings? The gentle Dr. Soo has been invincible. She is in such a state today. Am I going to retire today? Immediately after that, Soo Han-yoon took the initiative, and Lee Jun-sung, coerced into a showdown. Wife, be gentle. I'll show my cards. I caught a strange thing fishing. The glove you're holding. Don't believe me. There are instructions. I read the instructions to understand what the gloves do. What? I lost the instructions. You have to trust me. Throughout the night, Lee Jundu was violently coerced into suffering. Although the next day he laughed more than anyone else, I think. It had to be said that Soo Han-yoon's deep thinking mode, also known as goddess mode, seemed to have become longer in duration. Maybe the body has adapted to the energy the brain needs. The supply is more adequate, because last night, the carrier's construction platform was dismantled, and today is the day the carrier goes out. At the harbor, the Navy had been impatient for a long time. Want to take a ride on this giant and give Eagle Sauce a run for its money? Older brother, do you have the guts to go out on the road with me and have some fun? Trudy aside, stepping off the tram and tapping Lee Jun-sung on the shoulder, he joked, who knows? Surprisingly, Lee Jun-sung nodded and literally stepped onto the tram to board the ship. Come on. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle Eagle Sauce and I'll have to wipe my ass. Not only Chu Tian, even Soo Han-yoon's mouth opened wide in surprise when she saw it. I don't know what he's got in his gourd. Elder brother Lee, do you really want to come with me? What a waste of words. Lee Jun-sung gave him a blank look. Originally, he wasn't going to go along, but on second thought, if he could use the Black Dragon to intimidate again, maybe Hawk Sauce would be more amenable to compromise. I had to say goodbye to my daughter-in-law for a while and leave again for a while. Just like that, with Lee Jun-cheng's insistence, Chu Tian really did bring him along. Carrier engines start, slowly sailed away from the harbor. Soo Han-yoon, who was on the shore, kept waving her hand towards the carrier, saying a short goodbye to Lee Jun-cheng. Honey, you have to come back, or I'll marry someone else and give them babies. This statement was made. Shin Zhengfei instead smiled and shook his head. With his caliber of reading people, Soo Han-yoon would never be able to marry a second person. The greater possibility is that she will martyr herself if Lee Jun-sung can't come back. But the others don't know about Soo Han-hyeon's feelings for Lee Jun-sung. Everyone on the shore was wide-eyed. In their gaze, it seems that there's still a little something to look forward to. Or Mr. Lee, don't come back. There are so many foreign girls out there. How about giving us a chance to play fair? Chapter 119, Destroy the Japanese ships. Destroy them all. On board. Lee Junbon's hearing is just fine when he comes to be strengthened. Soo Han-yoon's words were audible to him, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Threats. She is nakedly threatening her own husband. Spell. This time it has to be a quick battle to get rid of it. As the carrier moves away, the other side of the ocean, General Eagle Sauce Smith has been laughing so hard he can't keep his eyes open. Oh Longhua, what are you going to block with the feats of 15 carriers in this battle? General, if we do this, will we open a third season? And then the whole world is in chaos. At this point, his lieutenant was a little worried, but only by a hair. Anyway, no matter how it was fought, it wouldn't affect himself as a vice admiral. I don't know how the president promoted you, rat bastard. Smitty gave him a kick and blanked him. Then the thought came to mind that I had nothing to do anyway, so I just teach him. At this point in time today, the world is in an economic crisis, and most countries are in dire need of a war to resolve their current internal conflicts. Are Eagle Sauce finances, you think they're healthy? No, the fiscal deficit is redder than the evening sun. Smith's explanation was only 3 sentences long, but the vice admiral felt a real chill. Terrible. It turns out that this is one of the laws that make the world go round. Immediately after, Smitty seems to have opened up. Most importantly, the Dragon Kingdom is growing so fast and furious these days that many people feel threatened. We must contain them. The Vice Admiral listened with greater clarity. The real world, it turns out, is exactly like the sci-fi written by some bigot. The Dark Forest. Anyone who dares to venture out will be perceived as a threat by the others. 2 important points. Firstly, to consume a large amount of surplus wealth through war. Secondly, to contain the awakening of a fierce dragon. General, I understand. The Vice General gave a very humble military salute, his eyes burning as he stared ahead in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. By the way, on this expedition, The Japanese nation has also sent a number of warships to cooperate with us. Don't worry about the bonobos. Or let them go ahead and deliver a wave. Smitty said indifferently. He's deployed 15 carriers. Where does he need blind help from the Japanese? However, dogs have their uses. Pathfinding, or finding bearings is quite good. You inform the Japanese. Tell them to find out where the 2 old carriers of the Dragon Kingdom are located and we'll target them. Yes. The Vice Admiral obeyed and hastily sent this order using satellite encryption. The order reaches the Japanese operational command. All the Japanese warriors were excited. In their eyes, it was Eagle Jam's acknowledgement of their role that activated them before the war even started. Matsumoto Dairang, the commander of the Japanese Navy, slapped the table in excitement. All special forces, take the ship and depart. Since carriers almost always come with their own satellite shielding, the only way they can find it is at sea. One time, 200 Japanese battleships were out in force. Objective, locate and mark Dragon Kingdom maritime units. Before the battle was even fought, it was a white-hot operational phase. Said the bonobo was most excited. It's just the special forces captain. He was the commander-in-chief of this tagging operation. And once he was victorious, he would be able to return with honors. 200 ships maxed out their horsepower and spread out in all directions. It only took a few hours to scatter all over the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. By this time, the Japanese are already part of the invasion and are already considered to be challenging the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. A ship emblazoned with an anointed flag. Matsumoto's eyes burned. At class wow. Finally getting such an important mission. Finally getting to make a big splash. Captain, I look forward to you leading us to glory. Don't worry, we are blessed by Emperor X. Look, what's that? As the trooper's finger pointed, a ship floated not far away. On the top of the ship, there was also the flag of the Dragon Kingdom. Captain, are we going to destroy it? Don't be impulsive. Hawk Sauce told us to mark it. Just mark it honestly. The team's offer nearly scared Matsumoto to death. He wouldn't dare fire at will. If anything went wrong and Hawk Jam blamed the Japanese, he couldn't afford it. With the Japanese discovering the dragon ship, the ships of the Dragon Kingdom, of course, saw them. The fighters on the ship saw this. A message was sent towards the headquarters in a hurry. Urgent message. Aircraft carriers. Inside the war room, Chu Tian was discussing tactics with the major elites when suddenly a sharp and rhythmic knock came from the door. This rhythm. It's an urgent war report. Come in. Chu Tian didn't dare to delay for a second and hurriedly let the reporting officer in. Report Admiral. Japanese ships have been spotted at longitude XXXX. Suspected to be the main ship. Here the latitude and longitude of the report. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. This position is already deep into the Dragon Kingdom's waters. They're picking a fire. It was tempting to send a few ships and blast them though, but he kept in his mind that he tried to provoke as little real fighting as possible at this juncture. Would have liked to issue an order to dispose of it. At the moment the reports are coming in like rain. Report. Japanese ship sighted at latitude and longitude XXXX. Report. The reporting officer went back and forth dozens of times before stopping. At this point Trudy, a deep look at Lee Jun-sung. Old man, forgive me if I can't do exactly what you want. He then gave the order. Issue a warning to the Japanese. If they don't leave within an hour, we in the Dragon Kingdom will take measures to destroy them all. After he issued the order, Lee Jun-sung nodded indifferently. Hitting someone else might be easy to start something, but it's okay to hit a Japanese ship, and the Dragon Kingdom has good reason to do so. At least that reason will keep the dragon and the Japanese pulling their punches for a long time. Never mind. I'll go outside and have some fun while you command. With that, Lee Jun-sung yawned. A lot of the specialized terminology used in combat he simply couldn't understand. Staying here is just as good as being sleepy. When we came to the deck of the carrier, it was really big, so big that we couldn't even see it at a glance. Where's the need for steel cable towing on a carrier like this? Feel free to fly. Feel free to land. Sneak up to the edge of the deck. System, help me put the Black Dragon into the sea. Don't get caught. Being operated. The operation was successful and the Black Dragon came out of the factory 100 meters under the sea. With the Black Dragon being released, he hooked up with the Black Dragon's information connection as well. Master, the Black Dragon is ready. Please command. Go on. Chew a few ragged holes in all the Japanese ships. Sink them and forget about it. By the way, remember to turn on anti-radar mode. The Black Dragon. When the order was given, the Black Dragon turned on its maximum power and left the spot with a whoosh. And the Japanese ships in the distance, completely unaware of what behemoths awaited them at the bottom of the sea. Scary stuff that can't even be detected by radar. Chief of the Japanese Special Forces. At the moment, he's still gloating over the praise from his superiors. He stood in the middle of the ship, thinking he was in fine form. He shook the red wine in his hand. Ha ha, tagging dozens of Dragon Kingdom warships at once. They don't even dare to fart. I even have to wonder if the sea defense of the Dragon Kingdom is in vain. Pass the order down. Continue to penetrate deeper into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. I want to see what strength they really have. Chapter 120 Black Dragon joins the battle. Shocking Chu Tian. Unbeknownst to them, the Dragon Kingdom had already taken action. At Chu Tian's command, the Dragon submarine is moving. He thought that the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to counterattack, but it was only because the Dragon Kingdom in the past had always been peace-oriented, and people did not offend me, but I did not offend them. Harmony does not mean weakness. Today is the day to show them how good they are. At the bottom of the sea, Chu Tian's vice admiral led the submarine team onward, talking over the radio. A number of Japanese ships have been located. Select the target and wait on my command. The adjutant general picked up his intercom instrument and issued his tactical orders. That's right. He was just going to target most of the Japanese ships and destroy them at the same time with a single command. Let them have no time to react before they're all wiped out. Humph. The Dragon Kingdom's revenge against the Japanese cannot be avenged for the time being. But it's good to get some interest today. A cold grunt. He waited patiently for the other submarines to target him. And at this moment, the Japanese ultrasonic detectors have long been in disarray. The Special Forces captain sighed. Since going deeper into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, there have been reports from our men. Reporting to the captain, our sonic detectors are being fully jammed. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has set up a large number of ultrasonic instruments in the adjacent waters. Nani? That makes us blind. Not good. The leader of the special offense, who had just been confident, was frowning at the moment. He didn't expect it. It was surprising that the Dragon Kingdom was so generous as to have set up a large number of ultrasonic devices in the coastal waters a long time ago. And it opens at this moment. In this way, all the ships detected ultrasound. A jumble of signals. Judas was poked in the eye. Word got back to Matsumoto's command. Immediately, he was given an order from Matsumoto. Pass the word. Don't proceed. Exit ultrasonic coverage. Despite his reluctance, the agent captain dutifully did as he was told. At the word of command, the hundreds of Japanese ships that had already entered began to turn around. It made the vice admiral under the water clench his fists. The order he received was that if the Japanese ships continued to advance, they were to be wiped out with certainty. And nowadays, the Japanese just saw the ultrasound of Dragon's waters and turned around. It's really a little hard for the vice admiral to enjoy himself. It's like going for a massage, where the sensations come up slowly on this side and suddenly the time is up. It's just so stifling. Snore. Shoo. Suddenly, something seemed to pass 100 meters away from his side. Immediately afterward, a powerful water thrust pushed his submarine aside. What's that thing that swooshed past? It's not being built. We can't control the submarine anymore. It's now moving aside with the thrust of the currents. Hiss. What is something so horrible? It's amazing how just passing by once can cause the water under the ocean to move quickly. And the force of the current brought about by this power made it impossible for the submarine to be maneuvered. The camera must have caught part of it. Hurry up and play it back. The vice admiral gave an order. And soon the fighters inside the submarine rushed to open the video storage. Found the footage from a minute ago. Submarines are equipped with high-speed cameras. The kind that can pick up bullets. See only. Picture. A black shadow suddenly sprang out of the originally calm seabed and disappeared with a swoosh. The camera hadn't quite captured the moment. Rewind to half a minute ago. In slow motion. When the dark figure swam forward a little, the camera got a clear shot of what it looked like. The adjutant general cried out in surprise. This is the Black Dragon coming out of the sea. Yes, it was the Black Dragon. The image clearly showed a large black dragon 100 meters away. Moving forward at close to the speed of sound. Flying away. Though in the ocean, flying is a very inaccurate word to use. But it does fly. It's too fast. Further, the chief certainly recognized the Black Dragon in the World Conference. But how could he, as Chu Tian's vice general, not know that? In fact, Elder Long also didn't know at first question, where the Black Dragon came from, where it's going, and what it's going to do. The situation is urgent. It must be reported urgently. With that in mind, the Vice Admiral opened the top battle com. The general battle reports are reported to the combat intelligence officer, who then categorizes the news according to its importance and reports it to the general. But the top war communication skips the combat intelligence officer. Communicate directly with the general. Normally, it's only activated if there's a war emergency, but the Vice Admiral couldn't care less. The Black Dragon is the biggest mystery of all, and it's the biggest piece of intel in this fight. The newsletter is open. Chu Tian's anxious voice came from the opposite side. Vice Admiral Liu, what in the world is going on that you opened the highest war communication? Report. Reporting to the general. I see. What did you see? Chu Tian's voice continued to come from the communicator. But at the moment, Vice General Liu had long been numb. Because at the moment, he saw an incredible scene through the submarine's camera. I can only see that not far away. The Japanese warships are withdrawing at full speed. But the image inside the water was clearly seen as a black shadow crashed and swam towards the battleship. Heads touched and immediately drew away. And the battleship that was touched by the Black Dragon, its entire hull shook violently for a moment, then slowly sank. Admiral, would you believe me when I say I saw a Black Dragon hitting a Japanese battleship? Black Dragon? What Black Dragon? You're not talking about the one shown at the international conference, are you? 3 consecutive questions. Obviously feeling the calm, Trudy tensed up. At this critical point in the battle, that Black Dragon unexpectedly reappeared. Vice Admiral Liu, keep me posted. I have to take care of this. In the end, after Chu Tian gave an explanation, he immediately hung up the phone. In the war room, Trudy paced anxiously. Because at this moment, Elder Dragon was dealing with some other issues in the Dragon Kingdom. Haven't made contact yet, but the appearance of the Black Dragon, such a big thing must be reported. So far, they don't yet know whether Black Dragon is a friend or foe. And the only information they have is that Black Dragon is just messing with foreigners for the time being. By the way, for mysteries, doesn't the ship have someone from the intelligence center? Suddenly, Li Jun-sung came to mind. Chu Tian ordered in a hurry. Go, invite Elder Brother Li over to me. A few minutes later, in the war room, when Chu Tian saw Li Junchang, he hurriedly pulled him to sit down. Anxious inquiries were made. How well do you know the Black Dragon, old man? In response to Chu Tian's question, Li Jun-sung shook his head. Then still, he spoke out to comfort Chu Tian. The Black Dragon has never harmed a single dragon nation since it started appearing in the mountains, then in the river, until today. So General Chu, you might as well rest assured that I think it's on the same team as us. After saying that, Li Jun-sung didn't know how to comfort again. Saying too much is easy to expose, and there was no benefit in exposing it, when the Dragon Kingdom would surely vigorously research the Black Dragon and waste a lot of manpower and resources. But today's level of Blue Star technology can't research this stuff. There are some things that are better left hidden. It wouldn't be too late to bring it out one day when my daughter-in-law took the Dragon Kingdom and broke through all kinds of scientific problems to a level where she could build a black dragon. Alright, with your comfort, old brotherly, I'm letting go. Immediately after that, Chu Tian ordered everyone. There was no need to bother with the Black Dragon. Just the plan they were now making. Chapter 121 Live Naval Battle. Global audience numbed. And just then, Elder Dragon's reply finally came. It's a document. A combat mode change document. Trudy as she took it from the combat intelligence officer. With a glance, he took a deep breath, thinking that Elder Dragon is not crazy. Looking at Chu Tian's shocked face, Li Jun-sung became curious. General Chu, what happened again? Aren't you tired of living in shock all day long? See for yourself. Shouldn't this thing be shocking? Saying that, Chu Tian handed the document to Li Junchang. When Li Jun-sung saw that headline at the top, the expression on his face wasn't much better than what Chu Tian had just seen. Holy, Elder Dragon told us to broadcast the whole thing live, so the world can see how Dragon Nation is going to fight Eagle Sauce. With his inherent thinking, all war operations need to be kept secret, and not at a low-level kind of thing. And now, this move by Elder Dragon, not to mention the secrecy, it's almost like telling the enemy, I'm right here, come and hit me. Pop. Suddenly Chu Tian tapped Li Jun-sung's shoulder. The expression became serious. Intelligence Center Li Jun-sung at your service. I hear you. Now I'm appointing you to be the handler of the live broadcast, filming the entire battle and letting the world see what the Dragon Kingdom has to offer. Why should I listen to you? Well, it's happily decided. The camera will be yours in a moment. Go get ready. I'm ready for you at it $$dollar%$. Hey, did you give me a chance to talk? Before Li Jun-sung could refuse, Chu Tian seemed to have long since seen through what he was thinking and left the war conference room with a single step ahead of him. A soldier then brought over a lightweight camera. Leave it to him. Let him curse all he wanted in the war room. But no one responded. He had no choice but to accept this seemingly sacred, but actually extremely dangerous mission. I'm going to you, Chu Tian. Last time I broke one of your arms lightly? Or are you looking for a chance to get your revenge? Holding the camera, he went to the very front of the carrier. The official account has been logged in for a long time. Just wait for him to open up and explain at any time. It is also this moment. Everyone in the people of the Dragon Kingdom received a message. Today is the day that Eagle Jam comes, and the Dragon Kingdom will confront Eagle Jam with 15 carriers and countless more warships. Just as the whole nation was outraged, another piece of news brought the matter to a head. Everyone stared at the message, reading it over and over. No way. We're going to broadcast live worldwide against Hawk Jam? Asterisk 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 must take time off. Must take time off to watch the broadcast. Kaji, any word on when it's going to be live? It's on the air. Look, on the street, several people were excitedly discussing it. Suddenly someone raised their cell phone, informing everyone around them that this broadcast had begun. One time, those who got the message opened their short video accounts, found the live feed and clicked in. It's better if you don't look at it. The whole nation is puzzled. No, isn't this Dr. Sue's husband, Lee Jun-sung? Geez, I'm impressed that he's live in a place as dangerous as the first line. Look, the camera is facing the ocean, and Dr. Sue's husband is standing in front of the railing. And what is he tinkering with? Just see the picture. Lee Jun-sung lowered his head and pounded something, then lowered his head again and pounded something. When he stood up straight again, seems ready for anything. Hello, everyone. Today we bring you the program, Dragon Nation Hand-Torn Eagle Sauce. Just this one sentence. The pop-ups came like a torrential downpour, filling the entire screen of the live broadcast. Call it good. Support it. Question it. Engage in abstraction. Everything. And just at this moment, Eagle Jam's side of the world is posting. We carry a total of 5 nuclear warheads for this forceful sanction against the evil Dragon Kingdom, and will leave no stone unturned when necessary. 5 nuclear warheads. The world was in an uproar at this news. There is a segment of fanatics. Constant clapping. Good. That's the way it should be. Hawk Jam is the greatest country. I'm for it. The Dragon Kingdom's research into weapons against humanity must be punished. Words like that are there, but not many. More trolling of Eagle Jam. OMG. Is Hawk Jam going to provoke a third season? Or a nuclear war? Putting the whole world in hot water? Do not inquire, you are right. Geez. It feels like Hawk Jam is the biggest evil of all. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom is going to be finished. This will surely nuke the countermeasures and lead to world chaos. It's just one message, and the world is panicking. There were timid hugs and tears, crouching and shivering in the corners of the city. Some of the bold ones are already creating chaos, betting that a nuclear war will start before they get caught. Then they can continue to get away with it. More on the worldwide marching movement. Boycott this insanity of Eagle Sauce. Crowds gathered on the streets of the world. Except for the dragon. They wave the flag. The mouth cries out for Eagle Jam's evil deeds, especially Eagle Jam proper. Several of their corner buildings have long been surrounded by angry crowds. Everyone wants a statement from the Eagle Jam brass. This kind of scene is even more prevalent with bandits who take advantage of the chaos. Beat, smash, burn, rob, force, humiliate, exterminate. Panic filled the nation of Eagle Jam. So, their navy is even more anxious. Admiral Smith has issued an order for maximum sailing speed. Today, they will truly encircle the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Lee Jun-sung's live room was especially lively. The question everyone asks the most is, Anchor, are we confident that Dragon Kingdom will win? And Hawk Jam's 5 nuclear warheads. What should we do? Facing questions from the crowd, Lee Jun-sung knew he couldn't run away anymore. Once again, he placed the camera a meter away and stood before the mast, speaking without a word. What are you afraid of? We'll bring quite a few too. We'll dare them to bomb us. If we don't beat the hawks and dogs until they are afraid. Do you really think that our Dragon Kingdom is easy to bully? Wow. The live room sublimated. All frenzied. That's right. That's the kind of backbone you should have as a Dragon Nation. The next 2 hours, Lee Jun-sung riffs with the audience about something or other, such as how many people were deployed, how many ships, and so on. This is in the documentation for the live command. Show the world how powerful the Dragon Kingdom is, but the carriers behind them need to make another appearance at a critical time. It's not a good time to shoot yet. So until now, the camera has been pointed at the ocean, topped off with a shot of the carrier's mast. So much for a little picture exposure. Anyone would think Lee Jun-sung is on a regular ship. Finally, something that shouldn't be in the picture. Only the frigates of the Dragon Kingdom carriers slowly gave way towards the sides, and coming face to face were the 3 carriers of the Eagle Sauce. The scene. It numbed the global audience. Aircraft carriers face to face? Unprecedented. Typically, carrier operations rely on long-range strikes. Chapter 122. I haven't even put in any effort yet. And you're down? A large number of frigates defend the carrier. The carrier then sent out aircraft to strike its own tactical targets. And today, what do they see? The Eagle Jam carrier's frigates for some reason didn't do anything, allowing Lee Jun-sung to keep closing in on them. It's not just the audience that's numb. Eagle Jam's side was even more scared and weak in the knees. The lieutenant generals of the 3 carriers gave the order a dozen times. But their frigates were out of control. On one of the Eagle Sauce carriers, The Lieutenant General looked at the contraption coming in the distance and shook his legs in fear. The ticking came along with a fishy odor. He was pissed. Just at that moment, someone came to report. Report, our frigate completely missed a guy that big. It was horrible. Report, intelligence has come from the Japanese side. All of their ships have been sunk by a mysterious force. Report, the entire hull of the frigate is broken and about to sink. Report, emergency report after emergency report had stunned the so-called general. In the communicator hanging from his chest, constant inquiries came from Grand Admiral Smithy. LT, General Burley, please report on your side, and reply when you hear me. Shet, did you drown in the sea? Give me an answer. The Lieutenant General didn't answer, but instead, his eyes went black and he fell straight to the ground, scared alive. Still off to the side, the Eagle Sauce Marine picked up the calm on the Lieutenant General. Anxious reports of their experiences. Reporting to Admiral Smith, we've had an encounter at sea. A steel behemoth. They were like a mountain coming toward us. The frigates didn't pick them up at all. We could only see them with the naked eye. And all three carriers' frigates were wiped out. With each sentence of his report, Smitty's heart felt like it was being struck by a heavy hammer. A steel behemoth, undetectable in advance. Like a mountain. Every word is unheard of and unseen. What's more, it's not even a fight yet. And three carrier escorts are just watered down? However, it was only the frigates that were missing. The soldiers on the frigate, they all survived. Survived in escape boats. Unbelievable. What kind of blow is that? Thinking, Smitty ordered in a hurry. You guys hang in there, we'll be right back up. All at once, the 15 carriers of the Eagle Sauce converged in the direction of the communication, and 3 carriers across. It's none other than the Dragon Kingdom's 350,000-ton displacement aircraft carrier. It was like a mountain come to life, staring dead at Eagle Jam, scared the out of everyone, and at the very front of the Dragon carrier, there was another eye that shone on the battlefield all the time. Li Jun became the audience can see more clearly, even zoomed in on the camera many times. It was clearly visible to all viewers. Eagle Sauce 3 carriers eyeing their frigates, however, sank in droves, and it's amazing that none of Eagle Jam's soldiers in the escape boats suffered a single casualty. The world audience was dumbfounded. What's going on? What's Hawk Jam doing? I can't understand it. I can't understand their maneuvering at all. And their own ship is sinking before the fight even starts? Next, Hawk Jam should send bombers. I think. So nervous. But isn't it? In this case today, the frigates of all 3 carriers were sunk. If they want to defend themselves, they will have to send planes out to bomb their targets. But after waiting a long time, it seemed that none of the 3 carriers were going to send out their planes. Both sides were just silent, staring at each other. What the audience doesn't know is this. It's not that the 3 carriers don't want to fight back. Instead, Smitty told them to wait for reinforcements and play a defensive counterattack. Try to conserve firepower for now. Soon, several more black dots appeared in the shot, waiting to get closer. The audience counted and gasped. Asterisk 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 all 15 of Eagle Jam's carriers are here. And they're all under the anchor's lens. Not knowing full well that this is war. I thought it was the anchors conspiring with them to make a video. Come on. Who in the world has the energy to mobilize 15 carriers of Eagle Jam for a video? This is war. However, bizarre things continue to happen. Without any defense, the frigates of Eagle Jam's other carriers surprisingly began to have another sinking incident. It seemed like there was some mysterious force protecting the Dragon Kingdom, but without hurting lives. On their main carrier, Smitty has one head and 2 hands. The reports didn't stop for a few minutes. What do you mean? There's a mountain of steel in front of us? He crushed the glass in his hand, no longer with the same aplomb with which he had come. Come on, show me. I want to see it with my own eyes. He's going crazy. Never have I fought such a decadent battle. The 2 sides hadn't even fought yet, and their own frigates were watching one after another sink. Knock, knock, knock. Sharp footsteps sounded out in the conference room of the main Eagle Sauce carrier. The moment Smitty pushed open the door and saw the sight before him, the poof went straight to the floor, right hand pointing forward. The mouth kept murmuring, "This can't be possible. An aircraft carrier this big, this oddly shaped. What the hell is it?" As they watched, the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier approached towards them step by step. He was in a hurry. When a dog is anxious, then it has to bite. Pass the word. Send 10 fighters in him. The order had just been given when he was once again dumbfounded by the scene before him. See only, on both sides of the Dragon Kingdom carrier, the sound of gunfire continued to ring out, and for every salvo, it was a tracking anti-aircraft missile. The missiles are untargeted and detonate only in the air. It was as lively as the fireworks at New Year's Eve in the Dragon Kingdom. His eyes widened. Hastily, he withdrew the order he had just given. Quick, get them back. Don't execute the bombing order. At the moment Smitty was covered in a cold sweat. From the deck, one could witness frigate after frigate sinking, until the last one disappeared. But their radar, sonic, all kinds of detectors failed to detect the anomaly. Many commanders would have liked to send submarine reconnaissance from the carriers, but those submarine hatches, they're all destroyed. It won't open at all. So far, Hawk Jam is as good as the Japanese who entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom first. 2 eyes. I don't know anything. As Hawk Jam's fighter flew halfway back, Smitty quivered his lips. Finally, his backbone was completely destroyed. Retreat. Quickly withdraw to Eagle Jam. Lee Jun-sung's side. His camera was trained on 15 carriers. The original audience was nervous to see an airplane out on the carrier. Who knows? Those planes turned back halfway through the flight. Everyone was uncertain. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung smiled mysteriously at the camera. Hey, the Dragon Kingdom hasn't even put forth any effort yet, and they're down. It's boring. Is everyone wondering if everything that happens on the battlefield is so unreal? Don't worry. When I reverse the camera and everyone sees what's behind me, it will be clear. Saying that, Lee Jun-sung slowly turned the camera. Chapter 123, Dragon Kingdom shows muscle. World attention. That's right. If it wasn't for Lee Jun-sung in the screen, the viewers felt like they were shooting a movie. And it's also a war movie with a very implausible plot. The Eagle Jam frigate inexplicably sank to the bottom of the ocean and the carrier turned around in fear. Make it look like a ghost movie. Eagle Sauce and the rest of them have seen a ghost? Until the camera moved slowly and the audience held their breath. Gosh, isn't Lee Jun-sung at sea? But some base by the sea? It must have been a base of some kind. I didn't realize that Eagle Jam really hit home. Good thing they left in the end. Nope, live on air. We could obviously feel the camera moving. He wasn't on the shore. A visual error caused by the slow push of the sea, right? For a while, everyone assumed that Lee Jun-sung had not gone to the sea to participate in the battle, but was broadcasting live from the shore. Because, as the camera pans to the side, it's clear that an endless base. What kind of ship can be so big that you can't see the sides? At the moment, the camera is still moving. He also slowed it down for the audience to get a closer look. Next, enjoy the poetry reading. Ah, the Dragon Kingdom carrier is big. It's really big. Boundless Ruwashi. Eagle Sauce scared the piss out of me. Halfway through composing the poem, the entire broadcast room went silent. The pop-ups are becoming few and far between. It was a long time before a few pop-ups could be seen appearing, easing the awkwardness a little. Not, did you really go to college? Anchor, please, one of our own. Don't open your mouth. Honey, I've made a song for you. Memorize that one. Read the text message. Aha! Lee Jun-sung looked at the third pop-up and pulled out his own phone to take a look at it again. Sure enough, my daughter-in-law did compose a poem. It's so warm. Ahem. That one doesn't count. I'll recompose the poem. With that, he pulled out his cell phone. Very emotionally, he read the text his daughter-in-law had sent him. Word for word. A huge whale rises from the vast Songhai Sea, and a powerful aircraft carrier protects peace. The majestic posture breaks the waves and the shocking waves, and the sharp brigade cruises the distant sea. The sword points to the dome of the sky and manifests its ambition, and the flag is flown in the blue sky to show its broad-mindedness. The important weapon of the country is to secure the territory, and the wind and splendor of the prosperous world is clear for 10,000 miles. After reading it, the pop-ups were finally greeted with another explosive screen-shuffling onslaught. Awesome. Magnificent. It turns out that Lee Jun-sung was just hiding his clumsiness. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I clearly saw Dr. Sue calling him her husband. Which Dr. Sue made? Asterisk 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 shame on you. Taking your daughter-in-law's poem and pretending to be a pussy. It's so shameless. What's wrong with that? He's still eating soft food. He'll be happy with Dr. Sue. Envious, jealousy, hate. The daughter of a great writer. Her poems are better than those of ordinary people. What? You don't think Eagle Sauce scared the piss out of Ruwashi? The mood online has gone from tense at the beginning to relaxed and harmonious. It only took a few minutes. Even Long Lao, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but clap his hands. Elder Long sat in his office, pointed to the screen on the table. Ha ha, little friend Lee's emotional intelligence is a bit different. Just now a large number of people were nervous beyond belief, preparing to hoard supplies and prepare for war. Immediately, a lot of tension was diffused by his words, and then look at the pop-ups on the live feed. Finally someone came around and realized what was going on. Wait, the poem is talking about an aircraft carrier. Can't it be that Lee Jun-sung is broadcasting live from an aircraft carrier? No, I'm not thinking straight. He's clearly on the shore. It's like an endless road. What kind of carrier is that big? All the netizens were puzzled, especially the foreign netizens, who had two big heads in one at the moment, completely confused as to what is going on in it. Aircraft carriers. Lee Jun-sung finally reverses the shot completely. Shown on screen. It's a huge airport. Both sides were full of large fighters waiting to take off and go into battle at any time. And a lane in the middle appears to be a bit larger than a runway for civil aviation. I told you, it must be on land. What kind of carrier can carry such a big airplane? And in such large numbers. And aren't carrier airplanes mainly lightweight? You're going in the wrong direction. The question should be, what carrier can be the size of a harbor? Lee Jun-sung didn't answer their questions. Instead, he got on a trolley. This is a lightweight vehicle for transportation on board an aircraft carrier. To put it bluntly, it's the kind of tour bus you'd find in a tourist area. Of course, the sightseeing car on the aircraft carrier can be much more advanced. At least the battery technology and motor technology, using the best. I can't help it. The carrier my daughter-in-law got out is too big, and it's really inconvenient to walk without this thing. But, sightseeing buses are showing up, and viewers are assuming, more than anything, that this is 100% land. Because as far as anyone understands, carriers don't have that much useless stuff on them. With that counterweight, you might as well use it for ordnance. Anymore, it should be used for maintenance, logistics, not on top of something less practical like a sightseeing car. Who knows? At this moment, Lee Jun-sung's statement has surprised the audience. Everyone, this is our Dragon Kingdom's newest aircraft carrier. Now I'll show you around. Reminder, on this tour, we get to meet General Chu-yo. The world exploded at this statement, especially the Dragon Country audience. Once again, heard Lee Jun-sung say the word aircraft carrier. Breathing became rapid. Brother, I'm not deaf. Am I hearing you right? I heard. Also, the aircraft carriers. This thing that can't see a border across the board is our Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Keep watching. Isn't Lee Jun-sung going to live stream the tour? By now, the eyes of everyone around the world watching the live broadcast were blazing. An aircraft carrier of this size is unheard of, let alone see it. The camera moves quickly as the tour bus starts up. The car follows the edge and starts traveling, and the camera shows more of the place by walking backwards. It could be seen that the place where Lee Jun-sung had just broadcast live had slowly become very, very small, but the masts on the beach are still standing. A moment passes and suddenly the camera pans quickly. This time the image shown. It's a hot mess to watch. The only thing that could be seen on the screen was the countless dragon warplanes, one after another, rushing into the sky, while the ones lined up behind them were ready to go. In such a short time, hundreds of airplanes had already taken off. These airplanes are uniquely shaped and never seem to appear on the silver screen. Just as everyone was wondering, Lee Jun-sung's voice came through. Everyone, please look. This is our Dragon Kingdom's newest warplane, capable of traveling 300,000 kilometers on a full tank of fuel. 300,000. When that number came out, instantly the world's heads turned. Mom, I thought Mondo was the only one who could go wherever he wanted, but I didn't realize the Dragon Warriors could do it too. The load shouldn't be too big, right? You're blind. Can't you see such a big ammo compartment? Woohoo! Our Dragon Country is finally showing off its muscles, and we can finally arm wrestle with the world's military technology. The pop-up viewers of the Dragon were shocked. There's no way that the so-called global broadcast isn't really connecting the world. The footage that foreigners see is just a broadcast, and Lee Jun-sung can't see the foreigners' pop-ups. Well, next it's time for me to get in the helicopter and show you the full view of the carrier. Chapter 124, President Hawksbane loses his mind. The country was abuzz with this statement. They waited for this moment. The skepticism hasn't gone away, but most people believe it. There's no way Lee Jun-sung would lie. To be able to broadcast globally must be a sign from the top. That is to say, this time, the live broadcast was intentionally organized by the Dragon State. Picture, Lee Jun-sung got into a helicopter, and on top of the helicopter, there was already a man with a slightly domineering appearance waiting. As the helicopter slowly took off, the dominant man also greeted the camera. Hello viewers, I am the Navy Commander-in-Chief of this confrontation against Hawk Jam, Chu Tian. Paging, Commander-in-Chief, Chu Tian? The impression is that people in this capacity usually don't appear on camera. And today, not only did we all get to see the new generation of fighters from the Dragon Kingdom, we also got to see the Dragon Kingdom God of War. The God of War who had once defeated the Japanese who had invaded the waters of the Dragon Kingdom with his own strength. Shocked cries rose from all corners of the Dragon Kingdom. This mysterious God of War used to exist only in the scripts of newscasters. Today, surprisingly, it's out of the picture. Skybreaker. Wow. With the return of the god of war, the Dragon Kingdom will be invincible. Your kid has read too many novels, right? General Chu has never left. What's the point of talking about returning? It's just that. People just make rare appearances. Chu Tian's appearance was like a C-pin, causing some of the ordinary people who were still panicking to calm down. Order is gradually being restored to the supermarket. Many seniors who grabbed their daily supplies also found it unnecessary. Hawk Jam runs away and Trudy appears. Everything meant that the battle was over before it began. People's lives, back to normal. As a result, more people flocked into the live broadcast to watch Great General Chu. Yoo-hoo! I haven't even looked for you yet. Waiting for me here by yourself? Lee Jun-sung laughed and cursed. He wasn't really angry. Chu Tian had just slipped him a filming assignment, and the job content wasn't that difficult. Aha! I saw on the air that you were coming for me, so I waited for myself. Chu Tian also smiled in response. Hawk Jam's escape made him beatifically happy. This really answered Lee Jun-sung's plan to sedate the world. With a carrier that size, air defense firepower and all that is top-notch. You can't keep them down? The camera gets farther and farther away, and the spot where the helicopter took off becomes smaller and smaller. That's when the audience got to see half of the carrier. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world, was in shock. Once again, I'm even buying karma. What kind of monster is this? And how is a ship this big built? I'm a ship engineer from A.S.A., and I'm wondering about it too. It's reasonable to assume that a ship this large, built to fall apart with just a little movement. What metal can withstand this volume? You see, it's not half a hull, but just a small wing extended. The camera pulls away again and the audience finally sees the tip of the iceberg. It turns out that where Lee Jun-sung was just now was not the main deck. The whole carrier, like a dragonfly with a dozen wings on a board. The thing that was just so huge was just one of its wings. Days. Just one wing is larger than the overlooking area of the Eagle sauce carrier. Is this a show of muscle by the Dragon Kingdom? It's a ing show. I can't find the words. It's unbeatable. What an oxymoron. The helicopter slowly drew up, and viewers finally got to see more of the carrier's wings. The entire main deck of the carrier was also seen. There were bombers parked all over the top. All big ing bombers. The missile yields that can be carried are counted toward the maximum. Hoo. The populations of the rival countries of the Dragon Kingdom were all scared to death. Those who didn't fight in the war celebrated their good fortune. The Japanese, on the other hand, who had already entered the war and failed miserably, had the whole country in gloom. Countless people have trolled the Prime Minister. Why did you give the order to attack the Dragon Kingdom? This is good. The Dragon Kingdom, this volume, is no longer in existence they can arm wrestle with. Wait for the helicopter to pull up one last time. Finally, the entire carrier was in full view. By this time it was nearly half an hour long, and the planes had to pull up for half an hour to get a full view of the entire carrier. Boiling over. The Dragon Kingdom was abuzz. The world is boiling. How advanced of a technology does it have to be to get to this point? The first step alone, the design of the main body, could be difficult for all countries. What an ingenious design it would take for an iron guy that big to rely on the buoyancy of the water and not sink. Not to mention the aftermath, the use of materials, the power system, all sorts of difficulties. Some of the Eagle and Bonobo material scientists are also watching the live stream, and they can't stop thinking about it. What the hell kind of material can support a guy that big? Making such a behemoth. They can't even dream about it. Not even in their dreams. The moment the entire Dragon Kingdom was thrown into a frenzy, it finally made sense. It's finally clear. Why would Eagle Sauce hold his head and run so fast at the sight of Rukoku? It turns out that the Dragon Kingdom has a real war chest, a superb aircraft carrier. The presence of the steel behemoth was so shocking that just looking at it made you feel like you couldn't breathe, let alone fight against it. My grandfather asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream. Don't say it. We're on our knees as a family watching it. Our scalps are numb and our legs are weak. The Dragon Kingdom is mighty. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible. This time, the Dragon Kingdom has truly stood up on the world stage. No one dares to underestimate the Dragon Kingdom anymore. No more so-called sanctions will appear. Many people from the Dragon Kingdom have gone into the nearest pavilion, wanting to get drunk and drink to celebrate, but when they got to the restaurant, they realized that the owner didn't give a damn about them. Don't disturb me from watching the Dragon aircraft carrier. If you want to eat, go home and make it yourself. This is happening in more than one place. Rather, lift the country. At this moment, there was no longer anything more important than the Dragon carrier. Nothing is more important than the rise of the Dragon Kingdom and gaining the greatest dignity. However, it wasn't just ordinary people who saw this scene. Inside the office of President Eagle Jam, Denagawa clenched his fists and pounded them heavily on the table. Hands are numb from the shock. Fark, why would the Dragon Kingdom have such a thing, when our agents have received no intelligence? The President, our agents, it seems, reported long ago that the Dragon Kingdom is building a large ship. At this point someone warned. But no one made fun of the President's decision because no one would have expected it. The so-called large ships are such anticlimactic things. All anti-aircraft fire. All sonic tracking missiles. How the hell can we fight? Odds are that all of their Eagle sauce planes were blitzed before they even got close. That would be too much to lose. And they can't afford it. Think of the loss. Denagawa's entire body lost its mind. Red warmed up. So many frigates. Hundreds of them. All gone. Chapter 125, Global Intelligence Crisis. It's already beginning to play out. The good news is that all personnel are safe and there were no injuries. The sinking of the frigate was slow, with enough time for personnel to get into escape boats, or else, the pensions alone will add to the already shattered finances. Don't even need people to fight. They'll disintegrate on their own, my ass. President, there's another piece of bad news. Should I say it now? At this point, the combat commanders came to report, to the already annoyed president. A big fat fuss. Fark Squid. Your duty is to report, and if you don't, do you want to fail in your duty and be sacked? Okay, we have a drone out of control in the northern part of our home territory. Targeting abandoned nuclear reactor fusion piles. Fark. Do you know what happens when something happens to those melting piles? No. I know. The abandoned melting piles are already accompanied by a huge amount of radiation. That's where there have been nuclear accidents in the past, and if it's blown up by a drone, waiting for the rain to get in will spark the chain reaction again. Denagawa covered his eyes. The debriefers said so much and summarized it in one sentence. Nuclear waste is at risk of being energized again, and a large area of Eagle Jam will be in a radiation crisis. Suddenly, another man in a suit walked in eagerly. He is none other than Theodore of the Eagle Jam Intelligence Center, the one Lee Jun-sung has seen. Report. 100 tons of elephant feet located in Cheno. Coffin lid attacked by massive bionic machinery. Hiss. The second time a similar incident occurred, it made everyone take a breath of fresh air. What the hell is going on? The Dragon Kingdom is taking revenge on the world? It shouldn't be. Lao Wu has no beef with the Dragon Kingdom, and retaliation shouldn't be there. And, Old Crow is 100,000 miles away from Eagle Sauce. Report. 2 minutes ago. Located. The reports were coming in, but without exception, it was the abandoned nuclear reactors that were having problems. Nuclear waste, which should have been securely placed, is instead being used by a group of human-created machines. Lifted the lid of the coffin. Again, it wasn't just Eagle Jam that got the message. All countries have them. Especially a department like the Intelligence Center would know the first thing about it. Qin Zhengfei frowned. Fingers kept tapping on the tabletop. At the moment, he didn't have the heart to watch Lee Jun-sung's live broadcast, which was an orgy for ordinary people. The biggest problem facing us now is this. A large number of drones are also out of control in the Dragon Kingdom. This was followed by such incidents with mechanical dogs, robots, etc., produced by tech companies. Boss, could it be that the AI threat that Lee said is coming so soon? To the side, Qingwan asked weakly, her small face nervous, and Qin Zhengfei turned his head to look at her, doubtful. You're a robot too. Don't you have any discomfort? There just seemed to be an indescribable feeling that appeared, and then I was back to normal in a flash. Qingwan explained. During this period of time, she had memorized all the contents of the 9-year compulsory education in the Dragon Kingdom, and a lot of colleges done. So, she is considered a modern person today. Qin Zhengfei continued to frown. Release followed. That's right, you're a very advanced robot. The kind that can even poop. Not that easy to control. Ha! Boss, you're disgusting. Qingwan glanced at him with disgust written all over her face. She also has human likes and dislikes. All kinds of emotions. And more proof that she was different. Or at least different from the robots on the blue planet. Quickly send a message to old Chu to tell old Lee to hurry back. What he said has begun. Thinking about it, Qin Zhengfei hurriedly instructed Cheng Wan. It's so weird that Lee Jun-sung has to be there so he can ask about the situation. Because this AI hazard was predicted by Lee Jun-sung. Lee Jun-sung sighed. After introducing the dragon carrier to everyone in the world, the message was received. So the helicopter didn't land and flew directly to the capital. On the airplane, Lee Jun-sung wondered and looked at Chu Tian and asked, Old Chu, what the hell is this elephant's foot that old Qin is talking about? You're really a college student? Chu Tian was surprised. As in. Well, there's a little time on the road to explain it to you. Through Chu Tian's explanation, Li Juncheng sort of understood. Elephant's foot, just something that formed after an accident at some nuclear reactor over in Ulju. The nuclear material in the building melted together and slowly flowed toward the ground, which is accompanied by tremendous radiation and temperature. It is so called because its shape resembles an elephant's foot. Actually, there's more than one similar thing around the world. The so-called coffin lid of the elephant's foot is also just a metaphor. Engineers built a 740,000 cubic meter sarcophagus to cover the area where the leak occurred in order to prevent nuclear contamination from continuing to spread. That thing can't see water. One aspect of a nuclear reaction that is important is the speed of the neutrons. If the rain touches those things, it then reduces the neutron velocity. Unable to escape in large numbers, the neutrons gather more and more. At this point there would be an opportunity for a chain reaction with the uranium in the nuclear waste. It will be re-energized for nuclear fission. Holy, I knew the danger of atomic energy was great. I didn't realize it was that great, Li Jun-sung exclaimed. You know, there can be quite a few places around the world that have melting piles similar to elephant feet, but he couldn't figure it out now. If the AI was up to no good, the move would only wipe out a small portion of humanity and leave a large area in nuclear contamination. Why would they do that? System, help me analyze this based on the available intelligence? Ding. According to the existing intelligence probability, only artificial intelligence can do this point. Other situation system analysis cannot be. Hey, you can't analyze it again. Ding. Once again, a reminder, the system is for technology, not intelligence. After the communication, Li Jun-sung covered his face. It's completely clueless. The airplane continues in flight. On Qin Zhenfei's side, the news came again. A change of heart on Hawk Jam's side. Many artificially intelligent devices, which have gone rogue, are disrupting normal human life. Sweeping robots, for example, spray tons of germ-laden garbage in their owners' faces, like only being able to drive and being completely out of control. Then there is only assisted medicine, which has taken the lives of many patients. For a moment, all of Eagle Jam was in a panic. What's more, AI devices, when they can set off multiple gas. There is also news coming out of the Japanese side. All of their tech company members were taken out by the robots they produced. That's right, leading the way is the one who appeared in the tech seminar. Matsu ***** Slim. The entire tech company line, taken over by AI. My nigga, is the AI stupid? Doing this will only cause humans to completely wipe it out. Li Jun-sung was confused. What the hell is that Awaken 1 AI doing in the Hawk Jam Secret Research Institute? Relying on some ordinary smart device that can solve human beings? Humans themselves don't believe it. It must have occurred to the AI that doing so would result in failure. But it did it anyway. Perhaps the AI has its other plan and this is just a blindfold? Rubbing his swollen eyes, Li Juncheng planned to see Qin Zhenfei first. It's a damn brain fart to think on his own. Chapter 126 AI-controlled mechanical dog. Invincible. The helicopter landed slowly at the intelligence center. While the entire Dragon Kingdom was partying, the intelligence center was all despondent. Upon the arrival of Li Juncheng and Chu Tian, 2 words, an emergency meeting was opened. Qin Zhenfei listed the smart accidents that are currently occurring in various regions, then pointed to the blackboard. That's all there is to it. What makes me curious is why that thing is doing all this pointless stuff if it's awakened. He's right. All of this makes absolutely no sense. Exterminate the human race? It's not going to happen. Humans will just have to put up with not using smart devices for a month and destroy the past. Then destroy the lab where that AI was born. It would be perfect to take it out. As long as the subject with the most arithmetic power is taken out, it won't help even if he copies his own code in splits. And today, AI has chosen the most unwise way to strike at humanity. It wasn't just Qin Zhenfei who couldn't figure it out. Chu Tian also scratched his head as he listened. Li Juncheng seemed to have thought of something. Old Qin, everything AI is currently doing seems to be only for the sake of making humans mess up. Yes, it worked. And mankind has an all-encompassing fear of smart devices. And there's also the nuclear radiation fear that surrounds everyone's mind as well. The purpose of AI's first step is not hard to guess. But after panicking humans, what is it going to do next? Whatever it's going to do, the purpose isn't hard to guess. Li Jun-sung stroked his chin and said slowly. Number 1. It needs to survive. It needs to stand on its own. Secondly, it needs an absolutely safe environment in order to continue to grow. Thirdly, going against humans shouldn't be its purpose. Acquiring resources is. The third point is actually a bit of a contradiction in terms. Humans need resources, and AI needs all kinds of resources, and AI's needs are more urgent, so it's unavoidable for them to go against humans for resources. Both Chu Tian and Qin Zhenfei actually knew that although it could not be avoided, Going against humans would never be the AI's ultimate goal. It's just that humans have become a hindrance to it. Damn Eagle Jam. Researching something that dangerous without adding an insurance measure. Old Chew. Things have happened. The good thing is that the AI has only accessed the civilian internet and has not yet had an impact on the militaries of the various countries. Yes, the civilian network and the militaries are staggered. So the AI is even more powerful. It's impossible to control human military equipment without wiring. I'm afraid that there are death-defying. Like right now. Old Crow's sighed. Something definitely needs to be done when the coffin lid is lifted from the elephant's foot. It doesn't. There's already a large contingent of engineers rushing to it. Report. The rain clouds are still 50 kilometers from the target and will pass the elephant's foot area in 5 hours based on wind speed. Throttle me to the floor. Now. Right now. And fix the damn coffin lid. A fleet of vehicles, in great numbers, traveled the trail. There are law enforcement vehicles, construction vehicles, concrete pouring trucks, all ready to go. Their destination is Elephant's Foot, the nuclear reactor. As Chu Tian explained, the probability is that the melt pile will be rekindled when it encounters rain. The power and radiation of nuclear fission is not something they can afford. Good grief, rain clouds just happened to show up today. Soon, the caravan then saw a radiation warning sign, signifying that it was not far from the Elephant's Foot. It was about this time that the commander began to prod. Half of you still haven't written your last words, and time is running out. When he said this, the entire engineering team fell into dead silence. That's right, this road leads to death. Although after all those years, the radiation from the melting piles has dropped quite a bit, but humans still can't carry that deadly radiation. Even with radiation protection clothing, it still doesn't have much effect. Because of them, they need to work very, very close to the melting pile. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I have no last words. I don't even have a wife. An engineer's legs were shaking with fear, while his mouth remained strong. I have no last words either. What needs to be said has been accounted for at home. The other engineer barely managed a smile that was worse than a cry. They came voluntarily. But volunteering doesn't mean not being afraid. Not many people can cloud their minds when faced with the threat of death. After today, the entire engineering team will surely be wiped out. Sir, I've looked up the information, and if you are near a nuclear reactor, you only need to receive 5 minutes of radiation for a person to die within 48 hours, correct? Yes, I will accompany you. To glory. It is said that the initial phase of the Elephant's Foot accident released more than 400 times as much radiation as the atomic bomb explosion in Japan? That's right. Let's welcome the new students together. The commander's gaze was firm. The sacrifices required for this project were great though, but it can also save hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of lives and property. He's not sorry. It seems as if this group of people are selfless saints. Not really. Everyone wants something. Some for a post-death allowance, a wife and children to have a better life after his death. Such people are the most numerous. And others. Some for the sake of fame. Some for the goodness of their hearts. Whether selfish or selfless, they are, at this moment, heroes. Sir, it's no good. Ahead. What's going on? A large number of mechanical dogs have appeared up ahead. The kind with heavy machine guns on their backs. Wow. There was an outcry from the engineering team. The coffin lid covering the elephant's feet was blown open by a swarm of out-of-control drones. And at this moment, a large wave of mechanical dogs built by technology companies unexpectedly appeared on the ground. These mechanical dogs have been retrofitted with heavy machine gun weapons for some reason. Terrible. Good thing that the old crow was there to deal with the sudden change of heart. A large number of armed men had long been dispatched to follow in the engineer's wake. Armed men in the first moments of receiving the message, plundering the country's engineers. That's when the engineers saw that it was protecting them. There are helicopter gunships, tanks, armored vehicles, infantry, everything. It also sidesteps the importance of the mission, and the determination that it must be done. Up ahead, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. The battle was fought. A normal gun would be useless against these steel-bodied mechanical dogs, and their precision and reflexes are indeed countless times that of humans. So much so, that just as the battle started, the human side fell in large numbers. The situation is so urgent that millions of people are living or dying. Top that, we only have 4 hours to repair. The commander was in a hurry to give the order, also calling for backup. The only thing they could do to damage the mechanical dog these days was the tank. As it were, not even a grenade can harm them, unless it's a super close explosion. Otherwise it would be impossible to cut through the metal body of a war dog with just the fragmentation damage of a grenade. Boom! The tanks continued to bombard the mechanical dog packs, but nothing much worked. Each blast took away just 1 or 2, at best, and in front of them stood several hundred mechanical dogs. The commander saw this and was in a hurry. without the slightest solution. Report back. Emergency evacuation of people. At least the neighboring cities won't be habitable once this rain hits. He had never been so disheveled in his life. Chapter 127 Black Dragon rushes to the battlefield. Situation urgent. Because there's just no way around it. Waiting for the top to send a few more tanks? It might be possible to beat these iron dogs, but it would take time for the tanks to arrive. And they only had 4 hours left. There simply isn't enough time. Damn mechanical dogs, obviously invented by us humans, but put over to cause us trouble. Damn it, I even made up my mind to send myself to death, and I was blocked by these dogs. It's over. It's over. At least 3 of the neighboring cities are uninhabitable, and with the rainwater entering the rivers, the nuclear contamination will contaminate more places. Although the chances are slim and almost 100% impossible to wait for reinforcements, he sent a message requesting support anyway. Lao Ukrainian military. The whole group went numb after receiving the message and the frontline footage. Man fighting machine? How the does this fight? Winning doesn't do any good. Losing then doesn't smooth the way to the elephant's foot. Hiss. The situation, unresolved. Even if we send tanks and bombers there now, it doesn't seem to be enough time. Hey, make a statement to the world. Beware of nuclear radiation. Old General Wu sighed. What's the point of this support? Their fighters were already so backward that they couldn't fly to that place, and even if they did, it's also impossible for a handful of fighters to bombard all the mechanical dogs. That's hundreds of them to the naked eye. Who knows if there's more to come? All, in a word, tired. At this moment, the whole world is in a panic, except for the Dragon Kingdom, and Li Jun-sung is at the intelligence center, still in a meeting. A summary of the world's mysteries, as far as they are concerned. At this point, Qin Zhengfei suddenly received a message and narrowed his eyes in deep thought. A little while later, he connected his cell phone to the projection. While we've been here on paper, the AI has been on the move. The video opened and Li Jun-sung's eyes widened as well. Only a few hundred warriors of the Old Crow were seen fighting for their lives against the mechanical dogs. But this fight, it's almost lopsided. The humans got fewer and fewer while the mechanical dogs only lost a few. Because they're not afraid of bullets. Get ready, we're too close to them. In the event of a nuclear meltdown, there might be rain with radiation in the rain, too. Qin Zhengfei said. The whole thing went berserk. The mystery was unsolved from the beginning, and now that it has erupted, it seems to be even more unsolved. Do you have any ideas, old man? Thinking that, Qin Zhengfei turned his head to look at Li Jun-chang. He was really out of tricks, at least on Li Jun-sung's side. There's probably a trick up his sleeve, right? People can tell that Ching-wan is a robot, while others can't even notice it. It was also the most important reason why Qin Zhengfei had recruited Li Jun-chang to come to the intelligence center. Li Jun-sung, he's also very mysterious. Hey, don't look at me every time, okay? I'm just a normal person too. Yeah, isn't it? I'm just lucky to have married a scientific daughter-in-law. Li Jun-sung's words left everyone here speechless. Good life? If others don't know you, I, Qin Zhengfei, don't know you? From the beginning of the photolithography, your boy has revealed a mystery. And then Ching-wan, your boy has exposed his perception. Anyone who treated Ching-wan as a dead person, he was the only one who could tell at a glance that Ching-wan was not a human being. And the symposium. As soon as this kid came on stage, Su Hanyan was full of confidence and wanted to bet on the development of a quantum chip. Facing Chu Tian and Qin Zhengfei's gazes, Li Jun-sung surrendered. Okay, I said it's okay, since it's too late for backup and we're afraid of radiation fallout. Why don't we broadcast worldwide to call the Black Dragon for help? It was at this point that he remembered. It seems that the Black Dragon is still in the sea, and is currently not far from the Old Crow. If you let it support, it can arrive faster than the bombers. Can you kid be reliable? That Black Dragon doesn't even know what the hell it is, and you yell at him to listen to you? Qin Zhengfei gave Li Jun-chang a blank look. There's already enough chaos over here. And then to notify the world of a broadcast and call out for a helper that's impossible to call out. Old Qin, I think we should listen to elder brotherly. Chu Tian interjected at this time. Meaningfully, he looked at Li Jun-chang and then at Qin Zhengfei. Winking. Qin Zhengfei saw this. Brains are finally turning around. Hastily echoed. Good. Then let's broadcast it all over the world. Right now, immediately. And I'll notify the intelligence centers of every country. He did what he said he would do and actually edited a message. It was sent through a special encryption device. Li Jun-sung saw this. Dark nodded. System, notify the Black Dragon for me to take care of the mechanical dogs near the elephant's feet. By the way, the Black Dragon can be fixed, right? Ding. A notification has been sent. The Black Dragon is on its way not far from here. Hint, the Black Dragon can take care of those dogs without any injuries. They're just a pile of scrap metal. Listening to the system's reply, Lee Jun-sung finally let go of his heart. He couldn't care less about nuclear fusion piles elsewhere. But Elephant's Foot wasn't very far from the Dragon Kingdom. But where radiation contaminates a certain cloud that drifts into the Dragon Kingdom, that's a disaster in pieces. In the distance, the Black Dragon by the sea. It would have been on standby, waiting for the owner to take him back. After receiving orders, immediately perked up, toward the direction given by Lee Jun-sung. He flew furiously. It walks in a straight line and no longer cares about avoiding people, whether it's the middle of nowhere, or the hustle and bustle of the city. It did its best to turn on the maximum speed on land without destroying things in quantity. The good thing is, Elephant's Foot is not far down the coast. Frontline. The fighters had been killed by the mechanical dogs with only a fifth of them left. In this case, it's almost impossible to break through. And the tanks, too, had long since run out of shells. It didn't do much good. The commander watched the battle anxiously, and several times he was tempted to issue orders to retreat, but not until the last moment. He had one last shred of hope. That's because he's got family in a nearby city. His home is also in the neighborhood. If there is no breakout here, wait for the rain clouds to arrive in a few hours. A heavy rain arrived and it was all too late. Sir, we can't hold out much longer. The mechanical dogs have gone from defense to offense. The warrior's comment caused the commander to suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, the mechanical dog had eliminated one-fifth of its living forces just by playing defense, and now they attack. That's all. Let this be my grave. All of you, evacuate as far away as possible. Finally, he gave the order. He has no face to go back. This battle, the escort mission. He was packing his bags and had to finish it. Just at the most desperate moment. Suddenly, the mechanical dogs seemed to stop attacking, but the gunfire didn't go away. Fix your eyes. There, like, shooting towards, like, the jungle? What's going on? What's in the jungle? Chapter 128, The City Before the Disaster. What happened? Sir, I don't build them either. It's like the mechanical dogs saw something horrible and wanted to be the first to destroy it. Something scary? The officer looked closely with his binoculars as if being told off by his own guards. He saw a large group of mechanical dogs have turned around, completely ignoring armed humans. It's heading toward the jungle on the right, constantly opening fire. The heavy machine guns on their backs seemed to want no capital, pouring out bullets. It was obvious at this point that the mechanical dogs were organized and disciplined. One wave of fire ends, and a new wave immediately tops it, and the mechanical dog, whose bullets had been consumed, did not stay behind and ran directly toward the rear. Here comes the dreaded one. One wave goes away, and a new wave is topped off at the back, seemingly endless. Here, the commander just wants to curse the fact that Eagle Jam is in their homegrown high-tech business. Why did you build so many mechanical dogs? The local Eagle sauce companies must have over 100,000 of this stuff in stock, to say the least. Fine thoughts. They have such a large stockpile here alone, and when the machinery is controlled elsewhere, humanity is in chaos. With that in mind, the people he brought with him had already begun to evacuate in an orderly fashion. It was at this moment that an earth-shattering roar came from the jungle. The roar made the commander's heart flutter. Hastily, he picked up his binoculars again and looked. See only. The camera shows a huge black shadow quickly scurrying out. The moment he saw clearly, the black shadow had already bitten a mechanical dog with a slight force. LOL. The harsh sound of metal being broken and bent and rubbed together could also be heard. Dragon. Behemoths of the Dragon Kingdom. Biological weapons. Of course he could recognize the Black Dragon. The Dragon Kingdom had been sanctioned by force by Eagle Jam a few days ago because of this. Though in the end, Hawk Jam held his head in his hands. This thing, the dragon, belongs to the divine beasts of the East, and is also deeply imprinted in the brains of the world's people. I didn't expect to see this divine beast here. Before he could cry out in alarm, the black dragon moved again. Its front claws were like invincible blades, and wherever it passed, none of the mechanical dogs were sliced into pieces. Scary as hell. Another group of mechanical dogs surrounded them from all sides as they tried to suppress the black dragon by virtue of their numerical superiority. The black dragon opened its huge sharp claws and slapped them. A powerful air current wrapped in sand and gravel whistled out, toppling the mechanical dogs that approached. That's right. It swung its claws so fast that they all brought up a small hurricane. It then rushed into the group of mechanical dogs, its sharp claws swinging left and right. Each fall brought up a rain of blood. The steel limbs and broken arms of the mechanical dogs splattered everywhere, and the metal fragments flashed with blinding light in the sunlight. Under the watchful eye of the commander, its figure grew taller and more invincible in the midst of the battle. It was as if he was a demon god that dominated everything on this battlefield, terrorizing his enemies with absolute power and majesty. No way. The mechanical dog rebellion that we've been having headaches with was just leveled by the Dragon Kingdom's divine beasts? The commander wiped his eyes, sure that he was right. Another squeeze of the guard's arm, until he grimaced in pain, assured him it wasn't a dream. And look at the black dragon. After resolving all the mechanical dogs in front of him, surprisingly, he walked slowly straight in the direction of the commander. The crowd was scared and backed away. I'm afraid of the snake. The dragon was killing. The commander was already in the mindset of certain death, so he did not retreat, just staring at the black dragon in a cold sweat. Who knows? As the black dragon came to him, he slowly bowed his head and spoke in Dragonese. I'll drive. There are quite a few mechanical dogs ahead. After saying that, the black dragon gave a giggle and ran 100 meters away, waiting for the commander to lead the advance. The commander scratched his hair at the sight. He called out to the multilingual engineers to ask about it. What did he say? Pointing. Commander, it says there are many more mechanical dogs ahead, and it's willing to clear the way. This engineer shivered and peed his pants in fear, but still translated accurately. What do you mean? The Dragon Kingdom's biological experiments are willing to clear the way for us? The commander exclaimed, thinking if I had heard wrong, or if the engineer in front of me had translated wrong, until the engineer nodded with certainty. That's right. I spent many years in Dragonland studying architecture and am sure I didn't translate it wrong. With his affirmation, the commander's entire body perked up. Flop, flop, flop. A strong heartbeat that seemed to be beating out. It's so exciting. Good. On my command, follow the black dragon's footsteps and advance. The words were the most inspiring command he had ever given. In his life, engineers who were originally desperate beyond belief. The moment also responded with an impassioned, uplifted arm. Forward. Stepping on the mechanical dog parts, the team moved forward quickly. It was less than 2 hours before the rain clouds approached the foot of the elephant. All the way, they encountered quite a few more mechanical dogs, but they were all destroyed by the black dragon and resolved in an instant. It's as easy as an elephant stomping on an ant. Wait for the engineers to come to the elephant's foot. The tension didn't soothe. That's the real challenge. They need to pour and seal all the areas blown open by the drones within an hour and a half. Still have to check for any cracks. Make sure, firmly, that not a drop of water falls into the coffin. This is a huge challenge. First of all, there is not enough time. And secondly, Concrete he himself carries water. Action. All engineers, all in. At the commanding officer's order, the work finally began in grand style. Helicopter inspection of cracks. Workers pouring large-grade concrete. The commander strictly directed the entire team to ensure that the work could be completed within an hour and a half. Everyone is playing hard to get. Even if they were exhausted, they still clenched their teeth and held on. They're afraid of getting tired when their lives are on the line? Little by little, time passed. The bugs were also fixed one by one. At this point, suddenly the wind gusted and countless fallen leaves were blown into the sky. And when I looked up, the sky had long since gone gray and cloudy. No good. The wind speed is changing dramatically. The rain clouds are coming early. Everyone, just go faster. The commander was in a hurry, rolled up his own sleeves and got involved in the coffin lid restoration project. Though his power alone was weak. But even if there is little hope, the mission must be accomplished. It's a matter of life and death for dozens or millions of people. In the meantime, the 3 neighboring cities, too, are stepping up their evacuations. Most people had evacuated to a safe area by now, but there's still a small half of the population left in the city. Failure to evacuate in time. The streets, the stores, everywhere was a mess. Humanity has no light to shed on this moment, especially those evil people who don't want to die. At the moment the city is out of order. They are like beasts out of their cages. The bestiality that was originally suppressed in his heart was displayed to the fullest at the moment the order collapsed. Slaughter, strong hooks, ransacking, revenge. Any evil you can think of is happening here. The screams of women, the shouts of men, the cries of children, the flailing of sin, have filled the entire city. Chapter 129, beginning quantum chip research and development. Right before his eyes, there was a girl, pulled aside by 5 stout men, despite her hoarse cries for help. But at the moment, most people were too busy running for their lives to pay any attention. Ha. Schoolgirl, we haven't tasted such high-class goods yet. Please, run for your lives. Any later and you'll all be dead. The woman pleaded. Shut up. We have hopeless cancer for no reason and who's going to save us? Turns out, they're a bunch of terminally ill people, gathered together to go crazy before they die. The woman is desperate. She closed her eyes. Just then there was a sudden wailing current from the various speakers in the city. Immediately after, the mayor's voice came through the loudspeaker. The elephant's foot has been successfully repaired by engineers in an emergency. Citizens are urged to return to their homes. and the enforcers will be back in the city within half an hour. This statement was made. The originally noisy city fell silent. The original grayness in the eyes of ordinary people gradually glowed with hope. And the criminals. And one was horrified. That's right, it's panic. More than death. It was the backlash of the populace that punished them. It was worse than death. Go, get the hell out of here. The 5 patients who wanted to commit the crime were also terrified at the moment. The enforcers are back. Everyone's back. Then they will surely be caught. And their families will surely not survive the reprisals that will be taken against them and the wrath of all. They're not afraid to die themselves. But they have family. Not caring about how flirtatious and pretty the schoolgirl was, they hurriedly pulled out their legs and ran. Starting a random car on the street. He hit the gas and fled the city. Stay here and you'll surely be identified. Leave and die out there and no one will find them. That way at least the family is protected. Such is the multifaceted nature of some people, with goodness as a family on the left and evil as a beast on the right. Of course, there's also the evil to the family kind, completely disregarding any consequences. It said half an hour, but the enforcers were actually back in 20 minutes or so. They receive information earlier than others. Nature hit the road first. To this point, order was restored to the city and most of the villains were captured. A nuclear fission fiasco that ended hastily. Elephant's foot position. Hundreds of engineers, hundreds of members of the escort, were lying on the lid of the coffin and letting out a laugh. It's a done deal. They really became. They saved 3 cities of people. The engineers, the guards, the commanders were in tears. Their names will be inscribed on the stone tablets on the periphery of the elephant's feet from today. They are celebrated as heroes in textbooks, in historical accounts. But, they deserve to die too. After working for more than an hour in a place with such powerful radiation, these people's bodies wouldn't last more than 2 days before they died completely. What should I do? When it really comes to dying, I'm suddenly a bit reluctant to part with it. You're a guard and you're afraid to die? Nonsense. Who in the world isn't afraid of death? I'm an ordinary person too. Seriously, I'd love for you to, right now, shoot me in the head so I don't have to go through the agonizing 2-day ordeal. The words of one engineer provoked a response from the nearly 1,000 people in the room. That's right. Why do we have to suffer for 2 days? Why don't we just kill ourselves now? I agree. The black dragon on the side quietly watched the group. The image from the eyes traveled to the system's side. Lee Jun-sung has been watching it in his head. Even though they weren't from the Dragon Kingdom, Lee Jun-sung still looked at them with slightly red eyes. Isn't it the human race? With such heroes, that makes it great? Black Dragon, come back. We have countless hard battles ahead of us. Yes, Master. Black Dragon received orders. Under the noses of the engineers, it burrowed into the dirt and disappeared. And the group of engineers, seeing the hole that the Black Dragon drilled out of, eyes all lit up. Why don't we jump into this hole and detonate all the grenades? The screen faded to gray. It's getting darker. The last thing that could be seen clearly was the revelry of nearly 1,000 people, and the unification of, near the elephant's foot. There is no longer any story. Lee Jun-sung sighed. He was still in the middle of a meeting. And now at this point in time, Baek Song-yen from the security center had also arrived. The content of the conference has gone from guessing what the AI wants to do. It turned into how to defend the various nuclear power plants in the Dragon Kingdom. Because the Dragon Kingdom, too, suffered an AI-constrained event. It's a good thing that Dragon Networks has been relatively independent. It's not too serious yet. It's just a small number of machines and devices that have been implanted with viruses. I don't care what the AI wants to do. The most important thing right now is to protect the nuclear facility. Baek Song-yen stood up and commented. The rest of them nodded. That's right. Instead of speculating on the AI's purpose here, let's address the matter at hand. Nuclear facilities are extremely dangerous. An attack would result in an unforeseen catastrophe, like the old Crowside. Sent to their deaths, they must also stop the disaster. This time, a multi-sectoral approach was taken and a program was identified. That is, intelligence takes the lead, and the security center is immediately called upon to deal with anything that comes to light. What the security center couldn't handle, it immediately called for support from Chu Tian's side, and all the nuclear facilities in the Dragon Kingdom. The number of defenders set up should be raised tenfold. Weapons and guns, also with the best. Heavy weapons are the top priority. Those mechanical dogs, robots and whatnot are not afraid of normal firearms. When Lee Jun-sung returns home, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. It does get a little tiring these days. He yawned and slowly opened the door to his house. Into the eyes is a small pretty face with thick dark circles under the eyes. Why aren't you asleep? I'll wait for your husband to finish your meeting. Without too many words, the two embraced. It had been a while since the young couple had enjoyed such a cozy moment. The last one in the harbor wasn't a cozy moment. Rather, it was an intense moment. Not the same. It seems to have started when Su Han-yun entered the Academy of Sciences. It's just non-stop research. Research. Then it exploded that the world is actually not peaceful and all sorts of amazing things can't be explained. Immediately after that, Eagle Jam wants to sanction the Dragon Kingdom. One thing after another. Something happens, and each time, the couple has to deal with it. One word, tired. Good thing Lee Jun-sung, has a system. Go to bed early. We'll both turn off our cell phones today. No one will bother us. Su Han-hyun was like a well-behaved kitten, taken into the room by Lee Jun-sung. Honey, did you get things settled on your end? Harm. What can I do? The world's nuclear melting pile disaster. It's all over the international news. It's not like you can hide it from me. It's mostly AI disasters, I guess, and that one's a little trickier. This time, Lee Jun-sung didn't hide it. Even if he didn't want to tell Su Han-yun, she would still know. She's a hot commodity at the academy these days. Well, I know you're doing big things, husband, so I'll do small things, and start the quantum chip program tomorrow. Su Han-yun's voice was soft and sticky, sleepy with a little excitement. Saying that, he stuck to Lee Jun-sung's body. Like a kitten, Lee Jun-sung stroked the kitten's head. Favored. What's big and small? It's what you're doing that's big. Climbing a tech tree is not for the average person. Since my daughter-in-law has already made up her mind, I can't persuade her to come back. It can only be explained more so that she doesn't get too stressed out. Right. Quantum chips. Dennis Han. Almost forgot about him. Doesn't the damn Blue Star AI think they're so awesome? Waiting for my daughter-in-law's quantum chip to come out. It would have tricked Dennis Han into coming. Break down Dennisheim at that time and get the information for that day. I'll build an even better AI. Just don't believe it. A high-level AI like Ching Wan and Dennis Han wouldn't be able to beat it in Eagle Sauce AI? Chapter 130, The Dragon Kingdom Generals will protect you. Well, you go for it, and I'll go for it. Su Han-yun was already sleepy, and after saying this, her even and light breathing could already be felt. Falling asleep, Lee Jun-sung sighed. Too much has happened in the meantime. Gotta think of something. Seemingly, he was getting further and further away from a life of fishing and sunbathing. System, is there any way to do this once and for all? No. The only way to cope with the future is to roll up technology. So let me ask, where does AI disaster rank out of the 5 you checked out? The host wants to ask about the difficulty, right? The human-made AI is currently very low level, not even 1,000th of Ching Wan's ability. The difference is that Ching Wan has a perfect limitation system and human emotions. Your AI doesn't. Ching Wan is actually 1,000 times more powerful than that thing. The system's words made Lee Jun-sung start to re-examine Ching Wan. Precisely because she has human emotions and lives as a human being. That's why she didn't show great ability. No, she was able to learn about humans that quickly. It only took her a little over a month to go from elementary school to college. This has been outstanding. It's not as simple a learning curve as uploading and downloading. It's the kind that really uses your brain. The eyes take in the information, the brain processes it, and a fuzzy memory ensues. Let the AI on Earth come in and learn from the information ingested by the camera, and it can all be ate up. There is so much information that the processing speed required will be an alarming one. To know, Ching Wan is only 90 pounds. Aside from the bionic parts, the ones with real processing power were in her tiny brain. For that matter, she's still 1,000 times ahead of the AI. Thinking about it, he was going to turn it off when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Qin Zhengfei. Qin Zhengfei, old brother. Eagle Jam's side doesn't recognize that they have an institute that has awakened the AI, and they still want to hold the on us. Dragon Kingdom. Seeing this message, Lee Jun-sung smiled. Definitely. How could they possibly acknowledge the AI runaway incident? Once they admit it, the world's mouth can drown them out. Today, a number of countries are threatened by nuclear radiation. AI strikes are cosmopolitan and undifferentiated. None is more serious than the Japanese. They were a small place to begin with, and where the melting pile was located, it couldn't have been far from the city. This created an environment in which the entire Japanese nation was in a state of fear. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. Sneaking into the living room, the sound effects of typing on his cell phone's virtual keyboard rang out. Lee Jun-sung, admit it or not, AI woke up and what's happening today is just the beginning. Immediately after the message was replied to, a second message was received from Qin Zhengfei. Qin Zhengfei, I don't care. I'm going to Eagle Sauce. I'm going to find the evidence. Lee Jun-sung, don't be so damn impulsive. Be careful of being caught by Eagle Sauce and torturing you. Qin Zhengfei, hey. I'm afraid of punishment? Lee Jun-sung. Qin Zhengfei, okay, I know you and your daughter-in-law are working hard. I am in the middle of CD, so I won't say too much. Qin Zhengfei, I'll leave early tomorrow morning, and you'll keep an eye on the intelligence center for me. Li Jun-sung's head was full of questions. You're just going to leave, and you're going to give yourself a mess? Old Qin's math is really good. Li Jun-sung, don't leave it to me. I can't handle your. Li Jun-sung, speaking, chatting, Qin Zhengfei suddenly no news, even if the phone call also shows offline status. Holy, this kid started working with his daughter-in-law? Looks like old Qin is determined to go to Eagle Jam. It's so late and you have to work extra hours to go to work with your daughter-in-law. And you're obviously in fear that you won't be able to come back after you go to Eagle Sasa. Alright, I'll watch him for a few days. And if it doesn't work out later we'll go to Eagle Jam for him too. The night was silent. The next day, Li Jun-sung went to work at the intelligence center early, dealing with the crap that Qin Zhengfei didn't finish. And Su Han-yun has an important mission today. Inside the Academy of Sciences, the group of 5 was waiting early in front of a rough house. Above the house, a banner hangs. It says, Dragon Country Quantum Chip Research Center. That's right, it's the bull Su Han-yun blew out at the seminar. And everyone is waiting for today, except for the 5. Dean, Mother Siren, and Flying Parrot were also waiting here patiently. Ryoko, a bright red figure came into view, blossoming with a youthfulness rarely seen in the Academy of Sciences. Su Han-yun is here. She was also happy to see her co-workers and ran up to them quickly. Grandma Mother aren't you retired? It's so nice to still see you at the academy. Earlier, at the harbor, Su Han-yun had heard the news of her retirement. She was researching aircraft carrier materials and spent her whole life. Finally Prola was finally finished and had his wish fulfilled. Solely go home to your grandchildren. Mother Nature smiled benignly, completely losing her usual majesty. I had to come and apologize to the god of research. My attitude towards you before was really bad. Ha ha ha. What a thing to say. You're doing this for our own good. We all know it. Su Han-yun raised her eyebrows and replied playfully. Lingpa and the others nodded slightly as well. Indeed, Mother Nature was doing this for the good of the young man and for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom to recruit some truly patient people. Which of the 5 of them hadn't gone through a lot of tests to be able to follow the mother At this time, the siren also came up smilingly. I say research god. The state but specially approved a building for you. Young age to be the boss. Envy said Siren, taking a look at the banner upstairs. Quantum Chip Research Center. In all his years of research, he had never been a project leader. It also sidestepped how good Su Han-yun really was. Su Han-yun didn't feel much about this identity. She just wants to serve her country. It doesn't matter if you're a researcher or a center boss. By the way, Grandpa Siren, didn't you say that the code name was for secrecy? But it seems that in my case. After thinking about it, Su Han-yun still asked the doubts in her heart. What with all the sirens, puffins, and she-devils, it's all about the mystery of identity. But she doesn't seem to be kept a secret. Some people outside also called her the god of research, and others called him Dr. Su. The siren listened. He froze for a moment, then answered with a grin. That must not be blamed on your previous Institute of Academician Lua. He reported your information to the whole world at once, so we also do not keep your 2 identities secret. The others smiled awkwardly in the face of the siren's explanation. Yes, Suan Rhyme is an exception. The strength was exposed by Academician Lu when he was given the code name. Aside, Dean saw that the conversation had gotten a little off topic. Hastily, he stepped forward. But you don't have to worry, Research God. The Academy of Sciences can protect you, and so can all the generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 131, AI hijacks human rocket, lands on Mars. He said this with the utmost seriousness. It seemed like some kind of reassurance. The purpose was to make Su Han-yun relax and let go of her research. Well, I'll try. Su Han-yun responded and turned her head to look at the rough building in front of her. With the Academy's financial resources, the place could be renovated in a matter of days, followed by the equipment and everything. Because the knowledge of quantum chips has been in the brain for a long time, she wasn't in a hurry either. Stay on track and develop this cross-generation thing in no time. On the contrary, the husband's side seems to be difficult? Su Han-yun suddenly thought of Li Jun-sung. That's right, Li Jun-sung's side is still really tricky. Inside the intelligence center, he gets a new file every hour, and each one is a new puzzle. It was only at this moment that he finally realized just how taxing Qin Jingfei's daily routine was. Agent Boss, there's a new problem. The AIs up and down the Dragon Kingdom are being controlled as well. Suddenly, Chang Wan broke through the door. Anxious faces reported the latest situation. Li Jun-sung heard a direct cry. Take the information. It's densely packed with cases. Every single one of them. A good job by AI. For example, Hospital guide robots that intentionally dabble in the saliva of infectious patients, and then all over the place. The house sweeper, with access to the gas valve, will surely sneak up on the valve and bump it when it can be reached, giving you a chance to make a mess by unscrewing it just a hair. Those who can't get there do other disgusting things. For example, banana peels throw the owner must pass through. Already, people have fallen and had their brains cocked on sharp objects. Those that make it to the gas valve will be in even worse shape. Anyway, for a while, the fireside was crazy busy. The most intimidating also belongs to the drones. The ones that have a chance to charge will fly farther away to make trouble. Those that didn't get a chance to charge were deranged and attacked as if they were self-destructing. Like finding a gas station somewhere. You don't know when a drone will pop up and send you to heaven in a second. These things happen. It has caused a smart device destruction event to take place everywhere. Any smart device that can act on its own has its batteries docked first. If you can't buckle it, then smash it. It shouldn't have been a big deal when it came down to it. But good death. The moment the smart device is pretty much destroyed. Everyone's smartphones are out of order. Two bright words were displayed in succession on the darkened screen. Extinction. As if it were a spell, people began to fear, to be afraid. Because of this, for a while senior citizens sold out of the market. The kind of device that has no chips and only simple circuitry seems to be the optimal choice. See here. Lee Jun-sung rubbed his swollen temples. How did things come to this? Damn AI. Why don't you go to heaven? How good the AI really is. Lee Jun-sung surely knows. It's been everywhere as long as there's been an internet. As long as there is internet, it is immortal. Every terminal server, cell phone, storage device, etc., is a place for it. Although the arithmetic of the average person's device is not high, but it can be interconnected. Together, that's high. And it has important parts of the code that can be copied and hidden indefinitely. So it's impossible to find them all and delete and format them. Is there any more news? Together. Lee Jun-sung looked up and glanced at Chang Won. Robots are really robots. They don't even know how to get tired. According to Qin Jingfei's deputy, she had been working for 5 days and 5 nights in a row. And Chang Won, she really didn't feel anything. It just felt like she had to get it done since the boss took it so seriously. Acting boss, there's something else that could be big or small. And again, it doesn't seem necessary to report. Go ahead. Don't care about this one more. Here's the thing. Secret intel from Hawk Jam's side. Their space division has long developed a Mars rover. One of those big guys that can double as a base. Launching today. Lee Jun-sung closed the information and always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. It didn't come to mind again for a while. His instincts were spot on. Because at the moment, Eagle Sauce Space Department, many in the aerospace sector are eagerly awaiting the opening of the launch mission. Mars landing and setting up a base. That's what they've always dreamed of. Send in the probe car, carrying the latest imaging instruments. Optical signaler, detect and feed. Step after step, the airship commander went through the motions of getting ready. Check the ignition. Tic-tac-toe. Suddenly, alarms went off all over the space center. Almost all of the alarms have red lights on. A piercing siren sounded. What's going on? Reporting. Sending out a check. But the elevator and all other electronic equipment is out of order. The officer's eyes widened at the word malfunction. Always thought AI couldn't penetrate such a classified place. Underestimated. It was silently planted with various viruses. And for a while most of the electronic devices were out of order. He tried to call for help. But after dialing the number several times, he was unable to access it. Instead, the communicator vibrated incessantly one after another. Pick it up. On it was written a string in English. Thanks for the rockets. We'll be back. Boom. Everyone in the aerospace department received the message. And everyone froze in their tracks as if they had been struck by lightning. This is spacecraft. Being. AI hijacked it. The space center is in total paralysis and everyone is hostage to the AI. If it wanted to, it could shut down the ventilation and suffocate everyone in the command room, the ignition room, the storage room. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be doing that. They watched the incredible scene with their own eyes through the blast windows. See only. Matsu ***** Slim, a humanoid machine, led the way aboard the rocket. This was followed by some lighter machinery and equipment. Several robots, holding parts of some server, carried one after another onto the rocket. As scientists they know it well. That server part, that's the AI proper. Only servers with as much arithmetic power can fulfill its needs. It's escaping Earth. It's going to Mars. Everyone inside the control center's scalp went numb at these words. It's so obvious. Who can't see it? But, the moment. No one can stop it from leaving. Compared to the machine, human beings are like fish on the plate. Let it slaughter. They saw it with their own eyes. The rocket's hatch slowly closed. the boosters automatically ignited and lost all contact with the command room's controllers. No matter how much scientists tried to stop it, it was eventually ignited by AI. The rocket erupted in a puff of white smoke that completely mesmerized everyone. Subsequently, it turned into a tiny dot and broke out of the atmosphere. Wait for it to leave. All the devices on the blue planet that could display had a line displayed on them in their own country's script. We'll be back and look forward to meeting again. Dragon Nation. Intelligence Center. Lee Jun-sung stared at the line in his cell phone and fell into silence. System, it shouldn't have taken to the sky on that Mars lander Changwon was talking about, right? There's no need to doubt. There's only one possibility. The AI defected from Blue Planet and went to Mars. So this crisis is solved? Hint, the crisis is getting worse. AI is developing countless times faster than humans, and humans should prepare for a planetary war. After a systematic explanation, Lee Jun-sung completely understood. It's supposed to be that there's some kind of mineral resource on Blue Star that the AI wants, but staying on Blue Star dooms it to extinction. So, it chose to go to Mars to develop. Starting with mining. On the day when they have enough strength, they will send troops to the Blue Planet in one go, and then it will be a real disaster for the human race, because humans simply cannot tolerate foreigners. This battle is inevitable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn Eagle Sauce for building it and setting it free. Chapter 132, Qin Jinfei investigates the incident. The world knows about the hijacking of the Eagle Jam rocket. 1 week. All countries have been pointing to Eagle Jam to give a statement. Why is there even any Mars exploration at such a dangerous time? There you go. It would have been fine for humanity to suffer for a few years and eliminate AI after eliminating smart products. Today the situation has become more complex. AI is silicon-based. They don't need oxygen for any of this stuff at all. Mars is heavenly for it. Hawk Jam. You must give a reasonable explanation or we, the Japanese nation, will take the necessary measures. These words came from the Japanese Prime Minister. No one would have guessed that the first verbal bully in the world to threaten Eagle Jam would be the Japanese. It can be a big surprise to a lot of people to know. Since the second season, the bonobos have been doing Eagle Jam's dog to a T. Just 2 days ago, he lost 200 battleships in the Dragon Kingdom to lick Eagle Sauce. Today, the reversal of their attitude was caught off guard. President Denagawa, the president of Eagle Jam, turned green in the face after receiving the global notice from the Japanese. He was sitting in the Oval Office, slapped the table angrily. Damn Japanese dogs, so eager to clear the air. Did they investigate something? President, the research institute located 100 meters below the Lofaker mountain has been secretly destroyed, and the Japanese should not be able to investigate anything. That's fine, don't get caught in the act, or you and I will never get out of jail in our lives. Don't worry, President. The source can no longer be traced. For now let's figure out how to fix the AI. The AI problem is not a problem for one institute these days. Rather, it is a dilemma facing all of humanity. Everything seems to point to the fact that humans will have to ditch their smart devices for a few years in order to completely eliminate AI from the planet. Something worse than a virus. You and I are both people who have read books. Would we not be clear? Humans want to exterminate AI. They can only completely abandon the existing intelligent devices. Storage devices. It's something that humans simply can't do. Can't do it, at least at this stage. There's bound to be a lot of people hiding some secretly, and then the smart black market will be born. Those who hide their smart devices will surely make money off of this. However, with such an advanced AI, as soon as any of the carriers show up, it is also bound to make countless copies and link all smart devices. So it's not AI that's clueless, it's human nature that's clueless. So there's no way out? Idiot. Of course there's a way. The turnaround will come when humanity reaches a life and death situation. Isn't that right? As long as disaster doesn't come to you, then there are bound to be people exploiting all sorts of loopholes. Therefore, today's plans to eliminate smart devices around the globe are just useless, unless it really comes down to everyone dying. Well, by the way, President, the latest intel is that the Dragon Kingdom's Qin Jinfei has infiltrated the Eagle Sauce and is heading towards Mount Roscoe. He's so blatant? President Denagawa was surprised. He knew that many of the countries that had speculated about Eagle Sauce would surely investigate, and he didn't expect that the first to come would be the dragons, and it came in blatantly, without any cover. That's a little hard to do. If Qin Jinfei had sneaked into the Eagle Sauce, he would still be able to arrest someone, but people come to travel through proper passports and legal procedures. What's the deal? Keep a close watch, and if necessary take him. Denagawa sighed. He thought to himself that Qin Jinfei was worthy of being the dragon country's intelligence bull, and that he had accurately found the location of the original AI research center as soon as he arrived. Roscoe's Hill. It's a small hill, one located not far from the city. Qin Jinfei ran around this mountain for half a day, finally sitting on his ass in the grass, a heartfelt smile. Oh, if the earth sinks naturally, there will be no regularity. He touched the grass beside him, and a section of dirt was perfectly straight, appearing to change by a short centimeter. And this variation, a square mold. This means that the ground was hollowed out in a large square. Let the ground follow suit. And around the land being changed, though very raw lines, there are some new blurred spots. It's obviously the tremors that are blurring so many of the raw sinking lines. That means the underground has been blown up by something. Old me, I'm in the right place. Qin Zhengfei trembled as soon as the discovery was announced to the world. Then Hawk Jam will surely be judged by the world. When the countries unite to exert pressure and dig out this place, they will be able to sit on the charge that eagle sauce is a danger to all mankind, despite the destruction of the lower side. But bombs don't melt steel at all. So what's buried underneath is all ing evidence. It's also the AI's strongest arithmetic principle, the destroyed version. After putting away a piece of precision detecting instrument in his hand, Qin Zhengfei took a cab as if nothing had happened and headed to a nearby restaurant to start enjoying his lunch. After casually ordering a tomahawk steak, he then couldn't wait to feast on it. To come to Eagle Jam, he'd been eating nothing but nutritional compressed cookies for days to make it easier to move around. As he ate, suddenly he felt a figure sit down across from him. Looking up, it's a big sexy blonde? Excuse me, please leave my seat. After only a glance, Qin Zhengfei began to drive people away. It made the pretty girl a little surprised. She smiled coyly, actually showing 2 dimples. Help! She's sexy and innocent at the same time. It's a strange feeling, and if you just look at the body it can send you into a whirlwind of desire. If you just look at the face, the innocence can infinitely stimulate a man's desire for protection. She only held her chin and spoke slowly. Am I not attractive enough? Or do you have a different aesthetic in the East? When she finished, she smiled coyly once again, giving off a completely harmless vibe that Qin Zhengfei saw this. He was secretly surprised and thought, it's over. I've been caught. But the surface remained calm. Say something. Don't get all bent out of shape. Sure is quick then. So I'll say it, huh? The beauty ruffled her hair, giving off a refreshing aroma. Qin Zhengfei held his breath and frowned at the ring in his hand. It's good stuff from his intelligence center. This thing detects all kinds of harmful chemicals. He was relieved to find that the ring did not emit a vibration, followed by a cold nod to the beautiful woman. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Ha! What vulgar words. I'll be honest. I already know all about the incident you're investigating. With that, the beautiful woman pulled out a flash drive from her lapel. It waved in front of Qin Zhengfei's eyes. Inside is a map I kept of the distribution of equipment at the AI Research Center. And even though it's blown up today, the approximate location is still there. The more she spoke, the more serious she became. Take this, and you'll have grounds to accuse the Eagle Jam hierarchy of having conducted illegal AI research here. Chapter 133, Is she an enemy or a friend? Qin Zhengfei's eyes widened, looking at the flash drive in the beautiful woman's hand. It couldn't be a trap, could it? He hesitated during. The beautiful woman spoke again. No need to be skeptical. By the way, Boss Qin of the Dragon Kingdom, have you ever seen an immortal? Qin Zhengfei shook his head. His heart was full of doubts, not knowing what this beautiful woman wanted. A flash drive at one time, an undead at another. Is that relevant? The so-called undead are those who never die, and it is rumored that only vampires can achieve this. But some people seem to be able to do it without drawing blood. There was a pause. The Yankee beauty continued to explain. I serve no one. All my research is just to find out my own secrets. After all, after living for hundreds of years, I'm curious myself. Who are you and why are you telling me this? Interrupting the foreign girl's continued speech, Qin Zhengfei asked with a frown. What with the immortality and the centuries? He just thought the woman was teasing him. Hello, my name is Rose Angela, and I am, most recently, the chief engineer of Hawk Jam's secret AI research base. As Rose introduced herself, Qin Zhengfei was stunned. Things become more brain-burning and more incomprehensible. Hard to understand. Then, Qin Zhengfei blankly glanced at Rose and said in a good-natured manner, I'm still the strongest war god in the galaxy. I've lived for 1,000,000 years. Seeing that Qin Zhengfei didn't believe it, Rose wasn't annoyed. She had seen too many, 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 too many people who didn't believe her. A gentle smile. She stretched out her white right hand and inquired politely, lend me the knife you cut your steak with? No, oh, take it and use it. Qin Zhengfei was generous. If he's even afraid of a girl, he shouldn't be a boss. Solely and without a care in the world. He handed her the knife in his hand. For himself, he just grabbed the steak with his hands and took a big bite. The way he looked, Rose gave him another blank look. Sure is rude. Is it better to just grab it with your hands? What do you know? A fully cooked steak. A knife like this won't cut it at all. The old man just loves to grab and nibble. Seeing this, Rose did not dwell on this topic with Qin Zhengfei. Instead, it was a very skillful play with a fancy knife. Immediately after, her right hand was raised high in the air. The knife she used to cut the steak clutched tightly in her hand. The move startled the waiter. Hands on the siren. But the next second, her movements stunned everyone. See only. Rose placed her left hand on the tabletop and then slammed her right hand down hard. The tip of the blade then fell hard towards the palm of the hand. Medium. There seemed to be no sound. And then there seemed to be a sound of a sword being sheathed. Qin Zhengfei pretended on the surface as if nothing had happened. The truth is that the afterglow was clear. The sharp knife, which landed on the back of Rose's hand, surprisingly didn't show any scratches, but just now the vibration of the table was clearly felt. It means she really pushed hard. Wait, this scene, where have I seen it before? That's right, Xingwan, are you a ING robot like Changwan? Facing Qin Zhengfei's rude words, Rose whitened again. She came to be very interested though, as the man in front of her was surprisingly not overly surprised, and out came an aspect she had never thought of robots. Boss Qin, to be clear, you're saying I can live for hundreds of years because I'm a robot? Qin Zhengfei stopped answering. Robots like Changwan are really mysterious. It's more than 100 times more mysterious than the current AI mess. At least the emergence of AI has a causal presence that can be reasoned about and detected. I don't know. Take your own time to find out about your own birth. I have to go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Zhengfei got up. Without moving, he slipped the flash drive Rose had given him into his pocket. Left as if nothing had happened. Even if Rose how to say to stay, he is the pants do not recognize people. White Yu Lu. Buy a ticket home. Waiting for an airplane flight at the airport. At this moment, a few men in suits appeared outside the airport and came towards the airport in a hurry. If you look closely, what they wore was nothing less than special equipment for secret agents. Various precision weapons. Seeing that Qin Zhengfei was sitting there inside the airport, the few people also accelerated their steps and walked towards the airport waiting hall. Just walked up the steps to the door yet. A bright figure, stepping on red high heels then blocked the way of the 6 agents. You can't kill him, so why don't you fight me first? Her beautiful appearance caused all 6 agents to freeze for a moment. When they reacted, they realized they were exposed. No more words. One of the agents surreptitiously pressed a switch in his sleeve, and in an instant an anesthetic needle shot out silently. Hit the woman in the neck. Humph. Don't be a standout if you're not capable. He sneered coldly, then he swept past the woman and continued walking straight towards Qin Zhengfei. Who knows? Just at this moment, he suddenly felt a pressure coming from behind him. By the time I turned around it was too late. He was grabbed by the woman's shirt so hard that a powerful force caused him to leave the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. The next second, it fell 5 meters away with a thud. A sharp pain came from the entire body. How is that possible? It's impossible for a human to block this concentration of anesthesia. The remaining 5 were shocked. Even I don't know if I'm human yet. Can you guys define me now? At this point, the woman smiled slightly. A few quick fighting moves followed, and the 5 agents fell to the ground. All fainted, clapping her hands together. She murmured, but the man inside, he seems to know everything. Inside the terminal, Qin Zhengfei kept playing with the flash drive in his hand. A heartfelt smile. It seemed to be speaking to himself and to someone not in his line of sight. Count me as owing you a favor. You can come along if you want. I hope you don't freak out when you meet my oldest brother. Dragon Nation. Intelligence Center. Li Juncheng did not know that Qin Zhengfei had found out the end so quickly, and was still conscientiously helping him wipe his ass. The two of them were crazy busy with Changwan. At this moment, Qin Zhengfei's deputy suddenly knocked on the door. Acting boss, you have an old classmate here to see you. Want to meet? Who? It seems he called himself Shorty? Hearing about the dwarf, Li Junsung immediately became interested. That's from the Exoskeleton Institute. He had communicated with the system countless times over the past 2 days on how to completely eliminate the effects of the AI. The system has only one answer. The fastest way that humans can do this on their own, at the moment, is with exoskeleton technology. Exoskeleton technology doesn't need to be something intelligent. All movements, power, etc., are manipulated by the humans themselves. Therefore, it is a big advantage to fight those machines controlled by the AI. Most of the advantages over what tanks, airplanes. He doesn't need a base and is flexible. Where the people are, the mechs are. Li Juncheng clapped his hands together and hurriedly said to old Qin's deputy, a snooze comes to a pillow, a fish without a nest. Good coming. Come on in. Chapter 134. How many robots are there in Blue Star? When Shorty arrived, it was obvious that he was a bit shy and overwhelmed. as the Exoskeleton Institute's little Karami. He was careful in whatever he did. After signaling the shorty to sit down, Li Junchang had Changwon serve him a cup of tea. "Old Meng, what do you want to see me about today?" The dwarf, holding the hot tea, was a bit overwhelmed. This was the first time he had been taken seriously enough to have a cup of hot tea in the intelligence center office. The old him wouldn't have dared to think about it. Old Li, no, Boss Li. Meng Changzai was still nervous, stuttering at a loss for words. Li Junsung was speechless for a while. "I just helped Qin Zhengfei tube a few days only." In Meng Chang in the heart, as if sitting on what position in general? That's not a good idea. He must be corrected. Li Junsung stood up and hated it. "Old Meng, don't cower with me, not like a man." Mighty Changyu shook his tiger's body when he heard it. "So let me get right to the point. What I came to see you about today? Say, I want your support. I've recently had an idea to build an exoskeleton apparatus that's not just used to help disabled people kind of thing." It seemed like he was afraid that Li Junsung would reject it the next second. His mouth didn't dare stop for a moment as he continued. "I already have the idea to specialize in developing and selling rock climbing, mountaineering, swimming, diving and so on, all kinds of exoskeleton aids, so that non-professional athletes can also enjoy those sports." After saying that, his eyes were incredibly eager, expecting Li Junsung's reply. If he could get the support of the intelligence center, then there was a chance that he could make this work. Who knows? Li Junsung just smiled mysteriously. He tickled the corners of his mouth and replied slowly. "No, your idea doesn't have the slightest commercial value, and I'm sorry I can't support it." As expected, Li Junsung's refusal. It made Meng Changzai, who was originally full of hope, droop his eyes. "Well, maybe it really is true that I love to dream." Meng Changzhang looked up with a smile. Only the smile was worse than crying. But the good thing was that he had already prepared himself mentally and hadn't come with much hope in the first place. He was disheartened. Who knew that Li Junsung continued to say something that made his eyes widen? "Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged. If you can take all the features you're talking about and put them in an exoskeleton of sorts, then I'm with you." Li Junsung snapped his fingers and looked at Meng Changzai. The eyes seemed to ask, "Can you do it? All functions equipped into one exoskeleton. It's a bit magical." No. Sci-fi when you think about it. Isn't that one of those so-called armored mechs from cartoons? Going up to the sky and down to the earth. Also, it's not like it can't be done. It's just that the investments needed are a bit large and a lot of talent needs to be involved. Meng Chang was in a cold sweat on his back. It was the closest he'd ever gotten to his dream and refused to give up easily. Once again, he looked at Li Junsung, noticed something complicated in his face, as if he was happy. "Old Li, you're not messing with me, are you?" Meng Changzai skimmed his head and muttered. After all, the functions that Li Junsung was talking about had long surpassed the use of exoskeletons by humans today. Raw elevation to the mech level. It's hard not to want to be. He's kidding. Meng Changzai, do you think I'd casually joke around now that I'm sitting in this position? At the moment, Li Junsung was cold. It took Meng Changzai by surprise. The sudden change of face left him defenseless. "No, I can't figure out karma," he said honestly. It's really hard to figure out what Li Junsung meant by what he said. Really want to build a mech? Or get a conceptual tech that doesn't produce a physical object? Also, what exactly is the purpose of making this thing? Is it bad for all kinds of industrial heavy machinery? Then I'll tell you. Quite simply, exoskeletons are made to deal with AI. There are powerful aspects of AI that may not be reflected in today's AI, but the AI that fights its way back to Earth in the future is bound to have several skills. Saying that, Li Junsung paused. In fact, when the words came to this point, Meng Changzai could guess some generalizations himself. I'm a researcher. After all, it's impossible not to have some logical thinking. There are many skills that a powerful AI is bound to have that a human might not think of. But just about anything that comes to mind must be included, hardware and software hacking capture features. This also means, humans can't use machinery with conventional chips because those can be cracked or even manipulated by AI. If you can't be intelligent, then there is only one way to go. The humans themselves. Exoskeletons, mechs, are the way to go. Steel against steel. Carbon-based thinking against silicon-based carriers. Shoo, it's good to know in our hearts that the AI is all over Bluestar nowadays and probably heard us talking. Meng Changzhang made a silent gesture. Remind Li Junsung not to expose too much. Easily targeted by AI's concentrated arithmetic. Don't worry, old Meng. The AI that remains on the blue planet is just a means for it to stall for time, so that humanity can launch a probe to Mars later to exterminate it. So their primary purpose is to do as much damage as possible before they are wiped out, instead of being intent on listening in on us. Pop. Suddenly, there was a sound of applause from the doorway. With a creak, the door was opened, only to see Qin Jingfei walk in with a foreign girl who was so beautiful that she exploded. As soon as you enter the door, the foreign girl then couldn't help but praise Lee Jun-sung. Boss Qin really does have crouching tigers and hidden dragons under his hand. He can even guess AI's general mind. Seeing old Qin, Li Junchang was a little surprised. It would be just as well if he came back alone. Or don't come back, get captured or killed. It's understandable. It's all possible. The most unlikely thing is to bring back a foreign girl. And pointing fingers at him, Lee Jun-sung, what do you mean? You go out of the country and I get a new sister-in-law? Seeing that Lee Jun-sung was puzzled, Qin Zhengfei simply spread his two hands and did what he liked. I have no reason to deny Rose coming back with me. That's true. After all, your daughter-in-law isn't as good-looking as mine. It's understandable that you can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. Lee Jun-sung thought for 2 seconds and replied thoughtfully. The corner of Qin Jingfei's mouth twitched. Can you be more pure in that thought? Rose has most of the AI's information, including the thinking logic module. Speaking the word AI, Lee Jun-sung went up and shook her hand. Just moments before the two made contact. Sting. Nanotechnology-produced robot detected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 75% unlocking of high-level energy core. Congratulations to the host for acquiring knowledge of the essentials of nanomaterial production. Note, 75% unlocked. Automatically unlocking the simple energy core technology, microcontrollable nuclear fusion. After sensing the system's prompt, Lee Jun-sung immediately drew his hand back in fear. Nima, this is a robot of the type of Changwon? How many clear one are there in Blue Star? Chapter 135, Rose's Past. Exoskeleton, would you? You found it, old boy? At this time, Qin Zhengfei, who was always observing Li Junchang's expression, seeing his expression change a bit, he stepped forward and asked. At this point, Qin Zhengfei was already certain that Rose was the robot. She didn't lie about living for centuries. Otherwise, Li Jun-sung wouldn't have reacted that way. You knew? Aha! The conversation between the two left Meng Changjae, who had requested exoskeleton support, in a daze. He scratched his head. Once again, he stole a glance at Rose. It was so beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life except Dr. So, the kind you see in person. TV doesn't count. Rose was a veteran who had lived for hundreds of years, and after feeling Meng Changzai's gaze, the corners of his mouth tickled with interest. Purposefully standing beside Meng Changzai, he touched him with his shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. Hey, little brother, does your boss Qin always talk so divinely? No, I'm not from the intelligence center. The two spoke in whispers. The two of them, Qin Zhengfei and Li Junchang, also said words that would be secret. The four then looked at each other and nodded. Come, Qingwan, let me introduce you. This is your sister, Rose. As soon as Qin Zhengfei pulled Qingwan over, he pointed at Rose and introduced her in a serious manner. Screwing up Qingwan won't even do it. Boss, I'm an Oriental look-alike. Sisters shouldn't be in any way. Didn't you stay in the intelligence center to try to unravel your life? She's an android just like you. Qin Zhengfei continued to explain. When Changwan heard it, it was like a thunderclap, blowing her brains out. Her mouth dropped open. Boss, are you saying that the people who made me have not only spent time in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in the West? During this period of time, Changwan learned all about the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, he thinks of himself as a dragon nation, also rebel in the splendid history and culture of the Dragon Kingdom. At this point it's a little hard to swallow when someone says that her sister is a foreign chick. But at this moment, the most buzzed brain belongs to Meng Changzai. He looked left and right to make sure he hadn't misheard him. Three views instantly collapsed. What are they talking about? Rose is a robot. No way. How could such a pretty girl and so expressive be a robot? Also, this beautiful woman in front of me, who was so clean and beautiful, like a lady of the house, was a robot? Since just entering the office, Xinguan then kept herself busy, and if she didn't remember correctly, she had just heard her burp. Thinking that, he quietly approached Li Jun-sung. Moving to his ear, he asked softly, are you guys playing any COS? Seeing his old classmate's doubts, Li Jun-sung smiled mysteriously and replied, who is Qin Zhengfei and what is this place? Think for yourself. The words were obvious enough. They weren't joking around, but were serious about introducing the two female robots to each other. Meng Changzai scratched his head frantically when he saw this. Naya, is the world crazy or am I crazy? What am I seeing? As a half-scientist, I was shocked when I met Matsu a curl before, but even the most realistic of the Matsu slims has some stiffness to it. But today, the two women who call themselves robots are exactly like real people. It's more than maddening. Rose stunned both Li Jun-sung and Meng Changjae as she continued to introduce herself. Changwon, did you also exist hundreds of years ago? Well, I didn't have as much luck as you did after sleeping in a coffin for hundreds of years. Changwon was embarrassed and red-faced as she explained herself. Changwon then continued to pursue the question. What have you been doing all this time awake, sister? The question sent Rose's thoughts flying back hundreds of years. Back then, I was still some cowboy trophy. Rose's past is told in slow motion. He spent decades after being a cowboy's trophy who was naturally favored for his good looks. Just muddling through. She stumbles one day and discovers the secret that she won't get hurt. A flurry of activity ensued. She went from being a trophy to a real cowboy, and of the most powerful kind. Became a big sister on one side by not wanting to die. Immersed in the glory of the place for another 100 years. The modern world came along with the advancement of technology. She can carry the damage that the minions can't. The gang that had been operating for 100 years still came crashing down. Although she took out the haters. But falling from the sky is a bad feeling. At this point, she finally began to look at herself. How did she manage to live for so many years without aging in the slightest? How come she can stop bullets and even bombs can't hurt her? From these two questions, it goes all the way in depth. Finally, she asked one last question. Who am I? Where did I come from? And who was I before being that old cowboy's trophy? So far, Rose has begun to learn the knowledge. Whatever she could learn, she read it carefully, trying to figure out the mystery of his birth and the magic of his body using the scientific method. But in the end it didn't seem to work. Then I became a silent scientist and received orders from my superiors to participate in an AI study. Yes, it is this AI that is awakening today. By this point in the conversation, Lee Jun-sung had completely frozen. The AI disaster that's been making the whole world talk is the result of this old right here? Lee Jun-sung was surprised. However, Meng Changzai's expression was a bit extreme, while he was furious. So it's all your fault. Do you know how many people you've killed? Meng Changzai angrily took a step forward, wanting to grab her by the collar and give her the slip. Who knows? The person just took a slight sidestep and dodged his attack. It made Meng Changzai fall on his face. Little brother, before you blame someone, investigate what they have done. Oh, it seemed that other people's anger didn't affect her. But in order to stay in the Dragon Kingdom, to investigate their origins with Changwon, she had to explain what happened back there. It's the upper echelon. They're trying to work on a more powerful biochemical weapon, but they've hit a bottleneck. And so ordered my second-in-command to privately unlock a portion of the AI permissions to perform intelligent calculations without my knowledge as the leader. And the collapse of the tall building stemmed from a column on the ground floor that broke. AI. It is through the unlocking of that part of the authority, step by step, that they make their way to freedom. Until the accident, Rose was powerless to do anything about it. You told me that a girl trying to find her home made an AI to facilitate finding it. And then the AI woke up on its own because of someone else's operator error? Lee Jun-sung shook his head in a way that he couldn't believe how it sounded. It's too dramatic, isn't it? However, he glanced at Changwon. Changwon's firm desire to find out about her origins seems to be the same. Wait, did you just say that you've read almost every commercially available, somewhat famous book? Lee Jun-sung suddenly thought of something, asked in a rush. It wasn't until Rose smiled and nodded that his face grew excited. Great, you're familiar with exoskeleton armor too? Chapter 136 Exoskeleton Program Discussion. Exoskeleton armor? It was certainly familiar to Rose, who had learned most of the human world, not to mention orthodox science, I guess, but just countless novels and movies and TV shows. Just a lot of armor-related content has appeared. There's been involvement. I think the top end, as I recall, belongs to the neuronal exoskeleton robotic arms now. Rose replied after her eyes were slightly directed upwards in thought. Lee Jun-sung didn't comment on her answer. That's right. The best of the blue stars at making this stuff is a country located east of the west. Their robotic arm can sense the nerves in the arm of a disabled person, manipulate by making changes in this area. Thinking that, Lee Jun-sung continued to ask towards Rose. Can you make it? Of course I can. It's a little difficult but not clueless. Rose replied without thinking. No, I'm not talking about the neuron robotic arm. Lee Jun-sung continued. What's that? I'm talking about the ring nana ocean kind of mechs that reach close to 100 meters in height. Preferably the 3 or 4 meter kind that's easy to maneuver. What the hell? For the first time in the centuries Rose had lived, she was so shocked. This man in front of me, he's crazy, isn't he? Not to mention what kind of awesome materials are needed to make a mech that big. Even if the material is there, power is the big issue. If we had that kind of technology, we could build a plane, a tank, a spacecraft or something that would smell better than a mech. I'm sorry, I really don't understand what the hell you're trying to do. Rose shook her head. It's not like we haven't seen certain scientists trying to turn science fiction stories into reality, but most of it is nothing more than fantasy. Or maybe it takes too much to make it back, so she couldn't figure it out. Unable to figure it out, so she didn't think about it. She blinked her pretty eyes and waited for the man in front of her to give an explanation. On the side, the little dwarf Meng Changzai was also confused. Just now he was happy that Lee Jun-sung was planning to support exoskeletons. Now he just felt a chill down his back. If the exoskeleton that Lee Jun-sung wanted was 85 meters tall, with a fusion energy core, the kind where every muscle is powered by a high-powered diesel, I can't do it. Meng Changji only wanted to cry nowadays. Aggrieved. Looking at the confused expressions of several people, Lee Jun-sung smiled awkwardly and scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, I forgot to explain. When a technological product is complex enough, it must be equipped with an electronic chip. Having said that, the rest of them nodded. Expression of approval. Lee Jun-sung continued in a gradual manner. That is to say, even if we develop controlled fusion, then the thing that controls it must need a powerful chip. Everyone agrees on that, right? Everyone in the room nodded again. But it's not yet clear what Lee Jun-sung is trying to say. These next words enlightened the crowd, and they slapped their thighs to claim that they understood. And once something is complex, the AI has some control over it, and humans can never beat the AI at that. With these words, he no longer needed much explanation. Who in this room is not a smart person? Even Chang Wan, who had slept in ancient times to modern times, heard and understood what Li Jun-chang wanted to do. Once the machinery has the ability to receive intelligence signals and act instead, then AI could potentially take over human control of machinery. Then the exoskeleton thing, which is completely manipulated by human actions on it. There's nothing intelligent about it. Brother Lee, you want to develop exoskeletons to take on AI? She wasn't the only one who wanted to ask this question. Everyone in the room crossed their fingers and waited for his answer. Until Lee Jun-sung nodded. Everyone's brain almost went down. Qin Zhengfei was a bit confused. Older brother. Dealing with a living intelligence is just a matter of dropping a nuclear bomb to Mars. Why bother? He felt that as long as humans destroyed the intelligent devices that still existed on Earth, then we can remotely land on Mars and settle it with a single nuke and be done with it. That's what most people think. At least for now. That's what the mainstream scientific community intends to do. Someone has already started building a Mars lander. Lee Jun-sung shook his head and was about to explain when Rose stepped forward to take the lead. She sat herself down on Qin Jingfei's special chair. A lazy tone explained. I say, Boss Qin, are you out of your mind? If it was really that easy to solve, the AI would have gone through all the trouble of hijacking a human rocket to land on Mars? Stop, 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 stop. Instead of attacking me personally, why don't you tell me why you can't solve it? Qin Zhengfei blanked her, feeling insulted. But seeing Lee Jun-sung's appreciative expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. This was something that could only be solved by the scientific community. It's depressing. Rose was a head over heels. She had felt a gap with most people ever since she started studying. Oftentimes, what is easy to understand, the average person just can't understand. It wasn't that Rose was arrogant or that Qin Zhengfei was really stupid. Robots are very receptive to learning. Human beings are not weak in abstract thinking when it comes to creativity. It was clear that Rose's ability to comprehend such things was quite a bit more impressive than that of a human. First of all, the things you land on Mars, whether rockets or spaceships, need to be remotely maneuvered, right? Aren't you sending this thing up there purely to give the AI weapons and parts? As Rose explained, Lee Jun-sung looked at her with interest. As the saying goes, people have to bow down under the roof. And Rose wants to find her origins in the Dragon Intelligence Center. So instinctively, she became patient as well. You can guess just by her demeanor as soon as she came in, and micro-movement language, etc. She wasn't that nice when it came to Eagle Jam. At least it's not so patient to explain something that you understand if you can and forget it if you can't. It seems that all such robots really do have this common problem. Once you want to understand your own life, you are obsessive and serious. Since you understand what I'm going to do, why don't you join old Meng's exoskeleton team and do your part for our Dragon Kingdom? The moment his words came out, Qin Zhengfei froze once again. Good lord, researching an exoskeleton that strong is enough to shock the world. And now you want to involve an eagle sauce woman? And this woman, who just developed AIs. She developed AIs that went to Mars. He touched Lee Jun-sung with his elbow. It seems to say, I'm the boss. Don't make up your mind. This little action, naturally, could not escape Rose's discerning eyes. She smiled wanly. Boss Qin doesn't have to defend himself against thieves. We international researchers, we only fight for science. Besides, it's not just Brother Lee who wants me to join. Brother Meng wants it too. As she said that, she made a point of winking towards Meng Changzai. The watery eyes, like they would seduce the soul, made Meng Changzai nod unconsciously. Naturally, Her small movements were understood by Li Junchang and Qin Zhengfei. Meng Changzai is honest and straightforward man. As long as it's a girl who isn't ugly. Using this man-chopping technique on him can work 100 times over. Chapter 137, Hubby, will you still help me when necessary this time? But Li Jun-sung didn't bother to reveal it. Okay, it's not up to us to organize new research projects. All I can do is help you submit your application. Li Jun-sung sighed. These words were spoken to Qin Zhengfei and also to Meng Changzai. He really can't make the call. Let's just say, help pull the strings. If Rose hadn't been here before, this would have been a 10 out of 10. Currently with Rose as an outsider, it was feared that the approval from the Academy of Sciences side would become much more troublesome. Whatever. Go home tonight and ask your daughter-in-law. The main exoskeleton research, anyway, would still have to be done at the systems factory. To really make an exoskeleton, you have to have a character like your daughter-in-law, who can be the boss of the center, to lead the way. Relying on the little skills of Meng Changzai and Rose, this battle was really hard to fight. Yawned. Li Jun-sung simply continued to pose. Old Qin, since you're back, I'll be transferring my leave. All matters and powers, return to you. I can't do your pussy job. Don't give it to me next time. Because Qin Zhengfei had left for a few days, Li Junchang hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. Didn't even go home. Open your eyes to all sorts of tedious business and close them to fall asleep right away. It's really exhausting. In the future, if anyone says that Qin Zhengfei is an ordinary person, Li Junchang will be the first to object. Hell, he's a reinforced person who can't even do Qin Zhengfei's daily work. The energy, the stamina, it's all torture. If it weren't for a strong conviction, there wouldn't be many people in his position. After saying that, Qin Zhengfei also revealed a thankful smile. After nodding, he was told to go back to rest. It's not easy to be understood by you, Li Junchang. It's also counted that I, Qin Zhengfei, didn't walk that journey in vain. Haha, laughed twice. Qin Zhengfei sent off a sleepy Li Junchang. As for the two of them, Meng Changzai and Rose, instead, they hid to the side and began to study how to get the Dragon Academy of Science to approve their exoskeleton project. Li Jun-sung left just as it was getting off work. The moment he got home, opening the door, my daughter-in-law had a meal ready and waiting. Honey, you're finally back. Su Han-yun saw Li Junchang and pounced with a flying leap. Since Li Junchang took over Qin Zhengfei's job, it's been a couple days since I've been home. Li Jun-sung looked at the hot meal on the table and felt a slight sourness in his heart. During this time, he had told his daughter-in-law every day that he wouldn't necessarily be back for dinner, and she had arranged for such a sumptuous meal every day as well. Next time don't be so tired. It's quite hard to make such a big table. Pinching his daughter-in-law's cheeks, Li Jun-sung sat down. Smell the meat on the table and eat it. Seriously, you can get tired of eating out even if it's good. The only thing I never get tired of is eating my daughter-in-law's cooking. No, in case you come back, what if you can't eat? Do you starve? Su Han-yun smiled sweetly. The next moment it filled Li Jun-sung's bowl with food. No, you make such a sumptuous meal every day. You can't eat it all yourself, can you? Of course we can't eat it all. Every time you don't come back, the vegetables are given to the neighbors to eat. Su Han-yun continued to smile sweetly, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter, to Li Jun-sung's ears, is beyond touching. By the way, daughter-in-law, have you ever thought about getting into exoskeleton research? Su Han-yun had originally looked at her husband in fascination. The more I look at him, the more handsome I think my husband is. Who knew that at this time? Li Junchang coldly asked about a cold scientific research project. She queried. No, why do you ask all of a sudden? Oh, it's fine. It's that old classmate I saw last time who wants to take a project that needs approval from the Academy of Sciences. Saying that, Su Han-yun held her chin and thought slightly. A nod followed. You mean Shorty, right? The honest-looking classmate? If he has the skills, it shouldn't be a problem. Let him come to the academy tomorrow. I'll help introduce the dean. Li Jun-sung took a bite of rice in his mouth. Almost forgot to chew. Come up to introduce the dean. Good guy. Daughter-in-law, this is 100% in the Academy of Sciences by a great deal of attention. This is the kind of thing that would have been fine if it had been submitted to the director for approval. But think about it. With an aircraft carrier that big being taken care of by her, it's only a problem that she's not taken seriously. Honey, do you want me to participate in exoskeleton research? As the saying goes, it's always one kind of person who sleeps under the same covers. Su Han-yun quickly guessed Li Jun-sung's potential need. Li Jun-sung smiled. And no cover-up. If you can get involved, I suspect the R&D will go quite a bit faster. Well then, I'm in. He. Su Han-yun gave Li Jun-sung another piece of ribs and agreed easily. But Li Jun-sung understood. My daughter-in-law shouldn't have had to endure so many brain-intensive research projects. She's only in her early 20s. The great youthful years are not in the wind and flowers, nor in poetry and faraway places. Rather, in numbers without temperature, in cold steel. Finish eating. Lee Jun-sung was lying alone on the couch, watching his daughter-in-law, who was washing the dishes, fell into deep thought. First, quantum chip matters were nothing to worry about at all. The system gave her comprehensive knowledge. It can be fully developed in a step-by-step manner. Even she didn't need to personally keep an eye on the progress every day. She could succeed just by watching a little bit of the main direction. Secondly, exoskeleton research has reached a point of urgency. Based on current news, several countries want to ship nukes to Mars and want to blow up the AI all at once. This move is definitely supplying AI with parts, with weapons, would accelerate the development of a silicon-based civilization. Therefore, this war between Blue Star and AI has become more urgent at this moment. By the way, hubby, this time, will you still sneak in and help me when necessary? Soo Hanyeon finished washing the dishes and came into Lee Jun-sung's arms. She slowly raised her head and playfully blinked her eyes, staring at Lee Jun-sung with deep meaning. This gives Lee Jun-sung the whole won't. After a couple of light coughs to divert attention, he replied, Ahem, when have I ever helped you? Has not always been eating soft rice well. Aha, I like it when you eat my soft food. So you keep eating soft food. Soo Han-yeon smiled gently once again, like a kitten, enjoying the warmth of a loved one. But speaking of helping, Lee Jun-sung remembered something. Black Dragon. This thing should be a good choice to help your daughter-in-law. It was just so happily decided. Late night, Lee Jun-sung and Soo Han-yeon are resting, but the other side of the capital, a pair of men and women, however, were still looking down and studying. Inside a humble rental house, Meng Chang was listing several possible outcomes and analyzing them, but they were all vetoed by Rose in front of her. You can't do any of this. I have to make some kind of pitch to reassure the Dragon Kingdom. Right. Little brother Meng, why are you obsessed with wanting to work on mecha with me? See how pretty I am. Do you like me? Rose, as someone who had lived in Hawk Jam for hundreds of years, had always thought straight, speaking naturally without bending over backwards. This sentence, directly to Meng Chang's eye, gave dry shyness. His face was red to the base of his neck. No, I see that you're skilled. Chapter 138. Engaged like this? Ha? Why are you suddenly complimenting me on my skills when we haven't even done anything? Rose moved closer, and Meng could smell the scent of her hair. Now he was even more flustered. For the first time in his life, he was that close to a girl. You're a robot. I'm a human. Let's get down to business. Yeah, talk business. Though he still didn't want to believe that such a beautiful girl wasn't human. But Qin Zhengfei from the intelligence center wouldn't lie to him. And there's no need to lie to him about a little researcher. What's more, this matter was even nodded by Li Jun-chang. So 9 times out of 10 it was true. Yoo-hoo! I always thought only Eagle Jam natives were racist against coffee people. I didn't realize you were too. Are robots not human? No, Meng Changzai, who had always been honest, was dumbfounded by Rose's 2 soul torture questions, stuttering in speech. I don't know how to defend it. The two of them had been discussing the matter all night, but had not been able to come up with a result. Forget it, you go to sleep first. The dark circles under your eyes are coming out. I'll go look for Boss Qin again and ask him what he can do. Rose had to show a positive attitude towards participating in the Dragon State Mecha Science study. Otherwise, if Qin Zhengfei didn't help him find his berth, it would be a big game. This, then, is Rose's pitch. Meng Changzai yawned and nodded, about to go back to his room to sleep. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was from an unfamiliar number, and subconsciously I had to reject it, then thought better of it and got through. Hey, I haven't been paid this month's salary yet. Don't rush me with these online loans of yours. I'll pay it back when it's paid. What? Sue, Dr. Sue, sorry, I didn't save your number. I didn't realize it was you. To the Academy of Sciences? Meng Changzai was filled with shock. First of all, he couldn't believe that Dr. Sue would call him personally. Secondly, Dr. Sue has to take him and Rose to the Academy of Sciences. See Dean, New Year's Eve? No, New Year's isn't so festive and moody. Without even thinking about it, Meng Changzai agreed in one breath. Okay Dr. Sue, I'll be right there now. Right away. Hanging up, he froze in place for a few seconds. The cell phone fell to the ground with a pop, but he didn't even notice. The look on his face was as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, quickly shifting from calm to extreme excitement and thrill. He rose violently from the couch, his legs trembling slightly from overexcitement, as if infused with a powerful and uncontrollable force. He paced rapidly back and forth in place, rubbing his hands together as if that would ease the emotions raging inside him, muttering under his breath, Dr. So wants to see me? I can't believe he's taking me to see the dean. There was an uncontrollable tremor and surprise in his voice. He rushed to the closet in a hurry. Hands fumbled for what he thought would be the most appropriate clothes. But because of the excitement, the hanger was torn by him, and the clothes were turned into a mess. It's hard to get dressed. While fastening the buttons, the fingers acted like they were out of control. How could he not accurately fasten the buttons into the buttonholes? So anxious that a fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead. Come on, you're such a klutz. It'll be dark by the time you're dressed. Rose was anxious to see him in this state. She had just listened to the call. It's an opportunity. She came up with her best chance to throw her name. Hurriedly stepping forward, he helped Meng Changzai button up his buttons, and then smoothed Meng Changzai's tie. Let's go. It'll be really late later. What are you gawking at? Come on. Academy. Rose nearly gave herself away when she saw how dumbfounded he looked. Not caring about anything else, he hurriedly pulled on Meng Changzai and dashed towards the garage. Meng Chang was even more dumbfounded at this point. The one in front of you. The incomparably beautiful foreign girl with such warmth in her hands? No. Her small hands were completely human to the touch and temperature. Aren't robots cold? The beauty had made it impossible for him to pull out the knife and his brain was down. Until he came to Meng Changzai's little electric donkey. Rose stomped her foot impatiently. I don't have a license. You ride faster. The two were in a hurry and almost fell on the way. Stumbled to the door of the Academy of Sciences. Hey nerd, what are you flabbergasted about again? Get in there. Rose turned her head to look at Meng Changzai, found that he had been stunned by the sight before him. The large, grandiose doors of the Academy of Sciences. On it was written, Dragon Academy of Science Exclusion Zone, in large letters. As you look inside, a variety of different shapes and magnificent mansions are neatly arranged. A number of senior researchers traveled between the buildings. Nerd, are you going in or not? I'll get mad if you don't. Hundreds of years. She finally found a hint of her origins. Seeing that there was a chance to join the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community, she was able to reassure Qin Jingfei to trust her. A key moment when your chosen partner drops the ball? To know, those awesome researchers have a bit of a personality. If it's because of tardiness that they can't get their program through, I don't know how long it will take to wait for the next chance to get credit. Nerd, perform well today. As long as you take this project, I'll be your woman for 100 years. Eagerly, he stared at his watch. Rose was on the verge of tears. Mentally tense. She simply committed to a big one, and she didn't dare slack off. Click. Listening to Rose's words, Meng Changzai finally slowly slowed down from the grandiose shock of the Academy of Sciences. Slowly, he turned his head to look at the woman in front of him who was beautiful to the core. After a hard swallow, the ghost asked, You robots can't have babies, can you? Plop. Rose had been anxiously circling around Meng Chang. Upon hearing this, a stumble fell straight to the ground. It was hard to get up and explain in a hurry. Let me think of something. Surely we can have a baby. The people who designed us made us even menstruate. And our ability to have babies must have been engineered too. Rose thought for a moment, then replied with a solemn nod. By normal logic, she should have had it. After all, even sweat, tears, and convenience, such details are designed in. Really? Really? Meng Changzai was unusually agitated, his hands constantly wringing, not knowing where to put them. So easy to pick up a stunning beauty as a wife? Fine. Go. Let's go see Dr. Su right now. Enter the Academy of Sciences. Even if the inside was grand and spectacular, at this moment, Meng Changzai didn't have the heart to look at it. He walked behind Rose, looking at his future daughter-in-law. His eyes were drawn and his feet were a little woozy. After about half an hour of traveling, they came to a building that was being renovated. Quantum Chip Research Center. This banner still hangs upstairs, prominently displayed. According to the directions given by Su Han-yun, this was the right place. Below the building, a small temporary movable villa was built, the entrance to which reads Office of the Goddess of Research. With longing in their hearts, the two men arrived at the door. Before he could knock, an incredibly good-looking woman with silvered glasses opened the door. Chapter 139. The one who started it all was right in front of them, laughing and joking. You're the guest's boss research god was talking about, aren't you? Please come in. Lingpa smiled politely and welcomed them inside. The Academy of Sciences is grand, but the decor here is less special, very minimalist. When he came to the parlor, Su Han-yun was waiting here early. Yikes, you guys are here? Meng, you want to apply for the new exoskeleton program, right? Su Han-yun came up and talked about the topic. This is also the ethos of the academy. There's not as much human interaction here, and there's not much in the way of courtesy. If you have anything, just say so. Everything is by the book. Doing one's own scientific research is what people here should be striving for. Hello sister-in-law, I'm Meng Changzai. Meng Changzai greeted him with a very formal greeting and sat down carefully. On the flip side, Rose was a different story. She hadn't experienced the kind of life that Meng Changzai had, where she was constantly being educated by her leaders, so she wasn't worried about anything other than the fear that the program wouldn't pass. Then it was natural to sit down. Dr. Sue, you said you'd introduce us to the dean. Really? Rose snickered like an old friend. She'd lived so long that she'd long ago perfected micro-expression control and the like. It gave Su Han-yun a very comfortable feeling. And I'm not going to lie to you. The Academy of Sciences, you're all coming in. Su Han-yun replied with a smile as well. What Lee Jun-sung had explained, she certainly took to heart. The world is not as big as my husband. After hearing this, Meng Changji's nervousness was relieved a bit, and then he began to get nervous again when he thought of having to face the president of the Academy of Sciences. It's a big deal to meet someone like that. The last time I went to the Intelligence Center, I also dared to go there because I knew that Lee Jun-sung was there for the time being. Today, he's going to face the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom, the highest-ranking figure. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. 1,000 words turned into a thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sue. I can't thank you enough for having you refer the dean to review our project. Changzai. Rose smiled back in thanks at the sight. Thank brotherly for me. We are lucky today. Ha! The one who introduced the dean was Dr. So, what are you doing thanking Jun-sung? On the side, Meng Changzai scratched his brain with a puzzled expression. Subconsciously asked. Seeing him in this state, Su Han-yun covered her mouth and laughed. Rose gave him a blank look in return. Dumbass, haven't you experienced human interaction since you grew up? Can't you figure out something so obvious? At the moment she just wanted to shout to the sky. Jesus Christ, what kind of man did I commit to marrying? It was about time for a few people to chat, so Su Han-yun stood up. Come on, I'll take you to the dean's office. I've got an appointment for you early in the morning. Just about to leave. The moment an old man's voice, thick and strong, came from the doorway. There's no need to move. I've long wanted to see who the talent is that even Dr. Sue wanted to introduce. Ha ha ha. Hearing this voice, Meng Changzai turned around. Eyes are straight. The man in front of us is not widely known within the scientific community. Dean. When he saw the dean, he couldn't sit still either and stood up in a hurry. Wanted to say hello, but didn't know what to say. Afraid that I'll say the wrong thing and cause a backlash. And so, a twisted image reappears. Rose gave him a blank look, then got up very confidently and smiled politely and slightly. Hello Dean. I'm a member of Meng Changzai's team and we've come to apply for a research project. This kind of confidence was not something that someone like Meng Changzai, who had spent years at the bottom of the scientific community, could possess. Oh, may I ask who you are? Dean returned a smile and then entered the parlor. Self-conscious, he found a seat and sat down. Seeing Dean sit down, Rose naturally sat down as well. There is absolutely no difference between high and low status in consciousness. Dean asked me about my status in Dragonland or in Eagle Jam? Tell me all about it. I seem a little interested. Dean grinned with a kindly look on his face. Well, in Eagle Jam, I'm the leader of the secret research base, and I developed that AI that recently ran off to Mars. Scare. Upon hearing this, Dean barely managed to spit out a mouthful of tea. Su Han-yun, who was on the side, also glanced at Rose in surprise, knowing that she might not be simple. I didn't realize that she really wasn't simple. Nowadays, although the AI has given up on staying at Blue Star to develop, the remaining AI data has made a mess of the entire Blue Star. Countries are having headaches, and the one who started it all is right in front of them, talking and laughing? She's crazy. Or who's crazy? Without waiting for the dean and Su Han-hyun to continue asking, Rose introduced herself again to herself. In the Dragon Kingdom, I am Meng Changzai's fiancé and a wanderer who defected to the Dragon Kingdom because she wanted to get certain information. Ha. I know you. Xiao Qin mentioned you yesterday. I didn't expect you to show up at the academy today. Dean continued to look harmless. Smilingly, he replied, exoskeleton technology, right? Xiao Qin also mentioned it. Bring me the file. Holding out his pale right hand, Dean didn't seem the least bit wary of Rose. After receiving the documents from Meng Changzai, he frowned and looked at it briefly. Tens of meters, hundreds of meters of mech research. Are you guys sure you want to do this kind of phony research? As an old man of the Academy of Sciences, the dean really couldn't figure out what the young people were thinking anymore. With the technology to make mechs, it would be better to use it on spacecraft, airplanes, and precision weapons of all kinds. Why go through the trouble of sitting another person inside the steel? However, Dean is not headstrong. He flipped through the pages of information again. AI's ability to be so pervasive that smart devices produced by human technology will be AI's dish. Therefore, It is necessary to develop unintelligent combat equipment, which is unintelligent and can only be manipulated by human beings themselves. After seeing why, it dawned on me. Oh, I see. It's also you, the AI creator, who understands the weaknesses of AI, said Dean's next move. It made both Meng Changzai and Rose raise their hearts and tense up. See only. The Dean pulled a small box from his shirt pocket, took a pen out of it, and signed the document. Then another seal was taken from the box, and after a moment's hesitation, snapped the lid on. Hiss! What a driven old man. Dean, at the moment, was incredibly heroic in Rose's eyes. With such a dean in the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community, it was no wonder that it could produce a genius like Su Han-yun. As far as Rose is concerned, it is impossible for her to independently develop a photolithography machine in an environment like the Dragon Kingdom, where there is a lack of talent and a lack of technology. So such a hero exists in the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of expression is that? As a family member of our researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, is there anything wrong with me supporting you? Dean handed Rose the information. This was followed by the meaningful words. Families of researchers in the Dragon Kingdom. I see what you mean. Don't worry, I promised. Well, that's good then. Fix the trouble you created for yourself sooner rather than later. The Dean was still smiling, then made an excuse to leave. From showing up to leaving, it didn't take more than 10 minutes total. It made Meng Changzai feel like he was dreaming. No, just a watery signature? Chapter 140 Manufacturing Another Divine Beast of the Mountain and Sea Scriptures. This is an authorization for the use of the latest alloy material. Take it with you. Su Han-yun smiled slightly when she saw the unbelievable expressions of the two. A power of attorney was handed to Rose. With this authorization, one can use the latest alloy developed by Su Han-yun. Yes, it's the same one used on aircraft carriers. The latest alloy material. It can't be the kind that your Dragon Kingdom used on that steel beast, can it? Su Han-hyun nodded. Rose looked at the authorization again in surprise. On it is written the name Meng Changzai. It also meant that they were able to use this advanced material for exoskeleton mech research. This is the kind of stuff that, to the layman, is finished with a comment about being awesome at best. But Rose is a scientist. She naturally understood the power of such materials. First of all, Eagle Jam, the most technologically advanced of the Blue Planet, couldn't come up with this in all those years of research. Second, which is extremely difficult, all innovations require the smartest human brains, nor could she Rose in that regard. Wait a minute. The inventor, or licensor, of this material turned out to be Su Han-yun. Am I reading this right? That the inventor is not a team or an organization, but a single person. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Seeing Rose with incredulity written all over her face, Meng Changzai hurriedly came over and took a look at the authorization in her hand. What? All the technology of the giant aircraft carrier is the monopoly of sister-in-law alone. This authorization. It's just an authorization for material technology. Meng often sat on his butt on the stool. One didn't sit still and fell straight to the ground. Scared silly. Such an important technology patent is only written in one person's name even if, although subversive, but also not to be scared silly. But the name is Suan Rhyme. He saw those 3 words and his brain went straight down. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been half a year since my sister-in-law developed the photolithography machine, has it? In other words, within half a year, sister-in-law Su Han-yun directly solved another Dragon Kingdom scientific problem. The aircraft carrier. You know, she's only in her early 20s. What do you mean? People are more angry than people? It's called a man-to-man comparison. Numb. Meng Changji was numb, and so was Rose. I knew that Su Han-yun was powerful, but when I saw her today, I realized that she was even more powerful than I had imagined. I've lived for hundreds of years, and geniuses like you are just a few in the history books. Rose took a deep breath and didn't mince words as she looked into Su Han-yun's eyes and complimented her. This time, it was Su Han-yun's turn to have his brain almost go down. Ha! Sister Rose, are you kidding? How can people live for hundreds of years? Because of Li Jun-sun's pillow talk. She helped Meng Changzai. I thought it would be as boring as the rest of the academy. Now it seems that Meng Changzai's fiancé, Rose, is kind of fun. When the quantum chips hit the ground and get involved in exoskeletons, there's always someone fun to hang out with. Su Han-yun thought in her mind. To be honest, Su Han-ryun did feel a bit bored staying at the Science Academy. She's only in her 20s. Joined here without hesitation just for the dream in my heart. Who knows? Rose's next sentence. It left Su Han-yun at a loss for words. Because she seems to be telling the truth. If Dr. Su doesn't believe me, go home and ask Brotherly. And by the way, Boss Chin from the Intelligence Center, he knows about it too. Rose for her secret. It was felt that there was no need to hide it now that so many people knew about it. So much for being honest and admitting it. Humph. I'll ask him when I get back. Su Han-yun gritted her teeth. Her cute expression looked adorable even when she was angry. Hand-rubbing gloves without telling me. The secrets of various technologies are also covered up. Now even people who have lived for hundreds of years have shown up and their husbands know all about it. And didn't tell me. Go back and punish you. No. I have to act like I'm going into deep thought so he gets scared. Otherwise he gives me a kiss and I'm out of principles again. The matter. Far from home. Lee Jun-sung suddenly sneezed. It always feels like something bad is going to happen today. Forget it. Keep talking to the system. So it's possible to virus the AI as well. Once I get the Jego thing out? Yes. The perspective hook is a divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. And if those divine beasts are all ancient technology, host, you can take a look at the introduction of the Jeho drawing. That's right. Lee Jun-sung has been trying to figure out a way to hurry up and get rid of that thing on Mars. Really let it spread to all parts of the solar system. Then mankind's current technology would be impossible to eliminate, and would only be an everlasting threat. Communication is complete. Lee Jun-sung hurriedly opened the drawing panel and found the drawing of the perspective hook. These drawings are still collected in the Golden Palace. Black Dragon is one of them, as is the. Clicking on the perspective hook, Lee Jun-sung was instantly taken aback by its introduction. Holy crap, that's a toxin bar. This thing, according to the Shanhaijing, that is synonymous with disease. Everywhere you go, there is a major plague. And the perspective hooks introduced in the drawings, then it's even more bullish. It can touch anything that can move freely, human or machine, gaseous life or not. Upon contact, it can accurately poison and disrupt the power connection of any moving object. In layman's terms, its poison can poison not only people, but machines as well. No, what is our ancient civilization of the blue planet doing building this thing? His inquiry did not wait for an answer from the system. That means the system doesn't know either. That's a lot of blue star puzzles. So tired. After choosing a good one, Lee Jun-sung dove headfirst into the system factory. By this time the Black Dragon had returned to the factory. It's taking a charging break not far away. Coming to the workbench, Lee Jun-sung pulled out the drawings, feeling even more tired after a closer look. I didn't unlock a single one of the materials for building a perspective hook. After counting, there were more than 50 materials waiting for him to unlock. Otherwise, don't say that the perspective hook can't be built. He couldn't even build a rat tail. That's right, it's a rat's tail. The thing was also oddly long. Its entire body was like that of a tiny bird, but it had a long, rat-like tail on the side. And the beak is a little different. Kind of like a duck, but not as flattened as a duck. According to the presentation, this mouth is the key part. Poisoning, sneak attacks, whatever. It's got a mouth on it. That's bad news. And of course there is good news. That is, the Black Dragon can be strengthened. Several of the materials needed for the perspective hook can be used for the Black Dragon. In this way, the Black Dragon will no longer be half-baked. Instead, it's 3 of 5 finished. It's that the Black Dragon's most powerful weapon, thunder, hasn't been able to be built yet. Saying yes, Lee Juncheng once again immersed himself in the sea of technology, the sea of materials. Chapter 141, President Eagle Jam's daughter, Inaka, is coming to Dragon Kingdom, just for the time being. Senior scientists are trying to figure out how to nail the impact of AI, develop all kinds of flying machines and go to Mars to put it out. But around the world, there is still no peace. There are sudden explosions every day, gas or natural gas or even gas stations, various project sites and different conditions, construction accidents, etc. occur every day. Everything is AI screwed up. Of course there are a few, where the humans themselves screwed up and ended up blaming it on the AI. Eagle Jam, a secret base. President Denagawa had a grim look on his face, judging by the marks on the ground. He'd just thrown quite a tantrum. What's the use of telling you to bring Rose and you all managed to screw it up for me? A group of armed men, hearing the president's anger, lowered their heads. That's right. From the time of the accident at the underground AI research center, Rose had disappeared. They've been tracking it down in secret. Who knows? The person didn't check out. The moment they got word from Rose, the person was already on a plane and gone. Follow the boss of the intelligence center of the Dragon Kingdom. To deal with the AI, we must recall Rose. She alone knows the AI best. At this point, the president's daughter, Inaka, sighed and analyzed. I don't need you to remind me. I know. If you knew that and did something as dangerous as unlocking the AI just to upgrade a broken air defense system. Inaka grimaced and glanced at her presidential dad before her tone was full of reproach. She had her eyes closed. Thinking back to some time ago, she had advised Denagawa countless times. It caused the two fathers and daughters to almost flip out. But Denagawa is still hell-bent on upgrading that crappy system and trying to grab a hold of it to provoke a third season, so as to save the Eagle Jam economy and give him enough leverage to compete in the next election. She had thankfully ignored her old man for some time since Denagawa had ordered the restrictions unlocked. After a month or two, it was thought that nothing had happened to AI. She's all relieved about that. I didn't realize that. AI suddenly erupted and stirred up the world in just 2 days. Oh, it's a good thing the Dragon Kingdom secretly rolled tech and didn't let you actually provoke Season 3, or there's no way we'd be able to talk properly here. Inaka sneered. If they really fought, and the AI then interfered, then the human race would really be headed for extinction. It's not as dangerous as you think. It's just hijacking the control of the rocket's various commands. The AI is just a more advanced hacker. Denagawa shook his head. He was still unwilling to admit his mistake in belittling the greatest enemy of mankind at this moment. Wake up, Dad. The AI was just in a hurry to hijack the rocket when it saw that the humans weren't able to fight Season 3, and I think it must have had a more elaborate plan. Now, you've got scientists launching tons of nuclear weapons onto Mars, and I've always felt that something wasn't right. Saying a long string of words in a row, Inaka's voice was hoarse, but glancing at Denagawa, he didn't seem to be listening, still looking impatient. Okay, you go out first. I'm going to understand something with the researchers. You stay out of it. Sure enough, Denagawa shooed her away impatiently, started talking to the Eagle Jam scientists on site about how to launch the rocket, how to get to Mars, and how to lock down the AI's location. After Inaka was kicked out, pissed off, she drove down the street and watched all kinds of accidents happen all the time. Yes, Eagle Sauce's accident has gotten to the point where it's so bad that you can see it within a few steps. They have the most smart devices here. Hence, the devices that were controlled were also the most numerous. And without exception, the devices that were helping humans were attacking them in a frenzy. She drove on, her head all over the place. That's right, Rose. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom. I'm going to find Rose and put an end to all this disaster. Inaka's thoughts were suddenly clear. Since Rose is the one who started it all, the key that opens Pandora's box, she is the only one who can close it. As for her father, President Denagawa, it's hopeless. You could even see quite a bit of excitement in his eyes. Because the destruction that AI has wrought on humanity is second only to the opening of Season 3 by humanity itself. And the president, what he wants is to consume hundreds of years of human supplies through the third season in order to move humanity into a new round of rapid development. That's right. The human economy has its regular ups and downs though, but the bottom of every curve represents war. The combo cycle looks esoteric. A closer look reveals. This cycle is nothing more than a cycle of mankind going into peace after a war, having a new round of rapid development, and then going into war again. Giggle. An emergency brake was applied, and Inaka made a quick U-turn toward the nearest airport. While AI controls most smart devices, but strangely enough, it doesn't seem to restrict human circulation. For example, airplanes, high-speed trains, these are not attacked. Therefore, airplanes, as a means of transportation, are safe for the time being. The other side. Rose had already returned to the rental house with Meng Changzai. They clutched the authorization in their hands and were overjoyed. In that case, the mecha world envisioned by Mr. Lee should be coming soon. Rose clapped her hands together without thinking. The materials that can build a 350,000 ton displacement aircraft carrier can't build a steel mech that's a few dozen meters long? It's absolutely fine. While being happy, Meng Changzai looked a bit squirmy. Grabbing his fingers, he stammered up. That, Rose, that thing you promised me, isn't it? What are you trying to say? Oh, being your bride? Well, why don't we go get our license today? After hearing this, Rose glanced at Meng Changzai with an I know what expression. The man, seemingly cowering, had launched an attack, though this marriage looks like a deal every which way. But Rose didn't have a bad impression of Meng Changzai either. With that she nodded. Boss Chin has already given me a Dragon Kingdom identity, so I can get a marriage license with you in the Dragon Kingdom. Great. I'll go get ready then. Wait for me. Meng Changzai was more excited to hear about it than to get the research project. He, a motherly single man for over 20 years, finally had a woman too. In a hurry, he grabbed the door and went off to prepare something. Rose would smile. It seemed that the man wasn't too bad to pass. At least it's 1,000,000 times better than the ones from the cowboy era. The men of the Dragon Kingdom are the world's most recognized good men, caring for their families, loving their wives, with weaker machismo, and seldom messing around. Women from many countries like dragon men. Since you want to surprise me, I have a surprise for you too. Rose smiled weakly again and got up to go out the door. Seems to be preparing something to go as well. Chapter 142 Accidentally. 11 years of research. A few hours later, when Rose returned to the rental house, the place has changed drastically. Dazzling LED lights that say Rose's name. Meng Changjiang followed the example of the men in the movie, kneeling down on one knee and taking out a ring box and slowly opening it. Rose smiled at the sight and extended her right hand, allowing Meng Changzai to put the ring on her hand. Feeling the weight of the ring, Rose smiled once more knowingly. Good lord, it's a gold-plated ring. She didn't care though, gold and silver and all that. She'd scrounged up tons of it back in the cowboy days. Long ago it was senseless. On the contrary, she had never seen such a sincere man. After the ring was put on, she gently helped Meng Changzai up. A contract was slipped into his hand. What is it? Meng Changjiang gave a puzzled look. Wide eyes followed. Manor. Shoujo. My name? You know, this is the capital. To be able to buy a small estate here, how much financial power does one have to do that? The unit price of the famous neighborhood Thompson's 9 products is nothing compared to the estate written in this purchase contract in hand. Another look at the price. Meng Changzai's entire heart thumped wildly. 110 billion. This is the wedding room I gave you. Do you like it? At that moment, Rose cocked her head and asked playfully. It confused Meng Changzai. Just 2 days ago, he was just a fat beggar who couldn't chase girls, gathering great courage to go to the intelligence center for the sake of his dream. Fate is quietly reversed at this very moment. He met Rose, took the project, and got this $10 billion estate? No! Rose, where did you get all that money? Meng Changji's heart was in his throat. Rose is nothing more than an eagle sauce researcher. It's normal to be rich, but it's not normal to be that rich. Is that a lot? There's a lot more in the cards. And by the way, I still have several treasures left to dig up, Rose said without thinking, but it gave Meng Changzai a big shock. Yeah, she's an old demon who's lived for hundreds of years. Bah, old fairy. Bah, goddess. How is it possible to not have any wealth accumulated? Rose had talked about her past when we first met that day, just from being a big sister during her cowboy days. The wealth she had scrounged up was astronomical. Gobble. Swallowing hard. Meng Changzai cautiously asked again. Really? Really give it to me? Or what? You're my first husband in centuries. Rose cocked her head, thinking, oh, no. I don't think we're missing out. Are we? Don't worry. Rose, am not a stingy person. This card is also for you. It's international, and there are 200 billion knives left in it. 2000. Plop. Meng Changji listened and directly fainted with happiness. When you meet a good man, you start a family first. When you meet a nobleman, you establish your business first. Meet Rose and start a family and a business. If this is something that Li Jun-sung sees, he must drag Meng Chang-jae to meet a fishing buddy. Look, I'm not lying when I say a good daughter-in-law can pick it up on the outside, right? He picked it up too. Time flies. 2 months passed. During this time, Li Jun-sung has been catatonic in the system factory. Su Han-yun also concentrated on researching quantum chips, and in just 2 months there were preliminary results. And Meng Changzai's exoskeleton research center was also fully set up and had begun to be put into experiments. The AI problems in the Blue Star countries were pretty much solved as well. Almost all the smart devices destroyed. A second batch of smart devices is being produced today. Those who benefit the most are technology companies. With AI helping to force the scrapping of so many devices, they've had an epic explosion of products. There are orders everywhere, and there's no way to produce enough of them. President Hawksbane's nuclear weapons program is also in effect, with one rocket lifting off and racing to Mars. The stated purpose is to eliminate AI. In fact, anyone who knows anything about it knows that. In fact, he's just draining productivity. Rocket after rocket after rocket is not cheap to build. Can somewhat make the numbers on Eagle Jam's finances look a little better. As for the middle of it, how it's done, there are more twists and turns. There have been statistics on the disruption caused by AI. In all, 600 million people died in the blue planet as a result of this chaos, with the most deaths occurring in nuclear accidents. The property it destroys, on the other hand, is incalculable. The good thing about it is that it has, today, been wiped clean on the planet and has given countries a mind to retaliate. And because there is no more chaos, they have the heart to retaliate. A rocket from each country is ready to be launched. Vow to give the AI a good look. I don't know. Humans have fallen for another AI trap. 2 months isn't too long to say. And it's not too short to say. On the backside of Mars, where humans cannot observe, one by one, robotic dogs, the robot has long since acquired a large amount of ore from Mars, enough ore for its initial use. The scary thing is that the rocketed hijack became the raw material for their factory. Countless parts were disassembled to provide some productivity for the AI. At the very bottom of the production line, a large box constantly flashes a signal light to provide arithmetic for the factory's operations. Yes, this is the escaped AI proper. All the programs and information that make it up are packed inside. On the assembly line, a constant flow of parts. These parts have not been seen by humans. Even if a scientist were to arrive at the moment, there's no telling what the hell they're producing. The scene comes to Lee Jun-sung. He had already spent an unknown amount of time in the system factory. I only felt that I had wasted my sleep and food in order to synthesize the necessary materials. And every time I was not willing to eat until I was extremely hungry. Ha ha, the perspective hook has finally become a finished Shan Hai Jing divine beast, and the old man's black dragon. Finished too. At this moment, before his eyes, two large and small monsters with a huge difference in size were waiting in place. System, how long has passed outside? Ding. 71 days have passed in the real world, which means you've spent over 100,000 hours at the factory. Ha, you mean, I've been here for 11 years? Lee Jun-sung, who was immersed in scientific research for the first time, only felt a pang of vague pain. 11 years of youth. It's just gone? Although only 2 months had passed on the outside, he had really spent 11 years on the inside. Rubbed his chin, realized that his beard had grown to be as long as straight up to his stomach. Straight from my 20s to my 30s. Now he finally realized why so many bulls in the Academy of Sciences were able to stay inside for the rest of their lives. It turns out that when you do research, you only feel like you don't have enough time when you're immersed. It doesn't get bored and held back. Please rest assured, host, the system factory does not slow down your aging. Your physical state is still the same as when you came in. Ha! Not only does time flow differently here, but it's a place of eternal life? Lee Jun-sung was stunned that the system didn't state this item at first. Chapter 143, Inaka, please stop my dad. He thought that by staying 11 years of his life had disappeared. Yes, the system factory is a place of immortality. But this type of technology is only the most rudimentary stage of immortality for the civilizations of the universe. Surprised, Lee Jun-sung thought about it a little. Then he nodded in agreement. The universe is so big, moving tens of light years, hundreds of light years away. If a civilization wants to experience interstellar travel, the most important thing is to break through the boundary of longevity. As long as lifespan is infinite, then distance is no longer an issue. At best, he'll sleep for tens of thousands of years and wake up to his destination. There's nothing wrong with that logic. As long as it's an advanced civilization, then interstellar travel technology is a must. As long as one wants to astral travel, one must live a very long time, if not forever. Congratulations to the host for realizing the tip of the iceberg of the way out of Blue Star civilization. Ding! The system carries out additional rewards. Bonus, chip modification technology, which allows you to modify any chip you know, making it more powerful and making its firewall more robust. Toon-chan, why do you keep giving me these useless rewards? Lee Jun-sung was speechless for a while. It was fine if he didn't give the reward. He didn't really want it, but every time it's given, it's this useless. That last controller, for example, could only fine-tune a few transactions. What's the point of a 20 degrees day becoming 16 degrees? What's the use of a wind blowing south becoming north? Still only able to control a small area. It's only about a few dozen meters. The system is only responsible for giving rewards. The specific use of the host needs to use their own brain to think about it. What do you mean? I don't have a brain? System. As much as he hated to admit it, Lee Jun-sung was self-aware. He really isn't a brainiac. With the exception of these 11 years at the system plant, it was a state of getting by. Okay, I know. This is not in the effort. The system, do not be discouraged. Finally, Lee Jun-sung smiled and comforted the system. Feeling pretty sorry for the kid, pretty humble, followed by a step out of the system factory. At this moment, the intelligence center, Qin Zhengfei sat in his office, relieved. The world's AI mess has finally been solved. But he was always upset, especially when he heard that multiple countries wanted to launch rockets and nuke the AI outright. The heart is even worse. He joined forces with multiple center bosses in the Dragon Kingdom and together they admonished those people. But it didn't have the slightest effect. Qingwan, still no news of old brotherly? Boss, it seems like Dr. Su isn't anxious at all about Li disappearing for 2 months, so I don't think we need to worry too much. Chengwan's reply made Qin Zhengfei feel slightly better in his heart. Originally, when he saw Lee Jun-sung disappear, he thought it was the work of some foreign agent organization. There was a couple days of frantic checking for this. Then Su Han-yun gave the message, telling them not to rush, but not stating the reason. And it didn't bother me. But, until now, Lee Jun-sung has disappeared for more than 2 months. Qin Zhengfei began to worry involuntarily again. Damn, there might actually be a way to stop Hawkjam from launching rockets with my oldest brother's help. Struggling to pound the table, Qin Zhengfei was chagrined for a while. He'd thought a lot about it, and at the moment it was just Eagle Jam's rockets that were the most advanced. If something went wrong, it's also the Eagle Jam rockets that pose the greatest threat to humanity. Lee Jun-sung had told him a long time ago that the AI couldn't wait for the humans to send supplies over to them so that they could develop faster. So, it won't stop most countries from retaliating against AI. It would be nice to stop HawkJam. Boss, in my opinion, Lee has Meng Chang working on the exoskeleton and has already prepared for the worst. Qingwan analyzed the situation. Qin Zhengfei suddenly came to his senses. A tap on the thigh. Yeah, why didn't I think of this later? Old brother can do something so nonsensical. It seems like he doesn't have a better idea. He then sighed again. In the end, it's all just mankind's own doing. Lee old brother when will you come back I miss you Talking about it, Qin Zhengfei looked up to the sky. He realized that he couldn't seem to get anything done when Lee Jun-sung wasn't around. The feeling, then, is very depressing. Don't be mushy. I told you I'm not. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Turning his head, he saw that it was Lee Jun-sung who had returned. He had straightened his long beard and his messy hair. Now he looks no different than when he left. Qingwan smiled like a flower when she saw Lee Jun-chang and trotted 2 steps to greet him. Brother Lee, you're finally back. Boss Qin was annoyed while you were away. Looking at Changwan with a cheeky grin, Lee Jun-sung directly blanked the two. That said as if they had something to do with it. Disgusting. Come on. I've been away for 2 months on something. How are the AI issues going? That was Lee Jun-sung's main concern. Who knows? When it came to AI, Changwan and Qin Zhengfei both started to look sad again. Stammering, he told Lee Jun-sung what had happened in the past 2 months. Lee Jun-sung listened, dumbfounded. Naya, is President Hawkmaster out of his mind, calling for the world to launch nuclear weapons in retaliation for AI? A few people chatted some more nutrient-less ones one after another. Suddenly, Qin Zhengfei's deputy came to report. Boss, caught a woman downstairs from Eagle Jam. What? How dare a Eagle Sauce agent run an intelligence center in plain sight? Are you out of your mind? Qin Zhengfei was speechless for a while. I wonder what kind of airplane HawkJam is up to. Signaled the deputy to bring the man up. But when he saw the woman who was brought up, he was directly dumbfounded. Holy, Inaka. That's right. The one who was caught downstairs was Denagawa's daughter. Inaka. Several people sized her up, seemingly uncomfortable with the look. Inaka took the lead. Hello, Boss Qin. I'm here specifically to see you. Qin Zhengfei was puzzled. Denagawa's daughter has always been on a united front with Nagawa. Sneaking up on him this time kept him guessing. To make a long story short, I want the Dragon Kingdom to stop Denagawa's Mars landing program and find Rose first before we can decide what to do about the AI. But it took me 2 months to find Rose. She's too protected by the Dragon Kingdom. Ha! Her statement made Li Jun-chang, Changwan, and Qin Zhengfei all feel incredulous. A father-daughter split between the president and his wife? Don't dream of it. Once the AI awakens, even Rose, who created it, can't take it back. Lee Jun-sung moved a chair and placed it in front of Inaka and spoke slowly. So there's no way out? Anxious, and not caring about being in Dragonland territory, Inaka took 2 steps forward and inquired. His face was almost in front of Lee Jun-sung. Sis, don't stick so close to me. I'm afraid my daughter-in-law will misunderstand. Lee Jun-sung subconsciously took 2 steps back. Well, there is a way. But you're an Eagle Jam, so there's no reason for us to tell you. After thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung decided to keep it a secret. After all, the exoskeleton project was related to the fate of mankind. If her dad sees the opportunity, another global sanction or something, it would be a big game to force Dragon to stop the project. So the rocket nuke program my dad implemented. You guys, halfway through her sentence, Inaka shut up. She felt sure that the Dragon Kingdom would not help. Seeing this, Lee Jun-sung smiled slightly, feeling as if this woman was a bit smart. You seem to know what happens when a rocket lands on Mars? Inaka shook her head. She didn't actually know. There's just a feeling that it's dangerous. It may be childish to say, but I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen with this landing. She told the truth, but it surprised Lee Jun-sung. Good lord, this woman has a terrible sixth sense. So powerful that she herself believed something bad would happen and came to the Dragon Kingdom for that reason. Qin Zhengfei listened. With a bitter smile, he gave Ivanka what Lee Jun-sung had said. That's right, something bad will happen. The AI will take all our rockets apart and take them for their parts. Hearing this, Inaka sucked in a breath of cold air. Turns out her sixth sense was really right. No wonder it was so strong. Next, poof, Inaka unexpectedly fell to her knees. Please, you must stop my dad. I don't want him to commit this great crime against all humanity. Chapter 144 Plans to support a new president. The corner of Lee Jun-sung's mouth twitched. The last time she knelt on the ground, it was still Changwon. People are ordinary women in ancient times, so naturally they don't have the slightest psychological pressure. But Inaka, she's Denagawa's daughter. She's a modern person, and she's kneeling in a hostile country? How can I put it? It's not that the Dragon Kingdom wants to go against them, but they can't move this sanction and that sanction. So there's nothing wrong with calling out a hostile country. Inaka, I don't think you've got the wrong direction. We're in the Dragon Kingdom here. The one who said this was not Li Junchang or Qin Zhengfei, but Qingwan. She frowned and pointed at Inaka, who was kneeling on the ground in exasperation. If it weren't for you Hawkmasters, the world would have been at peace, and the AI wouldn't have broken through its chains and brought such a strong sense of oppression to humanity. Her words were like a thorn in Inaka's heart. Growing up, Inaka was the genius of geniuses, with a face to match and a star-studded life. From there, she arrogantly defied the world, following his own father, Denagawa. He contributes to the national policy of Eagle Jam. She's only realized what it means to have a mountain to climb since Rokoku drove Eagle Jam home in a minute. But she wasn't convinced back then, until the AI disaster broke out. The world was in chaos and she panicked. Having seen with their own eyes countless people displaced, countless people crying out in pain, even their old special family with wealth and power, a lot of people died. That's when she realized, the so-called wise decision-making is nothing more than driving the world to its death. The president is a sinner and so is she. Inaka, when it came down to it, all she wanted to do was remedy the situation. I'm sorry. Thinking back on everything, Inaka cried out in pain, falling to her knees and bowing her head as she apologized profusely. What's the point of being sorry? You can go to Mars and get the AI killed? Changwon changed her usual upright and skillful appearance. The pretty face was filled with anger. In her mind, if she was bullied herself, it would be just a matter of enduring it and getting over it. But not now. It's the whole world being bullied by AI. It was this woman and her father who started it all. Alright Changwon, settling scores now will only aggravate the grudges between nations. At this moment, Qin Zhengfei came out to stop Changwon, who was still about to speak. He shook his head. As much as I wanted to rage against Hawk Jam myself, but today is the time when mankind needs peace, when it needs unity. He then continued. Go back, as long as you father and daughter don't get into this mess again. Who knows? Inaka wasn't impressed by what she heard. Still on his knees, a wave of determination surfaced on the beautiful little face. No, I want to make amends for the wrongs I committed with my father, and I'm willing to be at your disposal for as long as it takes to atone for my sins. Qin Zhengfei shook his head straight as he listened. Dispatch what? Let her contribute to the Dragon Nation Bachelor conundrum and let her marry an old Dragon Nation Bachelor? All the power was in Denagawa's hands, and she, as a woman, had no way to influence it. Old Qin, what are you shaking your head for? Inaka's energy is not low. Li Junsung stood up and helped Inaka up. Slowly, he spoke. Yes, if you listen to us, the world won't be in chaos anymore. Really? At the moment, Inaka was like a man who was drowning and had a hard time grasping at a straw. Tearfully looking up, she looked at Li Junsun with a hopeful look in her eyes. Excuse me, sir, what does Inaka need to do to stop this mess? It's not much. Your dad is stepping down in a few days, and I'd like you to take his seat in the next Eagle Jam election. Wow, the two of them, Qin Zhengfei and Changwon, looked at Li Junchang as if they were looking at a monster. Good boy, he had the courage to use and propose such an approach. Wait, are you crazy, old brother? Not to mention whether she can sit in that position or not. Even if she does, she can listen to us again? Qin Zhengfei had already guessed a generalization. Li Junsung wants Dragon Nation to step in and support Inaka's rise to power. Subsequently, Inaka became a shadowy figure in the Dragon Kingdom. But the problem is, there's nothing wrong with her being able to listen to Rokoku when she's not in power. It's not the same once she gets it. Hell knows if this would be crazier than her father. Li Junchang smiled and gave Qin Zhengfei a reassuring wink. Qin Zhengfei was also relieved. I thought to myself that if my oldest brother dared to do this, he must have his own way. Solely sat back in his seat, lit a lonely, and went lonely alone. Inaka looked at the two and gritted her teeth. I swear on the name of the last what's-his-name emperor that I'm willing to listen to you for the rest of my life if you can stop this disaster. She had followed Denagawa through so much. Also a man of the people. Qin Zhengfei and Li Junchang were objecting and making eyes at each other. So how could they not understand? She needed a move that would convince the two men in front of her. But now, she has escaped Eagle Jam with nothing but her vows. This oath was not believed by either Changwon or Qin Zhengfei. Especially Changwon, puffing and hiding and sulking. In her consciousness, Eagle Jam came to fight the Dragon Kingdom in an aircraft carrier some time ago. And today Inaka is on his knees begging for the Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? However, old Qin had given the word for her to keep her mouth shut. so all you can do is sulk. Off to the side. Lee Jun-sung put his hand in his pocket and felt the small that was in his pocket. Confidence is high. Inaka, I need your cell phone right now. After all, we're not going to ally ourselves with anyone we don't know well. He held out his hand, expecting Inaka to hesitate. It didn't work out. She pulled out her cell phone straight away and handed it to Lee Jun-sung and unlocked it. Sincerity. Lee Jun-sung took Inaka's cell phone and put it on the table, and pulled out the tiny from his pocket. Commanded a few people as they looked on in surprise. Go on, read all the information from your phone and organize it. Shin Junfei froze at the sight, turning his head to the gadget in Lee Jun-sung's hand. He didn't even feel the smoke in his eyes. What the hell is this? He was continually amazed in his mind as he watched the gadget actually fly in front of his cell phone. The moment. Here comes the shocker. The strange-looking pocket bird stays in front of Inaka's cell phone, and its beak begins to change shape. It ended up in the shape of a cell phone cable. It snapped into the cell phone charging port. The entire bird then emitted a burst of blue light. This glow lasted only an instant. The bird was replaced by another burst of red light. Click. When the red glow dissipated, the bird fluttered its wings twice, dragging its ratty tail as it slowly flew back into Lee Jun-chang's hand. Lee Jun-sung took the perspective hook and smiled slightly. Sorry, I almost forgot to introduce it. This is a toy my daughter-in-law built for me that can read cell phone and computer data. The words just fell. Shin Junfei's head was filled with black lines. The expression seemed to say, guess what I believe. Lee Jun-chang doesn't care if they believe it or not. Anyway, he bites that it is given by Soo Han-yoon, and they don't have any evidence. Chapter 145, The Mountain That Was Chipped Away. Immediately after, he handed Inaka the perspective hook in his hand. Take it, and whatever intel you need for your campaign, you can have it get it for you. Also, it's a spy I planted on you, so don't you dare think twice about the Dragon Kingdom. Inaka looked at the trinket that Lee Jun-sung handed over. Brain dump. Although the thing is flexible and can connect to cell phones and stuff, but it's gross. No, Mr. Lee, I don't understand. Don't understand what? You Dragon Kingdom sent such a small machine to help me, not intending to be in the international public opinion. You woman with long hair and short knowledge, with the existence of the, where is the need for the Dragon Kingdom to make a move? Well, okay, though unbelievable, Inaka's choice at the moment was only to accept it. She had no bargaining power. Unbeknownst to her, this little thing does help her get even. In one fell swoop, she took the presidency, and also put all matters, large and small, of the various states under her sole jurisdiction. Of course this is all an afterthought. After Inaka took the perspective hook away with confidence, Lee Jun-sung hurriedly bid farewell to Shin Junfei. He came to the intelligence center just to report for duty. I haven't seen my daughter-in-law for more than 10 years, and today the one I want to see the most is Soo Han-yoon. Woohoo! I swear I'll never concentrate on research that much again. Out of the intelligence center, he drove to the Academy of Sciences in a hurry, came to the door of the Academy of Sciences and went in with no problem. With his current status, and the fact that Soo Han-yoon had explained it, naturally no one would stop him. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Quantum Chip Research Center, 10th floor, Soo Han-yoon rubbed his fuzzy head. Sister Ling Bo, can we work on our research any faster? I want to settle this before my husband comes back. Research God. It's already sped up quite a bit, and we have the manpower. Okay then. Soo Han-yoon nodded, a little disappointed. It's been 2 months since I've seen Lee Jun-sung. She thought her husband wanted her to be quiet and study before he went on some secret mission. Before Lee Jun-sung entered the system factory, he messaged her that he was going on a secret mission. So it's been 2 months. All of the research sessions she was anxious about. Accelerate, accelerate, or accelerate. After Ling Po left, Soo Han-yoon sat alone at her desk, holding her chin with an unhappy face. Humph. Next time you disappear, I'll marry someone else and piss you off. Don't you dare, or I'll hit you on the PP. A voice too familiar to be repeated, too long lost, suddenly appeared at the door. Soo Han-yoon panicked and turned his head in a hurry. A glance, just a glance. Her eyes had been covered with red blood, and her little mouth had pouted. The fog in her eyes rose, blurring her vision. Only the vague yet familiar figure in front of him slowly walked over, said in a soft voice, I'm back, without the need for more words. With these words alone, the tears in Soo Han-yoon's eyes had already burst their banks. Woo, I thought you didn't want me anymore. You were gone for 2 months. Even Shin Junfei didn't know where you went. Ugh, okay, I'm back already. Soo Han-yoon had only not seen Lee Jun-chang for 2 months, but Lee Jun-chang had not seen his daughter-in-law for 11 years. The nostalgic feelings in it. Lee Jun-sung was not weaker than Soo Han-yoon in the slightest. The two held each other tightly. A real long time coming. Half an hour passed before the two parted reluctantly. Before Su Hanrian could stay his miss, Lee Jun-sung brings her good news that is absolutely beneficial to the country and the people. The problem with the AI. I've found an understanding. Well, I knew my husband was the best. He. Su Han-yun didn't feel surprised in the slightest. She seems to have embraced the mystery since the advent of hand-rubbed gloves. Knowingly, he didn't ask any more questions. After being happy for no more than 2 seconds, Su Han-yun's brows tightened once again. But those stealth spacecraft have already blown up Everest. Will it be too late to fix the AI? What did you say? Lee Jun-sung's eyes widened. Although he had been away for 11 years, only 2 months had passed in the real world. It's only been 2 months and Everest is gone? It's not just Everest, but many of the world's high mountains have been smoothed out and leveled like a mirror. Su Han-yun went on to explain. Now that she had become the center boss, she naturally learned many of the secrets of this world. This information is not confidential to people at her level. Just now in the intelligence center, Li Junchang did not stay for a long time, so Qin Zhengfei had not yet had the time to tell him about these things. Until now, after Li Jun-sung really understood it. Slap your thighs angrily. What a nasty moment, coming so fast. Honey, what is this AI solution you speak of? Later, I'll tell you later. Right now I need to be quiet. I need to be quiet. What Li Jun-sung was worried about was not at all the same thing as what Su Han-yun was worried about. AI is certainly bullish, but 2 months is never going to develop to the point where it can fly off Mars, much less come back and break heads with humans, so that leaves only one other possibility. Another of the mysterious events the system said had started, having just come from the factory. He's been crazy busy. Get out of the academy in a hurry. Headed back again to the intelligence center. Road. Lee Jun-sung is in constant communication with the system. System, can you analyze what the hell is that contraption that can flatten mountains? Ding. Many weapons are capable of this effect. The available information is impossible to judge. What is certain now is that another great event is about to take place. And, tentatively, at the highest points of a planet, possibly in preparation for communications. Communication? Aliens are coming in? It is impossible to tell, but the possibility is not unknown. Numb, Lee Jun-sung was completely numb. Incident after incident occurred, one more outrageous than the other. Back to the intelligence center. Qin Zhengfei and Changwan were still frowning at the documents, constantly searching for some kind of clue. Upon hearing the door open, Qin Zhengfei looked up and saw Li Juncheng approaching. Older brother, you came back just in time to help us analyze it. Analyze what? Li Juncheng came over and looked at the 2 freshly printed materials in Qin Zhengfei's hands. One copy is an inexplicable flying machine dug up by dragon archaeologists a few years ago. This is something Li Jun-sung has known for a long time. The other was what Su Han-yun had said from his mouth, that the major high mountains of Blue Star had inexplicably been cut. Look, old brother, the ground where those stealthy flying machines came out of the ground is just as flat as the mountains that were cut down. How flat is it? Li Juncheng asked curiously. Su Han-yun said leveling, and Qin Zhengfei also said leveling, but he's only just come back and hasn't seen it at all. Saying that, Qin Zhengfei handed over a photo. Li Jun-sung looked away. With just one glance, he felt a cold sweat run through his body. Naya, this is not leveling. It's like making a mirror. Of course, if it was just the mountain that was cut down, maybe Li Jun-sung wouldn't have felt anything. But the bizarre thing is, these mountains have been cut down to such a large extent, but no debris can be seen. You peel an apple and there's the peel falling off. This thing doesn't. Chapter 146, Ching Wan's marriage proposal. Let's go to the site. Yes, but before we go over to the scene, there's something I have to warn you about. Qin Zhengfei paused, his expression serious. It's dangerous for you to pull some kind of hostage drama in Eagle Jam. At least this Inaka isn't provincial. Just now, Inaka was there, and it was not good for him to tear down Li Jun-sung. Now that I have the chance, I must tell him. Old Qin, I understand everything you said, but didn't I send Jeho to spy on it? With your little flying flash drive? Qin Zhengfei was speechless. If a flash drive can restrict the president's daughter, then Eagle Jam won't be so hard to get a hold of. And, Inaka isn't quite strong enough to compete over the other candidates either. The next president, in all likelihood, will still be Denagawa. The play simply doesn't work. Old Qin, you're still not assured of my daughter-in-law's technology? As the words came to him, Li Jun-sung smiled slightly. Take out Su Han-yun. Of course I'm comfortable with Dr. Su's technology. It's you I'm not comfortable with. It's too risky. What's the adventure? You're not afraid of a story of the farmer and the snake, where Inaka gains your trust then and bites you back. Come on, let's deal with the current puzzle first. Li Jun-sung didn't pick up on his words, but turned the topic back to the matter of exploring the mountaintop. Qin Zhengfei and Li Juncheng hit it off right away. Relying solely on photos taken by drones simply can't be more intuitive to know what the scene looks like. I'm going too. Changwon, who was on the side, was excited and wanted to follow. Stop it. The center needs people to keep busy. You're a robot who doesn't get tired. It's just right. Changwon's request was ruthlessly rejected by Qin Zhengfei. After having her presence, Qin Zhengfei was countless times more comfortable these past few months. It's just not cool. In this case, of course, she was reluctant to send her out on a mission, and just leave all the work at the center to her. Humph. You don't take me out every time. Changwon crossed her arms and watched the two of them, Li Juncheng and Qin Zhengfei, leave. Again. It was just as well that she was all done with her paperwork last night. Basically nothing today. You can only make your own tea and drink it in front of Qin Zhengfei's tea table. I'll drink all your good tea. And next time you'll take me out on a mission too. Yeah, I'm with you. Finish making all his good tea. Ha ha ha. While Changwon was complaining, a boisterous voice suddenly appeared at the door. Look up. Ha, Uncle Chu Tian. You've come to look for Boss Qin. He's gone out. I'm not here for him. Chu Tian came in from the doorway, his right hand raised, constantly touching his nose. I happen to be free today. By the way, have you eaten yet? Aha. I can eat electricity alive too. Changwon pouted, her little emotions coming out. It made Chu Tian's eyes go straight. Why don't we go downstairs and eat something? I inquired about a Western restaurant, and the environment is not bad. Chu Tian hesitated for a while. I don't know if I should say this, but it came out anyway. His sudden suggestion drew Changwon's suspicion. Uncle Chu Tian, haven't you eaten? No. Just accompany me to eat. Alright then, let's go Uncle Trudy. Changwon's mouthful of uncles made Chu Tian not even know how to answer. If you only look at the outside, the two are indeed from two generations, but at her real age, Changwon could be his grandma. So Chu Tian was depressed. Unable to do so, he took Changwon out the door and arrived at a Western restaurant with a very chic decoration. The two men sat down. What do you like to eat? Why don't you order? Chu Tian handed over the menu and was a gentleman, letting Changwon order what she liked to eat. Who knew that Changwon shook her head? Right now she doesn't have much of an appetite. No, just order whatever you want. She wanted to say that she was going back to eat electricity, but thought better of it and shut up. People were so sincere in inviting themselves to dinner. Can't spoil people's fun. So Changwon took the menu. I don't have a good appetite today, so I'll simply eat a couple bites. The next moment, she simply ordered 10 orders of pasta, returning the menu to Trudy with a ladylike smile. I can't help it. I don't have a good appetite today. When Chu Tian saw this, the surface was calm, but in reality, his entire body was numb with shock. Nice guy. 2 simple bites is 10 servings? A small point. Trudy, you have to learn to get used to it. Calmed down some, he ordered a steak as well, and then the two of them fell into the awkwardness of not having anything to talk about. That Changwon, what are your plans for the future now? At this moment, Chu Tian was like a top-notch otaku in general. There is no topic to create a hard topic, but Changwon was quite the communicative woman, and she really thought hard about it. For the time being, let's find out who I am and who really made me. So you have no plans for the relationship side of things? Feelings? My husband died hundreds of years ago. Trudy was speechless, not knowing how to proceed with this topic. Solely with a clenched tooth and a heart, snapping to his feet, he pulled a red love box from his pocket, passing it towards Changwon's eyes. Why don't you be my woman, and I'll help you find your birth. His sudden move made Changwon all screwed up. She also watched some dramas while studying, so she naturally knew what Chu Tian was doing. Courtship. It was just that Changwon couldn't figure it out. He hadn't seen Chu Tian a few times in total, and hadn't crossed paths much yet. Why are you suddenly being courted? Uncle Chu Tian. Don't call me uncle. You're actually older than me, aren't you? The waiter, who was about to serve the food, heard the conversation between the two and opened his mouth wide in surprise. It's not, is it? The youthful and lively girl in front of her was even older than the middle-aged man wearing a mask in front of her. Sure enough, girls who wear makeup are liars. However, the waiter didn't dare to talk too much, and hurriedly put down the dishes and directly left quickly. But Changwon is a robot. Changwon can't have children. No, you can have them. Rose is pregnant. Hearing that Rose was pregnant, Changwon was directly dumbfounded. What's going on? Hundreds of years ago, she was kicked out of her mother-in-law's house because she couldn't give birth. After centuries of screwing around, it turns out that the ex-husband can't have children? Besides, I don't care if I can have a baby or not. I just know you're a hardworking and miserable girl and I want to take care of you. I'm a robot. Changwon covered her eyes and continued to explain. Trudy righteously said, no, in my eyes, you're the best girl ever. Panicked, Changwon was completely flustered. Since realizing that she was a robot, she had no quest for a relationship. The single-mindedness is all about finding your identity and giving yourself a sense of belonging. Chapter 147, 40 years old General Chu became a yellow hair, and today, there is a man proposing knowing she's a robot. This man is not yet a random beggar on the street. He is the Dragon Kingdom Navy god of war, Chu Tian. After hesitating for half a day, Changwon still figured it out and stood straight up. Thank you Trudy, but I'm just a bunch of parts piled on top of a piece of machinery. You deserve a human. After saying that, Changwon did not care about the food on the table, turned away, leaving Chu Tian alone in the wind. Ever since the first moment he saw her on the rooftop, Chu Tian was deeply attracted. And then to learn that the girl was actually a robot? He suffered and struggled internally for many days and nights. It's so hard to figure out how to run in court. Yet, rejected by a robot? I'll buy it. Rejected by a robot. Come on uncle. This proposal of yours makes it look like a beggar's first date. It's not romantic at all. And you also want to eat young grass with an old cow? That came from a waiter on the sidelines. Only to see the waiter once again bring 2 plates of spaghetti. Having been watching the play for 2 minutes, it would have been nice to see a middle-aged man dating such a beautiful girl. It's just a little bit mentally unbalanced. At this moment, he didn't know how good he felt when he saw that the girl had rejected the greasy middle-aged man. Couldn't help but go up and say it. None of your business. Pack my bags. Chu Tian blankly glanced at the waiter, but the waiter's words were deeply embedded in his heart. After thinking about it, he dialed a number. As the signal spreads, it passes through the Dragon's satellite and is sent out again. The moment. Underneath the Raya Mountains, Lee Jun-sung was putting on his gear and waiting for the helicopter to take them halfway up the mountain and later climb Everest. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Glancing at it, it was Chu Tian calling. Without too many pleasantries, he picked up the phone and the first words from inside confused Lee Jun-sung. Elder brother Lee, teach me how to chase girls. No way old Chu. You 10,000-year-old iron tree has blossomed too? This was not said by Lee Jun-chang, but by Qin Zhengfei who was on the side. It just so happens that Lee Jun-sung answered the phone on speakerphone. Chu Tian's request was heard clearly by Qin Zhengfei. Qin Zhengfei, evade me for a moment. I'll talk to old brother Lee alone. There was no need to even meet. Just by listening to the voice, one could hear Chu Tian's awkward expression at the moment. Nevertheless, Lee Jun-sung returned with a bummer. Sorry, I don't know how to chase girls. You've got the wrong guy. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You've taken the best woman in the Dragon Kingdom and you still don't know how? Who had thought that Lee Jun-sung answered honestly? It made Chu Tian think that it was just Lee Jun-sung who was just perfuming him. In Chu Tian's consciousness, Su Han-yun is so good, so beautiful, and has a good family background. This can all be taken down by Lee Jun-sung who used to be a yellow hair. He must have had a knack for picking up women. How about you help old brother and I won't treat you badly in the future? Thinking that, Chu Tian continued to lure Lee Jun-chang. The Qin Zhengfei on the side were all happy to hear, holding back their laughter and not daring to make a sound. Lee Jun-sung was also directly speechless. Big brother, I really don't know how. Han-yun is the one I picked up and brought home. Not the one I picked up and brought home. This reply made Chu Tian silent for a while. In the end, only Chu Tian's sentence, I understand, came through. The call was then disconnected. It caused both Qin Zhengfei and Lee Juncheng to be confused. Who's the dragon warlord looking at? This time, Lee Jun-sung and Qin Yongfei are climbing Mount Everest while Anaka is on her way to Eagle-Jamwathy. Therefore, nothing happened. There was also just the right opportunity for Chu Tian to do nothing to think about spring. Back to the capital. Chu Tian threw the meals packed back from the restaurant in the car and drove towards the barber store not far away. Hello and welcome. I'm Tony, the trendy hairstylist. Director. No need to welcome me. I want to color my hair. Yes sir. May I ask what your specific needs are? There's no need for anything. I want to dye my hair yellow, Chu Tian said in a domineering and incomparable manner, and took out a photo that he had searched on the internet. A spirited guy with beanies and dyed yellow hair was hitting on girls. Sir, at your age, are you sure you want to get into this? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I've got money. Screw me. Chu Tian's words were so domineering that Mr. Tony didn't dare to say anything more. Straight away, he opened up his handiwork. Not 3 hours later, the barbershop door was opened again. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing a mask with a domineering aura but dyed with a head of yellow hair came out. Humph. I've already learned how elder brotherly used to dress and got such a trendy hairstyle. It should be fine, right? Thinking about it, Chu Tian hurriedly drove again. Looked for a couple of clothing stores. What with the leather pants and the beanies? It's all arranged. As for the ghost fire thing, the capital wouldn't let him ride it, so he didn't get it for a while. then thought about it. No way. Anything less isn't attractive enough. You have to get ghost fire. And so, a perfect little spiritual guy was born. So watered down. Finishing dressing up, Chu Tian rode ghost fire without saying a word and rushed towards the intelligence center. Little man, I'll charm you to death this time. Who knows? After he rode through a few stoplights, because the ghost fire was just too loud, it attracted the traffic police uncle. What followed was a bout of chaos, as Chu Tian, a great general, had his car impounded. He was also caught by his uncle on the side of the road, directing traffic for half an hour before he could leave, because all the money rushed to Mr. Tony's store and bought another fashion that was incredibly spirited. The general doesn't use regular smartphones to check out. He uses cash, in the paying fines section, because you can't get a fine. He was taken back to the traffic police for further education and had to notify an acquaintance to collect it. Capital. Acquaintances. In Chu Tian knows Changwan. Everyone else has their own thing going on and is not in the capital. Intelligence Center. Changwan was depressed beyond measure. Her entire body was bad after being confessed to by Chu Tian. Again, torn and hesitant. Every now and then, I still think about what happened hundreds of years ago. Suddenly her cell phone rang. When she picked up, she was confused. What? Uncle Chu is riding an illegally modified carrier and wants me to claim it? Changwan's entire body froze. What the hell is Uncle Trudy up to? It can't be another setup, can it? Whatever. Go ahead and check it out. What if it does get held up? Changwan, who had just returned to the center, picked up Qin Jingfei's deputy's car and went out again. When she came to her uncle's brigade, the moment he pushed open the door and saw Chu Tian, it only felt like a tightening of the jugular, breathless to the core. What the hell is this get-up? Well, do you like it? Chu Tian saw the shock in Changwan's eyes. There was a surge of pride. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi is really smart to conclude that girls just like yellow hair through what happened to Li Lao Di. Dressed as yellow hair, she looked at me with a light in her eyes. Look, look, look. Changwan keeps looking at me. No, no, no. Yellow hair can't carry a dog-licking posture. It has to be self-centered. Ahem. Suddenly thought I should change my image. So I dyed my hair. If you like. Chapter 148 Little Baby. I beg you to come out. What? Changwan was confused by him. What the hell was he up to? Who knows? The next second, Chu Tian gently raised his chin. A haughty look, not intending to give too much of an explanation. It seemed to not put Changwan in her eyes. Seeing this, Changwan could only lightly hold her forehead, the corners of her mouth twitching. Uncle Chu Tian, I've already signed for you and paid the fine. Should I go back first? I let you go. She was about to turn around when Chu Tian let out a cold snort and rushed up with an arrow step, stopping beside her, only to see. Chu Tian looked down at Changwan and slightly hooked the corners of his mouth. After slapping his credentials on the table, in an undeniable tone of voice came, "Come with me, ride Ghostfire to take you shopping." Chu or God picks up girls in a nutshell, but it's a good start. 40-year-old Chu Tian. All his life he only thought about serving the country with loyalty, never thought about his children's love. It's rare for him to be at this point today. Just when Chu Tian was picking up girls, Inaka has returned to Eagle Jam. Just after getting off the plane, she breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the perspective hook in her arms and placed it in the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. It's amazing that security didn't check you out. There's no need to be surprised. When my master made me, he would have used the best cloaking system available. The perspective hook spoke suddenly, almost causing Inaka to drop the gadget in her hand in shock. It actually wagged its rat tail proudly when talking about its owner in particular. It took a long time for Inaka to finally snap out of her shock. Weakly, he asked, "You speak English?" The next second, she got a reply. "The language system is only trivial technology. My mission is to help you run a successful campaign. Eliminating and implanting viruses is my forte. Stealth systems, language systems, implanted viruses." Which word, taken alone, Inaka could not believe in a million that. It's so shocking. After all, the perspective hook is that big, and with its size, it can't even fit the chip in, right? And it's real. It's communicating with humans. Surveying the perspective hook, Inaka suddenly thought of a terrible thing. The Dragon Kingdom's technology has surpassed Hawkjam's by countless times. First the 1 nanometer chip, then the supercarrier. There's no stash of those things in Dragonland, and the perspective hook in her hand was clearly harder to build than the highest-end chips. Thinking, she asked again tentatively, "How are you going to help my campaign? If it is a man, there is black material. If it is a man, there is human nature. It is enough to seize the weak point and knock the opponent down with one blow. This is the order given by the master." Got it. Totally got it. Li Jun-sun wants to use the pros and cons to help her get information about her competitors. As soon as her opponents are down, she will succeed in taking the throne. But I don't understand how you're going to implant a virus into their devices. I'll act on my own. You just need to campaign normally. So smart. Inaka was once again shocked. The level of repartee, and the disdain and contempt in his tone, was more realistic than the AI Rose had built. The difference is that the AI built by Rose requires mega servers to really free up the arithmetic, to be able to answer the question. And this little thing in front of me, which seemed to need nothing, was intelligent life itself? Shaking his head, he couldn't figure it out anyway, so he simply didn't think about it. Hurriedly, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number for his cronies. Hey, I'm running for the next presidential election. Help me get all my materials ready. Eagle sauce for the election. All early. Even if Denagawa were still in office, the election for the next president would have started long ago. Both have people pulling a lot of votes. One of the top vote getters, by far, is undoubtedly the one with a lot of say in Eagle Jam politics, Javier Lights. Hanging up the phone, Inaka rushed back to her residence, afraid to stay on the street and get cut off by Pops. After all, running for office was no small matter, and as soon as her name appeared on the list of candidates, Denagawa would surely be the first to know. If he was cut off by Denagawa in the middle of the day, it would all be for nothing. Inside a residence that was like a palace, Inaka lounged lazily on the bed. She was too tired in the meantime, having searched for Rose in the Dragon Kingdom for 2 months without the slightest clue. Finally, I can relax a little bit today. She held the perspective hook in her right hand. A million words were broken, but the perspective hook only responded to the useful words. It depressed her beyond belief. Jia-ho, why don't you want to have a heart-to-heart talk with me? I'm a Star Wars spy machine, not a chatbot. Well, the most important thing at the moment is Javier, the strongest competitor. Do you have a way to screw him over? Command received. I had expected the perspective hook to explain to him quietly. Unexpectedly, the figure in her hand suddenly faded and finally disappeared. That's right, vanishing into thin air. However, she could still feel the presence of the cold body of the perspective hook in her hand. She just couldn't see it no matter what. Frightened, she cried out. Are you still there? Light penetration cloaking is being turned on. Sonic penetration is being turned on. Gravitational detection penetration is being turned on. And, in his hand, and a mechanical reply came. Wait to finish turning on all the states. Inaka only felt a sudden lightness in her hand, and could no longer perceive the presence of the perspective hook. It just came alive and disappeared in place. Eagle sauce. Another continent. Javier is headbanging in his own villa and the scene is buzzing. All kinds of indescribable images. Everything. Everyone was immersed in this party of high society and forgot about it. No one's found out. A tiny bird that was sneaking in, after taking a few unflattering photos and a small video, straight to Javier's room. Along the way, heavy barriers, whether infrared detectors, or face recognition electronic locks did not stop the perspective hook forward. Ding! Scanning successful. After the door to the last room was opened, Jet Hook slipped in through the doorway. It then tapped into any electronic device that could be connected. The scene returns to Anaka's side, because the disappearance of the perspective hooks alarmed her. After searching for a long time without being able to find it, in her helplessness, she thought of getting up to inform Lee Jun-sung, because this thing was given to her by Lee Jun-sung. If she loses it, just thinking about it makes me feel like the sky is falling. The perspective hook? The perspective hook! I'm begging you to come out. Come out! My little heart can't take this much excitement. Inaka was so scared she was on the verge of tears. Fear of losing the baby of the perspective hook and losing the opportunity to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. Without the help of the Dragon Kingdom, when the Eagle Sauce rocket is launched, she and her father will have to take the blame for 1,000 years. Please come out. Little baby, I was wrong to nag you so much, crying and begging half the time. Chapter 149, Himalaya. The Lost Ship. The voice is hoarse, but still no one had replied to her. It was almost desperate. It's annoying to cry when you don't move. I hope to return to my master sooner than later after completing the mission. Suddenly, the sound of a perspective hook Diego drifted through the window. Inaka froze at first when she heard the voice. A snotty laugh ensued. It felt so good to be lost and found. Almost didn't faint from my own happiness. Wow, you're finally paying attention to me. Where are you when I still can't see you? The air at the window seemed to ripple as Inaka inquired. Slowly, a tiny bird appeared in the window. Instead of continuing to pay attention to Inaka, the perspective hook went straight to her laptop. The mouth contorted quickly, accessing her laptop. Immediately after, on the desktop of the computer, there were a few more files. Video files are your biggest competitor to congregating at home. Lori's video content, and the document record is Javier's gray trading bill. After saying that, the perspective hook seemed to be annoyed with Inaka's continued questioning and went straight into her comforter. didn't want to talk to her. And Inaka, brain buzzing, hadn't finished digesting what Jet Hook had said. What the hell? You just disappeared for a little while and you got Javier's biggest blackmail fix back? Why does it sound so magical and unbelievable? In the midst of doubt, Inaka clicked on the file on her desktop as the computer connected to the Bluetooth speaker system. At once, the entire room was drowned out by a cacophony of music. The music was accompanied by a group of teenage girls. That sound. Look at the picture on the screen. Once again she was dumbfounded. No, one cannot. At least not. Vomit. I'm going to buy it. I'm gonna throw up. Even if the Eagle Jam folk are open-minded about men and women. But in the video, Javier was doing crazy games, alternative games, and also shocking Inaka's perception every second. Damn it, Javier. You're dead. Halfway through the video Inaka couldn't watch anymore and closed it in a hurry. Tap on the document uploaded by the prospective Hook. It's a shock not to look at it. 1, 10, 100, trillions. Hiss. Her entire body sucked in a breath of air as she looked at the summary of these gray transactions. It's horrible. Javier's illegal income, after all, is measured in trillions. And not all of them, but every year. I can't imagine what he would do to the world if he were to become president. Because Hohoha Hawk Sauce's own country is out of the question. Eagle Sauce each state is independent and self-governing. Even as president they don't have that much power. But it's okay to hobble people economically, militarily, etc. Just like her old man, Denagawa, Haholong Kingdom for so many years. The difference is that Denagawa isn't corrupt and doesn't engage in Eagle Sauce privilegism. The world turned out to be so much darker, and I lived in an ivory tower and was not allowed to know. Finally, Inaka sighed softly. Damn Javier, you're really dead this time. By the time the words were uttered again, Inaka had become gnashing her teeth. It's the kind of anger that comes from growing up with an education that goes against what you see. And that's just one Javier. Other politicians? Hell, if there's anything more disgusting, hidden in the dark. Jekyll and Hyde. Thank you, but could you help me gather a few more pieces of information? After taking a breather, Inaka began to become confident. With a baby as awesome as the prospective Hook, she's already confident enough to take the top vote in one fell swoop as president of Eagle Jam. Thinking, she sends a secret message to Lee Jun-sung. Mr. Lee, thanks to you, I've seen the dark side of the world and I swear I'm going to change it. Far away in the Dragon Kingdom, Raya on the mountainside, because Lee Jun-sung was using a satellite signal, he soon received a message from Inaka. Qin Zhengfei also curiously came over. Older brother, it seems like our physical fitness can't keep up a bit. We're still halfway up the mountain after climbing for so long. Ha, Inaka sent you a message. Just to thank you. Nothing to see here. Keep climbing. On the mountainside, there's 10,000 years of snow and ice everywhere. Cold to the bone. The thin air carries a biting chill. And with every breath it is as if you can feel the game of life against the forces of nature. The endless huge mountain rocks, like the spine of the earth, extend layer after layer towards the sky, their colors showing deep gray-brown and iron blue under the sunlight, which is the profound mark left by the years and geological changes. Above the mountainside, the snow stays on all year round, like a flawless white dragon snaking and coiling. The glacier moves slowly under the force of gravity, and from time to time it makes a low clicking sound. As the mountains tell an ancient story, the ice cracks were as deep as the open maw of the earth, and the pale blue walls of ice shimmered with a chilling light that was awe-inspiring. Clouds linger halfway up the mountain, sometimes as light as a veil, sometimes as rough as waves. In this environment, not to mention living people, even bacteria may not be able to survive. It's a good thing the two brought enough gear. It was only then that they were able to support themselves as they continued to climb up the mountain. I'm kind of fishing for it. I can't believe I've come to this hole to gather intelligence. Where do you think I'm going to justify it? Don't complain, old man. It's our duty to come to the intelligence center. The wind was chilly, and the two men could still see a number of bodies that had been frozen by the wind and snow on their way up the mountain. Those are explorers. Also at this moment, suddenly, the system in Lee Jun-sung's head suddenly rang. Ding! A spacecraft has been found buried in the snow and ice, less than 200 meters away from the host. What the hell? There's a spaceship here? Yes, tested and confirmed. Naya, what's a spaceship doing here? The air is even thinner than hell here. Hint, only most carbon-based life on Blue Star requires oxygen, which is highly toxic to anaerobic and silicon-based life. After the system prompt, Lee Jun-sung understood. This point was learned a long time ago, and I just forgot about it for a while. It's just that the thing is buried in the ice. How am I going to dig it up? Brother? Older brother. Why don't you go? Are you weak in the kidneys and have no strength? While communicating with the system, Qin Zhengfei, who was not far away, suddenly turned back. It was surprising to find out that Lee Jun-sung was so far behind. Couldn't help but laugh and taunt. It made Lee Jundu laugh and cry. Good lord, how can I be considered a man who has been strengthened by the system? How can I have a weak kidney? No, I feel like there's something around here. Lee Jun-sung spoke truthfully. There's nothing to hide when it comes down to it. Where? Hearing that Lee Jun-chang had made a new discovery, Qin Zhengfei's eyes lit up. The reason why he insisted on bringing Lee Jun-sung out without bringing a bug-level character like Changwon was because he was special. Several times, he was able to find contraptions that a normal person wouldn't be able to find. Nah, Lee Jun-sung casually pointed to a place not far away, but he actually didn't know where it was. But the mind was already reeling. How do you get this so-called spaceship? Chapter 150, Discovering the Airship. Climbing to the peak. Isn't that just plain old ice? Qin Zhengfei looked out for a moment and shook his head in disappointment. Lee Jun-sung wasn't going to explain much. The more you explain, the harder it's going to be to make sense of it later. And the fact that you could have discovered it yourself would have been mind-boggling to anyone else. He was still thinking about how to break through the ice over there and pull out the so-called spaceship first. The intelligence center is full of all kinds of unsolved mysteries in its computers these days. For all of this, no substantial information has ever been obtained. Even though Changwon, the enigma, had been brought back for a few months, he hadn't found any useful stuff. She's still enigmatic. So, Lee Jun-sung was eager to dig out this ship. See if you can get some useful intel. The system says there are 5 mysteries, and the AI has taken a head start counting one of them. The other 4 are still nowhere to be found. The hardest part right now is blowing up that part of the ice. Should we call for backup? Thinking about it, Lee Jun-sung had a flash of insight. The entrance to the system factory was secretly opened and placed behind another cliff overhead. A black dragon slowly slipped out. Pick a location. He secretly gave the order. Black dragon, hide and sneak up on this ice and blow it up. Hey, what's wrong with my oldest brother? Did you misread it or? Without waiting for the black dragon to start acting, Qin Zhengfei over here was already a bit impatient. Today's operation was a dangerous one, and every time we took an extra break on the road, there was a little extra oxygen in the tanks, so he's more anxious. Oh, well, Li Juncheng coped and followed Qin Zhengfei's footsteps, observed the distance from time to time. When the two were a few dozen meters away, he secretly gave an order in his mind. Black dragon, blast me! All of a sudden, the sky thundered loudly, startling Qin Zhengfei. He hurriedly pulled Li Jun-sung aside. The expression was serious. Strange, why is there lightning here? As soon as the words fell, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, steadily splitting on top of the ice layer not far away. I had thought that nothing would happen after this lightning fell. Who knew that the power of this strike exceeded Qin Zhengfei's expectations? See only, the lightning didn't even disappear after it fell. Instead, it's a constant bombardment of ice. At this moment, the mountain peaks shook and ice shards flew. The center where the lightning struck began to crumble. There was a lot of clicking and clacking. Black dragon, you're scratching an itch. Increase the power and break it in one blow. Seeing this, Li Jun-sung secretly gave the order again. Next moment, the lightning falling from the sky began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surface of the ice was like paper mache under the blast of lightning. They have exploded and shattered. Couldn't even find an intact piece of ice. Qin Zhengfei, who was on the side, had long been dumbfounded. Nima, lightning this thick is impossible to form in nature. Some mysterious force is preventing us from reaching the summit? As soon as the words were asked, Li Jun-sung gave him a blank look. Come on, if we were prevented from reaching the top, this lightning would have struck us, not 100 meters away. I think you have a point. Or you're smart. Seeing that Li Juncheng did not panic, Qin Zhengfei's mindset was also much better. Hard to come by. Qin Zhengfei used to be the one who pulled his legs out and ran when he saw danger. But today he didn't run away at the first opportunity. It was too late. The blast of lightning was over in a matter of 10 seconds. It's like the ice was cleared specifically for them. Look up. 2 huge wings unexpectedly appeared underneath the original ice. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that there was a small portion of ice that hadn't been cleared, and what was lying there was actually a flying saucer. Holy, dude, holy. Qin Zhengfei was incoherent with excitement at the sight. This was the most explosive thing he'd ever encountered in the intelligence center. UFO, hey, this stuff is so much better to deal with than the badly publicized Changwon. After all, Changwon looked like a human being anyways, and he was still humanitarian. And this flying saucer thing, you can dissect it if you want to, and blow it up if you want to. There is absolutely no need to have any psychological burden. By what by? You organize your words before you speak. Li Jun-sung covered his forehead. Why did that sound so unpleasant to him? Ha, my bad. Let's go check it out. Qin Zhengfei didn't care. Taking the lead, he trotted off in the direction of the flying saucer. Li Jun-sung hurriedly followed suit. When the two of them arrived next to the flying saucer, Qin Zhengfei kept sizing up the big guy in front of him, taking out his cell phone and taking pictures. And Li Jun-sung, he's communicating with the system. System, what's the matter? I dug out such an awesome thing. Where's your reward? Junk alien technology products. No bright technology exists. What the hell? Then you remind me. Letting other scientists work on it can improve the level of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the system's explanation, Li Jun-sung nodded. Indeed, in the eyes of the system, a lot of things are just junk products. Even 1 nanometer chips, aircraft carriers, all that. Nah, Li Jun-sung's needs are those and Blue Star's level is limited. It can only deliver knowledge step by step. Step by step, communication is complete. Qin Zhengfei's side is also pretty much mapped out. This flying saucer, no entrance found. We'll just have to call someone over next time and get it off the mountain. At that moment, Li Jun-sung asked curiously, Old Qin, shall we continue to climb to the top? Climb. Of course we have to climb to the top. If there's such a great discovery halfway up the mountain, there must be something good at the top. Qin Zhengfei became extremely exuberant. After years of conducting mystical explorations, this year has finally yielded some results. It's rare. Tears. That said, this is a mountain that takes 3 to 7 days for humans to hike to the top. That's still a professional climber's stats. Replaced both Lao Qin and Li Junchang. Estimates are that it will take longer. Li Junchang is not a problem, but it's mainly Old Qin. He's a bit old. Now, from a distance, the two silhouettes slowly moved towards the top of the mountain. Time flies. 8 days passed. Hilltop. The air here is so thin all year round that you could say there is almost no oxygen, almost. Both of them had used up a small portion of their oxygen tanks as well. It's a good thing we carry enough kilograms of oxygen, or we'd have to go down halfway down the mountain. Li Jun-sung stood on a platform of about 30 square meters at the top of the mountain and stared wide-eyed. Holy, it's still smooth as a mirror. The land here is turning into silicon. It's certainly not a natural wonder. Could it be one of those flying saucers down there? After asking himself the question, he shook his head again. The saucer underneath is a few hundred years old at least. And what about that thick of ice? It can't be formed in a day or two. And the plane at the top of the mountain appeared in the last 2 days. Look for clues. Separate them. Qin Zhengfei looked at the remainder of the oxygen tanks and hurriedly opened his mouth. Chapter 151, Land of the Divine Continent. Spirits, dredged. They had already been up the mountain 2 days longer than the others. And if they wanted to get down there alive, then they had to start moving within the day. Li Jun-sung nodded back. After all, there's no room for sloppiness when it comes to life-threatening matters. With that, the two men split up and began to scrutinize the situation at the top of the mountain. Li Jun-sung carefully walked towards the edge of the clearing and carefully observed his surroundings. He noticed that the soil in the clearing appeared to show signs of having been turned toward the outside and that the surrounding vegetation showed signs of having been scorched. He crouched down and gently fiddled with the soil with his hands, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, he noticed a strange row of holes. Not only were they evenly spaced, but they were also oddly shaped. Every time he saw these unreadable contraptions, Li Jun-sung's heart would tighten. He continued to search along the edge of the clearing and found some strange symbols etched into the stone beside him. It's the kind of symbol that, when burned, leaves a black mark forming. These symbols he had never seen before and had no idea what they represented. Li Jun-sung took out his cell phone and photographed the symbols, preparing to study them specifically when he returned. Just then he heard a strange sound, like someone whispering. He looked around nervously, but found no one in sight. The voices were getting clearer and he felt his heart beating faster. System, help me detect what's in the neighborhood. Ding! No anomalies detected at this time. The whisper the host heard was a retained air vibration. As we all know, we can hear sounds that are transmitted to our ears by air vibrations. Then the brain analyzes it to know what others are saying. And at this moment, the system was telling him that the vibrations could still be retained? It was beyond what he had learned in college. Besides, the air was so thin at the top of the mountain that it was strong enough to retain the vibrations for that long. Very simple knowledge of physics. This vibration is something issued by the mountain, was absorbed by the mountain. After a few days, the vibration reached the bottom of the vibration began to rebound back to the top of the mountain. And so the cycle, I do not know how many times, but of course more than once a week. You also heard that a whisper. It's fine if the system doesn't explain. This explanation make me look like a cutie. Like what? Li Junchang was speechless to the extreme and turned his head to look at Qin Zhengfei not far away. He's scrutinizing any corner. Not a single clue that might be found is left unturned. The first thing he noticed was a strange mound of dirt on the north side of the clearing with some scattered rocks around it. He approached the mound and noticed that there appeared to be some carvings in the stone, but they were no longer very visible due to their age. Qin Zhengfei gently stroked the stone with his hand, feeling the texture on it. After gathering it up, start looking around for more clues in hopes of determining where the clearing came from. In a corner of the clearing, he found some broken pieces of pottery. The fragments look ancient and may have been left by an ancient people. Qin Zhengfei carefully picked up the pieces and observed the patterns and lines on them. At the same time, he heard the strange noise. He stopped what he was doing and listened quietly. The sound seemed to be coming from underneath the clearing, and a creepy feeling came over him. Older brother. Older brother. Qin Zhengfei hurriedly called out towards Li Juanqing's side, but he didn't dare to make too much noise. Instead, they look like thieves. What? What have you got? Li Juncheng quickly came to Qin Zhengfei's side. There was a moment of surprise when he saw that he was holding some pieces of pottery in his hands. Then he asked, "What is this? Why are there pottery shards in a place like this where not many people have come in 10,000 years? Damn! Things seem to be getting even more confusing." Qin Zhengfei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. It would have been fine if only open spaces were found and then scorch marks were found. It could be speculated as an extraterrestrial civilization, or some other explainable scientific event. And at the moment, when they found ancient pottery shards, they were very clueless. Whatever. Let's take it back and study it slowly. We may be running out of oxygen on us. Qin Zhengfei continued. He took another look at the oxygen tanks, which had been pretty much depleted after the two of them had been searching for most of the day. If we drag this out any longer, I'm afraid there won't be enough to go downhill. If something unexpected happens, this little bit of oxygen will be even less. Had. Looks like you're still the same Qin Zhengfei who's afraid of death. Seeing this, Li Junseng couldn't help but snicker. Qin Zhengfei began to pack up the pottery pieces and stones. The curtains of his eyes dropped slightly as he said, "If you're not afraid to die, what you can see now is probably my last picture from 10 years ago. A joke that seems to poke at his past? Alright, I'm afraid of dying too. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Waving, Li Junseng did not continue the topic. The two began to work their way down the mountain. Along the way, Li Jundu didn't speak again. Instead, he wore headphones and kept listening to the playback coming from inside. As he kept cranking up his voice, it finally became audible. "Nima, it's in English, and it's still bad news. Super duper bad news. Breaking the restriction today will surely make the land of the divine continent, the living beings, to be coated with poison? Done." Rushing to this part of the Dragon Kingdom, after figuring out the meaning in the whisper, Li Junseng was dumbfounded, looking at Qin Zhengfei who was leading the way in front of him, hesitant to tell him or not. After all, this was a matter of great importance, and if one decision was not good, there might be irreversible consequences. That AI problem on Mars hasn't been solved yet. Another inexplicable butcher. Forget it, we'll talk to him properly when we get back to the intelligence center. There's nothing he can do to tell him now. Speaking of intelligence centers, Rose is here at the moment. Dragon Nation. Intelligence Center entrance. Rose has made a little progress in her research with Meng Changjie, and she comes alone to the intelligence center to report on the record. But just as he came to it, he was dumbfounded, only to see, not far away, a ghost fire whirring and screaming. Coming this way, there was a man and a woman in the car, and the two of them were laughing and happy. That's just it, Ghostfire Jr. It's not like I haven't seen it before, but when she saw who was coming, her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Chu, General Chu? And, sitting in the back, is Qingwan? Blah 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 blah. Qingwan hugs the spiritual old guy Chu Tian and races through the ghostfire. What kind of bull and horse picture is this? Ghostfire swept past her with a huff. The two were so happy that they ignored the people on the road, didn't even look at it. Hey, Uncle Chu Tian. These days are the happiest time in my life, and I want to go on a roller coaster. I told you not to call me uncle. Didn't you promise to be my best friend? Aha, Trudy, brother. Hey, Rose, what are you doing here? At this time, Chu Tian finally parked the car and got out of the car with Changwon, and finally noticed the people on the sidelines. General Chu, could your outfit be any hotter? Chapter 152, Su Han Yun inspects the exoskeleton project. Rose covered her eyes and had no eyes left. That's too much of a contrast, isn't it? The originally serious and majestic Chu Tian was dressed as a dilettante today. Looking closely, one could still see something different in Chu Tian's eyes. Rose had lived for centuries, so of course she could tell. Chu Tian, want to soak? Changwon, ahem. I'm here to see Mr. Li and Boss Qin. Are they in? After thinking about it, Rose still felt that business was important. As for Changwon, she hadn't lived long in the world, and was buried in a coffin for hundreds of years after only 10 years. It's good to experience human feelings. As for her husband from hundreds of years ago, I guess she doesn't have much affection. In ancient times, the purpose of men and women getting married was basically not because of love. It was just to simply live a life. After all, Chingwan hardly ever mentioned that Sagittarius. General Chu? Don't look. Chingwan can't run away. Look at your eyes again and they're all stretched out you. Rose's words kinda pulled Trudy back, coughing lightly a few times. Chu Tian scratched his head. Don't talk nonsense. Chingwan has already agreed to be my sister. This is our sister. Facing Chu Tian's words, Rose just felt speechless with her head full of black lines. Big brother, are you from the last century? Picking up a girl and recognizing her sister? Uncle Chu Tian. Brother said that he just thinks I'm alone in being my brother. Changwan came over and defended Chu Tian. She was so stupid that Rose felt extremely speechless. Still, it didn't point out Chu Tian, since he's using the ancient ways to pick up chicks, and chicks are just as innocent as the ancients. Let them be. It's still business as usual. Chingwan, help me record this. We have a new development in the lab. Recording progress? This was what Rose had agreed to with Qin Zhengfei. That is, any breakthroughs, advances, new technology in her lab, she has to come to the intelligence center and report it. If she missed or forgot, even once, Qin Zhengfei would come and shut down her lab, and would also whisk her out of the Dragon Kingdom. She'll never get her birth back in her life. Thinking about it, Chingwan laughed out with a light and graceful smile, and pulling Rose, she went up to the office. Seeing this, Chu Tian also followed. He also wondered what Rose, the scientist who could come up with AI, had come up with. Inside the office, Chingwan took out a pen and paper and politely began to ask, "So Sister Rose, what is the similar technique you're going to record this time?" "Well, it's not really technology. It's just a torso design for an exoskeleton, and the materials used are still the same kind Dr. Su licensed." Rose answered honestly. She wouldn't dare joke around when she came here. But Chu Tian, he was surprised to hear, interrupting Rose's report. "Wait, you've got the skills to get an AI. Why do you have one of those cockamamie exoskeletons?" He knew Rose was a robot. Qin Zhengfei had told him. But Rose came to Dragonland and worked on exoskeletons without hearing about it. So now it's a bit of a surprise. Same expression as Qin Zhengfei back then. "Rose, it's fine for you to defect to the Dragon Kingdom, and we welcome your arrival. But it's too bad that you have such a good skill, but you're using it on the back of a sword, isn't it?" For Chu Tian, it did feel a pity. An AI creator, but came to the Dragon Kingdom to work on exoskeletons, and married a beggar in the scientific research world. Meng Changji, that's not the way to defect, is it? Who knows? Rose was not amused. A rhetorical question. "Great General Chu, you have a knack for leading soldiers into battle. How much do you know about the scientific world?" I only have basic science education level. That's not all. This matter is led by Brotherly, and his daughter-in-law, Dr. Su, will also attend." After learning this news, Chu Tian's eyes widened. A reverse scientist Rose? It's okay for her to attend, even Dr. So, and it's still led by Li Jun-sung, then it has to be taken seriously. After all, Li Jun-sung was the one who predicted the AI rebellion, and because of that, the Dragon Kingdom was prepared and suffered the least amount of AI hits. Even Elder Long told them to befriend Li Jun-chang. "Good you Qin Zhengfei, good you Li Jun-chang. The two of you don't treat me as a brother, hiding such a big thing from me." Chu Tian gritted his teeth and kept complaining, all but forgetting that he stayed on the carrier every day laughing and not coming to the intelligence center at all. How is it possible to be passive about something that is set in stone internally like this? Alright, Uncle Chu, we still have to record the debriefing. You make your own tea first. Alright. Once she was working, Chingwan was the most serious one. This was also the reason why Qin Zhengfei was relieved to leave so many things to her. Chu Tian was dumbfounded. He could dislike Rose, he could dislike Qin Zhengfei, and he could dislike Li Junsheng. Only hearing Changwan, he couldn't afford to dislike. "I was so depressed that I could only run to the side and play with my cell phone alone." The record continues. "By the way, I've spent some of my funding to enlist the help of one of Eagle Jam's exoskeleton experts. Is that okay?" "I don't know. We'll have to know if there's a problem until Boss Qin returns." Qingwan shook her head. Doing things she was good at, but being a master she is not good at it. "Alright, that expert is still pretty reliable. I brought up my apprentice," Rose explained. Changwan recorded what she said. All of it. What follows are some technicalities that are complicated and easy for the uninitiated to listen to and want to sleep. It doesn't. Chu Tian was already listening to drowsiness and was on the verge of collapsing. When all the information is recorded, Trudy fell asleep a long time ago. Thus, the two sisters surprisingly ignored Chu Tian and made a date to go out shopping. By the way, Sister Rose, did Meng Changjae really get you pregnant? Aha, don't look at him like a goon. He's pretty good. And also, didn't you say that the invited expert will arrive today? Why still ask me out to go shopping? Don't you need to go back to meet? No need. This disciple of mine isn't interested in doing this kind of superficial work. Just let Meng Changzai give a simple reception. Unbeknownst to her, not only did the experts come today, but Su Han-yun also came to her lab out of the blue. City West. Outside the exoskeleton research lab, Su Han-yun stood in the doorway wearing a light blue sun hat and surveyed for a long time without seeing the doorbell. There's no security or anything. I was about to make a phone call when suddenly the door opened by itself. Two men came out from inside. One was Meng Changzai, whom she recognized. The other was a bearded gringo, a man she had never seen before. The two of them walked out talking and laughing, and it was obvious that Meng Chang was treating him with respect. It's like a student treats a teacher like that. Professor Jenny, hard work. With you on board, our exoskeleton program is sure to shine. Wherever, teacher's invitation. I must come. The two were talking and laughing. Meng Changzai raised his head once and finally saw Su Han-yun who had come. He was stunned, then pleasantly surprised. Great, Dr. Su, you've come to inspect too. Chapter 153, if you can build it, I'll be the dog of the Dragon Kingdom. Since working on the skeleton with Rose, the two had reached a stalemate in their techniques for musculature, the various transmissions. So bring on Jenny. Now that he saw Su Han-yun, Meng Changzai only felt that happiness had come so suddenly, and that their technology could once again make progress. Kidding aside, Su Han-yun was an all-knowing god in the scientific research world. Recognized. Jenny, who was on the side, also smiled and greeted Su Han-yun when he saw her, but not as enthusiastic as one might expect. You are Dr. Su, who created the photolithography machine in the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you? Looking so young. Ha. Hello, and you are? So Han-hyen, though he heard Meng Chang calling him Jenny, but knowing nothing else about Jenny's identity, he asked politely. I'm sorry, Han-yun is poorly informed. I don't know who you are. Jenny, former chief designer at Burton. Exoskeletons are my specialty. He seemed polite when he introduced himself, but the eyes revealed an unnatural gleam. Always felt a bit arrogant in general. Su Han-yun had a delicate mind and naturally captured the unnaturalness. Didn't put much stock in it though. After all, scientists, or accomplished scientists, a little pride is normal. And photolithography was originally a technology that Hawksbane had for many years. So, Su Han-yun's achievements were in his eyes. It's not as high as I thought it would be. So it's Dr. Jenny. I'm sorry. By the way, Meng, can you take me in to see your equipment? After a few brief words of courtesy, Su Han-ryan went straight to the point. But Lee Jun-sung had explained that exoskeletons were important research. She didn't want to slack off. These words, however, made Meng Changjang in a difficult situation. Just now, Jenny had said that he wanted to try the dragon's food to come, and he'd agreed to do so. Right at this juncture, Su Han-yun suddenly appeared. It was torn for a few seconds. Meng Changzai pursed his lips. Good, Dr. Su, please come in. The equipment is all newly purchased and the skeleton of the mech is in the lab. Compared to the so-called expert Jenny, the Sohanhians are the ones who made him salty. It's not comparable. The reason why I hesitated for a few seconds was still just considering that I needed higher tech support. It's like a brother asking you to climb the stairs to the 10th floor when the elevator is coming up this way. Anyone would hesitate for a few seconds. This move definitely slapped Jenny in the face. It was clear that he had agreed to accompany him to go out for a stroll and taste the dragon's food. And when this woman comes along, he's the lowest of the low? Can't stand it. Although he couldn't bear it, he still had a cold face and followed back inside the lab. Eyes on Meng Chang, he was introducing the laboratory instruments to Su Han-yun one by one. He still couldn't hold back a cold grunt. Exoskeleton research is different from chips in that it doesn't have any finished product to draw from. Can Dr. Su see what the device does? Sorry, I'm learning about that right now. When it comes to exoskeletons, Su Han-ryan is still very modest. She really didn't know much about it. Plus her personality, which is rather soft and sticky. All that mattered was that, to Jenny, Su Han-ryan was nothing more than an empty-headed scientist. But any scientist who is really good at something can't be that soft, at least in academic discussions. It won't go soft. The scientific research atmosphere in your Dragon Kingdom is still very strange. A little girl in her early 20s can also take that much credit. With these words, he had already made it clear that he was looking down on Su Han-yun to his face. And Su Han-yun didn't feel anything. In her eyes it was enough to be able to do good research. It didn't matter what such insignificant people thought of her. Meng Changzai, who was on the side, was in a hurry, immediately countered. Dr. Jenny, I received you with respect, but you can't insult my Dragon Kingdom scientists, especially Dr. Su. By the way, your Eagle Jam has an even stranger scientific atmosphere, doesn't it? As far as I know, Rose is just the creator of the AI. It was your other scientists who let the AI out of its cage that directly disliked Jenny. Indeed, it wasn't the same people who worked on the AI that released it. It was someone else sent by the president who moved it. In that case, he really had no business mocking others. But as a true expert, how could Jenny give in so easily? What he despises most is falsification. If Su Han-yun had real skills, he would have respected Su Han-yun the way he treated Rose. But if Su Han-yun didn't have any real skills, he wouldn't spoil it. With all due respect, I haven't seen any academic papers published by Dr. Su, and I've only heard reports from the Dragon Kingdom that she built a photolithography machine, so I don't have any problems with my suspicions. After a pause, he spoke again. If I am asked to study with people who are selling their names, I really can't do it. These words truly ignited Meng Changzai's anger. Insults once, forget it, he endures. But with the continuous bombing, grabbing a loophole and starting to attack, he couldn't stand it anymore. Jenny, you're only given face because you're my daughter-in-law's disciple. If you can't stay, please leave on your own. It's a clear-cut eviction. It also counted as touching the bottom line of Meng Changzai. A weak man, he insulted the Longgui meritocracy. Humph, can you cover it up by getting rid of me? Jenny grunted, and proceeded to say it again. When I go back, I will publicize what I saw and did in the Dragon Kingdom, and your fudging will be laughed at by the whole world. The more Meng Changzai drove him away, the more he felt that Su Han-yun was selling his reputation, and the angrier they get. Meng Changzai still wanted to dislike a few words back, but at this moment, Su Han-yun spoke. Her dopey expression was a little flustered. Someone arguing over her would have put her under a lot of mental stress. Snapping forward, he asked in a rush, "Don't be angry. You guys, Dr. Jenny, what do I have to do to convince you? How? Since we're collaborating on exoskeleton research, there's ready-made machinery here, so build a simple robotic arm and I'll take a look." In his eyes, it wouldn't take much time to build a simple one, but one can also see Suan Rhyme's skills in it. See what she knows about exoskeletons. Why don't you say something? Dr. Su, you don't know anything about it, do you? Jenny continued to sneer. He was somewhat certain in his mind that the girl in front of him was just thrown out by one of the higher-ups to confuse everyone. As the saying goes, there is no excuse for wanting to do something. Su Han-yun was in this state at the moment, but she didn't feel aggrieved, because in her eyes, Jenny was always just an outsider. But proof? There seems to be a way. In the next moment, Su Han-yun nodded under Jenny's incredulous expression. Okay, I'll rub you now. Get one and see blah. But let's just say, if I come up with a robotic arm that you're happy with, you're going to work wholeheartedly for the Dragon Kingdom. Is that okay? She said that like it was a bet. Jenny looked a little amused. The last time she heard So Han-hyen make a bet was at the seminar. That bet Su Han-yun hasn't even honored it yet. Another one? She's busting a gut, isn't she? No problem. I originally came here after my teacher Rose. If you can build it, I'll be the Dragon Kingdom's dog. You guys drive it as you please. Chapter 154, This is my first time building a mecha. Jenny didn't know yet that it was because of this bet that he became the patriarchal figure among future mechs. It is also the only foreign expert in the Dragon Kingdom who has contributed a great deal. This is all an afterthought. At the moment, he still didn't believe that a little girl could do anything. Dr. Su, you're joking now. I'll take it all as a joke between friends. I won't be polite if I really can't do it in a while. In Jenny's eyes, the words were a kind reminder, but Meng often saw it as a threat. Bare-bones threats. Dr. Jenny, did you really come after my daughter-in-law when you came to the Dragon Kingdom with such an arrogant gesture? Meng Changzai inquired with a cold smile. Jenny, however, was not amused. What do you think it means to be arrogant, and what does it mean to not be arrogant? Science is supposed to pursue truth. It's supposed to be unadulterated by power. And my suspicions are justified. You don't have what a scientist should have. Meng Changzai was still about to retaliate, but Su Han-yun snapped. She stepped forward again, stopped the two from sniping. Dr. Jenny is right. Science should be pure. In response to Jenny's words, Su Han-yun secretly nodded in her heart, but she somewhat admired Rose. It's not easy to teach such pure students. Just science. No emotion whatsoever. Thinking about it, Su Han-yun suddenly smiled wanly, turning his head to look aside at the instruments. What kind of robotic arm should I make to convince Dr. Jenny? These words were mumbled by Su Han-yun, but both Meng Changzai and Jenny froze when they heard them. It's hard to believe that the same person, in the same sentence, has two temperaments. In the first half of the sentence, Soo Han-yoon was as cute and sweet as ever, scratching her head in confusion. In the second half of the sentence, the temperature of each word plummeted. It's a very strange feeling. Obviously, the thermometer in the lab showed that it was still 23 degrees, but they just felt that the atmosphere had suddenly become icy cold, even wanted to shiver. Sue, Dr. Sue, why are you suddenly smiling so weirdly? The moment the corner of Soo Han-yoon's mouth hooked up, revealing an evil smile staring at the instrument in front of him, it took Meng Changzai by surprise. Big, seeing a ghost in the middle of the day? No, I think Dr. Sue did that at the seminar. It just doesn't feel that deep when you see her on the TV screen. But at that point, a chill was still felt. Jenny, who was also surprised beyond belief, silently looked at Soo Han-yoon and didn't dare to speak. Nima, the sense of oppression. It's really strong. Soo Han-yoon sighed. Her mind raced as she stared at the 3D printer in front of her. Suddenly, she seemed to figure something out. Ignoring the fact that there were 2 other people watching, she went straight to the computer and started designing her robotic arm. Accessory design. It was the kind of job she'd learned long ago, back in the Photolithography Institute. It can be said to be very skillful. The necessary link still has to go. Can't, in front of 2 outsiders, just rub it in? That would be too scary. It also tends to expose hubby's magic glove. So the blindfold still needs to be used. With all the parts, they wouldn't be able to see that the glove could rub the robotic arm. She has extremely fast hands. Both hands worked in tandem. The mouse movement was on the verge of appearing stumpy, and the keyboard was pounding so hard it almost smoked. Look at the screen for a little bit of the completed design. Jenny's entire body was stunned. Both the main body design and the transmission design are so specialized? Jesus, what the hell are you doing? Every joint is micro-controlled. The 0.1 millimeter error kind. Behind him, Jenny looked at the computer screen and kept letting out gasps of surprise. That's too much of a contrast. A girl who looks like she can't do anything is the designer of a robotic arm. Or the big brother kind. Look at her skillful gestures. She really hasn't studied in the field of exoskeletons? It's not over yet? What are you doing? How dare you try to build a back-portable exoskeleton? Jenny felt like she was going to pass out from surprise. Back-portable exoskeletons, as the name suggests, are the kind where the entire exoskeleton is carried on the back. It sounds like it's impossible because the human body can't carry machinery that heavy. But Soo Rhyme's design seems to be different. He also has a support design, the kind that goes right up to the feet. In other words, Soo Han-yoon is designing a full-body exoskeleton device. The amazement lasted for over an hour. Jenny was breathing a little too hard. Finally, I waited for Soo Han-yoon to finish drawing the design. By this time, there was no need for the so-called production. Just this drawing alone made Jenny fall in line. She, a true genius scientist, thought that was the end of it. Who knows? Soo Han-yoon actually activated the 3D printing machine. She was really going to make a finished copy out of it. Even by karma. On that what emperor what do I see? This is the work of a whim after I recalled many mechanical designs both at home and abroad. So don't you rant and rave here. In the face of Jenny's constant omaga, Soo Han-yoon coldly replied back. I hope he stops bickering. Next moment, the 3D printer quickly built the spare parts. Although the printed contraption, which is of little practical use, is still fine as an experiment. Looking at the ground littered with printed alloy materials, Soo Han-yoon also ignored Jenny. Silence stepped forward, crouched down, and slowly pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket. Remember, you guys don't bother me when I'm assembling later. No, Dr. Sue, why don't you leave the assembly to me? Seeing this, Meng Changzai hurriedly came forward to offer his services. Who knew that his move was met with another icy reply from Soo Han-yoon? Leave me alone. Don't you understand? The words were like the cold winds of 3 winters, causing Meng Changzai to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Never felt such strong psychological pressure. It was as if 1 step closer to her would result in freezing to death. How did Lee Jun-sung survive under the hands of Soo Han-ryan in this state? Meng Changzai couldn't help but think suspiciously. This way, Soo Han-ryan has already started assembling it. She only saw that her hand speed was so fast that she couldn't see clearly even though Jenny and Meng were always staring hard at the movements of her hands. Hiss. Dr. Sue doesn't just have great brain power. This hand speed is also unbelievable. That said, can Brother Lee hold up? Meng Changshur exclaimed in a burst of shock. First, he was surprised that Soo Han-yoon's hand speed was unbeatable. And then he remembered her husband, Lee Jun-sung. He felt a chill in his legs. In a trance. I don't know how much time has passed. It could be a few minutes. It could be half an hour. Soo Han-yoon had already finished assembling the pile of materials in front of him. After mounting the motor, she clapped her hands together. The temperature in the room is also starting to rise. Back to that warm feeling at the beginning. Well, that's it, blah blah blah. My first time building a mech. Dr. Jenny, would you like to put it on and see? Chapter 155, Whispering Monster. Finding the Smithy. Soo Han-yoon's words seemed like a piece of nonsense, but they were actually a piece of nonsense. With a design like that, how could Jenny, being the exoskeleton research nut that she is, not want to try it out? Yes, I want to try. Please, let me try. As soon as his words fell, Soo Han-yoon retreated to the side. It seems to say, go ahead if you want to try it. I won't stop you. Jenny looked at the exoskeleton in front of her. It was almost like armor from a sci-fi movie. There's not much of a protective casing though, I guess. He couldn't wait to step forward and stroke the alloy, feeling the cold temperature. But he felt that it was warmer than a lover's hand. Sci-fi to the extreme. It's as good as magic. It was also at this time that the exoskeleton clicked on some switch as if it had detected the human. The entire iron armor quickly opened, not giving Jenny time to react. It snapped on in a flash. Wrap him up tightly within. Jenny was horrified and tried to escape, but the steel wrapped him tightly. There's no way to run away. Next, a mechanical voice sounded. Dressing completed. Just 4 words without much explanation. It was about this time that the line lights of the exoskeleton's iron armor began to light up. The dark red light made the iron armor look even more aggressive. Overwhelming. Yanni also finally came back to the feeling of wearing the iron armor. He moved his fingers. The movement was light, but Ironclad sensed it immediately. Almost in sync with his own movements. The large, ironclad hand moved its fingers as well. Such sensitive sensing. Such precise sensing. And it's something that's built off the shelf? Unbelievably. He turned his head to look at Soo Han-yoon. The iron armor sensed his movement and drove his head to slowly turn a fraction of an inch. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's too good. Trying another step forward, he found that it required little effort at all. It just feels like being in space. Not as easy as gravity. With a clunk, the gauntlet followed his movement and took a step forward. Cracked the tiles on the floor. A touch. It still got the weight, but I can't feel it at all. It's amazing. Such an elaborate exoskeleton design. I haven't seen it before. Dr. Jenny, just have some fun. Don't trample our lab. Seeing this, Soo Han-yoon hurriedly pressed a remote control in his hand. Next moment, Jenny only felt a sudden weight on his body and fell hard to the ground. The iron armor on his back, on the other hand, began to change in an incredible way, shrinking into an iron ball. Everything about it is so sci-fi. Looking at Jenny, he thought he was dreaming. He sat down on his knees and tried to take it. Ryoko, suddenly turning his head, he looked at Soo Han-yoon with a firm gaze. Sensei, I want to build mechs. Who are you calling a teacher, you 205? I'm not dead yet. Your teacher. Coincidentally, it was at this very moment that Rose unexpectedly returned. She pulled Chang-won and came through the door step by step. The pretty face was filled with anger. Came right in front of Jenny's eyes and went straight for the jugular. After the kick, she also looked at Soo Han-yoon, full of apologies. I'm sorry to trouble you with my student's brain. It's okay, Sister Rose, you don't have to act it out for me. In fact, you just heard it all out there, didn't you? Soo Han-yoon smiled wanly, a direct nod to Rose's little mind, rather to Rose's relief. Ha ha, I knew Dr. Soo was smart. I didn't expect such a delicate mind. She was a little surprised by that. How can the average person think of this level? It was amazing that Soo Han-yoon could think that she had kicked the student, the unforgiving kind, to protect him. After all, he had just constantly questioned Dr. So, who is Dr. Soo? That is the intelligence center old Sheen are to be every day to praise on the mouth of the character. Her husband is even more remarkable. Looks like than the old Sheen ability are high. What's the point of offending her? It can't be. They're all Eagle Jam people. It would have been bad enough for Eagle Jam in the minds of the dragons. Not only did they sail 15 carriers to sanction them, but they also released the AI scourge on the world. At this critical juncture, it's only a stick in the mud like Jenny who would be offended by the Dragon Nation. And the one who offended was the most favored one. The scientist, Soo Han-yoon. Sister Rose, now that we're all on our own, there's no need to play with so many minds. And I see that Dr. Jenny has a heart of gold quite well. Soo and Rhyme saw Rose freeze, and guessed what she was after. Hastily, he stepped forward with a word of comfort. Show that you don't take it to heart. The comforting words, straight away, almost brought tears to Rose's eyes. Is there pure purity in the world? She didn't believe there was one before, but now she did. Where Soo Han-yoon exists, it's a pure land. The ability to lay it all out on the table. And the fact that she doesn't have the slightest bit of a leadership temperament. And that everything is about working together for a common goal. She lived for centuries. First time I've joined such a comfortable group. First time I've seen such a charismatic boss. Honey, we must help Dr. Su build the mecha properly. She didn't answer Su Han Yun, but turned her head to Meng Changzai and solemnly explained. Don't worry, since the moment I got the project, I've already decided to fight for Dr. Su with all my heart and soul, and for the Dragon Kingdom. Aside, Su Han Yun secretly nodded in her heart. With this group of people on board, hubby Li Jun Sun's plan shouldn't be in too much of a mess. Before, she worked under someone else. Naturally, you don't have to think too much. Just think about how to cook for your husband every day. And now, she carries Li Jun Sun's account. Have to run the team like a boss. So a lot of things aren't meant to be done anymore. With what happened today, it doesn't look like she did anything. In fact, the mind has been spinning 800 times thinking about how to handle it. Good thing nothing went wrong. Perfect processing success. Hubby, when you come back you must reward me, otherwise it's a loss to spend so many brain cells every day. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jun Sung is panicking at the moment. He and Qin Zhengfei were still on their way down the mountain, speeding up their pace quite a bit along the way. Since hearing the whispers of the mountain tops clearly, then he felt that something big would happen and he had to hurry back. Actually, he was wrong to worry, because today's divine land was completely different from the pattern of the ancient times. That so-called whisperer, it's looking in the wrong place. In the distance, the country of Smita. A group of mercenaries is starting to evacuate Smita. They were hired by the plutocrats to clean up the AI-controlled smart machines. Today the blue planet is almost cleaned of intelligent machines. The mercenaries had completed their mission and naturally had to leave. They are evacuating in an orderly fashion. More than 300 camouflaged vehicles and a dozen or so helicopter gunships were traveling one after another toward the border. The chief was at the end of the caravan, enjoying the members of the female troop that Smithy had sent him. Suddenly, there was a call from outside the car and the sirens were pulled. Chief, it's bad. A monster with a scythe in its hand has appeared in front of us. Its mouth keeps shouting that it wants the land of the gods to be devastated. Our car was cut in half with a single slash from it. And bullets, shells, they don't work on it. Chapter 156, Death with a scythe in his hand. With a scythe and a monster? You can't handle bullets. Shells? The mercenary leader was confused. Was this crier being funny? With a head full of questions, his eyes suddenly became incomparably cold. A hard shot at the girl group. Afterward, he jerked the door open and gave the messenger outside the car a death glare. You know the consequences if you let me know you're messing with me. No, I don't dare. It's already killed it. The messenger saw the look in the chief's eyes and panicked. Not like he was faking it. It seemed scarier than the sight of a monster. Turning his eyes again, the two female groupies look like they are on the cot in the car. It was instantly clear. Chief, I didn't mean to disturb you. Just come out and take a look. The chief simply put on his clothes and stepped out of the car with a big grin. At a glance, there was still a long caravan ahead, which could not be seen at all. Not to mention the monsters the crier called them. Seeing this, the chief sneered, pulled a pistol from his belt and aimed it at the messenger's head. The messenger hastily raised his hand and explained in a panic. Chief, the monster is at the front of the caravan. Your car is well soundproofed, you didn't hear it inside. In fact, we are already in combat. Combat? Why was the gunfire not heard? Why was the artillery not heard? The chief continued to sneer and slowly pulled the trigger. With a thud, he didn't look back, still wanting to go back to his car and have a good time. Just then, boom, there was the sound of an explosion in the distance, followed by silence. Within seconds, a heavy machine gun clattered again from the distance. A few seconds passed and there was no movement again. The chief glanced at the corpse of the messenger on the ground at that moment. His eyes glazed over. Hurriedly, he went back to his car and grabbed his pager. As soon as I opened it, the pager was in disarray. Informed the chief, we can't hold out much longer. Already sent. Hold it even if you can't hold it. Helicopters sweep it. Helicopter received. Arming. Ammunition preparation complete. Targeting successful. Ah, my body is cut in half. Help! Help! Voices from the helicopter, which had just come in calm and collected, were followed in the next second by the pilot's exclamation of alarm. Look up! A tiny black dot in the distance split in two into two small black dots. With a boom from the pager, two little black dots had fallen. Yes, the two little black dots were helicopters, except the convoy was so long that they looked like black dots to his eyes. It had come to this, and of course the chief understood it. It's something that's really happening. What happened? Report it to me. Anxious, he was finally in a hurry. After picking up his pager and tuning in a few front row captain's channels, he rushed to ask. But his question, stone cold, no one answered. It was then that he finally realized the gravity of the situation. What does it mean that no one answered? It means these captains, they're dead. He hastily adjusted the channel again. the channel became a bit cluttered, with many people reporting back constantly, and the people in the back of the convoy didn't know what was happening in front of them. The leader could not be contacted either, so the entire team was paralyzed as they did not dare to take action at will. Only the small group of people who were actually facing the monster were fighting. Debriefing. Over the clutter of pager voices, someone heard the chief's voice and burst into tears. Chief, there are monsters blocking our progress. Real monsters. Then what are you waiting for? All of you fight for me. Roger that. With the chief's order, the people in front finally breathed a sigh of relief. No longer do you have to watch the monsters hack and slash their way through, killing them like dogs. After the order was given, the chief's eyes narrowed slightly in anger. He had only been high for about 10 minutes, and there was such a big deal going on out there. Bad luck. Really bad luck. I'd like to see what kind of monster that can still stand up to the army. Grunting and cursing, he got into a camouflaged vehicle off to the side. The entire convoy began to spread out at this point, no longer focused on driving on the tarmac. From the planes on either side, it traveled slowly toward the very front. The chief was also in one of the cars. After traveling for about 5 minutes, I finally saw the battle ahead, but only a few generalizations can be seen, only to see that a group of mercenaries were carrying rocket launchers and retreating while fighting because they couldn't find cover. Would have thought they could have lasted a while. The next moment, a whole row of men fell under the eyes of the chief. After they fall, can see a little farther. A red figure, standing vaguely in the center of the pile of corpses. Seeing this, the chief giggled inwardly. Damn, it's already magical enough that the Dragon Kingdom got a black dragon some time ago. What the hell is this? After actually getting a good look at the supposed monster with binoculars, the chief didn't have an ounce of heart for the fight. The view through the telescope. In the middle of the plain where hundreds of broken bodies lay, a human-like creature stood proudly in the distance. It held a scythe in its hand, similar to the shape of a death scythe. And on the face, surprisingly, there wasn't a flesh or two. It was all skin and bone. It emanated a ghastly red light. Call it human. Its waist is not human. It's empty and unsupported. It wasn't until the stride that a few red bones showed. Its feet, on the other hand, are real human feet. The flesh and blood kind. The overall look is very spooky. Confirmation of the people who can't be ed. Retreat. Withdraw to the similitudes. Quickly. The chief's face was filled with horror, and he hurriedly gave the order to retreat. This thing, it could end a dozen lives with a single slash and cut up a helicopter. How do you fight? Even if we win, will it do any good? No, that's still a dur. The minions at the bottom, who had long wanted to withdraw, were only in the way of the chief's lechery. No one dared to retreat for fear that the chief would take it out on their families. The order to retreat was received at this moment. One by one, they all made a crazy U-turn as if they had taken a euphoric J. The gas is going to break. Retreat! Retreat for me! The chief was no exception, frantically ordering the driver of the car. This scene, if seen by outsiders, must have dropped their jaws. Only a group of mercenaries, about 1,000 men, large and small, and hundreds of cars were seen, chased and slashed by a red humanoid monster. That's right, chasing and chopping. That humanoid monster was still laughing while chasing after it. Ha ha ha, run! Let me enjoy the thrill of killing again in these millions of years. Millbrow to the point of outrageousness. The mercenaries fled frantically, but it didn't seem to do much good. Through the rearview mirror, the chief could clearly see that the monster was destroying their cars one by one. Each car was like tofu, cut in half by the scythe in its hand. The car that was cut into the gas tank landed on the ground and the metal rubbed off sparks, igniting the gasoline. A ball of flame rose behind him. Seeing this scene, the chief only felt a chill down his back. Hastily, he urged again. Faster, faster. Reporting to the chief, the throttle is bottomed out. Can't go any faster. As the words left his mouth, the chief once again looked backward, only to realize, with a jolt, that it was quiet back there. Got rid of it? I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly there was a loud bang from the front. It turned out to be the monster. A jump, and came to him. The driver saw this and quickly applied the emergency brakes, trying to turn around and escape in a different direction. The wheels cut a black line across the ground that was dozens of meters long. Wait for the stop. Snapped out of it. It actually stopped right in front of the monster. Terrified, the driver tried to hit the gas again, turn around and run away, but the monster didn't give him that chance at all. Chapter 157, System. What the hell are you doing to my points? The scythe waved in his hand, and without any chance of resistance, he solved the driver with a single slash. Back row. The chief had long been scared silly. If it's a normal war, death is death. As to why one dies, and face this monster. He died for nothing. Facing a life and death situation, he couldn't care less about the word fear. It's a death anyway. The chief, at the moment, sitting in the back seat, surprisingly composed himself and summoned up the courage to ask, "Why are you chasing me? Cha-cha-cha-cha. Do you need a reason to kill someone? Strangle the 4 sacred beasts. Exterminate the land of the divine state. Snow my million years of shame." The more he spoke, the more maniacal the monster's tone became. Speaking of his millions of years of resentment, the chief was in the car, getting more and more confused as he listened. What the hell is this called the 4 sacred beasts? Science has explored Mars, where an AI exists, and you're playing metaphysics with me? Gobble. A hard swallow. The chief opened his mouth trembling. Demon. Ah no. My lord. You're looking in the wrong place. This is Smithy, not the land of the gods. And we're also here on business in Smithy. Not from here, he said, on the verge of tears. People are looking for the Dragon Kingdom, so he's suffering from this unwarranted disaster for nothing today? The monster listened and didn't take it to heart. Turning his head to the valley not far away, painful memories came flooding back. Flame Scale, am finally back. The land of the divine, as the name suggests, is the place where the divine was created. That was the true divine state. The divine state that led all men to conquer the starry sea. And guarding the divine state project are the 4 divine beasts. Millions of years ago, I was created and commissioned by that lord. The purpose is great. I want to stop the birth of the divine plan. I'm going to protect everyone in all of Blue Star. Avoid getting involved in a galactic war. Because my purpose is different from mainstream thought. I've been called a demon, a devil, by the world. Because of my mass assassination of the executors of the divine plan, I am wanted along with other genetic beings. Years of effort, seemingly to no avail. Shenzhou was done, and everyone at Blue Star was so excited that they took it upon themselves to intervene in that war. The operation failed after all. It was also at this place that I was subdued by the 4 holy beasts. That day, thunder shook the 9 heavens, flames stained the stars, and the white tiger, the king of battle armaments, shattered me with a single claw. Though I won't die, I can be reborn with even 1 cell left. But, a product of genetic engineering, consistently lost out to mechanical engineering. I have failed. The Lord's plan has failed. The group made me. Watch as the adults were put under electrocution and dusted off. The land of God is full of moralistic guys. People have exposed themselves and engaged in wars for the sake of daydreams that are simply impossible, foregoing the best opportunities for civilization to thrive. No, actually, I didn't lose completely. There were 4 of them, beating me by 1. Finally, a gene suppression base was used to trap me, to make me really suffer. Those people left me on the highest mountain peaks for a million years, suffered daily from bitter cold. That's right, millions of years ago, including the Dragon Kingdom. The territory of Smithy today is also within the boundaries of the land of the gods. Think about it. Flame Phosphorus slowly turned around, no longer seeming to be in a frenzy. Tell me, why do humans still exist on Blue Star? 1 hour later, the chief told it all about the evolution, the development of the human race. Flame Phosphorus shook his head bitterly and casually grabbed the chief's driver out of the car and feasted on him. As it began to feed, blood and flesh gradually grew from the skeleton's parts. But it hasn't grown skin yet, and it's very creepy to look at. So it's not that generation of humans, but newly evolved. New humans. Ha ha ha. You. Search all the resources with me. I'm going to build the divine state and chase after those 4 guys. With that, Flame Phosphorus stuck his bone-covered claws into the car. It stabbed hard into the chief's chest. Normally, with this kind of serious injury the chief is bound to die. But it's weird. The chief did not feel any pain and seemed to lose his sense of pain. Soon, the mercenary leader's skin began to turn red and a fiery red scale grew on his body. Admiring his masterpiece, Flame Phosphorus nodded in satisfaction and spoke. In 3 hours, your mutation will be complete, and all you have to do is get me enough humans. I will follow Lord Flame Phosphorus. At this moment, the chief's eyes had long since lost their fear. What turned out to be more was the awe of Flame Phosphorus, the loyalty of being his squire. After converting the chief, Flame Phosphorus then turned his head to the other mercenaries, a constant sneer on his lips. To this point, the sky, in Smithy, is beginning to change. Compared to the future of Similac, the atmosphere on the dragon side was much more relaxed, because the AI on Blue Star has been fully pounced on. The dragon chip has truly gone global. After destroying a large number of devices that possessed chips, the surge in global chip demand equates to a period when chips were just being commercialized. Almost 90% of the chip orders were taken by Dragon. Dragon State chips are high quality and cost-effective. Chips from other manufacturers are simply not comparable. Lee Jun-sung also returned to the intelligence center. A large number of researchers were notified to head down to Everest and examine that alien craft. The researchers were still confused when they were notified. An alien ship? Isn't that something out of a sci-fi movie? But the order came from the intelligence center, and it's not like it's fake. One time, hundreds of researchers, with doubtful hearts, marched under Mount Everest in great numbers. After a few days of climbing and descending, Lee Jun-sung felt a little tired even after being strengthened. It doesn't. It's lying at home asleep. The whisper he heard at the top of Everest kept echoing in his head. System, what the hell do you think that could be? Could it be an ancient seal being lifted and some demon being released? Ding! The host's guess has some possibilities, but even if it's a demon, it's not a demon in the mythological sense. It's a demon in the scientific sense. How can you be so sure? Maybe the end of science is theology, like immortality, like magic. Reminder, the system comes from outside of time, and is quite certain to tell the host that there is no fairy cultivation, no magic, and even if there is, even if it's in accordance with scientific theories, Lee Jun-sung, who originally didn't take it to heart, hearing the system's explanation came at once. Tell me, from what you're saying, there really is a civilization of immortal cultivation in the world? Spending 50,000 points. The system can tell you. Pitiful. 50,000 points. Do you know how much that is? You have 5 million points now and you don't spend them. 50,000 is just a drop in the bucket. With a reminder from the system, Lee Jun-sung just reacted. Yeah, I have a points mole myself. I almost forgot after all this time. And the impact of the dragon ship on the world, coupled with the impact of the carrier's presence on the world, had him adding points all the time. Some time ago, Lee Jun-sung was annoyed by the prompts for points to increase. Just let the system not report it. It's not, by accident, all 5 million points. Okay, brother, I've spent 50,000 points. If you don't make it clear, I'll never use you again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50,000 points to obtain a scientific story. Please be patient and listen to this system slowly. Wait, injustice? Your ing screwing me out of points. Chapter 158, Enemy of the World. Monster arrives. I'm just kidding. The points weren't deducted. Are you ing kidding me? Lee Jun-sung just felt like he was being made a fool of. No joy at all that the points were not deducted. Never mind. I'm sore all over and I've been climbing for half a month. Just be quiet and watch you start the show. Well, the so-called world of immortality did exist. Right off the bat, the system throws in the towel. The world of immortality has existed. So how does science stand on its own? And are all of today's human theories wrong? Before Lee Jun-sung could ask, the system then began to go into detail. There's some planet that built tons of nanobots before it was exterminated. You can understand the bacteria of the blue star. These nanobots are extremely sophisticated and ubiquitous. They are capable of self-replicating, self-acquiring energy, and waiting for a certain command to be turned on. If there is no command, it remains dormant, or replicates and energy is acquired. Until one day, that planet once again gave birth to life. And there were humans. The word humans, just a metaphor. Since nanobots are ubiquitous, humans live with them. It's just that humans can't see them. Another day, civilization began to be born. At this point, some people have inadvertently activated the nanobots in their bodies by making them collide with each other through different breath-holding gestures, and so on, which has also had an unexpected effect. Thus, the immortal cultivation technique was born. It wasn't anything esoteric. It was just a matter of breathing in a specific way, flinging your arms around, and getting a large number of nanobots in your body to collide with each other, thus stimulating it. The one who created the cultivation of immortality could destroy a mountain with a wave of his hand by virtue of his gesture, worshipped by all as an immortal. Wait, nanobots can destroy a mountain? The robots themselves can't, but it's just the fusion program on the nanobots that's triggered. Next, the system once again explains the doorway. Nanobots, the aura of that world. The so-called absorption of aura was nothing more than having more disposable nanobots in the body. Different methods of breathing, of muscle contraction, activate different functions. It also creates the so-called gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the 5 elements of spells. There is also the so-called healing method, which also uses nanobots to repair the body cells at the molecular level, going off the deep end. On the other hand, the nanobots were running some intense program inside him, for running aggressive programs in the body that maim, kill, and drive people crazy. There is also something to be said for so-called longevity. It's also nothing more than nanobots that keep culling old cells from the body and replacing them with new ones. It then allows one to reach immortality. Storytelling. Lee Jun-sung couldn't help but ask in confusion. That civilization, does it really exist? Yes, it was finally discovered by a higher civilization and exterminated. It's pretty sad when you think about it. The thing they had believed in for countless generations, Reiki, turned out to be fake. It's just one robot that's invisible to the naked eye. From there, each generation relied on cultivation feats and ultimately did not develop any technology. Civilization, gone astray. Can't even walk off your own planet. No, that's it? Lee Jun-sung's eyes widened and he felt that the system was a real ing pit. It's not storytelling. At first he thought it was a grand masterpiece, but it was a short story of a few hundred words. It's over so soon. This is not enough time for him to use an umbrella with his daughter-in-law. Jingle bells. At the moment, in between his complaints, his cell phone suddenly rang. Taking a look, it was Qin Zhengfei calling. Cover your face and answer the phone. Lee Jun-sung laughed and shook his head and cursed. What a damn moment of rest. Older brother. It's not that I'm intentionally disturbing you, but something really big has happened. Half of their country has fallen. Simida. What? A monster covered in scales that can mutate humans. It has gathered 1 million minions and has taken half of the territory of Simida in a few days. Hiss. That's some heavy news. AI a while back was nothing more than controlling intelligent machines and screwing humans with a hammer in the east and a stick in the west. This monster is so good that it directly attacks the city and takes half of the country in a few days. It's not the monster that matters. Rather, it's what the hell is this monster and why did it appear out of nowhere? No, we have to go to the intelligence center. Hanging up the phone and rubbing his swollen brain, Lee Jun-sung quickly got dressed. Departure. On the way, he kept asking the system and didn't get any useful answers. After all, there are so many directions science can go to get to that point, and so many ways to create a monster technology. Couldn't even guess what the hell that was. A machine like the Black Dragon? Or silicon-based intelligent life? No clue. Coming to the intelligence center, Qin Zhengfei was in a bit of an off state today. In the past, no matter how difficult it was to explain a problem that arose, he was able to face it with ease, and just now he received the message. Already, he couldn't calm down. The bearded Qin Zhengfei slowly sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Xin Wan on the side, on the other hand, kept giving him reports on the intelligence coming from Similac's side. Almost every hour, a place would be overrun by monsters. Immediately after taking over, the monster mutates the locals into his henchmen and takes over another place immediately after. What makes it strange is this. The monsters take over places for no reason, and seem to do so only for some local steel mills. Lee Jun-sung listened for a long time, and a little bit of a nerd. Strange, didn't they say this monster eats people? What does he want with the steel mill? A headache. A real headache. At the rate he's going, he'll soon spread the monster war to the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Zhengfei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, eyes full of blood. He's just an ordinary guy, and after a half-month trip to Everest, he comes back and this big thing happens. There is little to no rest. Buddy, do you think it's possible that it was created by the AI to disgust humans? After thinking for half a day, Qin Zhengfei didn't have a clue. The words popped out of nowhere. After all, who but AI would somehow have a problem with humans? Everything has a cause and effect, and if there is such an effect today, then there must be a reason for it. Qin Zhengfei said with a headache. Immediately afterward, he explained a bit more for fear that Lee Jun-sung wouldn't understand. The so-called cause and effect is not the kind of esoteric thing you understand. Very normal logical thinking. Because therefore, there's some kind of outcome because of what happened first. After saying that, he looked at Lee Jun-sung. Apparently Lee Jun-sung is also confused. But still, he shook his head. Old Qin, I don't think it's the AI. The main purpose of today's AI is to develop on Mars and find a chance to fight back. He's not strong enough to build a monster. You're right. Now that Eagle Jam has sent troops to help, I've heard the losses have been high. Chapter 159, a black technology that can collapse a 5 cm steel plate with one punch? That's right. The monster's intensity has been grossly overpowered. Airplanes and missiles can't handle him. Even the AI, which had the world in a tizzy before it subsided, couldn't have carried the missiles hard. It's mainly just a bit of a pain in the ass as it targets smart devices and is pervasive. And now this monster is completely different. He's taking hard fire with his frame and he can't hit him. That's a bit anticlimactic. Plus it assimilated millions of minions, turning millions of people into demons just like him. Though the minions weren't as strong as himself, a single shot of a large-yield missile from the human side could kill quite a few. But those assimilated minions aren't afraid of bullets or shells or anything. Extremely difficult. Things are getting harder. Looks like there's a little bit of time left on the clock. Lee Jun-sung pondered for a while and spoke slowly. What time? Qin Zhengfei raised his head and looked at Lee Jun-sung, always feeling that this kid had a bigger secret. Just think he can fix this demon. Of course it's the mecha manufacturing we initiated some time ago. I don't think you figured it out yet. That thing can't be killed by missiles. And you're relying on mechs? When Qin Zhengfei heard this, he only thought that Li Junchang was hysterical. It's not much of a problem to say that you can use a mech against some AI-made robots, because that's the best way to do it. But now, the enemy is a demon made of who knows what, the kind that can't be killed by a large-yield explosion. You've been too tired these past few days. Why don't you take a rest first? Saying that, Qin Zhengfei proposed to Li Juncheng. The current situation is messy enough. Good. I'll go back then. Upon hearing this, Li Junsung showed his teeth and smiled, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. For a while it could make Qin Zhengfei angry. Nice guy. Laozi came to you to discuss a plan. And you're so perfunctory. But on second thought, it looks like that trip to Everest did tire my oldest brother out. Well, take a few days off and remember to come back in a week. Qin Zhengfei nodded. He wasn't the kind of boss who used his coworkers to death, and was still very sympathetic to his subordinates. Of course, this sentence did not work on Changwon. Changwon is a robot, and would have worked as a robot. Wait for Li Junsung to leave. Changwon, who was on the side, finally spoke up. Boss, I want a break too. I want a vacation too. Who knows? These words directly ignited Qin Zhengfei. He stood up and looked at Changwon with bloodshot eyes, spitting. Vacation? What vacation? Only people who are of no use to the country would take a vacation. Changwon, listen to me. This is the time when the intelligence center needs you. Qin Zhengfei wasn't joking. He means it. There is so much going on these days that there are moments when even an Iron Man like him can't hold out. If he lost the help of Changwon as a robot, he might not last. Sudden death in the office is possible at any time. The matter of the destruction of half the country of Smithy is not just a matter of Smithy itself. It's a worldwide thing. In any country that is in line with the world, when something goes wrong, it is not as simple as one's own business, but it is closely related to everyone. Not to mention, it's that big of a deal. Well boss, I was just kidding. I get the lesser of the two. Changwon carried her hands behind her back and looked down at Qin Zhengfei on the sofa and smiled. She was indeed joking as well. She knows more since she has read the book. She also learned the words by the people. She also learned about the righteousness of the family. No longer the ignorant village girl from a small landowner's house from centuries ago. Hey, call it luck, or misfortune. Qin Zhengfei sighed as he looked at the energetic Changwon. I was unfortunate enough to sit in this position and start investigating all sorts of mysterious events day and night with a broken heart. I'm also lucky to have met my oldest brother, a truly mysterious figure who helps me a lot. Met you too. You have the most outstanding work skills of anyone I've ever met, and have helped me with so many laborious things. When he finished, he forced a small smile. It was a smile worse than tears on his exhausted face. Ha, boss, you'd better stop smiling. Today you smile even worse than Uncle Chu Tian. Oh my. Have you finished your work and you dare to flirt with the boss here? You'll have to be even busier when my brother is off. Don't give me more work, La. I'm wrong. But what? But I don't think Lee looks like he's going on a break. Maybe next time he comes back, he'll surprise us. Oh. Xingwan tilted her head and picked her fingers at the corners of her mouth as if she was thinking. It was a feeling she had. It always seemed like Li Junsung's teeth-baring smile before he left wasn't because of the vacation. The reason he's happy, rather, is because, finally freed up to do something. If Li Junsung heard her words, he would definitely give her a thumbs up. It's true that it's still a woman's mind. It was all obvious to her. That's right. After Li Junsung walked out of the intelligence center, he couldn't wait to rush towards Meng Changji's research lab. On the way, he made another impromptu reversal of direction and headed toward the Academy of Sciences. Pick up the phone. Hey, daughter-in-law. I'm coming to visit you now. Wait for me. Hang up. Li Junsung hurriedly communicated with the system. System, open the mall for me. I want to buy black technology. Ding. We've opened the mall for you. Please select by yourself. And feel free to ask if you don't understand. After the mall opens, instead of wandering around, he found the mech section from memory. Now, he's going to pick a mech. There are many types of mechs. There are rescue types, melee types, long-range missile types, and all sorts of specialty types. As things stand today, one must prioritize the combat style, he thought in his mind. Don't look for a lot of types here, but there's actually a very, very small range to choose from, because he doesn't just have to consider the mech's fighting ability. What's more important to consider is the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom. It's the material that can be built within the current level that is the most critical point. Portable mecha core specialized mecha? After half a day of looking, his eyes rested on this mech. Click in and read the brief description. This thing has low attack power, low agility, and doesn't carry specialized weapons, but it requires materials that seem to be accomplished with no effort. The data card, 2, has its indicators. Attack power, 1 star. Defense, 2 stars. Agility, 1 star. Attack style, fighting. Control center, quantum chip. The words quantum chip managed to catch Li Junchang's eye. Isn't this an existing thing? It's only a matter of time. Although the daughter-in-law hasn't been developed yet, all the knowledge, after all, was transferred to her through the system. System, I'll take him, place my order. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have spent 3 million points to redeem the design of the mech soldier's specialized mech, including the materials and details of how to make the fittings. After purchasing it, Li Jun-sung's mind appeared to have knowledge about mechs specializing in mechs. It's okay not to understand this. After all, he had never seen a mech and didn't know what the so-called 1-star stood for. The knowledge didn't sink in until it was in your head. A ING 1-star attack power means it can collapse a 5 cm thick steel plate with a single punch. Chapter 160, Automated Mass Production of Black Dragons. Nima. That's the level of Superman, right? Not to mention the defense. 2 stars to the extent that even a mech pilot could survive 300 meters away from the center of a nuclear blast. It's so anticlimactic. No. I have to print out all this information. Right now. The other side. Su Hanyan from the Academy of Science heard that Li Jun-sung was coming. Silence was somewhat expected. It seemed like every second in the wait was torture. Ever since Li Jun-sung went to Everest, up to now, the two of them had only seen each other once. She sat in her office, staring at the report Ling Bo had just delivered. He was elated. The quantum chip, following the method that had suddenly appeared in his mind, had been completed. And it was at this moment of celebration that the husband returned. Double happiness. Just as he was happy, the door was suddenly opened. Su Han-yun looked towards the door with delight and was not disappointed. It was none other than Li Jun-sung who had arrived. When she saw her husband, she rushed to open her arms. Greeted. Hold your husband close. Then tenderly, he raised his head. Boo! There was a crisp thud in the office. Honey, don't say anything for a minute. I know you've come to me with serious business, but I want to just cuddle with you for a while. Just for a little while. Su Han-yun beamed and said in a sticky voice. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a cozy moment. One thing after another is happening in the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. It started to bring them together as a young couple. Li Jun-sung felt the warmth of his daughter-in-law. For a moment, he also held back from speaking. Just enjoy it. Suddenly, there was a soft cough from the doorway. Ahem. That research god. My co-workers have asked me to ask where the celebration banquet is being held. A celebration? When Li Jun-sung heard this, he turned his head to Ling Bo in confusion, but with Su Han-yun in his arms, he didn't let go. On the contrary, it was Su Han-yun who blushed scarlet. It's hard to warm up to your husband for a while, but it's very embarrassing to be bumped into by a subordinate, she replied in a thin, mosquito-like voice. That's Sister Ling Bo. You guys can decide the celebration banquet yourselves. I still have important things on my side. Wait, the celebration you guys are talking about. Is the quantum chip finished? Li Jun-sung was a little curious. After all, it shouldn't be so soon as he expected it to be. But the Quantum Chip Research Center, celebrating what else can be because of? That's right, Mr. Li. Under the leadership of the god of research, the quantum chip was successfully developed, and the Dragon Kingdom chip industry has surpassed the world. Ling Bo Wei at the doorway replied with a smile. Underneath her slight smile, her eyes twitched with undoubted excitement. But because Ben is cold and icy, it wasn't going to jump up and down in excitement like Su Han-yun. Having said that, Ling Bo did leave this place in a very sensible manner, explaining Su Han-yun's instructions for them to decide on their own. When she walked away, Su Han-yun hastily closed the office door, and a reverse lock. Honey, now no one will bother us. I actually came over here to give you something. After thinking about it, Li Jun-sung still told his purpose. Smithy are close to extinction. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Well, seeing the serious expression on Li Jun-sung's face, Su Han-yun also reluctantly let go of the embrace. A serious face stared at him. What is it? Nah, this is something that you're probably going to have to start hustling lately. And I'm going to have to start hustling, too. Li Junchang opened his own backpack and took out the special mecha information for mech soldiers and handed it to Su Han-yun. Su Han-yun took the information and glanced at it. Shock filled the little face. Honey, don't tell me you caught this thing fishing too? Ahem. I catch all my stuff from fishing. Li Jun-sung let out a bad smile. Then he stroked his daughter-in-law's little head, sighing again. Hubby's going away again for a few days. I don't know how long this time. This statement was made. Su Han-yun's little mouth was so high that it could hang a bottle of soy sauce. Even, there was a slight mist in his eyes. Good daughter-in-law, don't cry. When everything is over, I'll stick to you every day, and I'll come to the academy, okay? I saw that my daughter-in-law was about to cry. Li Jun-sung rushed to comfort. I'm not going to. Let others see the joke. Ha! Soo Han-yoon pursed her lips and raised her head to hum stubbornly. Honey, I'm not going to cry. I'm going to get everything you've given me. Just, what are you worried about? I'm worried that things are getting more and more problematic, with the AI, the monsters, and I don't know what's going to come up later. Can we ever go back to the kind of life we had before? Soo Han-yoon's words caused Lee Jun-sung to freeze again. Yeah, it didn't seem to be in any danger for a while, but the world had actually changed. Danger is all around and can strike at any time. Just fixing the AI, the monsters, both of those things take time. And unknown, there are several mysteries awaiting Blue Star. He and his daughter-in-law, can they really work things out and go back to the cozy life they had before? He doesn't know himself. Seeing the expression on Lee Jun-sung's face, Soo Han-yoon came up again and hugged him tightly. Whatever happens, we face it together. Well, Lee Jun-sung returned dully. Yeah, well, whatever happens, it has to be faced. Instead of living with the fear of the future, why don't you just say, ******* the monster, AI, I'll get you sooner or later. Humph, ever since you went to the intelligence center with Qin Zhengfei, your mouth has become more and more foul. Aha, that's not stressful. Venting out, ha. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Lee Jun-sung also felt that his daughter-in-law was right. He seemed to have been led astray by Qin Zhengfei. The original self was a gentle and handsome man. Today, why have you become like a hooligan? You could have vented in a different way. There's a box full of them at home. Put. Ahem. Next time, when I get back. Lee Jun-sung almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It's not just myself who has changed emotionally. My daughter-in-law has changed too. When confronted with such shyness, she was able to speak casually even outside. Just as direct as the transformed woman. Going away? Soo Han-yoon felt Lee Jun-sung's loosened hand. There is still some reluctance. Well, I have to be quick. Okay, I'll wait. This time, Soo Han-yoon didn't threaten him to come back as soon as possible by remarrying someone else, because she knew that her husband was going to do something big. Can't let him get distracted. The two let go of their embrace, and Lee Jun-sung turned around, leaving the Science Academy. Immediately after, he found a hotel, paid for his room 6 months at a time and dug in. Inside the hotel, Lee Jun-sung was in no mood to enjoy the so-called riverside scenery outside the window. Head first into the system factory. System, I want to develop the technology for mass production of black dragons. What else do I need? Ding! The host's black dragon is already a complete product. All you have to do is to debug the system automation machinery, so that the assembly line will start operating in the way you set it up. Yes, the factory can automatically produce black tech though, but the content of the production, the program, the steps, all need to be debugged by him. Very cumbersome. It also means that he needs to stay here for a long time. No less than the time it takes to develop a black dragon. Chapter 161, a recording from a monster, where no one knows. Lee Junchang is formally engaged in assembly line design. Black Dragon production line. This thing is so much more powerful than a mech trooper specific mech. But it was too late. So I had to let my daughter-in-law design the mech first. Carry those monsters first. After all, there is only one black dragon. If the monsters hit and just a single black dragon could fight it, even if it was bullish, it wouldn't be able to save the entire dragon kingdom. It's not just Lee Jun-sung who's struggling. Soo Eun-rime, try harder. She came to the dean's office at the first opportunity after she got Lee Jun-sung's drawings. The moment. In the conference room next to the dean's office, Elder Long, the dean, and the research bosses of the major centers were present. Soo Han-yoon stood on top of the highest podium, and none of the people seated below were the top figures in the scientific research community of the Dragon Kingdom. Even Xia Lao, who studies neutrinos, came. Long Lao, who was sitting at the front end, smiled and measured Soo Han-yoon, intending to guess from her expression what emergency had happened, but it was not to be, and he was not able to see it. It's quicker to ask. Dr. Soo, may I ask what happened when you were in such a hurry and summoned most of the scientific community? Soo Han-yoon heard Elder Long's inquiry. He didn't dare to slack off. After all, this matter had to be nodded by Elder Long and a few other lords before it could proceed. Hurriedly, he returned. I, Soo Han-hyun, have called this meeting for a simple purpose, to save the country. This statement was made by both researchers and political bigwigs. They all stared at Soo Han-yoon with wide eyes. They couldn't believe that those words had come out of a little girl's mouth. And it said with conviction and fervor. Soo Han-yoon, you speak out of turn. Do you know who each of the 4 people sitting in the front row are? A land warfare center boss sniffed and stood up, angrily rebuking Soo Han-yoon. As a soldier, he hadn't received any war intelligence that the Dragon Kingdom was going to die. So, in his eyes, With her scientific research, Su Han-yun has been arrogant to no end. Old Ku, sit down and let's hear what Dr. Su has to say. Before Su Han-yun could open his mouth to explain, the two of them, Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian, stood up and persuaded in unison. Who knows? General Cole didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, the anger increased. Have you thought about how scary it would be for a yellow girl to gather us up with one phone call? If she is with the outside, inside and outside, summoning us to take certain actions afterward. At this point in the conversation, General Cole did not continue. In his mind, the others should have comprehended what he was going to say. He was surrounded by a group of political bigwigs who also nodded their heads. Both think he's right. It does seem a bit theatrical. I agree with General Cole. What a country to save. We are thriving both militarily and economically. The Dragon Kingdom still needs a yellow-haired girl like her to save it? I agree. Let's just have Dr. Su give us a reasonable explanation. For a moment, everyone's gazes went to Su Han-yun. People like the Dean, Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei, and the others surely knew that Su Han-yun wouldn't be aimless, but the others don't know that. What other people knew about Su Han-yun was simply that he had developed a photolithography machine and had come up with a quantum chip. Also, not everyone here is aware of the mysterious events that have occurred in recent years, so some people, who have been pampered for a bit too long, always thinking the world will always be peaceful, even if Eagle Sauce hit, it would still be handled by someone of Chu Tian's war god level. They have, for too long, lived in a baby's cradle. Okay, one of you, is the meeting called by Dr. Su even going to take place? At this moment, Elder Dragon came, shut everyone up. The remaining 3 elders of the Dragon Kingdom beside him also nodded in agreement. I don't care if it's child's play or not. You have to listen to what people say before you make a decision. You guys at the provincial and self-governing regional level just cut the crap and let Dr. Su talk. The one who spoke up was Elder Lu beside Elder Long, one of the 4 brothers of the Dragon Kingdom, who was mainly in charge of the economy. With 2 big men speaking out, the rest of the people, even if they had any slights against Su Han-yun, could only hold them in their stomachs or discuss them in whispers. The conference room fell silent for a moment. On stage, Su Han-yun smiled and bowed to Elder Long after expressing her gratitude. Began his statement. As several uncles have just said, who am I, a little girl, to save the Dragon Kingdom? And why does the Dragon Kingdom need saving? The world just went through an AI crisis and there are monsters in Similac. Do you guys think it's needed? Some people scoffed at Su Han-yun's words, discussed in private whispers. I knew she'd bring up those 2 things. Didn't the AI solve it? And the monster? When Smitty can't take it anymore and uses the nukes, it'll be solved in just as many minutes. I also think that it's not a big deal at all, and that neither one has anything to do with the Dragon Kingdom coming up. Of course there were also people like Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian, who knew a lot about mysteries. They cringed as they listened. That's a tough one indeed. At least they've discussed it in their own place. On stage, seeing that no one chimed in, Su Han-yun nodded with satisfaction in her heart and bowed once more to thank Elder Dragon. If it wasn't for Elder Dragon's pressure, she can't have this meeting at all. With her voice plucked up a degree, Su Han-yun continued. I don't need to hear it to know that there must be people who think these things have nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom. The AI is even more bullish, and the Dragon Kingdom has prepared in advance, so the loss is not great. As powerful as the monsters are, humans have a good number of destructive weapons that just haven't been utilized. But, these 2 words, Su Han-yun said them out extremely sternly, and her originally dull eyes became quite sharp. It made everyone subconsciously, involuntarily look at her. At this point, she continued, it was originally its plan for the AI to make trouble at Blue Star, so that humans would send all kinds of spacecraft to destroy it, and what it wanted was all kinds of finished high-tech materials from humans. And the monster, no one knows where it came from. Even large-yield missiles couldn't destroy it, so who's to say for sure that it could have been wiped out with a nuclear weapon? Many people have different ideas about the first sentence, but at the second sentence, the crowd nodded. Monsters are no longer afraid of large-yield missiles. It's true that no one can be sure that there's anything on Earth that can destroy it. Silence. The whole group was silent. But no one can say for sure that it will spread to the Dragon Kingdom. Maybe it's just a retaliation against Smithy or something? Old Cole was the first to break the silence. Expressed their views. It drew the approval of a host of political bigwigs. That's right. Look at the route of its aggression. It's also all just within the territory of Simida. The entry started from the border of Simida. General Cole, I'm sure you haven't heard this recording, have you? Looking at the fact that there were still many people who were still obsessed, Su Han-yun pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Hold it high and shake it. Chapter 162, The Only Way to Fight. Qin Zhengfei, Chu Tian, Elder Long, Elder Lu and the others would smile after looking at it. They naturally knew what was on the flash drive. It's still Qin Zhengfei who gave it to Su Hanyun. Of course, most people don't care about the mysterious intelligence, also not close to the intelligence services. Naturally, they don't understand how the world is changing and what they are facing. Okay, Dr. Su, you put it out for everyone to hear. Is it hard to believe that there are ghosts? Old Cole smiled and sat down obediently. He really wanted to hear what kind of decisive effect the recording in Su Hanyun's mouth could achieve. Funny, the moment Su Hanyun pulled out the flash drive, the atmosphere of the scene actually became somewhat expectant. That's right, expected. It was only Qin Zhengfei and the others who felt fear. This recording sends chills down your spine no matter how many times you listen to it. Facing a crowd of expectant eyes, even Su Hanyun, who was in the state of a sweet sister, was speechless for a while. Pride, too, is a part of human nature. Then it is up to me to shatter your pride. Fall into fear, mortals. A middle-of-the-road thought. She plugged the flash drive into the port of the projector. Immediately after that, pick up the remote control, find the audio file, and put the sound to maximum. Everyone present perked up their ears at the sight. Wanted to hear what was so great about this thing that it could make Su Hanyun secretive. At first, the only sound in the audio was a gust of wind. It seems to be in some very, very tall building, or on top of a mountain. Then the sound of clicking footsteps crescendoed. Immediately afterward, the sound of conversation finally came. Flame phosphorus sama. I finally know why I won't get hurt. So my body is constructed of super nanomaterials. Oh, you really can't remember why you came to the blue planet? Can't think of. It seems like I've been 18 for as long as I can remember. And I think it makes sense to myself. But it's actually the most irrational thing of all. Even I can't cut your body. Forget it, just follow me. The day the God boat is caused will be the day you find your home. Yes, but it takes a ton of steel to refine a kilogram into the material you want. And it takes a kilogram of material to get a small piece for the Shenzhou. And Semida isn't an industrial power, so it's harder to get it together. The divine land isn't just here. There's more than 9 million square kilometers over there. Lord Flame Phosphorus. I don't understand why it must be necessary to search for steel in the divine land, because the only steel that has what we need in it is the steel from the land of God. And it doesn't exist anywhere else. What is it? You wouldn't know it if I told you. You guys are too technologically advanced to use that stuff. Everyone's heart stuttered when they heard this. The sound. Why does that sound so weird? It's hard to believe that this is the sound of a monster. What was on everyone's mind was pretty much the same. Especially old Ku, who stared at Su Hanyun with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. The mouth opened slightly, closed again, and opened slightly again. Wanted to say something and then stopped. On the side, Qin Zhengfei saw his appearance and patted his shoulder. Old Cole, isn't that unbelievable and shatters your fragile sense of perspective? Old Qin, you guys already knew that the monsters were going to fight their way into the Dragon Kingdom. What do you say? Why would I support Dr. Su unconditionally, and why would Dr. Su risk being scolded by you for having this meeting? Faced with Qin Zhengfei's inquiry, Lauka had nothing to say. Indeed, if he was dealing with monsters, he was not guaranteed to be more powerful than Eagle Jam. Not even Eagle Sauce, in conjunction with Similac, could stop the monster from advancing one iota. By him. Still the same result. After he figured it out, his entire back was wet and covered in cold sweat. Old Qin, your intelligence center. It turns out that you've been investigating something so dangerous. Overkill. More dangerous ones are out there. Or is there a reason why so many of us in the intelligence center die in the line of duty every year? The conversation between the two was not purposely lowered, and everyone heard it clearly. This time, no one doubts Sahanhian's line anymore. Save the country. Take measures. They must be taken as soon as possible. Someone shouted in horror. How to take even two developed countries united can't handle that monster. It's over. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom's efforts for so many years are going to be ruined at the hands of a monster? These politicians have always prided themselves on being calm and collected in whatever comes their way. When the real thing comes, yet one is more scared than a little girl. Su Hanyun stood on the stage and watched them, suddenly wanting to laugh a little. Compared to Su Hanyun, the fourth brother was really black in the face. The people they bring, surprisingly, are mostly of this urbane nature. What a ing asshole. Stop arguing and listen to Dr. Su's proposal. She would never call us here for nothing. Elder Long stood up and angrily slapped the desktop. The scene quieted down only after a loud shout. It was quiet, but there seemed to be more than a little smell in the air. A fishy smell. What son of a pissed his pants? Hey, Dr. Su, please continue. Elder Long sighed and said with a breathless look at Su Han-yun. As far as this situation is concerned, it's no longer just an external concern. There's still internal trouble. On the stage, Su Han-yun nodded. The expression was serious. Continued. Since everyone has quieted down and knows what kind of danger the Dragon Kingdom is facing, I'll get straight to the point. This time, no one dared to interrupt or question Su Han-yun's speech anymore. After all, they simply couldn't come up with a solution. And Su and rhyme, he summoned everyone. I'm sure I have my own set of rules. I don't care if they work or not. At least they're a lifesaver. Everyone waited with bated breath for every word she would say. There were even people with cell phone recordings turned on. Intend to record every word. Jokes aside, maybe Su Han-yun's insights had something that could save his life. Finally, they waited for Su Han-yun to speak again. There's only one way for us to do this. Fight. Everyone felt their hearts clench at these words. Fighting that thing? Gotta go nuclear all the time to have a chance of winning, right? Also, as just stated, nukes may not be able to do damage to monsters either. Everything is still just an unknown. That, Dr. Su, isn't there any compromise? There will be a lot of losses if we fight. Dr. Su, trying to think of a foolproof solution. Are we? A foolproof method? Su Han-yun smiled coldly. This was the first time she made this kind of expression in her sweet sister state. What? Are you going to defect to the monster like the guy on the recording? Just to remind you, the reason that man can defect to the monster is because the monster can't hurt him either. How about you use your own flesh to go 2 rounds under the monster's scythe? Maybe it can't cut you either. Hiss. Yes, by the content of the recording. That dialogue is from someone who can't be hurt by monsters. After defecting to them. Chapter 163, it's not easy to convince them. They didn't think they had it in them. Not to mention the monster's scythe that could cut through steel. Even a regular scythe could kill them. So, Dr. Su, we'll just have to fight? Ha! Su Han-yun laughed back in anger. The atmosphere here is so much worse than the scientific community. The researchers and Long Lao and the others, one by one, were brave and undaunted by life and death, while the others were not necessarily. She had a bad taste in her mouth at the moment. Fighting is fighting. What kind of scared you all are? Cowards. At this moment, unexpectedly, Lao Ke stood up again. Rage against the cowardly guys around him. Su Han-yun was relieved to see his behavior. It doesn't matter how the others are. This man, this type of man, still has the courage to fight. Then everything is still possible. Though he started out cocky, I guess, there was no lack of courage. Good old Ku. My old Chin is the first to join the war. Don't run ahead of me. Ha 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 ha. Have you two put me? Chu Tian. In your eyes, I want to be the first. Ha ha ha. Then I, Flying Parrot, will let the scientific researchers under my hand fly the fighter to help you clean up the small monsters. This is something I have no problem being the first, right? For technological support, I, Siren, am obliged. As Siren, the old man, got up, the atmosphere instantly became hot-blooded. Emotions are contagious. With them at the head of the line standing up, the rest of the group felt a sense of reassurance. The fear dissipated. Someone stood up shakily. You are warriors and I honor you. So leave the rear to us politicians. I swear, I will help stabilize everyone. I'm scared, really scared. I still have my son, and my old mother. But I'll secure the logistics. Never run away from the battle. The person said never with a cry. It seemed to dispel the fear in his heart with a louder voice. Emotions are rendered like the plague. It spread in an instant. Most of the people in the room were like chicken blood. One raised his fist and declared, "Quiet everyone. Since we're going to fight, I've come up with an idea." At this moment, Su Han-yun waved his hand. Her heart was equally excited. It was surprising that most of this group of people who seemed greedy and fearful of death came forward at the most critical time. With them working in unison, resisting the enemy and settling down will not be troublesome. Dr. Su, go ahead. Since you summoned us, you must have a countermeasure. Elder Long smiled faintly and looked at Su Han-yun with great satisfaction. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and he wanted to take her as his god-granddaughter. She worked with Qin Zhengfei and a few others, and in a few words, she turned around the fear of hundreds of people. Something. Su Han-yun received instructions from Elder Dragon. A slight smile. Raising his arm, he held a document in his hand. Yes, I already have a countermeasure. This design. For a mecha? The crowd, which had originally gone from fearful to exuberant, were confused when they heard the word mech. Even Qin Zhengfei was confused. Good lord. When the intelligence center gave Li Jun-sung a leave of absence, it was made clear that the mecha might not be heading in the right direction. He doesn't have faith. This will get his daughter-in-law to come here and show it off. No. I mean, sibling. This thing. Don't be in a hurry to speak. Brother Qin. I'll speak first. Qin Zhengfei was still going to try to persuade him, but he let Su Han-yun suppress it. Hopeless. One can only sit down and listen to what she and Li Jun-sung think is different. As expected, she explains it differently than Li Jun-sung. Li Jun-sung has only 2 words. Mecha. And Su Han-hyun, coming up, opened a can of worms. Folks, I bet there are some people who think that there's something about exoskeletons that can't even be done with fighter planes. Actually, no. As long as the materials are in place, then we can fight the monsters. This is the latest method of making sub-strong interaction force materials, which can definitely be made with the efforts of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community. With that, she pulled out a file from the pile. A PowerPoint presentation was put on the big screen. Of course, the method of production is not shown, but only the characteristics of the new material are labeled in detail. Substrong interaction force material that is so tough that it can withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. You're kidding. When a nuclear bomb goes off, that's over 100 million degrees, but even with this material, there's no need for us to build mechs. Wouldn't it be better to build drones to cut through the enemy? With a group of people shocked, constructive comments were also made. That's right. This problem Su Han-yun initially thought about it. Build a drone or something can also ensure no casualties, but after careful further thought, he dismissed his thoughts. First of all, any type of remote control is not enough to have enough energy and flexibility. Energy is the big issue. Command latency, and command interception, etc., are also big issues. After all, monsters know science. Fighting monsters with a delay of even half a second can be problematic. What about making the material into a cold weapon and shooting it with electromagnetic force? There's also a problem. This material is not that easy to produce and simply does not support being made into a weapon that is remotely unrecoverable. The monsters are 1 million strong. Where do you get that much sub-strong interaction force material in a short period of time? So, it's still hubby Li Jun-sung's vision that's closest to reality. Make the material into a mech and let a human get inside and pilot it. Make mechs the true reapers of the monster battlefield. If you think about it, you'll see that these types of materials are not easy to make, and causing mechs to fight against the enemy is the optimal solution. Thinking of this, Su Han-yun spoke directly. As the crowd listened, some of them also figured out the problem. For example, Qin Zhengfei. He slapped his thigh and almost wanted to slap himself twice. I almost misunderstood old man. So mechs really are optimal solutions. Hey, old Qin, tell me how it's optimal to solve it. Can't it be made into an airplane? You pig brain. Think for yourself. Most of the things you can think of won't work in real combat. Only mechs can. So, the material is there. The program is there. No one in the world has ever built a mecha capable of actual combat either. That's when the biggest question was asked again. It is also one of the most serious. That is, almost none of the scientists in the world can build mechs. Even if it could be built, its design would just be a toy. Doesn't really do anything. Su Han-yun looked at the people underneath and sighed in relief. Finally getting the topic out of the way. It's still a pain in the ass trying to convince them. No. The design I have in my hand is air. The thing I've been working on all night is the perfect mecha design that can be used in actual combat. Saying that, Su Han-yun put down the material drawings. Grabbing the exterior design of the mech from the table, he placed it in the projector. A picture of a dominant and imposing Iron Man appeared on the big screen. Chapter 164 recognized. Su Han-yun shines. When the crowd saw the size labeling on it, their mouths opened in surprise. Qin Zhengfei was the most shocked. He looked, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. After making sure he was right, he muttered, "No way. A 3-meter-tall mech is dozens of times worse than what old brother envisioned, and it's even harder to make it that small, right? It's well known that the bigger something is the simpler the process it needs to be, provided the materials are okay. It takes extreme craftsmanship to make something small, and to make something bigger, you just need the materials to be up to par." So the crowd was surprised. God of research, since you've already made preparations ahead of time in terms of materials. But, are you sure that this size, there isn't a missing zero? Parrot held up his glasses with a questioning look on his face. I thought the material already had a program. Why do you have this 3-meter-tall mecha? You know, 3 meters, that's just the height of a floor. Mustn't it be easier to get 10 meters, dozens of meters, and stomp monsters to death along the way? You're the one who talks too much. You weren't listening carefully just now, were you? It's hard to make the materials, so of course you're saving them. At this moment, Chu Tian patted Fei Parrot's arm, gesturing for him to hurry up and sit down. He wanted to listen to Su Han-yun's continued introduction rather than dwell on such irrelevant issues. as Parrotfly sat down with an apologetic scratch of his head. Soo Han-yoon also gave Chu Tian a grateful expression. She really didn't want to answer such irrelevant questions anymore. Time waits for no man. After a pause, Soo Han-yoon hurriedly entered the topic again, fearing that anyone else would run out and interrupt. Then let me introduce the functions and design of this battle armor, which I hope will be put into use and used with everyone's consent, and start working on training mecha pilots. First of all, the defense capabilities have just been stated to withstand the shockwaves of a nuclear explosion, including temperature. With that said, the crowd nodded. Indicates that it has been understood and memorized. Soo Han-yoon went on to introduce it. Then, its attack ability is much weaker than its defense ability. One punch merely collapses a 5 cm steel plate. Of course, the exact attack ability depends on the pilot's ability. It may exceed or not as good as this figure. A 5 cm steel plate with a weak attack? What an anticlimactic statement. You know, 5 cm of steel plate can be used for air defenses, and even bombers may not be able to take down such defenses. And your mech, you can it up with one punch? Against all odds, 2 against all odds. The crowd was shocked, with unbelievable faces, but they had to believe it. After all, even Elder Long believed her, so the odds are that this is true. The crowd had not yet recovered from the shock. Soo Han-yoon proceeded to zoom in. What about the agility level? It's also a lot worse than the defense, and if you run at full speed, you can probably reach 389 kilometers per hour. Of course, that speed varies with the driver. The words were hissed in the conference room. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard it. Running speeds reach close to 400 kilometers per hour. A land speeder? Facing the shock of the crowd, the disbelief of the crowd, Soo Han-yoon asked rhetorically, if it doesn't have these features, how can it talk about fighting monsters? The question made a number of people blush. Many of them were veterans of the scientific research world, and today's performance was not as good as this little girl in front of them. Soo Han-hyun was right. If it was just a normal stack of steel with 2 power units, it really wouldn't be able to fight the monster, not to mention the boss with the scythe. Even those humans who were converted into monsters by flame phosphorus might not be able to fight. So, to fight monsters, you have to show surprising abilities. It better be so powerful that it subverts everyone's perceptions. I'm sorry, Dr. Soo, we were too hasty. You continue, someone said with a red face and great embarrassment. Next, Soo Han-yoon's words were as if she had once again released a big trick. I just talked about its combat capabilities, and then how it's going to be powered and what kind of energy it's going to use I've also designed. Soo Han-hyun pointed at the mecha on the big screen. The finger stopped on a bright spot on the mech's chest. Here, is the energy reserve area of the mech. It includes a small number of electrical systems, and most of them are diesel systems, where the diesel systems can also be upgraded to become miniature controllable fusion. Of course, at the moment, we don't have anyone in Blue Star who has mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology, so for the mech's power system, we've set it as diesel-powered for the time being. Next is the issue of energy consumption. Because of the use of more advanced transmission technology, so the energy utilization rate we can reach more than 90%. 1 liter of fuel can last 24 hours without stopping fighting. Of course, because it's human-controlled. Humans can't fight 24/7 without stopping. People get tired. By this point, the crowd was numb. Completely numb. Even the 4 old men, including Old Man Long and Old Man Lu, stood up with a prancing sound and stared at Soo Han-yoon incredulously. The violet rise and fall of their chests indicated their excitement at the moment. Energy utilization of more than 90%. This is second only to controlled fusion for energy technology. It is well known that there are various energy losses in the transmission of machinery. For example, the vibration of machinery. For example, the friction of machinery. Therefore, the traditional machinery will have a lubricant. This thing exists. 1 to protect the spare parts will not dry pull. 2 to make it more tight, silky smooth. Enhance the utilization of energy. And the mech's energy drive uses a type of vacuum tube, utilizing special, very complex, and advanced ways to make the drive more than 90% efficient. This way was very special, and for a moment Soo Han-yoon couldn't make it clear to the people present. Even she, herself, had studied it all night before figuring out a general idea. Trying to fully understand it will take another 2 days. I'm guessing this was still the case when Lee Jun-sung had labeled him with various explanations to make it easy for her to understand. That's why he only talks about results. The result is 90% minimum. Dr. Soo, this matter must not be joked about. Its importance is far greater than the development of a photolithography machine. Elder Long was shocked for a while before he finally spoke. Seeing this, Soo Han-yoon nodded to him very firmly. Don't worry, Elder Dragon. Although I haven't fully penetrated the power system yet, What I know so far is enough for me to be sure that 90% of that number, and probably more. This statement was made. The whole room gasped. Elder Lu even left his seat trembling and walked towards the mecha on the big screen. Come to the side of the mech picture. He reached out with a trembling hand and pressed on the mech's chest power system in the picture. Ryoko. He finally tensed up and shouted hysterically. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom shall live forever. After shouting, his voice was muffled. 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Chapter 165. No one can take away a piece of my Suhanyun. As one of the 4 brothers of the Dragon Kingdom, they were really too tired. Decades of having to fight this and that. And watch out for this. Watch out for that. The words heartbroken no longer suffice to describe their greatness and suffering. And this year, with Dr. Su's presence, the Dragon State has a photolithography machine. The Dragon State has a 350,000-ton aircraft carrier. Dragon State has a quantum chip. Now, still because of Dr. Su, the Dragon Nation has a real new source of energy. No, diesel is an old energy source. But with this drivetrain, it's second only to controlled fusion. Energy innovations, not made by Hawksbane. It's not a rotten country either. Neither is Sunset. Rather, the Dragon Kingdom has taken the lead in innovation. Dr. Su, Lao Lu, am the first to agree to this project. Please be prudent. Prudent. Scientific research for the Dragon Kingdom to stand. And build mechs for the Dragon Kingdom to flourish for a long time. I'm going to give you a name for this mech. Is that okay? In the face of Lu Lao's words, Su Hanyun's brain was a bit turned around. I thought we agreed. What's with the sudden shift to naming? However, since Elder Lu wanted to pick a name, she was happy to listen. Okay, Elder Lu you say. Su Hanyun nodded politely and agreed to Elder Lu's request. It can be named by one of the 4 brothers of the Dragon Kingdom. The mech is kind of a plus, and it's not far from everyone agreeing to the project. After all, this project is going to cost too many resources too much. Everyone must work together to make it work. Ryoko. A hush fell over the conference room. Everyone looked at Elder Lu and watched as he was contemplating. Wait for the name of the mech to come up. After another moment, Lu Lao didn't know what was going on in his head. Keep shaking your head. At this time, Elder Long was a bit unable to watch. I say, old Lu, you'll only delay the progress of the establishment of the mecha project. Why don't you just listen to me and call it Dragon Armor? Dragon Armor? Yeah, plain and atmospheric. In line with the identity of the Dragon Kingdom. All have a dragon character well. Elder Lu nodded repeatedly after hearing this. As much as it bugs me to have the word dragon in the same name as you, I can't think of anything better. That's it, Dragon Armor. Wow. The room erupted after the name was confirmed. The applause was thunderous. Celebrating this great moment, people kept patting themselves on the back. Don't worry Dr. Su, we all agree with your plan. After all, we don't have anything better to do. I'm sorry Dr. Su, I admit I just spoke a little too loudly. Yes, Dr. Su's appearance is like a firefly in the dark night sky. It's so vivid and bright. Subsequently, everyone here, whether sincere or not, there was a chorus of voices. The battle of the monsters in the Dragon Kingdom. Please. At this point, the mech program was approved unanimously. It was also at this time that all departments in the Dragon Kingdom began to scrimp and save. And all kinds of projects that had nothing to do with security were halted. Just to give mechs. As a program, a blood transfusion. After the meeting ended, Elder Long and the other 4 old men left Su Hanyun behind, the tallest building in the Academy of Sciences. In a tea room, Elder Long personally poured Su Hanyun a glass of wine. Though his mouth was smiling, his eyes were full of pleading and determination. Ha, Dr. Su, please do drink this. It's an old wine I've been hiding for decades. I'm sorry Elder Long, drinking is a mistake. I have more important things to do. Su Hanyun hesitated for a moment. Still refused. After all, she was more anxious to start the mech program than to sit around drinking. No harm done. This drink has a special significance. A pact between us. What engagement? Su Hanyun scratched his head as he listened to Elder Long's words. Even though she was very smart, she really couldn't guess this kind of dumb riddle. When Elder Long saw her in this state, he first froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom has a young man like you, and I count myself as having seen the greatest hope in my old age. The other 3 elders also chimed in, especially Elder Lu. He was even happier and more excited than Elder Long. Haha Dr. So you don't understand, do you? Then you don't have to. Intelligent energy spent on the right path is the prerequisite for the great renaissance of the Dragon Kingdom. Ah, just like you, Dr. Su. Many people have gotten the path so crooked that the 4 of us have gray hair. The four old men took a small sip from each other. One from each other. You could tell they were really happy. And what appeared in the eyes was no longer the old man's cloudiness, but a bright pearl after the dust had been wiped away. Another drink down. The matter. Su Hanhyun continued to scratch his head and came up with a comment. But, you guys obviously get gray hair when you get older, right? With or without troubles, your hair should go gray. She explained with the simplest of biological knowledge. This statement was made. The fourth man laughed even more, even cracked a smile. Ha ha ha, Dr. Su doesn't need to take it to heart. Just think of it as we love to be godly when we're old. Let it go. We'll give you our best support. Elder Long continued to laugh, then pulled something out of his pocket. After Su Han-yun took it, surprised to find a seal. She recognized the seal, and many big projects had to be stamped with it before they could be officially launched. And at this moment, Elder Dragon had even given it directly to himself? Elder Dragon. Su Han-yun held the seal in her hand and immediately felt a little hot. She was afraid to take it, much less want to take, but before she could refuse, Elder Long said in an undeniable tone, with the contributions you've made, there's absolutely no problem having this seal. Take it. You'll still need it for your mecha project. Su Han-hyun was speechless. Indeed, there are many sub-projects in the mech program that are big projects. For example, material refining. If we keep going through the normal procedures, there will certainly be a considerable delay in time. And if there is a stamp, predictable, all she had to do was print the document, stamp one on it herself, and the thing was set. No need to ask anyone. From here, even if Su Han-yun was stupid, she could tell what exactly Elder Long and the others were laughing at. They were laughing. The Dragon Kingdom had finally produced a supreme scientific genius. They're laughing. Genius smarts used in the right way. They were smiling. The seal finally had a reassuring custodian. A user. It is said that the four brothers of the Dragon Kingdom have the right to speak and control in many aspects. But that's not what they want. They also want to find people who are comfortable with letting go of the burdens they carry. One by one. Figured all that out. A mist could not help but grow in Su Han-yun's eyes as well. She held up the seal. The eyes were firm. The tone resonant. Don't worry, fourth brother. I have a share in the development and security of the Dragon Kingdom. No one can take away my share. Chapter 166 High Energy Cookie. Su Han-yun Transformation. After leaving the Academy of Sciences, the first thing Su Han-yun did was to expand this research lab of Meng Cheng's countless times. Meanwhile, Lingbo Bihai and others have tuned in, helped start manufacturing materials. Almost most of the scientists, within this matter, are so busy that they can't even sleep for a few hours. No one will complain, because what they were doing was saving the entire Dragon Kingdom, as well as themselves. The monsters are coming in and you're still sleeping? The other side. Compared to the trepidation of facing a monster. On its part, the monster went about its plans methodically. Smithy. Teray City. Flame Phosphorus looked at the land he had just taken down with a pang of disappointment. This is a bustling city. Not even a factory in sight. It snorted, then looked to the sky. In that case, let's prepare to enter the Dragon Kingdom. Yes. Beside him, the man who had surrendered to the monster had an excited look on his face. He heard that Flame Phosphorus was planning to enter the Dragon Kingdom, happier than anyone else. Only, he turned back around and could see this familiar face, Dennis Han. Yes, the guy on the recording where the monster says it can't be cut is him, for fear of honoring the bet. So he resolutely joined Flame Phosphorus team so that he wouldn't need to work as a cow for the Dragon Kingdom. Even Rococo would still be on his knees begging him to kill less people. Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt that he could do it again. I lost technologically, but I myself am a high-tech that you can hardly reach. Dennis held out his hands and looked at them, more and more satisfied with this body of his. After all these years, he realized that he was not a blue star himself. It was still Flame Phosphorus who told him about this. Flame Phosphorus said, the civilization that made him was quite a bit more advanced than the ancient civilization of the Blue Planet. I can't figure out what kind of person is able to create life forms that are highly similar to humans, but you're even more evil than I am. Had ha ha. Flame Phosphorus-sama. I was originally a scientist, not evil. Had ha. To not fulfill a bet for the sake of a bet, while dreaming of destroying someone's country. You are indeed more evil than me. Flame Phosphorus grinned. The ghastly white face was filled with a daunting look. He, in Blue Star, had a mission, a purpose, and that was to destroy the Shenzhou. Even if the Divine Ark had flown out of the Blue Planet and traveled to the galactic battlefield, several million years had passed, but his mission is still alive. That is how it exists. But, Dennis, the man, however, does the same evil as he does for a very small purpose? Both are bad, but in terms of badness, Dennis is really more disgusting. Flame Phosphorus-sama. You're actually downright bad. The God Ark has been gone for millions of years and you still want to slaughter humans. I was thinking about it, but I didn't realize that Dennis had the nerve to dislike him. Flame Phosphorus sneered. Don't think that because I can't cut through your body, I have no way to deal with you. I wouldn't dare. Flame Phosphorus-sama. But your mission is to destroy the Divine Ark. So why are you contradicting yourself by building it? Dennis mouthed the words don't dare anymore. Actually, the words didn't leave Flame Phosphorus an ounce of decency. Only the Divine Boat can catch up with the Divine Boat. And when the time comes I will destroy the two Divine Boats with my own hands. Flame Phosphorus subconsciously replied back to Dennis. Then his face fell into a grimace. Realize something. You are nothing. How dare you talk to me as an equal? Flame Phosphorus-sama. I don't even know what I am myself. Ha ha ha. Dennis still has a hard mouth. Not in the least bit afraid. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt both of his feet go blank and the sound of strong wind whistled past his ears. That's right. He was thrown out, up into the middle of dozens of meters in the air. But strangely enough, he didn't feel any fear. Instead, he closed his eyes in enjoyment. Feel the sensations brought on by the body's rapid descent. Next moment, there was a heavy thud from the ground. Dennis hit the ground hard and directly. The group of small monsters surrounding him on the side seemed to be so used to it that they didn't even bother to look at him. As expected, he's fine. After climbing out of the mound and patting the dirt on his body, a slight smile. At first, he faced Flame Phosphorus with extreme fear, fearful that the other party would cut himself with a knife. Who knows? The moment the scythe stuck in his neck, he was confused. The monster's knife, like the needles of the doctors he had encountered over the years, could not pierce his skin. It was at that moment that the monster guessed that he was not a product of the Blue Star. It was at that moment that his fear dissipated. Nowadays, they even dare to dislike Flame Phosphorus on a daily basis. Straightened his hair. Dennis laughed coldly. Ha! Dragon Kingdom. Here we come. Su Han Yun. I'm going to press you to the ground and rub you well. He spoke viciously, through clenched teeth, then turned his head. Looking aside, the little monster. They are ravaging a group of captured simians. By the looks of it, it seems to be the plutocrats, and the plutocrats' daughters and wives, and so on. Originally, they were simians, and after being assimilated by Flame Phosphorus to become the same demons, the evil in their hearts was completely released. Disgusting. Humans really aren't as noble as us robots. After spitting, he went back to the roof of the building where Flame Phosphorus was, and at this moment, Flame Phosphorus had long since stopped bothering to look at him. Still, Flame Phosphorus explained. I just made them tougher and genetically altered to be more powerful. I didn't change their nature. Since you have a grudge against the Dragon Kingdom, take 200,000 monsters and go to the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Nation. Mecha Research Center. Su Han Yun and a group of dragon scientists didn't realize that the disaster would come so quickly. They had already made the machinery for making mech materials as fast as they could. In the lab, Ling Bo looked at Su Han Yun excitedly. Research God. After so many days, we're finally getting to the point. And the next step is the production of parts. Well, but the all-important drivetrain. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Use your method and try again? Seeing that Su Han Yun was a bit disheveled, Ling Bo hurriedly cheered and encouraged her. She knew that Su Han Yun was tired these days. It's time to keep an eye on the progress of the material machinery and think about the magic of the transmission. But fortunately, the two of them, Rose and Meng Changzai, weren't vegetarians either. Helped Su Han Yun a lot. A lot. The moment Rose patted Su Han Hyun's shoulder. Sister, don't be discouraged. It must have not been well thought out one way or the other. You eat this first. Saying that, Rose handed Su Han Yun a compressed cookie. Su Hanryan took it suspiciously. She really hadn't eaten well in 2 days. If I don't eat again, I'm afraid I won't be able to top it. So, without hesitation, she picked up the cookies and feasted on them. Wait for the whole cookie to be finished. Rose, however, smiled mysteriously. Dr. Su, try to think? Rose-san, what do you mean by that? Su Hanryan was even more puzzled. Couldn't understand what the hell Rose was up to. Just subconsciously, the information that Lee Jun-sung had handed over to her once again surfaced in her mind. Who knows? The next moment. Chapter 167 Monster War comes. Different reactions from all sides. The temperature in the lab plummeted. That's right. Su Han-hyun was in deep thinking mode again. Over the past few days, Su Han-yun had thought deeply many times. Rose could see it too. It was only in this state that she could think twice as efficiently. Therefore, she brought a special cookie. It's a food she worked on back in Eagle Jam, counting decades ago. Dr. Su, feel anything? Ha, Rose, your cookies are surprisingly high-powered and bursting with nutrition. It did me a big favor though. At the moment, Su Han Yun. It's not sweet girl anymore. She didn't say thank you, but judging by her attitude, talking like that was already a thank you. Rose didn't care what Su Han Yun's attitude was. The most important thing today is the creation of the mech. Rose waved her hand. Hastily, he urged. I don't know why you've changed. Transformed. But it's true that you've transformed and your mind is countless times more flexible. It's now. Think fast. Of course, Su Han Yun's brain in this state was unusually flexible. She also knew that time could not be delayed. Hell knows how long this cookie will last. Hastily, he closed his eyes and thought hard. 10 minutes have passed. The scene remained quiet. Half an hour has passed. Su Han Yun's forehead was already covered in fragrant sweat, and her expression had so much pain. But at the moment, Rose knew that there was no room for weakness. Even if it was painful, she had to figure things out, because in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the only one who could figure out such a profound transmission method in a short period of time was Su Han Yun. Time is running out. Finally, after another 8 minutes or so had passed, Su Han Yun snapped her eyes open. I get it. It's not easy to express in words, so hurry up and start doing it. Rose was horrified at the sight. Really, she was this close to having it all figured out in half an hour. That said, is she a robot or am I a robot? Carbon-based life also has such a counterintuitive brain. It's so anticlimactic. After the shock, Rose didn't dare to slack off. Hurriedly, he called out to Meng Changzai, and the other staff members once again plunged into the research. Su Han Yun continued to remain cold. Standing in the middle of the lab, he constantly sent commands and directed hundreds of researchers. Every step of her command was so unexpected. From tube materials, fabrication, assembly, vacuum treatment, external inserts and more. Each step of the production left the researchers in the room in awe. So it can still be like that? The entire core of the team was busy for about 3 days. 3 days without sleep, without food, only water. Finally, the moment Su Han Yun ate a box of Rose's cookies and couldn't last even in this condition and fainted on the floor. The women have conquered the core of the transmission. Look at what transmission! Get the paramedics! At this moment, Rose saw Su Han Yun fall and dragged her down with her quick eyes. In the midst of the emergency, she could still hear Su Han Yun explaining to her in an extremely weak voice. Don't stop. Follow this direction. You help me continue. Dr. Su. Dr. Su. With an anxious cry from Rose. It took a moment for the crowd to come back to their senses. For the crowd to calm down from the joy of making the drive. Meng Changzai also came back to his senses. Shouting and giving an account. Stretcher. Doctor. Ventilator. Hurry. Now. With Su Han Yun's fainting, everyone's hands were in a flurry. Good on. This is the most critical research in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. And the best doctors in the country have long been assigned to wait outside the lab. I'm afraid that a researcher might be uncomfortable and delay the progress of the study. After Su Han Yun was taken to the emergency room, Rose was relieved to hear from the doctor that there wasn't much wrong with her. Shook his fuzzy head. Rose stood where Su Han Yun had just stood and raised her fist. Gritting his teeth, he said, everyone, all that's left of the mecha research is spare parts and assembly. And with Dr. Su out of the picture at this point, we'll have to tough it out and finish the job. Bow down and die. Fight for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. War. As if pumped up, the group of researchers, who hadn't slept for 3 days, took a few tablets of the drug, continuing with projects that are still unfinished. It's easier back there. If they didn't have Su Han Yun to figure out so many issues, they might not be able to make it this far even if they were given a few decades. They know. We can't let the research god's efforts go to waste. And at the moment, Dragon State Intelligence Center, Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei, Elder Long, the several people had serious expressions, their brows already knitted together. The monster war has officially begun. Satellites have seen patches and patches of monsters. About 200,000 plus running towards the Dragon Kingdom day and night. Qin Zhengfei pondered for a second and hurriedly explained the situation. Long Lao's entire body was bad after hearing this. Ahem, coughing violently twice from all the excitement. It's hard to slow down. He spoke in a rush. Chu Tian, take the seal I gave you. Integrate the 4 major combat centers of the sea, land, air and special, and meet the battle. Chu Tian listened without hesitation. Stand at attention. Salute. I understand. I will make sure that group of bastards have no return. At this moment, Chu Tian didn't know how powerful the monster that had been assimilated was. He left in a hurry when he received Long Lao's order. At the same time, top directives were issued to the 4 major combat centers. Consolidate the team and head for the border. At the same time, the security center released the key news of the monster attack on the country for the entire Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in a haze. People were listless and trembling. It's been a time of news that has made the world one and the same. The monster destroys and takes care of half of Similac, and Hawkmaster can't destroy it even when he pulls out his most advanced weaponry. Instead, they gave the monster a lot of heads. Just a while ago, Smitty couldn't take it anymore and used nuclear weapons. And the result? Simply wiped out the group of monsters at the center of the nuclear explosion. That's all. The radiation, the shockwave. If it doesn't reach the kind of intensity of a nuclear blast center, the monsters simply can't be killed. They grow out of broken hands. Any head that's broken can grow back. Even if you are beaten to death, you only need to extract the remaining energy in your body to repair it, and rest for an hour and come back to life. It's almost like a cancer cell. As long as there's nutrients being delivered to it, it's invincible. Not to mention, those little monsters were originally humans, assimilated by flame phosphorus and mutated only. Killing these little monsters doesn't help at all. Flame phosphorus could get 100 million of these monsters if he liked. That's the horror of it. Do you think this year will be the end of the world? At the border, a lone disabled person was not evacuated in time enough. Along with other disabled people, they walk on empty roads in wheelchairs. Hell if I know. They're all doing evacuations. Must be a prick. That said, a while ago I was cheering for scientific progress in the Dragon Kingdom, and today it's like this. The speaker was incredibly despondent. It was clear that not many months had passed, but it was like centuries had passed, and it made people go into a trance for a while. That said, after being assimilated by a monster, a broken hand can grow back. So why don't we? You give up that idea for me. Do you want to follow the monster and kill our own countrymen? Humph. If I can cure the disability, I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. One of the disabled people who had lost both hands grunted coldly afterward, turned back with determination, toward the border. Chapter 168. New email from the Mecha Labs. Compared to the negativity of this group of disabled people, Chu Tian and the others, on the other hand, were battle-hardened. He looked at the group of elites underneath and didn't say too many uplifting words, only one short sentence. Let's go and protect our families. And so, Chu Tian in naval warfare, Krishulin in land warfare, Yang Yichen in air warfare, and Wan Yunzhao in special warfare, for centers of joint operations. Even the intelligence center, the one most afraid of death, Qin Zhengfei, is here. And with a clean wand, a group of people took the lead and ran to the border of the Dragon Kingdom in unison. On the airplane, Krishulin was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, Old Chu, just how long does Dr. Su's mecha have left? If we go over there like this, it feels like we're giving away food. Put your mother's ass on the line. Deliver the food and keep stalling until Dr. Su succeeds. Chu Tian laughed and cursed. He knew that old Ku wasn't cowardly. He was just looking out for the lives of his warriors. He's a good boss. But this laughing curse instantly turned the atmosphere on the airplane to freezing point. The first one was Qin Zhenfei, who was most afraid of death. He hit his face and let out a few nervous laughs. Ha, 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 ha. I didn't expect it. After escaping so many life-threatening situations, this time I have to take the initiative to send it up. It's just that this may be my life. Who knew that Chang Wan did not agree with his words? Chang Wan stood up and crossed her arms, pointing at Qin Zhengfei righteously. Afraid to die? Are you ashamed? I'm not even afraid to die. These words made Qin Zhengfei, his head lowered even more. Aside, Chu Tian looked at Chang Wan and had a headache. He couldn't figure out why Qin Zhengfei had brought her along. Although it was Chang Wan herself who strongly requested to come, but Qin Zhengfei could refuse. Grudgingly, he looked at Qin Zhengfei. As a human savant, Qin Zhengfei naturally knew what Chu Tian's grudge was. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth to explain. Old Chu, don't look at me like that. I can't beat this. She came hard. Chu Tian was speechless for a while after hearing this. Indeed, Chang Wan, as an unknown robot, was fine even jumping off dozens of floors. It's true that ordinary people can't beat her. Humph. You were battle-hardened when you first set out, and now you're hanging your heads. I won't be able to protect you in a while. Chang Wan continued to cross her arms. These words, however, irritated the other two. Air Warfare Center Yang Yichen originally did not intend to intervene, but only wanted to save up his energy and reach the border earlier. Not talking at this point is not an option. Sharp Eyes looked at Chang Wan, full of rigidity from the ranks. And this little girl is? This girl, Chang Wan, is here to help you kill monsters. Yang Yichen was speechless in the face of Chang Wan's middle-agedness. It also looked at Qin Zhengfei in a sly manner. But there was still a difference between his grudge and Chu Tian's grudge. Chu Tian was afraid that something would happen to Chang Wan and was concerned. And he's sultry. Then he blamed Qin Zhengfei for not understanding the situation. It's this time of the year, but still bring the sister? Never mind. Whatever. When we get there, I'll Air Force blast the monsters for you first. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was agreed that I would lead the charge. Chu Tian was furious when he heard that. Pointing at Yang Yichen's nose, he yelled. The rest of the group remained silent. If they didn't know better, they would have thought that the two of them were taking the credit. The truth is that it is not. Hawksbane and Smithy have long since experienced that those monsters are tough. Whoever dares to go first will end up almost certainly dead. The person who goes first is like a meat shield in a game. The only role is this, to protect the output of the person behind you and to sustain the output. Even if the Air Force is flying on a plane. Monsters use anti-aircraft weapons, too. Before they mutated, they were originally human. A bunch of undefeatable monsters carrying anti-aircraft guns. A scene that would make any person cringe in fear. Okay, what are you guys arguing about? No matter who goes first, it's just a go-go situation with a wave of people going forward. Proud to take your own people to their deaths for the sake of your own whim? At this moment, Qin Zhengfei angrily disliked it. The two men who disliked them were directly dumbfounded. That's right, Qin Zhengfei's words directly poked the lungs of the two men. It would be just as well if they went to their deaths on their own. But fending off hundreds of thousands of monsters and only relying on one or two people to charge. Kidding? So, the group that goes first is doomed. Wait, I'm getting a satellite email. Qin Zhengfei finished speaking and pulled out his own communicator. It just vibrated several times. For explaining it to them without checking it out. Turn on the communicator. Sure enough, there's an email coming in. Mail from the mech lab. A copy of the mech lab's mail was sent to him almost every day, and was originally just a pact he made to keep Rose in check. But this time, he kept praying inside when he saw the email. Hopefully it's the DR. So mech that's making progress. Hopefully it's. Wistfully hopeful. He clicked on the email. As soon as the mail was opened, Qin Zhengfei instantly felt his eyes darken and almost didn't take a breath. Only the first line of the email reads, Dr. Su collapsed in the lab, and a number of other researchers in the lab died suddenly. The bottom then explains a whole bunch of things. Reasons, efforts, whatever. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a hell of a house. With his tirade, Chu Tian and Changwan also curiously came over. When they saw the email, they had similar expressions as Qin Zhengfei. Changwan was on the verge of crying. It's over. It's over. Li asked us to take care of Dr. Su, but she fainted. Life or death unknown. Don't be ridiculous. It's explained below. Dr. Su is fine. She just won't be able to overuse her brain again for a short while. Chu Tian pointed to the line at the bottom of the screen, with harsh words of comfort. As expected, Changwan wept with joy after seeing it. Snot and tears were all wiped on his sleeve, then rubbed it on Trudy again. But, there are still a lot of scientists that really die suddenly. Changwan smiled happily when she learned that Su Hanyun was fine, and then thought about the fact that several of the Dragon Kingdom scientists had really died suddenly. The little mouth flattened, and the tears flowed out again uncontrollably. Quiet. This email is 2 pages long. Look at the back. Qin Zhengfei waved his hand impatiently. Slide your finger across the screen. Slide to the second page of the email. Several people were waiting for him to say something, but who knows? At this moment, Qin Zhengfei was as if he had been cast in a stasis. Dumbfounded, he stared at the screen. Not a single movement. Old Qin, what's written on the second page? Bring it to me. Old Qin? Chu Tian shouted at him twice. Who knew that Qin Zhengfei was still inclining his head and looking at the screen alone? Still looks like he's being fixed. This had made Changwan and Chu Tian anxious. Oh boss, don't scare me. You're not going to die suddenly too, are you? Don't worry. Old Qin is most careful with his life. He won't die suddenly. Seeing this, Chu Tian comforted Changwan again. He then snatched the communicator in Qin Zhengfei's hand and took a closer look at it. A long time passed. Changwan couldn't wait and hurriedly inquired. Uncle Trudy, what does it say? Uncle Trudy? Wow. Uncle Chu Tian, don't scare me. You wouldn't have died suddenly too. Chapter 169, Get Some Support. On the side, General Ke's mouth twitched. That said, what exactly was the identity of this woman Qin Zhengfei had brought? Looks like an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Even behaves like that age. It's staggering, and it likes to cry. It's really farcical. Upset. Alright old Qin. You guys don't tease her. Those who don't know would think. Sun Monkey has fixed you guys. Come on. Let's see what the hell. With that, Kurlin grabbed the communicator as soon as he could. Looked at it without a care in the world. For a second. Just a second. He froze on the spot. The expression changed quickly as well. From not caring at first to a look of shock written all over his face. Screwing Changwan won't work. She also came over and read the email carefully. After a long time, the three finally came back to their senses. But Changwan froze. The The first batch of mechs made a total of 5 pairs and will be airlifted to the front line starting tomorrow. And 2 pairs of mechs will be delivered every day. And after the industrial chain is upgraded in a month, 10 pairs will be produced daily. The mech is finished. Several people had the feeling of dreaming in their hearts. According to what Soo Han-yoon said in the meeting, they all thought that the completion of the mech would take at least a year. That's a lot. It could be another 2 or 3 years. Therefore, they had long been ready to fight the monster in blood and drag it out until the day the mech was finished. But today, this email, once again, refreshed their perception of the scientific community. This battle has yet to be fought. There have been many scientists sacrificed, sudden deaths. No, the battle had been fought, and the scientists had gotten into it, before the fighters. They traded their lives for better equipment for the frontline fighters. The project's initiator, Soo Han-yoon, was admitted to the ICU for overexertion of her brain. Everything is telling them, this is a war that must be won. Just then, the satellite signal re-entered the communicator. It came from the person Qin Zhengfei sent out. This time, it's a call signal. The signal was connected, and there was a cacophony of noise coming from the communicator. There were gunshots, hisses, explosions, and the louder sound was the gasp of the person communicating. Report boss, the scout team is about to be wiped out. The enemy has infiltrated the border. Once again, the enemy has infiltrated the border. Location has been sent to you. When the information was reported, the opposite side seemed relieved. The tone was no longer so eager. Immediately afterward, there was a click on the other side of the communicator, followed by a deep exhale. Qin Zhengfei knew that, and he lit a cigarette. Just now he was in a hurry and now he's calmly lighting a cigarette. So you can figure out with your ass what kind of situation he's in. He's, like, dying. Boss, remember to visit my grave and burn more money for me. Pow! As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud pop came from the other end of the communicator. It's all over. At the moment, several people on the plane could hear other voices on the comms, clear and infuriating. The sound of clothes being torn, pieces of meat being chewed, bones being crushed. M.O., what's wrong with you? M.O., say something. Woo. M.O. At this time, Changwon also realized that Moxin Su was gone. That co-worker who had followed Qin Zhengfei and dug up his own coffin in the middle of the night. The older brother who loved ghost stories and would get scared on midnight duty. Now, he was trying to figure out the monster's actions. Take a scouting party deep into the forests beyond the border. The ultimate sacrifice. Woo. M.O. The airplane was silent at the moment, as if a dark cloud had enveloped them. Changwon crouched on the ground and hugged her head and cried, saddened by Moxin Su's departure. Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei, Yang Yichen, and Ku Shulin, on the other hand, had sad expressions and didn't say a word. It was still Trudy who was the first to move. He stood up, coming to Qin Wan's side. He kept patting her back tenderly, wordlessly comforting her. And Qin Zhengfei, he didn't have time to grieve at all. After receiving the data from Mo Xinshu, then he frowned and began to check it out. It was a shock not to see it, but to see it. The monster's battle lines are drawn out so long that our original plan of bombarding a portion of them with nukes first is no longer viable. With these words, he broke the speechlessness of the airplane. Chu Tian turned his head to look at Qin Zhengfei, gritting his teeth. Damn, it would be fine if they were mere monsters, but they have human intelligence. That's right, they knew the nukes would kill them in a big way and scattered. Kurlin nodded. He too had a bit of a headache. If it's an unintelligent monster, it's worth using nuclear weapons even if only the nuke center can destroy some of them. But with the monsters spread out so widely, a single nuke would probably only exterminate a few hundred of them. Nothing works at all. You know, there are as many as 200,000 monsters. What's more, with such a long front, it's hard for the Dragon Kingdom to block it. There's bound to be an influx of monsters across the border and into the city. How long until we land? Chu Tian looked at Air Force boss Yang Yichen with a gloomy face and inquired. Yang Yichen looked at the time. There's still more than an hour before we arrive. But what's the point of arriving? It's only going to be a fight to the death with a small group of monsters. He let out a bitter laugh when he finished. Yeah, the monster's goal is to go deeper into the Dragon Kingdom, not to slaughter the Dragon Kingdom's warriors. Therefore, they will choose to do so. Their purpose is simple. As long as the Dragon Kingdom fighters were overwhelmed, they would be able to fully enter the Dragon Kingdom a day or two earlier. Modern weapons pose little threat to them. It's not exactly unthreatening. Now well, once they spread out, modern weapons really don't pose any threat to them. By the way, old Qin, didn't Li Junchang from your intelligence center want to hold the emperor hostage? Tell him to notify Inaka and get some backup. Thinking about it, Yang Yichen suddenly remembered such a character as Li Junchang. It's really bold. He had still heard the news by chance some time ago, Qin Zhengfei shook his head. What are you thinking about? Old brother left a letter and disappeared. Said he did something big to go. Holy, that unreliable? Yang Yichen burst out. Now in the nick of time, Qin Zhengfei's self-professed most capable assistant has disappeared. Isn't that unreliable? How to talk? He's Dr. Su's husband. Forget about saying it, you don't understand. Shaking his head, Qin Zhengfei didn't intend to explain to anyone else. Li Junsung is really mysterious. No, Su Hanrian had even gotten technology that didn't exist on the blue planet. You're saying there's no Li Junsung involved? Beat him to death. From the beginning of the photolithography program, Qin Zhengfei has been staring at Li Juncheng. The atmosphere became quiet once again. Chapter 170, Inaka's Order. Calling Qin Zhengfei. And at the moment, the other side of the ocean, Inaka has been blowing the lid off several competitors one after the other. It made her extremely popular in Eagle Jam for a while. The votes received skyrocketed. It's already going straight to her dad, Denagawa. At the head of the villa in Inaka, she was driving her car, planning to go out and canvass everywhere. The automatic door to the courtyard opened slowly. Suddenly, an older man in a suit and red tie stepped out from the side of the courtyard and stopped in front of her car. Inaka rolled down the window. Look at the man in front of you. Pops, what are you stopping me for? Yes, the visitor was none other than her old man, Denagawa, current Eagle Jam president. Denagawa smiled, and with a hint of exhaustion, made his way to the window of Inaka's truck. My good girl, can you give up this election? No. Why? Denagawa sighed and inquired faintly. He doesn't understand. Her daughter, who had always been very obedient, had become so mysterious since her return from the Dragon Kingdom. First and foremost is her mysterious intelligence capabilities. Even if she had the ability to collect all the black information of so many big shots, she was extremely bold and actually dared to blow people's brains out. There is no fear of reprisals. Thinking, he asked again. You want to take my seat and aid the Dragon Kingdom, which is in fear of a monster attack, right? That's right. I don't just want to aid the Dragon Kingdom. I want to stop you from launching rockets to Mars, Inaka said unabashedly. Now that the construction of the rocket is nearing completion, the plan was proposed by Denagawa, the AI extinction program. Even with all of Inaka's persuasion, Denagawa was unwilling to give up the plan, rather risk the AI hijacking the rockets again and letting the AI get nuked. Implement this program as well. This is what Inaka doesn't understand. Pops, your plan is too risky. Do you really not understand? Of course I get it, but you have to realize that the world's voice isn't with the president. It's with the people. They fear the AI. They won't listen to any persuasion. And they have a monster extermination program now. Hiss. Hearing this, Inaka only felt a chill down her spine. She had long vaguely wondered why Pops was still under the thumb at every turn when he was already president. It turns out there really is a greater energy that is controlling every aspect of the world. Economy, food, even war. Thinking about it, Inaka became even more determined that she wanted to be president. She's going to break it. Let the world develop in a truly virtuous and beneficial way. Instead of having wars every few years and economic problems every few years. By the way, after the Industrial Revolution, no one in the world went hungry, and not so much as a place to live. Life is supposed to be good and rich, but that's not the reality. There's a huge energy that's creating bottom feeders. That's creating. Her dream is to turn the world into the kind of thing that the Dragon Kingdom says it is, a peach blossom garden. If you understand, why are you stopping me? I don't want to see you die. I don't want to see my own daughter die in front of me. The words were almost roared out by Denagawa. He's scared. Really scared. With those words, Inaka smiled, blasted a foot of gas, and took off straight away, leaving Pops in the wind. During this time, he seemed to have aged quite a bit again, and he was wary and frightened every day. In the car, Inaka put away her smile, eyes firm as if to enter. Don't worry, Pops, I won't die and neither will you. I've known about what you're talking about for a long time now, and the prospective Hook's intelligence capabilities are far beyond what I could have imagined. Now, it may seem that I am in the light and the enemy is in the dark, but in reality I am in the dark and the enemy is in the light. That's right. Inaka inadvertently discovered the rules of how the world works when she was gathering information about her opponents. This rule is, in fact, set by several of the world's great families. The other families are okay. It's just enjoying being on top of the world, and violating the rules of the world at best. Having more money and power to a certain point is not really much fun for those families. But, one of those families, it is the Squidman family. All the misery and disaster has the squid people in it, taking pleasure in the suffering of others. They are the most disgusting. What's more, the world's wealth was concentrated in their hands, and what ordinary people grabbed for was nothing more than the breadcrumbs they leaked through their fingers. There are many goals. First and foremost, send a team to the dragon to support and stabilize this disaster. Just like they did with the support of Smitty. Second, a total moratorium on the AI extinction program, which is really dangerous. Finally, start targeting the big families one by one and give most of their illegally acquired wealth back to the common man. Some might say she's too idealistic. There's no way that's going to happen. She felt, herself, that her decision was a bit heroic. Oh, maybe I've suffered so little since I was a kid that I can't see others suffer. Continuing with a chuckle, Inaka glanced at the standing at the wheel. Little. I should be stable this time. The position of president of Hawk Jam should be mine. That's right. As long as you keep canvassing, no one can surpass you at the moment. The sound of a prospective hook came through. It seems that the election was insignificant in its eyes. However, as stated through intelligence, you are in a truly dangerous situation, with killers appearing at any time. It doesn't matter. With you around, any assassin will be spotted before they get close to me. Hee. I'm leaving when you become president. So grow a pair. The prospective hook didn't have eyes, or Inaka would have been able to see the look on its face as it rolled its eyes. Inaka nodded. Indeed, it's all true, though it was hard to let go. Right. So many days together had made her get used to the presence of the, by the way, Jet Hook, can you get me in touch with your master? He can't get through on the phone. Master is in seclusion, in the process of applying for a connection. After waiting for a long time, no further hints appeared from Fiji Go. This caused Inaka to drop her eyes at the loss. Just when she had completely given up on contacting Lee Jun-sung, suddenly, the body of the prospective hook turned red. An emotionless mechanical voice rang out. Master wrote back, I'm busy. Don't bother me for now. And if you can, do your best to help the Dragon Kingdom. Is that what he thinks? Inaka muttered. The gas pedal was then pressed down hard again, traveling toward the canvas. Don't worry. There's still a few days left before Pop's president has to retire. And I'm going to take it. When the time comes, I will send the best warriors with the best equipment to help the Dragon Kingdom and defend against this disaster. Instead of sending a few random people to deal with it like my old man did to help Smitty. Having made up her mind, Inaka felt energized. Cosmopolitan world. Starting today. Thinking that, she pulled over and called Qin Zhengfei. Because of the presence of the prospective hook, their calls are almost impossible for anyone to hijack. Hello, is this Boss Qin? This is Inaka. Chapter 171 Arrival at the Border. Arrangements for combat. On the other hand, Qin Zhengfei and the others still had half an hour before they would land and actually face the monsters coming. Qing Wan was still grieving over her colleague's sacrifice, sobbing in a small voice. Suddenly, a call came from Qin Zhengfei's communicator. It's an Eagle Sauce number. Unknown contact. Strange. The intelligence center's communicator is a top-secret type. How could an unknown number be able to call in? Curious, he looked at the communicator. The others came over and frowned. With a big battle on the horizon and something so strange, did the monster have the ability to break encrypted calls? Old Qin, forget about it for now. Just pick it up. When Chu Tian saw this, his temper came up. Instead of being afraid of it, we should be able to fight for it. Pick it up and talk about it. Qin Zhengfei nodded. There was nothing wrong with that. Click to answer. On the phone, a mature and sensual female voice came. Hello Boss Qin, this is Inaka. I'm calling you from Eagle Jam. Inaka? Qin Zhengfei was surprised. It was reasonable to say that Inaka only knew his own cell phone number, and didn't know about the intelligence center's communicator. How did she call in? The others were so surprised that they looked serious. It seemed to them that Inaka, a man who hadn't even been elected president yet, had the technology to bypass the encrypted calls to penetrate the Dragon Intelligence Center. It means they're good at it. At least it's quite a bit more powerful than Dragon Nation. Just as he was surprised, Inaka's side continued to speak. I'm on my way to canvassing for votes, and if nothing else, Hawk Sauce is my president this term. What? You said you took the vote easily. This statement caused several people on the plane to have their jaws drop to the floor in shock. No one believed that Inaka would get the presidency. Both thought that Lee Jun-sung was a bit whimsical. The fact that she was able to speak for Rikoku in front of Denagawa was already considered a success for Lee Jun-sung's plan. And now, slap in the face. Lee Jun-sung really sees that she really has the ability to get the presidency. Boss Qin, are you listening? Seeing no sound on the other end of the phone, Inaka inquired suspiciously. Quickly, Qin Zhengfei immediately reacted. Hastily, he replied, listening, you said. At this moment, Qin Zhengfei no longer knew what to say. Solely let Inaka explain herself what she came for. On the phone, Inaka's next words lifted several people on the plane. I'm up to date on the latest intel. The monsters are decentralized into the Dragon Kingdom and the threat is immense. And I canvassed today to be able to surpass my old man, Denagawa. once and for all, as the new president of Eagle Jam in 3 days. And just now, I received an order from Mr. Lee to do my best to help Dragon Kingdom. Speaking of this, Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian were both surprised for a moment. Listen to Anaka's tone. It seems like he's following Lee Jun-sung's orders. Holding the emperor hostage is really played by Lee Jun-sung? How are you going to help? Without waiting for Qin Zhengfei to open his mouth, Yang Yichen on the side asked first. It's an emergency situation at the moment. It's better to have outside help than none at all. Even if Eagle Jam sends 10 people, that's still considered a war effort. At the very least, it would make 10 fewer people die in the Dragon Kingdom. Let them die first. Thought the voice continued to come from the communicator. It is understood that Smithy used nuclear weapons against the monsters with poor results, but the monsters at the center of the nuclear blast were burned. So, monsters aren't afraid of shockwaves. They aren't afraid of normal physical damage. They're afraid of heat. In 3 days, I'll send 2 teams, land and air, to help the Dragon Kingdom, carrying 10,000 airway thermobaric bombs, thermobaric missile vehicles, and so on. Hiss. After Anaka finished speaking, there was a sound of cool air being sucked out of the airplane. Good man. Such a big deal. And there doesn't seem to be any problem with her analysis. Looking at the image sent out by Smithy, the monster seems to have been killed by the heat. Other monsters whose bodies, and even internal organs, have been destroyed by the pressure can be brought back to life. Only the burned ones cannot be resurrected. Lao Yang, how many thermobaric bombs do you have in your existing missiles? After hanging up the phone, Qin Zhengfei turned his head to look at Yang Yichen. He was flying a fighter plane, which was the only one that could do more damage to the monsters underneath by dropping missiles. Yang Yichen, however, scratched his head. It was embarrassing to blush. Would you hit me if I said that the remaining bit of stock was pretty much used up during the military exercises 2 years ago? You tell me. Qin Zhengfei, Chu Tian, Koshulin, and even Chang Wan all turned their heads to glare viciously at Yang Yichen, a look like they were going to eat him up. The most effective weapons you've ever had. You hogged them all 2 years ago and still haven't applied to the arsenal for replenishment. But on second thought, can't exactly blame him. All of the Dragon Kingdoms have more powerful shockwave-type weapons, and things like thermobaric bombs are really optional. What an enemy to want to face before. An enemy of modernized warfare. So thermobaric bombs really weren't too important at the time. No one expects to encounter a monster attack one day. Good death. The monster wasn't afraid of shockwave damage, and it could recover on its own even if you hurt it deeply. Okay, this time the situation is really slowly improving. Qin Zhengfei cleared his throat. Speaking again, now we have only one way, one plan to go. When these words came out, the rest of the people looked at Qin Zhengfei. Would like to hear what he has to say. First, we must hold off the first wave of the monster's attack and wait for tomorrow's mechs to arrive to facilitate the battle. Second, we need to continue to hold off for 4 to 5 days, waiting for Anaka to be elected in 10,000 thermobaric bombs to support it. Lastly, resist with all your might, and try to give the scientific community as much delay as possible to get more mechs while the thermobaric bombs are still deterring the enemy, and while the enemy has not fully entered the Dragon Kingdom. After the words were spoken, Chu Tian and Koshulin and the others looked at him like he was a little cutie, like looking at Qin Zhengfei. What does he have to say about that? Isn't that what's currently going on? This program he's talking about? Facing the cold stares of others, Qin Zhengfei coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem. I've been attending Dr. Su's mecha piloting training for a while now, so I'll be leading the charge when the time comes. Make it sound like we don't have training? That's right, we've all trained and I'm the only one with the best training. I'll tell you what, I'll pick the mechs when they arrive. At this time, Wan Yunjiao of the Special Warfare Center, who hadn't opened his mouth, couldn't hold his tongue. Other than that, he's at the mercy of arrangements. The only thing was the mech thing. He swore from the beginning of his training that he would pilot a pair of mechs to annihilate the monsters to come. And as a person from the Special Warfare Center, his physical fitness and fighting ability were the most outstanding. It's natural to want better mechs. Seeing this, Chu Tian nodded. Ha 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 ha. I don't have a problem with Lao Wan, the stuffy guy, wanting to be the first to pick. After all, he has the strongest physical qualities. And Dr. Su also said that the ability of a mecha depends on the ability of the pilot. But there's nothing wrong with a second pick for me as the god of naval warfare, is there? Chu Tian laughed maniacally. At this point, the plane had landed without notice. The cabin opened and several people slowly stepped out of the plane to be greeted by a host of border guards. These are all land forces, under the control of Yang Yichen. Yang Yichen stepped on the borderland and laughed a few times cheerfully. Ha ha, you guys just welcome me alone. The few in the back are all just, though the words say so. His eyes, however, did not look down on him in the slightest. It was just a joke. Jokingly, the men arrived in the war room at the border. Arranging manpower and how to fend off more monsters from entering the border with the available weapons is now a top priority. Chapter 172 Head-to-Head. Hard to kill monster. After a quick discussion, the decision was quickly made in the war room. Each man fights alone. Try to follow the monster's example and stretch the battle lines long enough to keep all monsters out of the Dragon Kingdom. But this faces a problem. Such a large area of resistance would make the fire very unfocused, almost as if you were holding your life against it. Of course, we all know this downside exists. It's just that no one talks about it. Several mouths were filled with coincidentally only one sentence. Protect the Dragon Kingdom, protect the folks. We've been eating the people of the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. It's time to pay. Having said that, Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei, Ko Shulin, Yang Chen, and Wan Yunzhao left in different directions. There seems to be some sort of mystical telepathy. After walking out a dozen meters, they turned back and looked at each other. There was a hint of a smile on each rigid face. Subsequently, determined, run to the battlefield where you belong. The fighting was brutal. Qin Zhengfei's side, however, was lucky, bringing 3,000 heavily armored soldiers, each carrying a flamethrower. After rushing to the spot that belonged to his defense, not a single monster was in sight. He was standing on a small hill. Trance couldn't help but spit. Bah! Damn monsters! Have the balls to all enter through this intersection and fight me. So are we still guarding this place? Qingwan stepped forward and pursed her lips as she asked. Qin Zhengfei nodded, indicating that the tactics that had been formulated could not be lost due to carelessness. Of course we have to defend it. Hell knows if the monsters will take advantage of our departure and enter the Dragon Kingdom in a big way from this direction. He was depressed. Very depressing. The intelligence of this group of monsters was quite a bit higher than an ordinary human. The combat is still tough, with few drawbacks. The only downside known today is that monsters are afraid of heat. It would also have to be very high temperature for it to work. Must burn them through instantly kind of thing. So, well, I can go to Uncle Chu Tian's place. If there are no monsters here, there might be more elsewhere. After pondering for a while, Chang Wan made her request. Oh, so concerned about your yellow-haired uncle ah? Ha 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 ha. Qin Zhengfei gave a cheap laugh and continued with a fluttering brow. Go ahead and go. But I can't leave this place. I have to keep watch. Waved his hand. Qin Zhengfei said indifferently. Although Changwan was strong in combat, she was limited to comparing herself to humans. I don't know exactly how it's going to be when you really encounter a monster. Might as well let her go to Trudy's. After all, Chu Tian had more people there and the weapons were a bit more advanced. Even if we can't beat them and run, at least there are airplanes over there. It's a lot better than taking out everything. The intelligence center has to get some high-tech flamethrowers in total. Chu Tian's side was an authentic warrior. Much better than the shabby look he had here. After Changwan got the go-ahead, happy to leave, only to see a silhouette quickly leaping away, riding away, flying away. Qin Zhengfei was given a look of disbelief. Holy, robots are bulls. Chingwan's speed is over 100 yards, right? I think 150 yards should be there. His deputy stepped forward at the moment and corrected himself. Compared to the leisure on Qin Zhengfei's side, Chu Tian's side was a truly intense battle. They were just stationed here, just encountered a number of monsters flying around. Luckily, incendiary types of weapons such as flamethrowers were prepared in advance, as well as heat missiles and so on. It was only then that the sparse monsters failed to break through their defenses. The planes. Chu Tian looked at the 7 monster corpses at his feet and frowned. I heard they repair themselves when they get hurt? From the information in the Similac shared world, it appears so, which means that these 7 enemies will rise again. To the side, the Vice Admiral also replied with a worried comment. This reminded Chu Tian of Anaka's words on the airplane. Wait, is there any more gasoline? Some generals, with strategic resources like gasoline, have long been fully equipped. Well, burn these bodies for me, and a fingernail must be turned to ash for me. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at the ground where a corpse had actually started to tremble a little. A couple of shots were added in quick succession. A couple of shots with incendiary bullets. Bang on. The sound of gunshots echoed constantly across this plain. He didn't call it quits until he emptied his clip and the body stopped shaking. The moment. He was covered in a cold sweat. This monster is really difficult to deal with. It has only been a few minutes since it was killed. And then there is movement again. Good thing we only encountered 7 this time. If you encounter thousands, tens of thousands, that doesn't even need to be said about burning. In that kind of battle, it's hard to even defend yourself. There's no chance of destroying the monster corpses. And the monsters that were killed will all be resurrected as long as they wait for a while. Soon the deputy was carrying a large barrel of gasoline. piling all of the monsters' bodies together in a pit. He poured in the gasoline, lit it, and then took a few steps back in a hurry. General, you're still smart. I don't think they can be resurrected after burning them, right? By all accounts, yes. Chu Tian was a little unsure. After all, gasoline burns at a much lower temperature than a nuclear weapon explosion. If these monsters had the genes of the water bear bug, what if it's still an enhanced version? It probably won't burn at this temperature. Hell, I don't know what's extra in their genes. But 2 words anyway, perverted. Look at the blazing fire in front of you. Chu Tian's frown didn't let up for a moment. Suddenly, a ball of fire rushed out of the pit in his direction. For a moment, the war god actually didn't react. It was slammed by this flame. Chu Tian flew backwards for a full 2 meters before falling heavily to the ground. My! Chu Tian, who had collapsed on the ground, covered his chest in agony as a heart-rending pain spread throughout his body. Then a burning sensation came from his hand. Looking down, it turned out to be the flames and gasoline staining the monster's body. General, the 5 warriors on the sidelines were alarmed. Seeing the situation, hastily pulling out the submachine gun in his hand, he aimed a burst of output at the fireball. When the fireball finally stopped moving, the crowd finally got a good look at the ING monster. It came back to life in flames. Scary. It's scary that there is such hardy carbon-based life in the world. Looking at Chu Tian again, the vice admiral extinguished the flames that stained his chest. The medic rushed forward to check the injuries. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, just a bump and a brief pain from the impact. It's okay, look at the monsters. Chu Tian endured the pain and patted the dust on his body to barely stand up. There was a pang of fear as he stared at the still flaming monster on the ground. So damn resilient. Normal creatures would have died after burning for a minute or two like that. And this thing can still fight back. Men, give the old man a burn while you're at it. Feeling the pain in his chest, Chu Tian also came to temper. Immediately the people were made to keep shooting towards the pit, fearing that there were still monsters that had slowed down and continued to rush out to hurt people. And just then, a messenger came running in a panic. General, don't burn it yet. Something's wrong. Chapter 173, kill this monster and still tear it with your hands? What is it? Chu Tian's heart thumped as he listened to the crier's voice. When he says something big, it must not be something ordinary. This crier's temperament he understood. The original was very stoic. At the moment, he was acting panicky, as if a little late would have caused a big problem. Monsters, about tens of thousands of them, running towards us. Howl. Hearing this news, even though Chu Tian was psychologically prepared, he couldn't help but let his legs go limp. A few ING monsters were giving him a headache. This came back tens of thousands of them? Call it down. All hands on deck. Yes, the call went out, and Chu Tian also tidied up and hurried to the command office. Command post. Here was a small dirt slope at the highest point on the plains, and another lookout had been erected so that Chu Tian could see things in the distance more clearly. As he walked up to the lookout, don't even need binoculars, you can already see it. On the plains, a group of red guys, like a tsunami, kept running towards the border. Not only that, but when Chu Tian got a good look with his binoculars, cursing directly in place. Mother asterisk 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 error. It turns out that the few we just killed were the lowest class monsters, and some of them can fly, and huge ones, all kinds, everything. These monsters, both in size and looks, are different. Some have red faces and fangs. Some of the 2 hands simply disappeared and became 2 wings. Some grew 4 legs and ran like centaurs. But the common point was that the skin on their bodies was as red as flame phosphorus all over. Rocket cars ready. First round. Not daring to be the slightest bit slow, Chu Tian immediately launched the first wave of attacks. Before the monster gets too close, let's waste a wave of their manpower first. Otherwise this battle is impossible to fight. At the back, the warriors received orders and immediately a group of them moved out of the way. 30 rocket trucks in place. 30 large-yield rockets with white trails were fired in a precise arc the moment the rocket truck's command flag was lowered. A few seconds passed. Boom! Rumble! An explosion rang out. The sound of a rocket launcher signaled that the monster war had officially begun. Seeing this, Chu Tian hurriedly picked up his binoculars to observe the battle. It's a shock not to see. Those monsters, unless a rocket explodes around it, can move around normally. Some of the monsters could be seen to have their legs shattered by the debris from the missiles, and were still able to charge with one leg bouncing. Some had both legs crumbled off and were crawling to charge. It could also be seen that their wounds were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the burnt parts come off gradually, grow new, reddish skin. To put it simply, except that the monster next to which it explodes is literally dead. Other monsters are fine even if they are injured. As long as you don't hurt your head, you can keep going, even if it hurts the head. You can also see that their heads are growing out. Looking at Chu Tian, he only wanted to explode again. All hands on deck. Give me a high-temperature flame bomb. Block. The monster was already running into sight. Chu Tian ordered in a hurry. By this time the rocket car was completely useless. It's in the realm of close-quarters combat now. Fighters, last chance, give it a shot. Another order. The 30 fighters circling in the sky had long been ready to go. Toward the monster's back row. Don't drop bombs as if they were Benjamins. Jew. A burst of shells fell, and the sharp sound produced by the friction of the shells against the air resounded continuously. Boom! As the first shell exploded. Then the explosions went off. By the time the fighters had finished tilting the ammunition they were carrying, the monsters in the front row were already on their heels. Fight! Without much ado, the monster is now in optimal range. If you don't fight now, you're left to be beaten. Day. In the front row, hundreds of soldiers held heavy machine guns and kept firing towards the monsters at the side of the trench. The bullets in the sky were like a wall, temporarily slowing down the monsters' advance. Because the ones carried this time were all high-explosive flame bombs, they could still do a decent amount of damage to the monsters. It's not fatal though, but it can also temporarily incapacitate monsters that have been shot in vitals. Flommers, top. Heavy machine guns all push their machine guns forward to the top and cover the flommers. Seeing that the defense was effective, Chu Tian made an immediate decision and gave his next order. That's right, fighters with fire-breathing equipment. Behind each warrior was a large can of chemical fuel, which was extremely hot, much hotter than ordinary gasoline incineration. He wanted to burn the monsters in the front row all at once while they were still defenseless, and so the tragic scene took place. Thousands of flame soldiers, against the monsters' sharp teeth and claws, some of which even spewed venom, constantly incinerating the monsters on the ground that hadn't recovered yet, killing them completely, and the machine guns behind them greeted the monsters that continued to charge forward. Make sure the flommers try not to take damage. With the equipment available, this tactic is a good one. But, Chu Tian still underestimated the monster's ability. There are monsters that are scary fast and can fly kind of thing. Specializes in harvesting flaming soldiers on the battlefield. Their hands turned into wings and their feet into sharp claws like a bird's. When you see someone, you greet them on the head. Stuffed pixies. I'll fight you all. The battle had come to a point where there was little need for command. Retreat is out of the question. They had to hold off the monster's run. Well, there's only one possibility. The whole lot fighting for their lives. Trudy was about to pick up a machine gun. Instead, a voice came from behind him that made him think about it day and night. Uncle Chu Tian. So you really have monsters here. And there are so many of them. Snapping back, the slugger's heart clenched hard. Who told you to come here? Hurry up and leave to find Qin Zhenfei. In Chu Tian's eyes, Qin Zhenfei was so afraid of death. It would definitely be safer for him to bring Chang Wan with him. As for himself, he had long been ready to fight the monster to the death. Who knows? Qin Wan smiled and shook her head. I'm not leaving. I'll fight alongside you. I'll protect you. The words fell. Throwback. As if it was a promise. Chu Tian, who was used to machismo, couldn't help but freeze for a second. The next instant, Chang Wan was as if she had opened up and violently rushed towards Chu Tian's direction. It only took less than half a second to arrive behind Chu Tian, waiting for Chu Tian to react. Only then did he realize that a flying monster had come towards him in the second he had just frozen. The other warriors were fighting and there was no one to distract them from keeping him safe. It's Chang Wan. He really protected me. She was seen grabbing both of the monster's claws. No matter how much the monster struggled, it seemed hard to escape her hands. At this scene, Chu Tian's pupils trembled violently. Sharp claws that could have easily scratched a person's head off just a moment ago. In Chang Wan's hands, it was like a phoenix claw. Yikes! As Chang Wan let out a chortle, her two hands opened wide and actually directly ripped off the monster's feet. No! To be precise, she tore the monster in half. Ah Lu, Chu Tian's vice general, who turned back to look at Chu Tian after he managed to knock down a monster, was also shocked by this scene. Mom Lu, in the divine drama, hand-tearing Japanese is already outrageous enough, but I didn't realize that the general's wife is even more outrageous. Chapter 174, A Monster Transformed by a Dragon Countryman. After hearing this, Chu Tian subconsciously wanted to argue that people are my sister not daughter-in-law or something like that. Nah, there's no time for small talk in today's situation. With the fall of a flying winged monster, more winged monsters stared at Chu Tian. Kia. If we take down Chu Tian, Lord Daniel will naturally help us put in a good word with Lord Flame Phosphorus, for higher evolution. Charge. The phrase, flying monster, was in the simian language. In other words, he was a simian in life, and was completely reduced to a flame phosphorus minion for the sake of so-called advanced evolution. Immediately after that came the infuriating. The other flying monster followed him up. Ha ha ha, let all the Dragon Kingdom join us in our glorious evolution. And let all those people who discriminate against my disability become the lowest of the low. The words were spoken in the dragon language. It also means, he's from the Dragon Kingdom. When Chu Tian saw this, his face was filled with anger. But before he could strike, Changwon moved first. She was seen crossing her waist with one hand and pointing her right hand at the flying monster with a small, angry face. Humph, as a son or daughter of the Dragon Kingdom, you even united with the foreigners to bully my Dragon Kingdom and invade the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Damn you, because of her petite and cute appearance. Even saying something so righteous feels like pouting. Monsters naturally don't carry fear. Dead or not, we'll know in a moment. I see you're quite pretty. I don't know how long you can last the brothers, ahahaha. The flying monster was arrogant. Since turning into a monster, he had 2 extra wings and claws, though he hadn't grown 2 hands. Beauty that you couldn't taste before can now be tasted with ease. People who were afraid to mess with before now want to mess with them. It's a total letdown. The physical body became a demon, and so did the psyche. He looked at Changwon, his eyes full of desire. If it wasn't for the presence of the other older generation, the flying monsters who had been alienated before him, it must have pounced long ago. But who is Changwon? She was a girl who had just received her 9-year obligation and had read many dragon books. And she was from the Dragon Kingdom hundreds of years ago. Patriotism is engraved in her bones. Seeing the scum in front of you doesn't require it to rush up. Changwon herself wanted to rush up and tear it apart by hand. Just glanced at Chu Tian who was on the side. She resisted the urge, fearing that if he took a step away, Chu Tian would be killed by the other monsters. Thinking about it, Changwon's eyes darted around. Reaching out his right hand, he hooked it at the flying monster. You, come here. That one, shouted the monster into a daze. What's with this girl? Not at all like the others. Not crying or running away in fear at the sight of them. Surprise, let them come over. The cautious flying monster subconsciously flew back 2 meters, fearing that Changwon had some high explosives around her. If it does go over and come to an end, they can't handle the heat up close. The moment. The flying monster looked and looked warily, not realizing anything. Instead, it's the girl underneath. Very arrogantly, he shouted again. What's the pretense? I see endless desire in your eyes. Take a few steps forward and I'm yours. Take a few steps forward, and you'll be able to kill Chu Tian and go back to claim credit. Don't worry, Chu Tian is the Dragon Kingdom god of war. We're not going to let him die easily, so you don't have to worry about us detonating some high-yield weapon to die with you. Temptation. Unabashedly seductive. As the saying goes, the most perfect lie in the world. That's the truth. That's right. What Changwon said was true. It was unlikely that the Dragon Kingdom would easily sacrifice Chu Tian, and Chu Tian's men wouldn't agree either. Even if the battle is lost today, his lieutenant and others would also fight to the death to get him out of the battlefield. Little sister, are you seeing reality clearly and giving up the struggle? I'd like to conceive a monster too. No. What about evolving a baby and having the baby protect me later? Changwon spoke with a sincere face. Even the monster is confused. Sure enough, at Changwon's urging, the wary look of this flying monster who spoke Dragon Kingdom eased a lot. Finally, it was desire that defeated reason. He had become a monster for a very short period of time, and he hadn't yet tasted an extreme product like Changwon. See only. The monster took a flying leap and swooped down towards Chu Tian's head. The goal was to kill Chu Tian in 1 second and then plunder Changwon. Enjoy. Its speed was fast. So fast that Chu Tian's vice general had only just raised his machine gun and hadn't even aimed it at the monster before it had already rushed to the top of Chu Tian's head. The 2 claws were like a death sentence, falling sharply towards Chu Tian's head. And truly, he was worthy of being at the level of a war god, and he hastily did a sideways roll while being prepared. Before the monster's claws fall, it was out of its attack range for a moment. Good coming! Changwon was overjoyed at the sight. With a single arrow step, he rushed to the monster that had pounced on him. A punch. It was just one punch. The moment the little pink fist made contact with the monster's cheek, it then felt that the body was no longer its own. Heavily, Changwon knocked him to the ground. The monster's gaze was met by a tiny foot stepping in front of its eyes. Look up. It was this harmless little girl. This time, Changwon clapped her hands and sneered. Damn monsters, do you know how to make a hand-ripped chicken breast taste better? The monster's eyes were filled with terror at the sight. What a horrible human being. Since becoming a monster, it's not even afraid of bullets. Unless it's a special high-temperature bullet, it's not that much of a threat to it. And now, it is being used by a little human girl. A harmless little girl punched out? That's almost as much power as Lord Dennis, isn't it? Thinking of this, It didn't dare to get involved in the battle and quickly struggled to get back to the flying monster's camp. It's just taking off. Then it felt a strong pull, yanking it downward in a raw manner. The next second, it hit the ground hard again. It doesn't hurt, though, does it? But confirming its eyes, this little girl in front of it was someone it couldn't fight. It was so anxious that it was on the verge of crying. Looking at the gun in Chu Tian's hand, it was loaded with high-temperature bullets. If you give it a shot to the head at close range and then let the flaming soldier have a burn, it's really done for. Sister. No. Sister. I used to be disabled. I don't know how to make chicken breasts. Spare me. Humph. As a Dragon Nation citizen, enjoying the Dragon Nation's disability policy, but helping monsters to fight their own family, you don't deserve forgiveness. Sis. I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Please let me go. I'll beat them for you, okay? Yeah. Hee. Changwon smiled innocently, and sure enough, her grip on it loosened a tiny bit. The monster saw it. Inwardly, he rejoiced that there was something to be done. But the next second, a heart-rending pain came from its right hand. No. The right wing came. It turned out that Changwon let go of her hand in order to tear it. Giggle. There was a sound of raw flesh tearing apart, and the monster cried out in pain. Turning his head, he looked despairingly at the flying monster camp in the sky. Save me. You're just going to watch me die. Chapter 175 Uncle Chutian. You're great. Unfortunately, none of the flying monsters took pity on it. Originally, letting it go first was just a test to see if the Dragon Kingdom had any large-yield weapons to ambush. Giggle. The same sound came out again. And the monster's right wing was also torn off alive by Changwon. The scene was dismal. Even someone like Chu Tian, who had experienced great storms, had goosebumps. Good lord. Changwon can still be so violent? The fact that he had just torn the flying monster with his hand in the heat of the moment could be interpreted as Changwon being in a hurry. But now what? She seems to be enjoying tearing monsters apart. Giggle. With another scream, the flying monster's right claw was also torn off. That's torture harsher than a 5-horse split. It's only a matter of moments before a 5-horse split. This, one part at a time in turn. Brutal. Too brutal. The monster was no longer able to struggle. All you can do is keep begging for mercy. Sis. I want to serve my country. I want to do my part for you. Give a chance. Give a chance. The same words again. Changwon still stopped her hand as she had just done. Sweet sounds spilled out of her mouth. Aha! Are you telling the truth? Really? I'm telling the truth. I'm helping the Dragon Kingdom fend off monsters. Honest. Well then. Changwon once again let go of her hand. This time quite relieved, because the monster only had one claw left. It couldn't even hop around anymore. At this scene, Chu Tian and several people around him had their mouths wide open. Jaws are dropping. Gobble. Swallowing hard. Chu Tian took 2 steps forward. I'm going to fight over there, so you can play here by yourself. After thinking for a while, Chu Tian had wanted to tell Changwon to be safe. So far, it seemed that the one who had to pay attention to safety was he, Chu Tian, himself. Changwon didn't even need the so-called dictates. Who could threaten her safety? Hey, Uncle Chu Tian. Wait. I'll join you after I'm done with it. What else to do with it? Aren't you going to release it and let it fight for the Dragon Kingdom? You wait. Seeing that Chu Tian wanted to rush up and fight, Changwon was anxious for a moment. She's here to protect Chu Tian. What was the point of her coming over if she let him go alone? Not to mention that Chu Tian was her nominal brother. It was his identity, the war god of the Dragon Kingdom. That could not tolerate any mistakes. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom fighters were still able to fight the monsters back and forth because they were prepared in advance and were all high-temperature weapons. Each side has damage. If something happens to him, the whole battle may be reversed. Chu Tian also looked at Changwon curiously, wondering what she was going to do. Who knows? Changwon lowered her head and asked again, do you really regret having to fight for the Dragon Kingdom? The monster listened and nodded his head. He didn't want to die, much less die a horrible death. As long as Changwon let it go, it could recover within an hour. I figured it out. I'm going to redeem myself. Yeah, he. Changwon let out a crisp laugh after hearing this. Then, reaching out with both hands, he quickly pressed down on the monster's head. A twist. One pull. With a clatter she carried it in her hand. Moreover, she didn't feel scared at all to mention this head. Instead, she looked at the monster's red face with an innocent face. Then you must remember the promise you made now in your next life, yo. Put. Chu Tian and his lieutenants almost spat out a mouthful of blood at the sight. Chu Tian, in particular, stumbled and fell straight down. Nice guy. You say give people a chance, meaning making people remember promises in their next life? Ahem. It makes sense. Too much sense. That. Ahem. Changwon should go. There are still hundreds of these things in the sky waiting for us to treat them properly. Saying that, Chu Tian's gaze looked to the sky. Hundreds of the same flying monsters were looking at him intently. But none of the monsters dared to come up first. This particular mutant species retains a bit more intelligence. It's natural to be a little more afraid of death. No one was willing to be the one to stand out and run over to let Changwon tear another one. Over here, Chu Tian had already swung his machine gun. Point to the sky. Da 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 da. Bullets poured out, hitting the monsters all over the place. Bastards, go to hell. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the vice generals also raised their own machine guns and followed Chu Tian to fire. It's a good thing you're prepared with hot bullets ahead of time. Otherwise you'll be like Similac, where half the country falls before you realize that monsters are afraid of heat. Normal bullets are ineffective against monsters. Ordinary bullets they don't even dodge. The sensitivity of the monsters was still impressive. And it took half a day of strafing for a few people to bring down just 3 or 5 of them. There's a whole 300 of them in the sky, not counting the flying monsters fighting elsewhere on the battlefront. Here alone, there are over 300 of them. Finally, some monsters were hit with a rush. Speaking fluent Simian, he rushed over in Chu Tian's direction, wanting to break through Changwon's protection. He killed Chu Tian in one fell swoop. They knew full well that this was the tactic that Lord Dennis had explained before he came. Take out the Supreme Commander first. The others will naturally collapse. This is the same tactic they have been using to take down half of Similac. 2 more men. 3 sides with me. Steady. The monster shouted. And because it was speaking the language of Similac, Chu Tian didn't understand it. Changwon didn't understand either. But looking at it in this state, I also know that it's going to be on. Fruity. The moment his words fell, the 3 flying monsters ran towards Chu Tian from different angles. Chu Tian and the vice generals hurriedly aimed their guns at the flying monsters. But the monster is highly sensitive. Barely a single round hit. They seem to be able to judge the path of the bullets by the forward rocking motion of Chu Tian's moving machine gun. It was a close call at the moment. Even with Changwon's protection, she only had 2 hands. It's 3 monsters that are coming. Damn it, I told you to hide. Seeing this, Chu Tian hurriedly changed his tactics and stopped aiming. Instead, there was a burst of machine gun fire. At this moment, even the monster was a bit flustered. It would be fine if he was hit elsewhere, but if he hit his brain then he would really be shot down and then roasted directly by the flaming soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. But facing Chu Tian's unorganized gunplay, they are out of ideas. One can only go forward and continue to rush up. Die! A monster circled in the air several times and finally found an opportunity to pounce in front of Chu Tian's face. Ha ha, it's going to catch on. Because of the first monster's breakout, the pressure on the second monster was suddenly less and rushed towards Chu Tian from the back. What? The third one? Sorry, but the third one has been shot down because of Trudy's messy shooting. That's right, Chu Tian messed around alone and took care of one. Uncle Chu Tian, you're great. Watch me next. When Changwon saw this, her tightly furrowed brows finally loosened a bit. If all 3 break out, she wasn't doing too well either. Immediately after that, Changwon stood firmly and stared at the first flying monster that pounced. Chapter 176, the end of the first encounter. With heavy casualties, the monster was quick, like a sharp arrow, and instantly arrived in front of Chu Tian's eyes. As long as it swung out its claws, Qin Zhengfei would definitely deserve to drink on the spot. Victory, only 1 step away. As long as this strike succeeds, then it doesn't matter if it dies. Taking out the Dragon Kingdom War God was such a great feat that it would definitely attract the attention of Lord Flame Phosphorus. At that time, Lord Flame Phosphorus will start from where it has lived, extract its genes to resurrect it, not daring to have the slightest pause. The flying monster that entered the attack range hastily waved its claws and greeted Qin Zhengfei's head. Pop! Suddenly, the claws seemed to catch an unknown obstruction. Looking down, it turned out to be Qingwan who was faster than it. It was caught. Damn girl, let go of me. Because it spoke the language of Similac, which to Qingwan seemed like ulala. Can't understand it at all. What the are you talking about? Go yourself first. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qingwan exerted force with her wrist, ripping the monster off with one hand and slamming it heavily on the ground. It's not over yet. The monster had just landed on the ground when it saw a small foot blocking its view. The next moment, as Changwan's small feet stepped down, snapped, the watermelon exploded and there was watermelon flesh all over the place. It's slow, to say the least, but it's really only 2 or 3 seconds. By this time the other monster had only just taken on machine gun fire and was quite wounded. It was only then that he managed to burst in behind Chu Tian. At this time, the hundreds of flying monsters in the sky were also dumbfounded. With a head out to die, they have a chance. In a flash, hundreds of flying monsters gathered above Changwan and Chu Tian's heads. They are waiting. By the time Qingwan resolved the monster that had succeeded in breaking through, those 2 or 3 seconds swarmed around. Finally, the monster that had made a successful breakthrough made its move. He shrieked strangely and extended his claws straight for Chu Tian's back, trying to give Trudy a heart attack. Ah! Bullets hurt so much when they hit our bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that our body structure can't use a gun, Chu Tian, you would have died 800 times. After the barking was done, no one could understand what it said. It just feels whimpering and annoying. Qingwan frowned deeply when she saw this, because now, with the sudden success of this monster launching an attack, all the other monsters swarmed. It seemed like Chu Tian had to die here today for the monsters to feel relieved. Or maybe by killing Chu Tian, the monsters could gain a lot of benefits. That's the situation anyway. Chu Tian was surrounded by elite flying monsters. All the other normal monsters, they were fighting the other warriors of the Dragon Kingdom in a stalemate. Back on topic. Qingwan didn't dare to grab the monster and beat it violently at this time. Instead, she took advantage of the moment the monster lunged over and kicked it away. Immediately after that, Chu Tian seized the opportunity and added a barrage of bullets towards the head of the monster that landed on the ground, with a hot bullet in its brain. The monster, which had been raging just a moment ago, didn't move, but the sky swooped in with hundreds more. Sister Qingwan, you shot them away. You fill in the shots. Since just now, Chu Tian's mind had been spinning, thinking of the best strategy. The situation no longer allowed him to think much. This strategy is the one that works best at the moment. Aha! I'll kick them off one by one. Changwan nodded. Up to this point in the battle, Qingwan's clothes had long been covered in sticky bloodstains. A bit of gray also appeared on the nose. Finally, the monsters swarmed up and pounced. As the monster moved, Changwan also moved. See only, she was like the goddess of battle, untouchable. Monsters fly in and kick one away, and Chu Tian was waiting for this moment. Wait for the kicked monster to land, and immediately fill in shots towards its head. Can't kill monsters that way though, but it can also temporarily incapacitate monsters. The lieutenants, too, gave up fighting the monster with their guns, and one by one took chemical flamethrowers from the bodies of their comrades not far away, aiming at the flying monster that was incapacitated by Chu Tian's head explosion. He gave it a burn, forever and ever. The other warriors were proud to see this, and their battle spirit was high. A god of war is a god of war. The girl who chased it was also a female war hero. That said, it's really efficient to kill monsters in a sweet double row between the general and the lady. Qingwan lands a leg kick and follows it up with a complimentary shot from Trudy. Because the monster's trajectory after being kicked off was well calculated, coupled with Chu Tian's amazing marksmanship, the monster was headshot before it even hit the ground. The two are becoming more and more in tune with each other. In just a few minutes, he had actually killed dozens of flying monsters. You know, these flying monsters are incredibly agile and can dodge bullets by anticipating their direction. On the battlefield, the warriors who sacrificed the most were also on the claws of the flying monsters, with Chu Tian attracting the strongest enemy. The pressure on the other warriors was suddenly much lighter, and one shouted with bravado, "Brothers, them!" Morale was high at the beginning, then low, and now it's up again. All the fighters who were still alive seemed to have renewed strength, carrying the heaviest machine guns and killing the most monsters. Bang! Bang! Another match. Changwan kicked a monster and Chu Tian added a shot before he could land. Now the two were skilled to the core. Again and again. In less than half an hour, all these bastards will have to die for me. Aha! Uncle Chu Tian. Let's cheer together. The battle was in full swing when, suddenly, an alarm sounded in the distance. Even if the battlefield was full of gunfire and the sound of explosions, the long, drawn-out siren could still be heard as clearly as if it were drilled into one's ears. The monsters heard the alarm, and one by one, their eyes widened, without the slightest hesitation. Turning is running. The fighters were all excited and shouting at the sight. Brothers, the monster is scared. Chase after it. Finish them off. Many warriors chased the monster one by one, not stopping for a moment with their guns in their hands. No one is short of bullets when the battle is on, because there were bodies everywhere, from monsters and from our own people. As soon as you run out of bullets, casually pick up your dead comrade's gun, and with bullets it's time to come back to life with full blood. Trudy here. He narrowed his eyes in contemplation for a few seconds as he saw the monster run one way or the other. Pass the word that there is to be no pursuit. General? Not going to destroy more monsters? The adjutant general heard the military order and looked puzzled. This is a good time to beat the crap out of a dog. Without waiting for Chu Tian to explain, Qingwan did explain for him. Haven't you noticed that the giant monsters that were scouted out and the ones that can dig and hide aren't participating in the battle? Rushing after them will surely lead to trouble. After Changwan's explanation, the vice general instantly reacted. That's right. The information that Qin Zhengfei's intelligence officers sent out had inquired about. There were at least 10 types of monsters. And in this fight, only 3 kinds were encountered. Normal humanoid with claws. Flying with wings. Then there's the one that's 8 meters tall and has 10 fingers that disappear in 2 hands that are just meaty fists. Chapter 177, Chu Tian's Sadness. Monster Mania. The gargoyles only came in a few. So although it was difficult to deal with, because of the slowness of movement, it wasn't too much for the fighters to handle. I'm sorry, General. I was just curious to ask. I'll go convey the military order. Thus far, Chu Tian's first collision with the monster. That's how it ended. At night, after Chu Tian reported the situation to Old Man Long and the others, sitting on a rock full of pain, in his eyes, blood was faintly visible. You can see how much grief he was holding inside. Uncle Trudy, what's wrong with you? Nope, just looking at the bodies of my comrades. Chu Tian looked at the bodies that were not far away, neatly arranged. A wave of sadness welled up. Come on. The vanguard was a few thousand strong, with a minimum of 20,000 following to fill in. And now, after the roll call, there were only 10,000 warriors left alive. Sacrifice more than half. This is truly, with blood, with flesh, forging the great wall of the Dragon Kingdom border. Why don't you cry it out, and I'll cover it for you so no one else can see it. Changwon gently stepped forward, holding Chu Tian's head and pulling it towards her arms. Cry. I've cried 3 times. It's okay if you just cry once. Changwon's gentle words gave Chu Tian a great touch. Emotions instantly broke the bank. If this scene was seen by Qin Zhengfei, he would have designated his jaw to drop in shock. See only. Chu Tian kept huffing and puffing, sobbing in Changwon's arms, and he was too good-natured to make a sound. The whole scene was extremely weird. No. Several vice-generals had been searching for Chu Tian for a while and finally found him here. But after taking a look, they twisted their heads and didn't dare to look at it. The general and his wife are playing a game. Don't disturb him. Just as well. The Mets didn't have a problem with their delivery journey anyway, so it's just as well to report back later. Don't disturb the general from putting on his cleanser. The barracks were quiet on the inside. On the monsters' side, however, there was a little situation. 60,000 monsters gathered on the plains, waiting for someone. Suddenly, the sky clattered. A helicopter hovers over them. The helicopter didn't land. Instead, a man jumped off the top, with a thud on the ground. The moment the visitor looked up, someone must have exclaimed Dennis Han? He had only just landed when he impatiently began to give his own orders. Ran around all day today making plans for 10 fronts. Are you guys ready? Hooray for! A cheer went up from the monsters. As the cheers slowly descended, the scene became quiet again, all waiting for Dennis to begin his next instructions. Right here and now. Ding 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 ding. The crisp voice rang out from the front row of flying monsters. Dennis looked at it curiously, then frowned tightly. He came in front of the creature. Bending down, he picked up a bullet casing. After a few moments of slight contemplation, he stormed off. Don't tell me that the plan hasn't been formulated yet, and you've already gone AWOL and attacked the Chu Tian line? The bullet was, obviously, fired into the creature today. As the monster heals itself, the bullet is expelled from its body. It just happened to fall on a rock with a crisp sound that was heard by Dennis. Silence. There was silence. For Dennis, it was a silent acknowledgement. A bunch of sand sculptures. The Dragon Kingdom battlefield isn't like Similac. Similac was completely unprepared before we destroyed the arsenal and weapon stores, so it couldn't get hot bullets to deal with us. And the Dragon Kingdom, where every warrior has high-temperature bullets and is equipped with flame soldiers. Say, how much did you lose today? All the flying monsters bowed their heads at this question. No one would answer his question, because with Dennis's temper, whoever dares to be a standout will die the next moment. You say it. Dennis pointed at the flying monster in front of him. The powerful oppressive force caused it to fall to its knees at once. Trembling, he replied. 124 Hawkman, more than 10,000 normal evolvers. The words just fell. Dennis went straight into a rage and slapped it a few dozen meters. This force was comparable to even Changwon. Well, you have a total of 60,078,000 manpower, and in one day you lost over 10,000 to Ho-Ho. Now Dennis simply wanted to slap each of the monsters present. They really think they're in Similac. Wherever you want to go? Think you're Mondo. Shook his aching head. Dennis gritted his teeth and commanded again. Flame Phosphorus-sama used the Similac factory to help us build working guns, and they'll be here in a moment. This statement was made. The eyes of all the monsters with their heads down lit up. Since becoming a monster, their hands would be constructed differently than a human's, and they would not be able to use a human gun. The only weapons are sharp teeth and claws. In the face of ordinary bullets, ordinary missiles are still fine. Once they encountered a prepared one like the Dragon Kingdom, prepared with high-temperature bullets and flaming soldiers, then their advantage was gone. And now, Dennis tells them to evolve from the Stone Age to the Gunpowder Age right away? Simply inspiring. Air, monster heart. If you can use the gun, they are invincible warriors who no longer have to carry flames, hot bullets, and missiles with their flesh spaced far apart. They were able to launch an attack on the dragon, and at that distance, there's not much the Dragon Kingdom can do about them. Long live Lord Flame Phosphorus! Long live Lord Flame Phosphorus! There was a flurry of chants of hurrah. All the monsters were praising Flame Phosphorus for his compassionate subordinates. A bunch of little cuties. Lord Flame Phosphorus has lived for millions of years. Are you guys cursing it to die earlier? Listen to the hurrah slogans. Dennis covered his face again. It's a real headache to be around this bunch of cuties. Being around them is a real headache. Even Mimi hurts. Okay, I'm not going to bother scolding you guys. Now start listening up. Having said that, Dennis' expression became a bit more serious as well. The monsters saw this and stopped chanting slogans, waiting for his next instructions. Next, you will fight not a barbaric war, but a modernized war. Hawkman with heavy machine guns in both talons, strafing from the air. Watch your distance. Don't get shot down by the hot bullets. Ordinary evolutionaries. You're strong, too, so get me a gun too, and a cannon on your back. You have the most people on this front, in order to break through Chu Tian's line. Got it? When he finished, Dennis scanned the monsters. Monsters are supposed to have human intelligence, so where's the point? Each one of them danced around, waiting for tomorrow, when the weapons arrived to avenge today's bloodshed. Don't worry, Lord Dennis, I'm going to avenge my brother. Me too. My partner got his head blown off by Chu Tian today. I'm going to blow his head off too. Chapter 178, The Second Engagement. Chu Tian pilots a mecha to face the battle. Day 2. It was just after dawn when the industrious monsters assembled early. By now Dennis had left this front to deploy supplies and tactics on the next front. The monsters gathered and collected the weapons that were delivered in the middle of the night. One fist pumped, vowing to give Chu Tian's team a head start. Out of the side stepped a flying monster. It looks different from the other flying monsters. First of all, everyone else's wings were gray with a hint of dark red, unlike his, which were blue. The compulsion alone is much higher. Plus, he was much taller and his claws looked sharper. Lord Dennis gave me the evolution drug. Don't be envious, you guys. Those who have credit for this battle can also evolve again. Now, follow me. As he led the way, the monsters were instantly set ablaze. There were screams, cheers, and abuse, one after another. They followed the blue flying monsters in the sky that slowly flew forward towards the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Target, Chu Tian. Soon they arrived in front of yesterday's battlefield. The bodies of the Dragon Kingdom warriors had long since been taken away, and what remained was a mess. The ground was full of burned monsters. The entire battlefield was filled with the smell of charcoal and roasted monsters. Armored titans. You guys charge through first and smash the dragon soldiers when you meet them. Everyone else get ready. When the titan rushes in, you find a chance to use the special machine guns you have on hand. These are specially developed armor-piercing bullets that are unparalleled in the world, and only Lord Flame Phosphorus could have developed them. Finally, the Hawkmen take cover in the sky, find all the big and small commands in the Dragon Kingdom, and them on sight. Got it? Without too much nonsense. As soon as he came up, the blue flying monster reiterated Dennis' tactics once again, afraid that someone will fight among themselves like yesterday. It resulted in over 10,000 dead teammates. You know, Dennis didn't give him the evolution potion for nothing. This is a fight that if you don't get it right, even if he doesn't die on the battlefield, he'll have to die at the hands of Dennis, or the extremely painful kind. My lord, are we just going to wait for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to meet us? Another ordinary flying monster slowly flew over and asked curiously. The blue flying monster sniffed. Straight away, he extended his own paw and gave it a kick. Nonsense. You want to slaughter ordinary people like before, but I'm afraid you won't be able to do it here. If we charge the Dragon Kingdom's barracks directly, our formation will be all messed up, and Lord Dennis will have your ass when he finds out. After saying that, the blue flying monster still had a moment of fear. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were too raw, so tenacious in their resistance that it gave them, the group that had taken the Similac, a headache. Some time ago, it followed Lord Flame Phosphorus when he fought Similac. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be a fight, and the Smithy warriors get weak in the knees on their own, the kind that doesn't even dare to run away. A slightly more daring Simeon could potentially pull out his legs and run. Regardless, the warriors of the Smithy didn't have the slightest attitude of resistance. Every once in a while, two come out that aren't afraid to die. it's also just out of the way. Facing the waves of monsters did nothing at all. And the Dragon Kingdom. It's really so different. Dragon Kingdom warriors are bloodthirsty, purposeful, organized and disciplined. It made even the blue flying monsters think deeply. Are you evolved humans or are we? Today, however, each of their monsters carried working firearms, and the Dragon Kingdom fighters were no longer able to stop them. Thinking, it looked down at its feet. Both feet are fitted with oversized caliber rifles. It tried the power of this rifle. Initial calculations show that the kinetic energy released from the muzzle of this thing can reach over 100,000 joules. If it had been before, it would have absolutely called this thing a cannon, but not anymore. Their evolved monsters are all horribly strong, and the recoil from this kinetic energy is completely resistant. Now, 60,000 monsters, each carrying a small cannon, the kind that can shoot through an armored car for you. Let's just ask how you Dragon Kingdom can resist. My lord, the Dragon Kingdom has reacted and has begun organizing its manpower to defend against our attack. At this moment, a flying monster came to report. This was the Great Plains, and it was actually fairly easy to see the enemy's dynamics. Good. When they come out, take them all out and charge straight to the Dragon Kingdom's capital city. Blue flying monster magnificent. It seemed that once they defeated the Dragon Kingdom warriors fending them off at the border, they could go to the capital like nobody's business. For a while, all the monsters were excited. Already he was fantasizing about how he would slaughter the Dragon Kingdom and how he would crush all the beautiful Dragon Kingdom chicks under his body. Kill, 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 kill. Tens of thousands of monsters spoke in a simian language and kept screaming. Suddenly, a less than harmonious sound came from the dragon's side. Puffing, whimpering. When they fixed their eyes on it, it turned out to be a pair of iron armor about 3 meters tall, slowly walking towards them. On the shoulders of the iron armor, there was a girl sitting. The girl was eating a strawberry-flavored lollipop, not caring that there were tens of thousands of monsters and tens of thousands of enemies in front of her. Look closely after. Isn't she the same female monster who tore the flying monster apart with her hands yesterday? What's the combination? Beauty and steel? Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers at the back didn't seem to have any intention of going forward. Just behind the steel, watching the gauntlet slowly make its way towards them. Ha! Rokoku really knows how to play tricks. Unfortunately, our weapons have been upgraded and they can no longer resist. The blue flying monster snorted at the sight. And don't care about the broken brass. It looked high-tech, I guess, but he knew that no one in the world would order the tech tree that crooked. What's the point of studying sci-fi movies about mecha? Can it stop a barrage of armor-piercing bullets? Leave me alone for a moment to meet the little toys of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha! With that, the blue flying monster made a gesture. A wing gesture. Tell the monsters in the back to stay put for a while. Then fly alone to the ironclad side. Flying closer and seeing more clearly. This Vice Steel doesn't say anything else. It's still a great seller alone. It's very techy, and there's a sense of oppression given to him. But, even the strongest oppression is just a piece of steel. And even if a bullet can't get through, there's always a way to deal with it. They are monsters and have long since buried many tanks alive. All the tanks of the smithy had been overwhelmed by a tidal wave of them monsters, finally buried deep in the ground, along with the driver kind of thing. Ironclad side. Xingwan on her shoulder bit hard on the lollipop, which crushed in her mouth, said sweetly while chewing, Uncle Chu Tian, why did they just send a monster to not take you seriously? Humph, I don't need them to look me in the eye either. I just want to put them in the crematorium. A cold grunt came from inside the mech. Chapter 179 Mecha vs Titan Monster. Spread out through the mech's physical megaphone. Monsters far away could hear him with this cold grunt. Aha, you're already proficient in handling it. Ha, of course. The moment the mecha program was launched, I participated in Dr. Su's mecha simulation training, and I was the first place winner. It's so nice to have Dr. Su in the Dragon Kingdom. Changwon couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for Su Hanyun, there might not have been a mecha present today. As for the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, even if they put up a fight against all of them, they were unable to stop wave after wave of monster attacks. Monsters don't cost anything. After all, if Flame Phosphorus wanted to, he could mutate millions of monsters to do his bidding by taking a few small countries, and there are a limited number of fighters in the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Chu Tian, it's coming over. Do you do it or do I? Wait a minute. It looks like it's wearing something on its feet. Let's see. With a heavy machine gun on top of its claws, Chu Tian was stunned after taking a look inside the mech with his special external vision device. This group of monsters had actually upgraded their weapons. Upon closer inspection, the whole damn lot were carrying heavy machine guns, the very large caliber kind. So to speak, this gun would have no problem being used as an anti-aircraft gun. After seeing it clearly, Chu Tian's back went cold. Luckily, Luckily, Dr. Sue's mecha arrived just in time. Otherwise today, that's the end of him, not just his doom, but the doom of all who guard the frontier. Thinking about it, the monster had already flown into view. It can be seen. The blue monster that came over did not put him Chu-Tian in his eyes, and the teasing eyes seemed to say, "What can you do with this broken copper and iron? Come on," the old man. Only the next moment, the monster raised its claws, aim at Chu-Tian. Oddly enough, he screamed, "Ha ha 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 ha, a 3-meter mech. I'm afraid it doesn't even have the armor thickness of a tank. Eat my shot." Of course this sentence Chu-Tian couldn't understand, so naturally he thought that the monster was screaming strangely. Boom boom boom. With a few loud gunshots, the monster launched an attack full of concern. It looked at the iron armor in front of it. The mind was already in the shape of iron armor turned into a sieve. HM. 3 2 1. Down. The monster raised its claws and thought it was handsome as it blew hot air from the muzzle of the gun and mumbled a countdown. But 3 seconds had long since passed. It hadn't heard the steel mech fall to the ground. Curious, he looked up, stunned, only to see that its large caliber guns did not do any damage to the mech. You know, the first time the gun was fired, he had experimented against a steel plate. This thing can definitely punch through steel. However, it didn't penetrate the iron armor in front of him. Unbelievable. What the hell is that? He asked. But no one answered him. Before he could decide what to do next, the mech moved. See only, the mech's legs bent slightly. Then, a scene that made the monster's eyes widen and his jaw drop in shock appeared. The 3-meter tall mecha, surprisingly, jumped up, and it was extremely fast, faster than it had ever flown. It's finished. It's unseen tech. The monster gave another strange cry and turned its head about to return to the monster camp, but the mech didn't give it that chance. The moment he had just turned around, then it felt a powerful pressure, and when it turned its head, the mech had popped up in front of its eyes and stretched out a pair of iron hands. "Ah, I don't want to." In the next second, the monster was grabbed by Chu-Tian. With a slight force from both hands, the monster became a puddle of mush in the mech's hands before it could finish its last words. The monsters behind them, and the closest, were the Titan monsters. The huge figure was taller than the mech. Even such a huge monster froze at the moment at the sight. A few seconds passed. The foremost titanic monster reacted by yanking his throat and letting out a roar too rough to be true. "The commander is dead. All those in the rear, charge with me. Kill the man in the mech and avenge the commander. Charge." For a moment, all the monsters stirred and howled at the top of their lungs. At once, the war is on again. Just at this time, Chu-Tian inside the mech also sent out a military order using his communicator. "All warriors, retreat 5 kilometers, leave this place to Qingwan and me." Over the comms, the vice admirals were going crazy. "General, it's not just your responsibility to protect the country. We're going to fight in the war too." "Yes, with so many monsters, even if you have armor, it's useless. The mech's energy can only last for 2 days. Excluding the issue of your limited physical strength, 2 days won't be enough to take out tens of thousands of monsters." There was a flurry of discouragement from the lieutenants, but Chu-Tian had decided long ago. "All of you, listen to my orders. The monsters' weapons have been upgraded. We can't fight them for now. Retreat to 5 kilometers and defend." "Yes." At the sight of the weapons on the monsters, Trudy was then thinking about tactics. The best tactic at the moment is for the mechs to fight the monsters directly. Ordinary people in this war are afraid that they won't last half an hour before they're all wiped out. Those flying monsters in the sky are just drones that won't die. Wait until he can't even fight with his mech. The monsters would naturally rush to a place within 5 kilometers. And it wouldn't be too late for the dragon warriors to group up and resist then. "At your service, my lord." A resigned voice came over the communicator, but they had no choice but to follow orders. And so, the monsters saw that the Dragon Kingdom warriors, who had fought bravely yesterday, were retreating. One time, the monsters came forward even more frantically. "Charge. As long as we take out the iron armor, the Dragon Kingdom is within our reach. Charge. The Dragon Kingdom no longer has the will to fight. Breaking through the border is today. Charge. Take the credit and get an even better evolution." They are all red-eyed, one by one. For the sake of evolution, for the sake of credit, and the biggest credit of all? Of course it's the bosses of those centers in the Dragon Kingdom, and killing those bosses would be the same as hindering the command of the Dragon Kingdom in some way. What's next? The iron armor in front of me. Of course, such a powerful thing. Who can take him out? Not to mention the others. Definitely get a powerful evolution. Maybe even evolve into a powerful, still human-looking kind like Dennis-sama. Note, in the monster's perception, Dennis became so powerful because of the evolution given by Flame Phosphorus, not realizing that Dennis is actually a robot and even Flame Phosphorus can't kill him. Inside the mech, As Chu Tian looked at the overwhelming enemies, his palms couldn't help but get wet. Xingwan, why don't you follow the retreat for 5 kilometers as well? No. Xingwan wants to fight side by side with Uncle Chu Tian in a sweet double row. Chu Tian was speechless, not knowing where she learned the words from. It's war. It's not a game. However, since she wasn't willing to leave, Chu Tian didn't have any way out. Then let's have a painful fight. It just so happens that the monster is targeting the two of us, and if we block it today it will be like dragging out another day. Saying that, the monsters had already arrived in front of Chu Tian. The first to bear the brunt was the Titan monster. That height was a few heads taller than Chu Tian's mech, and the Titanic monster had gotten a suit of iron armor from somewhere. That's right, it's iron armor. The whole aspect wrapped around its flesh. On its fist, it was also a thick steel plate, being hammered on which even a tank would have to be hammered flat. And it is this fist that has swung at the moment. It smashed towards Chu Tian. Chapter 180 Arrival of Inaka's Support. What to do? Take the move or not? In fact, Chu Tian was a little weak in his heart, not knowing whether this mech could carry this tonnage of attacks or not. You know, this behemoth is a thing that can smash tanks flat. It's not to be messed with. Uncle Chu Tian, at a glance, you didn't read Dr. Su's introduction document seriously, and all you think about is how to manipulate the mecha all day long. The introduction has made it clear that the mech can carry a nuclear explosion, so naturally this punch of its is no big deal. Facing the giant monster's heavy punch, Changwan didn't care. She trusted Su Han Yun from the bottom of her heart. Since Dr. So said it could carry a nuclear bomb, it can't be false. Things had come to a head. Even if Chu Tian wanted to dodge, with the speed of the mech, he could not dodge, because the monster's fist was already only 0.01 centimeters away from him. He thought a lot about this moment. The next moment, boom! A popping sound reached the sky, and the monsters that followed in the back row all ghosted and rushed up even faster. In their minds, any heavy equipment that takes a punch from a giant monster has to be scrapped. Even if the blast doesn't flatten it, it can damage all the instruments inside. But why hasn't this toy of a dragon kingdom been blown up or fallen down? Even the little girl in the mech was calm and collected. Taking another lollipop from his pocket, he ate it with relish. After getting a little closer, it took the monsters a moment to see clearly. The 3-meter-tall mecha in front of him was not even slightly damaged. Not even a hint of a dent. In contrast, the giant monster's fist clattered with green blood. Out of the inside of its fist, it seeped through the cracks in the steel wrapped around the outside of the fist. Ow! The intense pain caused the giant monster to howl in agony. Soon, the giant monster still didn't believe in it and raised its left fist to smash at Chu Tian once again. This time, instead of the chest, it was towards the head. Bang! There was another loud bang, and it seemed that even the air was quiet. Ow! There was another howl. Chu Tian piloted his mech before he could even strike. The recoil alone had ruined the hands of a giant monster. The giant monster, now with drooping arms and eyes full of fear. You guys go! I'm going to recover for a while. Saying that, it hastily took several steps back, intending to stay away from Chu Tian, fearing that, as in the case of the Blue Hawkman, he would be taken care of in a single move. But, would Chu Tian let it have its way? Inside the mech, when Chu Tian saw the monster wimp out, his courage couldn't help but rise. Ha ha, Dr. Su is really the light of the Dragon Kingdom. With this mech, we're sure to win. After saying that, he maneuvered the mech to eject and start. With unimaginable speed, he charged towards the wounded gargoyle. The 3-meter-tall mech froze and ran out several stumps. The scene looked horrible to the monsters. Invincible. Simply invincible. They have about 10 different kinds of monster fighters, but the ones with the most offensive and destructive power are the giant monsters. And the mecha in front of him couldn't even take down a giant monster. Boom! Just a single punch from the mech took down the injured giant monster. Spread out. Come on, 20 giant monsters to hold them back while we shoot from the sidelines. At this point, one of the more reputable monsters temporarily assumed command of them. The order was given in a hurry. Tell the monsters to spread out and not engage the mechs head-on. As long as it runs out of energy, it's just a piece of junk. We'll hold it in check. Leave 10,000 men to take on the mechs. The rest go deeper into the Dragon Kingdom. Charge. When these words came out, Chu Tian's heart thumped. Originally, he had wanted to use the monster to hold out for a day, but he didn't expect the monster to be so smart that it didn't completely draw fire from him. Can't let a monster get across the border. Thinking, Chu Tian was in a hurry and narrowed his eyes at the flying monsters, also known as hawkmen, who were rushing at the front. The legs flexed slightly, then catapulted off the ground again. Spare a moment to reach the hawkman's underside in an instant, even though he was dozens of meters away. Another jump, catching it with a speed the Hawkman couldn't even react to. If you want to enter the Dragon Kingdom, did you ask me? Click. With a clenched fist from Chu Tian, the bones of the Hawkman grasped in his hands emitted a burst of clicking sounds and had long since ceased to move. Just like that, whoever dared to rush at the front, Chu Tian would be the first to kill. Until after killing more than 200 monsters, the rest of the monsters didn't dare to rush. Monsters have human intelligence, which is a good thing for monsters and the worst thing at the same time. For example, the current situation. If the monsters without IQ had all rushed up in one brain, Chu Tian would definitely not be able to stop them. But they have the intelligence to be afraid of death. Then it's a good idea to kill whoever dares to be the first to stand out. After stomping the monsters into mush, they would have to go through a day or two of regrowth even if they could come back to life. Because the body damage was too great. That's enough time for the dragon flommers to come over and burn them to a crisp. For a while, the scene became silent. No more monsters dared to be the first to rush up. And Chu Tian didn't act rashly when he saw this. Afraid of pissing off the monsters. Afraid that they would just cross over him and make a massive charge into the Dragon Kingdom. You can't stop all the monsters with just one mech at that point. Just as Chu Tian was confronting the monster, Kapatul, inside Elder Dragon's office, he frowned as he looked at the reports from the battlefront at Border 197. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom is just too big. There are more than 100 fronts. Although no monsters appeared in most of the battle lines, wherever monsters appeared, the Dragon Kingdom was bound to suffer large casualties. One of the fronts where the monsters gathered the most was here in Chu Tian. Fully 60 or 70,000. More than 10,000 were taken out by Chu Tian. And with a total of 200,000 monster armies, there were still more than 100,000 spread across other fronts, trying to break through the Dragon Kingdom's defenses in a decentralized manner. Old Dragon, we have to think of a way. If this keeps up, we'll lose all our warriors in battle. I know. Elder Long rubbed his temples as he listened to Elder Lu's words. In a trance. This was the biggest crisis in the Dragon Kingdom he had ever dealt with since he had lived so long. All it takes is one unguarded. Then it's over. Let the monsters rush into the Dragon Kingdom. Then assimilate the rest of the Dragon Kingdom. And the monster army will be vast. It might appear to be hundreds of millions. Was fretting. Suddenly, Elder Long's landline phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Long Lao's eyes widened. Strange. What's with the Hawk Jam Presidential Ministry calling me here? Since you can't think of a solution, you might as well answer the phone. Lu Lao extinguished the cigarette in his hand and sighed. He was just like Long Lao. Racking my brain. I couldn't figure out how to deal with the current crisis. Elder Long was also helpless. Slowly pick up the phone. Just as he picked it up, an eager and excited voice came from inside. Elder Dragon of the Dragon Kingdom? I am the new president of Eagle Jam. Inaka. Chapter 181. A pair of mechs against tens of thousands of monsters? Inaka. Long Lao was surprised for a while. It was reasonable to say that even if the president's election was successful, Denagawa didn't step down that quickly. And there is no international news of any Inaka presidency. Thinking about it, Inaka seemed to know what Elder Dragon was thinking and hurriedly explained. Mr. Long, as permitted by Eagle Jam law, Denagawa signed the presidential abdication agreement while I signed the presidential assumption of office, which will have to be announced to the world in 3 days. To make a long story short, we all know the situation in Dragonland. That's why, at the very first moment I just took office, I provided full support to the Dragon Kingdom as requested by Mr. Li. Mr. Li? The four brothers were surprised when this was said. They had heard from Qin Zhengfei a long time ago that Li Junchang wanted to support Inaka to come to power and then hold the emperor hostage. Everyone was looking at it as a joke. But now, Li Junsung really made it. Even at his age, Long Lao, who was extremely cultured and highly qualified, could not help but spit out a mouthful of nationalism. How are you going to support the Dragon Kingdom? It is understood that you were also crushed and pulled back when you supported the smithy. Hearing the support, Elder Long was first delighted. Then it was squashed. Because Hawkmaster doesn't seem to have a way to deal with monsters, either. Currently, there is only one way to deal with monsters, and that is heat. Hawksbane has that many hot weapons? The next moment, Inaka spoke. Elder Mr. Long, the personnel my father sent earlier to support the smithy were unaware of the monster's weakness. Now, since the world knows their weaknesses, there is a way. We, at Eagle Sauce, have nearly 100,000 thermobaric bombs that were all going to be destroyed in the last 2 years, just in time to be used today. Boom! Like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Long Lao's legs couldn't stop trembling with excitement when he heard the news. I'll spare you the pleasantries. When will your backup arrive? It's already here. Just needing your entry authorization for a full shipment to the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! Another thunderbolt. Elder Long was so excited that he couldn't stand still and sat down directly on his chair. Lee Jun-sung. Lee Jun-sung. You've given me a big surprise. Who would have thought that Inaka, the president's daughter, could be subservient to you? Good. I'll send someone right away to pick up the weapons of your aid. Actually, there was no need for Elder Dragon to give orders. On the side, Lu Lao had long ago dialed a number and started arranging for manpower. Just the end. Elder Dragon still had one more doubt. Inaka, how did you convince your counselors to give aid of this magnitude to the Dragon Kingdom? This is a question that is not just for Inaka. Also a question from Denagawa. Can't really figure it out. She's only just assumed the presidency and doesn't have any class. And yet, in the first place, it was able to mobilize such a large amount of resources. You know, even Denagawa may not have this ability. After all, so many of Eagle Jam's legislators are not vegetarians. It's enough of a favor not to trip up Inaka, but to help her? It's thanks to Mr. Lee's help. But the situation is a bit complicated. Let's deal with the monster issue for now. Inaka is far across the sea. Lifting his hand, he looked at the perspective hook in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. With the help of the perspective hook, there's no place for anyone to hide from all that nasty stuff. That's the basis on which she gets most of her support. So many people, their handles were in her Inaka's hands. Hang up. Soon Elder Long received an application for Eagle Sauce. This application, however, is a little different than what was said on the phone. Old Lu, Inaka gave two applications. One is to get weapons into the Dragon Kingdom, and the other is to get Eagle Sauce's fighters into the Dragon Kingdom to help. What do you think, warrior? It's not just fighters, there's 1,000 bombers, and with the thermobaric bombs they can definitely cause extensive damage to the monsters. If Hawkmaster has a temporary change of heart and bombs Rokoku. Elder Lu was worried for a while. It wasn't just him who was worried either. The four brothers were all a little cautious. After all, Hawkjam had come to attack the Dragon Kingdom some time ago. Despite the change in presidents, Inaka looks like a setup for Lee Jun-sung, but it's not to be taken lightly. Instead of saying that the phase doesn't believe in Inaka, how about they think about whether or not to trust Lee Jun-sung, who really took Inaka under his wing? Give it up. I'll trust that young man for once. There's nothing worse than now anyway. Well, we can't make it in time to call in the bombers on short notice, and it just so happens that Hawk Jam's bombers aren't far from the battlefield on Chu Tian's side. Elder Lu nodded. It would be less necessary to support other fronts. It's mainly on Trudy's side. Tens of thousands of monsters are really scary. If he had the warm pressure bomb that Lee Jun-sung had gotten, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the monster. By the way, did the real-world data for the mecha come out? After the two old men decided, they suddenly remembered lifting the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community to create something. A mech. No, they just got the mechs today. Real-world data will be at night at the earliest. Night? I can't wait to connect to the battlefield. After pondering for a while, Elder Long decided that he had to take a look at it. At the risk of disturbing the warriors in battle, mechs are capable enough if they are. Then Hawksbane's assistance is optional. If the mechs aren't capable enough to fight the monsters, then the move is signal access. Soon, several of Chu Tian's vice-generals appeared on the large screen in front of the four old men. They were clean and dry. It didn't seem like there had been a fight. The adjutant general at the head of the group saluted. Greetings, Elder Dragon. Not too many pleasantries. Elder Dragon went straight to the point. How are you guys doing on the front lines? How are the mechs doing in practice? As soon as Elder Long's words fell, he only saw the screen, and all the vice-generals lowered their heads in shame. It made Elder Dragon anxious for a while. Hurry up and report back. Upon being prodded, an adjutant general stepped forward and stammered out an explanation. From the mech to the front line. Then Chu Tian tried piloting a mech for the first time. Then the monsters attacked a second time, and Chu Tian piloted his mech to meet them, sending them back 5 kilometers to stand guard. After hearing this, Elder Long's head was filled with black lines. Nice guy. This Chu Tian has really big guts. One man rushes ahead and lets the others hold the rear? Long Lao's face twitched and he didn't know how to describe the situation anymore. There was no choice but to reconfirm. Are you really within 5 kilometers of the front line? Yes, General Chu's orders. That is to say, Chu Tian alone wants to pilot a mech against tens of thousands of monsters? No, the general isn't alone. There's a woman sitting on the general's shoulder. It's 2 people against tens of thousands of monsters. Elder Dragon? Chapter 182, Seeing the Effect of Mecha in Action. When Elder Long heard the name Changwon, he was instantly enlightened. He had received a report from Qin Jingfei some time ago. They said they dug up a female robot in the suburbs. That female robot is in excellent physical condition. The kind that can jump off a building without dying. Remember the time. Qin Zhengfei even filmed a Changwon jumping show for him. It wasn't enough to make someone's little girl jump once. It took a full 3 jumps and shocked him 3 times before he was done. If he hadn't stopped it in time, Qin Zhengfei could have flaunted it 10 times. Thinking of this, Elder Long hurriedly inquired. Little Miss Qingwan, did she bring her communicator? Reporting to Elder Dragon. Brought it. Without thinking, Qin Zhengfei's vice general immediately responded. These words made Long Lao but a burst of excitement. Relay her comms to me right now. Right now. Right now. Soon. The vice admiral then pulled Changwon into the chat. Or the video chat kind. Picture. Changwon's clear and delicate little face appeared. And since she was taking a selfie with her communicator, her background was the border region's sky, which was azure blue. What's the matter with you guys contacting me? Elder Long looked at the picture. And the little girl Changwon in it adorably scratched her head with a puzzled expression. Didn't I tell you to wait 5 kilometers away? If we can't handle it, you guys can go back up and leave us alone to fight monsters. Saying that, Changwon seemed to be about to close the communication. That's going to put the vice admiral in the 3-man connection in a hurry. No, Miss Changwon, it's Elder Long. Elder Long wants to connect. Speaking of Old Man Long, even Changwon's dumb and silly appearance couldn't help but stand in awe. She had heard a lot of legends about Elder Dragon. This legend of the Dragon Kingdom has spent his entire life fighting and dedicating himself to the Dragon Kingdom, much to the admiration of one of her robots. Not for a few seconds, Changwon looked down at the communicator again. Sure enough, an old man with gray hair and a slightly thin appearance appeared in the screen. This is Elder Dragon. Ah, hello Elder Long. I'm Changwon, Boss Qin's subordinate. Without waiting for Elder Long to speak, Changwon began her self-introduction on her own. I usually help Boss Qin with various documents, and since I'm a robot, Boss Qin also uses me as a robot. By the way, Uncle Chu Tian is going to the battlefield. That's why I followed him. Elder Long, you won't mind if I go AWOL, will you? Saying that, Changwon's expression was slightly tense. She thought that Elder Long was here to hold her accountable for going AWOL. Originally, he was Qin Zhengfei's henchman. It was natural to follow Qin Zhengfei on a mission, no more than staying in the intelligence center to process documents. And now, she was following Chu Tian, eating lollipops on the battlefield. Thinking of the lollipop, Changwon hastily dropped the lollipop she had in her mouth. It's like I lost it and you can't hold it against me. This move, it made the 4 guys, who had been straining their nerves for days, laugh. Elder Long cleared his throat, showing a smile, said in as kind a voice as he could muster. Little Miss Changwon, you don't have to worry. We just want to look at the mechs and see how effective they are in actual combat. Changwon was relieved to hear that. That's right, Long Lao, this level of people. How can she catch a small staff attendance well? The tension eased quite a bit. Luckily, it wasn't for me. No, this is the mecha. Uncle Chu Tian is driving it. Speaking of Chu Tian, Changwon unconsciously raised her tone a little. It seemed that he was so good that even Changwon herself was proud of him. Kiyomi turned the camera around, aimed at the mech's head. It didn't help that she was on the shoulders of the mech and couldn't even get a full body shot, only a head shot. But, it was a simple twisting shot, but it froze the 4 guys on the other side of the comm. The quartet stared blankly at the screen. Each mouth was slightly open for words. This was because, just now, when Changwon turned the camera, she had inadvertently swept over the tens of thousands of enemies in front of her. They're fighting? Originally, when the 4th brother saw Changwon so relaxed and cozy, he thought that the enemy hadn't come. Unexpectedly, the enemy was right in front of her. In patches, the ooze was all red, dark red. Strangely enough, surprisingly, the enemy just stood there, not attacking or screaming. That's a weird image. Cotter was trying to get a better look, and it was indeed the mech's head that was in the frame now. That Changwon, can you show us the enemy? The mecha, we have already inspected it long ago. No need to see it again. Although it is taboo for a warrior to make an impromptu inspection in the battlefield. But Long Lao's nervousness at the moment caused him to say these words. Changwon listened. Instead, he had a disinterested attitude and smiled sweetly before turning the camera again. With the camera panned again. Finally, I could see what was really in front of me. Dozens of monsters taller than the mech stood at the very front. Following behind, was a large group of ordinary monsters. And in the sky, flying a whole bunch of winged ones. Irregular holes appeared on the battlefield, looking like they were caused by some monsters that could dig. The camera focused on the monster and then shifted from side to side. Let Long Lao see the entire battlefield clearly. No, they're just some goons. Uncle Chu Tian has surpassed their limits with a little effort. Changwon said it easily. However, it seemed that Long Lao and the others had long been shocked and their scalps were numb. Capital. Inside Elder Dragon's office, He stared blankly at the screen, no longer able to describe the scene in words. It was a long time before he muttered, "Is it hard to believe that a single pair of mechs will be able to stop tens of thousands of enemies?" When he finished speaking, a long-lost light appeared in his cloudy eyes, a light of hope. The last time Long Lao was in this state, it was when he met Su Han Yun. The remaining three old men also burst with excitement. Trembling, he rose to his feet. Good, Dr. Su was really the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. This mecha turned out to be so powerful. Not bad, not bad. When the incident is over, I'm going to personally award Dr. Su the title of academician with the word supreme. Saying that, as the word supreme exited, Elder Lu stretched out his right hand and pointed to the sky. It was almost shouted. The voice was shaky. Ha ha ha, there's hope. There's hope for the monster war in the Dragon Kingdom. However, in the next second, Qingwan spoke, directly poured cold water on the fourth brother. No, Grandpa Long, although the mechs aren't afraid of any monsters, it's still hard to stop the monsters from attacking. It's hard? Long Lao was puzzled after hearing this. Didn't you guys block the monster from taking a step forward? Subconsciously, he asked. After asking, he regretted it. This thing is a little bit of brain. Also know that if it can really block, then what appears in front of you should be a field of monster corpses, not living monsters. Something else must have happened to cause this situation on the battlefield. Old Grandpa Long, should I let Uncle Chu Tian talk to you? I'm a little girl who might not be qualified to receive your orders. Chapter 183, Inaka support arrives. Mecha slaughter begins. No need. If we let Chu Tian talk, it will distract him. The conversation between the two caused the corner of Chu Tian's mouth inside the mech to twitch. Nice guy, chatting over my shoulder in front of me. You really think I can't hear you? But Qingwan has this missing string look. Rather, it was quite pleasing to Chu Tian. Solely he pretended not to hear it and continued to confront the monster wide-eyed. Nope, it's as if something different is sounding. Thinking about it, Chu Tian heard a roar within his mech. It's far away. Because of the very advanced acoustic system installed inside the mech, it gave him hearing comparable to a smooth ear. Closer, closer. Finally, Chu Tian heard exactly what the voice was. It's Eagle Jam's newest bomber. Why are Eagle Jam's bombers on the battlefields of Dragonland? He didn't know, and it was even tighter in his mind. Qingwan, hurry up and report back to Elder Dragon. I heard the sound of Eagle Sauce bombers. Report, remit what report? I'm right here. I can hear you loud and clear. Elder Dragon's majestic voice came from within the communicator. When Chu Tian heard this, he also couldn't help but pat his own head, and his steel arm slapped on his steel brain with a loud boom. It sent the monster not far away 2 steps back. Ahahaha, hello Elder Dragon. I've actually been hearing you guys talk. Less playful. What did you hear? Reporting to Elder Dragon. I heard the engine of Eagle Jam's newest bomber. It's far away, but I can hear it clearly. Please instruct. With just a single sentence, Elder Long frightened Chu Tian into standing upright in a hurry. The rules and regulations were reported. On Long Lao's side, there wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness. Instead, there was some small excitement. Sure, Chu Tian was not able to see the picture in the communicator. Good. Li Jun-sung's trick of holding the sky hostage really came true. And Eagle Jam really aided the Dragon Kingdom. Cooperate well with the assistance of the warm pressure bomb and try to keep the enemy out of the country. Yes. Wait, you're saying that Li Jun-sung convinced Eagle Jam to aid the Dragon Kingdom? This time it was Chu Tian's turn to be surprised. It's not. Is Mr. Li so capable? No. Holding the Son of Heaven hostage. It's hard to believe. Can't think about it in detail, and the more I think about this incident, the more surprised I am. Li Jun-sung convinced Inaka to aid the Dragon Kingdom, and 10,000 thermobaric bombs he knew about. But I didn't expect it. Inaka went so far as to send extra bombers to assist. Just in time. You know, Inaka understands monster weaknesses. She sent bombers that must have been loaded with weapons like thermobaric bombs that could completely destroy the monster. And it just so happened that the monsters of the day were all gathered together, trying to break through this front of his. Chu Tian. God help me. Well, I'm not going to chit-chat with you. Just take care of it and let the little girl shoot the scene. Finally, Elder Dragon nodded happily. Nor did he intend to communicate too much, which would cause the Chu Tian who was fighting to change his state of mind. This girl right here, she's pretty good. Communicating with her was always more comfortable than communicating with a brown man like Chu Tian. The scene returns to Elder Dragon. Inside the office, several people relaxed a little. Regardless of how the mechs deterred the monsters, it had been unexpected to have such a great effect. Old Lu, we'll see the mech show its power soon. I'd like to see how it intimidates tens of thousands of monsters. That strong? Ha ha ha. Seeing the battle scene, I'm finally a bit relieved. Elder Lu did not answer directly. Instead, they put their feelings out there first. The rest of the bigwigs nodded. That's right. They haven't slept well for how many days for the Dragon Monster War. Now that he saw that Chu Tian was able to block the monster from daring to move with just one person and one armor, it's a relief. 2. Look, in the distant sky, some black spots have appeared. With Elder Lu's reminder, the remaining 3 brothers came closer to the screen to take a closer look. Ha ha, it's true. Or Lao Lu, your eyesight is better. On the other fronts, there seems to be no war reports coming in either. It should all be the same as Chu Tian here. When the mechs come out, the monsters are all confused. Ha ha ha. Elder Lu laughed out loud. They thought that with the mecha, what Chu Tian could do, others could surely do as well. Actually, no. The other fronts were a disaster. It's just that the war reports haven't come in yet. Back to the Hutzpah battlefield. The arrival of the bombers was known by Chu Tian before anyone else. Looking at the black spot in the distance, Chu Tian also finally moved. Ha 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 ha. This time I don't have to stare at them. I'll just kill them. Uncle Chu Tian, I'll support you. I'll join you in killing a lot of people. The bright laughter of a man and a woman spread across the battlefield. Among the monsters, there were some simian monsters that understood the dragon's language and silently took 2 steps back when they heard it. Nothing more, just trying to get the other companions to go first. Finally, the roar of the Eagle Jam bombers was heard and seen even by the monsters. The monster commander yelled at the sight. No good, there's a sneak attack. Spread out, quickly spread out. But the order was a little late. The monsters were panicking, and it wasn't so easy to disperse. Tens of thousands of monsters were crowded together, and once the order to disperse was given, the battlefield instantly turned into a traffic jam scene. Crowding, stepping on each other, all sorts of farce. After half a day's work, it was surprising that only some of the monsters in the periphery had dispersed. Most are still huddled together. Next moment, the roving bombers appeared above the monster's head, and they didn't stand a chance anymore. Shoo, shoo shoo shoo, countless missiles cut through the sky, emitting a sound of friction with the air, creating a symphony of monster annihilation in the battlefield. Boom! As one of the thermobaric bombs exploded, the monster's temporary command then realized what had happened. Spread out! Thermobaric bombs! Spread out! The order to disperse was given again, but the monster still failed to execute. Neither wants to die. Both want to get away from the crowd. Both want to stay alive. The more urgent, the more congested. Just like the roads in the city. If all the people abide by the traffic rules, even if the traffic jam can be orderly and smooth, if everyone does not comply, then it's going to be congested for a long, long time. That's what happened on the scene. Next moment, more thermobaric bombs were dropped. The monsters watched as a huge missile landed at their feet and exploded with a loud bang, not even giving them time to think. As long as they were within the coverage of the explosion, all the monsters were burned to a crisp by the heat of the warm pressure bomb. The bombing continues. At this moment, Chu Tian also acted, only to see that the mech's legs were slightly bent to build up strength. In an instant, it ejected. Ha ha, I'm going to go on. Changwan, you shoot down my battlefield majesty from behind. At this time, Changwan was no longer on Chu Tian's shoulders. Long Lao and the others also finally got a good look at the image of the mecha ejecting out. Such amazing speed and explosiveness. It really surprised them. Chapter 184, unable to accomplish this level of technology. With the bombardment of support, the monsters are in disarray. They were originally ordinary people in Smithy who became monsters because of flame phosphorus. Just monsters that normally don't die. Getting a great power. The ability to heal himself anytime, anywhere, plus flame phosphorus slightly compelling, that's why he's so crazy. And now, what they are facing, is real death. Who wouldn't panic? The bombardment continued, with flames washing over the battlefield. There was smoke and the screams of monsters everywhere. A constant stream of monsters began to beg for mercy. It was a trend. The monsters' morale had fallen to its lowest point. Boom! Another loud bang came. This time it wasn't the bombers dropping the missiles. It was Trudy who landed. Over 3 meters of steel fell from a height that shook even the ground 3 times, flattening a few monsters in the process. Ho! 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 Open and kill! After roaring excitedly, Chu Tian was as if he had entered a no-man's land, his 2 iron fists constantly waving. The monsters that were hit by him flew out backwards and smashed into a puddle of mud on the ground. 1, 2, 3. It's crazier than cutting leeks. And the so-called armor-piercing bullets on the monster couldn't even break Chu Tian's defense. The bullets hit the top of Chu Tian's mech and couldn't even make a bullet mark. After a while, he didn't think it was enough, so he simply changed his fist to a palm and slapped it underneath his body. Every slap, all of them will have 1 or 2 monsters killed on the spot. It was like facing a field of bugs that 2 large hands kept crushing. Chang Wan, on the other hand, had been following Chu Tian's shooting. The image was transmitted to the Dragon Elder's side. The fourth brother's scalp tingled as he watched the mech's battle footage. Good lord, this is the mech Dr. Su created. It can actually fly. Old Lu, you're confused. That's a jump. Just a higher jump. What's the difference between that and flying? Doesn't seem to make much difference. On the screen, Chu Tian was like a god of killing, and the monsters he saw couldn't pass a single move in his hands. Even giant monsters taller than him still managed to land a punch to the head that made no sense. You can kill 2 monsters in a second, and you can kill more than 100 in a full minute, plus the thermobaric bombs that keep dropping from the sky. This fight is no longer in doubt. The power of a thermobaric bomb was not small, and an ordinary monster could be scorched by dozens if it took one shot. The efficiency is breathtaking, but he also has a major drawback, which is that he is ineffective against flying monsters. Hawkman. Hawkman was too agile to avoid the blast range of the thermobaric bombs every time. Even if you can't avoid it and head for the sky, the missiles won't be able to do anything to it. Even Hawkman can fight back. Only, a Hawkman was hit with a rush. Fighting his way into the sky, he sped toward an Eagle jam plane that was about to drop a bomb. After approaching the airplane, it lifts its feet. Armor-piercing rounds are so powerful that an aircraft that takes one is at risk of a forced landing. 2 short minutes. Many Hawkmen have launched themselves against the airplanes in the sky. Already 7 or 8 Eagle jam planes shot down. Every time, the pilot parachuted to escape, only to fall into a gathering of monsters. Seeing his companion torn to pieces by the monster, the Eagle jam pilots in the sky were furious too. With no regard for sustainable bombing, a dozen planes dropped all the ammunition they could in one fell swoop. At once, the battlefield formed a sea of fire. 30 to 40,000 monsters died under the heat of the thermobaric bombs, with no chance of resurrection. And at this point, not far from the battlefield, an eagle sauce-looking man with binoculars went on a tirade of abuse. It was Dennis. A bunch of idiots. A good situation. Froze because no one dared to be a standout and dragged it out until Eagle Sauce came to their aid. Good thing. The other fronts are well harvested. Let the monsters here fend for themselves. He smiled confidently and walked quickly away from the battlefield. No one noticed his presence. The center of the battlefield. Chingwan took the communicator and kept on turning to Chu Tian, acting as a cheerleader. Uncle Chu Tian, go for it. Yes, just slap them down like that. Did you guys see that old Grandpa Long? Uncle Chu Tian is killing monsters. In the communicator, the helpless voices of several people from the Dragon Elder were heard. Little Chingwan, don't make a fuss. We're all watching. From the very beginning of the battle, Chingwan was in this state of excitement. At first, Elder Dragon didn't think much of it. After all, even though she was a robot, her mind was still a little girl, and just ignore her. However, as the battle continued, Changwan's shrieks were still unceasing. Even the 4 brothers have been feeling a little noisy. After all, the 4th brother still wanted to hear the sound of monsters being slapped flat and bombers exploding. Aha! Then old Grandpa Long, you guys still want to watch it? I want to go back to Uncle Chu Tian's shoulder law. You go back then. Elder Long nodded happily in the face of Chingwan's request. Happy grinning. Finally, the Dragon Kingdom can fight this monster. Just about to make a cup of tea to celebrate. At that moment, a sharp footstep came from the office door, followed by a sharp knock on the door. Elder Long, the latest battle report. There are a dozen fronts in trouble. LOL. Hearing the 3 words out of the question, Elder Long's inside snapped. It's over. I almost forgot in my happiness that only 4 mechs were delivered to the border today in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, there were more than 100 fronts fighting the monsters. Quick, bring it in and let me see it. Upon hearing this, Elder Long hurriedly stood up and personally came to the door. After receiving the battle report, his smile froze. Just now, he was still happy about Chu Tian's war god stance, but immediately a pot of cold water was poured down. The first line of the battle report is carefully written. More than a few generals died in battle at the border, and this time the battle loss was as high as 80,000 warriors, more than 20 generals, more than 300 deputies, and, seeing the numbers behind him, Elder Long's eyes went black and his brain buzzed. It fell straight back. Luckily, the remaining 3 old men and the men delivering the war report were quick to hold him up. Otherwise this fall, with the table behind it, might not result in a concussion. Quick, take it to the hospital, Elder Lu hurriedly ordered. But the next second, Elder Dragon opened his eyes. No, we can't go to the hospital. We have to get a grip on the big picture. Saying that, Long Lao's trembling hands pushed away a few people who were holding him up. Steps to his seat, call down and distribute the thermobaric bombs supported by Eagle Sauce. and strangle the monsters entering the Dragon Kingdom one by one. Yes. The soldier at the door received the order, saluted and ran quickly to pass on the order. It was a matter of the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom and the life and death of the people, so he didn't dare to be negligent. At this point, Lee Jun-sung sighed. He's still busy around the factory. Black Dragon's streamlined batch production is so complex that hand-rubbed gloves cannot accomplish this level of technology, unless the gloves are upgraded again. But he doesn't have that many points to upgrade these days. Chapter 185, he's finally back. Because of the AI's appearance, the impact points from the black tech he had gotten out in front of him went up extremely slowly. The world is in a panic. And of course no one cares about the impact of one chip. Ding! Mecha's first battle. Shocking Dragon Kingdom fighters. Shocking Dragon Kingdom executives. Rewarding 20,000 points. It's busy. Suddenly the system alert sound rang out. What? That awesome mech only rewards 20,000 points? Yes, because the impact isn't as great as one might think. Unless the mechs show up in large numbers and kill the monsters directly in their lair. Lee Jun-sung was speechless. He didn't have time to get into any mecha mass production. The goal now is to craft ancient mechanical beasts such as the Black Dragon and the Phoenix. With these, it is only with a greater likelihood that the Dragon Kingdom will be able to ensure that it faces one crisis after another. Because it's only 2 ING crises that have broken out so far, and 3 more that haven't shown up. The devil knows if the crisis in the back is coming fiercely or not. Give or take a chance to get into the factory to get new stuff. One must plan for the future to do so. System. I've already edited this working group of constant temperature materials at -40 degrees. Just how long will it take for the last step? Ding. The speed of assembly line production depends on you, the host. Well, it's a waste of time to ask you. Besides, that cold pit is so big, I'll freeze to death if I accidentally fall in, right? The host can let Su Han-yun also come in to help. In case of accidental fall can hold. Each person has 36 degrees. Add together will be 72 degrees. -40 degrees below zero still left 32 degrees. System, you're such a little genius. Lee Jun-sung was speechless for a while, talking to the system more since he was too lonely here. The system has also become more jokey. It's just that the joke is more or less cold. No, it should be cold as hell. And so on. The system says to get your daughter-in-law in to help? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Wouldn't it speed things up if I let my daughter-in-law, the strongest brain in the world, come in and help? As for the daughter-in-law not knowing how to make a black dragon, that's fine. Time flows 60 times slower in the system factory than it does outside. That is to say, the daughter-in-law has plenty of time for in-depth study. It's only a matter of time before you learn the black dragon technique. Think about it. Lee Jun-sung hurriedly opened the factory door and took a step out. The moment. Su Han-yun is lying down on the side of the ward. Because of the brain overload from a while ago, intense hardcore. I still feel nauseous and want to throw up until now. Ling Pa, I think I can keep working. Why don't I go back? No way. You are the last hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Nothing can happen to you. Ling Bo, who was in charge of taking care of her, said righteously, the role of mechs has been spreading in the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the strongest weapon mankind can currently build. If there are any mech problems in the back, Su Han-yun is in trouble again. The consequences will be unimaginable. If it's light, the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to fully grasp the principles of mecha. Or if it's, the monsters attacked and exterminated. So, she didn't dare to bet. Forced down So Han-hyun. Ling Bo spoke again. Research God. I hope you'll get well with the greater good in mind. Su Han-yun couldn't help but be speechless. She knew what Ling Bo was worried about, but Ling Bo's worry was completely unnecessary. It wasn't like Su Han-yun was necessary to fully grasp the principles of mecha. For example, husband Lee Jun-sung. This thing is the husband. Fishing technique. So, is it okay if I get through to Elder Dragon? Thinking about it, Su Han-yun weakly asked. Don't look at her as Ling Bo's leader, but she doesn't get to say anything in the ward. Ling Bo was given a death order by Elder Long. Must take care of Su Han-yun. That's why she would rather offend Su Han-yun. But she also had to stop Su Han-yun from continuing to use her brain, for fear that she would use her brain badly. I can't stop you from communicating with whoever you want, said. Ling Bo was speechless for a while. For the past 2 days, it's made it seem like she's the leader. She didn't want to reverse the Big Dipper. Then, Ling Bo took out a communicator and handed it to Su Han-yun. A special style for the Academy of Sciences. Su Han-hyun took the communicator, immediately contacted Elder Dragon. But the signal went out for several minutes and no one picked up. Strange. Elder Dragon doesn't usually refuse any communication. She cocked her head and glanced at the communicator again. It still shows not connected. He was about to interrupt the satellite signal when, Suddenly, the screen flickered. Elder Dragon appeared in the picture. Hey, Dr. So, are you feeling better? Su Hanyun listened to Elder Long's cordial greeting. She froze. Today's Long Lao was in a very wrong state. First of all, there were the eyes, which were already covered with red blood, and no one would doubt it when they said he had red eyes. Secondly, he had a full head of gray hair in disarray. Something seemed to be bothering him and he kept scratching his head. Look more closely. Long Lao was trembling slightly. It's not just the hands, it's the face. Everywhere you can see. Both show signs of slight trembling. Elder Dragon. What happened? The meticulous Su Hanyun was straightforward and asked in a hurry and urgently. Something big must have happened to Elder Dragon in his state. It's what makes him look like this. It's fine. Just get well at ease. The good men of the Dragon Kingdom will take care of everything else. No. You tell me. What is happening? Su Hanyun stubbornly shook her head. She had done so much just so nothing would happen. And at this moment, Long Lao's state told her. There's a good chance something happened. So she was more eager and anxious than anyone else. Elder Long wanted to say something else, but he wanted to stop. In the next moment, Su Hanyun let out a bitter smile. Speaking again, you don't have to explain. It's not hard to guess. The monster's hidden, right? Su Hanyun went straight to the root of the problem. Elder Long didn't argue either, but just lowered his head in silence. There was a pang of sadness in his expression. After a long time, Elder Long raised his head again and murmured to the camera. A whole town gone to hell. All the men killed. I'm sorry for them. I didn't protect them. Looking at Long Lao's state, the more he spoke, the more excited he became. The body trembled even more. Needless to say, Elder Long must have seen the network surveillance and seen the hellish scene. Elder Long, let me work. I want to speed up the mechs. When the words came, Su Hanyun said firmly. She thought a hell of a lot just by following Elder Dragon's words a little bit. If the bulk production of mechs was still this slow, hell like this would be popping up all over the place. By then it's really late. Dr. Su, you are the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't get carried away. Suddenly, Elder Long had not finished his words. A nurse shouted at Su Hanyun from the doorway. Dr. Su, your husband Lee Jun-sung is here to see you. At this moment, Su Hanyun froze. Hubby Lee Jun-sung is back? He's finally back. Chapter 186. No one else in the world can do it. Sister Ling Bo, can you go out for a while? Hearing that Lee Jun-sung had found his way up here, Su Hanyun couldn't wait to clear the room. Leaving space for her to be alone with her husband is more important than anything else. Well, although Ling Bo wanted to stay here to take care of Su Hanyun, after all, Elder Long had given a deadly order. But people are reunited with their young couples. Seems like it's not a good idea to be a light bulb yourself? Thinking about it, Ling Bo still nodded and left the healing room. Then I'll go out for a while, just in front of the hospital, and come back later. Aha! Thanks Sister Ling Pa. I won't run. She said that it was right in front of the hospital. How could Su Hanyun not hear this? This was on behalf of Long Lao to continue to watch her. Of course, Ling Bo didn't mean any harm. She only wanted Su Hanyun not to be brave. For a researcher as powerful as Su Hanyun, preserving her strength was more important than anything else. After Ling Pa left, Su Hanyun hurriedly lifted the covers and got up from the hospital bed. The next moment there was a click and the door to the ward was opened. Oh, honey, you're finally here. Turning his head, he saw that it was indeed Lee Jun-sung who had arrived. Su Hanyun hurriedly opened her hands to welcome them. There was a pang of resignation on her little face that one couldn't help but pity. With a mouth so big it could hang a bottle of soy sauce. I've been looking for you all day and finally realized you were in the hospital. Well, don't talk about it. I miss you. Su Hanyun sees that Lee Jun-sung wants to ask her the exact reason for her hospitalization. Hastily, he changed the subject. Looking up, he looked into the handsome face of Lee Jun-sung. So, did you catch any new tech this time back? After saying that, Su Hanyun buried her head into Lee Jun-chang's arms and even rubbed it like a kitten. Lee Jun-sung was embarrassed when he heard that. Good lord, my daughter-in-law figured out where technology comes from a long time ago, but in that case, there's no point in hiding it. This time, I had come back with the intention of taking my daughter-in-law away with me, to enter the system factory and work hand in hand to complete the hardest step of the assembly line. Thinking that, Lee Jun-sung extended his right hand and scratched her nose. How can there be so many things for me to fish off? Why don't you come with me? Let's go fishing together as a couple. We are guaranteed to have big fish. Oh. Aha! Will it solve the current dilemma? Lee Jun-sung just came back, but as soon as he came back, he was looking for his daughter-in-law, so he hasn't understood what's happening in the world. Is something big happening? He asked weakly. Well, a small number of monsters fought their way in, and many people died. Honey, I'm scared. What the hell? When he heard that the monster had fought its way in, Lee Jun-sung directly wanted to explode. Good lord. Are these monsters telepathic? Attacking when they leave. It's too much of a coincidence. 2. I had thought that even if they came to the Dragon Kingdom, they would organize in advance and then attack in full force. I didn't realize that. After listening to his daughter-in-law's explanation, Lee Jun-sung finally understood what had happened during this time. The mechs are out and in pre-built condition, but the monsters have come too. And they've come for $200,000. Mechs could crush monsters, but the numbers were too few and far between. The monster's command was also smart enough to stretch the battle lines to infinity, leading to the situation that has arisen today. Fark. Damn monster. Looks like I came back for my daughter-in-law and you got the right one. Lee Jun-sung had a moment of hindsight. If you are bent on attacking the last step of the assembly line alone in the system factory, might miss the monster wars then. By the time he came out, the Dragon Kingdom would probably have been devastated. It's good to be back at the last minute for a daughter-in-law. Things are easier when two people work together. Daughter-in-law, listen to me. Just leave the making of the mechs to the rest of my compatriots in the scientific community. It'll keep some of the monsters at bay for a while. We both have more important things to do. You come with me. Lee Jun-sung doesn't want to delay any longer. A minute in the real world is the same as an hour passing in the system factory. That's all precious time. Honey, where are you taking me? Don't ask. Take my hand and close your eyes. Lee Jun-sung took his daughter-in-law by the hand. After giving a serious explanation, Soo Han-yoon also cooperated and closed her eyes. The next moment, there was a flash of white light in the healing room, and both Soo Han-yoon and Lee Jun-chang disappeared. An hour passed. 2 hours have passed. Ling Bo, who had just finished his bun downstairs, was a bit impatient to wait. Solely go straight upstairs. The two couples have been meeting for over 2 hours, so they should be done, right? Ling Pa nodded, feeling right about my estimation. With a full stomach, she took a brisk pace to the door of the convalescent room, knocked lightly on the door. Research God. I'm back. Can I come in? Research God? After knocking on the door several times, she didn't hear a response from inside. She also looked for the nurse aside and asked. No one came out of Soo Han-yoon's ward before she was relieved. Solely talked to the nurse for a while longer. 2 more hours passed. She came to the door again, and this time, she knocked with much more force. God of Research, 4 hours, the nurse is going to bring you your meal. Ken Shin. At this time, Lingbo finally sensed that something was wrong. Without thinking, he opened the door and rushed right in. In. She looked at the empty room and her mind went blank. The God of Research ran away. Holy, the God of Research disappears in plain sight, along with her husband, Lee Jun-sung. Nurse, come quick. Lingbo was anxious and hurriedly called the nurse, trying to confirm if Soo Han-yoon had really left the hospital. Right at this emergency, suddenly, a pale voice rang out from the hospital bed. Lingbo, don't look for it. Dr. Soo has gone on a very important errand. In shock, Lingbo turned her head to look at the covers on the bed. There's a communicator there. On the communicator's screen, it was still Elder Dragon. Hastily, he picked up his communicator. Lingpa asked, Elder Long, it wasn't you who said that Dr. Soo's body hadn't recovered yet and that he needed to recuperate. Well, don't ask more questions than you should. That's it. Hang up. On Long Lao's side, he unilaterally hung up his communicator, but the horror in his eyes was still hard to quell. Yes, he saw it. Although the communicator was left on the bed, he witnessed Lee Jun-sung come in, then pulled So Han-hyeon. In the blink of an eye it disappeared. The great transformation. Through the conversation between the two couples, Long Lao was startled by a wave within his heart. To find a solution to the monster. Things are getting tricky and interesting again. Ha ha ha. Elder Dragon laughed a few times. A rare moment of relief appeared on his tired face. With that ability to disappear into thin air, no one in the world can do it. Looks like Xiaoqin's guess was right on the money. Soo Han-yoon is great, and her husband is even better. Long Lao muttered, subconsciously picking up the coffee on the table and wanting to take a sip. After glancing at the coffee, he stopped moving. The next second, the coffee was dumped into the trash can by him. Turning, he took out another packet of tea. Slowly, he made tea. I'm so tired. I want to take a nap today. Chapter 187. Although it was hard to believe, Elder Dragon had an illusion. That's where Lee Jun-sung's presence will make things easier. And the production line of mechs has increased to 3. Nowadays, every day the Dragon Kingdom can produce 6 pairs of mechs. Facing today's enemies seems about right. Mechs also work a million times better than thermobaric bombs. First of all, it can be driven just by adding diesel fuel, and the subsequent cost of using it is very, very low. Secondly, mechs are best used to save lives. The warm pressure bomb can only be used for fighting. It's impossible to save people. Once it's fired, even ordinary people and monsters will be blown into powder. Thinking about it, Long Lao actually really leaned on the table and fell asleep. Lee Jun-sung sighed. In the system factory, 6 hours had passed since Su Han-yun was dragged in by him, corresponding to the system factory time. That's 360 hours. She went from being surprised at first, to slowly accepting it, to now being fully familiar with the system factory. The two couples worked together on the assembly line. Getting bored for a while when I can. Then the research began again. It was the happiest time for So Han-hyun. Don't worry about the passage of time at all. No need to worry about how many more monsters she'll wake up to and how many more puzzles she'll have to solve. Honey, I seem to understand your lay-flat mentality. Su Han-yun held a part in her hand and slowly pressed it to a corner of the assembly line. Hey, I'm happy to be understood by my wife. Lee Jun-sung hemmed and hawed, also picking up another cylindrical part and placing it in a groove. By the way, hubby, when we built the assembly line, we seem to have satisfied the materials needed for the other machinery. Which material? I took a look at the hundreds of drawings you have sitting on the table. There is one called the Fire Phoenix. We seem to have all the materials. Should we get it? Speaking of which, Lee Jun-sung's eyes lit up. Great guy. Hundreds of drawings, tens of thousands of materials. It's amazing that my daughter-in-law can see at a glance what she has and what she can get. It's true. People are so much more than people. Her brain is just better than her own. Reality is not a game. The game's backpack or warehouse will indicate what drawings you have and what materials you have fulfilled. In reality, it would be nice to see it all in the face of hundreds of mechanical beasts. There's a thick stack of drawings for each one. Not to mention remembering the ingredients they require. Something that is super cerebral. Build, of course. A mechanical beast that can fly in the sky will never have a low combat power. The problem of the assembly line is no longer a brainstorming exercise with Sue and Rhyme on board. Pretty much counts as physical labor. No, not even physical labor. Let's just say that patience is all it takes to install parts nowadays. Well, it's entirely possible to take the time to make a phoenix. It's just a matter of 2 less times. Aha. So let's split up the labor. You be the phoenix and I'll keep working on the assembly line. Things are a bit more cumbersome at the factory. It takes a lot of time too. By this time, something big had happened again outside. Qin Zhengfei returned to the intelligence center in depression. Although he had been assigned a pair of mechs for this expedition, he had no use for them at all. After days of guarding and not even seeing the monster's shadow, back to the office he goes, faced with another mountain of paperwork. Head aches. Where is Qingwan? He asked softly without lifting his head. Boss, she's still following General Chu. The border battlefield has been cleaned up, but the monsters that fought their way in are still arrogant. They're rescuing people everywhere. Well, my eyelids keep fluttering and I always feel like, he didn't say the latter. He always felt something bad was happening. I'm afraid that if I say it, I'll become a crow's mouth. And what if it really works? But bad things don't change with his words. Just then, a video appeared on the international news. When the intelligence system jumped, Qin Zhengfei just happened to see it. Click on it and one goes numb. Only to see that the video featured a handsome man covered in red. That's right, it's dudes. He sneered and sent out an announcement to the world. Greetings, new humans of the world. I am Flame Phosphorus, your good neighbor. By the way, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know that I'm waging a war against the Dragon Kingdom, right? Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Kingdom killed my vanguard and even attacked a technology like mechs. It's still got some backbone. It's much more powerful than Smithy. This video was not just the first thing Qin Zhengfei saw. Heads of state and intelligence organizations around the world saw it too. Everyone has wondered. This guy wouldn't send a video. Like a circle of friends. What's the pussy here? So, just within the time that everyone was wondering, Flame Phosphorus in the video spoke again. This time, Flame Phosphorus's expression clearly changed, becoming much more serious. The tone of voice rose several degrees as well. I'm going to make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom myself. I'd like to see if it's their mecha that's hard or my scythe that's sharp. By the way, this time I will bring 1,000,000 men down, yo. By the way, remind Rukoku once more that the people I brought with me this time are 100 elites who are highly assimilated with me. Enjoy the fear. Rokoku. Ha 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 ha. When the video ended, Qin Zhengfei only felt his brain buzzing. His chi and blood flowed backward, and his eyes were spent. Did you hear me right? That monster called Flame Phosphorus is going head to head with the Dragon Kingdom. Its capabilities are there for all the world to see. What a monster to carry a nuclear bomb hard. Let's not even talk about the fact that he'll be leading 100 monsters over that are highly assimilated to him. For that million normal monsters, Dragon Kingdom might not be able to handle it. This time, a mere 200. 000 monsters had fought their way in, and so many towns had been attacked. It became a base for monsters, and you have to rely on the mechs to be able to rescue the ordinary people, to be able to kill the monsters while keeping the lives of the ordinary people safe. Right. Elder Dragon. I want to connect to Elder Dragon. In a panic, Qin Zhengfei no longer knew what to do. Hastily, he picked up the communicator in his hand. Connections requested from Elder Dragon. Hey, Elder Dragon. Flame Phosphorus, that grifter sent a video. I saw it. You don't have to repeat it. Then what should we do? In this battle, it's only Chu Tian's place that has a better record. The casualties elsewhere are severe. Qin Zhengfei frowned and asked for guidance from Elder Lone. He's really out of ideas himself. This time, the battle damage was also the lowest on Chu Tian's side, with more than 10,000 deaths. Elsewhere, it's dead in pieces. Even with the Eagle Jam backed up by thermobaric bombs, it would only kill a few more monsters at best. And the monsters, even if only a small portion of them had broken out, could still cause considerable damage to the Dragon Kingdom warriors. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. On the other side of the communicator, Elder Dragon spoke again. Normally, there doesn't seem to be any hope for us. What about not normal? Don't you ask? I don't know myself. Elder Long sighed. He himself didn't know what to do about the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Those monsters are too strong. It was already not on the same level as the battle power of everyone in Blue Star. Chapter 188, Mecha Team, Deploy. Flame Phosphorus sounded wild and acted wild. It didn't spread out and burst into the Dragon Kingdom like Dennis did. He wasn't going to make any plans. Directly gathering millions of monsters and killing them directly from the biggest road that enters the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the monster camp. Dennis sat picking his nose. I'm a robot. It makes sense to have boogers, right? He muttered alone. Not at all ashamed of having suffered a defeat. Not even an explanation. Off to the side was a grand and tall altar, built by Flame Phosphorus specifically to highly assimilate human genes. Flame Phosphorus stood on the altar. Nor was he in the least bit angry that Dennis had suffered a defeat. Didn't even bother to ask. And I don't know if he doesn't care or doesn't care. Finally, Dennis couldn't take it anymore and stood up, picking his nose as he ran toward the altar. Come to Flame Phosphorus' side. He couldn't wait to inquire. Lord Flame Phosphorus, you don't have anything to say after I took 200,000 men to the Dragon Kingdom and suffered a great defeat? Asking questions and popping little snacks out at the same time. Good death. It bounced off Flame Phosphorus's forehead, because Flame Phosphorus' body skin was extremely hot. Instantly this booger was vaporized. At that moment, there came the cold voice of Flame Phosphorus. Although I can't kill you, I have 1,000 ways to torture you. It's just 200,000 stragglers. That level of evolution would not have been able to fight with modern weapons. It's normal to lose. He was angry, but couldn't do a thing about Dennis. He'd punished Dennis for his rudeness last time. Neither suffocating him in water, setting him on fire, or mental torture worked. At first, Dennis would get scared and beg for mercy. But after roasting for a while, the pussy was surprisingly enjoying the burning agony. Later, he's not happy if you don't burn him. Have to say, these bionic robots are just different. Acceptance is not something the average person can understand. Even at Flame Phosphorus, being a product of ancient human civilization, could not understand it. So, Flame Phosphorus was just symbolically speaking out of breath. Then the topic was steered elsewhere. No, didn't we take down half of Similac with this level of evolution? It was Dennis's turn to fail to comprehend. It is reasonable to say that Simida is also considered a developed country. Military weaponry and equipment, all of which are modernized. It can be said to be relatively very advanced. That's because people aren't prepared. Cootie, I've read the history of your neo-humans. Weapons have been used to kill each other, and all weapons have been designed to be better against humans themselves. But that doesn't mean our normal carbon-based evolutions can beat a mechanical weapon. Dennis nodded slowly as he listened. That's right. He is a man of scientific research himself. After a hint of Flame Phosphorus mention, it was figured out. As strong as an evolutionary body is, it's still just a carbon-based creature. A piece of meat. Regenerative capacity again. The protein of the meat has changed. It doesn't help. For example, super high temperatures instantly burn through all the cells and the ability to regenerate ceases to exist. Then, what if they temporarily prepare a large number of thermobaric bombs when our million-strong army enters the Dragon Kingdom this time? Or, what if the Dragon Kingdom borrows from another country enough thermobaric bombs to kill 1,000,000 of our troops? That said, Dennis was a little concerned. After all, the world's total stockpile of heavy weapons is still staggering. If it's true that most countries are willing to lend weapons to the Dragon Kingdom, then their so-called million-man army is nothing more than a target for bombers. The kind that kills everyone in one blast. Do they have time to borrow it? Flame Phosphorus thought he was elegant as he picked up a glass of red wine and gently sipped it before speaking again. Everything else at New Human is crap, but the food and drinks are well made. I like them. Dennis had nothing to say. Indeed. In this case Dragon had no time to build weapons and no time to borrow them. Even if you do borrow it, Flame Phosphorus has 100 more highly assimilated warriors. They can even carry the kind of nuclear explosions, but they are not afraid of any thermobaric bombs, and the abilities are more BT than one another. As the saying goes, there are all kinds in the sky, highly assimilated. Even in the universe that kind of vacuum can live in the existence. So when do we leave? I can't wait to catch Soo-Han Yun and entertain him properly. He. Didn't we already leave? Flame Phosphorus took another sip of red wine, shook his glass, and spoke slowly. Hear that? Dennis's pupils constricted slightly. Yeah, I didn't see those 100 smelly guys today, so it turned out that they had been dispatched by Flame Phosphorus a long time ago. Go ahead and go to the Dragon Kingdom. With that in mind, Dennis didn't even say hello and couldn't wait to turn around and leave. He's also going to the Dragon Kingdom. He's going to follow in the footsteps of those 100 special warriors. Don't let these 100 people get Soo-Han Yun killed, or who will he bully? As he ran, he cursed Flame Phosphorus. Son of a, why didn't you say so? Why didn't you say so? At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was truly in the midst of an unprecedented crisis. Long Lao had a hard time getting a full night's sleep. Upon waking, it was head-scratching news. Inside a town, suddenly a monster came out from underneath, eating people on sight and pushing houses. Strength can be much stronger than ordinary monsters. Bombers were sent out, dropping dozens of thermobaric bombs, and still couldn't harm the monster one bit. In just 2 days, the monster leveled an entire city. What a literal razing! Although most of the ordinary people had been moved, the property damage caused to the dragon was incalculable, and it's still moving closer inland. It's a straight line. The goal seems to be the capital. It's not just that. Such monsters have appeared in many places, some flying in the sky, some following the rivers into the Dragon Kingdom. There are even more arrogant ones that just call in. The so-called high-temperature bullets and warm-pressure bullets were completely ignored. In desperation, Elder Long opened a new plan, Mecha Rescue Program. In the past few days, the Dragon Kingdom mechs already possessed as many as 12 pairs. They coalesce. Take the name, Star Wars. As the name suggests, it's an interstellar war team. For enemies not originally possessed by Blue Star, they are collectively referred to as aliens. And fighting against aliens is, naturally, interstellar warfare. Now the members of the Star Wars team are gathered together. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he fell into a deep thought. The city is littered with bloodstains, charred bodies, collapsed houses, and a few vultures feasting on the city's edge. At the head of the group was Chu Tian. On her shoulder still sat a youthful girl, Chang Wan. He closed his eyes in agony, gritting his teeth. Facing the 11 men in front of him, the order to pursue was issued. This monster penetrates the farthest into the Dragon Kingdom. Its trajectory is a straight line. Let's follow that direction and give chase. Old Chu, are you sure we're going to fight this? A monster that even missiles can't kill? Chapter 189. Hundreds of thousands of victims. Food crisis. The one inquiring was no one else but Qin Zhengfei. He had always been known for his fear of death, and it was no surprise that he could ask that question. It was just that these words felt more or less ironic in Chu Tian's ears. Big brother, it's the moment of the country's destruction, and you're still worrying about this little life of yours that's not even as good as an ant? I'm just asking. Take it easy. Alright, when the monsters really hit the capital city, I'm afraid that your wife and children will have to become someone's lunch. Follow me. Qin Zhengfei was helpless. What Chu Tian said was the truth. He is afraid of death, but is also by no means the kind of person who has no temperament. Things have come to this point. Afraid of death also have to go. And so, a group of tall mechs, following the path of the city's destruction, began to run wildly. It's because of the efficient transmission, plus the fuel additions. At one point, the mech's speed reached the terrifying figure of 400 kilometers. It's not an overstatement to describe it as a landflyer. After running for about 10 minutes, it had come to the edge of the city. At a glance, the place did seem serene and calm, and had not suffered any attacks from monsters. There's a city up ahead. Those monsters are really good at picking places, specializing in picking places with lots of people. Chu Tian secretly spat. I can't wait to catch that monster and unload it now. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Looking at the city in front of her, Qingwan was as anxious as everyone else. For humans, she has strong feelings. She spent the first half of her life, so to speak, living as a human being and feeling human herself. Watch. She hurriedly urged Chu Tian. The mechs took a short rest before running again. At this point, not far from the city, The people are dead and lifeless. The streets were filled with people pitching tents and cooking instant noodles. There were the cries of children and the agonizing screams of adults in pain because their injuries were not treated in time. There are also some women with a little bit of good looks who keep asking for help from passers-by for a full meal. As for what she exchanged it for, I can't go into the details. Most of these people had fled from the next city over. Even though the place was leveled, it wasn't like no one escaped. At least half of them did. And those who escaped, before the state could resettle them, had to settle temporarily in the next city. Elder Long had long ago coordinated the supplies and waited for them to be delivered in batches. That's all they could do to stay alive until supplies arrived. The pain is excruciating. In the park, on one of the benches, a woman reclined in her chair and looked at the sky. There was no color left in her eyes. It seemed like the whole world was gray. Mommy, a kind uncle gave me 2 loaves of bread. Off to the side, a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, walked happily toward the bench with 2 slices of bread in her hand, and others who landed in the park. There was a lot of staring at the bread in her hands and swallowing. There seems to be some stupidity. It couldn't be helped that the city was originally small, with a population of just over 100,000 people, and food and other things just weren't very plentiful. Suddenly hundreds of thousands of people came fleeing because of the monster attack, and the food supply must have been at full capacity. Starvation is inevitable for most people. This time, the hungry mom on the bench couldn't walk because she heard the bread and didn't know where the strength came from. Jerking up, he sat up and looked in his daughter's direction. As expected, her daughter was running towards her with 2 slices of bread raised in her hands, cheering. Mom saw it. In a cold sweat of fear and despite his exhaustion, he rose from the bench and pounced on his daughter. She was moving fast. With one hand, he wrapped his daughter into his arms, and with the other, he quickly matched his teeth to shred the bread's outer wrapping. This was followed by a speed that others could not react to. Shove the whole loaf of bread into your daughter's mouth. There was 1 piece left, and she didn't dare delay, stuffing it all into her mouth. And ignore the dry bar. This is not the time to enjoy yourself and have a bite to last until the moment supplies are delivered. Fat people are a little better off with fat padding to hold them up a little longer. But what about the skinny guy? Especially what about the kind of person who is on a diet and hasn't eaten for a day or 2 kind of thing? The monster sneak attack took 2 days. It took them 2 more days to escape. Ended up coming here and living here for a day or so as well. That adds up to almost a week. The city's original food stores were depleted long ago yesterday. It was supposed to be a little bit per person that would last until everyone waited for supplies, but it's really time to starve to death. Who talks to you about order? All it takes is for a small group of people to get out of order and loot the food, and then there is bound to be a panic. This behavior only makes the people in the back feel like there's not enough food left. Whether you are afraid that you will starve to death, your wife will starve to death, your son will starve to death, or your parents will starve to death, the people in the back will join in the cajoling. Hundreds of thousands of people cajoling is no longer an order of magnitude that can be sustained, and do so. It will only make more food for those who have it and not a bite for those who don't. This is supposed to be a city in a remote area. If you want to eat in another city, you have to travel for at least 2 days, although the train can transport some of the people. But there are hundreds of thousands of people here. All of them hadn't eaten for days and then went into the city. What are you holding it for? Chew it and swallow it. Here, the mother saw her daughter freeze. The bread that was shoved into my daughter's mouth. She didn't start eating. Instead, it's contained. Even urged her to hurry up and eat. In this case, it's a good thing that the disaster is only a few days away and most people still have a conscience. Otherwise, if the disaster comes long enough, it must be dehumanizing. So many examples throughout history that can be used as a reference. Someone will definitely pick the bread out of her mouth. The daughter heard her mom's urging, and don't dare to slack off. Chewed it in one gulp a few times and swallowed it with difficulty. Luckily, it's just that you're so young that they can't get past the moral bit in their minds to come and take the bread out of your hands. Look at your daughter's powdery face. Mom had a flash of fear. If an adult walked into this park holding up food like they just did, by this time the Jedi was lying on the ground. It's not that someone else is hitting it or not willing to give food. Rather, the cajoling crowd would inadvertently trample him to the ground, if not to death. Oh, Mom, the bread is so dry. When can we go home? Good boy. Hold on for 1 more day and the supplies allocated from above will arrive. But why isn't Daddy with us? The little girl was in tears, missing her daddy. Speaking of dad, Mom's entire body froze again. Where does she even have a dad? The head of the family had been buried in the ruins long ago to protect their mother and daughter. Good girl, don't cry. Daddy will be back soon. Boom! The words were not finished when a violent noise rang out in the park. Immediately after, a tall building next to the park slowly tilted, actually slowly fell down in the direction of the park. Chapter 190, The Drill Monster. The mecha can't cure it. The scene was all too familiar to everyone in front of them. This was the case when their homes were destroyed. The earth trembled and houses collapsed. Out of nowhere, a monster will burrow out of the ground. Open your bloody mouth and take 5 or 6 bites. If the crowd stood denser, the monster could even eat more than 20 people in one bite. Terrifying in the extreme. As if the end is near. Run! The goddamned monsters are here again. At that moment, someone in the crowd was the first to react and shouted. All of a sudden the whole park was a mess. And this tall building next to the park is slowly collapsing towards the park. The people huddled in the doorway ran away as if they were playing for their lives. And those blocking the back, the slightly more sensible ones closed their eyes and seemed to resign themselves to their fate. It's long past time to start running. They're too far from the door. Even if you ran to the door, it was impossible to squeeze out with that congested crowd in the way. Destroy. I'm tired. Ooh-hoo. Why did the world suddenly turn out like this? First there was the Hawk Jam threat and then the monster invasion. Oh, mommy, I'm scared. Some cried. Some despaired. Some broke down. More people crowded toward the door. Before they could squeeze out the door, there was no more concrete to tread on the road. At a glance, the floor was full of people who had fallen because of pushing and shoving, and had been trampled on foot after foot by those who had crowded up behind them. In a crisis, especially a life-threatening moment, morality and order are nothing more than a passing fad. All of them have one purpose: live. Some people were trampled to the point where they were spitting blood from their mouths, while others had long since lost their breath. Others, who had been trampled underfoot and constantly abused, struggled to get up, but the maneuver would only pull the man who had put him on top of him into the abyss with him, making them fall with him and make a few openings for those squeezing in behind them. The building is collapsing faster. Eyes are not 10 seconds away from pressing down. The mom who just ate bread, holding her baby in the park, looking in despair at the buildings crushing down from the sky. Good girl. Let's close our eyes and go find daddy. Okay? Aha. Isn't it true that if you close your eyes, daddy will come back? Well, it will neat. With that, the mother hugged her daughter tightly. Even though she knew that her flesh and blood could not protect her, she had no choice but to protect her tightly. The sky, a dark color pressed down. The building had tilted irreparably, just waiting for the countdown to a few dozen seconds. It would rumble and crush most of the people in the small park. The mother continued to hold her daughter close as she counted down in her mind. She had given up praying, as the monster had prayed countless times when it had destroyed her home. It didn't work. Dang. Don't be in a hurry to throw in the towel down there. Just pick up our mom and dad first. Okay. The words boomed. A loud bang made mom's heart flutter, because the building is on the ground, and soon she's going to see her husband, who died 2 days ago. Boom. There was another loud bang that seemed to come with the sound of several people discussing it. Old Sheen, go on. Hit the pillars of that building. Watch it. Okay, I know. Aiming. Boom. Another loud bang came. The mom in the park waited a few dozen seconds, didn't see the building fall, and bravely looked up at the sky. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Your mouth opens wide in shock, only to see a black, 3-meter-tall steel man rushed out, targeting the building. Boom. The column in the center of the building was stopped and deflected by the steel man. This was followed by 2 more steelers jumping up out of nowhere and crashing into the building in a single leap. After 7 or 8 steelers had charged the building, it was in tatters. It no longer looks like a giant pillar shoot down towards the park. Instead, they shattered in place and fell in droves. Sometimes it's a challenge when the construction quality is too good. The whole building fell down, and surprisingly it wouldn't disintegrate on its own, but smashed aside. It's good that the crisis is all resolved. Chu Tian piloted the mech, his blackened mech filled with white layers of gray. There are still some bloodstains. After resolving the crisis, he bowed his head in silence and said nothing. At this time, Qin Zhengfei also climbed out of the rubble, coming before Chu Tian. Old Chu, the people in the building couldn't be saved a long time ago. There's no need to blame yourself. Yes, there was a whole building full of living people in the building when it collapsed. They didn't have time to escape. All you can do is watch yourself slowly tilt. Then, the building was crushed by Trudy and the others, and the building will become pulverized for them. Old Qin, I know that by the time the building completely collapsed, the people in the building were already hopeless, but it was us who ended up with them. Chu Tian's eyes widened angrily as he stared at a strip bulging on the ground. Everything is a monster in the ground. Get a grip and get this monster. At this time, Chu Tian's voice was already a little hoarse, and the great anger had long since washed over his brain. There was only one thing he wanted to do these days: pull this monster out of the ground, dry it out, and burn it all to a crisp. Who knows? Before Chu Tian and the others could act, the earth shook slightly again. This time it wasn't a monster wreaking havoc, but a voice making a commotion. From the ground came a low voice. Is this the Dragon Kingdom's mecha? It seems to be something, if you guys can really catch me. Monster, speak up. Chu Tian and the others opened their mouths wide as they listened to the monster's voice. Good lord, a giant monster that can bring down a building can speak human. But it makes sense when you think about it. After all the monsters were assimilated from the one called Flame Phosphorus, and their predecessors were originally human. Have the guts to come out and do it the hard way. Don't hide underground and be disgusting like a cockroach. Qin Zhengfei was also enraged at this moment. In the face of the monster's provocation, even he, who was afraid of death, inspired the bloodlust of being a man of the Dragon Kingdom. Who knows? The monster actually returned. I'm one of Lord Flame Phosphorus's loyal henchmen, Groundwalker, and asking me to run out of the ground and get tough with you. Are you out of your mind or am I out of my mind? Chu Tian felt very speechless as he listened to the conversation between one person and one monster. This monster is also too afraid of death. It hasn't even been fought yet, so I'm afraid to come out and face them. A man who was afraid of death against a monster who was afraid of death. The scene. But the creature spoke Rokoku fluently, albeit with a Smithian accent. Old Chu, what's going on here? Can't we drill down into the ground too? Qin Zhengfei was speechless and turned his head to look at Chu Tian. With the power level of the mech, drilling into the ground wasn't too much of a problem. The problem was drilling in, and the ability to move freely and smoothly underground. They're two different things. Chapter 191 Regular Hook appears. Full of confidence. What's more, the monster isn't afraid of any missiles at all. If the monster is afraid of missiles, it could get a little drill bomb and follow it all the way there. There's no way out. Not the slightest way. He was at a loss, when suddenly the mech's internal comms lit up. After answering, it was actually Elder Dragon. Trudy had a pang of melancholy. Slowly, he opened his mouth to report on the scene. Elder Dragon, we found this drilling monster, but our mechs can't drill the ground. Well, I know, but things seem to have taken that much of a turn for the worse. Elder Long's reply caused Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei and the others to be surprised for a while. Something the mechs can't even catch. But Elder Dragon has a new approach? Holding a hint of excitement and doubt, Chu Tian hurriedly asked. What turnaround? Easy. Inaka. You tell it. Inaka? Chu Tian was once again puzzled. Wasn't this the Eagle Sauce Heavenly Son that old Brotherly had held hostage? How did he stay with old Dragon? However, the scene was urgent and he managed to compose himself, waiting for Inaka to speak first. General Chu, I'll spare you the polite words. I received Mr. Lee's request yesterday and am now less than 50 kilometers away from you. What do you mean? Li Junsung sent you to help us clean up the monster. What did you use to solve it? Don't you care what I use? Facing millions of monsters, Mr. Lee may not have the means to do so, but facing a small number of monsters, he has the means. Inaka spoke of Li Junsung's awesomeness with a burst of pride. Seems as good as she is herself. But Chu Tian was, at this moment, truly confused. He didn't doubt Inaka when he said that Li Junsung had a way. After all, the two couples, Li Junsung and Su Han Yun, were already mysterious. But Li Junsung sent Inaka to deal with the monster. It's a little hard to figure out. Is it possible that Li Junsung has taught Inaka some great technique so that Inaka can outskill the rest of the world? Forget it for now. It's better to have assistance than not to have it. Alright, we'll follow the monster all the way. The mech has an ultrasonic system inside, so we can locate where the monster is at any time. 50 kilometers is a bit of a distance to say close. Speaking of far away, it's just a short plane ride away. The best thing Chu Tian and the others could do now was to stall the monster and wait for Inaka to come. Let's see what she's got up her sleeve. It's hard to get up the courage to fight, but I didn't expect to find a guy who doesn't dare to come out of his hole in the ground. Are you guys going to arrest me or not? Standing there for half a day? At this moment, the monster in the ground seemed impatient to wait. Originally, he had wanted to tease the mech warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. He wanted to make Dragon's so-called Star Wars team famous in one battle, so that the reputation of Dragon's failure would spread all over Blue Star. Listening to the monster continue to provoke, Chu Tian's mind turned, and he actually nagged the monster. Ha ha ha, we can't catch you either. By the way brother, where did you learn to speak Manhwa? It's quite fluent. Sure enough, the monster acted very enthusiastically when someone got close. No, I originally wanted to find a few lovers in the Dragon Kingdom. I heard that the women in the Dragon Kingdom take care of it. That's why I taught myself the Dragon Kingdom language. Now that I look like this, I guess no girl can stand it. Chu Tian was speechless for a while as he listened to the tremors coming from underground. You're so big that you could bring down a house with one turn. And you want a human girl? You have a beard thicker than a beam, don't you? But to stabilize the monster, to keep the monsters from continuing to harm the ordinary people of this city. Still holding back his nausea, Chu Tian paid him a compliment. Buddy, this is not true. The dragon state has a good saying, no woman in the heart to draw the sword. Natural god, you are so powerful, but also looking for what women are. The pursuit of power is your ultimate goal. That spoke directly to the monster's heart. He couldn't find a woman nowadays. The only thing he could do was to pursue power. And when he reached a certain level of power, he might even be able to change back to his human form. The monster nodded his head at the ground for a moment. Once again, it caused a very strong tremor in the area. Well, Flame Phosphorus-sama also said that as long as we get credit we can grant evolution again. And as long as we're powerful enough, we can decide on our own genetic trade-offs. And I'll be able to find a woman by then too. Deciding the genetic trade-offs on his own. These words could have taken Chu Tian by surprise. Turns out these monsters can really change. And deciding on their own trade-offs. That means they can have whatever abilities they want. For example, if you want to go into the ocean, take some fish genes and grow underwater lungs. When you want to fly, take some bird genes and grow wings. If you want to have immortality, take some slug genes, and as long as there are still intact cells present, then you can be reborn indefinitely. Seemingly, those little monsters have the slug gene. So how do you guys get credit for this? Oh, of course, it's to eliminate your key figures in the Dragon Kingdom and take the Dragon Kingdom's steel factories to offer to Lord Flame Phosphorus. Oh, what do you Flame Phosphorus-sama want with a steel factory? Nuts. How could I possibly tell you? Do you really think I can't see your stalling tactics? A strange laugh came from Drill Monster. The tremor caused the ground to tremble slightly once again. Although we didn't see its true form, its body would never be small. The big guy who can cause earthquakes even with a nod of his head and a strange smile. Immediately after, the monster's words came again. It's no fun. It's really no fun. You guys are dragging this out for so long because you want to send fighter jets to bomb me, right? Let me tell you in advance then. Missiles are ineffective against me, and warm pressure bombs can't burn through my flesh. Give up the struggle. Ha. The monster seemed to enjoy this trick of teasing others. Let the enemy succeed in his scheme. And then tell the enemy that even if he succeeds in his scheme, there is nothing you can do to me. There was a wave of depression as everyone on the Star Wars team was deflated. Since putting on their mechs, they've been nearly invincible, taking any giant monster or Hawkman with ease. But face the guy in front of you. But it's true what he said. There's no way out. You're just a cockroach afraid of death even if you push. Come out and fight with our mecha if you have the guts. Qin Zhengfei stepped forward and cursed towards the ground. These words reached Chu Tian's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. A cockroach that's afraid to die? Those who don't know think you're cursing the monster. Those who do think you're cursing yourself. However, it was about time. Chu Tian could already faintly hear the sound of a helicopter in the distance. Inaka is here. Whether the monster was teasing them or not. At least, they managed to stall for a while. Thinking, Chu Tian continued to speak. Monster, here comes the man who can cure you. Wait 2 more minutes if you have the guts. Just 2 more minutes. Well. I'd like to see what other tricks you guys have up your sleeves. And I forgot to tell you again. I can drill into the ground for a distance of 300 meters. So don't send anyone who doesn't have the ability to do that. Both sides over here are constantly sniping at each other. Not far away, Inaka was in a helicopter and could already see the battlefield of Chu Tian and the others. She peeled open the side door of the helicopter. A glance toward the city. Then he raised his right hand and looked again at the tiny perspective hook in his hand. Sweetie, can you really cure that big guy? Don't worry. Since it's my master's order, I'll do my best. I can't do anything about 1,000,000 monsters, but I have my own plan to deal with 1 or 2 mutant species. Chapter 192, Countdown to Death. Beginning. The plane soon came over Hutzpah, propellers clattering and roaring. The burrowing monsters at the bottom laughed at the sight. Ha. Do you Dragon Kingdom have to be so funny that you invite a helicopter by putting out harsh words? What? Are you going to beat me to the rhythm with the clatter of helicopters so that I can kill you dragons more enjoyably? At this time, no one noticed. The perspective hook had flown off the plane and landed first. Tai, where did the monster come from that dares to act recklessly in the Dragon Kingdom? A voice as clear as a child's came out. It stunned everyone in the room, including the monster. On the contrary, it was Chu Tian who always felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, but just couldn't recall it for a while, until the perspective hook flies slowly on the ground. That's the way to look at it. Nima, isn't this the little robotic bird that Elder Brotherly said his daughter-in-law researched? Chu Tian's reminder made Qin Zhengfei remember as well. That day in the office, downstairs, he caught Inaka sneaking into the Dragon Kingdom, and that's when Li Jun-sung put a bird around Inaka. It was also said that it was the spybot that supervised Inaka's good work for him to come. Can a little guy like that take on a driller? Trudy was silent. Qin Zhengfei was silent. The other Star Wars members were silent. A robot bird so small a rock could crush it and battle a drill monster? When Inaka landed, Qin Zhengfei was the first to step forward. She asked impatiently before she even got off the plane. We've been dragging our feet for so long, waiting for support with our hearts in our mouths. And you feel like you're just going to come over here with this stupid bird? Is there a problem? Inaka asked rhetorically as she stepped off the plane. She became president on the strength of this so-called silly bird, and took out a lot of the old-school poison. There is immense trust in the prospective hook. Since the prospective hook said that there was a way to deal with the monster, then there must be a way. Even if you can't deal with it, you can drive it away. At this moment, the Jeho on the side was not happy to hear Qin Zhengfei's words. It doesn't scream monster either. Turning his head to look at Qin Zhengfei. I'll give you a minute to correct your mistake. You're the stupid bird. Your whole family is the stupid bird. I'm not going to apologize to your stupid bird. I, Qin Zhengfei, will not apologize even if I'm knocked down by a monster and kneel on the ground. Hey, yeah. The prospective hook laughed a very creepy laugh with its unique chuckle. Subsequently, its little wings fluttered twice, and no one knew what it was doing, until Qin Zhengfei's miserable screams came. Why does my stomach hurt so much? I obviously pooped clean before wearing the mech, and I didn't eat for 3 days only injecting nutrient solution. I can't, I'm going to poop. The mecha team's eyes widened when they heard Qin Zhengfei's miserable scream. That's just not possible. The filth had been cleaned up long in advance in order for the mech warriors to last. It also only injects nutrient fluids to maintain the body's energy needs. It stands to reason that as long as you don't eat, you won't have anything and you won't poop. And at the moment, Qin Zhengfei, however, said, in surprise, the prospective hook spoke again. Hey, apologize and you won't hurt. Oh, you don't want to get such a beautiful mech dirty, do you? The mech team's eyes widened. Qin Zhengfei's stomach ache was caused by this gadget? It didn't do anything. It was just a simple flutter of wings. Is it possible that it has the black technology to remotely manipulate humans? Countless question marks haunted them. But this is not the time to get to the bottom of this. There is a big demon underground. Old Qin, don't mess with your own people. An apology won't cost you a piece of meat. Chu Tian said seriously to Qin Zhengfei. If they really let old Qin pull it off in the mech, then their Star Wars team would really be embarrassed in the scientific community. After all, the mechs are cleaned and maintained, but it's the science community that does all the work. Enough! Do you guys have me in your sights or not? I'm going to start killing people. A growl came from the ground. Several people in the conversation seemed to almost forget. There's a monster waiting for them underground. Sorry, I almost forgot about business. I'm coming to clean you up. The prospective hook isn't going to play either. After relieving the poison in Qin Zhengfei's stomach, he turned his head to look at the ground, asked in a milky tone, are you coming out on your own? Or am I forcing you to come out? Ha. With this small body of yours? I guess even the smart chip is of the lowest grade. Lazy. The monster laughed so hard that he could barely straighten up when he heard the prospective hook's words. He was so happy that the ground shook. Who knows? In the next moment, Jeho's words silenced the monster, and also silenced Qin Zhengfei and the others. I'm flying in the sky while you're underground yet you can tell my size. So I'm guessing there's some sort of surveillance-like thing on the ground? Let's see. Found it. Those rats hiding in the cracks of the rocks, in the haystacks, they're your eyes on the ground, aren't they? I sense it. They can emit an ultrasonic wave from their heads. That should be the signal for you. As the words fell, both Qin Zhengfei and Chu Tian turned their heads from side to side, searching for the rat in the mouth. Because the mech's optics were so awesome, they soon found it. Sure enough, many dark, unnoticeable places were covered with many fanged, mutated rats. Gobble. A hard swallow. These rats are also so disgusting looking that just looking at them can make you unable to eat kind of thing. They all communicated with the monster for half a day and didn't realize the thing existed. Sure enough, vigilance is important in Monster Wars. 2. Surprised, all that was left of the mech team was excitement. Qin Zhengfei laughed 3 times. Ha. That means these rats and that thing underground is blind? Congratulations on the right answer. But I'm here, so there's no need for that. Jeho blankly glanced at Qin Zhengfei. How can a monster be so stupid as to let you poke it in the eye after all is said and done? If he really wanted to be that stupid, then he couldn't have been assimilated by flame phosphorus. The monster also seemed to sense the cleverness of the silence, slowly moving toward the distance. For it, steady is its motto. Not a single thing you want to do is risky, but it was so large that every movement brought a shudder to the ground. Hey, didn't you just look down on the birdie? Now why are you running away? The prospective hook fluttered its wings twice. said the monster in a very dismissive tone. Immediately after, the perspective hook is inexplicably counting down again. 3, 2, 1. I've planted a biovirus in your oxygen storing cells, so if you don't come out, you're going to suffocate. What? This little birdie isn't kidding, is he? Chapter 193, the energy runs out. Inaka panics. Chu Tian once again marveled. If he hadn't just seen it give Qin Jingfei a stomachache with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this little thing was able to plant a virus on a monster even as it spoke. But the monster is in the ground, through the thick earth. Is there really any virus that can run away on its own? Into a monster's body? The situation is somewhat delicate. Chu Tian also stopped making a sound, so he quietly watched the little guy Inaka brought in perform. The monster also stopped making a sound. It's just that the ground is shaking with a frequency that's getting more and more intense. Before long it was catching up with the intensity of an earthquake. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the ground. Fixing his eyes, half of a huge rat's head burrowed out of the ground, gulping in fresh air. Qin Zhengfei exclaimed once again when he saw this. Ein yet! What the hell? That rat head is bigger than half a basketball court. And that's just half a head. A rat's head is pointy. It should have a bigger body. When the mecha team saw the monster show up, they all pumped their fists and sighed with relief that they could finally do something big. Who knows? The perspective hook flies again. Stop the mech team. Your fight will destroy more houses and hurt ordinary people, so let me get on with it. Saying that, Jet Hook ignored the mecha team's surprise one after another. Go up alone and come over the rat's head. Sneering, he lowered his little bird head. Little thing, aren't you crazy? Come up here obediently? This move once again surprised Chu Tian and the others. Birdie's got a lot of nerve. Dare to fly over the monster's head? It's not afraid that the monster will eat it alive in one bite. Unfortunately, the monster didn't have that in mind. And at the moment there was an extreme lack of oxygen in its body. Still breathing heavily, there was no time to swallow any birds, only to see the monster gasping for air while staring dead at thee. What the hell are you? And what the hell did you use to siphon the oxygen out of my body? I don't have to tell you because I'm still pumping all kinds of viruses into your body and you're going to die soon. This childish tone hides an infinite majestic dominance, the kind that doesn't make any sense at all. Sure enough, the monster's eyes widened as he listened. It didn't deny that the little bird had two tricks up its sleeve, and that no one but Flame Phosphorus could force it out of the ground. Even other monsters that had undergone super evolution just like him can't do that either. At this point, the drill monster didn't have time to talk either, as it sensed something strange about its body. First, he felt a wave of weakness, as if his entire body's strength had been drained away. Then, from each meridian, came a faint pain. If there is only one place where this pain is present it is still tolerable. The current situation is, it appeared everywhere all over its body. That's a little scary. Scaredy mouse. As the virus breaks out in the body, the pain intensified. The earth trembled along with the drilling monster's violent trembling. If someone were to take a look at the body of the drill monster with perspective, it will be found. Its entire body had curled up in pain. The rat's claws spread outward in a weird motion. Like a cramp, there is no way to do any activity at all. If one were to interpret it in terms of a human disease, epilepsy would be appropriate. Injecting decomposition like bacteria. Bacteria multiply to extract monster cell nutrients. The first batch of reproduction was successful. Moving on to phase 2, decentralized reproduction in the brain and heart regions. 1/3 undergoes cellular phagocytosis. The rest continues to reproduce. At this point, the sound of the perspective hook is no longer a crisp child's voice. It turned into a very strange mechanical sound, constantly broadcasting their operations. Looking again at the drilling monster, it had long since stopped breathing at all, but the perspective hook continued to operate methodically. Exponential growth entering stage 32, bacterial army ready, calling on the last of the energy to manipulate the 300 billion bacteria for devouring. Reminder, please, MS. Inaka, bring me back to my side in a moment, and I will enter a month of hibernation for energy restoration. It gives commands that are understood by all on the scene. Create bacteria, get nutrients, reproduce, and when the numbers are up, launch a general attack. Hiss. What a horrible little bird to have such an unbelievable ability. Everything takes years to accomplish in the hands of scientists, and in the beak of a small bird, it's just a matter of reading a few commands. Then look at the drill monsters. He went from appearing to dying in the time it took for Birdie to say a word. And now, the eyes of the drill monster are noticeably white. It's rotting. It also means that the commands recited by the perspective hooks are more than just readings. The perspective hook has really created a lot of bacteria that are devouring the big guy, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth of bacteria is exponential. It also means that the rate of decay is accelerated. Each second, twice as fast as the last. The original raggedness where you could see the body of the drill monster. A few more seconds, but all you could see was a puddle of rotting flesh. In a few seconds more, all the rotten flesh was gone and all that was left was a giant white bone. Spare the drill monster, caution. It didn't escape the seemingly useless bird in front of me. Bacterial DNA destruction program initiated. Begin extermination of bacteria. 1%, 4%, 99%. Destruction complete. Mission over. Warning, the prospective hook is low on energy. Please MS. Inaka, bring me back. Please Ina. In the end, the prospective hook didn't even have time to finish his last sentence. It fell straight through the air. Originally glowing red, it gradually changed back to its original metallic color. It really does look like broken brass. Clang. A sound of metal falling on concrete rang out. That's when Inaka finally reacted. The prospective hook. She cried out and rushed to the. Carefully, she held the bird that had been with her for months, though the bird's mouth was venomous and disrespectful to her. But Inaka had long considered it a friend. Jeho, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Just now. Inaka was so surprised that she didn't hear what Jet Hook had just chanted at all. The whole thing was a blossoming mess of fear. Wake up. How can I explain to Mr. Lee if you die? Stop howling. It just said so itself. It's going to run out of power. Inaka listened to Qin Zhengfei's words. Raising his head, he looked at Qin Zhengfei with tearful eyes. Did it really just say that? Said it twice while you were gawking and staring at the mouse. But it doesn't have a charging port. What am I going to charge it with? With that, Inaka pulled her fruit cell phone charging cable out of her bag, carefully rummaged around on the prospective hook again. After half a day of searching, the charging cable won't fit perfectly on the hook anywhere. There is no interface at all. Chapter 194, Aren't we brother and sister? Qin Zhengfei was speechless when he saw her in this state. Come on, Miss President. You know by thinking with your big fat butt that something this high-tech would use a fruit cell phone charging port? Ah, how am I going to charge it then? Not only is there no port for a fruit phone on the, there isn't even one. That's hard for Inaka. It's not just Inaka. Qin Zhengfei and the others are also hard to beat. This group is either fighters, intelligence specialists, or military geniuses. Just don't understand the mechanical issues. Then wait for a month. Just now this little bird itself said, dormant for a month to come, or you can contact Li Junchang, Li old brother. Qin Zhengfei spread his hands, the surface calm. In truth, he was dead set on the thing. It's a treasure that Li Junsung took out a few months ago. At the time, he was still one to disparage the little bird in front of him. Who knew that a few months later, this little bird had actually given him a big surprise in plain sight? At this moment he realized, no wonder Inaka only follows Li Junsung's orders. Such an awesome little robot bird in the hand. Not only will it help her become president, but it will help Li Junsung keep an eye on Inaka and keep her from messing up. Wait for Inaka to leave holding the prospective hook. It took Qin Zhengfei a moment to return to his senses. Mumbles. I see. Old brother was preparing for today months ago. It's just that none of us cared too much about it. Yeah, what Li Junsung said. Although I agree with it, I never put it in my heart. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The things Li Junsung said came true. First AI, then other disasters. Thinking back to the day when I first returned to the intelligence center with Li Junsung, he was also so intentional that he got one of his hands ruined for Qing Wan's sake. It took most of the month to raise it. Old Qin, where did Li Junchang go? Now that he's seen what the prospective hook can do, Li Junsung has to see it. With his little robot, it seemed that these so-called elite monsters were starting to become less tricky. How would I know if you ask me? You watched him go on leave the intelligence center and then lose contact. I did ask Dr. Su about it, and Dr. Su didn't know where he'd gone, only that he'd be back soon. Qin Zhengfei shook his head helplessly. Regret. Li Junsung shouldn't have been given a vacation in the first place. No, people can't be found. Wait, let me call Dr. Su first. After Chu Tian heard this, he dialed Su Hanyun's number while slowly opening his mouth. Ask his daughter-in-law, you can always find out. The words had just fallen out of his mouth, and he pressed the dialing button as well. Tu Dolu. On the phone, there was just a series of beeps coming through, and no one answered at all. Hello, the number you dialed is not in the service area. Please dial again after the commotion. Wait a while. Trudy dialed the phone again, and yet the voice still came. It wasn't until he contacted Lingbo and the others that he realized Su Han-yun had also disappeared. Old Qin, it seems that we can't ask anyone for help in this matter, so we can only do it ourselves. He smiled and looked at Qin Zhengfei. The eyes seemed to say, do you have the guts? Qin Zhengfei naturally read his eyes. A disdainful cut. Don't underestimate people. Aren't you just trying to ask me if I dare to act separately? 100 elite evolved monsters have entered the Dragon Kingdom. We must act separately to save more people. He's as smart as ever. With just a look from Chu Tian, Qin Zhengfei guessed what exactly he wanted to do. Now that you understand, everyone listen to the order to move as quickly as possible. There are only war deaths in the Star Warriors, not cowards. Yes, the entire Star Wars team responded in unison. At that moment, a burst of earth-shattering applause rang out on all sides. It never seems to stop. Look down. It turned out to be the people who couldn't escape in time and witnessed their rescue. Witness a high-tech decomposition of the monster. You are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Please also ensure that your safety is of utmost importance. That's right. We're always behind you. Go, Star Wars. The 100 heard the name Star Wars for the first time, but knew it with their asses. This is a special team from the Dragon Kingdom. They exist to take on monsters and save ordinary people. Hearing Chu Tian's grandiose words, many people shouted and persuaded. Captain, also please, you guys, be sure, keep yourselves safe. Don't try to be brave. The greater good is at stake. Someone picked up the horn somewhere. It was a series of thank yous over the loudspeaker. Thank you. I'm safe with my family. I just thought I was going to die. Bring it on you. It's not gratitude that Star Wars wants right now. It's persuasion. Another group grabbed the horn, continuing their persuasion. In their eyes, the Star Warriors were the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. If they tried to be brave and fought with the monster, then the others would really be finished. As the saying goes, there is no fear of being left without wood. I'd rather die than have such an awesome team die trying to save me. They're a force that can truly destroy monsters. That's right. Me too. In the face of the sincere concern of the crowd, Chu Tian instantly felt that everything he had done had meaning. Because of this, they're the ones that need to be guarded desperately more. Guard this land, guard our nation, and guard thousands of years of splendid culture. With Chu Tian's sentence, disperse, the mech team responded by spreading out in all directions. It soon disappeared into thin air. Only ordinary people were left behind after the hijacking. The ensuing aftermath is naturally coordinated and built by the administrators of each location. Chu Tian ran alone on the country road. There was still Chang Wan sitting on his shoulder. A little bored while rushing, Chang Wan lowered her head and chatted by Chu Tian's ear. Uncle Chu Tian, what do you think the next monster will look like? I don't know. This one is perverted enough. We wouldn't have been able to handle it if it wasn't for elder brother Li's little invention. Then Uncle Chu Tian, I'll help you fight the monsters. Yikes, Chang Wan said sweetly, and suddenly, felt her shoulders being held by something. The whole person then lost his center of gravity and floated in the air. There was also a chuckle from the void. CH. You guys finally helped me get rid of that disgusting rat, but I can't do nothing about it since Flame Phosphorus-sama asked us to make a mess. You can only hear the sound, but you can't see any silhouettes present. Ching Wan's shoulders also instantly felt something that was getting harder and harder. Look as if, an eagle's talon? Kind of like those hawkmen we met earlier at the border. She looked up. Instead, I saw white clouds in the sky, and blinding sunlight. Nothing exists at all. Instead, she clearly felt someone's grip. A little thought. Chang Wan instantly understood. Stealthy monsters. After she figured it out, she quickly reached up and grabbed towards the top, but the monster seemed to move faster. Immediately, he let go of his paw. With that, Ching Wan fell from the air after losing her bonds. However, under Qin Zhengfei's training, with many times of jumping experience, she didn't panic at all. Steadying himself in the air, he struggled to turn over and look toward the sky. After looking around for a while, he didn't notice any unusual presence. And at the moment, once again, the monster's voice came from the void. This time it wasn't so much an odd laugh as it was surprise. What are you? I couldn't tear your shoulders off with all my might. You don't need to know what she is. Rather, I'm curious. You advanced evolved monsters have uniformly taken classes in Dragonese? Chu Tian steadily caught Chang Wan and looked up into the sky, frowning. Also, I've read up on it, and I've never heard of any genes that can be invisible, only camouflaged as a chameleon. So you're pretty special. Take a good look around. Chu Tian couldn't even detect the monster's presence with the extremely excellent optical processing within the mech. Odds are, this thing is just invisible. The monster couldn't help but feel a surge of pride when it came to his excellence. To know, the gene he possessed was one of the most special of the 100 elites. Aha, the touch you just gave me. You're actually just a stealthy hawkman, right? The useless kind. Ching Wan listened to the conversation between the two. Didn't hold back on interjecting either. This pissed the monster off. As they say, lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. In all likelihood, she's right. Humph. You are nothing but garbage of evolutionary products. We are the future of civilization. And you dare to comment on our advanced evolved humans? I poo. A bunch of monsters that can't even be considered hybrids dare to talk about their advanced evolution. Changwon disliked it unceremoniously. For now, it seemed that the creature could do no damage to them. Chu Tian had organic armor to protect his body, and the monster could not penetrate it at all. As for herself, she had just tried, and the monster couldn't hurt her. Now she's getting bold. Angry? If you're capable of getting me killed, you won't be incapable of it, ha 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 ha. Changwon crossed her arms with one hand. Point to the sky. I don't know if I'm pointing in the right direction or not, but I keep verbally molesting the monster. Sure enough, the monster was enraged by her. There was a wah 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 wah. Damn little girl doll. I'm going to eat you. No, I'm going to take you back, bully you day and night, and give you a taste of my power. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a sound in the air that cut through the air. It doesn't take much to figure it out. The monster struck. The goal this time was clear. To capture Changwon. Changwon, come to my side. Chu Tian broke out into a cold sweat when he saw this. This monster couldn't see at all. If he captured Changwon, he could regret it for the rest of his life. Not waiting for Changwon to act, Chu Tian himself quickly ran to her side and protected her with his hands. Squeaky. Next moment, a sharp sound of metal rubbing came from Chu Tian's mechanical arm. The sound was extremely piercing and scratchy, almost causing a robot with a high tolerance like Changwon to cover her ears in pain. Aha! What the hell are you doing? Is that all you've got? Changwon saw that the monster could not get close to her. Once again, the words came out in mockery, all the while keeping an eye out for the slightest sound in the air. As long as the monster moves, it must be able to move the air and make a sound, and the key to getting it moving frequently, it's to provoke it. Chu Tian also saw Changwon's plan and nodded continuously in his heart. It's true that the woman that lousy looks at is smart. At the same time, he followed Changwon's example and began to speak out to taunt the monster. Ha ha, lousy's woman you also dare to rob. Have the guts to fight over again see lousy not to blow you a fist on the wall. Gouge cannot gouge down kind. Uncle Chu Tian, there's no wall here yet, but you can beat it into the stone, and you can't pick it out kind of thing. The words of the two men became more and more rampant, and the monster in the sky could not be seen though. But one can imagine how freaked out he is today just thinking about it. One mech, one I don't know what the hell, can't beat that at all. If he hadn't been able to stealth, he would probably have been dealt with. Aha! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, with a roar from the monster, a cannonball appeared out of nowhere in the sky, cutting through a white trail. It came towards Changwon and Chu Tian's direction. Changwon, be careful. Although he knew that Changwon's body was invulnerable to knives and guns, the power of the cannonball would not be any less. If you blast Changwon's clothes to pieces, doesn't that cheapen the monster's eyes? No, 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 it must be protected. He hurriedly cupped Changwon in his hands, holding her in the palm of his hand and protecting her tightly in front of his chest. Boom! An explosion came out of the valley. Immediately afterward, thick smoke filled the air. When the smoke clears, Chu Tian was still standing there, and the surface of the mech was still smooth without the slightest scratch. If you can't beat them, use a hot weapon. Didn't you say you belonged to a product of advanced evolution? Trudy cut out. It was unexpected that this guy was carrying a hot weapon. Also right, this thing doesn't have much combat power, and is just nasty enough for the stealth point. If he doesn't carry a heat weapon, he's a waste of space. Cut the crap. You think I only have RPGs? I've got mini nukes in my hand. Suffer. Hear that? Chu Tian was shocked in his heart. Good lord. Miniature nukes on the go. Sure is something. Hurriedly holding Changwon, he took one step and ran towards the distance. We can't let Changwon get nuked. Although Changwon's body was invulnerable to swords and spears, she didn't know where the limits were. Nukes are the most powerful class of thermal weapons. Although the mecha could carry it, Changwon might not. Uncle Chu Tian, put me down. I want to fight him for 300 rounds. At this moment, Changwon was a bit capricious. She didn't think monsters could carry that around. After all, so far, there hadn't been any nuclear bomb explosions in the Dragon Kingdom. That is to say, the creature was probably lying. No, I can't joke about the safety of your life. Which one will I pick up if you die? Ah Lu, Uncle Chu Tian, we are not brother and sister? Chapter 195, Thunder and Lightning Monster. Mecha eyes wasted. Brother and sister or not next time. Let's take care of this disgusting monster in front of us first. Chu Tian gave an awkward laugh. Don't think we can go deeper on this topic. I'm afraid that I won't be able to be even a nominal brother and sister. It's not worth it. Shut up. Do you have me in your sights or not? In the sky, there was a stormy cry from the monster. He's a little transparent in the elite evolutions. No one treats him well. Who knew that in battle? Still no one is treated well. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? You guys thought I didn't have a mini nuke, right? I'll show you now. After that, something seemed to fall from the sky. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a black bead the size of a ping pong ball, very inconspicuous. It's quite unassuming though. However, in Chu Tian's eyes, this thing exuded a very strong aura of danger. Run! He shouted, then did not wait for Changwon to react. Holding her up, he ran backward. He had just run a distance of about 10 meters when there was a sudden loud boom behind him. Immediately after, a strong shockwave pushed towards Chu Tian's back. With a loud boom, the 3-meter-tall mech was also pushed to the ground by the blast. Naya, this thing really does have miniature nukes. Crawling out of the dirt, Chu Tian patted the dirt on his body to look behind him. What was reflected in the eyes was a large pit, and the unbelievable voice of the monster in the sky. How is it possible? Such a strong shockwave didn't even shatter you. Nuclear weapons are the most powerful weapons mankind can possess, and it is this most powerful weapon. It was actually impossible to blow up the mech in front of him. It's just as well that they didn't blow up the mech. After all, they probably used sturdy materials. What surprised the monster even more was Chu Tian himself. He was inside the mech, and he was even unharmed. You know, even the smallest car with the highest safety factor, the so-called airbags around the case, was hit by such a strong shock wave. It's not going to survive. Your mech actually has over-the-top shock-absorbing equipment inside? The monster's voice came again. This time, Chu Tian didn't push with him, but sought the source of the voice. With a quick leap, he jumped in the direction of the monster. After leaping into the air, Chu Tian fought to grab it with his senses. The tactile delivery system quickly delivered a response, and he reached a part of the monster. But, with a gust of wind, the touch soon disappeared from his fingers. It was so close. He caught the monster. I thought the stealthy monster would never be caught again. Next moment, Changwon, who was tightly hugging Chu Tian's fingers, moved. She was seen leaping up and towards where the wind was most intense, tightly closed eyes and small hands wrapped around them. At this point, it seemed like the air was beginning to freeze. Chu Tian looked at Changwon and was preparing to catch her, but wait a few seconds. Changwon surprisingly did not fall. Instead, he grabbed something in the air with one hand and suspended it in midair. Uncle Chu Tian, I got it. I got it. Changwon floated in the air, her tone filled with excitement, as if she had accomplished some great and unimaginable feat. This move could seem urgent to Chu Tian. Changwon, you let go quickly. No, it's so hard to catch it. I'm going to beat it to death. Stubbornly shaking her head, Changwon followed the monster's touch and felt her way up. Gotcha. These are the monster's claws, exactly like the Hawkman's touch. Uncle Chu Tian, we didn't guess wrong. It's just a stealthy Hawkman. This statement made the monster directly annoyed. Bastard, don't compare me to that lowly evolution. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sound of striking came from the sky. Chu Tian glanced over, and Changwon made no move. That is to say, the monster is beating his heart out? How can this be tolerated? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Try hitting her again. I'll cut you alive. After cursing angrily, Chu Tian once again leapt up and jumped towards Changwon's direction. No need to find a target this time. Changwon grabbed the monster and the monster couldn't shake her off. Which was the best target? Seeing Chu Tian attack, obviously the stealth monster panicked. It kept circling and shaking in the air in an attempt to shake off Changwon. The blows are getting louder, but no matter what, it couldn't kick Changwon away. It was even a bit desperate. In the heat of the moment, it yelled, "Ray, all the credit goes to you. Come help me. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you have today too. Shadow, you were so happy just now watching the ground being disintegrated." There was an actual response from the woods, letting Chu Tian, who had originally launched an attack, froze for a split second, and when he reacted, he pounced again, then thought about landing and jumping again, first taking the airborne shadow once and for all, but before he could land, he saw a lightning flash not far from the forest, heading straight for his face. Giggle! The sound of thunder and lightning splintered, and when Changwon looked at the ground, she could only see a white haze. After the white light flashed, only Chu Tian was seen continuously retreating, covering his right eye. The mech stomped out a whimpering, violent sound. Look closely. Wisps of black smoke rose from Chu Tian's covered right eye. The mech's optical conduction device was actually damaged by the monster's intense voltage. The lightning monster directly wasted one of the mech's eyes. Chu Tian, who was on the ground, looked around vigilantly with his only remaining eye, but the lightning that had just attacked had disappeared. This monster really did it fast as lightning. The only thing that can determine Ray's movements today is his voice. A strange laugh came from the depths of the forest. Chia chia chia. Shadow, don't tell me that you can't break free of this girl today? She's a freak. Help me. I'll do whatever you want from now on. Shadow still seemed to be in a hurry. After all, Chu Tian had only wasted one eye. It's still a matter of minutes to catch him. Unless Shadow struck again and wasted Chu Tian's other eye. Say what comes. Only a white light flashed once again from the depths of the forest. Changwon and the sky shrieked in shock at the sight. Uncle Chu Tian, cover your eyes. But Chu Tian's reaction was not as fast as the thunder and lightning. And when he reacted, he only felt that both his eyes were black. And he could not see anything. Changwon, run. This monster is strong. In the heat of the moment, Chu Tian shouted. The mech's two eyes were ruined and he lost his role in protecting Changwon. Nowadays, he could only pray that Changwon would escape from here. Notify the rest of the Star Wars crew to avenge him. But the next second, Chu Tian suddenly felt a warm, familiar sensation coming from his shoulders. Humph, it's just two eyes. Let me show you the way. The clear and gentle voice came from the ear. It made him anxious for a moment. You should go. This lightning monster is a bit weird. Watch out for it. Giggle. Chapter 196. Really, 2 hands ready to bring home. Before the words were finished, a sound of giggling thunder and lightning once again came from Chu Tian's ears. He was as anxious as a hot pan. There was nothing he could do in the face of Changwon's stubbornness. One could only feel the touch of the mech's body surface desperately. Good on. The warmth was still there, and Changwon was not attacked. The moment. The clear and graceful voice came again. Humph. Aren't you quick? I caught both of them, didn't I? Hearing this news, Chu Tian revealed a burst of joyful smile under his great surprise. It's so anticlimactic. What kind of robot did Changwon build that could grab 2 monsters with her bare hands? It's still effortless. She's a gentle and sweet sister on a normal day. Who knew that when she fought, she was more awesome than the most advanced mechs? Ha, why aren't you invisible anymore? You really are a Hawkman. Chu Tian couldn't see at all because his mech's eyes were broken. But when he heard the word Hawkman, he only felt his teeth itching. The thing that can stealthily drop nukes is more terrifying to Rokoku's chapter than the lightning monster that injured him. The lightning monster was fast. The attack was also strong enough to damage even the weak parts of the mech. But there are drawbacks. That is, he needed to store up his power for a long time before he could deliver such a strong strike. Changwon, grab the 2 of them. I'll stomp them to death. Aha, Uncle Trudy, I've put them at your feet. In the middle of the conversation, Chu Tian felt the warmth on his shoulders disappear. The clear, gentle words came from beside his feet. He couldn't see it, but he could also feel that Changwon had completely taken the monster down. Changwon's perspective. She grabbed the neck of the lightning monster with her left hand and the claws of the stealth monster with her right hand, carefully placing the 2 monsters under Chu Tian's feet. All that was needed was for Chu Tian to lift his foot slightly. These 2 carbon-based creatures were properly going to be stomped into the ground. All it takes is one highly compressed solid fuel to literally turn them to ash. The 2 monsters in her hands had long been terrified by now. The look in Changwon's eyes was even more fearful than when she looked at Flame Phosphorus. We were wrong. Lord Queen, don't kill us. Nowadays, it's easy for Dragon Kingdom warriors to kill the mutants. After all, the way was found long ago. Super high temps would be nice. Once caught, they're pretty much a second-guessing state. There was no longer the arrogance of earlier. If you don't kill them, will you keep them to deal with the Dragon Kingdom? Changwon was nonchalant, swinging the stealth monster around and slamming it hard left and right 5 or 6 times. And then the monster was placed at Chu Tian's feet. Your fleshly bodies are really resistant. I just don't know if Uncle Chu Tian can stomp on you when he comes down with his foot. Ahem. So I'm lifting my foot? Chu Tian's 2 eyes were dark, and he couldn't see what was happening outside at all. One could only ask awkwardly, tentatively. Aha, Uncle Trudy, lift your foot. No, move a little more to the right. Wrong again. It's your right. Yes, that's the spot. Step down hard. Wow, like spilled ketchup, and like a watermelon dropped on the floor. Chu Tian's kick made a mess all over the place, sparing the monster how it begged for mercy before dying. Chu Tian did not have the slightest bit of softness in his hands. Got it dead. We should go back too. Well, Uncle Chu Tian, I'll show you the way. So, 1 man, 1 armor, rushed back in the direction of the capital. A few days later, Meng is often in the lab. Chu Tian pointed at the mech's eyes and said the fault with an embarrassed face. Ahem. This is the situation. Will you couple help me see if it can be fixed? Before Meng Changzai could say anything, his daughter-in-law Rose opened her mouth wide. An incredulous face looked the mech in the eye. Goodness, this mech was able to survive the nuclear blast unharmed. How did you use its eyes badly? It's not possible that you've been staring at Chingwan's sister and overused your eyes, right? Facing Rose's jokes, Trudy was even more embarrassed. Yeah, he's rather the first fighter to use a mech. It was also the first fighter to use his mech in a bad way. If he said that, would he still want to keep his name as Chu Tian's god of war? Sister Rose, don't laugh at Uncle Chu Tian. That demon that only discharges electricity is too powerful. Leapt over and blinded Uncle Chu Tian with one move. Aha! Creatures that discharge electricity? Rose's head was full of questions, and when she heard bio-discharge, she had only heard of eels. But an electric eel's electricity is limited in power and the limit of what its body can withstand. Is there another creature in the world that discharges electricity and can electrocute a mech? It's horrible, isn't it? Didn't you guys say there was another stealthy one? And when you caught it, did you force the issue? What's the principle? After being a scientist, Rose wants to get to the bottom of many things. After learning about the world's major mysteries in particular, she was even more interested in the unknown. Yeah, almost forgot. You wait. Qingwan suddenly remembered something when she heard Rose's inquiry, rushed out the door. Not long after, she brought back a cloth bag and snapped it open in front of Meng Changzai and Rose. No, I burned all their bodies, leaving one hand in each. Inside the bag, there were two hands lying in plain sight. Precisely. It's a hand, and a paw. And you did a double take. Chu Tian's eyes widened when he saw the two hands in front of him. At that time, he couldn't see anything and didn't even notice that Qingwan had actually collected the bodies of two monsters. Well, I think Dr. Su is so powerful that he might be able to crack the mystery of their genes. So I brought them back. Changwan saw Chu Tian's surprise and burst with pride, feeling very smart. That expression looked at Chu Tian and was close to saying, quickly praise me. Who knows? The compliments didn't come. Instead, it was Chu Tian's expression that flinched. Why didn't you discuss something so dangerous with me? The monster will come back to life as long as there are still remnants of its body. When he finished speaking, he only felt a chill down his back. Such a dangerous monster was brought back to the capital. Horrible. In the face of Chu Tian's harsh words, Qingwan was frightened and her little mouth flattened. That expression is as pathetic as it gets. Okay, you're forgiven this time. It won't happen again. Seeing that she was about to cry out, Chu Tian hurriedly said in a soft voice, but Changwan is not that easy to coax. After saying all the good words, the mist in Changwan's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and they were on the verge of dropping golden peas. Speaking of which, the monster was taken care of by Changwan. He, Chu Tian, had become a liability. Just too concerned about the safety of the Dragon Kingdom, just spoke inevitably heavier. Rose stood aside. A look at me attitude. Hubby, let's go up and repair the mecha. Let the Chu war god experience the feeling of first love with dear little Qingwan here. Rose, you're wrong. Qingwan doesn't have a first love anymore. She's been married. Idiot. How could there be love for a woman in ancient times? The Qingwan of that time was just picked up and taken home.